I clearly switched to the hidden class of thief god, but was mocked by everyone as a useless locksmith. Instead of caring, I set up a stall in the square and even wrote free hugs on the sign. The curious onlookers who didn't understand all thought I was doing performance art, but the next moment they were all dumbfounded. After hugging a girl, my strength inexplicably increased by 1 point. After I switched to the thief profession, in addition to gaining the normal talent skill, lockpicking, I also obtained a hidden skill called sleight of hand. Unique empty-handed LV1, after touching, 70% chance to steal a random item from the target, 18% chance to steal 1 to 10 attribute points from the target, only 1 point for peaceful targets, 10% chance to steal a certain cultivation level from the opponent, 2% chance to steal opponent's skill, 1 time. It is precisely because of this skill that I am able to quickly advance to an intermediate level. After the evening ended, I came to the noodle shop as usual. However, just as I was about to order, the news was broadcast on TV, Ghost Abyss monsters have rioted, and a 9th level monster has appeared in the primeval forest secret realm of the northern border of Hua country. Our country has sent 9th level experts to suppress it. It turns out that the game world descended 200 years ago, with various secret realm monsters constantly emerging, followed by a variety of professions flourishing. Looking at the 9th level strong in the news, my eyes were full of longing, not knowing when I could also go to such an advanced secret realm, but thinking of my profession, my eyes darkened. Going to an advanced secret realm as a thief is simply seeking death. 10 minutes later, Boss Zhang Shu brought a bowl of noodles and placed it in front of me. Ru Yu, don't blame uncle for being talkative. The game has been in the world for 200 years. Ordinary people have always been hiding in the city. There are actually only a few truly effective professions. Sometimes you should just give up. Look at me, uncle, a thief, and now I've opened a noodle shop. I know, but I also have my own goals. I nodded in response. Uncle Zhang shook his head in confusion. For the past 200 years, aside from being famous for opening treasure chests, thieves have had no advantages in any other aspect. Think about it carefully. I remained silent, only glancing at the time. Perhaps this unique hidden talent was my last chance, and I must seize it. The next day I appeared in the square again, and with the appearance of a hug, my skills were upgraded accordingly. Within a 5-meter range, 60% can steal a random item from the target, 20% can steal 1 to 10 attribute points from the target randomly, 15% can steal a certain cultivation level from the opponent, 5% can steal the opponent's skill, one-time use, can only be used against hostile targets. When I saw the upgraded skill, I was stunned in place. However, what surprised me was not that the percentage changed, but only the 5-meter skill range. After all, at level 1, I needed to touch, but now I don't need to at all. Thinking, I directly used my ability on the man in front of me. This target cannot be used. I was puzzled and quickly looked at the skill introduction, only to find that it can only work on hostile targets. Does this ability only work on monsters outside the city? Thinking of this, I decided to try my luck in the outskirts. Soon after I arrived at my destination, the first thing that caught my eye was a fence constructed of barbed wire, which was the city's isolation zone. I opened my pass, and the guard at the gate glanced at me and casually asked. When I clicked on the personal information section, name, Wenryu, age, 18, occupation, thief, rank, intermediate tier 1, thief, the guard couldn't help but frown, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. Thieves are neither combat nor support professions. They have no attack skills. It will be very dangerous to go out. I understand. I'm just going to find some black iron boxes, not going to conflict with those monsters. I do care about my safety. The guard watched me leave and shook his head. Another person trying to break the boundaries of professions. It's not that simple. It turns out that every year after awakening, countless people are dissatisfied with their professions, always thinking of breaking the rules through their own efforts. But rules are not so easily broken. Combat and support professions have naturally high growth attributes, and in addition to talent attributes, they also have a basic attack skill or support skill that other professions cannot match. On the other hand, as I stepped out of the gate, I became very alert. The danger within a 1-kilometer range near the isolation zone is not great, but beyond this distance, you will encounter some monsters. These monsters appeared after the game descended into the world over 200 years ago, and people call these monsters source beasts. Killing these source beasts can gain a level up power. After walking about 800 meters, I saw the first source beast, Big Sword One-Eyed Man, race, humanoid, level, LV1, attributes, strength, 15 constitution, 20 agility, 8 intelligence, 5, seeing this attribute panel, I knew I was steady, so I lowered my body, used the weeds to cover myself, and slowly approached. When I was 5 meters away, I directly released Sleight of Hand, trigger Sleight of Hand, agility +2, at the same time, the agility attribute of the Big Sword One-Eyed Man also decreased by 2. I was somewhat surprised, originally thinking that this ability only stole a certain value from the other party, while the other party would still maintain their original value. This reminded me of the dozens of people whose attributes I had stolen before. They were really unlucky, but fortunately, it was only 1 point, and the other party probably wouldn't mind. Thinking of this, I suddenly had a bold idea and released the skill Miasho Kong Kong towards the monster again. However, the next second came a prompt. Repeat target. Can be used on it again after 24 hours. So I had no choice but to take out my dagger and fight. The dagger in his hand was only a white weapon, but his own attributes were high. He instantly accelerated out of the grass and drove a knife into his opponent's neck. A red number -68 floated out from the opponent's head, and then he hastily drew his blade to add another slash, and the big sword one-eyed man fell to the ground. A weak source power surged into his body. TSK, it's not even as much as the source power I stole from others. When Ryu shook her head, dissatisfied with this, but rightly so. Who made this a source beast with a rank of only 1? When Ryu glanced at the weapon in the source beast's hand and shook his head, it was not suitable for him to use. It was a pity that he didn't have a storage backpack, otherwise he would have loaded it back and sold it to the blacksmith. He then continued towards the front, stealing all the source beasts he encountered along the way. Trigger Wonderful Hands. Get Wolfsbane One-Eyed Beast Stinky Socks X1. Triggered by the magic hand. Strength +1. Trigger Wonderful Hands. Green Ring Serpent Complete Skin X1. When Ryu had a silent look on her face as she looked at the constantly tumbling 4-meter-long green ring serpent in the distance, with -30 constantly bubbling above it. A surge of source power then flooded into his body, and the whole thing took less than 10 seconds, and the snake died because he unleashed a mythic hand on the green ring snake. So this ability is also able to be used as an attack skill? Only this needs to depend on luck. All the way over only this one snake is so dead. Can only say that this snake is a little too unlucky. 2 hours passed, and when Ryu climbed up a large tree to take stock of her haul, added 3 points to strength, 4 points to agility, and got a lot of whatever other stinky socks and stinky shoes. As for cultivation levels, aka source power, was not encountered at all, let alone skills. When you look at it that way, it seems like you just gained attributes and a full snakeskin. It's not bad, at least it's a better understanding of the skill. When Ryu wasn't greedy, as long as there was a harvest, she was content. The only imperfection was that she didn't come across a chest. Chapter 3, Just Die a Violent Death? For lunch, when Ryu simply dealt with a bite in the tree before jumping to the ground and continuing to search for other source beasts. If he really wanted to upgrade, the best way was to enter the secret realm, and the closest low-level secret realm from here was as far as 10 kilometers away, and for him to go straight in as a thief was looking for death. But trying to team up is even more impossible. No squad would accept a thief into the group. It wasn't an output but a liability, unless he can prove himself worthy. Over the course of the afternoon, when Ryu moved around the 3 kilometers near the quarantine zone, you can be the first to escape from danger. Half a man's height of weeds provided the perfect protective color for him. The first thing he does when he meets a source beast is to lower his body and approach slowly, using the mythic hand. Trigger Wonderful Hands. Gain skill, Critical Strike, X1. Ha, it's actually a skill. Heavy Strike. Swing your weapon hard enough to hit the opponent, dealing 200% damage. It's just a normal skill, but it shows that stealing skills is possible. If he was able to steal 100 advanced skills, he would be able to break into the advanced secret realm, not to mention the primary secret realm. Because this skill has no cooldown, there is no blue consumption. What's the concept of no blue drain? If he steals a skill from a level 100 source beast, he can use it unconditionally as well. It was nothing like what he had thought. In his initial realization, stealing skills was a cockamamie ability in the early stages. Blue consumption is a huge problem, and now that he's told there's no blue consumption, it's not really invincible. When Ryu was excited, casually resolving this source beast in front of him. It's just a bit of a shame about the materials though. It looks like I'll have to get a smaller backpack first when I get back this time. 10k should be able to buy a minimum quality backpack. When Ryu moved forward all the way around the city quarantine zone, never exceeding the line of 3 kilometers. It wasn't until 5 o'clock in the afternoon that when Ryu stopped, he glanced at his panel. Name, When Ryu. Age, 18. Occupation, thief. Potential, grade C. Level, first order intermediate. Attributes, strength, 29. Physical fitness, 20. Agility, 41. Intelligence, 18. Innate skill, lockpicking LV1, 0/100. The One Wonderful Hands LV2, 64/500. Skill, pounding, X1. Not bad, not bad. The attributes have improved a bit more. With a little more effort, one's attributes would soon exceed those of a combat profession. When Ryu glanced at the sky, the sun was already slanting in the west, and it was time to go back. 10 minutes later, Wenryu had already seen the quarantine zone, only there was no gate in this direction, but it didn't matter. He calculated the distance as he hurried along. It wasn't far from the gate he had come from. However, he was just heading in the direction of the gate he came from when a figure appeared in his eyes. What's with this level of creatures around here? Two-headed demon wolf. Race, wolf. Level, LV 15. Attributes, strength, 104. Physical fitness, 90. Agility, 102. Intelligence, 35. But the blood is fine, only 450. So you might be able to kill it if you're lucky. Then get closer first. 5 meters should not be too much of a problem. Wenryu was more careful this time as he felt the wind. As luck would have it, the wind was blowing from the opposite direction, so at least the smell was not getting through. He then lowered himself to the ground, this time walking slower than any other time. Every step is careful. With a distance of 40 meters, it took him a full 5 minutes to arrive near the two-headed demon wolf. This was still because this demon wolf had changed places, or else this would have taken a little longer. Bless me. Make sure you give me a bunch of attributes. I don't want any more items. Offense against the mythical hands. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Wolf's Heart X1. A blood red -999 damage instantly appeared above the head of the distant two-headed demon wolf. Items are actually better than attributes sometimes. Wenryu had planned to escape as soon as she cast her skills, and as for her earlier comment about being able to fight, it was just words. The opponent was 102 agility, so he couldn't run even if he was exhausted. I just didn't expect the other guy to just die violently. A tremendous amount of source power surged into his body. This wave was a big profit. He looked to the blood red and still somewhat warm wolf heart in his hand. Wolf heart, C-rank material. It's much better than that snakeskin from before. That one was just a D-grade material. But, Wenryu looked towards the demonic wolves on the ground. This was the big head, okay. Wolf skin, wolf teeth, wolf bones, wolf meat, this is all good stuff. Even wolf blood is good stuff. This whole thing should sell for about 3,000 bucks. So it's true. Professionals are just making money. Unfortunately, that blood is definitely off limits. He doesn't have a container to keep it fresh. That's at least a $300 loss. As a result, his need for a storage backpack was even higher. He directly carried the corpse of the two-headed wolf and darted towards the gate. Half an hour later he returned to the gate from which he had come. When Wenryu walked through the gate, the guards were amazed. Especially when he saw that the two-headed demon wolf he was carrying was even more astonished. How this size was also above level 10. Did you kill this? Luck. He just happened to get tangled up in something. Letting me pick up the slack. Wenryu hurriedly said. I told you. How could you? A first-ranked thief. Kill a source beast above level 10. You're too lucky to pick up 3,000 pieces for nothing. The guards are truly envious. Who wouldn't want money for nothing? Yeah, good luck. Wenryu carried the two-headed wolf and came to the side of the road. The buses don't wait. They just take a cab. And the body goes straight into the trunk. Master, go to the official trading center. How much? Wenryu took out her cell phone. 220. How much? Wenryu looked at the driver in shock. A total distance of only more than 10 kilometers, you actually charge me 220? Little brother, throw that body of yours into the trunk of the car. I have to wash the car. The driver glanced at Wenryu and casually said. The youngsters who were able to go beyond the domain gates were definitely newly awakened professionals who could pit one against the other. But I just have a little blood on that one, so I can't use that much money. Black car? Definitely black car. Okay, so I'll undercount you. Give it a 150, and I'll find a small store. Wenryu opened her mouth and glanced at the trading center outside. 150 on 150. It's important to do business. Removing the demon wolf. Wenryu looked at the thin layer of black edges that were sticking up on that trunk and the corner of her mouth twitched. This driver is definitely a repeat offender. That thing padded underneath was paper that could insulate blood. It was all prepared in advance, specifically to pit people like him who didn't have a storage backpack. Chapter 4 SSS Great Advancement Token. Wenryu walked out of the trading hall refreshed, with a new incoming message on her cell phone. It's only $3,700. To put it mildly, but it's the biggest intake he's ever had. I must have a good meal tonight and treat myself. Go back to the noodle shop downstairs from your house. Uncle Zhang come with a beef noodle. Add another beef and a tea egg for me, and a bottle of soda. You can't spend money when you have it. You still need to plan it out. Yo, Ryu today this is getting rich. Originally it was only shredded chicken noodles. Uncle Zhang looked at him with some surprise. For Wenryu he still understands. Never eat such good food, the kind that can be saved. You can eat clear soup never with meat. You can drink noodle soup never with water. You can take, well, I got lucky today and made a small profit. Not bad, not bad. You wait, I'll go below for you. Uncle Jean was also quite happy and rushed to the back kitchen to get busy. After eating, Wenruyu returned to her home. Opening his room, Wenruyu threw his newly purchased backpack on the sofa. A new storage backpack that he had bought in the trading hall today. Quality D, only 10 frames, but it was enough for him. Mostly he can't afford anything else. Wenruyu came to the bedroom and turned on the light. There was a black and white photo hanging on the wall. He took out 3 incense sticks from the drawer. Dad, I awakened the same profession as you. Also a thief. Only I'm better than you. I have one more ability. Don't worry, your son. I have no problem supporting myself alone now. Looking at the photo, Wenruyu fell into memories. He hadn't seen his mom since he knew how, and he'd never heard his father talk about his mom. As for his dad, he was busy making money every day, and sometimes he was gone for a month at a time, until he was 15 years old, when his dad left him a letter and a bag of stuff before hurrying off. He had thought it was just a one-time mission, but he had never expected to go and never come back. With that thought in mind, he opened the cabinet below and took 2 items from it. He opened the top envelope. By the time you open this letter, you should have already succeeded in your transfer. I don't know what your occupation is, so I won't say much. If your profession is powerful, then you can open that scroll as well as that token. If it's very poor, then you should sell those 2 items and go to your Uncle Jean. He can help you out. No selling below 200 million. Spilling more than 1,000 words. All of them are concerned about Wenruyu, but there is not a single mention of why a single money-making task person died. He folded the letter and put it back into the envelope and solemnly put it in the drawer. He then took out the package, and after opening it, inside was none other than a scroll as well as a token. Occupational Advancement Token. Quality, SSS grade. 3 orders are available. Advancing to the strongest occupation of the current profession. Wenruyu's eyes widened. It was actually an advancement token, or an SSS grade 1. What the hell did his dad get his hands on with all this stuff? He then picked up the scroll. Mystery Chest Treasure Map. Quality, SSS grade. After use, you can obtain a mysterious chest coordinate. The corner of Wenruyu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Dad, you should have told me earlier. Why did you have to wait until you were 18? Do you know how I've spent the last 3 years? Wenruyu took a deep breath. No wonder he let him sell it for 200 million. Just a career advancement token was worth more than 100 million. As for that mysterious chest, he hadn't heard of it, and presumably it was something even rarer than a diamond chest, or else it wouldn't have been graded as SSS. This was the first time he had ever known that there were actually mystery chests in addition to diamond chests. Isn't his dad a thief? How did he get such an expensive item? It's a shame. His dad never mentioned anything about himself. Wenruyu took a deep breath and put the 2 things into the drawer. Looking at the 2 valuables, he contemplated for a moment and took from them again. Glancing around the entire room, he finally opened the beds and placed them in the storage space below and covered them with a layer of old quilts and old clothes. Strive to ascend to the 3rd rank as soon as possible. I wonder what the strongest profession of a thief is. Is it really the god of thieves? The next day Wenruyu put on the new backpack she bought yesterday, replenished her food downstairs, and rushed towards the quarantine belt gate there at one time. This time he came early and saw the barrier as it was in the morning. 4 short of a priest. Pyromancy. Come on, a violent pyromancy. Battle Shepherd Law lacks shield warriors. Wenruyu looked at everything in front of her and couldn't help but sigh. It's really lively enough. Unfortunately, all of this had little to do with him, and there was no one he would want to take with him as a first-rank thief, unless it was to open a chest, but his level 1 lockpicking skill was simply useless. He walked silently towards the front door when a lowly girl approached. Dude, what's your profession? It's just that the sound is a little too sloppy. Totally doesn't match your lowly face at all. Me? Wenruyu slightly lowered her head and looked at the little lowly who wasn't very tall. Aha! I'm a first-class thief. After saying that, he headed straight for the front door. Wait a moment. Hearing that he was a thief, the girl's eyes lit up. Wenruyu looked at her with some bewilderment. No, I'm a thief. First rank. Just awakened. 10,000. Team up with us to go to the primary secret realm. Go or no go? Lori said quickly. Go. It's a cutie that doesn't go. It was a primary secret realm. He couldn't wait to get in if he could. I didn't expect the other party to spend 10,000 to invite him. A thief. To join the team? What a great injustice. But then, he likes the big injustice seed. After operating her watch twice, Lori raised her head. To introduce myself, my name is Wang Mingxing. Wenruyu. Soon behind them came a man and 2 women. The man was dressed in a priest's robe. One of the women was wearing a suit of armor, and the other was wearing a magical robe. These three can be more like professionals than this Wang Mengxing. Of course, he himself did not wear any combat equipment. After all, no money handsy difficult. Hoshi, did you make it clear to him? Ah, I forgot. When Ruyu stared with wide eyes, just now it was still a rough voice. Now how did it turn into a lowly voice? What the hell? Sorry, let me make it clear to you first. The primary secret realm requires at least 5 people to form a team, you know this right? We only have 4 people, so we're going to hire one person. 10,000 is your payment, but you can't take anything from inside. Not even materials. For the matter of the primary secret realm requiring 5 people, he really didn't know that there was such a requirement. Don't worry, I'll just make it up to you. I don't want anything. He only needs the wonderful hands. Those things are nothing in front of his skills. Chapter 5, How to Steal Everything. The little lowly was generous and transferred $10,000 to Wenryu on the spot. Not afraid of Wenryu running at all. You can't run away if you want to. All the information is real name authentication. Run away and find your home directly. The 5 set off straight away. On the road, Wenryu knew for the first time that rich people actually traveled by car outside. Even professionals with the ability to move quickly still choose vehicles. After all, vehicles consume oil. They consume energy. The secret realm they were going to wasn't very far away. Only about 7 kilometers away. Crunch! Everyone get out of the car. We're going to the secret place. Wenryu surveyed the secret realm, which resembled a small temporary village. 2 rows of parking spaces, a dozen model homes, and at the center of this village is a bubbling blue source door. To enter it you must be in the presence of source power. Wenryu followed the 4 and came to the front door. Several people flashed the personal information in their hands, and when it was Wenryu's turn, the 2 guards had doubts in their eyes, but didn't say much. It seemed to them that taking a first-rank thief professional was probably trying to find treasure chests in the secret realm, or maybe it was their friend, helping with the upgrade. But anyway, it's just weird for them to take a thief and waste a spot for nothing. Led by Wang Mengxing, the squad members walked into the gate together. When Ruoyu only felt her body shake and the scene in front of her changed. Wow! A waterfall that was more than 30 meters high appeared in front of Wenryu's eyes. And this was the first time in his life that he had seen a waterfall so close. Now is not the time to look at the scenery. We need to hurry up and hunt the source beasts. You don't need to make a move. Just follow us closely and don't run around. Wang Mengxing instructed uneasily. Wenryu nodded. No problem. I have to say the secret world is the secret world. Just after walking out not 50 meters, Wenryu found a black treasure chest under a large tree. I can take that one, right? After all, the other person gave money. It was agreed that you couldn't take anything. It's better to ask about this stuff first. A few people looked at each other and nodded. You can take the treasure chest you found, but not the one we found. It was a pretty good pair. And when Ryu glanced around the crate and found no danger, he quickly approached, grabbed the crate and ran back, glancing back to see that no source beasts had appeared. Did you take a vocational course? No. When Ryu shook her head, she was busy making money back then. He didn't take any classes other than culture classes. Wang Mengxing sighed. Black iron chests don't have a guardian source beast, so there's no need for you to be so nervous. Bronze treasure chests have a certain chance of being protected by a source beast, but the chance is very small. Only the chests that are on silver will have a source beast protecting them, and it will be the strongest one within a certain range. Thank you. When Ryu hurriedly thanked. It seems like you need to find some time to learn this aspect of your knowledge yourself. When Ryu used her own lockpicking function and opened the black iron chest. Get iron ingot X1. Feather X10. Acquired fire crystal LV1. The other 4 stopped paying attention after glancing at what Wenryu took out of the box. The only thing that's considered good is that fire attribute crystal, but unfortunately it's just a LV1. However, in the black iron treasure chest, opening attribute crystals is already quite anticlimactic. It is said that this one crystal can be sold for $1,000. Everyone be careful. There's a patch of wind demon wolves ahead, the woman in armor warned. When Ryu looked over and there were about a dozen wolves at a distance of less than 30 meters in front of her. Wind demon wolf. Race, wolf. Level, LV11. Attributes, strength, 80. Physical fitness, 70. Agility, 102. Intelligence, 25. The overall attributes were a bit worse than the 2-headed demon wolf he had encountered before, but this attribute was already very strong. He was a little worried about whether or not these people would be able to fight through it. That's a dozen, not a few. But thinking about their professional situation, Wenryu thought that she was the one who was worrying blindly. It was important to realize that their combat professions had growth attributes, and growth attributes alone were not a small amount. While Wenryu was thinking, the 4 had already begun to quietly approach. The woman counted in armor walked in the first place. Wang Mingxing walked in the second place, and the remaining 2 fell behind. Wenru hurriedly followed up. His casting distance was 5 meters. Standing behind him could not touch anything. Just as they reached a distance of 10 meters away from the demon wolf, the wind demon wolf turned its head to look at their group. Wenru's heart thumped. This was upwind, and the smell passed through. Lin Dai, look for an opportunity. Zhang Mingyu, keep an eye on the 2 of us. If you miss again, you'll wait for death. The armored woman said loudly as she rushed towards the wind demon wolves with her heavy sword. Wenru lowered her body and quietly approached the battlefield from the side. It was just that the battlefield was a bit chaotic at this time. Wang Mingxing and the armored woman had already stood with a dozen or so wind demon wolves, so he didn't dare to get close. The 2 men were fighting left and right, and he didn't stand a chance. A moment later, fireball after fireball came from behind them, hitting the demon wolf mountain and scattering sparks that ignited the grass. The corner of Wenru's eye twitched. Should it be so real? A magical fireball landing on you with fire in it? He gazed nervously at the battlefield. Come here, just 2 more meters. Whoosh! A demon wolf jumped to less than 4 meters in front of him, and he hastily used Mythic Hand. Trigger Wonderful Hands. Gain skill, Wind Blade LV3. What about also gaining leveling skills? He glanced at the battlefield in front of him and hastily scanned the introductions. Wind Blade LV3 shoots a blade of wind, dealing 300 plus 75 damage. Wenru frowned. Why was this damage value fixed? Why the parentheses if it's fixed? He glanced at his own attributes and then at the attributes of the wind demon wolf from earlier. If one had to have an answer, it would be that those 75 points of damage were 3 times the wind demon wolf's intelligence attribute. It's the only explanation that makes sense. If this is true, that means that he can both release it unconditionally and also can do 100% of the damage of the original skill. It turns out that the true invincibility that he thought about before actually came true. Now don't say don't let him take anything here. Just say he'll come in without paying. He looked at those wind demon wolves in front of him with fiery eyes. Little gray grays, come to your brother. I have something delicious for you. Trigger Wonderful Hands. Gain agility +3. Trigger Wonderful Hands. Get Wolf's Teeth X4. Trigger Wonderful Hands. Get Wolf Poop X1. Wenru looked at the brown warm pile in her hand and fell into silence. How can you take out anything? However, this did not affect Wenru's enthusiasm for using the mythical hand. In the end, with the combined efforts of the 2 semi-combat professions, a total of 14 wind demon wolves were all killed. The 2 women in front of them only suffered a small superficial wound, which healed under a single skill of Priest Zhang Mingyu. As for Wenru, he had average luck and only stole 8 of the wind demon wolves, and he couldn't even reach the remaining 6. Chapter 6, Of Course I'm on my back. At 12 o'clock noon, this small group stopped hunting source beasts. Wenru scratched his temples. How did it end? He was getting high from stealing. This was much more enjoyable than when he was alone. He opened his panel. Name, Wenru. Age, 18. Occupation, thief. Potential, grade C. Level, first order. Attributes, strength, 33. Physique, 24. Agility, 49. Intelligence, 20. Natural skill, lockpicking LV1, 2 out of 100. The one and only Wonderful Hands LV2, 164/500. Skills, Critical Strike, X1. Wind Blade LV1, X1. Wind Blade LV2, X2. Wind Blade LV3. As for items, Wenru also got a bunch of them, but the worst ones were all for him to throw away. They weren't worth much. A few people found a place where there were no source beasts nearby and sat down on the ground to prepare their meal. You brought rice, right? Wang Mingxing inquired. They had prepared the 5th person's meal when they arrived. Brought. Wenru returned. When strangers are together, it's better not to eat each other. His dad also said that the prettier the woman, the more deceitful she was, so he'd better be careful. Seeing that Wenru had prepared a meal, Wang Mingxing didn't care. Did you guys just notice the wolf that was spitting blood on itself? None of you attacked, and it fell to the ground on its own, still showing damage. Yeah, I saw that too. It was really weird. We didn't see anyone else nearby, so how did they suddenly die? And with such high bludgeon numbers, Wang Mingxing discussed the several wind demon wolves that had just died violently, while Wenru was silently eating the bread in her hand. He glanced at the wolf heart and bones in his backpack in silence. That's a big problem at this point. Just now, not only were there wolves that suddenly died violently, but there were also wolves that were suddenly kneeling. That bizarre scene made Wang Mingxing and the others unable to get their heads around it. What do you think about the wind demon wolf that suddenly knelt down just now? How do I look at it? I'm lying on my back, of course. Wenru thought inwardly. Probably scared by your aura. After all, you guys are so strong. It's actually not that strong anymore. I'm only at the 1st rank advanced level. Wang Mengxing hurriedly waved his hand. We all just awakened this year. And the lowest one is just a first-rank intermediate only. Zhang Mingyu said. What scares a wolf to its knees? How is this possible? Wenruyu silently ate the bread without saying another word. In fact, he wanted to inquire about the other party's attributes, but he didn't ask because he wasn't very familiar with them. He wanted to have a reference as to what level his attributes really belong to. The initial attributes as well as the growth attributes are different for each potential level of each profession. And as a miscellaneous class profession, his initial attributes were even lower. It's too hard. But thinking about what her dad had left behind, Wenruyu was still motivated. 1 hour later. Keep going. I wonder if the treasure chest there has been refreshed. Lin Dai said as he stretched his back. I think it's better to consider whether or not it's accurate for us to purchase information. The armored woman bristled. Sister Zhao Qian, the information is definitely true. Wang Mingxing crossed her arms and stomped her foot violently. That's information she paid 10k to obtain. How could it not be accurate? Wenruyu couldn't help but laugh out loud as she looked at the short Wang Mingxing in this state. Pust. Wang Mingxing turned his head and narrowed his eyes at Wenruyu. Wenruyu felt a murderous aura from it. Ahem. Sorry, I just remembered something happy. Wenruyu's expression was instantly serious. Okay, it's true. It's still 5 kilometers from here. Let's rush over and take a look. Zhao Qian said helplessly. The group set off to continue traveling towards the front. And the source beasts they encountered on the way were all destroyed by them. Wenruyu had a look of pity on her face. The number was too small. There was no chance to steal anything. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. It's here. It's that big willow tree that says it's in a tree hole. Several people came to the large tree. All be careful. If it's true, then there should be guardian source beasts around here. When Wenruyu heard that, could it be a silver level chest? So the information they paid for was the information of the chest? It's not impossible that the chest will indeed reappear in the neighborhood. Except that the timing of this is uncertain. Too bad. It's got nothing to do with him. Even if you gave him the chest, you wouldn't be able to open it. Not enough skill level. If you can't open the chest using the lockpicking skill, the chest will crack. And if you can't open it 3 times, then the chest will dissipate into the air. So when you get a chest you usually use the key to unlock it. And only high-level chests get thieves to unlock them. This is when thieves become useful. But the investment in training a thief with high lockpicking skills is huge. It was said that LV3 lockpicking would take 10,000 points of experience to upgrade, while opening a black iron chest would only add 1 point of experience, and a silver chest would only add 5 points of experience. This shows how difficult it is. It was still in the same formation as the battle earlier, with Wenruyu dropping to the very back. The group came to the large tree and circled around it to find the hole, but unfortunately there was nothing in it. Ah, how is it possible? Could that person have tricked me? Wang Mingxing was a bit confused. How could she still be cheated? Wasn't the person who sold her information worried about her calling the police? It's probably around here. Refreshing isn't always in the same place. It can appear within this range. Let's look for it. Zhao Qian saw that Wang Mingxing was a bit sad and proposed. And if that chest could really be found, they would really make a lot of money this time. Well, look for it, and if you can't find it, forget it. It's only $10,000 anyway. It's not worth it. The corner of Wenruyu's eyes jumped. A silver box message 10,000? Are you not an ingrate? The crowd searched around the large tree, and Wenruyu stayed at the safest place at the end of the line. 20 minutes later, back here at the big tree again. Wang Mingxing sighed softly. Forget it, it should be a fake news. Go back and I will call the police to arrest him. Wenruyu shook her head. Box message, this kind of thing simply alarm is not successful. Okay, it's true that fraud will get you caught, but selling box messages like this is not at all certain. Whether it's the box refresh time or the location where it appears, the other side has something to say about it. It seems these people are still too young. Sound of a crash. Everyone be careful. Zhao Qian stood at the front of the group with her hands dragging her sword, her eyes fixed on the tall bushes not far away. Wenruyu hurriedly backed away from there. Soon, a tall, burly figure carrying a wolfsbane in his hand appeared in front of the crowd. The Berserk Wildling, Elite, Race, Humanoid, Level, LV20, Attributes, Strength, 174, Body Mass, 215, Agility, 35, Intelligence, 50. The moment she saw this attribute, Wenruyu's eyes were first scared, followed by excitement. This might be able to be a big one if we're lucky. Chapter 7, this skill has a blitz? It's a guardian source beast. This level is definitely a high-level chest. Zhao Qian said excitedly. I did not expect that there is really a box. Wang Mingxing, this information is good to buy. I told you there was, but can we deal with it at level 20? Wang Mingxing was a bit skeptical. It was important to realize that level 20 could be almost equivalent to a second-order beginner, and their only first-order intermediate, especially since this was still an elite source beast. The attributes were almost catching up to a level 24 source beast. It's fine. It's slow. We can slowly grind him down. As long as there are vulnerable attributes, then there are ways to deal with them. Only Zhao Qian's body flashed with light, and 3 yellow shields rotated on her body. Sister Qian, your shield level LV3A. It just happened to be upgraded today, and it was able to withstand 3 normal attacks. Not much of a problem. The 4 took their positions and began to prepare for battle. Wanruyu directly crouched down on the ground and slowly approached that elite source beast. Just get him within 5 meters. The corner of Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched when he saw this scene. Brother, you're just a thief by profession. You're not really a thief yourself. Okay, I'm really going to call the police when you go back in this state. Loud clamor. The savage roared in anger and carried the wolf tooth stick towards the near Zhao Qian, swinging it towards Zhao Qian's head. On the other side, Wang Mengxing directly took out a scythe weapon and attacked the savage. This scene gave Wanruyu a blank stare. Just now your weapon was not still a metal scepter? How did this turn into a 1-meter scythe? This scythe is taller than you are in person, isn't it? Wanruyu hurriedly shook her head. This was a moment of concentration. Absolutely no distraction. While they were fighting, Wanruyu slowly approached. 5 meters? Ah! Almost a matter of 2 or 3 steps for the savage. This can be attacked if you're not careful. Luckily, at this time, the savage's gaze had been on the 2 of them, Zhao Qian and Wang Mengxing, and hadn't looked in his direction. He moved for a good 3 minutes and finally got close. Wanruyu lay on the ground and immediately used myriad hands after his opponent reached this range of 5 meters from him. Trigger wonderful hands. Get, Caveman's Wolfsbane, X1. Blitz trigger. Obtain, Savage's Leather Jacket, X1. Strike trigger. Agility +9. 3. What is this? But it's better to leave now. The 4 people in combat were also stunned. Where was the weapon in his hand? How did it disappear? Where's the tiger coat he's wearing? It drips and jangles in a long strip. The 3 women straight away dry blushed. Zhang Mingyu in the back stifled a laugh. It was a bit of a bizarre situation, but he really wanted to laugh. If you dare to laugh out loud, you're dead. Lin Dai, who was standing beside Zhang Mingyu, gritted his teeth. When did she ever read this? I didn't realize that the humans hadn't been seen yet, but the source beasts had arrived to see it first. Wanruyu, who had already returned to a safe distance, looked back with a shocked expression. Asterisk. It's huge. The 3 women's gazes filled with murderous intent looked at him in unison. It had been so hard to get over it, and all of a sudden he hooked it. Few Dreamstar just treat him like a bug and kill the other guy while he's unarmed. Zhao Qian pursed her lips and gripped the greatsword in her hand and charged up. Wang Mengxing nodded his reddened face, holding his scythe and cutting in from the side. Wanruyu peeked ahead and sighed in relief. It almost didn't scare him to death just now. He looked underneath the savage and then at his little arm. That's not a worm. It's obviously an elongated version of a white carrot. It's so scary. The unarmed savages were beaten back. Roar! Only to see a blood-colored glow instantly emerge from the savage's body, his speed instantly becoming faster as he punched Zhao Qian. The last shield on her body shattered, and her entire body was sent flying out more than 5 meters to the ground. Watch out, it's berserking. It's boosted by 50%. Lin Dai, grab your chance. Berserking. Wang Mingxing hurriedly jumped out of the fray. Although it was only the lowest berserking, this boost was already very strong. This is not a match. However, before Lin Dai could make a move, the savages rushed towards Lin Dai and the others. Oops. Dreamstar, you take them and run. I'll stop them. Zhao Qian felt her condition and could still hold on. Although she was not injured on the surface, the blow she had just endured was really a bit too much for her internal organs to bear. Come on. Let's go to a safer distance. Good. The 3 of them ran backwards in a hurry. Unfortunately, Lin Dai and Zhang Mingyu were not combat professions. Their agility values were too low, and they could not run as fast as Wang Mengxing. The distant Zhao Qian was also somewhat unable to withstand the attacks of the savages, and only begged for this berserking effect to hurry up and end. Wanruyu looked at the chaotic situation. He had the intention to help but didn't want to expose his abilities yet. A thief knows wind blade magic, which is outrageous to think about. How agile are you? 41. Wang Mengxing said subconsciously. Wanruyu silently calculated that it was enough. The other party's attributes had only increased by 50% now, and he had just taken the opportunity to glance at the other party's attributes, which were now only 39. Even if Wang Mengxing was a bit slower with one person, it wasn't much slower. You take one. I'll take one. Let's run. Oh. Although Wang Mengxing was a bit skeptical of the other party's attributes, but when he thought that the other party was a thief, then how could his agility be higher than these two? Only to see Wang Mengxing directly carry Zhan Mingyu on his back and run away. No. What is this situation? Wen Ruyu's entire face at this moment was a black question mark face. Shouldn't you carry the girl and I'll carry the guy? Don't be dumbfounded. Quickly take me and run. Zhao Qian can't hold out any longer. Lin Dai was a bit anxious. It won't kill you, but it's still possible to get a serious injury. It's best if you can stay out of harm's way. Wen Ruyu glanced at the perfectly built Lin Dai. This fire mage, is everything so hot? He gritted his teeth and was ruthless. It's dry. Hey, this posture is not right. Lin Dai looked on with a horrified face as she was carried on Wen Ruyu's shoulders, the scenery on both sides flying backwards. Wen Ryu also has no way up, holding at this hand and going through the leg nest through the armpit. Carry it, the back is a bit much for him. Thinking about it that way, the only thing that would be best is to carry it on your shoulders. Soon Wen Ryu caught up with Wang Mengxing. Zhao Qian on the other side also ran away from the scene, leaving only the savage to remain in place in impotent rage. After running out almost 100 meters or so, the two stopped. The moment he stopped, Lin Zhenao was like a hot potato, directly placed on the ground by Wen Ryu, and hastily took 2 steps back. Lin Dai looked at his own clothes and figure. There is nothing wrong with this. Why does this person look like this? It's too solid. Wang Mengxing, how can you carry him? Shouldn't you be carrying this? I'm telling you, I saved her life. This has to be extra. Chapter 8, Impure Purpose. Wen Ruyu's face turned red, her fingers trembling as she pointed at Wang Mengxing. He's single in his mother's womb, and he's allowed to run with a woman. Isn't that bullying an honest man? But, Lin Dai is heavy. I can't carry it. Don't worry, I'll give you another 5,000 yuan red packet later. Wang Mengxing said in a hurry. King, dream, star, do you want to die? Lin Dai looked at Wang Mengxing with a murderous look on his face, though she did weigh that little bit. And that wasn't because of the 2 lumps in front of her? Lin Dai-san, don't care about these details. Anyway, it's good that we're escaping safely now, and nothing else is a big deal. Looking at the cheeky Wang Mengxing, Lin Dai gasped and laughed. You're talking about my body image. Okay. Wen Ryu didn't listen to what they were saying, her entire mind was captivated by the 5,000 pieces just now. Originally he just wanted a 500 bucks. After all, it was just taking someone on the run. It wasn't that big of a deal. Never thought that Wang Mengxing would directly give the big one. He glanced at Wang Mengxing. It wouldn't be bad if he could always team up with these 4 people. The money given and the people are okay, and most of all he can use the mythical hands without worrying about it. It's just a perfect team. Shouldn't we ask about Zhao Qian? Zhan Mingyu spoke up from the side. I'll go over and take a look. Wang Mengxing dashed towards Zhao Qian's direction. The 3 were left where they were, and the scene fell into an awkward atmosphere. Zhan Mingyu was worried about angering Lin Dai. Wen Ryu left at night, but he couldn't leave. Hey, why did you carry me on your shoulders just now? Lin Dai became angry when he remembered that position just now. What kind of a man runs away with someone like that? That I wasn't thinking about it being convenient that way. Ha ha ha. Wen Ryu laughed awkwardly. Now that he looked back, he remembered that carrying it over his shoulder his back still felt like 2 lumps were clinging to him. Humph. You won't be able to find a girlfriend for the rest of your life like this. Lin Dai felt hurt by Wen Ryu's behavior. Psychologically wounded. Wen Ryu didn't chime in. If he couldn't find it, he couldn't find it. Would a girlfriend make him stronger or would it make him rich? Soon, Wang Mengxing and Zhao Qian returned. Let's go. That source beast has been destroyed. The next step is to look for the chest in that neighborhood. I'm guessing it's at least a gold chest. Level 20 elite source beast. It would be more or less a waste if it wasn't for the gold chest. Silver quality is fine by me. This is a primary secret realm. Who says there are no gold chests in the primary secret realm? It's only a total of how many? And that's too small a probability. As a matter of common sense, no matter which level of the secret realm, the categories of the chests inside were all the same. Only the primary secret realm generally tops out at silver, with a little bit of luck being able to encounter gold, but that chance can almost be said to be negligible. The people came to the big tree and began to look for it. Wen Ryu followed the crowd and casually surveyed them, not at all attentive. The main thing was that the box had nothing to do with him, and even if he found it first, it didn't belong to him. Soon the chest was found in a meadow in the middle of a thicket. Wen Ryu was also stunned when she saw that box. Holy, it's actually really a gold chest. Just this one chest alone is able to sell for $100,000. It's pointless to talk about money. Let's go back and find a thief to open the chest. As for the golden keys, there are plenty of them, but it's a matter of luck. The golden key is immediately swept away as soon as it appears in the mall. With the 4 of them, It was obvious that they couldn't grab it. Waiting to go back in the evenings. It's 3 o'clock now. We'll be back at 5. With 2 hours remaining, the group reversed direction and headed toward the nearest secret gate. At 5 p.m., the distance to one of the gates is less than a kilometer. Wenryu glanced at the four and took a deep breath. Do you guys still need someone to team up tomorrow? I can still tag along tomorrow. Wang Mingxing had a happy face and was just about to speak when Zhao Qian covered her mouth. We do need someone. It's just that your price is a bit out of line. We just want one to make up the numbers. Just because they have a lot of money doesn't mean they're stupid. Wenryu did not move on the surface. But in fact, there was some pity inside. But other people aren't as obedient as I am, are they? Can other people really do nothing either like me? Surely the price can be lowered a bit. How about 8,000 a day? Zhao Qian was a bit hesitant. It was true that, like Wenryu said, they had changed who knows how many tool people. The longest one was only for 2 days. The reason is also simple. Once they acquire a high-value item, the other party always wants a share. There's another reason why some people will have thoughts about the three of them. Sure, they can get girls, but the girls that fall through the cracks can be almost non-existent. Even if they are also thieves, women have people with them. Wenryu, it's solid. Wait a moment while we discuss this. Wenryu smiled. Be my guest. The four people walked aside. Wenryu breathed a sigh of relief. They should not want to be high. It should not. They have left a 3,000 price reduction space. As long as they make a price themselves, a promise is simply perfect. Let alone 5,000. Even 3,000 a day. Wenryu did it. Only he was thinking of making some money along the way while upgrading his skills. Sister Qian, 10,000 isn't expensive. Wang Mingxing looked at Zhao Qian with a puzzled expression. Don't think with your mind. Follow the market. The people we've hired before were only 3,000 a day. And it's never been this high. If it wasn't for you today, I might have been able to take it for 3,000. But the person you looked for before, he didn't have pure intentions. Wang Mingxing looked at Zhao Qian with a simple face. Zhao Qian's eyes twitched. Then we can go find other ones that are cheaper. The purpose is not pure. No, 8,000 some high. The purpose is not pure. Can you change the word? Zhao Qian looked at Wang Mingxing speechlessly. Lin Dai, who was on the side, interjected. If he can be like today in the future, I think 8,000 is acceptable. As long as he's not greedy, not to mention 8,000, even 10,000 is fine with me. Yeah, it's only 2,000 bucks a person. We don't need to go to an unreliable person just for that small amount of money. Besides, Zhang Mingyu glanced at Lin Dai. He's not even interested in facing Lin Dai. His purpose is purely for the money so he can buy the black iron chest. Zhang Mingyu, mention it again and I'll kill you. Chapter 9, hired 4 bodyguards and made money. A few people conferred after that. They rejoined Wenryu. $8,000. We promise. Then you'll follow us during this time. Zhao Qian said flatly. No problem, boss, as long as the money is there, do whatever you say. $8,000 a day for 4 bodyguards. It's a surefire deal. The point is not to spend money, but to collect it. Wenryu would be a cutie if she didn't say yes. The group continued toward the gate. That said, today is still a loss. That wolf's tooth stick is definitely a high-level weapon. Even if you can't use it, selling it for $1,000 is still possible. Yes. And that tiger skin coat? At first glance it's a source beast skin. Even though it's torn with a few holes, it can still make a small profit. Hell knows what happened. Just whoosh, it was gone. Wenryu silently lowered her head, not daring to interject a word. It's just that what he didn't realize was that they were actually worth something. Wouldn't it be a waste of the weapons from the humanoid creatures he had killed earlier? The more Wenryu thought about it, the more she lost, as if she had missed out on several $100 million. Walked out of the secret area, boarded the car, and made it all the way back here to the quarantine gate. We won't see you off. Let's go first, ha. Zhao Qianyu slanted a glance at Wang Mingxing and said to Wenryu, aha. It just so happened that Wenryu didn't want them to send them either. He was going to make a trip to the trading hall to sell today's harvest. Wenryu stood on the curb and waved as a cab pulled up. Brother, where to? A familiar face appeared in Wenryu's eyes. How much for the trading center? 100. *******. You black-hearted driver. It's obviously $40. How dare you screw me? As soon as the cab driver heard this, he knew that he had been punked by himself, and drove straight out with one foot on the gas, not daring to apply the brakes at all. Wenryu skimmed her lips. That is, she doesn't bother with you, or else a report phone call will go over, and you'll just wait for death. Half an hour later, Wenryu rode in another cab all the way to the trading hall, straight to the trading window. For sale or consignment? The staff in the window said expressionlessly. He didn't care at all about the expressions on the staff's faces. Because that's basically the same expression on the entire hall staff. Make you repeat that 100 times a day, and you'll be the same way. For sale. Selling is selling directly to the trading floor, which is the fastest way to get paid on the spot, only at a lower price. Consignment means you set your own price, which is higher, but not as fast. Swipe your watch. The staff inside took out a machine, and Wonryu hurriedly matched her watch to it. The man froze when he saw the message pop up on his computer screen. A first order mid-level thief? Did you open the chest and get something good? Things go in this backpack. The other party handed over another metal-style backpack. As Wonryu transferred things over, a single item popped up in the other party's computer. Wolfsbane X12, Wolfbone X10, Wolfskin X2. What jumped out at first didn't bother the staff. It wasn't impossible for a first-rank thief to kill these creatures, but as more and more items appeared, more and more question marks appeared on the staff's minds. Did you poke a hole in the monster's nest? And what the hell is this wolf's toothstick? How can a level 15 weapon be a level 20 source beast? Right. Is this something you can kill as a thief? And what the hell is the situation with this level 20 source beast skin? The staff couldn't help but gulp even as they looked at the final numbers that appeared in their screens. While checking, he looked at Wonryu from time to time. He was really curious as to where they came from. That's 23,500 in total. In fact, the value of individual things was not high. A pair of wind demon wolf's teeth only cost 100, but it could not be helped by the fact that there were many of them. For the teeth alone, Wonryu took out 40 pairs. It could almost be said that half of the wind demon wolves they encountered each time didn't have those two sharp canine teeth. Ding! Arrival of $23,500. A transfer message appeared on his cell phone screen. Wonryu nodded to the staff and hurriedly left the place. Professionals really do make money. Traveling for a day and making a small 40,000 straight away. He was now more and more excited about his future life. Taking a brief bite outside, he looked to his information panel. Name, Wonryu. Age, 18. Occupation, thief. Potential, grade C. Level, first order intermediate. Attributes, strength, 39. Physical fitness, 31. Agility, 59. Intelligence, 27. Natural skill, lockpicking LV1, 2 out of 100. The One Wonderful Hands LV2, 342/500. Skills, Critical Strike, X1. Wind Blade LV1. Wind Blade LV2, X4. Wind Blade LV3, X2. Perfect. Attributes have grown quite a bit again, and Mythic is getting upgraded again. After the skills were upgraded, his chances of acquiring attributes would increase quite a bit more, and the most important thing was the cultivation level. He felt like he was that much closer to getting the energy to rise to the higher ranks. Just a few more times and he'd be advanced. But before that, it's good to see if the internet says anything about the attributes of each class. What if your attributes were worse than others after you upgraded to a higher rank? But thinking about it should be impossible. He opened his phone and searched for an introduction to the first order. By comparing a few articles it was found that the attribute points are different for each class of professional. Let's just say that first order beginner is within 100 of the total value of attribute points. First order intermediate is within 150, and first order advanced is within 250 points, and after that, the final attribute points don't have enough numbers to refer to due to individual level growth, as well as encountering some opportunities differently. Wonryu just closed it when she saw this. No useful knowledge at all. He calculated that his total attribute points totaled 156, which meant that it was just above the intermediate level figure. So then it looks like you're not so bad yourself. Wonderful Hands is awesome. I wonder what this skill would be like if it was upgraded to full level. The next day, Wonryu arrived here at the quarantine belt gate on time. His goal for today was simple, and that was to level up Mythic Hands to level 3. I didn't expect you to come so early. Wang Mingxing bounced over to Wonryu. The corner of Wonryu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Who would have thought that the most powerful weapon of the little potato in front of her was actually a scythe whose height exceeds her height. Just arrived not long ago. Let's get going? Wonryu smilingly looked at the 4 bodyguards in front of her. Chapter 10, Humanoid Female Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wonryu was in a happy mood all the way. The more I think about it, the happier I get. Making his own money and having bodyguards to protect him is a life he hopes to live for as long as possible. Unfortunately, that's not very likely. One look at these people told him that they would definitely be attending a school for professionals in the future. Unlike him, a thief by profession, who could only join the workforce. Even the job training schools don't accept the thieving profession. It's just too hard. 20 minutes later, they once again came into this primary secret realm to begin their journey of exploration. Wang Mingxing and the 4 of them fought in the front, while Wonryu stood on the side of the battlefield. With each successful use of the myriad hands, The smile on his face grew by one more point. Not far away, Lin Dai looked at Wenryu with a strange face. Why did this person love to smile so much? What can you, a thief with no future in the profession, do besides opening chests? What's so funny? Feeling Lin Dai's gaze, Wenryu lightly coughed twice to hastily control her emotions. Near noon. Everyone be careful, for humanoid-type source beasts have appeared ahead, and their level is somewhat high. Primary secret realm source beasts were mostly ranked 0 to 29, corresponding to the human's first order beginner to second order advanced. However, from yesterday until now, the highest they had encountered was just a level 20 elite. As for the number of level 30 to 39 creatures, they were few and far between, and you might not meet one for a few days, because most of them are cleaned out by official organizations. This kind of primary secret realm was only for them, the low-level professionals, to exercise in, and all the dangers were snuffed out. When Ryu glanced at the distance, there were 4 short-hunched humanoid creatures in black robes with black masks over their faces. Rickety assassin. Race, humanoid. Level, LV24. Attributes, strength, 130. Physical fitness, 100. Agility, 140. Intelligence, 70. Don't look at the high level, but the basic attributes were actually still a bit far from the level 20 elite source beasts. But for those of them in the first rank, this attribute is really a bit high. Sister Qian, these 4 attributes are a bit outrageous. The agility is as high as 140, and the strength is even 130. I'm going to shatter at the touch. Zhang Mingyu had a bitter smile on his face. He and Lin Dai are 2 brittle skins. If the other party comes over, they will surely die off. Zhao Qian looked at the 4 humanoid creatures in the distance with a glance as well and took a deep breath. The eyes turned sharp. I alone am able to withstand it. Counting my equipment attributes as well as my active skills, my physique can reach 350, and I'm able to withstand 3 rounds of attacks. I also have burst skills that can instantly second one person. Wang Mingxing raised his hand. I don't have a problem either. My divine fire gun is also capable of instantly securing one person. Lin Yan took a deep breath. Hiss. When Ryu was shocked as she looked at these 3, killing the second rank in seconds at the first rank. Are all your own bodyguards this powerful? At this time, these 4 people looked at Wenryu. Wenryu blinked her eyes. What are you all looking at me for? I'm just a thief. I don't have any attack power. I can't kill anyone in seconds. He glanced at his Windblade LV3. Even if he had, he couldn't use it. What are you talking about? We mean watch yourself. We can surely ignore you in a fight. Oh, don't worry. I'm a fast runner. Seeing Wenryu say this, they were relieved. The 4 of them discussed their plans while Wenryu stood on the sidelines rubbing her chin. If he remembered correctly, the 3 girls had just said that they were able to kill 2 in seconds. Ai chow. Wouldn't I lose 2 targets for my wonderful hands then? That's not good. At that moment a blinding white light appeared, and Wenryu shielded her eyes. It's Zhao Qian, which should be changing equipment. Only Zhao Qian's original light armor was gone and replaced with a heavy plate armor, and the heavy sword in her hand turned into a huge shield. The corner of Wenryu's eye twitched. Tell me, can this ing still be called a female? Is this purely a human female Tyrannosaurus Rex? The shield is still a 2-handed shield. Depart! From those vertical slits in the plate armor helmet came Zhao Qian's dull voice. The crowd stood behind Zhao Qian and advanced, and after walking a certain distance, Zhang Mingyu and Lin Dai stayed where they were, which was their safe distance. Wenryu bent down and continued to follow, using the tall weeds to hide her form. 10 meters away, the 4 humanoid creatures turned their heads to look at them. Zhao Qian changed from walking to running, and her speed was not slow at all, instantly coming in front of the 4 assassins and smashing her shield on the ground viciously. It's a taunting skill. Wenryu came to the edge of the 5-meter range almost instantly, going down with 4 myriad hands in a row and retreating directly. Because Wang Mingxing had already taken his scythe at this point and picked an assassin up into the air and started dancing in place. This was followed by a flaming lance of about 2 meters grazing Zhao Qian's ear and shooting one of the assassins. And the place where the assassin was shot was like melting. The wound instantly expanded and a red 488 damage popped up. After running back to Lin Dai near the 2 of them, Wenryu looked behind her, only to see that Wang Mingxing was really just like a dance, his body turning back and forth. The scythe in his hand kept attacking, while the thief in the sky simply couldn't fall down. -88. -102. -111. One by one, the numbers popped up. When Wang Mingxing stopped, the assassin fell to the ground when he fell from the sky. And all this happened in just 2 seconds. The other 2 assassins also came out of their taunt state. However, under the poor pursuit of the 3 people facing them, they soon also drank the northwest, but the time spent was much longer than the first 2. Phew, luckily, I have the instant outburst skill, otherwise I really may not be able to solve it. Lin Dai sat cross-legged on the ground, wiping the sweat from his head. Sister Dai, when did you learn this skill? They hadn't seen her use it even after coming here so many times before they arrived. It's been 10 days since I bought it. I can't use this skill. I don't have enough source power. Just this one time. It pumped half of it down. Lin Dai laughed bitterly. Wenryu sat quietly on the sidelines, not interjecting, nor did she have time to do so. He felt like today was his lucky day, actually getting so many good things. Trigger wonderful hands. Gain skill, backstab LV4. Trigger mythic hand. Gain skill, sprint LV4. The remaining two are +9 to agility and +8 to constitution. It's just a big haul, isn't it? He tapped on the two skill descriptions. Backstab LV4, attacks an enemy from the back, dealing 200, plus 2x agility, damage. Sprint LV4, 200% increase in speed for 10 seconds. Although it was only a low-rank skill, it was sufficient in the primary secret realm. Wenryu was so happy that the corners of her mouth were grinning up to her ears. Chapter 11, Going to School? Then won't there be no bodyguard? An attack skill and a pursuit, escape, skill is perfect. Wenryu turned her head to the side, her eyes as fiery as they could be. These 4 bodyguards, they are fantastic. It's so cool that you can even up a level 24 source beast. Keep fighting. Apart from the level 24 assassin source beast that they had encountered at the beginning, the levels they encountered later were generally around level 10, which was very easy for their group. It was even easier for Wenryu. Every time he meets a source beast, he just runs and stays near it for a while, and this operation of Wenryu seemed a bit strange to them. Why did this person like to run to dangerous places so much? The other thieves hated to stay away from the danger, while he was directly watching the source beasts close by as if they were animals in a zoo. During this period Lin Dai had asked Wenryu, "No, why do you run forward every time? Aren't you afraid that the source beasts will strike at you?" "Ah, I'm just checking to see if there are any black iron chests around these source beasts. You also know that being unlocked by thieves and upgraded is to open chests. Besides, with you guys around, you'll definitely beat them to death." In response to Wenryu's bragging, Lin Yan readily followed. No matter what, she was also an explosive pyromancer, an existence of an S-rank profession. It was indeed worthwhile for Wenryu to say so. Looking at the things that kept appearing in her backpack, Wenryu grew happier and happier. These materials alone will be able to sell it for a little over $20,000 today. But he was also in pain. The items in the grid are stackable, but at this point, they already occupy 6 squares. This will be full if we get 4 more. Looks like it's time to get a slightly larger backpack after this trip back. It was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the squad stopped. "I can't rest for a while. I'm really too tired." Zhang Mingyu sat directly on the ground, sweat beading on his face. Today's weather in the secret world was a bit hotter than yesterday's, to the point of having a sizzling sensation on the skin. "It's true that I need to rest for a while. I'm dying too." Zhao Qian changed the armor on her body to a light armor after she finished fighting those 4 assassins. But even so, she was tired enough, and she had been at the front of the line. She saw an additional electric fan in her hand, followed by a small power supply. "Plug it in and turn on the fan." A warm breeze blew out. "The wind is a little hot, but it's better than no wind at all." "Sister Qian, what's with that plate armor of yours and that shield?" Wang Mengxing's words drew the gazes of everyone present. Wenryu was actually quite curious. Why didn't she use it yesterday when she fought that elite level source beast? I hadn't met a source beast of such a high level before, so the stuff hadn't been used. But after meeting that elite source beast yesterday, I realized that I had prepared less equipment, so I brought it with me today. Zhao Qian shrugged her shoulders. That plate armor was something she didn't want to wear if she didn't have to. It was just too heavy and stuffy. The world is in a state of semi-gaming, but the science is still there, like feeling hot in thick clothes. "Oh, so, I told you. I have to say that your outfit, it's really oppressive." Wang Mengxing suddenly realized. Wenryu couldn't help but think of the humanoid female Tyrannosaurus Rex in the morning when she looked at the slightly more mature Zhao Qian. Whoever marries such a wife will be able to get their beat out of them if they get angry. Wenryu took the time to glance at her data panel, and it seemed that today mythical hands would be able to upgrade. After a break of about 10 minutes, the crowd set off again. The last 2 hours passed uneventfully, and they didn't encounter a single source beast over level 20. However, Wenryu didn't care at all. Today's harvest was already very good. What was the point of asking for so much? The most important thing, of course, was that they had been circling the periphery and not heading toward the center. These people were still clear about their own strength. They were still able to deal with a few level 20 plus creatures, but if they encountered a dozen or so, it would be better to forget about it. 5:30. It's over. Today's luck is rather bad. I actually didn't encounter a single box. Zhao Qian stretched her back, That gold case from yesterday was worth $100,000, and today it's $100,000 less straight away. It's already pretty good. With the amount of kills we made today, I feel like I'm about to advance to the first rank advanced level. Wang Mingxing said with a happy face. This is true. By the time we enroll in school we should have already entered the first rank advanced. The first exam can be passed perfectly, without even needing to prepare. Hearing their conversation, Wenruyu's heart thumped. If they go to school, won't he have no bodyguards? Wenruyu couldn't help but frown. You know, it's hard to find this kind of people who are stupid. It's hard to find the right teammates. Most squads won't let a thief join the team. It's hard to get. Ahem. Are you guys going to school? Then are you guys still coming to the secret realm? Wenryu asked after a moment of thought. Yeah, school is in a week. Don't you go to school? Forgot you're a thief. Sorry. Wang Mingxing rubbed the back of his head with an embarrassed face. The corner of Wenruyu's eyes jumped. If she didn't know that the other party was just like that, she would have thought that the other party was doing it on purpose. The secret realm is definitely something we want to come to. The professional school isn't a cultural school. It's more about practical combat. As long as you pass the final exam, the top doesn't care about that. Zhao Qian glanced at Wenruyu and casually returned. She paused for a moment looking at Wenruyu with an apologetic face. But, we might find a new teammate by then. And we might not be able to team up with you then. It's really nice to team up with you, but we'd rather have a strong teammate. If Wenruyu had the ability to fight, teaming up with him would actually be quite good, or at least there wouldn't be that much to do. The thought of finding a new teammate made Zhao Qian look sad. Wenruyu sighed inwardly. Are the 4 bodyguards going to leave now? Too bad. Won't this prevent us from entering the secret realm in the future? It's fine. It will take time for you to find teammates. I can team up with you first. Of course, the money still needs to be paid. Zhao Qian's mouth twitched. Is money the only thing in your eyes? 3 beautiful women here and you're talking about money? However, it was also because of this that Zhao Qian agreed to team up with Wenruyu. Upon returning to the barrier, the parties separated. After they left, Wenruyu sat there at the bus stop and checked her panel information first. Name, Wenruyu. Age, 18. Occupation, thief. Potential, grade C. Level, first order advanced. Attributes, strength, 45. Body mass, 47. Agility, 73. Intelligence, 41. Natural skill, lockpicking LV1, 2 out of 100. The one and only wonderful hands LV3, 2/1000. Skills, critical strike, X1. Wind blade LV1. Wind blade LV2, X4. Wind blade LV3, X2. Backstab LV4, sprint LV4. Wenruyu's eyes lit up, not realizing that the rank had reached first order advanced. You know Zhao Qian and the others haven't even gotten to advanced yet. Too bad there's no skill. Are we going to be a flat/king from now on? He then put his eyes on mythic hands, wondering how the LV3 attributes were. Chapter 12, When you make money. Of course you buy a bag first. Unique wonderful hand LV3, 0/1000 within 10 meters. 50% can steal a random item from the target. 25% can steal a random 1 to 10 attribute points from the target. 18% steals a certain cultivation level from the opponent. 7% steals an opponent's skill, one time. Can only be used on hostile targets. The experience value has been increased. The range has been made larger. And the probability has been adjusted. Not bad. Not bad. Genuinely good. At least now the steal attribute has gone from a fifth to a quarter, which is a big improvement. The only thing I'm a little disgruntled about is the one about stealing items, and the 1 in 2 chance. But no harm done. Wenryu called a cab and went straight to the trading hall, taking his number and sitting there waiting. It was his turn in 10 minutes. The staff on the counter was also stunned as soon as they saw Wenryu. Still here today? No. How is it that you, a thief, come here more often than a combat professional? Wenryu revealed a smile. Sell directly. The staff member nodded stiffly, took the machine and entered the other person's information into it, took out the electronic backpack, and told him to put his things in it. Boar Tusk X24. Tiger Penis X2. The staff member's eyes twitched at the sight of it, but it has to be said that on the tiger, this thing is really valuable, even more valuable than the tiger skin. Of course, that's talking about the asking price. As far as practicality goes, it's still a better tiger. This was followed by a bunch of items, far more than any other professional. The staff couldn't hold back this time. No, how many of you were in the squad that got so much? 5. Are you guys stabbing the source beast nest every day? Why are there so many things? And what about that tiger skin? Tiger skins are quite valuable too. Maybe for combat professions and auxiliary professions. This 1000 don't want it. But for a thief profession like Wenryu this was worth 2 black body treasure chests. Wenryu couldn't help but tremble when she thought of that tiger skin that had been cut all over by Wang Mingxing with a scythe. It's damaged beyond repair. Didn't take it. The staff nodded. And did. When fighting, who can guarantee that the hide is intact? Wenryu, I can. But it depends on luck. After the staff confirmed it one last time, they directly credited the money to Wenryu's bank card. Ding. $33.200 arrived. Yoo-hoo. More today than yesterday. So it seems like the quality of what I met today was pretty good. Too bad the backpack was so small and he threw away a lot of it. Or he could have gotten a couple thousand more. Gone huh? The workman nodded, then turned his head and prepared to call the next one. This time a message caught his eye. Hiss. First order advanced. Does that make sense? He couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it. Yesterday he was a first order intermediate. But how did he become advanced today? How long has it been since the awakening? A lot of combat professions haven't even reached advanced yet. Shall we say most? Awesome. Wenryu glanced at the 50,000 plus in her hand. She should be able to purchase a 20-compartment backpack. He went straight to the second floor. The first floor is for selling and the second floor is for buying. And the things that were sold here the most were those consignment items, taking up almost 80% of the entire second floor. Of course this is not the only floor that sells things. There are 5 floors in total. The second floor sold some low-quality equipment. The third floor was high-grade items. And the fourth floor was materials. As for the fifth floor, Wenryu wasn't very clear about it. It was said that only rich people and high-level professionals could go up there. But it had nothing to do with him, and he probably couldn't get on without a couple million. He didn't look at the other stores and went straight to a store selling backpacks. Hello, how much for a 20-compartment backpack? 40,000. Wenryu looked at the salesman in front of her with a shocked face. What did you say? The woman inside looked at Wenryu with a smile on her face. That's right. The 20-frame selling price is indeed 40,000. No. What about the 10 gauge? 10,000. Why is this price so different? In Wenryu's thought, 20 frames should be 20,000 only. Backpacks aren't paid for by the grid. The more compartments, the more difficult it is to make. If you think it's expensive, you can take a look at the 15-compartment one. It's only 28,000. The woman's voice was gentle. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. I'll buy it if you sell it for 20,000. But unfortunately he didn't dare to say this. I was thinking of keeping more money, but it's all back to the drawing board again. But it's okay, more or less 10,000 or so left. Alas, what else can I do? Even if it's expensive, I have to buy it. Wenryu walked into the store to pick out a backpack. These storage backpacks come in different styles. Wenryu instantly fell in love with an armbag-style storage backpack, which was much easier to wear. Not this one. This one is priced at $50,000. Wenryu looked at the other party with a shocked face. Didn't you just say 40,000? How come it's 50,000 again? This one is smaller and more difficult to make, so it's a bit more expensive. I suggest you take this one, which is the same as the one you're carrying behind you. These are $40,000. The woman looked apologetic. Wenryu took a deep breath. Not angry. But, how can you not be angry? He looked to the backpack. The size was a bit smaller than the one he was currently carrying. But isn't it a little weird to be carrying 2 backpacks? Although it's true that this backpack won't get bigger no matter how you put things in it, he'll still slightly affect the movement. Wenryu glanced at her balance and had to bow to life. Then I'll take this black backpack. A backpack is a backpack. Just be able to put more stuff in it. Anyway, the distance has gotten longer now. So just keep track of the distance yourself. The thought of the 4 bodyguards came to mind. Unfortunately, when the time comes, you'll have to go into the wilderness, and that speed drops immediately. But with this release distance, going to a farther location shouldn't be too much of a problem. Looks like we need to save up and buy a car first. After paying the bill, the woman sent Wenryu away with a smile on her face. A salesman from a side store approached. Sister 1, I'm afraid your commission for this order is not 3,000. Pretty much. I really envy your job. It's much better than the one I have. I only get a maximum commission of 500 for selling one. Harm. Your one is stable. Mine is not. Wenryu had already walked away, and he could probably cry to death if he heard that. He returned to the neighborhood downstairs, came to a supermarket, bought 2 bottles of good white wine as well as 2 cigarettes and went straight to Uncle Zhang's noodle store. If he hadn't read his father's letter, he wouldn't have known that Uncle Zhang was still related to his father. Carrying her things, Wenryu went directly to old Zhang Noodle House. Zhang Hongyu, who was watching TV, looked at what Wenryu had in her hand for a moment, then shook her head. You read the letter? Chapter 13, You Can't Learn How I Make Money. Wait, Wenru froze. Wasn't that the letter his father left him? Uncle Zhang. How did you know? Zheng Hongyu inhaled a mouthful of smoke and gently spat it out. His face complex. I watched your dad write that letter. Those things. There's no need to say anything. Keep those things to yourself. Since you didn't come to me in the first place, it means you have an answer in your mind. Zheng Hongyu shook his head, not allowing Wenru to continue. Wenru was a bit puzzled. Those two things were worth so much. Uncle Zhang actually didn't care? I know what you're going to say. I really don't care about that little bit of money. Let me put it to you this way. I have more than $1 billion in savings alone, and there are about 20 houses in Fengjing. Opening a store is just a hobby. It's not that I don't have money, Zheng Hongyu said with a calm face. The corner of Wenru's mouth twitched. You are really my good uncle Zheng. When I was poor and almost broke, you were asking me for food money. You actually told me you were a hobbyist. He took a deep breath and placed the gift on the table. After a moment's thought, he put his hand on the gift again, a pair of hands blocking him. Don't move. Since you've given it away, there's no taking it back. No, you've got so much money. It's not like I'm missing out on this gift. He'll get his blood back if he retires. It's not cheap. The gift cost you money. What does it have to do with whether I have money or not? Wenru's eyelids fluttered. You have a good point. He no longer dwelled on this, but asked Zheng Hongyu about his father. Guan Shan. I'm not sure where he is now, whether he's dead or alive. Originally, I was going to follow along, but your dad didn't allow it. The main reason is you. He asked me to take care of you. Take care of it? It's just to manage my bills every day, is it? Wenru has been too lazy to spit out. What was the mission? Do you know? I don't know. He didn't say anything to me. Zheng Hongyu shook his head. Then you should always know what my father's rank is. He was still quite curious about his father's rank strength. Zheng Hongyu scratched his head. How can I say this? I'm not very clear. If I have to say a rank, it should be the 8th order. Anyway, I can't beat him, that's all. But you also know the profession of the thief. The level of high and low actually has no effect, and there are no skills. The so-called skills are also paid for, and the skills that thieves can use are all generalized skills. What the hell? His dad is an 8th ranked thief. Although it was true that a thief's rank was unimportant, but a thief who wanted to ascend to the 8th rank, that difficulty was very tough. This point of skills in particular simply limited the strength of thieves to death. And even then, his own dad had hardened the thief to the 8th rank, enough to see how strong he was. Could it be that his dad had a token too? You know, the common thief is only 3 or 4 ranks, just for a little attribute. As for offense, people aren't looking for it. What about you, Uncle Zhang? I'm 9th order. Plop. Wenru sat down directly on the ground, really shocked by this news. His father's 8th order is already scary enough. The 9th order, this ing some invincible it. Thieves 9th order, crazy. Harm. It's not what you think. Let's put it this way. At one time I had tens of billions of assets, but 9 billion of them were used to enhance my strength. And it's normal that I couldn't beat your father in a sparring match. I'm the type of person with empty attributes and no strength. Zheng Hongyu waved his hand. This one Ryu did understand that some consumables, indeed, were able to increase their attributes. There are also squads you just have to pay to hire. And they'll cripple the source beasts for the hires to kill for most of the source power, thus reaching the point of leveling up. It's just $9 billion. That's a bit excessive. Uncle Zhang, can you teach me how to earn $10 billion? When Ryu looked at Zheng Hongyu with an inquisitive face. He just needs to learn this trick. Then does he need to worry about money? Let alone a 20-compartment backpack. He would buy any 100-compartment one. Zheng Hongyu had a difficult look on his face. You won't be able to learn this, so it's better not to say anything. Uncle Zhang, you're hiding something. See, you're so close to my dad. Just tell me. When Ryu pleaded. You really can't learn. Do you really want to hear it? Aha. Just as long as your dad leaves you 100 properties before he dies. And by the way, one of them has to be a villa to qualify. When Ryu regretted it, he shouldn't have asked these things. Zheng Hongyu smiled and didn't say anything, but took out a teapot and poured a cup of tea for the two. Whether it's about your father or about me, these things are not that important. Thief, in the first place, is not a very good profession. As for those things, just take care of them yourself. He looked at Wen Ruyu's eyes, but you have to remember one thing. The most important point of being a thief as a profession is to control your lust. Zheng Hongyu took a deep drag on his cigarette with a complex expression. This thing called lust can really kill you. Wen Ryu was silent. Lust? Is his desire to become a god of thieves a desire? He wanted to become the world's #1 thief. He wanted to become a powerful professional. Were these considered lust? But he has the unique skill. That thing. Well, you shouldn't be so serious. It's fine as long as you have the strength to support your desires. but just don't have desires that exceed your ability. Zhang Hongyu relit a cigarette. It was as if what had just happened hadn't happened. Wenruyu nodded heavily. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang. I'm still a person who values my life. But it would be better if you lend me some money to hire a few bodyguards. There's no money to borrow. Are you eating or not? If you're not eating, give me a chance to go home. Zhang Hongyu smoothly received the table gifts into the space backpack. Eat, eat, eat. Of course, I'm starving. After returning home, Wenruyu came to the bedroom. Naturally, he took the incense box from the drawer. Then his hand paused. Thinking for a moment, take out your lighter and light the incense. Dad, I'm not cursing you to die. The main thing is that you have been away for too long and have not come back. Uncle Zhang does not know whether you live or die. Right. If you're alive, then it's the equivalent of a blessing. If you're dead, then it's a tribute to you. But let me be clear. I'm not cursing you to die, haha. Wenruyu inserted the lit incense into the incense burner and looked at the photos on the wall. Under his breath, he muttered, of course I hope you're still alive. I still want you to watch from behind how I became a god of thievery and how I surpassed you. You must come back for me, or else I'll sell the house you left behind. Wenruyu shook her head and turned to walk out of the room. Then the sound of a shower came from the bathroom. Chapter 14, Don't care, after all you're just a thief. 1 week later. Wenruyu, this is the breakfast I brought for you. Lin Dai handed Wenruyu 4 small buns and a cup of soy milk. Over the course of the week, a few people had gotten acquainted. Thanks, I just didn't have breakfast today. Wenruyu took it. In fact, I had already eaten it in the morning. But since the other party had taken it, it was inappropriate not to eat it. Today is the last day. Tomorrow we're going to report for duty. Wang Mingxing had an unhappy face. Wenruyu looked at the rearview mirror with an amused face. This is not high school. And there is no culture class. There is so unhappy? Wang Mingxing sat up straight. Who told you that there is no cultural class? History of the Blue Star disaster. Source power and source beasts. Secret realm classification, exploration and risk avoidance are not all cultural classes. The final is to be examined. By letting her practice, she was able to guarantee that she would get S's in all subjects. But if she took the culture test, she would be satisfied with a C. The point is, she can't even guarantee a C. Wenruyu's corner of her eye twitched. This sounded bad to learn. Luckily he didn't go to school. He leaned back in his chair and opened his panel. Name, Wenruyu. Age, 18. Occupation, thief. Potential, grade C. Level, first order advanced. Attributes, strength, 75. Physical fitness, 71. Agility, 103. Intelligence, 68. Natural skill, lockpicking LV1, 12 out of 100. The One Wonderful Hands LV4, 831/10,000. Skills, critical strike, X1. Windblade LV1, X12. Windblade LV2, X16. Windblade LV3, X6, Backstab LV4, Sprint LV4. 6 days had allowed him to level up his myriad hands again. Having reached LV4, yet the experience of this demand had doubled tenfold again. It was simply terrifying. Based on about 300 experience points a day, it would take him at least 34 days to upgrade. This was still in the secret realm. If it was outside, it would take an estimated 60 days. Of course, this is according to normal circumstances. And now it's only half as long as it needs to be. Unique Wonderful Hands LV4, 831/10,000 within 10 meters. 40% can steal a random item from the target. 30% can steal 1 to 10 random attribute points from the target. 20% steals a certain cultivation level from the opponent. 10% steals the opponent's skills, one time. Can only be used on hostile targets. And can be used twice on the same target. The change in value is not important. What is important is that the same target can now be used twice. Seems like it's not that hard to upgrade to a level 5 problem. Then there was his own attribute points. At this time the total attribute points had reached over 300 points, which was already considered to be on the level of a theoretical second-order beginner. Unfortunately, the source power in his body wasn't up to snuff. One reason was because during this period of time, Wenruyu hadn't killed a single source beast, and hadn't even participated in it. Anymore, Zhang Mingyu was still involved and was able to get a portion of the source power, while he didn't even get 1%. The other reason is that his success rate in stealing target levels is so low. It's a 1 in 5 chance, but sometimes it may not happen even once in 10 times. It's too hard. But even so, Wenruyu was satisfied. The attributes are all this number. What more could he ask for? It's still the same secret place. Work hard today. Maybe I'll be able to raise to the second stage primary. After entering the secret realm, Wang Mingxing took out his scythe at the first opportunity. I'm almost there. You combat professions are just fine. I'm only just at the first rank advanced. Zhang Mingyu had a bitter smile on his face. This was the pain point of the auxiliary professions. It's too hard to raise your leveling strength. Wenryu just stood quietly and didn't say anything. Maybe it was because he saw that Wenryu didn't speak and was afraid that he would feel inferior. Wang Mingxing came to Wenryu's side and patted his arm. You don't have to think about it so much. The thief profession just needs to open more treasure chests. The level doesn't matter. What? A bunch of question marks came out of his head. I just stood and watched you guys talk. Why did you come over and comfort me? Believe it or not, I'll be able to make you cry with one punch right now. The prerequisite was that the opponent didn't use skills, and if the opponent did, he would be the one crying. Of course he could choose to use his skills, but he didn't dare now. The crowd set off straight away. During this period of time, this secret realm was already very familiar to them. High-grade source beasts hadn't met many for a while. The highest was the assassin he encountered that time, and the highest after that was just a level 20 normal source beast. At this stage, there wasn't a single threat to them, and they even had a battle against a level 28. Don't think that just because a source beast has a high level and high attributes that it's necessarily powerful. Consider their IQ as well. Perhaps this game came down with the fragility of humans in mind, and not much was left of the source beast's intelligence. Otherwise, the human race would have gone extinct long ago. This does not exclude the various weapons and equipment, jewelry and other attributes that are stacked on humans. Unfortunately, these things Wenryu couldn't afford them for the time being. Even after 6 days, he had just shy of 200,000 on hand. It may seem like a lot, but it doesn't actually purchase much. Low-level weaponry is not expensive. A few $1,000s for low quality is enough, and high quality is more than $20,000. Of course, Zhao Qian's piece of plate armor was an exception, and it was estimated that it couldn't be taken down without $100,000. And the really expensive ones are jewelry and some equipment with special properties. At that moment, a squad of 5 savages appeared in front of them. The level isn't high, only like 15. Trigger the mythical hand and get the brain of a savage, only to see one of the savages in the squad fall straight to the ground, and a red 999 flew out from the top of the other's head. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. That's the thing that's bad about mythical hand. It might just screw the other guy up at any given moment. It doesn't matter if you kill a low-level one, but if you kill a high-level one, Wenryu will cry to death. After all, he couldn't use the mythical hand on this corpse. Could he? What's the deal? How did a huge amount of damage just pop up out of nowhere? Probably ate some poisonous food. Is there such a thing? There are some doubts, but there are 4 others. Trigger the mythical hand and get the savage's stick. Trigger wonderful hands. Agility +2. Trigger wonderful hands to gain a small amount of source power. Only one of the savages' level changed from level 15 to level 14. Wenryu stood to the side, not showing any emotion, and continued to cast wonderful hands on the others. The 4 in the battle didn't notice the change in the rank of one of the savages. Rolling, the ground trembled, the ground cracked, and a black figure burrowed out of it. Chapter 15, accidentally changing the tide of war. Looking at the source beast in front of her, Wenryu swallowed her saliva. Good stuff indeed, but this is a bit much. Iron armored scorpion, elite, race, insectoid, level, LV 28. Attributes, strength, 235. Body mass, 335. Agility, 75. Intelligence, 90. A level 28 elite source beast's overall attributes had exceeded 700 points, while its physique was even as high as 335. How tough is that blood and defense? But, trigger wonderful hands. Agility +10. Strike trigger. Agility +9. Blitz trigger. Gain, tail spike. It's triggered the storm again. There's no one else's luck. The scorpion's screams were then heard. Only a -666 number emerged from the scorpion. Everyone in the room was at a loss. What was this? Self-harm? Or is there something poisonous on the ground? But now is not the time to gawk. We've been pretty lucky today. We've encountered an elite source beast, but his agility isn't too high. Only 756? Zhao Qian rubbed her eyes. If she hadn't been mistaken just now, it should have been 75. Why was there 19 points missing? What is this? Could it be that this source beast had eaten some kind of agility-growing fruit and the effect had worn off? Zhao Qian shook her head. There had been a lot of strange things lately. On the sidelines, Wenryu stole another one at the scorpion. Trigger wonderful hands. Strength +6. Hiss. Roar. The iron-armored giant scorpion darted towards them. An agility of 56 wasn't that high to be honest, but the 2 of them, Zhan Mingyu and Lin Dai, didn't even have the same agility as this source beast. This time, they didn't need Wenryu. The 2 of them, Zhao Qian and Wang Mingxing, were able to take them away. What do we do now? This scorpion seems to recognize us and is chasing even if it can't catch up. Lin Dai glanced back. The scorpion couldn't chase them, but they couldn't get rid of it either. On the side, Wenryu ran lightly, glancing back at the iron-armored giant scorpion every now and then. For some reason, he actually saw anger on the face of a scorpion? Could this be the difference between the source beasts and the creatures of the blue planet? It's better to slip away first. Soon, Wenryu ran faster than Zhao Qian and the two of them. One step was 3 or 4 meters away. No, isn't he a first-rank intermediate? How could his speed be so fast? Zhao Qian was puzzled. This speed was feared to be at the level of a second-rank beginner. Isn't the main attribute of a thief agility? Running fast should be normal. Wang Mingxing didn't feel anything. After all, she had done poorly in her cultural studies, so there was no excuse for thinking that way. Wenryu, wait for us. Hearing the shout, Wenryu slowed down. What's wrong? Hold on. Let me think of a response. In Zhao Qian's heart, she didn't treat Wenryu as a combatant at first, but now it's different. Thieves don't have strength because of insufficient attributes. However, Wenryu obviously had high attributes, and high agility meant high attack power, which was a characteristic of thieves. Of course she was only thinking about it. Thieves were too brittle. If this was attacked, they would almost certainly die. The level 28 elite source beast looked strong, but it wasn't unbeatable. At least it was weak in agility. Lin Dai tried attacking it with magic. Lin Dai reached out and turned his head. I can't turn my body. I can't aim well. This isn't a game where you have to aim for anything other than pointing skills. Wenryu, you come here and take her off my back. Ha! He heard something that made him carry Lin Dai down. I'm a guy. She's a girl. How bad is that? There's no distinction between men and women on the battlefield. Besides, Lin Dai hasn't said anything yet. You're a big man twisting your arms instead. Wenryu came behind Zhao Qian with a difficult face. Then I'll do it. Do it, just so I'm able to join the battle. With Lin Dai on her back, Zhao Qian was also unable to fight against her. Wenryu thought for a moment and directly carried Lin Dai off from behind Zhao Qian, casually carrying Lin Dai on his shoulders in a reversal. Lin and the whole person froze. Said, good hug you, how to carry me up again? Big sister Lin Dai. Do it quickly. You. Quite heavy, these 3 words Wenryu did not say. He was worried that his opponent would unleash a fireball spell on him. You're the big sister. Lin Dai hummed lightly. It's not like you can't unleash your skills if you're carrying them. Lin Dai used his left hand to brace himself on Wenryu's back, lifting his upper body up and pointing his right hand at the iron-armored giant scorpion behind him. A fist-sized fireball then flew out and hit the iron-armored giant scorpion with an explosion. -88. It could deal damage, but compared to his elite level and that high 300+ physique, the damage was minuscule. With her hand, a divine fire lance floated in front of her. Whoosh! Boom! -215. Zhao Qian. I can't. My divine fire lance can only deal over 200 damage. The magic resistance is a bit high. This is still after the strength increase. If it was before, I don't think it would even do 80 damage. Got it. Everyone spread out first. Lin Dai hit it again with a fireball. Good. The 3 groups dispersed, and Lin Dai released another fireball. -67. The attack is a bit off and deals even less damage. However, because of this attack by Lin Dai, the giant scorpion directly chased towards the two of them. Zhao Qian took a look and saw that there was something. Wenryu just ran with Lin Dai. Lin Dai attacked at half-minute intervals. Tell him to keep following you. We'll be right over. Good. Zhao Qian found Wang Mingxing and the two of them. Zhan Mingyu, wait for us here by yourself. There shouldn't be any source beasts around here. Zhan Mingyu swallowed her saliva. Big sister, I'm just a pastor. Okay, is it appropriate for you to let me stay alone in such an empty place? But what could he say? There was a level 28 elite source beast there. Well, I'll be right here waiting for you guys. Dreamstar, the two of us will go after him. And we must be careful of the giant scorpion's tail sword. That's its primary method of attack. As for the two pincers in front, as long as they're not in front of his line of sight, it won't be able to attack you. Wang Mingxing nodded and the two of them chased towards the back of the giant scorpion. Wenryu glanced back at the giant scorpion behind her. Good man, you are still following. If he hadn't been unable to do so, he would have given him a wind blade for all he said. Wenryu, the two of them are here. Let's seduce it and maybe we can actually kill it. I guess. Wenryu bristled. You guys think the giant scorpion is a little cutie. Its tail is very powerful. A tail. Sword? He snapped back, squinting at the location of the tail sword on the scorpion. Missing 3 sections. Wenryu thought it was just the front thorns, but she didn't realize that even the last 3 sections of the tail had been stolen off. Then, looking at it that way, it doesn't seem impossible. Hiss. He actually changed the battle? He had thought that it was just to try. Can't fight out, everyone run together on the end. Did not expect to really be able to beat it. Then he is not able to obtain a part of the material? They can't look at this amount of money. But Wenryu can. Chapter 16, Stomach? That's not a good thing to say. Wenryu carried Lin Dai and ran ahead, only 10 meters or so away from the giant scorpion. Wang Mengxing and Zhao Qian were behind the giant scorpion and kept attacking. A step is a step. And every number that pops up just doesn't go over 150. Zhao Qian's strength attribute was a bit higher, with each attack being around 110, while Wang Mengxing was a bit weaker, attacking less than 70 at a time. Wenryu glanced back. According to this situation, it was estimated that it would be done in 10 minutes. It was a hard-fought 5 minutes of you chasing me and me running away. Just as the dawn was ushered in, a green light flashed across the body of the iron-armored giant scorpion. The giant scorpion then turned around and attacked both Zhao Qian and Wang Mengxing. It's his recovery skill. Agility increases by 30% during this period. Run, 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 pull away. Wenryu quickly come and help draw. Let's take turns attracting. Zhao Qian turned around and took Wang Mengxing and ran backwards in a hurry. Wenryu stood still. What was this? Is this going to be a chase? It's true that you have to chase after it and pull this source beast back and forth and it dies. But before that, can you change my direction? The top is hurting my stomach. Lin Dai's voice was filled with sultriness. The corners of Wenryu's eyes jumped. Why are your words so ambiguous? What do you mean the top hurts your stomach? That's not a good thing to say. This is quite good. You can use both hands. Wenryu didn't give Lin Dai a chance to retort and directly darted towards the giant scorpion. Even if he was carrying Lin Dai, his speed was not comparable to the two Zhao Qian. Soon enough, they caught up with the giant scorpion and surpassed it. Walking side by side with Zhao Qian and the girls, Zhao Qian looked at Wenryu with a shocked face. How could he be so fast? It's just as well that you can run fast by yourself, but it's amazing that you can be so fast with someone. In the end, are you a combat profession? Or am I a combat profession? Even if it is a thief, agility cannot be so outrageous. Originally, her plan was to run around in a circle with the giant scorpion to Wenryu with the two of them. Wang Mengxing. Turns out people come on their own. Big sister Lin Dai. Hurry up and attack. I'm so tired. Boo. A fireball spell exploded, and the giant scorpion's eyes fixed on Lin Dai. Don't call me big sister. And I'm light. What are you tired of? Lin Dai was furious. Even if Zhao Qian was carrying her, she didn't say she was tired. The corner of Wenryu's mouth hooked into a smile. Let you talk about me. Hey, 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 you run. I'm really tired. Wait for me to slow down. Whoosh. The giant scorpion's pincers flashed in front of Lin Dai, and a strong wind grazed Lin Dai's face. Her hair was blown loose, and at this moment, she was as if she was a crazy old woman with no image. Its pincers almost hit me. Lin Dai felt like if he got even 20 centimeters closer, his head might have exploded. Oh Wenryu, hurry up. I almost died just now. Wenryu was flustered. He just wanted to tease Lin Dai, who made her voice so loud, but how it was crying. He hastily accelerated and pulled away from the giant scorpion. Ooh, you're obviously so fast. Why were you so close just now? I really almost thought I was going to die just now. It was scary. Lin Dai was crying while releasing skills to attract the giant scorpion. The main event could not be forgotten. Wenryu was silent, and he didn't know what to say. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. He sighed in his heart. Really women are just very troublesome. Dad not I do not find a girlfriend is that I will not I don't know. Suck blow. A good long blowing of the nose. Wait, you're blowing your nose on my shirt. That's a dress I paid 300 for. Brand name. Wouldn't it be nice to wash it? Boom. A fireball flew out. The sign cost me 300 and I'm afraid to get it dirty. I'll pay you 10 pieces, Lin Dai said through gritted teeth. Boom. Another fireball, larger in size than a moment ago and somewhat more orange in color. Minus 148. A bigger number big than before. Deal. You still blow your nose or not? I can rip your shirt into 4 square pieces for you. And I have pants if that's not enough. Just discount them if you can and I'll just go buy them myself. Wenryu's words changed and his tone became more gentle. Just like a neighboring brother. Lin Yan rolled her eyes. Discount, discount, discount. Boom. Another fireball. The damage became minus 78 again. Lin Dai looked at the change suspiciously as the fireball from earlier changed back to its normal shape and color. Is it just because you're angry with yourself? Hey, piss me off again? Aha. What the hell? Piss you off again? In all his life, he had never heard of anyone making such a request. Really? But don't cry I was just an accident. So hurry up. Lin Dai jumped a little. I meant it when I said I was tired earlier. Because you really are a bit heavy. Me so. A surge of fire went straight to Lin Dai's ceiling. She's heavy. She's obviously slender legs, not just a little taller, not just a 90, 60, 90 circumference. Boom. Minus 187. Boo. Minus 167. Boo. Minus 211. Loud clamor. The iron-armored giant scorpion eventually collapsed to the ground under the three people's attacks. A level 28 elite source beast was just kite to death. In the first instance, Wonryu placed Lin Dai on the ground and hastily backed away to pull away. Don't get mad, don't do it. You said so yourself. Lin Dai's fists were clenched, his teeth were closed, and his hair was scattered. Taking 2 deep breaths, he then replaced it with a smile. Of course I won't be angry. How could I possibly be? Only the smile was more or less like a forced smile. Alright, stop it. Wonryu, you're also involved in this fight? So you choose one thing. The most valuable things on this one are the pair of pincers, the eyes, this armor, and the tail. Sword? Zhao Qian rubbed her eyes. Where was tail sword? Look guys, this iron-armored giant scorpion actually doesn't have a tail sword. How is this possible? You know, this is one of its main attacks. Without this the combat power directly drops by half. Zhang Mingyu came running from the distance. What happened? Zhao Qian pointed at the tail of the giant scorpion and said it again. I guess it was a fight with some source beast and lost it, right? Zhang Mingyu said with a frown. They hadn't seen any other iron-armored giant scorpions either, and didn't really know much about that. Let's just say, now that the tail sword is gone, that one pincer is 1 share, the 2 eyes are 1 share, and the body armor is split in 2. The price will make a difference, but it's only a $1,000 difference at best. Then I'll just take one of the pliers and forget about it. I'm not doing anything anyway, just carrying people and running. A loud intake of breath sounded around Wonryu. I don't know when Lin Dai had already walked over. Wonryu gave an awkward laugh and lowered her head. Well, that's settled. Chapter 17, Zhao Qian's suitor. Warrior. After distributing the supplies, the group walked out of the secret area through the gate. Wonryu glanced at Lin Dai. It seemed to have returned to normal. Then she shouldn't have to be careful. Wonryu. He looked at Lin Dai. Duh. Little sister. There's something going on. Lin Dai gave him a blank look. Open the collection code. I'll give you a discount. How can this be a good idea? Actually the clothes aren't that expensive, but if you have to give it, it's not so much for me to refuse you. Wonryu said as she opened her cell phone to pull up the collection code and placed it in front of Lin Dai. Even he entered the numbers all right. Lin Dai clenched his fists and took out his cell phone to scan the code to pay. The account arrived at $3,000. Wonryu happily put away his cell phone. Thank you big sister Lin. His clothes are the 39 pieces of clothes bought at the ground stall. This next rage to earn $3,000. Comfortable. You're the big sister. Call me Sister Lin. Okay, Sister Lin. Wonryu nodded her head in a hurry. When Lin Dai walked away, he muttered in a low voice. It's already big. The group drove and soon returned to the quarantine. Wonryu's entire body relaxed. Back here, there was finally no need to worry about source beasts popping up from nowhere. He glanced at the other 4. Unfortunately, these 4 are going to school tomorrow, and I don't know if I'll ever meet a bodyguard like this again. Wonryu, we're going to school tomorrow. Wang Mengxing waved his hand. Well, have a good day at school. Wang Mengxing's originally happy expression instantly froze on his face. There were still people sending such blessings? Wonryu, do you not have a girlfriend? Ha, you know all that? Wang Mengxing's shoulders collapsed. I knew it. It's weird that you can find a girlfriend by talking like that. Wonryu rubbed her chin. Is that so? But I don't think there's anything wrong with what I said. Right. Isn't it good for you to go to school and wish you a good time? Wang Mengxing rolled her eyes. As long as you're happy. Zhao Qian, who was on the side, came over and pushed Wang Mengxing to the side. We'll start school tomorrow, so we won't be coming over. It's actually quite good to team up with you. At least this speed is something I still recognize. It's really not easy to get Sister Zhao's approval. Wonryu smiled back. As for the team, we have no choice. As you can see, against a level 20 plus source beast, we're still very weak in dealing with it. If only you were a combat profession. I hope we still have a day to work together. Zhao Qian had a pitying look on her face. After all, such an agreeable team was still rare, but they needed a high-burst profession now, not a thief who could only open chests. One can only hope that all goes well. I can understand that. It's fine. If your teammates can't pick one, you can still find me. The price is cheaper for you. Just $5,000. Looking at the smiling Wonryu, Zhao Qian somewhat understood what Wang Mengxing had said. This Wonryu really couldn't speak. So if I recruit you as a teammate, do you still want money? Well, it's best if I can give it. After all, I'm really poor. Just kidding. I don't want your money if I become a teammate. Zhao Qian shook her head. We'll be together. Zhao Qian, you're back from the secret realm? From the distance came the young man with a straight figure and a stalwart face. A suit of armor gleamed. Wenru took one look at the way the other party looked at Zhao Qian and knew what kind of situation the other party was in. He quietly backed up and ran over to Zhang Mingyu. Guz? We just got back and the squad is getting ready to go eat together. Zhao Qian revealed a standard smile. The tone was gentle but the smile was fake. This was the comment given by Wenru. Guze, however, didn't care at all. Really? Is it okay to take me one? It was Wenru who looked at it and had to sigh a sigh of relief. How could this guy look even more handsome than him? This, Zhao Qian, you're here too. From the isolation zone gate there, a teenager wearing magic robes came. Zhao Qian's right eyelid jumped straight. What kind of luck is this for himself today? How did he meet all of them? Chu Xian, I'm planning to go eat with my teammates here. Chu Xian glanced at Guze, then looked at Zhao Qian. Do you need my help? There are more restaurants in my house around here. Wenru glanced at the new Chu Xian. Looks also strange eyebrows and eyes. Is this height according to the side of the Gu's difference a little? Brother Mingyu, sister Zhao Qian is quite popular. It's accurate to call a male a brother and a female a sister. This brother, called Zhang Mingyu that comfortable. Hey, Zhao Qian, that body really has no words. The people chasing her are especially many. However, you can't be deceived by appearances. There was once a man chasing her was beaten and broke his leg. With these last words, Zhang Mingyu's voice was faintly audible for fear of being heard by Zhao Qian. Wenru couldn't help but think of the plate armor girl from that day. The pure and innocent female Tyrannosaurus. This is still the first order. This is going to wait until the fourth or fifth order. Will it not turn into an ultimate Tyrannosaurus Rex? Dare to pursue Zhao Qian. Warrior Ah. Wenru's four stood together, and Zhao Qian's three stood together. Who can intervene in this kind of thing? In the end, under Zhao Qian's forcefulness, the two did not dwell too much, not wanting to leave a bad impression on Zhao Qian. It was just that when he was leaving, Wenru only felt these two people's eyes drifting towards him. There shouldn't be any problem. I'm just a part-time worker. Sorry for the delay. I meant to say, let's have a meal together. After being teammates for a week anyways, Zhao Qian had an apologetic face. No delay. I had a nice chat with Zhang Mingyu. Really? What did you guys talk about? Just chatting. Chat about the local customs and people. And talk about the parents. Zhang Mingyu said in a hurry. Zhao Qian looked at Zhang Mingyu suspiciously. Since when are you still willing to talk about these things? Ahahaha. Isn't this a case of meeting with Wenru at first sight? Couldn't help but chat so much. Ha ha ha. Zhang Mingyu laughed that awkwardly. Zhao Qian didn't ask again. And the group got in the car and went straight to the place where they were eating. Let's just make do. And if there's a chance in the future, go to my house and get a patio barbecue. Zhao Qian said while ordering food. Wenru hadn't spoken since she came in, only surveying the people present. The cell phone shows information about the restaurant. A 5-star hotel with ingredients from the secret world. The minimum spending for this kind of box is $50,000. Wenru did not understand. You're eating at a 5-star restaurant, and you need materials to kill a beast? Just that amount of material for one day is not enough to even get here for a meal. Then again, looking at the way these four people took it for granted, they knew that they came here to eat often. However, Wenru did not ask more questions. Whether or not they can still meet after today is a question. What is the point of knowing so much? Today he had one mission. To eat. Chapter 18, Selling Materials and Buying Weapons. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Wenru opened her eyes. This lazy sleep is quite comfortable. He used to get up at this time of day to clean up. And since going to the quarantine, he's had to get up early every day, 8 or 9 days in a row. He just couldn't understand. Weren't these combat professions sleepy? He stood up and went straight to the bathroom. Sound of a crash. After 40 seconds or so, Wenru shivered. Phew, that's suffocating. Simply wash up and go straight to the trading center. Yesterday was a great acquisition. It's still the same window, the same person. It was really fate that Wenru saw each other. The staff was also stunned to see him. Why didn't you come yesterday? These days he was used to this thief who kept showing up, bringing a bunch of goods every day. Although the quality was average I guess, but this amount wasn't normal. I went to dinner yesterday, so I came over early this morning. Enter information and place items in the electronic backpack. Wolfsbane X88. Wind Demon Wolfheart X4. Iron Armor Scorpion Tail Sword X1. Iron Armored Scorpion Left Pincer X1. Hiss. The staff stared in disbelief. This thing was something a first rank could get? Iron Armored Giant Scorpion Tail Sword, grade A material. Iron Armored Scorpion Left Pincer, B grade material. These two were good things, and to be able to rate them at grade A, they were at least an elite level source beast. And for the Iron Armored Giant Scorpion to reach the elite level, it had to be at least level 25. It was more or less outrageous that this thief had gotten these two things. The grade of the material didn't have much to do with the level of the source beast, but rather with the rating. But these are not absolutes. The C-rank materials produced by level 50 source beasts are much better than the A-rank produced by some level 30 source beasts. There is a standard for all specific judgments. You're not robbing any squad's loot, are you? The staff looked at Wenryu with a skeptical expression. This thing is going to kill him to say he hit it out of the park. Wenryu shook her head. I'm not crazy yet. How could I possibly rob someone else? Just lucky. The staff member barred his mouth. Watching you make money makes me want to go outside the quarantine zone. This one-tail sword alone is worth $20,000, and this pliers are worth $10,000. These two things alone are $30,000. That's 6 months of my salary. Wenryu raised his eyebrows. Although he knew that the price of this item was high, he didn't expect it to be so ridiculously high. Let me ask, is that the price for all grade A materials? The staff member shook his head. Of course not. This thing depends on the production. For example, the tail feather of the level 10 elite source beast red kite is also a grade A material, but the price is 1 million. The price of the grade 80 elite source beast jade rabbit's grade A material is just 10,000. Whether a material is worth something or not, apart from the yield, are those most basic, grade, rating, race, and so on all have some relationship. Of course, the most important thing is the attributes, but there's no need to worry about any of this. The trading center's daily prices are updated in real time. In the end all the items worked out to be over 50k. Another deposit has been made. He glanced at his backpack and then shook his head as he thought about the backpacks for sale upstairs. Make do with what you've got. He's afraid he'll get a liver ache listening to the salesman's offer. Walking out the front door, Wenryu glanced at the time, just 10:30 a.m. Should I look outside the barrier myself? With his current attributes, it wasn't impossible to go. As long as he didn't encounter a large number of swarming source beasts, he didn't have much of a problem. What's more, he was using his myriad hands. It's not like he was actually hunting ferocious beasts, but it's time for a new weapon before then. Up to the second floor then. It wasn't that he didn't want to go up to the third floor, but there was no need. It's just first order equipment. Going to the second floor is enough. Wenryu wandered around and found a weapons store. A quick glance at the clothes of the people inside showed that this was a rented store, not the trading center's own store. Boss, are there any weapons and equipment suitable for thieves? The strong man in the store looked up at Wenryu. If you're a thief, go for the dagger. Actually, weapon or no weapon is of little use to thieves. Just those skills are useless for. The kills are so weak you can't even look at them. Wenryu picked the corner of her eyes. Although the words are so, you don't have to be so blunt. But think about it, it's clear that it's a thief with main agility, and the skill actually counts strength. Isn't that a joke? For self-preservation, you can take a look at these daggers. By the looks of you shouldn't have been awakened for long either. Is a first-rank weapon enough? What's the approximate price point? First-rank daggers are inexpensive, ranging from 2,000 to 50,000. 50,000? First order? I'm afraid you're not a bandit by profession. Hey, don't think it's expensive. 50,000 a dagger is even better than some second-rank daggers. The burly man took out a pitch-black dagger and handed it to Wenryu. Take a look. Shadow dagger. Level, first order advanced. Quality, grade A. Damage, 25 to 33. Additional, 1. 5% chance to cause a binding effect for 1 second per attack. Wenryu raised her eyebrows. Actually having additional attributes. This was really rare. Even some of the third and fourth ranked weapons had some that might not have additional attributes. It all depends on the strength of the blacksmith. Of course, most of those source beasts had weapons with them, the kind Wenryu couldn't afford. How about it? Selling this attribute for 50,000 isn't too expensive. The materials added in it are grade A materials. False high. $40,000 I'll take it. Deal. Give it high. Wenryu shook her head helplessly. You're really a crooked businessman. Uncle. How can I say it's a treacherous businessman? A first-rank advanced weapon or with additions. This price is very reasonable. Even though you can't utilize the power now, when you're third rank you'll be able to do so. The burly man took out his card swiper to collect the money in a hurry, and the weapon was handed directly to Wenryu. There's a rule for trading here. That is, the seller proposed price buyers feel unsuitable cannot buy. But if the buyer proposed the price of the other party agreed to have to deal. This is a rule set to prevent some people from deliberately messing up. When neglecting you can also choose not to buy it, but you will have to pay a penalty of 30% of the item's pricing. That's just the rules for the second, third and fourth floors. As for the fifth floor, it's full of high-level professionals. What kind of rules can there be there? Uncle, how much does this cost you? You're the one who's older. I'm only 22 this year, okay? When Ryu looked at her boss, who was covered in muscle mass and had a bearded face close to 2 meters tall. You said 42 or believed. Okay. Not to mention you have a big bald head. Duh. Brother, how much does this dagger of yours cost? The boss hesitated. It's not like I can't tell you. It's a done deal anyway. The cost of this on your hands is actually quite expensive. I spent 7,000 on the purchase. Pust. Solid. No wonder this boss directly on the deal. If he shouted 30,000, this boss estimate or deal. Chapter 19, Reaching the Second Order Beginner. When Ryu glanced at the equipment store in the distance and casually bought a cheap leather armor. Having these 2 items is enough. Next stop, Suburbia. He felt so close to upgrading right now. And with a little more effort he could reach the level of a second order beginner. Especially if you were to hunt the source beasts yourself. It might only take a few of them. 2 hours later, as the source beast in front of her fell to the ground, when Ryu felt the source power in her body go all over her body again. And his rank came to second order beginner. Name, Ryu. Age, 18. Occupation, thief. Potential, grade C. Level, second order elementary. Attributes, strength, 92. Physical fitness, 80. Agility, 141. Intelligence, 71. Natural skill, lockpicking LV1, 12 out of 100. The One Wonderful Hands LV4, 1245/10. 000. Skills, heavy blow, X1. Stifle stick LV1, 0/100. Weapon strikes the back of an enemy's head for 50, +1. 5 strength, damage and a 30% chance to inflict a 2-second stun. 10s. According to the official speculated data, his current attributes far exceeded those of an ordinary second-order primary professional, and could even be said to have reached second-order intermediate data. Of course, these are theoretical values. Second-order skills appeared. Sure enough. That's the skill. The second skill of all thieves is this thing. Very much in keeping with a thief's profession. If it was any other thief, the damage wouldn't really be much. The common thief's strength was just around 50 when he was a second-rank beginner. But he reached 92 points. And this one muffler skill coupled with the weapon's own damage attribute could deal over 200 points of damage. Even if you take away some damage level gaps, defense reductions, etc., that's still 120 plus damage. It's just more damage than Lin Dai's fireballs anyway. The damage is secondary, possibly to compensate for the profession of thief. The skill Stifle Stick also comes with a whopping 30% stun chance. This is the highest chance stun skill known, and it's still a 2-second long skill. Most importantly, ignore the rank. That's right, there's no level restriction on it. However, such a skill given to thieves, apart from bullying low-level source beasts, high-level source beast thieves would not dare to make a move at all. Ordinary thieves have poor strength and constitution, and belong to a profession that breaks at the slightest touch. No thief really dared to get their hands on it, but it was different when it was in Ryu's hands. His myriad hands were able to help him steal attributes. There are no such problems at all. Good skill. Maybe I can make a cameo as an assassin myself. Then he shook his head. Assassins could be stealthy. Not him. Trying to team up with someone else on this is simply not possible. Try the skills to go first before you say anything. When Ryu stood up and continued to dart towards the distance. At this point he had reached 20 kilometers from the barrier and was in a dangerous limbo position. The number of source beasts in this neighborhood was much higher than near the quarantine zone. And this was as far as Ryu's could take it. After all. Wind Demon Wolf. Race, Wolf. Level, LV15. Attributes, Strength, 90. Physical Fitness, 80. Agility, 112. Intelligence, 35. The source beasts here were generally around level 15. With only a handful of them existing above level 20 or even reaching level 30. That kind of Ryu could be dealt with. But it was too dangerous in his opinion. Only this one with low attributes suits him. After all, safety is the most important thing. Trigger Wonderful Hands. Agility +7. Trigger Wonderful Hands. Strength +4. Trigger Wonderful Hands. Wolf's Teeth X2. Trigger Wonderful Hands. Large Intestine X1. When Ryu ran around a dozen wind demon wolves. There's no way to stand in the wind and be spotted at once, so you can't run without it. Did it seem like something messed up just now? After all the myriad hands were used up, 5 of the demon wolves fell to the ground. Some died outright, while others lay on the ground wailing. But no matter what, it was good for Ryu. He only needed to deal with the remaining few demon wolves now. He casually drew his dagger and went straight for one of them, slashing it down. -488. Weakness blast damage. 1-hit kill. It then immediately retreated. 2 wind blades flew out from Ryu's hands. -350. -244. The one that didn't die. He stepped forward to fill in. In less than 3 minutes, all of the dozen or so demon wolves were dead. Its killing speed had already caught up with Zhao Qian and the others. The only waste of time is gathering materials. The set of skinning, boning, and pulling of teeth will take at least half an hour to an hour. If he was teaming up with Zhao Qian and the others, he didn't need to get these materials. After all, he only needed to utilize the myriad hands to upgrade in squad combat. After all, they weren't going to bother getting these worthless items. But not his own words. This one-win demon wolf price is more than 2,000. What a pity to waste it. When Ruyu stayed here until 5 o'clock in the afternoon before she started her return trip, took a look at the day's haul and it was perfect. The mythic hand was cast quite a few times, and materials were gained and leveled up. It's just perfect. At his current rate, he was expected to ascend to the advanced second rank or even the junior third rank by the end of September. That's terminal velocity. 1 week later, boo! A 3-meter-tall humanoid source beast fell to the ground, and when Ruyu gasped for air, nuts, keeps coming after me. He kicked the body on the ground hard. When Ruyu had been walking nicely when an elite source beast suddenly sprang out. He glanced at his personal information and the skill was nearly half used. Pit bull. Glancing at the stone axe on that other hand, it was even more heartbreaking. This weapon can't even be sold for money. What a pit. He came to the area where this origin beast appeared just now. It can't be a guardian source beast, can it? It is important to realize that the probability of encountering an elite source beast in the wild is actually not very high, but the high probability of encountering one is due to the existence of a treasure chest. He looked around carefully and found a silver treasure chest in one of the bushes. It's a silver treasure chest, and there's no telling what will appear. When Ruyu used the unlock skill on the silver treasure chest, the keyhole of the treasure chest made a clicking sound after that, the vibrations becoming more and more pronounced as time went on. There was a crack where the keyhole had been. When Ruyu took a deep breath and launched the unlock once more, a few seconds later, another crack was created. 30% success rate is pretty low. There's still one last chance. His palms were all sweaty at this point. You should know that this one treasure chest can be sold for $30,000 if you are lucky. Even if it is cheap, it will be $20,000. Spell it. Unlock the door. The box began to vibrate again, and as the vibration was created, the locking holes in the top began to turn. When Ruyu's breathing became more and more rapid, it was so close. Almost. Click. The box opens. Chapter 24 Bodyguards are back. Acquired Poison Dagger X1. Acquired Water Attribute Crystal LV2. Small Berserk Potion X10. 3 items appeared directly in his backpack. This one Water Attribute Crystal was a big profit. Water Attribute LV1 price is only about 1,000, but LV2 is directly tens of thousands. Even the worst properties are worth at least 10k. If it was a fire attribute, 30,000 would be able to sell it. Water Attribute Crystal LV2 increases water attribute skill damage by 5%. Gee, it's not good. It's not bad. It's just a little over $10,000. The small berserk potion was skipped directly. It was of little use to him, and the price was not very high. He looked to the turquoise dagger in his backpack, which looked much better than the one he was holding. Weapons and equipment. In addition to purchasing them in the city and obtaining them from the source beasts, there is another way of obtaining them, and that is from treasure chests, but the odds are low. One piece of equipment may not appear in 10 chests, and they must be silver level or higher, and quality is a big issue. So getting weapons from chests was just a joke that everyone thought about in case they came across it. He casually held the dagger out. Hardened dagger. Level, second order intermediate. Quality, grade S. Damage, 38 to 58. Attachment, 1. Each attack is accompanied by a poison attribute attack. The target will bleed out at a rate of 5 points/second for 5 seconds, and can be stacked up to 5 times. Inlay, Poison Attribute Crystal LV3, triggers an effect once every 30 seconds. After dealing more than 50 poison attribute damage within 5 seconds, applying an additional 100% of the poison attribute damage dealt within 5 seconds. It's alright to say he's a third order advanced equipment. The high base damage and the fact that it's actually set with a LV3 crystal is unbelievable. He glanced at the hilt of the dagger, and there was indeed a turquoise crystal. He thought it was a decoration, but he didn't expect it to be a crystal. According to the introduction of this dagger, the attack not only has attack damage, but also has toxic attribute damage, plus the effect brought by the inlay. Attacking 4 times is a high burst of damage, and for assassins who go the route of using poison, it's simply a godsend. In their hands, various poisons can do almost 400 points of damage in one hit when used. Luck is really good. This weapon is estimated to be able to sell for as much as 300,000 possibly. But in the end, when Ruyu decided to stay, although he didn't have the poison attribute skill, the additional attribute was there, and that was enough. Wait until you're in the middle of the second order. Then change your weapon. Wonryu had just returned inside the quarantine zone when her cell phone rang. Looking at the name displayed on the phone, he raised an eyebrow. Sister Zhao, why are you free to call me? I must have time tomorrow, even if I don't. Good, then it's a deal. Hanging up the phone, Wonryu got into a cab and went straight to the trading center. He didn't expect that Zhao Qian would actually give him a call at this time, or that he was talking about forming a team to go to the secret realm tomorrow. Looks like their teammate choice didn't go over very well. The secret world. What a place. He hadn't been there once this week, and really didn't have the team to accept a thief into the fold. The next day, Wonryu, we're here. Wang Mingxing bounced and ran over, still with the Zhao Qian trio behind her. How's college life? If you don't mention college, we'll still be good friends. Wang Mingxing looked exasperated. This week's classes were killing her. Luckily college didn't have to go to class every day, as long as she passed her exams. This is just great news for her. Wonryu, what price today? Zhao Qian joked. 5,000 can't be no. Without you guys hiring me, I'm running out of money to live on. Wonryu had a sad face, as if she had had a week of hard times. You can forget it. We gave you almost $70,000 just for those 7 days. That's enough for a normal 3 months. And you're still crying poor. This does not still need to buy treasure chests to upgrade. Of course the spending is big. Wonryu hurriedly said. By the way, didn't you guys find the crew? The 4 men looked at each other inside. Lin Dai shook his head and said, I've looked for them, but it's just too hard to find the ones with the right strength, character and personality. You are unaware that the ones with similar strength to us have their noses in the air, so I really don't know what there is to be condescending about. She had an S-rank burst of fire magic, and she didn't even say nose punch, so for the time being, we're going to team up together again for a while. How about a cheaper price? Zhao Qian took the opportunity to mention, geez, you guys are so rich, it's not that bad, is it? Finally, after half a day's negotiation, Wonryu reduced it to $1,000, but the materials he had to take up a quarter of it. According to Wonryu, make a hard-earned money. Half an hour later, the crowd once again entered this familiar beginner's secret realm, and the crowd changed their equipment and advanced. That said, didn't we meet 2 men last time? I see that they are both quite strong and seem nice. Why didn't we pull them into the team? You'll have to ask your sister Zhao about that. They won't do it. Zhan Mingyu leaned over with a smirk on her face. Zhan Mingyu, if you want to die I can fulfill you. Zhao Qian slanted a glance at him. It was already, but still not allowed to say. You see it, Wonryu. Zhan Mingyu nudged her mouth. The crowd talked and laughed as they hurried along, and soon encountered the source beasts. Wonryu held her dagger and stood at the back, chatting with Zhan Mingyu while using her myriad hands in a nice way. Sure enough, it was still this type of grouping that suited him best. When the gang had finished killing, Wonryu directly made her move to fetch the materials. Isn't that the way he wants to fight? How nice. The only downside is that the upgrades are too slow. After all, the amount of rank source power stolen was still too small to be as much as a direct hit. However, there are gains and losses, and the experience gained by mythical hands can be quite a bit. At noon, the crowd found a clearing. Wang Mingxing took out a dozen lunchboxes from his backpack. Everyone, eat quickly and we'll catch up afterward. I'll be damned. It's going to be so scrumptious. Face-sized crabs, 3 jumbo lobsters, and those 3 big boxes of grilled lamb chops, and just 4 boxes of veggies. It's okay, I think it's just right, Wang Mingxing said casually. Wonryu's corner of the eye twitched. If these 4 people weren't rich daughters, he would have eaten him the wolf colon he acquired yesterday. Or keep part of it for eating. Ahem. Wonryu, are you willing to team up with us? Zhao Qian coughed lightly. Cough cough. You're saying you want me, a thief, to join your team? Wonryu almost choked to death on a mouthful of soda. Of course he wants to be on the team, but how does it sound like there's something wrong with him being asked to come in when he's not showing anything right now? Have you guys encountered any problems? Wonryu asked as she glanced at them. Chapter 21, Joining a Team. Lin Dai immediately spat out. It's not that Chu Xian. Many people have received his warning. No one in the entire academy is even teaming up with us. Zhao Qian was embarrassed on the side. After all, that was considered her suitor. The point is that she also made it clear that she didn't want a relationship, but the guy simply wouldn't give up. No, aren't you guys also rich second generation? Is he even better than you guys? Wonryu felt strange. It's only logical that the rich kids shouldn't get so upset with each other, especially if you're pursuing someone else. That's not true. Our families are pretty much the same between us. Even if he's strong, he's not that much stronger than us. But those students are different. They're not from this class, so they're scared. Lin Dai shrugged. Wenryu looked at them speechlessly. Big sisters, I'm also an ordinary family, okay? If this knows that I'm joining you, it won't kill me. In his eyes, that Chu Xian looked quite elegant and easygoing, but he didn't expect that he would actually be so outrageous. He wanted to be on the team too. How nice to have 4 bodyguards for free. But he really wasn't strong enough right now. What if the other side got themselves? Don't worry about this. With the 4 of us he wouldn't dare to touch you. Zhao Qian quickly spoke out. Then didn't you guys say the same thing to the others? Wenryu didn't believe that they hadn't said it to the others. Since it wasn't found, there must still be a reason. As much as he wanted to upgrade, his own safety was more important. If this were to be killed in the wild, the wilderness does not dare to get dead. After the death of a professional, the watch will send the death information back to the Awakening Hall headquarters, which will have all the video records of the last day. Of course, this record is only for the hour before death, not the rest. But in case it comes after you, that's not good either. Harm, you don't have to worry about that. He's only rampant in school. He can't do anything about it outside of school. Lin Yan waved her hand. Wenryu corner of the eye twitched. Combined with our kind of cannot go to school alright chant. There's no problem joining, but if the other party threatens me, I can be the first to quit, haha. This has to be said first. After all, safety is most important. Not to mention that I'm just a small thief. He's going to be a god of thieves. You promised. That's fine. You don't have to care about the rest. Zhao Qian waved her hand, and the matter was settled. Wenryu sat on the side, looking at these 4 people, and nodded with satisfaction in her heart. 4 bodyguards to hand. Perfect. As for that Chu Xian, if he dares to be hostile towards me, humph. He must let that Chu Xian know what cruelty was. As long as he was hostile to himself, the myriad hands would not be a vegetarian. It's possible to steal him twice a day, and steal a level off him in a month. In the middle of September, Wenryu's rank came to the middle level of the second order, and her attributes had even reached an unbelievable level. And the credit for all of this was because of Zhao Qian and the 4 of them. With these 4 people, he could safely and boldly use myriad hands. We're going back. We have class tomorrow and we'll go out the day after. Yes. Wenryu waved her hand. The first thing that followed was selling materials. He glanced at his bank card and the balance had come to $620,000. Gee, it's true that professionals just make money. But when Wenryu thought about the items upstairs, this amount of money was nothing. Back downstairs in the neighborhood, Wenryu glanced at the store on the side of the road and turned to walk in. When he came out again, he was carrying a bottle of white wine and a cigarette. Although Zhang Hongyu sometimes pit him, but how to say is also his father's friend. Bring some gifts to visit is also should be. When he came to the noodle store, Zhang Hongyu was still watching the TV with a cigarette in his mouth. Uncle Zhang, your store's business has been too bad lately. If it's bad, it's bad. It's just a hobby. I'm not interested in making money. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. Not interested in you still chasing me for money. This matter said what he could not forget. Then Uncle Zhang can give me 2 houses, so that I can experience the joy of collecting rent for a few months. I see you want farts to eat. I didn't think you'd actually bring something to the door. What good thing happened recently that you're actually so willing to give it up? Zhang Hongyu looked at Wenryu with some curiosity. It was very difficult for a thief to advance, and he was able to advance to this level purely by money. As for Daddy Wenryu, that's pure genius. Well, it could be something else, but Wenryu he is a pure thief, and money is even less. As for his dad's skills, is that even hereditary? Sort of. Today I'm at the middle of the second order. How much? The cigarette fell from the corner of Zhang Hongyu's mouth to the ground, looking at Wenryu with a shocked expression. If he remembered correctly, he had only been outside for a short while, right? How could this be at the second rank? Looking at Zhang Hongyu's surprised look, Wenryu was particularly soothed. You're surprised, kid. Second order intermediate. Small token. Nothing to be proud of. Zhang Hongyu felt that how Wenryu at this time had a kind of feeling. He should know that he had paid for a squat for a month before he could barely reach the second rank beginner. This is more or less. Hiss. He couldn't really have inherited his father's talent. Could he? That's not scientific. That's right. It's true that you shouldn't be proud. Leveling up is useless. You need to raise your lock opening skills to the top. That's what's really great. It's not too late to be happy when you're able to open diamond treasure chests. Wenryu glanced at Zhang Hongyu speechlessly. If only lock picking was that good of an upgrade. How could it be that easy? He briefly chatted with Zhang Hongyu for a while, and after eating and placing his gift here, he headed towards home. Zhang Hongyu silently lit a cigarette looking at the faraway Wenryu, his eyes obscure. Guan Shan, your son is so much like you. I don't know if he can open that chest. It's a pity that you used an SS rank token. If you had used an SSS rank, you would have been able to open that chest. I also don't know what's inside that chest. I'm really curious. Extinguishing the cigarette in his hand, Zheng Hongyu looked at his information card. Name, Zheng Hongyu. Age, 43. Profession, Grand Thief. Level, 9th Intermediate. Well, there's still a need to go to the Advanced Secret Realm a few times and upgrade to the 9th Order Advanced earlier before I can do that. According to Wenryu's current speed, we should be able to use the token in October, right? When Wenryu returned home, the first thing she did was check her personal information. At the current rate, at the end of the month or the first half of next month, the 3rd Order beginner shouldn't be much of a problem. He could use that token after that point. Oh God of Thieves. Here I come. Name, Wenryu. Chapter 22. I'm not a member of their team. I'm hired. Name, Wenryu. Age, 18. Occupation, Thief. Potential, Grade C. Level, 2nd Order. Attributes, Strength, 147. Body Mass, 121. Agility, 194. Intelligence, 98. Natural Skill, Lockpicking LV1, 54 out of 100. The One Wonderful Hands LV4, 4148/10. 000. Skills, Thorn Twist, X1. Stifle Stick LV2, 1/500. Weapon strikes the back of an enemy's head for 100, +1. 5 strength, damage and a 35% chance to inflict a 2-second stun. 10s. His current attributes definitely far exceeded all the ordinary combat professionals now. As for whether he could exceed those S rank or above, Wenryu wasn't really sure. After all, each one has slightly different attribute values. But Wenryu wasn't worried about that. As long as he insisted on using the myriad hands, anything was possible. 2nd Order Primary. At the current rate, it won't be much of a problem to reach 3rd Order Primary in October. Wenryu had one thought right now. Get to the 3rd rank early. He had the strength to fight now. But he still had to think twice about fighting in front of other people. Frontal combat is unthinkable. Only sneak attacks. Otherwise there's no way to explain the intensity of your strength. It was more or less outrageous for a thief to be stronger than someone's combat profession. The next day, since Zhao Qian, Wang Mingxing and the others had to attend classes, Wenryu headed outside the quarantine zone by herself. Wenryu, right, didn't you go out with Zhao Qian and the others today? Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Wenryu turned her head to look at the armored Guzei. Wenryu looked confused and pretended not to recognize him. That paladin who met you guys that day. How come you're the only one today? Where are Zhao Qian and the others? Guzei looked around and didn't find Zhao Qian and the others. They have class today. Don't you have class? It dawned on Guz, so they have to take classes. I don't need them. It wasn't clear why the other man wasn't in class, but it had nothing to do with him. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. As for what was going on between them, Wenryu did not want to get involved. Let's just say, women and stuff are the most troublesome to mess up. In case the other party was the same as that Chu Xian, one would be in bad luck. He didn't sense malice from his opponent, though, as the mythical hand was unavailable to him. Take it easy, are you on their team? Guzei looked at Wenryu. Wenryu hurriedly shook her head. No, it's just a hiring relationship between us. The primary secret realm requires 5 people to be able to go in. I'm just one to make up the numbers. How much did they hire you for? It just so happens that one of our squad didn't show up today, so it's a good way to make up some money for us. Wenryu stretched out 2 fingers. 20,000? It's quite expensive. While his mouth said it was expensive, his hand was not slow at all, and he took out his cell phone directly to pay. Wenryu also ghosted 1 second to pull up the payment code, bringing her agility to the forefront. Ding! $20,000 in the account. Well, follow our squad today. Let's go. Wenryu just followed behind Guzei in a daze. 2 seconds later Wenryu was jolted. Why did she take out her cell phone just now? He hit his right hand with his own left hand. You say you have nothing to take what cell phone out? Now it's good. People have made their payments. What can we do? However, Wenryu still believed in this ability of the myriad hands. It couldn't use it, then there was no problem. Soon, Wenryu followed Guzei to join the members of their squad. The entire staff of 4 is male, not a single female. I can't believe it's still a monk team. It's pretty good. To introduce you all. What's your name again? Wenryu. I paid to hire him. He's been following Zhao Qian's squad to make up the numbers before, so you don't have to count on him, haha. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. Granted, it's true, but you need to stop saying that in front of me. Wang Mingxing even said I can't talk. Here's another one who can't talk even more than me. Don't mind me, little brother. Our captain is a bit straight talking. Is this a matter of being straight? It's obvious that you don't have a brain. But with this body, the brain is probably full of muscles too. It's okay, I didn't have the strength in the first place, and I did make up the numbers. Seeing that when Ryu herself had said so, the other party did not say anything else. A group of 5 people walked towards the gate, while a small group came up on the side as well. But after seeing the man in the other party's lead who was wearing magic robes and had a gentle smile on his face, Ryu only felt that today was really unlucky. Why don't you people go to school? Why do Zhao Qian and the others go to school? He was literally at his wit's end. Gu Zhe, are you guys going to the secret realm? Chu Xian glanced at Gu Zhe's group and saw Ryu at a glance. Yeah, why are you going too? It's a pity that we don't always go by the way. And we don't go with you even if we go by the way. Gu Zhe hugged his arms, his eyes looking slightly downward at Chu Xian. Chu Xian did not care about that. Isn't that one from Zhao Qian's team? Why is he here with you? Chu Xian looked at Ryu with a smile. Can't you pay for a hire? I'll leave if it's okay. I'm in a hurry. Gu Zhe swept past Chu Xian and led the group away. Ryu passed by Chu Xian and nodded smilingly. Triggered by the magic hand. Intelligence +8. Trigger wonderful hands. Gain skill, Thunder Gun LV2, X1. Sure enough the other side was hostile to him. Have it. You can't do anything to kill me anyway. But I can make you a slow invalid. He still didn't believe that the speed at which his attributes grew could be as fast as he stole them. Chu Xian watched Ryu leave. His eyes filled with sinister cruelty. The woman he had his eyes on actually had someone else who dared to get involved. If it wasn't for the strong official management, he would have said anything to teach the other side a lesson. He frowned, wondering why, as if something in his body had left him. Maybe it's just him. Chu Xian opened his personal information panel and his eyes instantly widened. What happened to the attributes he had managed to raise over the past few days? How come it's gone? Ryu followed Gu Zhe and they came to that primary secret realm. He rubbed his hands together. Today is really not hands, purely use skills on the line. That's cool. He glanced at the skills he had just acquired. Thunder Lance LV2, coalesce the lance of thunder and lightning, inflicting 300, +2 intelligence, on the target, with 50% triggering a paralysis effect lasting 1 second. Holy, 300 base damage alone. This skill is definitely high quality. It feels stronger than even Lin Dai's. Ahem. Ryu, I have something I want to talk to you about. Gu Zhe looked at Ryu with a twisted face. That, I like women. Chapter 23, A Thief. Then I'm relieved. Gu Zhe's cheeks twitched. You say this as if who likes female men? Ha ha ha. This terrified face of Ryu's, coupled with such a loud voice, directly made the other 3 team members laugh like crazy. Smile my ass and laugh. Hurry forward. Our goal today is to hunt 300 origin beasts. Gu Zhe's eyes widened as he swept over the trio. Okay boss. Don't worry boss. The 3 of them walked in front, with Gu Zhe and Ryu falling behind. I actually just want to ask what Zhao Qian really means to me. I quite like her. Gu Zhe's voice was small, afraid that others would hear it. Ryu raised her eyebrows. I'm not sure if you're asking me about this. We're just in an employment relationship. Give me money every time I'm done, and then it's gone. As Gu Zhe listened to these words, how come the more he searched for them, the more wrong they tasted? What do you mean? You'll pay when you're done? Look, you guys have been teamed up for so long. How come she and those teammates of hers talk about this kind of topic too? Right? It seems like they talk too, but it was about Chu Xian. Gu Zhe frowned. That hypocrite? What's so good about him? One thing on the surface and one thing behind the scenes. This kind of person is the most disgusting. Ryu nodded in agreement. Zhao Qian and the others said the same thing. Originally, at the beginning of September, they weren't even going to hire me. It was because this Chu Xian wouldn't let anyone else team up with them that I was hired again. So, I have a chance. Ryu glanced at him. Where the hell did that come from? He was somewhat unable to keep up with the brain circuits of this Gu Zhe in front of him. This should, right. Hearing Ryu's reply, Gu Zhe had a happy face. That huge palm, bang bang, slapped twice on Ryu's shoulder. In the future, you can rest assured that you'll team up with Zhao Qian and the others. And if Chu Xian finds you in trouble, you can come to me and I'll fix it for you. The corner of Ryu's mouth twitched. This person in front of her felt as if her brain wasn't working that well. By the way, I haven't asked you about your occupation yet. Thief. Thief. Then I'm relieved. Zhao Qian won't like such a trashy profession. I was a bit worried when I saw that you were a bit handsome, but now I'm not worried at all. Ryu took a deep breath. Mo angry. This person's brain is missing a string. There is no need. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Gu Zhe didn't care, and Ryu was happy to be able to stop. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was both paying and acting as a bodyguard, he would have said anything to get out of here. Captain, source beasts have been spotted ahead. Go, kill the source beast. It's just the 4 of us who will do it. Wenryu is a thief and can't help. Guzei hurriedly walked forward. A turquoise dagger appeared in Wenryu's hand, and after a few seconds it was taken back into his backpack. Wenryu looked at Guzei's back. When there is an opportunity, I will say anything to pick you once. Just say it once or twice, and keep saying it. Wenryu calmed her inner bad mood and hurriedly followed her as well. In case these source beasts were killed, he wouldn't be able to get anything. After arriving at a range of 10 meters, Wenryu hurriedly used myriad hands. Triggered by the magic hand. Strength +2. Triggered by the magic hand. Ghostface Spider X2. Trigger Wonderful Hands. Ghostface Spider Venom X1. Wenryu grabbed the back and released her skills, while Guzei and the others killed in the front, working together quite perfectly. The time passed, and at 12 o'clock noon the crowd stopped to continue, casually sitting on the floor, ready to eat. Wenryu looked at these 4 people and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. How nice it would have been if they had hired him all along. In just this morning's 2-hour period, they had hunted over 130 source beasts, and he had really made a fortune with this wave. At the current rate of progress, before going back in the afternoon, not to mention 300 source beasts, even 400 would be possible. The only pity was that these people were in too much of a hurry to get there, and he was not able to get a single box. Let's just say there are pros and cons. 10 minutes later, Wenryu followed behind the team with a confused look on her face. You guys are eating too fast. He had just finished eating a loaf of bread when Guzei finished all of the 2 boxed lunches. It's 2 large portions. No. Are you guys in such a hurry? Are you in a hurry to get back? There's no rush. It's not thinking about killing more. Alright. Maybe it was because she was used to being with Zhao Qian and the others. Resting for half an hour after eating had become a habit for Wenryu. It was more or less uncomfortable to be cold and become the way it is now. But that's good for him. Until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Wenryu was impressed with the team. Eat fast. Hurry up and kill fast. There were several times that Wenryu didn't have the time to cast myriad hands, but fortunately, such quantities weren't too many, and she didn't lose too much. This one day today is almost as much as the previous 2 days. He really wanted to tell Zhao Qian now that he was joining Guzei and the others tomorrow, but unfortunately, the others' team members were back tomorrow as well. Pity. Back to the quarantine. I'm telling you something, you get on it, haha. Wenryu looked at Guzei in confusion. What is it? He didn't even know what Guzei had told him. Was it important? See, you're not on the ball here. Just tell me what Zhao Qian likes and how she treats me. But, 10,000 for a message. It's not. If the information helps me a lot, I'll give you $50,000. It's not about the money. If I can make Zhao Qian deepen her impression of me. 500. 000 for one message. Don't worry. From now on you are my big brother. Big brother's business is my business. When the time comes, not to mention the information, even her black silk, I will get it for you. Wenryu said with a serious face. Guzei looked at Wenryu with a stoic face. Wenryu's heart thumped as she said the last sentence incorrectly, only to see Guzei come in front of Wenryu. The sense of oppression from that height and stature was too great, only to see Guzei slowly lowering his head. Wenryu swallowed his saliva. Big brother, what are you going to do? This is a little scary. That black silk is unnecessary. I'm not that kind of guy. No. Do you have to be so serious about something like that? Ahem. I misspoke too. How could I? Of course, if you do get it, I can't let you work for nothing, can I? I'll take $1 million. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched as she looked at the somewhat squirming Guzei in front of her. What a strong man with thick eyebrows. That can actually come out of your mouth. But $1 million. I don't know if Zhao Qian is willing to do this business. When the time comes to buy a box of their own, she wore a piece of their own to give a piece of the 250-50. It's okay to split the bill 70/30ths. Wenryu was jolted. That was a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. He was afraid that he wouldn't want to die. Chapter 24, will you let me earn or not? He. Well said, but don't expect too much. I just casually said that we are all decent people. How could we possibly do such a thing, right? Wenryu looked embarrassed. He just casually said how this person still took it seriously. Of course, he definitely wasn't afraid of Zhao Qian knowing. He simply felt that this was wrong. Guzei had an I understand expression on his face. I understand. Then that's it for today. We'll leave first. Wenryu looked at the other party's departing figure and shook her head. She really didn't know what was so good about Zhao Qian. It's just that the legs are longer, wider and bigger. What can you see in the armor? He shook his head and turned away. Hiccup. Poof. A giant tiger fell to the ground. Ah, you teamed up with Guzei yesterday? Zhang Mingyu looked at Wenryu with a surprised expression. 3 pairs of eyes then looked at Wenryu. Wenryu looked at Zhang Mingyu with a speechless face. Chatting with you is chatting. What are you suddenly doing so loudly? This time it's good. Everyone's looking over. Zhang Mingyu scratched his head when he saw this. I'm not shocked. My fault. You just pitched to fit you. Lin Yan, who was on the side, leaned over first. How were you two able to form a team? Didn't you guys have class yesterday? They didn't, and there was just a shortage of people on the team. So I joined in. Paid to hire you two? Wenruyu had a smug look on her face. That's for sure. I said you guys just paid to hire me. And he did. Zhao Qian and Wang Mingxing also came over. And Wang Mingxing asked curiously, how much did they spend? Wenruyu extended 2 fingers and gestured. Ha! You ask us for 10,000 and it's 2,000 when you get to him. You don't like men, do you? Wang Mingxing looked surprised. Zhang Mingyu hurriedly took a step across the room and smoothly pushed Lin Dai forward. The corner of Wenruyu's mouth twitched. He now felt that not only was Gu Zhe's brain problematic, but this Wang Mingxing and Zhang Mingyu were also problematic. It's 20,000. How can it be 2,000? Good lord. How is it that you, a thief, are making more money than even the supporting professions? Strange. Lin Dai spat out with a speechless face. Alright, everyone, stop chatting and grab a bite to eat. We have to continue in the afternoon, Zhao Qian said in a hurry. Wenruyu breathed a sigh of relief. This matter was finally over. Ruyu I'm really sorry about earlier. Zhang Mingyu walked over once again. Wenruyu rolled her eyes. Next time you hear something, don't have such a big reaction. I'm really afraid of being pitched by you one day. Don't worry. I can't screw anyone but you. Wenruyu shook her head and casually sat cross-legged on the ground. He was just about to take the food out of his backpack when a lunchbox appeared in front of him. You eat this? It's an extra portion that I had the family nanny make on purpose. Zhao Qian's face was soft, with a smile on her face. Wenruyu swallowed his saliva. Being solicitous for nothing was either treachery or theft. He had to remain vigilant. He had heard that Zhao Qian's hometown was Chuanfu, and he had grown up in Chuanfu since he was a child, and only came to Fengjing in high school. There might be something behind that expression. No need. I brought a boxed lunch today as well. Wenruyu hurriedly took the food out of her backpack. A boxed lunch indeed. Seeing this, Zhao Qian didn't force herself, but sat directly across from him. Seeing this, Zhang Mingyu quietly got up and left to sit at Lin Dai and Wang Mingxing. Wenruyu's heart was pounding. Wouldn't Zhao Qian know about yesterday's chat with Gu Zhe? I don't think so. If I knew, I would have been furious already. And I couldn't wait until now. The two just sat and ate in silence. Instead, the 3 men looking down from the far side of the room were talking. Sister Qian, what is this situation? Zhang Mingyu asked as she took a sip of water. Wang Mingxing shook his head. I'm not sure. It shouldn't be anything. It's just simply sitting together to eat. Zhang Mingyu shook his head. Simply eating? You can forget it. There's something going on here. I reckon it's related to Gu Zhe. And it's no secret that Gu Zhe is pursuing Zhao Qian. And Wenruyu teamed up with Gu Zhe yesterday. I guess Zhao Qian just wants to know if something happened yesterday. Lin Yan, who was at the side, guessed. Why else would you say that a woman's sixth sense is terrifying? And this is getting close to the truth. As for why Wang Mingxing didn't guess, then who knows? Isn't it just teaming up? What's wrong with that? Wenruyu is a thief. Isn't it a good thing to have someone to team up with? A few people were whispering and laughing. The two on the other side of the room were looking at each other. Wenruyu also wanted to speak up. This atmosphere is really too dull. The most crucial thing was that this Zhao Qian was sitting here, and he was really stressed out. Sorry. I also didn't expect you to be able to meet Chu Xian yesterday. You guys didn't have anything happen, right? Chu Xian nothing happened with Gu Zhe. That's it? After half a day. It turned out to be because of yesterday's Chu Xian Wenruyu's hanging heart was finally put down. She thought she was going to say something about Gu Zhe. Gu Zhe is indeed able to help you, and he isn't afraid of Chu Xian. It seems that your relationship is still good, so I'm relieved. That's certainly not bad. After all, we were teamed up together yesterday. Wenruyu was all smiles. It is a little cute to have money and not earn it. He also took the opportunity to look at Zhao Qian's boxed lunch, remembering the food in it. This one message is $10,000. Then I'm relieved. I was worried that Chu Xian would find trouble with you yesterday. Don't worry about it. As long as you guys say you're hired when you introduce me. Wenruyu waved her hand. The two fell silent again. I'm done eating, so I'll go over there first. Well. Wenruyu looked at Zhao Qian, who stood up and completely sort of sighed in relief. How much for a message? What message? Wenruyu was startled in her heart, then looked at Zhao Qian with a blank expression. Zhao Qian narrowed her eyes at Wenruyu. She knew it. This Gu Zhe didn't change his ways either. Every time he looked for someone, it was such a routine. Team up first, make a good relationship, and subsequently pay for information. What words can be said and what words cannot be said. You should know. I won't delay you in earning the money. And anyway, those news will be able to be asked even if he inquires himself. But some hidden news about me. If you dare to tell him, don't blame me for not being polite. Wonryu nodded his head in a hurry. He wasn't stupid. But what is the hidden message? Anyway, I say yes. Zhao Qian turned around and returned to the Lin Dai trio. Wonryu skimmed her lips, and said let me make money as I please, and didn't tell me what the hidden information is. Who dares to say this? It's not pure bullying. Ru, what did you guys just talk about? Zhang Mingyu asked with a curious expression. Nothing. Zhao Qian asked me what you and said talked about, and I said you liked her in stockings. Tonight she's going to get you to go and make you look good. Let you hide from me just now. I can't scare you to death. Chapter 25, it's better to throw this thing away. Zhang Mingyu gulped. Really fake. You guess. Holy, you won't really pit me. Zhang Mingyu looked at Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian also looked back at this side, and Zhang Mingyu instantly stiffened. Wonryu skimmed her mouth. You don't look at the direction of the other party's eyes, as far as it goes. After eating, the group continued on their way. I have to say that this secret realm was cleaned up. All of them were low-level creatures, and the higher-level ones couldn't be seen at all. Wonryu looked at those items in her backpack and sighed softly. They weren't worth much. At 3:30 p.m., after the group had resolved 5 level 24 source beasts, a small group came from the distance. Sister Zhao, it seems like your suitor is here. It was really unlucky enough. It wasn't like the squad hadn't encountered them before. It was just that they didn't expect to actually encounter Chu Xian. This guy couldn't have come here specifically to look for Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian turned her head to look. Her complexion stunned, obviously not expecting how she would meet him here. It was only right to know that the other party's strength was higher than theirs and shouldn't have come to this secret realm. After coming out of this isolation gate, there are 4 primary secret areas. While this primary secret realm was for newly awakened professionals, the remaining 3 were secret realms for second-order professionals. It was only logical that Chu Xian should be in the other 3 secret realms. Zhao Qian, I didn't expect us to meet here as well. It's really fate. Chu Xian had a gentle smile on his face, looking harmless as a human animal. Humph, shouldn't you be in the other 3 secret realms? Zhao Qian snorted coldly. If that hadn't happened, Zhao Qian would still be able to talk to him properly, but there was no need for that now. Wonryu couldn't help but admire Chu Xian as she looked at the smiling Chu Xian. People's tone of voice is like this, but you didn't change your face at all. No wonder people call you a hypocrite. I got 2 new players, so I brought them over to get acclimated first. Even if you know it's fake, you can't say anything. Chu Xian looked at Wonryu with contempt in his eyes, but the corners of his mouth still carried a smile. Is this your newest team member? No, we paid money to hire them. Isn't it all thanks to you? The Chu family's great young man. Zhao Qian looked at the other party expressionlessly. Chu Xian shook his head. You're blaming me wrongly for this. I just casually said it. Who knows they took it seriously. But this also shows that these people are not reliable. I am also helping you. After saying that, Chu Xian even sighed. Wonryu mouth corner twitching. This word you can say out. This dog do not believe it okay. That's a pretty unique way to chase someone. He had again? Attempted to unleash a skill at Chu Xian. Triggered by the magic hand. Intelligence +8. Just know. This one is pretty hostile to himself. Hey, you're the one who ran into the gun, so you can't blame me for that. Trigger wonderful hands. Get shining staff X1. Strike trigger. Get ordinary magic robe X1. Strike trigger. Get Maruko X1. This side of Wonryu's skill had just finished displaying, and on the other side, the clothes on Chu Xian's body disappeared into thin air. Exhale. A gust of wind blew by, and Chu Xian only felt a chill all over his body. He stiffened and lowered his head. Where were the clothes? The light then wrapped around him, and a moment later a new set of magic was on him. Cough. I'll leave first. Chu Xian led his team to leave this place in a hurry. After 2 minutes. Ha 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 ha. I really can't hold it in. Why are his clothes gone? Look at the way he just froze. So funny. I thought he took it off himself. Zhang Mingyu sat directly on the ground and patted the ground. Obviously this Chu Xian had let them out a mouthful of bad anger. It was especially fun to watch the other guy get defeated. And the only ones not laughing here were Zhao Qian and Wonryu. Zhao Qian's eyes narrowed as she looked at the contemplative Wonryu. If she remembered correctly, they had experienced a similar sight to this before. Only those were the clothes, or fur, or a certain leg bone of a source beast. She had suspected these problems before. After all, these things had never happened in previous groupings, but ever since she teamed up with Wonryu, something strange would always happen. However, Zhao Qian didn't have the intention to ask, because everyone's skills were supposed to be their own secrets. What was on Zhao Qian's mind wasn't how strange this ability was, but that since when Ruyu was able to undress others, that undressing, the corner of Zhao Qian's mouth twitched. He shouldn't have done such a thing, right? She glanced at Lin Dai. I don't think so. When Ruyu on the side didn't know that Zhao Qian had thought about it so much, and even if she did, it didn't matter. After all, he would be discovered sooner or later if he used his skills. Stealing is not a big problem, but a small one, and in his opinion, it was rather good for this ability to be discovered, because stealing items is, in his opinion, one of the worst of this ability of mythic hands, as long as others don't know he can steal attributes and skills. When Ruyu was looking at the thing she had just acquired at the moment, the staff and robe were nothing. It's just that last thing. Slightly compressed ovoid with smooth surface covered with a dirty layer of sheath. It shouldn't be that coincidental. However, the following presentation is straight up solid. Maruko, the birthplace of androgens and the residence of future generations. Hiss. This thing, it's more or less out of place in space, right? Ruyu, let's keep going. Ah well. When Ruyu followed behind the group, casually taking out those 2 pills from space and throwing them into the grass. 3 minutes ago, Chu Xian who walked away. The more he walked, the more he felt that something was wrong. Why did it hurt so much down there? At first he didn't care. It hurt more and more as time passed. Zimmer, give me a healing spell. A man with gold-rimmed glasses reached out and waved his hand, and a white light landed on Chu Xian. That pain weakened and then disappeared. Chu Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. Only that he always felt that something was strange. Why was it so easy to walk on his legs today? You guys wait here for a minute. I'm going to use the restroom. Chu Xian walked to the back of a tree trunk by himself and opened his pants to take a look. There was no problem. Could it be his delusion? He then reached his left hand in for a grip. Empty. Go back. When Ruyu and her group, who hadn't traveled far in the distance, were also startled when they heard the sudden shouts. This voice just now was Chu Xian? Zhang Mingyu asked with some uncertainty. After all, how could someone so gentle and elegant scream so hysterically? I think so. The tone is kinda similar. What's happening here? When Ruyu, who was walking in the back, turned around and turned her head to look at the grass not far away. It seems that she found it. Chapter 26, The Secret Place of the Treasure Chest? It's not that easy to find. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, when Ruyu and her group returned to the quarantine zone. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner today. Zhao Qian had a happy face. You buy dinner, I'll buy the barbecue. Then I'll just ask to sing. Other than one Ruyu, the others had happy faces. It was because in the afternoon, they had finally elevated to the second order primary. Entering the second stage meant that they had a new skill. It meant that they had increased their strength, and it meant that they could go to the other 3 primary secret realms. This time the place to eat was still the same hotel, and all kinds of delicacies from the mountains and the sea were served all over the place. Eating is luxury. When Ruyu held a large lobster in her hands and inquired, what do you guys mean by the other 3 secret realms? Since his father disappeared, he was able to skip classes and just screwed for money every day, so don't know as much about some of the concepts as they do. The main point, of course, is still that they are not taught in high school. Fongjing is surrounded by a steel mesh and assembled barrier built into the snow, Zhao Qian said as she put down the chopsticks in her hand. When Ruyu nodded, this he knew well. There are 4 isolation zones, east, west, south, north and south, each with 4 gates, and near each gate is a secret area. The gate we're going to now corresponds to a regularly cleared secret realm that doesn't have 2 high-level source beasts in it, and the number of teams is also very small. The ones who come here are all occupiers who have just awakened to a level that hasn't reached the second order beginner. It dawned on Wen Ruyu that he said how there were so few teams met in this secret realm. In the beginning there were more teams, and they were able to encounter a dozen or 2 dozen a day, whereas lately they were almost close to being invisible. And the other 3 secret realms are gates that haven't been cleared, where the chances of encountering level 20 plus source beasts are much higher than the ones we're going to right now. And there are even quite a few level 30 plus source beasts. And there's also the possibility of meeting boss-level source beasts among them, knowing that even the lowest-level bronze bosses have a chance of popping out bronze treasure chests. When Ruyu's eyes widened. What the hell? Bosses can actually drop treasure chests? No one told him that. Lin Dai, who was at the side, added, you've seen the treasure chests we met. The number of them is pitifully small. In fact, more treasure chests are dropped from bosses, and the number of bosses is actually quite high. It's just a matter of whether or not we can beat them. When Ruyu rubbed her chin, the treasure chest encounters were indeed few and far between, and most of them were just a matter of chance. Are there more treasure chests in the wild and fewer in the secret world? Lin Dai shook his head. Not really. It can only be said that there are more black iron treasure chests in the wild, but there are also many treasure chests in the secret realm. It's just that we went to a cleared secret realm. And this kind of secret realm doesn't just clear the source beasts, even the treasure chests are cleared. The official treasure chest selling spots you see in the trading center are cleared out. In the secret realm, there is a place called Treasure Chest Secret Place, where there are hundreds of treasure chests, ranging from black iron to gold. It's just that that place changes location every day, and the lucky ones are able to meet it. It's true that it's better to have a secret realm, and there's actually such a place. When Ryu swallowed his saliva, he couldn't wait to go to the secret realm right now to find that secret place. Not that I'm blowing you off. Don't think about the secret place. Not even one person may be able to find the secret place in a month. You have to know that thing is changing places every day. Wang Mingxing reminded. I don't know how many people want to be a secret land hunter, but as a result, they don't level up. They don't find the treasure chest, and they waste their time. When Ryu shook her head. Of course I know this, but it's always possible to take a chance. Just in case. That's true. I hope we can meet it once. All the treasure chests in there together are said to be worth millions. Hearing Wang Mingxing's words, Wen Ryu couldn't help but roll her eyes. You're all so rich, and you still care about so little. Wang Mingxing was anxious. This is different. This is something we obtained ourselves. It means something different. Well, it means something different. It's all money to him anyway. An hour later, the crowd walked out of the hotel and the next thing to go was KTV. In the KTV when Ryu looked at Lin Dai, lips slightly trembling, you are together. Do not know what kind of her singing? Lin Dai was also confused. I've sung it before. Not like this. Only to see Zhao Qian in front of him holding a microphone. And that voice that swallowed mountains and rivers came out of his mouth, which was even more powerful than the magic sound through the ears. Is she unable to drink? When Ryu looked at the small bottle of beer on the table. It should be fine. Haven't seen her drunk. Lin Dai said uncertainly. The corner of Wen Ryu's mouth twitched. You really aren't drunk, but it's a little bit of playing drunk. 2 hours passed, and Wen Ryu's eyes lost their color following the crowd. The others weren't much better, with Zhao Qian being the only one who was considered normal. Is the barbecue still going? Zhan Mingyu asked with a tired face. Why don't we just forget about it? Let's go home. Wen Ryu shook his head. He really couldn't take it anymore. Those 2 hours were torture. He proposed to end it early, but Zhao Qian said nothing. Said it was a good day to have a happy celebration. You're happy. We're dying of sadness. Barbecue for sure. A little hungry at this hour. Zhao Qian turned around and said, You're awake? Do you know what just happened in there? Zhao Qian looked at Wen Ryu with a puzzled face. I've always been sober. Isn't it just singing? Isn't it quite good? He nodded in resignation. It turned out that Zhao Qian was not drunk, but simply did not realize how hard she was singing. LOL, resign yourself to it. Instead of looking for some high-flying store this time, they found a ground floor stall. Are you sure this place can be delicious? Zhao Qian looked at the somewhat reflective table and for a moment didn't know whether to eat or not. The other three were similar. When had they ever been in a place like this? Even the barbecue was one of those big chain restaurants. And this is the first time this kind of place has ever been. Isn't this what you guys asked me to lead the way? This barbecue is absolutely delicious, you can rest assured. A few people could only nod and sit down. It's a good thing these benches are normal. Or they might not be able to sit down. It's not that they're pretentious, but they really have some difficulty accepting it. Boss, 20 lamb, 20 beef, 20 meat tenders, 5 lamb loins, 1 serving of roasted eggplant with leeks. When Ryu clicked and ordered a bunch of them, don't care if you eat them or not, order them first. Anyway, it's Shan Mingyu who pays, not him. When Ryu suddenly thought of the scroll in his house, but he couldn't describe it in too much detail yet. By the way, is there one of those things that is something like a treasure map? I'd like to experience what it's like to search for treasure. It must be fun. Chapter 27, this attribute is too strong, or we'd better pull out. Ah, I know what you're talking about. Treasure chest maps, the number of these things is actually quite high. At worst they're bronze treasure chests. That's what we were talking about before. Dropping from bosses. The so-called chance of dropping treasure chests includes this map. When Ryu nodded. So in that case, his family's mysterious treasure chest map was dropped from the boss? How the hell did his dad get those too? He shook his head. This was pretty weird. Soon the meal was served. Zhan Mingyu didn't care if the place was clean or not, and went straight to the hand to take it. He had long heard that this roadside stand tasted good and had never had the chance. Not to mention, the flavor is indeed much tastier than those big stores. Zhan Mingyu's eyes lit up. That's for sure. Did I find the store? Remember, you pay later. When Ryu had a smug look on her face. Don't worry. The three women glanced at Zhan Mingyu, who was eating deliciously, and hesitantly picked up a skewer each. Take the first bite and your eyes light up. This does taste good. The three of them just let loose and ate. The speed was not slower than Zhan Mingyu at all, especially Wang Mengxing, who directly transformed into a Tao Tai, with a string in his left hand and a string in his right hand. Hiss! I say you guys eat slowly and save some for me. Wenruyu hurriedly joined the fray. If you don't eat it, it's really gone. I don't know if it was because I was hungry, but in any case, I ordered this meal twice more before I finished it. Wenruyu glanced at the time. It was already 1 in the morning. Tomorrow, we can go to one of the other 3 secret realms, so it's better to go home early. It's getting late. Let's pull out. Yeah, I'll go do some math. Zhan Mingyu patted her stomach and got up to pay. The other 3 women leaned on their chairs without any image. Just now the 3 women had eaten more than even Wenruyu. Whoa, I'm definitely going to gain 2 pounds this time. Wang Mengxing was distressed. It's hard enough to be short on your own. If you get any fatter, the more I think about it, the harder it gets. Say let you be so gluttonous just now. A third of this table went into your stomach. Lin Dai rolled her eyes. Isn't that because it's so delicious? Wang Mengxing said with a stiff upper lip. When Zhan Mingyu returned, the 2 parties separated and went home separately. Early the next morning, Wenruyu arrived here at the isolation gate early by car. He waited here for less than 10 minutes before Zhao Qian's 4 arrived. We're still going through this door today? Didn't you say those secret realms were at the other gates? It's the same here. We'll just go straight through the outside, exit the gate and take out the vehicle. The group drove towards the upper right, and after roughly 30 minutes of driving, a primary secret space gate appeared in front of Wenruyu's eyes. There were so many more people outside the gate than where they had been before. Even the guard force was stronger than there. The guard force that Wenruyu saw alone numbered in the hundreds. Zhan Mingyu parked the car and waited for the crowd to get out of the car before stowing it in his backpack. It was still the same process. Still the same puzzled look. Wenruyu had gotten used to it. After entering the secret realm, he observed his surroundings. There's no difference between the environment here and the one before, is there? There really isn't much difference. It's almost all the same, except for some individual differences in the environment. Another difference is the size. Like the domain gate we went to before, it was only 20,000 square kilometers, while this one is 100,000 square kilometers. Wenruyu looked at Lin Dai in shock. What? 100,000 square kilometers? That's half the size of our province. It's too big, isn't it? He'd always thought it wasn't very large, but he hadn't expected it to be this big. What's this? The largest one of the primary secret realms reaches 350,000 square kilometers, but the official guess shouldn't be the limit, and any random one of the intermediate secret realms is millions of square kilometers. As for the advanced ones, they're all above 5 million at least. Lin Dai shrugged. Come to think of it, if there wasn't such a large area, how could there be so many source beasts? It was said that there was a location area in the secret realm that specialized in producing source beasts, and that place had an energy core. As long as the energy core was destroyed, this secret realm would also be able to close. At one time there were many secret areas in this area, and in the end, these were the only ones that remained, and all the others were closed. And in a location far away from the city, there were many unclosed secret areas of all levels. There were even some city ruins that were all above this kind of secret realm. People have been trying to get that place back for a long time, but unfortunately there aren't enough professionals to go around to do such a thing. The number of secret realms that close each year is only a little more than the number of new ones that appear. Alright, I'll give you a book to read sometime. Our purpose today is to hunt high-grade origin beasts. Zhao Qian hurriedly interrupted the two. Wenruyu also came back to his senses. He was looking for a treasure chest today. The group headed off into the distance. Just less than 10 minutes out, they encountered 3 teams, all in a hurry. There's just so many people here. 3 teams in just a moment. Yeah, because there are a lot of teams coming every day. It's normal to encounter a lot of people. If we want no one, we can only go to that kind of secret realm that is not guarded. But that kind of secret realm is too dangerous unless we reach the 3rd rank. Zhao Qian had a look of pity on her face. If they all reached the 3rd rank, they would be able to go to a farther secret realm. She glanced at Wenruyu and shook her head. Even if he had that kind of ability, it wouldn't be too useful for upgrading. It's a bit difficult to reach the 3rd order, but it wasn't a big problem. As long as the 4 of them reached the 3rd rank, they would be able to go as well. The big thing was to be more careful. Without going far, they encountered the first wave of source beasts. Wenruyu swallowed her saliva. Was this sure it could be beaten? Giant brute. Race, beasts. Level, LV 30. Attributes, strength, 350. Physical fitness, 300. Agility, 70. Intelligence, 130. With a total value of 850. Source beasts are just better than humans. He took the time to check it out yesterday during the night. Humans had just reached the 3rd order of beginner, and the lowest value was just 390. It's amazing how much difference there is between the two lowest values. And at the beginning of the second order, there is a minimum of 250 for humans and 550 for source beasts. In other words, Zhao Qian's total attributes for them were at most 300. It could also be higher than that. After all, it's a few S-ranked professionals anyways. However, the good thing was that the source beast's intelligence was not that high, and it was only the humanoid-type source beasts that were slightly more intelligent. The 5 giant power savage bulls were eating grass with their heads down, apparently not caring about Wenryu and the others. Really? Herbivores. Sister Qian, why don't we retreat? This thing doesn't look like it's that easy to mess with. Zhang Mingyu said with some worry. That's a whopping 350 strength. This touch damage is over 200. Who can resist this? It's fine. I'm shield level LV4. Defense plus 200. Chapter 28. How can you afford this kind of money? Rising to the second rank. My second skill is Shelter, which reduces damage by 10%. Wenryu looked at Zhao Qian. This is a real Tyrannosaurus Rex, combined with her plate armor. Her defense is estimated to pull 500, so it might actually work. An S-rank combat profession was good. It was much better than him as a thief. Unfortunately, I haven't had the time to spend money on skills yet, and both are abilities that increase defense. Zhao Qian had a depressed look on her face. Mostly, the right skills are just too hard to come across. In addition to the most basic skills that are awakened at each level, there are 6 more skills that people can purchase. This means that a person can only have a maximum of 15 skills. It's just that once a skill is learned, it's with you for life, and it's possible to wash it off. It's just a bit costly, so when it comes to learning skills, people choose carefully, and there are only 2 sources of those skills. One is to obtain them through source beasts or treasure chests, and the other is to specialize in one profession to craft the skills. Wenryu shook her head. Unfortunately, these had nothing to do with thieves. Most of those skills were for combat professions and support professions, and there was nothing at all for thieves to learn. Even if there are those that can be learned, their effects are castrated versions that are too difficult. Zhao Qian changed into plate armor and looked at the barbarian bull in the distance with a heavy sword in her hand. Lin Dai, try to attack one to try. If we can attract one over, we'll fight. If all come, we'll withdraw. The good thing is that this brute bull agility is only 70. The people run is certainly able to run through the past. Good. A small fireball flew out of Lin Dai's hand, hitting the closest savage bull source beast to them. Minus 144. That's a pretty low damage value. Not bad for a whopping 300 physique. This defense was really powerful. Moo! The savage bull that had been hit rushed forward, while the others remained grazing where they were. Take away, take away, take away. Go far away, fight. Not much of a problem as long as you can hit them one by one. After taking the brute bull 20 meters away, 4 yellow translucent shields surrounded Zhao Qian's body. A light then enveloped his body. Asylum. Zhao Qian clashed with the brute with her heavy sword held in both hands. Minus 76. That's the number that popped up on Zhao Qian. Wenryu secretly smacked her lips. This defense was really strong. It's amazing how little 350 power hits the body. With Zhao Qian pestering them, the others used their skills to attack the barbarian bull. Wenryu then took the opportunity to use wonderful hands. Trigger mythical hands. Strength plus 9. Triggered by a magic hand. Bullhorn X1. A blood red minus 555 emerged from the brute's head, and Zhao Qian froze. She witnessed the horns on the cow's head disappear into thin air. She knew that this was Wenryu striking, but this stealing ability of his was really impressive. Actually causing damage while stealing? In less than 3 minutes, a brute fell to the ground. Then go get the next brute. Triggered by a small amount of leveling experience. Trigger wonderful hands. Lots of leveling experience. In half an hour's time, all 5 brutes were taken care of. Wenryu had a happy face. He felt that his strength had risen quite a bit again. If all of the people he killed today were this kind of source beasts that were above level 30, he believed that he would definitely be able to get to the high second today. But it's too hard to kill. Lin Dai wiped the sweat from his head and sat on the ground. She didn't even know how many skills she had released, and the source power in her body was almost depleted. Boo! Zhao Qian stuck her heavy sword on the ground and stood still, her voice muffled as she spoke. It's indeed a bit difficult. It's better to put our target on a second-rank source beast. It's fine if we encountered the lowest-ranked source beast this time. If we encountered a rank 35, we would probably only have to run. It was indeed possible to kill a source beast by crossing the ranks, but the loss would outweigh the gain. Having this time was enough for them to kill more second-order source beasts. Do you guys want these materials? Wenryu asked, pointing at the savage bull on the ground. That cow horn is worth a lot of money. Okay? And that cowhide is also a good material for making leather armor. Of course we do. But we can split it equally since we're on the same team now. When Ryu's mouth corner twitching, this is the ordinary B materials. A little higher grade is nothing more than 5,000 just. This amount of money you guys also with me to grab? That's outrageous. It took half an hour to kill the source beasts, and half an hour to gather the resource materials. The horns are good, but that cowhide is not good at all. Why don't we just forget about it? 2 cowhides will do. Lin Dai persuaded. Half an hour. For cow horns plus 2 skins. The third skin when Ryu just cut a little. Ugh. If only there was a gathering skill. Why go through all this trouble? Unfortunately, there were all the skills for everything, just not the gathering skills he wanted. So he could only gather materials purely by hand. So the ability to collect, too, is an important craft. 1 Ryu, why don't you go up to our school and listen to that gathering course? You might be able to improve the speed of gathering materials. 1 Ryu put away the dagger in her hand and didn't want the rest. It's a waste of time, isn't it? And I have to go to your school? No, just sign up for the online course. This not-so-formal program doesn't require any classes at all. Then I'll go back tonight and check. By the way, there are a lot of other courses up there that are similar to gathering like this that you can study. Usually professions like thieves have some abilities that are supplemented. In the course of the morning, most of the source beasts they met were around level 24, rarely seen below level 10. Among them, they also encountered 4 elite source beasts, which was much stronger than that previous secret realm. Compared to them, 1 Ryu was full of rewards. He got almost 50 points in total attribute value alone. The total attribute value reached a staggering 600 plus. Knowing that this was a value that could only be attained by a third-order primary, it could be said that 1 Ryu's casual attack far surpassed Zhao Qian's and theirs, but he didn't use it once. The two sides were only just together. It was not yet time for him to make a move, when he became a close comrade in arms, just like the relationship between his father and Zhang Hongyu. When Ryu glanced at Zhao Qian, a few people shook her head and wondered if there was that chance. Boom boom boom. Just as they were about to take a break and eat, a heavy footstep sounded. Zhao Qian lifted her heavy sword and gazed with both eyes at the dense forest not far away from where the sound was coming from. Everyone be careful. Listen to this voice, the size isn't small at all. When Ryu also hurriedly took out her poison-quenching dagger. Couldn't this be too big? With the trees swaying back and forth in the distance. Soon, a source beast rushed out, bearing wounds all over its body. Chapter 29 gained a new skill. It was an elephant-looking source beast. Giant mammoth, bronze boss. Race, beasts. Level, LV 38. Attribute, strength, 500. Physical fitness, 400. Agility, 95. Intelligence, 153. This attribute is simply horrible. You have to know that even though it's a bronze boss, it still belongs to the primary secret realm range A. Bronze bosses had 100 more attribute points than source beasts of the same rank. And those 100 attribute points are a difference of 5 levels for humans. Not to mention that they are basically higher than humans. Let's get out of here. There must be other squads behind us. Looking at the elephant with 2 giant tusks in front of her, Zhao Qian wasn't going to get involved. It's not going to be a big fight if people get the wrong idea. There's absolutely no need for that. Then let's go toward the back and make room for them. When Ryu looked at the elephant in the distance and drooled, there shouldn't be anything to go up and use the skill. 1 Ryu, what are you going to do? Zhao Qian was shocked in her heart. Why was this 1 Ryu running towards that source beast? He's not going to try to steal again. I'll be right back. You guys go first. 1 Ryu waved her hand, then crouched down and approached towards the giant elephant. Just as 1 Ryu had just approached to 20 meters, 2 teams of people rushed out one after another behind the giant elephant. Do it! One of the teams directly shouted out, and their skills then flew up. Are you sick? This is our fight. Why are you moving? What's wrong with me just moving? Who told you guys to fight half the time and not let anyone else do the killing? Taking advantage of their bickering, 1 Ryu came to a position 10 meters in front of the giant statue. Triggered by wonderful hands. Gained Ivory X1. Minus 653. A blood-red number emerged from the top of the elephant's head. The corner of 1 Ryu's mouth twitched. He didn't want items right now. What he wanted was rank source power. Okay? Trigger wonderful hands. Get Mammoth Heart X1. Minus 9,999 reddish-black numbers popped up, and the giant elephant fell to the ground with a loud crash. 2 balls of light fell to the ground. 1 Ryu froze, then accelerated and rushed over, picking up the ball of light and instantly chasing after them towards Zhao Qian. The 2 teams behind them heard the sound and looked back, only to see that the elephant had fallen to the ground and a figure was running wildly. Holy, who the hell is this? How could he kill this giant elephant? Boss, are we still chasing? Chase my ass. The stuff is all gone. Gather the materials. This 1 bronze boss can be sold for 100,000 or so anyways. Gives you face, doesn't it? This is what we found. The material belongs to us. Wenryu kept running far away and circling around before returning to Zhao Qian and the others. Zhao Qian looked at Wenryu with strange eyes. What exactly was his ability and why was he able to kill that boss? The other three didn't think that the elephant was killed by Wenryu, but were curious about what he had picked up. You should know that there is no protection mechanism for killing, and anyone can pick up anything that falls, so when you kill a boss, you will generally pay attention to the surrounding area. It was rare to be able to grab an item dropped by the other party like Wenryu. Ryu, pick up something? I haven't looked at it yet. Pick it up and I'll run away. Wenryu patted his chest. He was really scared just now. He was really worried that the other side would catch up. After all, those who dared to fight a source beast of this level were at least second-ranked advanced professionals. Wenryu took 2 items out of her space. One was a bronze treasure chest and the other was a book. Luck is pretty good. It's a treasure chest, not a treasure map that exploded straight away. Lin Dai was a bit surprised. It will pop treasure chests, but it's more of a treasure map that you'll find on your own. Quickly see what the other one is. Zhan Mingyu urged. This was the first time he had seen a bronze boss fall in front of him. Let's see. Sneak, after casting, be in a semi-stealthy state for 30 seconds. Attacking and being attacked automatically disarms. 20s, user, assassin, thief, bowman. Wenryu raised her eyebrows, not realizing that this skill could be used by thieves as well. It's quite appropriate to give this to you. It's best used for escaping, Zhan Mingyu said after seeing the message. Wenryu slanted a glance at him, only to be used to escape. How appropriate this skill is to match the mythical hand. He studied straight away without saying a word. Zhan Mingyu stroked his chin. You're really lucky. You actually got a skill book. You should know that the chance of this thing dropping is very small. Probably gave some luck since I'm a thief. How could Wenryu know what this was all about and actually give a skill book? The sudden little situation over. The group was ready to continue their search for the source beast. Due to Wenryu's maneuver just now, the direction they were going just now definitely couldn't go. They could only change the direction. What now? The source beasts on the way here have already been eliminated by me, and the sides are too dangerous for the woods, Lin Dai said as he looked at the situation in front of him. Go back a distance. There's a path on that side. Pay attention to the woods on both sides, it shouldn't be too much of a problem, Zhao Qian reminded. While rushing, Zhao Qian had been paying attention to the situation of the nearby roads, ready to deal with unexpected situations. Then head back. As Zhao Qian said, a path did exist that was big enough for 5 people to walk side by side. After crossing the path, there was a lake, around which existed a large number of source beasts, and right across the hoop there were 2 teams fighting. Let's do it right here. The levels are all just right. The source beasts here were basically between level 22 to 28, and they dealt with them with ease. Wenryu directly cast Sneak and followed the group. Big brother, are you as far as that goes? Those origin beasts can't be relied upon to come over. Zhan Mingyu couldn't help but say. This is safe. Wenryu casually coped. Wenryu then disappeared from the sight of the 4, not that he wasn't there, but his presence became so low that they subconsciously forgot about Wenryu, and that was the effect Wenryu wanted. This time I can use my abilities with impunity. He used it first on the opponent they were attacking, and when he was done, he simply disengaged from the battlefield and ran towards the lake. Looking at the scattered hundreds of source beasts by the lake, Wenryu's eyes glowed. It was all his. 10 minutes later, the 7 source beasts were eliminated by Zhao Qian and the others. Ha! Where's Wenryu? Zhao Qian turned around and saw that there was only Zhan Mingyu and Lin Dai. I don't know. He disappeared after he cast Sneak. Zhan Mingyu shook his head. There won't be any danger, right? Wang Mingxing said with some concern. Don't worry. Even if we are in danger, he won't be in danger. Chapter 30 Attributes Beyond Equal Ranks. Wenryu really wasn't in any danger. He had already used all of the source beasts in this neighborhood. He's running toward the side now. Trigger mythical hands. Gain a small amount of source power. Trigger mythical hands. Gain a small amount of source power. That's what he wants. Just for a period of time. Wenryu felt that the source power in her body was increasing by leaps and bounds, which was much faster than what she had acquired from killing source beasts. Perhaps in less than a week's time, he would be able to reach the 2nd order advanced. An hour later, Wenryu returned to the group and her figure was revealed. Holy, when did you get back? Zhan Mingyu was paying attention to Zhao Qian and the others in front of him when Wenryu's sudden appearance startled him. This sneaking ability was quite annoying, and he thought in his mind whether he should learn an anti-stealth skill. Granted, sneaking is not stealth, but it's about as effective as it gets. Just arrived. Wenryu casually returned, glancing at the 2 Zhao Qian who were fighting in the distance. Those few source beasts he had cast his ability on. He opened his personal information with peace of mind. Name, Wenryu. Age, 18. Occupation, thief. Potential, grade C. Level, second order intermediate. Attributes, strength, 184. Body mass, 161. Agility, 222. Intelligence, 131. Natural skill, lockpicking LV1, 66 out of 100. The One Wonderful Hands LV4, 7854/10. 000. Skills, Thorn Twist, X1, Thunderlance LV2, X1. Stifle LV2, 45/500. Sneak. For his own attributes, when Ryu basically didn't care now, and couldn't follow common sense at all. And what he cared about most was that Mythic Hand was about to LV5, and after level 5 was the highest level. I didn't expect this skill to upgrade far more quickly than I thought it would. When Ryu looked at Jean Mingyu, who was on the side. What are your 4 attributes? Ah, me. Strength 35. Physique 55. Agility 45. Intelligence 145. My attributes are actually quite average. Jean Mingyu rubbed his nose. When Ryu didn't think there was anything to this attribute. At best, it was heavily biased. But shouldn't that be normal? Whether it's a priest or mage profession, it's not unusual for intelligence to be on the high side. It was just that what he didn't expect was that the other 3 attributes actually didn't even pass 50. In this comparison, their own attributes far exceeded theirs. It just doesn't compare skill-wise, and it's a knockout effect that's not too bad, and that's on top of his attributes going up. If it's a regular thief, TSK. One afternoon 3 days later, when Ryu's Wonderful Hand was upgraded again. Unique Wonderful Hand LV5, 0/1000000 30% can steal a random item from the target within a range of 15 meters. 35% can steal a random 1 to 10 attribute points from the target. 23% steals a certain cultivation level from the opponent. 12% steals a skill from the opponent, one time. Can only be used on hostile targets, and can be used twice on the same target. When Ryu's eyelids jumped. 100,000 experience. How long is this gonna take? At least 50,000 source beasts must be taken on. Even if the limit is 500 a day, it will take 100 days. When Ryu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, it didn't matter. Even if it changed anymore, it was nothing more than a change in the data. Come on, let's go back. The group returned to the quarantine. Let's take a day off together tomorrow. It's been a long time of continuous fighting. Let's combine labor and rest. Zhao Qian stretched her back. The most tired person in this is Zhao Qian, who has to resist damage and deal damage at the same time. I don't have a problem with that. When Ryu also quite wanted to rest, he hadn't stopped since his awakening. It's a deal then. I heard there's a new amusement park opening up on that side of the western suburbs. I haven't been there until now. Western suburbs? Amusement park? If when Ryu remembered correctly, it seemed like it had been a year since that was turned on. You've never been here? Well, he hadn't been there either, and he'd wanted to go for a long time. Never had the extra money. Early the next morning, Zhao Qian they drove directly to when Ryu's downstairs and picked him up to go straight to the western suburbs. Say, Ryu when are you going to get a driver's license? Let's both take turns driving. Jean Mingyu said while driving. Didn't buy a car, didn't want to take the test. Wanted him to drive. No way. The corner of Jean Mingyu's mouth twitched. How do you have the nerve to say that? You haven't earned it after so many days? This amount of money is definitely not enough. Besides, what a waste of money to buy a car. Isn't it nice to ride in your car? Jean Mingyu sighed softly. It seemed that he would still have to drive himself in the future. An hour and a half later, the group arrived here at the amusement park. Even though it's Thursday, the place is still packed. I remember the last time I went to an amusement park was when I was in elementary school. Wang Mingxing looked at the rides inside with an envious face. Everyone should be about the same. Well, now that you're here, buy a ticket and go in. 5 people are like dirtbags who want to have a go on any ride they see. It didn't help that none of the 5 had been to an amusement park much. For lunch, a random fast food place to deal with a random bite. That said, can a squad only have 5 people? When Ryu was quite curious. Shouldn't the larger the squad, the faster the fight should be? Why did it have to be 5 people? That's not true. There can be up to 10 people, but then the upgrade speed will slow down. The same goes for killing 5 source beasts. The amount of source power gained will be reduced. That's why a 5-man squad is considered a more standard squad mode, and the most basic one. The next best thing is the 6-person and 7-person squads, but there are a lot fewer of them compared to the 5-person squads. After all, wasn't the point of the squad's existence to gain more source power? When Ryu nodded, it was the first time he knew of this expression. But thinking about it, since he hadn't been involved in killing the source beasts, he hadn't gained any source power at all. The source power of the source beasts he killed each time was divided among the 4 of them, and all of his source power was obtained by relying on myriad hands. Buzz! An unusual roar sounded. Zhao Qian's 4 people hurriedly looked out the window, and there was nothing. This sound. It can't be a secret realm appearing, right? Zhao Qian frowned. The sound is similar. I just don't know where it appears. Go out and look. Wenruyu confusedly followed behind the 4 and walked out of the store. Only a blue pillar of light through the sky appeared at the gate of the amusement park. This color should be a primary secret realm. It should be. It looks like we won't be able to play. Don't get too close in a while. The secret realm just appeared will produce a small source beast tide. All pay attention. With a flash of light, everyone changed into their combat gear. Chapter 31, A Wave of Great Harvests. As a professional, you are always ready to fight when faced with a secret descent. Of course, if this had descended into an intermediate or high-level secret realm, Zhao Qian would 100% have taken the people and left directly. But the primary secret realm was bound to be a fight. And this was the basic quality of being a professional. Not to mention it's an opportunity. In the secret world, you still need to find it on your own. But the secret descent, not at all. Upon descending, the secret realm automatically opens its gates and releases a large number of source beasts. At this time, it's not you who seeks them out. It's them who seeks you out. In a moment, I'll be in the front. You guys follow behind. Don't rush. Especially you Wang Mengxing. Zhao Qian made a point of talking about Wang Mengxing. Wang Mengxing treated combat with a love that was beyond imagination, and messed up and charged straight up. As for Wenruyu on the side, she had released her sneak long ago. As for consuming or not consuming, it didn't matter to him. The recovery speed already exceeded the source power consumed by using it. Where's Ruyu? I'm right next to you. Wenruyu's sudden bang in Zhan Mingyu's ear gave him a fright. Holy, will you stop talking in my ear? It's weirdly creepy. Wenruyu rolled her eyes. I'm a meter away from you. How's that for earshot? Zhan Mingyu glanced at his side. He said he would learn a manifestation ability himself. This thing was too scary. The color of the blue pillar of light in the distance slowly faded. A blue crystal appeared in the clearing, shimmering with a faint pale blue light. Rolling. Drone. A military truck and helicopter rushed over. A professional rushed over. Evacuate the crowd. Establish a quarantine zone. We only have half an hour. Make it fast. Looking at the officials that appeared, Wenruyu licked his lips. He didn't want these people to ruin his plans. Even if he uses it 1,000 times he's earned it. He was then worried that the speed at which he used his skills would not be able to keep up with the speed at which the other party was killing the source beasts. That official is here. Can we still make a move? Don't worry. There's a time for you to step in. They wouldn't have placed the quarantine if they really had it under control. Don't look like there were 400 or 500 people, but the source beasts that would appear in a moment would be in the thousands. It was simply impossible to use a wide-range attack ability in a place like this, or the surrounding buildings would surely be damaged. You can only use single attacks, and small ranged attacks. Wenruyu leaned forward and came to a distance of 20 meters from the domain door. He was relieved to see that his form was not exposed. Luckily, no one used the developer's skill. Soon, half an hour passed. The frequency of the flickering of the secret realm crystals became faster and faster, and then only a buzzing sound could be heard as the surface of the crystals rippled. Everyone get ready. The source beasts are coming out. Whoever breaks the building for me, I'll leave you here to carry my bricks. A man shouted. Yes. This answer made Wenruyu feel as if her body had been electrified. He looked at the combatants with envy. Once upon a time, his dream was to be a combat professional, to join the official organization and close down the secret realms that were meaningless to mankind. But it's good enough for now, even though you can't participate in the official organization. Just then, the space in front of the secret realm in the distance distorted, and hordes of source beasts rushed out from within. The official professionals, in a hurry, blocked it, but there were just too many, rushing out batch after batch. But Wenruyu didn't have time to see where the source beast could run to at this moment. He was going to use his skills, triggered by the magic hand. Strength +2, trigger mythic hand, gain skill, Death Ray LV2, X1, trigger mythical hands, gain a small amount of source power. In just a few minutes, Wenruyu's expression was on the verge of tears. It's been used quite a bit, over 100 times, but it's been missed quite a bit. Either he was killed, ran out of his range, or he didn't have the energy to use it if he had to dodge these source beasts. But the good thing is that all this is for nothing. So a little loss is a little loss. As there were more and more source beasts, the 3 lines of defense could no longer hold them back. Those source beasts had already run towards Zhao Qian and the others. And this line of defense was the 4th line of defense constructed by students and free agents like Zhao Qian. And behind them is the last line of defense and containment. Everyone hold on. The other squads are heading here. The commander shouted. There are such garrison units in different regions. Only the deployment takes time. The main thing, of course, was that this time it was only the beginners, so the more advanced professionals weren't rushing forward. Soon Zhao Qian and the first batch of source beasts came across each other. When Ruyu turned her head to look at them, the level wasn't high, it was just a source beast around level 20. He then proceeded to start unleashing his abilities on the other source beasts. Only his skill experience kept rising. 300, 500, 800. It soon broke through to 1,000. When Ruyu gulped, even though his spirit was already tired from trying to avoid these source beasts, but the thought that these were good things instantly lifted his spirits. Maybe he would be able to reach the second order advance today. Yet it was he who thought too much. From the release of the source beast from the secret realm to the arrival of the second batch of personnel was only 15 minutes. It didn't give him a chance to ascend to the second rank advanced at all. When Ruoyu retreated back to the group, revealing herself from her sneak with a look of pity. This team can't come fast enough. He looked at his mythos. Just over 2,000 just. The support is really fast. That's certainly fast. After all, such squads are only 5 to 10 kilometers apart. Zhang Mingyu shook his head. In fact, they also felt that it was quite a pity that they had just killed more than 100 source beasts in such a short while. If they were in the secret realm, it would have taken them at least an hour, not counting the ones that they had searched for on the road. It's a low grade, but something is better than nothing. Well, let's get back to eating. The appearance of the secret world did not disturb the pleasure of wandering. The amusement park was back up and running an hour after the secret world appeared. With so many professionals here, there was no need to worry about problems. The main reason was still because what appeared this time was only a primary secret realm. Otherwise it would only be open for business until the secret realm had completely disappeared. The secret world was closed at 4 p.m. This secret place that appears in the city doesn't let it stay for very long. Even if it is said to be rich in resources inside, you can't stay in the city. For one thing, it is a waste of labor, but it remains dangerous. At 5 o'clock, when Ruyu and her group walked out of the amusement park. Ah, so the playground was so much fun. Yeah. It's been a while since I've been this relaxed. Lin Dai stretched. It can't be helped. After all, to become a good professional, there is bound to be dedication. Chapter 32. The road is paved. It's not right for me not to go. For the next little while, except for the days they needed to go back to school. When Ruyu went with them every day to one of the 3 primary secret realms, it was a pity that after going for so long, they hadn't come across once regarding that treasure chest secret place. Last day of September. When Ruyu had already stepped into the second rank advanced for a few days, but there was still some distance to the third rank beginner. The more source power required as you level up. It's fine in the early stages, though, with 2 huge watersheds being the third rank advanced to 4th rank and the 6th rank advanced to 7th rank, and the amount of source power needed for these 2 watersheds is not at all small. Treasure chest secret places aren't that easy to find. This is something that depends on luck. I don't know how many professionals, even after reaching the 8th rank, still haven't seen a secret place. Seeing that when Ruyu was still looking around for the secret place of the treasure chest, Zhang Mingyu couldn't help but say, it wasn't that he wanted to strike when Ruyu, but the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Might as well not get his hopes up in the first place. When Ruyu sighed softly, but I want to improve my lock-picking skills. This probability of encountering a treasure chest is too low. You've made so much money. Just go buy black iron chests and open them. The corners of Wenru's mouth twitched. The black iron chests were cheap, 500 apiece. But the amount needed for subsequent upgrades isn't small at all. So how much would it cost to level up? It's better to talk about this when the time comes. There's no rush. There's an elite origin beast ahead. Everyone be careful. Zhao Qian's voice came from the front. Got it. The group approached towards the elite source beast. Just then a cheetah sprang out of the woods on the side. Shadow cheetah, elite, race, beasts, level, LV 30, attributes, strength, 100, body mass, 350, agility, 270, intelligence, 180. Look out! Zhao Qian ran back in a hurry. Yet the short distance of 10 meters is like a moat. One could only say that the cheetah's speed was too fast, pouncing on Zhang Mingyu and Lin Dai in the middle of the group in almost an instant. Watching the cheetah's figure dilate in their pupils, Zhang Mingyu and Lin Dai had frozen in place. Shield strike. Thorn wrap. When Ruyu instantly appeared in front of the 2 men, a 1-person high shield standing in front of her body blocking the cheetah's path of travel. Vines filled with barbs then grew out of the ground and viciously wrapped the cheetah around it. The shadow cheetah's entire panther was dumbfounded. It was a source beast known for its speed, but it had actually lost to a human of a lower rank than him. That's not possible. When Ruyu doesn't care if you can or can't, only to see him take out a 2-meter-long wooden stick from his backpack and strike it at the cheetah. Stifle. The stun effect appears. minus 337. When Ryu immediately switched to her poisoned dagger and plunged it into the cheetah's neck. Minus 999 deadly strike on weakness. The cheetah fell to the ground and lost his breath. The whole thing took less than 2 seconds. When Ryu lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and wiped the sweat from her head. Luckily, the last secret descent had allowed him to steal so many attributes, or else he really wouldn't have dared to make a move. A cold wind blew by, and when Ryu's face stiffened, oops, exposed himself. What to do? He turned his head slowly, only to see 4 people staring at him in disbelief. Ahaha, that one was in a hurry. I helped you guys kill this source beast. Sure enough. Human potential explodes at the greatest danger. Aren't I great? I feel a bit unbelievable. Let's fool one if we can. If you can't be fooled, just say you're afraid to die and put your best foot forward. When Ryu comforted herself inwardly. Second order advanced. Still a low-level professional. Granted, professionals can't kill each other. But what if you're being targeted? However, things went a little differently than he thought they would. Holy, you actually won in single combat. You've been lying to us all along, right? You're definitely a dual professional. The other profession is assassin, right? Zhang Mingyu said loudly with an excited face. That spittle was flying all over the sky, almost flying into Ryu's face. But at this time, he didn't care about that, but the dual occupation that the other party said. You kid is also too good at brainstorming. I haven't said anything yet, right? But just now, his weapon with the dagger, coupled with the swift fatal blow, was kinda like an assassin. Oh, I was scared to death just now. I thought I was dead. Thank you, Ryu. I didn't realize you were actually a dual profession. Lin Dai cried. How could she not cry when she was so close to death? Ryu, you actually hid your hand. Being with us for so long and not telling us that you're a dual profession. Looking at Wang Mengxing, when Ryu only felt a headache. There's some bad stuff going on here. Admit it. What about the lack of assassin skills in the back? Don't admit it. How can this damage be explained? Even if the assassin is acknowledged, how does this far more damage than the assassin? A headache. A real headache. Zhao Qian, who was at the side, had a puzzled look on her face. She remembered that when Ryu had used the ability to steal before. Right. This should be a dual ability at the time of awakening. But how do you get a dual career now? Could dual abilities and dual careers coexist? Or does he have 3 natural skills? But I haven't heard of any dual professionals who have 3 skills initially. Have I? And just now, he used the muffler. This thief's skill. Which, Zhao Chen felt that her CPU was going to smoke if she kept thinking about it. One Ryu, who was on the side, was somewhat bewildered by the compliment at this point. These people in front of me have almost decided that he is an assassin thief dual profession. No way I'll like this. When Ryu's eyes flickered and she sighed softly. Ugh, I wasn't going to say this, but I'll say it. It's actually quite sad, and I haven't wanted to face it. I'm actually not a dual professional. I'm a half professional. Assassin profession is only half because I only have one assassin natural skill called One Strike. One Strike is sort of passive, I guess. In that using a dagger weapon increases the attack power accordingly. When Ryu hung her head with a sad face, as if saddened by the situation of the assassin profession. Brother Jade, what's the point? It's just the assassin skill. I'll buy it for you then. Yeah, you can learn 6 skills on your own. I'll buy you a powerful assassin skill too when I get around to it. And when Ryu gently wiped away the tears squeezed out of the corners of her eyes. Thank you so much. Luckily, the thief was able to learn the assassin's skill. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to make it up so well. Looking at the 4 people who believed him, a trace of guilt flashed through Ryu's heart. I don't want to lie to you, but Zhang Mingyu has paved the way for me. So it would be a waste if I don't go. And thankfully, that winding ability went unnoticed. When I become the god of thieves later, I'll take you all flying. Chapter 33, Upgrading speed is really too slow. The cheetah on the ground belonged to Ryu. After all, he had killed it all by himself. Even all the materials at the back of the day all went to Ryu. He cried inwardly as he gathered ground material. He was so sorry now. How could he have forgotten to use his skills when he was knocked out? 2 wonderful hands for nothing. Let's look around. This elite source beast's sudden appearance is a bit out of the ordinary. There's a high probability that there's a treasure chest in this forest. They were walking about 10 meters from the woods, which was not considered his territory. A creature like the shadow cheetah shouldn't be out by rights, but then he came out, and the only possibility was the treasure chest. Zhao Qian. The 4 of them walked towards the woods, and just 3 or 4 meters into the location, a golden treasure chest appeared in the weeds. Holy, this Ryu's luck is too good. It's actually a golden treasure chest. Zhang Mingyu also had to admire this luck. Beginner's domain gate encountering a golden treasure chest is no less than buying a scratch-off and winning the jackpot. You know that from the time they awakened until now. They got a golden treasure chest that time. And this was the second time. Ryu gulped as she looked at the treasure chest handed to her. Ryu, you don't want to open it. Your skill should be level 1. 10% chance is almost sure to break. Why don't you sell it? It's $100,000 for one. Zhang Mingyu watched his movements and said in a hurry. Ryu shook her head. What's the point of selling it? If it breaks, it breaks. The golden treasure chest has 25 experience points even if it fails to open. If it succeeds, it's directly 50 points. In short, it's not a loss. His experience in lockpicking had been 93, and it didn't matter if he failed. Kerala, Manchu loanword. Kerala, Manchu loanword. Failing all 3 times in a row. The golden treasure chest just dissipated into yellow starlight into the air. Zhang Mingyu barred his lips. It's a shame to lose 100,000 just like that. You're a rich kid and you still care about this small amount of money? Ryu pulled up her information. Look directly to the lock-picking skill. Lockpicking LV2, 18/1100% success rate in opening black iron treasure chests. 90% success rate in opening bronze treasure chests. 50% success rate in opening silver treasure chests. 30% success rate in opening gold treasure chests. 10% success rate in opening platinum treasure chests. The success rate has increased, and there is one more box that can be opened. Not bad. However, the success rate of the golden treasure chest remains low. Just that 30% success rate is as good as nothing. Ahem. I've leveled up that lockpicking, so I can open any chests for you guys in the future. Only 50% if it's silver. You guys have to give me the first 2, huh? You can leave this one alone. Don't worry, I'll definitely give it to you. You've seen it yourself. We've only encountered 8 boxes in such a long time. We can't help if we want to, can we? Zhao Qian nodded. They also wanted to find the treasure chest, but something like a treasure chest, I guess, was more or less a matter of chance. They had never been very lucky anyway, and their chances of encountering treasure chests were far worse than the other teams. It's okay, just give it when you come across it. After things were taken care of here, the group continued forward, and that one elite source beast from earlier had long disappeared. Until the end of the day at 5 in the afternoon, Ryu couldn't help but frown when she felt the source power in her body. This was still some distance away from the third order primary. It would take at least 10 days to get there at normal speed. Slow, just too slow. At the current rate, I'll probably be at the second order intermediate in about a week. Zhang Mingyu had a happy face. For this speed, he was quite satisfied. Ha, I should be able to reach the second stage intermediate in 3 days. Wang Mingxing was very proud. Originally, she, a combat priest, should have taken the priest route in the early stages, but she took the combat route instead, so it's going to be faster than Zhang Mingyu. As for Lin Dai and Zhao Qian, they were also almost 3 days old. Hearing their words, Ryu couldn't help but ponder if she was asking too much, but he even had such a cow skill as mythical hand. Wouldn't it be a bit unreasonable if he was any slower? What is this leveling up speed like in general? Ryu wanted to refer to it. Zhao Qian nodded. Then let's talk about it as we walk. According to normal, the speed will be slower for Class B or below. Generally at this time should be at the first order advanced level. Class B and A at this time are at the second order primary level. We in SS class are almost at the second order intermediate level. As for the SSS class, it should be at the second order intermediate level. Of course, this is the early stage. The further back the more the difference, especially the stage of the third order advanced to the fourth order, which is the most obvious one, but that's a long time away. And like us, we'll be satisfied to reach the third order of beginners by mid to late November of this year. And in the school university graduation, we have different graduation requirements for each potential level. Level F, C just need to reach the third order senior. Level B, level A to reach the fourth order junior. Level S and above the fourth order intermediate. Ryu rubbed his chin. This speed was slower than he thought. If it's him, he should be able to get to third rank beginner by the middle of October. And third rank advanced by the end of November should be about the same. Next year, March fourth order, should also be. It seems like it should be possible. Is it that hard to raise to the fourth rank? Of course it's hard. The amount of source power needed for the fourth rank is 3 to 9 times that of the advanced third rank. And the more potential you have, the more you need. But the more attributes you have, the stronger you are. It's a given that you get what you pay for. Ryu's heart thumped when she heard this. That token at his home could be SSS ranked. So wouldn't that mean he'd be 9 times as good when the time came? And there's 7 times that at best? That's raising the difficulty a bit too much. You don't have to worry that much. You didn't know before that you actually had the ability to be an assassin. Now that you know that, you'll follow us afterward. That way your source power grows faster, and the rate of ascension increases. Ryu nodded silently. He gained so little from his kills that he really might as well have gone for a spin around the lake. Unfortunately, the ability to sneak was still more or less easy to be discovered by those source beasts with sharp noses. Or else he would have directly stayed in here and not left. You can helicopter up to 4th and 5th order in a day. At 6 o'clock, the group returned to the quarantine. Phew, I was scared to death today. I must go eat a good meal to go. It was only at this time that Jean Mingyu could be considered truly relaxed. Ever since he met that shadow cheetah, his entire body had been in a state of tightness. Lin Dai was in a similar situation, having been a powerhouse in there. Zhao Qian had wanted to come back first, but these two didn't want to hold up the entire squad because of themselves. Zhao Qian? Chapter 34, Too solid. Total attributes can't compare to a thief. Wenruyu grinned straight up when she heard this familiar voice. This Chu Xianyuan was really a ghost. Why did he always choose this side of the secret realm? It had to be said that Zhao Qian's attraction was really strong. There were a total of 4 directions, and this Chu Xian just had to choose this direction. Zhao Qian heard this voice. Her face showed impatience. If it wasn't for the fact that her family's parents knew each other's families, she would have said nothing to ignore each other. What? Something wrong? Zhao Qian was also stunned when she saw Chu Xian. How did this person become whiter than before? Is this anemia? It's nothing. I just wanted to ask when you have the time and would like to treat you to a meal. As Chu Xian spoke, he unconsciously touched his chin. It's just that movement, how it's so feminine. Wenruyu rubbed her chin. Big brother Mingyu, do you have a feeling that this Chu Xian seems to have become a bit effeminate? Jean Mingyu nodded. It does seem like a little bit when you say it like that. Look at him even putting up his orchid finger. Hiss. What's happening here? Even the stubble is invisible. Even if the beard grows slowly and is cleanly shaved, you should be able to see a bit of it. When you put it that way, it does seem to be the case, haha. Could it be that? Ahem. You're a priest, so you should be familiar with the effects of the various skills of a priest. That's a must. I'm a professional priest. There's nothing I don't know. Say, then, if a man's eggs are gone, can a priest give them back? The corner of Jean Mingyu's mouth twitched. What kind of question do you call this? Decent people who would not have. He couldn't help but look at Chu Xian. Could it be that this cargo was gone? Jean Mingyu looked at Wenruyu violently, her voice lowered. You didn't cut the other party's eggs, did you? Wenruyu's eyelids jumped. I follow you guys every day. Where am I going to do this? Besides, we have no grievances. What does he have to do with the fact that Mythical got it? Thinking of this, he unleashed his myriad hands at Chu Xian once again. Hey, this guy actually has hostility towards him. Trigger Mythical Hands. Strength +5. Trigger Wonderful Hands. Get left waist X1. Wenruyu lapsed into silence. He really didn't want it to be okay. A priest is not capable of restoring what is lost. Only wounds. But you can surgically put something in and use a healing spell, provided you use your own, or it won't work well. But he can't take this out, either. Wenruyu looked towards Chu Xian, who was standing in front of Zhao Qian, and was already covering his waist in cold sweat. You'd better go to the hospital for this, and forget about dinner. Chu Xian squeezed out a smile. I'm a little unwell today. I'll leave first. The 2 men beside him accompanied him, following him step by step. Help me. Come on. Zhao Qian had a puzzled look on her face. What the hell was going on here? Woof woof. A wild dog from nowhere is teasing the cat. Pant dog. Hearing the sound, the stray dog looked at Wenruyu as a piece of meat flew towards it. Stray dog jumped up and swallowed it in one bite. TSK, TSK, good dog. What are you feeding? Jean Mingyu had been by his side and saw Wenruyu take out a piece of meat and throw it out. It's nothing, just a piece of source beast meat. This time they didn't go to a star hotel, but instead came to the same store where Wenruyu had brought them for a barbecue last time. Gee, I thought you guys didn't like places like this. Last time, that was because I wasn't used to it at first, but then it got better. Besides, this restaurant is really delicious. Wenruyu shook his head. He had eaten enough of this stuff a long time ago, and it was just nothing to beat his teeth on. The meal came up quickly. Jean Mingyu directly picked up the beer and personally poured a glass for Wenruyu. Brother Jade, from now on you're my brother Jade. If it wasn't for you I would have almost karma today. Mingyu I'll toast you too. Thank you for saving me today. Lin Dai also raised his wine glass. The 2 of them had this serious look, but it wouldn't do for him. That's a little too formal. Lin Dai shook his head. Saving a life? Of course I have to be serious. There's no way to return the favor of saving your life. So you have to do it in return? This one is actually more formal. Wenruyu said smilingly. Go to hell. Lin Dai gave him a blank look. People are talking serious here. How did they get such a sentence? Wenruyu picked up her wine glass and drank her wine with a puzzled look on her face. Logically, with your family background you should have something to save your life and not worry about it. It's true that there are life-preserving things, but it's also true that you saved our lives. Besides, life-preserving things are hard to obtain. Such things are mostly disposable items, so try not to use them if you can. The price is just too exorbitant. Zhang Mingyu shook his head. Ruyu, what's your attribute total? Zhao Qian looked at Wen Ruyu with a curious expression. The sum total of being able to do the damage is definitely not low. Wen Ruyu looked towards her total attributes that were close to 1200. This couldn't be honestly said. I'm close to 420 total attributes, but I'm very biased and my agility is almost 300. The three of them looked at Wen Ruyu with surprised faces. I just got 350. I'm 330. It was only after a few people said that they realized that their S-ranked combat professions and auxiliary professions were actually no match for this miscellaneous class profession in terms of attributes. It's a dual career and dual talent. Right, but that doesn't change the fact that the other party is a C-rank potential. Ugh. Satiated. Not to mention them, even an SS-ranked professional is just 400 at the second rank intermediate. Wait, what's your current rank? Zhao Qian suddenly realized something wasn't right. This attribute shouldn't be the data of a second-rank beginner close to intermediate. I didn't say that. I'm currently a second-rank advanced. The four of them froze in their movements. Second-order advanced. They were just about to advance to second-order intermediate and people were already second-order advanced? Big brother, are you sure that you thief is the main profession and that assassin only has one natural skill? If Wen Ruyu was an assassin profession, they could still accept it a little better. But from the beginning to the end, even that profile card showed a talented C-ranked thief. I'm really just the thief. Wen Ruyu was a bit teary-eyed. Wasn't that assassin still something you added to me? It's too solid. I'm an S-ranked priest who can't actually compare to a thief. Speak as if anyone isn't an S-ranked profession. Eat. I'm going home afterward. I can't stay here. The four men shook their heads. It was unfathomable. Wen Ruyu rubbed his chin and looked at the four people who were eating. If he told them that his attributes had more than 1,000 points, gee, I guess I will not even be able to eat. Chapter 35. How dare you use line powder to break your invisibility? October 1st. Zhao Qian's four are officially on vacation. It didn't really make a difference if they were on vacation or not. Most of them were practical courses, which meant that they were just fighting in the secret realm. Not having to go to school feels really great. Wang Mingxing bounced forward. Wen Ruyu said quietly, but you didn't attend many classes before. Isn't that the same as being on vacation? Wang Mingxing turned her head to look at Wen Ruyu grudgingly. It would be weird if you could find a girlfriend in your life. Can it be the same? Vacation is vacation. School is school. She was really convinced that Wen Ruyu, every time, she zapped people's hearts when they were the happiest. Sister Zhao Qian, did you buy skills? Wang Mingxing looked at Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian shook her head. Where is the time? The main thing is that I don't know what skills to buy. 6 blank skill slots are just too precious. She does want to buy it, but not every skill is for her. She already had 2 defense skills now, so it was logical to buy an attacking skill, but paladin attacking skills were just too hard to buy. The group chatted as they searched for the source beasts. As a result of the vacation, the teams throughout the secret world had become more numerous. They had encountered quite a few source beasts, all of which had people engaged in battles that didn't involve them at all. An hour had passed, and it was possible to kill 10 source beasts. Sister Qian, why don't we go to the woods? There should be more source beasts in there. Lin Dai looked to the woods to the side. Zhao Qian shook her head as she looked at the darkening woods on the side. Although there are many source beasts inside, the danger is also great. There are too many source beasts that are good at hiding, and it's not suitable for us to go in. It wasn't that she didn't want to go, but she was afraid to go. I think we can go to the foot of the mountain on that side there. Although there are woods there as well, they are a bit sparser compared to here. Wen Ruyu pointed at a peak in the distance and said. The four of them looked at it, and it was indeed a good place to be. Let's go over there then. I just don't know if there's anyone there. I don't think so. After all, it's far away from all the nearby gates, so people don't usually choose there. Zhao Qian nodded. Then go over there. At this time, Zhang Mingyu said in a tone, do you guys know what happened yesterday when Chu Xian went to the hospital? Wen Ruyu's expression shifted. What happened to him? Hey, I thought it was hilarious when I heard about it at the time. His left kidney was actually missing. There was no wound, no repair whatsoever. It just disappeared out of thin air. It is said that a mechanical kidney was installed, and it is estimated that in the future a male function is impaired. Wen Ruyu inwardly shook his head. Even with kidneys he had long since lost his male function. Okay, in that case, it was strange seeing him yesterday. Have you guys noticed that his skin has turned a lot lighter? Zhao Qian said thoughtfully. Yeah, whiter than even me. Wang Mingxing was speechless. She was a girl, and she was actually being compared to a guy in terms of skin color. That mood, it was quite mixed. I also noticed yesterday that he doesn't even have stubble. Even if he shaved it off, it's reasonable to be able to see a little bit of it, but that delicate skin of his, eh? At the thought of this, Jean Mingyu couldn't help but shiver. Alright, but don't say any more. Talking about it makes me numb. Wenryu hurriedly interrupted. What is all this talking about? An hour later, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. The closer we get to here, the fewer squads we meet. The place where the squad was last encountered was also as far as 3 or 4 kilometers away. Let's go inside. The group walked into the forest, where the trees were farther apart, so they weren't worried about hidden source beasts. And the more you fear something, the more it appears. Spit! A tongue struck Jean Mingyu's face, and he hastily released a healing spell on himself. Naya, what is this? Looking at the slime on her hands, Jean Mingyu didn't know what to say. Be careful, it's a color-changing demonic lizard. Zhao Qian took out her long sword and looked around. Unfortunately, the color-changing magic lizard was invisible and couldn't be seen at all. Wenryu also had some numb claws at this time. This invisible enemy is the most terrifying. He just couldn't help now if he wanted to. When I go back today, I'll buy a concealment breaking skill. This kind of source beast is the most troublesome. Not strong but disgusting. That attack just now had only knocked off over 40 drops of his blood, which was actually nothing even without using his healing ability. Just a subconscious move on his part. Do we just leave them alone and go? Or do we retreat? Being out of sight and unknown in quantity is troublesome. Zhao Qian frowned. In the face of invisibility, using developer powder was the best. But they didn't have them on hand, or were inexperienced enough. Will powdered lime work? The four of them looked at Wenryu in unison, their eyes filled with doubt. How come you're carrying something like lime powder? They don't understand. What is the use of this lime powder? Ahem. Source beasts also have eyes. I thought that lime powder could not squint. The four of them sucked in a breath of cold air. The idea was really and truly unique. How they didn't think. Have any of you heard of this way? Lin Dai asked. The other three shook their heads repeatedly. Not to mention them, even their teachers might not have heard of it. Want to try? Try it then. Wenryu directly took out a silk bag from her backpack and placed it on the ground, which contained a whole 50 pounds as lime powder. Ahem. Don't look at me like that. I'm not afraid it won't be enough. Wenryu coughed awkwardly. In his backpack, there were still 10 bags. I've had this thing for 3 or 4 days now and never had a chance to use it. Spit. Another attack appeared. This time the crowd was alert and reacted instantly. Zhao Qian slashed through, but she wasn't an assassin, after all, and didn't react as quickly. Throw it. I'll throw it. Why is this one always staring at me? I'm convinced. At the moment of the attack, Jean Mingyu saw a red tongue, but the figure was not seen. I'd better do it. I'm fast enough. Put these on for you, and be careful not to choke. Wenryu took out 5 gas masks, and the corners of the 4 people's eyes twitched. Big brother, you don't look like you're here to fight. More like you're here to work. Why do you have everything in this backpack? Jean Mingyu looked at his backpack, and it seemed like there was nothing at all other than some potions. Wenryu didn't care about them and directly put on her gas mask. Wait until everyone else is brought up to speed. He opened the bag and moved quickly directly around the area, and then lime powder filled the space as if it was snowing. Move to attack. Zhao Qian's eyes rolled around, and Wenryu from afar hurriedly shouted. Chapter 36. I'm not clean anymore. Lin Dai. Don't you do it. It's easy to explode. Wenryu was very worried that Lin Dai would make a move. This gang is a group of rich second generation. Hell knows if they understand this. I know. I'm not a little cutie. Lin Dai stomped her foot, almost not dying of anger at Wenryu's words. She'd thought about doing it at all. And of course she knew about things like dust explosions. Wenryu breathed a sigh of relief. It was good to know. Under the effect of the lime powder, all the nearby color-changing magic lizards were revealed. There weren't many of them, just 12. Not only are they visible, but even their eyes are closed. That was just fine. The point was that the damage actually kept coming out of these demon lizards. -10, -10, -10. It's not high, I guess, but it does have numbers jumping around. Wenryu took the opportunity to use her myriad hands in a hurry. Being able to get a little bit of everything was a little bit. I was unlucky today and only used it less than 50 times in total. In less than 10 minutes, all the demon lizards were resolved. What was the situation with these source beasts dropping blood just now? I think it's the lime powder getting into the eyes. I saw that they don't lose blood when their eyes open back there. Wenryu didn't know much about it. After all, the world had turned into a semi-data world, and many things could no longer be explained. Zhao Qian nodded. Maybe it really is. I didn't expect lime powder to have this effect. It seems like after I go back this time, I'll also have some lime powder in my backpack, and you guys can prepare some as well. The corner of Jean Mingyu's mouth twitched. Isn't this a bit outrageous? What's so outrageous about this is that it has the same manifestation effect. A bottle of manifestation agent is a full $1,000, while buying lime powder is enough to buy 200 or 300 pounds. And the lime powder also has a blood drop effect, which is not much stronger than a revealing agent. Wang Mingxing shook his head and said, "Granted, lime powder is not a material used by professionals, but who cares, as long as it works, not to mention the lime powder, even the dirt residue that is ready to go on." Wenruyu didn't say anything, just angled up 45 degrees to look up at the sky. He never thought that his preparation of a lime powder would make everyone prepare. Then won't their squad become a lime powder squad? And in the future, each of them will wear gas masks, and the first thing they will do when they see people is to sprinkle lime powder? Thinking about that scene, Wenruyu shivered. It was horrible. The materials were collected and the group continued to the base of the mountain. It might be true that the fewer people who came here, the more they encountered the source beasts. Although they were all teenage-level source beasts, it was considered enough for them. Wenruyu didn't make a move either, and just released her myriad hands in the back. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They were already tackling the 4th batch of source beasts at the foot of the mountain. Phew, that's a lot of this wave. A full 20 source beasts. Wang Mingxing was lying on the ground unimaginatively, his hair tightly plastered to his forehead from sweat. It could be said that other than Wenruyu, no one else was in a better situation. The ones they encountered were all level 20 plus source beasts, the number of which were every bit as large. Thank goodness for intervals, or I'd be exhausted. Let's not go yet. Let's just rest here and recover our source power. They hadn't expected that the source beasts here would actually be so dense. Some of them were searching on their own, and some just happened to be encountered by the source beasts as they walked by. Wenruyu's eyes looked at the mountain. Say, what exactly does the so-called treasure chest secret place look like? This is not clear. Some say it's in a big tree. Some say it's in a cave. Some say it's bubbling with a yellow glow. And some even say it's underground. In short, there isn't a definitive way to say it. It could be anything. Jean Mingyu lay on the ground with his eyes closed, not wanting to move a muscle. Don't look at the fact that he was just releasing his healing ability, but his eyes had to keep a close eye on both Zhao Qian and Wang Mingxing. It could be said that he wasn't physically tired, or tired from the lack of source power, but mentally tired. And what if it was a tree that existed on its own, with a faint yellow light coming from its trunk? Jean Mingyu opened her eyes and did so violently. Where is that? Wenruyu pointed to a tree at the foot of the mountain in the distance. That tree, but will there be a guardian beast there? It might be, but I'm not sure it's there. Zhao Qian looked away. Then don't rest. Grab some time to meditate and recover your source power. Jean Mingyu sat directly on the ground, his body's source power emitting faint fluctuations. The others sat down one after the other. Wenruyu blinked her eyes. Did she still need to meditate? He felt the source power filling his body. It seemed like lock-picking and mythic hands didn't consume source power. Only the other skills did. But he didn't use it much at all. An hour later, the 4 of them got up and walked towards the tree as one. The distance wasn't very far, 50 meters or so. Mingyu, you 3 are still at the back. I'll be at the front. And Dreamstar is always ready to support. At this time, Zhao Qian had already changed into plate armor and was holding a half-man tall shield in her hand. If that was really a treasure chest secret realm, the guardian beasts were all at least bronze bosses. The tree has a large canopy. The crown alone is over 10 meters high. The leaves of the tree were lush, more than enough to hide a few source beasts. Just as they were 20 meters closer to the tree, 5 source beasts jumped down from the tree. Bloodthirsty mandrill, bronze boss. Race, beasts. Level, LV 38. Attributes, strength, 350. Body mass, 550. Agility, 100. Intelligence, 150. The leader was a bronze boss, and the remaining 4 were elites. The total attributes of an elite were only 100 attribute points less than a bronze boss. There's a high probability that this is the secret place of the treasure chest, otherwise they wouldn't be the ones guarding it. But the level difference is just too big for that. Zhao Qian stood in front, not daring to go forward. The 2 sides just stood opposite each other. The mandrill hissed every now and then and kept walking back and forth. Zhao Qian didn't say anything, and Jean Mingyu and Lin Dai didn't lean forward. After all, their attributes could all be in intelligence. It's too late to run away. Wenruyu came to Zhao Qian's side. What now? If it's just 1, we can deal with it alright. 5 is a bit difficult. Triggered by the magic hand. Agility plus 10. Triggered by myriad hands. Obtained essence of mandrill 10 milliliters. What? Wenruyu, who wanted to continue, stopped. What the hell is this? He wouldn't be so bad if it didn't have units behind it, but to have it come with milliliter units, isn't that a bit much? He hastily looked at his backpack, a compartment with a cloud of white liquid pattern just sitting there quietly. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. What the hell is this? He looked towards the elite-level origin beast that he had cast a myriad hand on, and an expression of enjoyment actually appeared on his face. Wenryu looked at her hands. He was unclean. Chapter 37 Easy Kill. Zhao Qian frowned. The golems in our world are herd animals. Compared to the golems here, they should also be herd animals. And this is a bloodthirsty golem. They have an ability to get braver the more they fight, and their attributes will slowly increase as they fight. It could be said that this kind of source beast was the last thing a professional would want to encounter. If you want to fight, just kill it. Once you are entangled, then you can only run away. Wenryu sighed softly. Wouldn't that be giving up? The words were on his lips while his mind was still thinking about the expression of the mandrill just now. If he didn't kill that mandrill, he wouldn't be able to sleep or eat well. Trigger mythical hand. Get mandrills IX2. Triggered by a magic hand. Intelligence +1. Trigger mythical hand. Get mandrills heart X1. Right in front of them, an elite-level golem covered his eyes and jumped around, while the other golems looked at him with confused faces. The bronze boss golem that was at the front of the line had -9,999 red numbers popping up on its head and collapsed on the ground. This change caused Zhang Mingyu and the others to freeze. This was the unknown number of times they had encountered this situation, and it was bizarre to the extreme. Zhao Qian squinted at Wenryu, who had a calm face. Zhao Qian knew that this was Wenryu making a move. It's just that this stealing skill of his is just too weird. Actually taking can be used from such a distance. And it's also so different. Is this what the effect is when stealing is turned into a talent? She shook her head. Now was not the time to think about that. Doing it while it lasts is the key. Ryu, are you able to lure away a mandrill? Zhao Qian felt that it was a coincidence that when Ryu killed that shadow cheetah last time, but he should be able to lure one away. No problem. After feeling the source power brought to him by the death of the bronze boss just now, Wenryu looked towards the other four source beasts with longing in his eyes. Killing this kind of source beast was equivalent to the source power he had gained from utilizing his myriad hands a dozen times. Okay, let's get started then. Zhao Qian pulled down her mask and charged up with her shield, and Wenryu put a sneak on herself, carrying her poisoned dagger in her hand to follow. His target was not the other golems, but the one with blind eyes. In the face of this blind golem, there was no need to lure it away. A direct hit was doable. The other three followed close behind. Shield. Shelter. Zhao Qian's body shimmered as she slammed into the foremost golem. Casually, a divine fire lance appeared -444, and Wang Mingxing immediately picked up the skill and picked the golem off. -33, -66, -52. A string of numbers appeared on that golem. The other two mandrills also reacted and rushed towards Zhao Qian and the two of them, but with the help of Zhao Qian and Lin Dai at the back, these two mandrills couldn't even get close to Wang Mingxing. Wenryu on the side had been close to the blind mandrill here, but saw Zhao Qian in their somewhat strained appearance and retreated back. The weapon in his hand turned into an iron rod, shining a blow at the back of a mandrill's head. Stifle. -512. The golem then fell into a dazed state. Wenryu also didn't expect her luck to be so good that she actually went straight into a dazed state. Take him while he's sick. He switched to his dagger and stabbed out 3 times in a row, slashing at the vitals. Straight back. In fact, there was no need to retreat. The mandrill had already fallen to the ground and died. At the same time, the mandrill that Wang Mingxing was dealing with also fell to the ground. Zhao Qian's afterglow had been watching the battlefield, and when she saw Wenryu's damage, her pupils suddenly shrunk. If at first she had doubts about Wenryu's so-called strike, now she had no doubts at all. The damage caused by the muffler, while a bit outrageous in her opinion, was after all a weakness strike, and it was normal to exceed it by some damage. But he had just made those stabs with his dagger, which were also considered vital, but obviously did much more damage than their strikes to the vitals. Each slash was at 300 plus, which was clearly impossible in the hands of a second-rank advanced. It was also because of this that Zhao Qian truly believed that he really did have a talent called One Strike. After the two mandrills were dead, the remaining two were much easier. 5 minutes later, all the mandrills were settled. Zhang Mingyu ran over from behind and wrapped her arms around Wenryu's neck. It was that height that forced him to pat his feet a bit. Holy Ryu, you're awesome. Each of the 3 slashes does 300 plus damage. They are all vital attacks. It's normal for the damage to be higher. Wenryu hurriedly explained. It's not just a matter of vitality. Even a high damage skill like Lin Dai's Divine Fire Gun only deals 300 plus damage. You're just flat stabbing. I think it's more likely that it's because of that talent of yours. Zhao Qian pointed at the dagger in Wenryu's hand and said. Wenryu hurriedly took advantage of the situation. Ah yes. It's because of the effect of this one hit, plus the weakness attack. That's all. He nodded quickly. As long as he didn't suspect him on his attributes, nothing else was a problem. Ryu, I found you a skill that is especially suitable to go with sneaking. Although it's cheap, it really suits you. After all, you're not really an assassin. This skill thieves can also have. When I go back this time I'll go buy it. I'll definitely be able to maximize the damage. Zhang Mingyu had an excited look on his face. He was already thinking about when Ryu using this skill to deal super high damage. What skills? You'll see when the time comes. When Ryu bristled, even if Zhang Mingyu didn't say it, he had probably guessed it. It was just a few skills. Backstab, Chisel Strike, and Bonebreaker are a few of the simple skills that a thief can learn. And those assassin advanced skills, there is no way for thieves to learn them. But it didn't matter. When Ryu didn't think about it anyway. He fights mostly by mixing it up. And even if he strikes, it's a sneak attack strike, which ends up being a one-time skill release where others can't see it. Whenever he levels up, he will show everyone what it means to have a sea of skills. He glanced at his panel, and at this point, the disposable skills he possessed had reached over 400. That's still because he used some. Hey, can you guys come over and help? This is an elite and bronze boss. Do you guys just not care? No. Where's that bronze boss drop? Wang Mingxing looked around and didn't see any dropped items. I have the stuff. Just a bronze chest. At the first moment of entry, when Ryu put it away, let's all come together, get the materials, and we'll go in and have a look around. After the group had gotten all the materials they could gather, they stood here in unison at the trunk of the large tree that was bubbling with a faint yellow light. Do you guys think this is really a secret treasure chest in here? Won't we know if we go in and take a look? Zhang Mingyu stretched out his palm and placed it on the trunk of the large tree. Chapter 38, So Many Treasure Chests. As Zhang Mingyu's hand was placed on the tree trunk, a ripple rippled across the surface. A portal slowly opened and the yellowish light faded away. No wonder no one has been able to find it. This place is a bit too secretive. Zhang Mingyu spat out. Who would have thought that a tree would be the secret place for a treasure chest? He'd always thought that was all someone else's bull ********, but he hadn't realized it was true. No wonder so few people find it. When Ryu nodded with approval. In his opinion, what Zhang Mingyu said was all nonsense from someone else fooling around. But what was in front of him made him believe that there really was a world in the trees. The crowd stepped into the trunk in turn. Inside, it was a room-like, with one box neatly arranged. Directly above all the chests, 3 gold chests are placed at the top. Below it were several silver chests as well as bronze ones, and the most numerous remained black iron ones. To be honest, when Ryu really wanted to take possession of it, with these boxes, his lock-picking skill experience could grow quite a bit more. How do we split it here? You put in the most effort. This place belongs to you. We killed the source beasts outside and gained no source power at all. There was nothing wrong with what Zhao Qian said. If when Ryu hadn't made a move during that time, they really might not have been able to enter here. If he had come in with anyone else, he probably wouldn't have dared to even make a move. After all, that was a level 38 bronze boss. When Ryu hesitated, it's not good. After all, everyone helped. As much as he really wanted them all, he couldn't be that desperate. Let me come up with a solution. Once the 3 gold chests are sold, the 5 of us will split them equally, and all the rest will be finished by letting Ryu practice opening locks. Zhang Mingyu said as she looked at the chests. Remove those 3 gold chests and there's not a lot left at all. And the gold chest, the possibility of when Ryu opening it is too low. Instead of wasting it, it is better to sell it for money. They really don't care about this amount of money. It's just so that when Ryu can feel at ease. I think this method is good. The 2 of us, Zhang Mingyu and I, didn't do anything anyway. Lin Dai echoed from the side. The ones who had contributed the most this time were Zhao Qian and Wen Ryu. And even Wang Mingxing had only dealt with one source beast. I agree. Wang Mingxing carried his hands behind his back. When Ryu saw this, it would be a bit hard to say if she were to push back any further. In that case, let's take out these 3 boxes and sell them, splitting it equally among the 5. When Ryu was still able to obtain $60,000, which was a considerable amount of income. He then proceeded to open the treasure chests one by one. In the black iron chest, the items obtained were very average, and the most expensive one was just 3,000 worth of attribute crystals. Then bronze chests. Silver chests were opened one by one. There were a total of 10 silver chests, and with a 50% chance of opening them, he had only opened 7 of them. But luck, and the opening can only be described as mediocre. None of the weapons or skills were opened. Is it possible that my hand is very black? Actually not a single good thing has been opened? When Ryu looked at the field of empty boxes with a puzzled expression. You know, this is more than 80 boxes. Actually all of them are materials. It's normal. Trying to get good stuff by opening chests is all about fate. The materials are all base S, And if you want skills and weapons, it's really the luck of the draw. But the gold chests still have a pretty high chance of meeting weapons, but you can't open them yet. Zhang Mingyu shrugged his shoulders. They never had high expectations. In fact, the silver chests that Wenryu had just opened were already considered very good, and the items in each of the chests were valued at around 20,000, which was considered to be a no-lose, no-earnings situation. Wenru couldn't help but think of his own poison dagger when he heard Zhang Mingyu say that. So he was pretty lucky? It's okay. The group walked out of the secret place. When they had just come out, the large tree in the back dissolved into bits of starlight and dissipated into the air. We're really lucky to have met it within a few days of our arrival. Zhang Mingyu never thought that he would actually be able to find the secret treasure chest one day. If it wasn't for Ruyu saying, "Come here to the foot of the mountain," it would have been impossible for us to meet. The crowd nodded. As per the past, they were still searching for source beasts in the plains area. Forested areas don't come at all, let alone remote areas like the foothills. I thought I could harvest more when I was on vacation, but it turns out that I have to rob to kill a source beast. Wang Mingxing drooped his head. After returning from the foothills, he grabbed 2 teams of source beasts. The number of professionals is simply too high. It can't be helped. More than 3 months have passed since the awakening, and there will definitely be a large wave of people who will become second-order primary professionals. It doesn't really have much to do with whether or not we're on vacation, so we have to strive to enter the 4th order early. Zhao Qian smiled. Ah, you'd better kill me. That's a 4th rank, not to mention the 4th order, even the 3rd order beginner. It's a struggle right now. A little after 5 o'clock, the 5 returned to the quarantine. TSK, where's that Chu Shen? He actually didn't come today. Zhang Mingyu looked around. Zhang Mingyu, do you want to die? Looking at the grim-faced Zhao Qian, Zhang Mingyu shrunk his neck. Sister Qian, don't be angry. I'm not helping you to take a look. In case I meet that Chu Shen, it's trouble again. Compared to them, Wenryu actually kinda wanted to meet them. After all, there was just this one person who was able to let him woolgather every day. Scattered. Don't be mentioning that Chu Xian to me. I get upset when I hear that name. Zhao Qian waved her hand with an impatient face. Well, break it up and go back to your homes and your moms. After separating, Wenryu went straight to the trading center. Sell the items first and get to over $200,000. He then went straight to the 3rd floor, and this time he didn't go to the official store, but to a personal store. Boss, your 50-compartment backpack. How do you sell it? It was time for the backpacks to be updated. 2 backpacks with a total of 30 compartments were no longer enough for him. Starting at $1 million for 50 frames, with a maximum of $2 million. The corner of Wenruyu's mouth twitched. What's the difference between you and that store? No. Is this too expensive? The boss put down the cell phone in his hand. Older brother. You just became a professional not long ago, right? You don't know anything about this backpack thing, right? Wenruyu's cheeks twitched. Should she understand or not? I don't understand if the other side will screw them over. The boss laughed. Okay, forget about it. The pricing on this stuff is all transparent. Most of the backpacks are made by tailors, and the higher the number of frames, the higher the likelihood of failure. So this price is already very conscientious. You can't get this price anywhere else. Wenryu nodded. You say you are reasonable. He is not a tailor. Where to know? Let me see the style. Preferably smaller. Chapter 39. Uncle Zheng. My orientation is actually quite normal. Wenryu eventually relented and bought a small fanny pack to put on his body, costing him $1.5 million. He came out with his wallet in his hand, and this one took 3/4 of his savings right out of his pocket. And talk about saving up for a car. Bye. He's with Zhao Qian and the others. I don't think I've ever seen them with backpacks. No, it's something we have to ask about. He took out his cell phone and opened the 5-man chat group. Humble, how come I haven't seen you guys with backpacks? Stars, bring it on. Modesty, how come I didn't see it? Stars, picture. JPG. The photo is of Wang Mingxing's hand, but where's the backpack? Modesty, I'm talking about the backpack, not the back of your hand. Star, that ring is 200 frames of $30 million. The good-looking ring is $50 million. Wenruyu's eyelids jumped straight up. $30 million. It's better to kill him then. Wenryu instantly felt that the backpack on her body was much smoother. Too bad. It would be nice if the backpack could fit a backpack, but unfortunately this thing won't let it. Yo, coming? Zheng Hongyu saw Wenryu arrive and squinted his eyes. The source power fluctuations felt from Wenryu had already reached the level of the advanced 2nd stage, and it seemed that it was very close to the day of his departure. Well, came over for dinner and stopped by to see you. After all, you don't have a child either, and I was worried you were lonely. Although Uncle Zhang had pitched him a lot in the past, he was his father's teammate anyhow, so it was only right to come over and take a look. The corners of Zhang Hongyu's mouth twitched. Why was this child's speech getting more and more licentious now? It's not at all like the old days, when you squeezed yourself at will. Once because there was no extra money to eat, Zhang Hongyu directly let him brush dishes here. That time business can be much better than now. In those days, the dishes could be brushed by Wenruyu from morning to night. With that mouth of yours, it would be strange if you could get a wife. Didn't you not marry either? Wenruyu skimmed her mouth. Oh, I didn't because I didn't want to marry. And you are not in a position to marry. Can it be the same? It's not easy for me to get married with my 20+ houses and hundreds of millions of dollars in savings? Zhang Hongyu lit his cigarette and looked at Wenruyu with an amused expression. Don't worry, I can be like you in the future. This time Zhang Hongyu didn't say anything because he knew what that SSS grade token stood for. A SSS ranked profession for thieves. Ha, that's pretty curious. Same old same old? Aha. 20 minutes later, Zhang Hongyu brought a bowl of noodles and put it in front of Wenruyu. Eat? Another beef delivery today. Wenruyu raised her eyebrows. Uncle Zhang, is there something happy today? I haven't seen you this kind before. You couldn't have given me a laxative. Eat it or not. I'll take it away. Eat. Of course. Wenruyu hurriedly took out a few cloves of garlic and ate the garlic while eating the noodles. Zhang Hongyu just looked at Wenruyu. Wenruyu was made uncomfortable by the look. No, Uncle Zhang, don't look at me like that. I'm actually quite young. Although I don't want to find a girlfriend. My orientation is normal. Ahem. How come he didn't realize the kid was so poor before? That mouth of yours? It's really. Zhang Hongyu shook his head. Then said, If your attributes are good enough, you can buy some of the assassin skills. After all, thieves are also a branch of assassins. And most of the low-level skills are usable. If your attributes are poor, just buy some skills for escaping. Wenruyu's hands moved with a start as she continued to eat her noodles. The mind, on the other hand, was thinking that it shouldn't be that his ability had been discovered. Although Zhang Hongyu and his father are on good terms, this ability of his is a bit too outrageous and it is better not to be discovered. Of course these are not the main reasons. The biggest reason is still because of certain people who are watching from the shadows. Their targets have always been the geniuses as well as the professionals of special professions or skills. Sure, the country's defenses are strong enough, but there will always be one or two that will be taken. What would happen when he took it away he wasn't sure. But obviously it certainly wasn't good. When he was able to defend himself, then it didn't matter if he was exposed or not. Well, I will. I hope you'll listen, or I won't be able to control you when the time comes. Of course you can't control me. I might be even stronger than you by then. 4-5 days in a row, when Ryu and the others had been fighting in the secret realm. The result is that there are more and more people every day. During that time they changed a few secret realms, and the results were pretty much the same. It is true that the number of gates inside is quite a bit, but everyone has the same choice. Right near the gate. Far away says nothing. Safety first. Ah, I'm convinced. I killed less than 60 origin beasts in one day today. Wang Mingxing lay on the grass and rolled back and forth. Zhao Qian had a helpless look on her face. It can't be helped. There are more and more people advancing to the second stage. Ugh, not only are there more, but even talented F-ranked professionals are coming in. And that's a bit much. Talented F grade already the worst professional. To put it bluntly, this kind of professional would already be thankful to be able to advance to third order advanced. If one could enter the fourth rank, it would be the kind of step where one's ancestor's grave would be smoking. Wenruyu was also upset because there were so many people that he couldn't even release his myriad hands. After all, if he got close, the other party would think that he was trying to rob the source beast, and he might have to fight. Why don't I say, let's go to a farther secret realm and take a look. When Zhang Mingyu's words came out, the crowd went silent. It can't be. You know that all the other secret realms nearby are intermediate and advanced, while there are only these few primary secret realms. If it's the other primary secret realms, then there's only those free secret realms 100 kilometers away. But it's dangerous there. Zhao Qian frowned. Obviously she didn't want to take that risk. In that kind of free secret realm, even the primary level was dangerous. And the density of source beasts within it was simply not something they could withstand. Or maybe she couldn't carry it. Why don't we go to the wilderness? The source beasts are fewer in close proximity, but if they are far away the number is not only high, but the level is also high. Wenruyu was someone who had fought in the wilderness, and the wilderness wasn't worse than here. At best, the number of elite level or higher source beasts was low. You don't say. You really don't say. The wilderness seems to really work. Zhang Mingyu nodded seriously. It wasn't that they hadn't thought about the wilderness, but the secret realm was densely populated with level 20 and above source beasts, The outside world is not dense, but now this situation. On the contrary, the outside world is better than the secret world. There shouldn't be that many people there. Chapter 40, Don't look at me. I'm just making a small comment. October 7th? Zhao Qian. The four of them the last day of vacation. Tomorrow to return to school classes. An SUV weaved through the woods. The quarantine gate behind it getting farther and farther away. The scenery here is so nice. The history books say that once there were skyscrapers here. Wang Mingxing looked out the window. Isn't that it? Wen Ruyu pointed to a ruin in the distance. The building had broken in two, leaving it 7 or 8 stories high, with plants crawling over it, and underneath the plants were the ruins of the various buildings. Beyond that you can see a concrete road covered by trees. I really don't know how people lasted when the secret world first descended. It's been in books, but words are words, far less real than the images. The words of the text only allow us to know that people were miserable in those days, but it is not clear exactly what the situation was like. Starving, hiding, rioting. Wen Ruyu shook her head. Still too rich. This would be known if thrown into the slums. The vehicles weaved through the woods, and from time to time, one could see a team of source beasts appear. As they got farther away from the quarantine zone, the source beasts became denser and denser. Coming to 50 kilometers, the vehicle stopped. There's enough here. Everyone get ready. Let's go. Just 2 steps away. However, they encountered a procession. You guys are also here in the wilderness to look for source beasts? The oncoming group was 3 men and 2 women, and the captain should be the leading man. Well, there are too many people in the secret world. It's just too much. Our squad had to come out. Why are there so many people on a vacation? It's so hard for us third-order professionals to have nowhere to go. Despite the words, his face looked as intent as possible. When Ruyu looked powerless to spit, you are full of stubble and do not know to repair it. And it looks like the age should also be quite old. Why are you so proud of your 3rd rank? Zhao Qian smiled awkwardly. It's really quite difficult. That we'll leave first. She already regretted having just struck up a conversation. Don't be in a hurry. Seeing as you guys should be this year's awakened. It's so dangerous out there. Why don't we team up together? No, we're just here for the exercise. Zhao Qian hurriedly walked in the other direction, with the others following close behind. The man's face was pity. That woman is a real looker. Why? The captain fell in love with it. Why don't we follow it? Anyway, this is the wilderness. It can't be found. An inverted triangle eye behind him said with a smirk. The man was a bit hesitant. It's not good. If we call the police, we'll be ruined. Wang Hu, you're wimpy here? It's just a few students, so I'm sure you won't dare to say anything if you're scared. As for the other 2 women, they didn't say anything, looking like they were used to it. Then go over? Wang Hu's eyes slowly became determined. The woman who had just spoken was just a little too much for him to grasp. Boss, when the time comes to share one of them with me, I just love that tiny one. The inverted triangle eyes licked their lips as if Zhao Qian and the others were in the bag. In that case, the one that's big enough is mine. The bald, burly man rubbed the top of his head. The 3 looked at the 2 women behind them. Brother Tiger, don't need to look at us. We'll give you a hand when the time comes. One of the women with wavy curls said with a delicate voice. As for the other one with short hair, he had a taut face. The others have seen it all before. But one who was not at all happy in his heart and his face was gloomy. When you're conditioned sooner or later, you'll be able to make you bored again. The short-haired girl pursed her lips and clenched her right hand into an uneasy fist. The group chased after them in the direction of Wen Ruyu. Sister, you'll have to obey Tiger. You can't run away even if you want to now. Do you think calling the police is useful? That ring around your neck was bought on the black market. As long as the button is pressed, boom, your head is gone. Take my sister's advice. It's better to be alive than dead. However, in the short-haired girl's eyes, there wasn't a single fluctuation. Just pursed her lips and didn't say anything. The curly-haired woman didn't care. More girls like that didn't end up being just as obedient. What a suicide threat. What's the point? A slumdog? The top doesn't give a. The group is not far behind us. With the enhanced attributes, Wen Ruyu's perception ability had also strengthened quite a bit. I know. I guess the other party is looking at Sister Qian. Zhan Mingyu said with a smile. For these 5 third-order people, he didn't look at them. The difference between an S-ranked third order and a C-ranked third order was not normally large. Besides, those 3 in the back were probably lower than C-rank. Ruyu, the skill is for you. Zhan Mingyu handed a skill book to Wen Ruyu. As expected, just as he had guessed, what Zhan Mingyu had bought was Backstab, the assassin's low-level skill. Backstab LV1, using the skill at a distance of 1 meter can instantly shift behind the target, making an attack that deals 100, plus 2 agility, damage, and 200, plus 2, 5 agility, damage and stealth. Hiss. Holy, This is so much better than a mulligan that it's actually a main attribute bonus. Knowing that his current agility attribute had come to 468, a backstab down was more than 900 damage. Even with armor, that was more than 600 damage. But don't forget the weakness attack. That one hit can be 1200 damage. Invincible. So invincible. He didn't even know what to say. How it felt like he was literally walking in the assassin's shoes, leaving the assassin with no way out. Wanryu believed that as of right now, the damage dealt by assassins of the same level would definitely not be as high as his. How about it? This skill has a strong effect. Don't look at it as just a low-level skill, but with your one-hit damage it can definitely break 600. Zhang Mingyu had a smug look on his face. Wanryu nodded. Not only breaking 600, but also breaking 1000. You two stop talking for a moment. What about the people behind us? It's not a good idea to let them keep following. If you ask me, look at what they're doing and shoo them away. If they don't leave, just cripple them. Lin Dai said impatiently. This is one of the reasons why they don't come to the wilderness. There are times when some of the unqualified people are just quite annoying. Zhao Qian shook her head with a headache. If the other party didn't do anything drastic, if we were crippled, there would be a bunch of subsequent troubles. The matter of conflict between professionals is very strictly regulated from above. After all, the secret realm was the main enemy of mankind. And if there were always fights over things that caused professionals to lose their fighting strength, it would be a loss for the country of China. It's just such a disgusting policy, but I have to say that because of it, there's a lot less fighting among professionals. And what if it kills? Wanryu's words caused the scalps of the four to go cold as they looked at him with shocked faces. Don't look at me. I'm just making a suggestion. Of course Wanryu had never killed anyone, but when it came to a situation where he had no choice, he didn't mind doing it. After all, that's the way it is in this day and age. Not that he's evil at heart. Chapter 41, All of You Can Stay. Wanryu had long had it in his mind that he just wanted to live. He didn't mind laying his hands on it if he was really in danger. The four men looked at each other. Depends on the situation. If the other party is just pestering, warn them and forget about it. But if there are other ideas, then do it. Zhao Qian rubbed her forehead. That sort of thing had been said in the family, but she was really only 18. The three of them, Zhang Mingyu, nodded, and Wanryu had a disinterested attitude. Soon, 5 people from the rear rushed over. Wang Hu was also stunned when he looked at the 5 people who stood still and did not hurry. We're really destined to meet again. Wang Hu's face changed into a smiling expression. Zhao Qian glanced at Wang Hu. Yes, it's indeed quite fateful that we were able to meet you guys even after taking such a remote route. The tone was full of sarcasm. Big brother, there's no one here. Hey, let's have a good chat since it's fate. Wang Hu walked forward, and bald head and inverted triangle eyes followed behind, their eyes constantly sizing up the 3 women. The look made the 3 women cringe. Just as Wang Hu's hand reached out to Zhao Qian, a large sword appeared in Zhao Qian's hand and swung up to smash down. Boo! Wang Hu's face was ugly. Just a few women. How dare you resist? Today I'll let you see how powerful the lords are. Wang Hu also pulled out a long knife and slashed at Zhao Qian with his backhand. It wasn't that he wanted to kill her. He simply wanted to disable Zhao Qian. However, he had underestimated Zhao Qian's strength. A shield blocked his attack. I'm a 3rd-rank intermediate professional. What are you going to resist? Wang Hu made another slash. On the other side the inverted triangle eyes held a dagger. And the bald, burly man came forward with a long spear. I advise you guys better not make a move, or else my knife won't grow eyes. If it scratches your cheeks. Ha. Inverted triangle eyes. Licking his lips, he was already fantasizing about how he was going to play with the smaller man later. Do it. No need to look. Lin Dai and Wang Mengxing deal with this inverted triangle eye. He should be an assassin. I'll take care of that bald guy. Wanryu shook her head. These 3 men were poisonous. In a place full of source beasts they were actually thinking about such things. Zhang Mingyu glanced at Wanryu and then at the other 3 girls. What about me? You, do you have an attack? Zhang Mingyu shook her head. No. Then you rest. Wanryu made a dive. Her body turned translucent, and her presence was instantly reduced. Invigorate. The curly-haired woman in the distance waved the wand in her hand and applied an increased skill to Wang Hu. Wang Hu's power increased again. Zhao Qian's brows were furrowed. It seemed like she had to have an attack ability after going back this time. Shield. Shelter. Wanryu had already circled around to the bald man's back at this point, and he pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to just stab out and forget about it. A turquoise dagger that went straight through the opponent's throat. A knife kills. This was the difference between humans and source beasts. With the same weaknesses, humans were almost certain to die, but source beasts could live. Unfair? That has to be endured too. In the beginning, People lost an unknown number of lives because of this kind of thing. It was only later that people slowly realized that the so-called data mining was the overall data mining of the source beast. The human side, on the other hand, is only semi-data mined, and the imagined ability to live on a drop of blood is simply not there. Poof! The bald body fell to the ground. The inverted triangle eyes froze. How did this man die? And when did this man come over? And how did he jump out of the way? Only to see when Ryu jump back and dive again. Whoosh! Pust! The inverted triangle lowered his head as a lance made of flame passed through his chest. Boo! The flames exploded, and the wound that was passed through was instantly enlarged. The inverted triangle fell to the ground. Not dead yet, but not alive. Zhao Qian's shield pushed hard, toppling Wang Hu away. Wang Hu instantly came to his senses after seeing his two brothers die. These 5 individuals don't seem to be very good to be messed with, but their own brothers can't die in vain. That's right, go back to the police. Tian Li, let's run. The curly-haired woman, or Tian Li, threw down the short-haired woman and ran straight out. Light body, Tian Li and Wang Hu became faster again. We can't let them escape. Let's. Zhao Qian had an anxious look on her face. If the opponent escapes, the follow-up is a problem. The other party calling the police is at best a safety education. After all, the fault lies with the other party. But it's not a good thing if the other side is nasty in the shadows. However, Wang Hu and the two of them didn't run far, and when Ryu took care of all of them with a single slash. It could be said that of the 4 people present who died, 3 of them were killed by him. When Ryu stood in place, her hands stained with blood, and even her face was strewn with a few drops of blood. The scene was quiet. Holy, Ryu, you're awesome. Zhang Mingyu was in awe. The only thing that came back to him was a bang. Vomit. Vomit. When Ryu ran aside where there was no body and vomited furiously, the other 4 then began to vomit as well. Vomit originally didn't feel anything, but as soon as I looked at Ryu vomiting, I wanted to vomit as well. Zhang Mingyu looked at when Ryu and dry heaved again. Come on. Stop it. Things like killing people really don't work. Lin Dai wiped the corners of his mouth. Stop it now. It was just blood. I wouldn't have thrown up, but the smell of this meat, more or less, I can't help it. The inverted triangular eye on the ground had already lost its life, and his body not only emitted a faint scent of blood, but also a faint smell of roasted meat. 3 minutes later, the 5 men slowed down. What about this person? When Ryu looked at the short-haired girl who stood motionless. You said kill it, and the other guy didn't do anything about it. You say you won't kill it, and the other guy came with those 4. It's fine. Just give it to the security service when the time comes. Anyway, they are justified and not afraid at all. Zhao Qian came to the short-haired girl. Are you with them? No. I was captured by them. And this collar around my neck is a bomb. And the controls are in his backpack. When Ryu looked at the girl's neck and there was indeed a collar. He came to the girl and lowered his head for a closer look. Where's the bomb? Why can't I see it? Spinning around, he couldn't see where the bomb was. The short-haired girl ruffled her hair in the back and a small red light blinked. TSK, then these people really deserve to die. But how did they dare to just do it like that? This was something when Ryu had always wondered about. The short-haired girl's face was calm. All 4 of them are from the slums. When Ryu suddenly realized, slums? Ah, no problem then. It's normal for people who come out of there to do this kind of thing. Laws don't work in the ghetto. It's the big fist that counts. Chapter 42 S-Class Thunder Bowman? Welcome to the team. This little girl is given to the security bureau? When Ryu looked at Zhao Qian. Well, into the hands of the security service. And rest assured she is a victim too. A gleam appeared in the short-haired girl's eyes. Thank you. She was finally going to get rid of this thing and her whole body relaxed. Then what about these corpses? When Ryu looked at the 4 corpses on the ground, put it in a backpack, send it along to the security bureau, and leave the rest of the problem to us. It's just 4 slumdogs that won't have some of the problems that follow. Not to mention the fact that the other guy started it. The watches all have a video recording feature that they themselves are able to pull up. It's a much better problem to have these records. When Ryu shrugged her shoulders, since they could manage that it couldn't be better. He's an ordinary man who can't get these things. Let's keep going then. You follow us first and I'll send you away when the afternoon is over. Zhao Qian said to the short-haired girl. Aha. 1 hour later. Whoosh. A sharp arrow flew by and lodged itself in the source beast's neck. -243. A few people turned their heads to see that it was the short-haired female watch that had struck. At this moment, she had an extra longbow in her hand. The most common longbow, but it does 243 high damage. This look tells me that it's not a low-talent professional. I was just trying to help. The short-haired girl blushed a little at being stared at like that. After getting out of her misery, the short-haired girl gradually returned to her normal appearance. Ah, how did you do so much damage? and you're actually shy. Wang Mingxing ran to the little girl's side as if she had discovered a new continent. You should know that just now. The short-haired girl could have been calm, and didn't feel a thing when so many people died. Just now it was because of pretending. And if I didn't pretend to be that way, there was no way to keep myself safe. As for damage, I'm actually an S-ranked professional, a lightning archer. Zhao Qian was surprised. An S-rank archer? Then how come you were still captured by them and brought with you? She pointed at the other party's neck. How can someone so strong be taken on something like this? They caught me in the slums. The slums. You should know that. I didn't dare to resist for fear of being caught by the security service. The people in the slums have little awareness of the law, and coupled with blackmail, no one dares to fight back. Alright, let's not mention this matter when it's all in the past. Was that a normal arrow you just made, or did you say it had a skill attached to it? The damage was quite high. It's just a normal skill, except that my talent is weakness, and wherever the arrow hits counts as a weak attack. The corner of Wenruyu's mouth twitched. This talent was the daughter of heaven's destiny, right? Although it was only S-ranked, this talent was really a bit perverted. Knowing that weakness attacks can deal 1.5-2x damage, isn't this the equivalent of a knife blast? But it's still so close to him. He was able to use myriad hands infinitely, and when his attributes were up, the damage was not something that other people could match. Zhang Mingyu barred his lips. Isn't this talent a bit outrageous? Ooh, I want to cry. I feel so weak after such a comparison. Lin Dai looked helplessly at the short-haired girl. This damage was higher than even her fireball damage. Say, what's the usual number of squad members? Does it have to be 5? Wenruyu inquired. If he could get this girl on the team, wouldn't he not need to make a move? Squad members are commonly 5 to 7 people. It's not impossible to recruit one more member. Zhao Qian looked at the short-haired girl and already had a plan in mind. With this damage, it's perfect to pull over as a player. Add to that the fact that the bowman also has a scrying class ability, and it couldn't be better. There had been plans to find an occupier with the ability to detect, but because of Chu Xian's problems, there was simply no one to be found in the school. In the outside world, it was even harder to find high-quality professionals, and I didn't expect that I would encounter them now. What's your name and do you want to join our team? The short-haired girl looked at Zhao Qian in surprise. She was able to sense from Zhao Qian's several people's equipment as well as their speech that they were the rich kind of people even if they weren't. I didn't expect to see myself. My name is Zhongli. Can I really join? Of course. Welcome to our team. Zhao Qian extended her own hand and the two of them shook hands together. Wenruyu watched this scene from the sidelines and came to Zhang Mingyu's side. No. Are you guys so casual about inviting people? Aren't you worried about the other person's identity? Just agreeing to it? Definitely still need to know. But this is just a matter of going back and getting it, and inviting people over first. Then so you guys have investigated me as well. Wenruyu looked at Zhang Mingyu with a smile. Zhang Mingyu smiled awkwardly. That. It's still necessary to investigate for safety's sake. But don't worry, it's just to find out about your family situation, and the state of your life in the last year. Wenruyu didn't care. Just investigate. Anyway, he didn't do anything before joining, so even if he was investigated, he wouldn't be able to investigate his skills. Zhang Li's addition to the team brought their combat power up another notch. It's safe to say the damage explodes instantly. Due to the nature of Zhang Li's skill, each arrow dealt super high damage, and the speed at which they hunted and killed the source beasts instantly increased by a notch. And the happiest person here was none other than Wenruyu. He didn't need to make a move right now. He just needed to follow Zhang Mingyu around. As the number of battles increased, the few people worked together more and more smoothly. Zhao Qian was very satisfied with this new addition, Zhang Li, and this made up for their lack of attack power. Lin Dai's attacks weren't bad, but they still consumed source power after all. As for Wang Mengxing, he relied on the frequency of attacks, but even if her attack power was high, her profession was still a combat priest, and priests were fundamental. The follow-up skills still have to be priest skills. Even now one of her skills was an augmentation skill, and only one of them really attacked just that. Newbie. An eagle made of source power flew up into the sky, a skill Zhang Li himself had comprehended. For high-altitude probing, on the left front are 6 humanoid source beasts, on the right are 4 tiger source beasts, and in front are 8 giant spiders. The reason why they were searching for source beasts at such an efficient rate was precisely because of this probing ability of hers. Little Li, this ability of yours is too good. Wang Mingxing hugged Zhang Li's arm and shook it from side to side. Wenruyu shook her head. Is it appropriate for you? A little girl of 1 meter 5, to hug a man of 1 meter 7 and call him Shaoli? Zhang Li, who was being held by Wang Mingxing, blushed red and hurriedly said, it's actually a universal skill. All bowman class professionals will unlock this ability. Chapter 43, in the next 2 days, you take her to form a team. With Jiangli joining them, their speed in the wilderness wasn't at all worse than the secret realm speed. It's even a little faster than inside the secret. After this batch of source beasts were killed, the location of the next batch of source beasts was already out. That source power eagle could keep flying in the sky as long as it wasn't killed. Sure enough, it's good to have a spotter. Ah, time has passed so quickly. I haven't killed enough yet. Wang Mingxing had an unhappy face. Because I have to go to school tomorrow for a total of 2 days of classes. Yeah, I feel like at the current rate, I'll definitely be able to go up to 3rd order primary by the end of the month. Zhan Mingyu sighed. Zhao Qian was of the same mind. If it wasn't for Chu Xian, half of her 5th teammate could have been an archer. But, she glanced at Wen Ruyu. If it wasn't for Chu Xian, there was no way they would have become teammates with Wen Ruyu. Thinking about it that way, one would also have to thank Chu Xian for that. Back inside the barrier. Are we still going to the security bureau? Zhan Mingyu asked in a small voice. Just on the other side of the road is a security bureau branch, set up to deal with what happens in the field. Forget it, just bring Jiangli to my house when we finish eating. Zhao Qian shook her head. It's just a collar bomb, and they have someone in the family who can fix this stuff. Anyway, after such a long time had passed, those few people would have been eaten by the source beasts long ago. Okay, then let's eat. In order to welcome Jiangli, Zhan Mingyu drove his car directly to the star hotel he went to last time. Come, let's welcome Jiangli together. Jiangli hurriedly stood up. Sit. We'll be teammates from now on. No need to be so polite. Zhan Mingyu waved his hand repeatedly. Thanks. Jiangli blushed red and sat down on the chair, looking at the food on the table. For a moment he didn't know what to do. Just treat these dishes like cabbage. Feel free to eat them. Zhan Mingyu picked up a pair of male chopsticks to hold the dishes for Jiangli. Wen Ruyu ate her meal while looking at Zhan Mingyu. 8 times in 10 minutes. TSK. This Zhan Mingyu couldn't have fallen for this Jiangli. But it had to be said that this Jiangli was really good looking. But at this height, wouldn't he be anxious? Probably because of the time spent together. Jiangli's indifference from the beginning had turned into shyness. Shyness when moving around and words became few and far between. Jiangli, have you always been this shy? At first I thought you were an icy person. Wang Mengxing asked curiously. She hasn't gotten all the answers yet this afternoon. Jiangli nodded and shook his head again. I was already very introverted and shy, only that I had to protect myself when I was in the slums, so I pretended to be apathetic, and I thought that apathy is also not talking. It's good to imitate just. It's a pity, having met that unorthodox person Wan Hu. The others all dared not approach her when they looked at her cold appearance. Wen Ruyu on the side shook her head. This small, slightly chubby face did not look cold at all. It was more like it for Lin Dai to feign indifference for a bit. Then you're really hard-working. Are the slums that dangerous? Why do they want to arrest you? Wang Mengxing stared at Jiangli with her eyes full of ignorance. Jiangli's face instantly turned red, redder than even before. Wen Ruyu slammed her head. This child's brain seems to be a little bad. Is this thing something that can be asked? This, that, this. Mengxing what's there to ask? Grab a bite to eat. We'll hurry back after eating. Zhao Qian gave Wang Mengxing's bowl a meal of food. The best way to deal with a foodie is to make her eat all the time and have no time to ask. Half an hour later. Dinner is over. Ruyu, are you still planning to go to the field tomorrow? I guess so. I definitely can't get in if you guys are going to school secret realm. Wen Ruyu pondered for a moment. He doesn't seem to have anywhere to go but to the wilderness. As for the foxy friends, they're long out of touch. You can't stay home all day. Then you can go with Jiangli tomorrow. Her strength is still okay, and she also has scrying skills. At first, Wen Ruyu didn't want to take Jiangli with him, but when he thought of that source power eagle, he was really moved. If he was able to follow this afternoon's pace, he could have encountered too many origin beasts. It would even make more sense for 2 people to run away if they couldn't beat them if they encountered a high-level source beast, and then he would be able to use his myriad hands even more often. He nodded. No problem. Just follow me into the wilderness during the day for the next 2 days. Do you guys have any extra cars? I don't have one to catch up. The money for the car has been replaced with a backpack, which I can't afford these days. Even if you could afford it, those cars can't be driven outside. The ground in the wild is uneven, and without some modifications, this car will be obsolete in no time. Didn't you say you don't have a driver's license? Zhan Mingyu couldn't help but say. I don't have a driver's license, but you don't need one outside the quarantine zone. Wen Ruyu shrugged. Then why don't you help me drive when I asked you to? I don't have a driver's license. Zhan Mingyu was anxious, I mean the field. Every time he was the one to drive. Wen Ruyu sat on the side enjoying herself. You didn't. Zhan Mingyu's breath caught, as if he indeed hadn't said it. But is it even necessary to ask specifically? I'll go out later and give you my car. You can drive with that for the next 2 days then. You be nice to my wife. I haven't driven it a few times yet. Jean Mingyu instructed. Don't worry. I'll treat your wife like I treat mine. The corners of Jean Mingyu's mouth twitched. Why did that sound so inappropriate? After separating, Wenryu took a cab back to the entrance of the neighborhood. Looking at the lighted restaurant in the distance, he went to a sidewalk supermarket and bought 2 bottles of white wine before returning to the noodle shop. Zhang Hongyu took a look at the eyes and glanced at the doorway. His nose moved slightly and his eyes narrowed. Yo, you're back quite late today. Well, had dinner with the crew. Is this for me? You've been giving this stuff away pretty often lately. Getting rich? Wenryu was helpless. Making a little money. It can't be compared to your more than 20 sets of houses with more than 1 billion deposits. He placed the wine on the table and unscrewed the cap right off. The wine is not for you. It's for drinking with you. You have to have a dish to drink. Later, 10 minutes later, Zhang Hongyu placed a plate of cold vegetables, a plate of marinated beef as well as a plate of peanut rice on the table. Doesn't it look like emotions are running high? Isn't that the first time you've killed someone uncomfortable? It must have been hard to throw up. Zhang Hongyu took a drag on his cigarette and picked up the bottle to pour himself a full glass of white wine. Wenryu looked at the other party in surprise. He glanced at himself. The bloodstains were wiped clean. And the clothes he had changed off. Chapter 44, Knowing Right from Wrong and Discerning Between Enemy and Self. Zhang Hongyu smiled. No need to look. It's the smell of blood. My nose is very good. He picked up his wine glass and clinked it with Wenryu, casually taking a sip. It's just killing someone. No big deal. But, isn't it official? Thumbs up. Zhang Hongyu couldn't help but snort. You can't really be naive enough to think that that so-called regulation really works. You have to remember that regulations are dead and people are alive. After the person kills and destroys the watch, I'll ask you how to find it? Yes, the watch does have a recording function. But what if it's ruined? If you kill someone, of course you have to destroy the body. Images flashed through Wenryu's mind, and he remembered that Zhao Qian had indeed recycled all the watches on their hands at that time. So it is. Figure it out? Wenryu shook her head. Still don't understand. Isn't the enemy of us humans the source beasts? Why would anyone strike out at others? Today's incident was an accident in his opinion. And the slumlords were just legally unaware in his opinion. Coupled with the fact that the face value of the 3 women was indeed high, causing others to covet them was something he found quite normal. Killing is just a matter of necessity. Killing for treasure, cutting off people's wealth, taking their wives, and so on. There are just too many. You have to remember one thing. When you encounter a source beast, you run away. But when you encounter people, you run away. And the other party may still find you. So when you think you've made a feud, then kill him. Zhang Hongyu spoke lightly, as if he wasn't killing someone, but an animal. Wenryu gulped. This was somewhat beyond his knowledge. Seeing this, Zhang Hongyu shook his head. If I were to say that back then, your father should have sold those 2 things and left you some money. Tell you one thing, your father and I have killed no more than 1,000 people over the years. Most of them are interested in the treasures in the hands of your father and I. There was once a group of people who had been following us for a month in order to seize the treasures. And they were finally killed by us in a large mountain. If you want to live in this world, people must be ruthless. Wenryu's thoughts were indeed not wrong either. It was true that the source beasts were humanity's most significant enemy. But money moved people. In the city everyone is polite and courteous. But in the wilderness, then everyone can be an enemy. It's all a matter of strength. Of course, I'm not trying to make you evil or an executioner. Rather, I want you to learn how to read people. What kind of people are hostile to you? And those people, you will learn to distinguish. Wenryu's palms were sweaty as he wiped his hands with his pants. Then Uncle Zhang, do you think the squad mates will be hostile as well? Well, it doesn't seem impossible. That's why I said, always learn to recognize hostility. Distinguish hostility. Wenryu thought of his myriad hands. He could only use myriad hands if he was hostile to him. If that's the case, Zhao Qian and the others are definitely fine. And that Jiangli is also fine. For so long, other than these 5 people he killed today, only that Chu Xian had always been hostile to him. Then it would seem that he would have to sort that one out sometime before he could do so. Wenryu nodded with a serious face. Thank you Uncle Zhang. Zhang Hongyu sighed softly. I'll only be able to teach you one more of these. No matter what. You're also the only soul seedling of Wen Guanshan. Wenryu rolled her eyes, talking as if you have children. The 2 of them just sat against each other and drank and ate. And the bottle of 1-pound white wine was quickly finished. Alright, just drink this much wine already. Zhang Hongyu stood up and stretched. Lastly, I'll send you a word of advice. Kill thoroughly. Don't be soft because the other party is a woman. There are times when women hold grudges more than men. Speaking here Zhang Hongyu's eyes revealed an unending sadness. Wenryu nodded. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang. There were a total of 4 people today. I killed 3 of them, and one of them was a woman. Zhang Hongyu snapped back. This was not what he thought. He had always thought that Wen Ruyu had only killed 1 today, but he didn't expect it to be 3. And there was also a woman. This is so much better than he was back then. You, what did you do to that woman? Zhang Hongyu asked after a moment of hesitation. Because she stepped in to help. That means the other person is a bad person. And since they are a bad person they are killed. Though it was said that after killing them, they threw up a lot. But he didn't dare to let them go. In fact, at that time, Zhongli he almost wanted to kill directly. But the other party wasn't hostile. So they didn't make a move. But if he had been able to use his mythical hand at that time, Zhongli would not have become a member of his team. Not bad. Much better than I expected. It's getting late. You should head back too. Good. I'll leave this bottle of wine for you to drink. Thank you Uncle Zhang. I'm leaving. Wen Ruyu slightly bent over and walked out of the store. Zhang Hongyu came to the doorway and leaned on the doorframe, casually lighting a cigarette and lightly exhaling. Looking at Wen Ruyu's background, Guanshan this child of yours seems to be a bit different. This child is more powerful than even I. The first enemy I met back then, that woman I didn't even dare to make a move. With this comparison, Zhang Hongyu felt that he was inferior to Wen Ruyu. Maybe you do educate well. No, I'll have to tell my children in the future that pretty women are the most deceitful. Early the next morning Wen Ruyu took a cab and came here to the quarantine gate. As for the car, it's sitting in the backpack. He was afraid to drive without a license. Just as I arrived, I saw Zhongli. Looking at Zhongli, Wen Ruyu thought of Zhang Hongyu's words yesterday. Just think of the 4 men who died yesterday. Perhaps he did think purely before, and it was fortunate that nothing had happened recently, or he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. You're here early. After arriving in front of Zhongli, a smile instantly hung on his face. Well, I'm afraid you came early. Zhongli slightly lowered his head, his voice small. Go. Not caring about Zhongli, he walked towards the gate on his own. Zhongli followed behind with the same steps. The 2 of them walked out of the gate, and Wen Ruyu took out the car from her space backpack, driving the car with Zhongli all the way into the distance. Wen Ruyu's heartbeat began to accelerate as the distance got closer. Zhongli looked at the scenery outside and felt more and more familiar. She glanced at Wen Ruyu without saying anything, just pursing her lips. Half an hour later, arrived at the location. After the 2 of them got out of the car, Wen Ruyu put the vehicle away. Stay close. Wen Ruyu accelerated violently as the scenery on both sides flew back. But of course the speed was not raised to the extreme. Otherwise the Zhongli would really not be able to keep up. 10 minutes later, Wen Ruyu arrived at the place she wanted to come. Chapter 45, It's good to have a scouting teammate. At this point the ground left some traces of blood, as well as drag marks. As for the body, it had long since disappeared, down to the bones. Zhongli sighed in relief. So it was just to see the corpse. Whoosh! Touch! The turquoise dagger flew past Zhongli's ear and nailed itself to the tree. Zhongli's pupils suddenly shrunk as he slowly turned his head, only to see a green snake nailed to a tree by a dagger. Still struggling, Wen Ruyu tries to use the mythical hand. This Zhongli really didn't have any other ideas. Still not hostile. Aren't you an archer? Your perception of danger still needs to be improved. Wen Ruyu took out another dagger and stabbed it at the snake's head. Ah, yes. Zhongli nodded in a hurry. Alright, let's start looking for the source beasts. Zhongli very obediently released her source powerhawk to fly into the air. The nearest batch of source beasts is 40 meters away, just to the left. Go. Have to say, with Zhongli Wen Ruyu do not have to think about anything, as long as the direction according to Zhongli said quasi able to find the source beast. And throughout this period, Wen Ruyu was always trying to use myriad hands on Zhongli, but none of them have been successful. And there is literally nothing wrong with this woman. At noon, the 2 found an open space. Did you bring food? Brought it? Sister Zhao Chen brought it for me. Wen Ruyu nodded and silently ate her meal without speaking again. The 2 men finished their meal, and there was no hurry to leave. You? How old? 18 this year. Wen Ruyu raised her eyebrows. That is to say, you only awakened this year as well? In his opinion, this Zhongli should be at the age of 19 or 20. Let's just say it was his stereotype of that part of the ghetto. As far as he could remember, people there upgraded a little slower than people in other areas. How could it take a year to reach Zhongli's level? It turned out to be only 18. So wouldn't this mean that Jamie Mingyu still has a real chance? Except for the height piece. For 2 days in a row, the 2 of them were in the wilderness area, hunting source beasts. Although it was only 2 people, the number of source beasts hunted was not small. It's mostly just that both have high attacks. Facing a normal source beast, Zhongli's normal strike did over 200 damage, and Wen Ruyu even reached nearly 400 damage. Even when facing a high-level source beast known for its defense, Zhongli was able to deal over 100 damage, and Wenryu was able to deal a little over 200. It could be said that the damage of the two was enough to deal with most source beasts. Of course, the most important thing was not how many source beasts they had killed, but Wenryu. He had used his mythical hand far more often than usual. At this time, Wenryu was looking at Zhongli with more and more obedient eyes, and he sometimes wondered if he should carry her and run wildly around here. And his source power had exploded in the past 2 days. Wenryu felt that she would have about 4 or 5 more days before she had enough time to reach the third order primary. At 4 in the afternoon of the second day, the two encountered the strongest ranked source beast of the past 2 days. Three-tailed blazing fox, bronze boss. Race, beasts. Level, LV 38. Attributes, strength, 270. Body mass, 280. Agility, 155. Intelligence, 435. What a high intellect. However, Wenryu was not worried at all. His agility attribute was already close to 500. Running the other party would never be able to catch up with him. From the name, it could be seen that this three-tailed fox should be a magic attack source beast. Not much of a problem as long as you keep some distance. And as a bowman, Zhongli's main growth attribute was also agility, so he thought it shouldn't be too bad. What's your agility attribute? My agility is only 135. I've just entered the second order intermediate not long ago, and my total attributes aren't that high. And that was still because her agility was the main attribute. Otherwise it could only be lower. Wenryu exhaled lightly. It seems that we can only use this method. In Zhongli's panicked gaze, Wenryu directly carried her on her shoulders. Matching Lin Dai's look at the time. Triggered by a magic hand. Intelligence +5. Trigger mythic hand. Obtain, explosive blade LV4, X1. Not bad luck to actually get a skill. Hit it with your bow and arrow. Zhongli's face was red. The whole person was confused. Just like that? But I can't draw my bow in this place. Since she was lying on Wenryu's shoulders, she could only shoot arrows towards the side, and she couldn't pull the bowstring at all from the back. Wenryu let her shoulder face the source beast. This direction is fine, right? In a moment, just turn around and you'll shoot arrows to hit it. In fact, Wenryu could actually take away this source beast in one set by utilizing his newly learned skill backstab, but the three-tailed blazing fox's high intelligence attribute prevented him from going up alone. If it's with Zhao Qian, it's okay. Positively letting Zhao Qian attract, he sneaked in directly behind him, but apparently not now. Even though he had the ability to sneak, there was still the possibility of being discovered. Good. Zhongli shot an arrow, -267. The damage is still respectable. The source beast that was attacked instantly rushed over. Wenryu immediately boosted his speed and pulled away, always staying within a range. Arrow after arrow after arrow. The source beast was able to dodge 2 or 3 attacks, but it definitely couldn't dodge all of them. Eventually, in this kite-flying tactic, the three-tailed blazing fox fell to the ground. Wenryu hurriedly placed Zhongli on the ground and lifted the dagger to strip off the fur of the three-tailed red flame fox. The most valuable thing about this source beast was this fur, and its blood. Unfortunately, the blood had pretty much drained out early in the fight, and there wasn't much left. Today's luck is good. We got almost 150,000 materials. Let's go back and we'll split it in half. Zhongli nodded. Aha. Wenryu shook her head. This person really talked less. Even when he made money he was so calm. Half for one person, that's over $70,000. Go back and look to see if there are any chests. Just now most of the people around here were just normal source beasts. This sudden arrival of a bronze boss must have a problem. Especially in the wild. Bronze bosses were a rare species. Together with the day with Zhao Qian and the others, it was a total of 3 days. And they encountered just this one. The two returned to the place where they had first met this source beast and began to carpet search. Ah, that Wenryu. This should be the chest it guards. Wenryu heard the sound and rushed over. When she saw the box that Zhongli saw, Wenryu swallowed her saliva. The gold case is worth $100,000. So wouldn't the platinum case in front of us cost $1 million? Developed. Definitely developed this time. Looks like you can buy a house again? As for the car? Car, what car? It's not like you have a license anyway. Let's split this equally as well. 500,000 per person should be about right. Wenryu smilingly put the box into her backpack. This time, Wenryu finally saw a different expression from Zhongli's face. Is that right? How can you not be shocked to hear that much money? Because he was also shocked inside, not expecting to be able to encounter a platinum chest in the wild. Chapter 46, Platinum Treasure Chest. 1. 5 million for it. Too bad. He only has a 10% chance of opening a platinum chest. It's nothing like not being able to open it. After returning to the quarantine zone, the first thing Wenryu did was to contact Zhao Qian and inquire about the price of the platinum case. What? You two got platinum chests in the wild? Zhao Qian looked at the message on her cell phone and was shocked. She wouldn't be so surprised if it was a source city, 200 or 300 kilometers away. But where did they go? 50 or 60 kilometers away. And that's still near the city. And the kill was a bronze boss. Isn't the highest bronze boss only guarding the gold chest? How did you even get a platinum chest? What a life these two have. In fact, Wenryu was quite surprised, and he knew about the relationship between the guardian beast and the chest, but there's no way around it. They just met. The platinum chest price has a standard price of 1.5 million, but you can only sell it for 1 million if you go and sell it officially. Tell you what, forget about selling the chest to me. I'll give you 1.5 million. Looking at the text, Wenryu was torn. Anymore, the two are teammates. Is this a bad idea to sell at the high price? Zhao Qian also knew Wenryu's concerns and continued typing. Our family is also going to buy a platinum case. It's the same wherever we buy it. Besides, platinum and diamond boxes are hard to buy. There are not many a month. We haven't bought a case for 2 months, so you can rest assured that you'll sell it to me. Since the other party had said so, it would be unreasonable for him not to sell. Okay, then I'm sold. The bank card was just sent. Zhao Qian directly called over 1.5 million, just give it to me tomorrow, and put the stuff at your place. Looking at the bank arrival information, Wenryu raised her eyebrows. Was it so swift? Give me the bank card number. Zhongli, who was looking around at the side, looked at Wenryu with some confusion. Give me the bank card number and I'll transfer the money. Oh, good. Wenryu directly transferred 850,000 to her, with an extra $30,000. If Zhongli hadn't led the way around, he really might not have been able to encounter this bronze boss. Not to mention this treasure chest. Isn't this too much? Even though she was already a professional, she didn't actually make much money. Buy equipment, buy potions, it all costs money. Plus, when she met Wang Hu, her money was long gone. It's not much, just enough, so feel free to take it. I won't see you off. Take the car yourself. The money's been transferred, too, and he's got to go to the trading center to sell his stuff. Zhongli watched Wenryu get into a cab, and she turned around to take a cab and leave. Clutching her cell phone, sit in the cab and scrutinize the arrival information. It really gained $800,000, and with yesterday's money, it's $850,000. The money was enough for her to buy a small home, and she finally didn't have to live in the slums anymore. Thinking about this, she was very grateful to Zhao Qian for allowing her to join the team. And of course thanks to Wenryu. If he hadn't gotten himself involved, she wouldn't have had this much money at all. Wenryu, you're overthinking it. I'm simply afraid of an accident. Again? Well, it's been a while since I've seen you. What about the window on that side a while back? Holy, how come you're a second order advanced? In the counter was the same staff member who had handled Wenryu's business in the beginning. It seemed to him that Wenryu was at best a second-rank junior almost. After all, he was just a thief with some strength. Yet what did he see? A second-rank advanced? There weren't many of the 18-year-old awakened combat professionals in this batch that had reached second-order advanced. Were there? And those that had reached that level were at worst an S rank. It also has to be a superb combatant S rank. Wenryu wore a light smile. Low key. The staff looked around and it was a good thing they had intentionally kept their voices down or they would have been waiting for a fine. No bro. What kind of drugs are you on here? So raw. The staff spoke while handing over the electronic backpack. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. Why is that so strange for you to say? Especially with the combination of taking pills and this rawness. Don't you think it's weird? Do I need to take pills for this body? This size? Ahem. Met a good squad. Couldn't help it. The staff member barked. Envy is just too much. It's so much more than my dead-end paycheck. If he had known that Wenryu still had a platinum case in her hand, he probably would have been able to whip it over on the spot. One by one. As the material accounting went on, the staff became more and more shocked. Brother you cow wow. This single totaled 84,200. You got rich ah. You mustn't tell me that you got it all in one day. Wenryu nodded. It's just one day. It's all luck. The corner of the staff's mouth twitched. Why did he feel that this Wenryu was in Versailles? If you're a lucky one, are all its people unlucky? For other professionals of the same rank, being able to make $20,000 to $30,000 a day was already an exaggeration, and they were generally at about $10,000 or so. After all, a team is divided equally. Walking out of the door of the trading center, Wenryu looked at her balance, which had reached $249 million. With that money you should be able to buy a small home. That old house just sits there. As for buying a house like this, it's still a good idea to check with Zhang Hongyu. After all, he had over 20 sets on hand. For that he was kinda wondering where all the houses came from. Didn't they say it was hard to qualify for a house? Wenruyu buys some cigarettes and wine and takes a car straight to Zhang Hongyu's noodle shop. In the noodle shop at 7 o'clock, there was still only Zhang Hongyu. Wenruyu frowned. He remembered that although there were a little fewer people in the past, they weren't this ridiculously few. Uncle Zhang, why is your noodle shop doing so poorly lately? What ingredients did you add to people's noodles? Go away. I'm just too lazy to do business these days. You know, I'm not interested in money. Yes. You're not interested in other people's money. You're interested in my money. Right. Wenruyu skimmed her lips. He didn't believe Zhang Honyu's words. The money is better and better. And Wenruyu hates to have a trillion. Why are you here again today? Hey. Today this is not looking for you. A senior person. To help with a reference. Wenruyu placed the cigarettes and wine in his hands on the table. Yo, this stuff together is not cheap. Small 10,000. Say it. Your Uncle Zhang. I dare not say I'll know it. But most things are clear. I want to buy 2 houses. He wouldn't be here if he only bought 1 set. He was thinking of buying 2 or 3 houses and keeping them for rent. Zhang Hongyu looked at Wenruyu with surprise. You can just buy 1 set. Why do you want to buy 2 sets? There is no way for a single person to buy 2 houses. Chapter 47. Even better than treasure chest hunters or treasure hunting masters. What? Wenruyu felt a bunch of question marks popping up from her head. You're an unmarried man yourself with all those houses. And you're telling me I can't? Uncle Zhang, you're being a bit unreasonable. You have so many houses. Why can't I have 2? It's not like I want 20. Of course he knows it's difficult to buy more than 1 house. So he just wants 2. Zhang Hongyu lit a cigarette and took a big puff. And the stem was directly missing a quarter. Exhaling smoke from his mouth. In Wenruyu's eyes, his entire person became vicissitudes. I'm not like you. Just buy 1 set. No need to buy 2. Wenruyu looked at the not-so-normal Zhang Hongyu and asked carefully. Your 20 houses. Zhang Hongyu glanced at Wenruyu, thinking that he would be leaving soon. It wouldn't hurt to tell him some things. You do realize that the standard for a squad is 5 to 10 people. Wenruyu nodded. So do you see anyone else here besides me? And did I mention any other team members? Wenruyu shook her head. We had hundreds of crew members and your father and I were the ones that survived. As for the houses that actually belonged to those crew members, at one time I had 80 houses on my hands. A large portion of them have been returned to their families. And as for the remaining 20, I have yet to locate the families of these members. These houses are not mine. Zhang Hongyu took another sharp drag on his cigarette to calm his heart. Every time he thought about these things, his heart didn't feel good at all. Wenruyu then realized why he had all these houses in his hands. At that time he was puzzled. Didn't he say that one person could only have 1 set? His own Uncle Zhang doesn't look like a rich and powerful person either. So, what did they? Died? Aren't his father and Uncle Zhang thieves? How come the death rate is so high? Everything is in the past, so don't mention the past again. As for what you said about buying a house, you'll be able to buy it later if you know someone with strength and want to. Or when your rank reaches a certain level it's also possible. Don't think about it now. Wenruyu nodded. I see. Just can you really not tell me about this? It's not like I can't tell you. I'll tell you when you're at the 8th rank. Okay. Boo. Wenruyu returned home and turned on the lights. Make your way to the bedroom and light the incense and insert it into the burner. Dad, what kind of person are you? Why does the crew have so many? Why do you get into such dangerous things? Why? Wenruyu has so many questions, but unfortunately he doesn't even know where his father is. And the message his father left him? Nothing. This made Wenruyu distressed. Today he somewhat regretted going to find Zhang Hongyu. If he didn't find him, Wenruyu wouldn't have so many doubts. He always felt that his father, this squad, was not that simple. Because in his memory, he vaguely remembered something that had nothing to do with the treasure chest. Wenruyu leaned back on the sofa and looked up at the canopy. The eyes were lifeless and in deep thought. A few moments later, forget it, isn't it just the 8th rank? It's only a few years. Sooner or later I'll be able to find out. He wouldn't have dared to say such words if he didn't have the ability of mythical hands. The next day, Wenruyu came here to the quarantine zone. On the face of it, he saw Zhan Mingyu darting in. Why didn't you ask me yesterday? A platinum treasure chest. That's a platinum treasure chest. I want it too. Looking at Zhan Mingyu's face as if she was abandoned, the corner of Wenruyu's mouth twitched. Isn't Sister Qian the captain? So I'll be the first to ask her. The point is that you didn't say you wanted it either. Didn't you sell the gold chest as well? Zhan Mingyu looked at Wenruyu dumbfounded. The words were so, but who would have thought that there could be a platinum treasure chest? He sighed. Gold treasure chests and platinum treasure chests are different. Platinum treasure chests have a high probability of weapons and skills appearing. Even a tenth of the probability is enough. The weapons in the platinum chest will have better attributes. Much better than the ones that humans build themselves from secret materials. Every professional wants to acquire a weapon from the treasure chest. You know treasure chest hunters, right? Advanced treasure chest hunters that target the secret places of treasure chests in advanced secret realms. Because in those secret places, there are platinum and diamond chests, and instead of selling the chests they open them to sell the weapons inside. Does it seem like these thieves are good? Wenryu nodded in agreement, as he also wanted to go to that kind of secret place to open the chest. So would you believe me if I said that there is another kind of treasure chest hunter that is even better than them? Ha! Could it be that there are even more advanced secret places? Wenryu looked at him in surprise. Zhang Mingyu shook his head. It's not a secret place, but a treasure vault. It is said that the worst of the treasure vaults are platinum chests. There are 10 treasure chests in each treasure vault. The worst of them all have a diamond chest, and the best treasure vaults might all have diamond chests. And the name of these thieves who target treasure troves is called Master Treasure Hunters. Wenryu had a flash of light in her head. His father and them wouldn't be treasure hunting masters, right? These master treasure hunters and those high-level treasure chest hunters you're talking about. How many people are usually in a squad? Zhang Mingyu pondered for a moment. It is said that the least team would have to have 30 to 40 people. After all, the place is too big, and a small number of people would not be able to find it at all. That's right. It must be the master treasure hunter. The treasure chest secret place was no longer dangerous but only after the secret place. And this treasure trove sounded like it was in a confined environment, which would make death inevitable if it encountered danger. It turns out that father and Uncle Zhang, they are treasure hunting masters. This time the rank high thing is also understood. It turns out to be like this. Wenryu had already replaced the matter of searching for the secret place of the treasure chest in her mind with searching for the treasure vault. I just don't know if this treasure trove is easy to find. Do you know how to find the treasure trove? Zhang Mingyu shook his head. No one knows how to find the treasure vault. Only those treasure hunting masters know. Even the officials know very little about the treasure vault, knowing that those treasure hunting masters are all high-level thieves, and the officials won't hire thieves. That's why things like about the treasure trove are unknown to civilians. Hearing this, Wenryu became more and more certain that they were definitely treasure hunting masters. Unfortunately, this treasure trove sounds like it's still difficult. No way. You don't want to find the treasure trove, right? Zhang Mingyu looked at Wenryu in this serious contemplation, surprised. If he had known that, he wouldn't have said those words. The secret place is still more or less a trace. This treasure trove comes without even a trace. Ryu listen to my brother's advice. Let's not think about the treasure vault. You tell me where you're going to find so many 7th and 8th rank thieves to go, and you don't even know what the specific requirements are. Wenryu nodded. Of course I know. I'm not stupid. As for whether he could find it, then couldn't he ask Uncle Zhang? When he reaches the 8th order, he'll ask. Chapter 48, I am poorly endowed and need less experience. Lin Dai and Wang Mingxing both walked over as well. Let us know if there's a platinum treasure chest next time. 2. Don't be so quiet. Yeah. My family really needs platinum treasure chests too. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. Yesterday was an accident. And being able to find this box John Lee's credit takes up most of the credit. If it wasn't for her leading me around, I wouldn't have met it. When the three of them heard it, it seemed to make sense. Zhang Mingyu and the two women came to Jian Li's side, chattering endlessly. Jian Li was confused by the situation. Luckily, Zhao Qian stepped in and stopped the three. The two were just lucky yesterday. That was just a bronze boss. It was probably just an accident. The three could only give up. A platinum treasure chest. They really want it. Are we four coming to the wilderness again today? Looking at the route the car traveled, Wenryu was a bit surprised. He thought he would go to the secret place today. You guys obtained the platinum chest in the wilderness yesterday, so go around the wilderness again today. Just in case, Zhang Mingyu casually replied. The corners of Wenryu's mouth twitched. You think quite beautifully. This is simply impossible. Okay, platinum case, you think it's a cabbage. And spinning. 20 minutes later, 50 kilometers out of position. Ugh, we'll just have to stop here. It's not a place we can go any further. Looking into the distance, Zhang Mingyu's eyes were yearning. After all, the farther away you go, the higher the likelihood of meeting a chest boss level source beast, then the likelihood of meeting a chest becomes more likely. Okay, let's start looking for the source beast. A source power eagle flew up into the sky. Wenryu rubbed her chin. Can you only release one of the source beast, Songying? Well, only one can be released. Wenryu smacked her lips a little sadly. How nice it would be to be able to unleash two of them. One for the source beasts and one for the secret places. Mingyu Do you think there are any treasure chest secret places in this wilderness? It's definitely there. It's just harder to find. The secret realm space is limited, but the field is unlimited. The secret realm can more or less rely on manpower to search by carpet. But here, it's too difficult. There are only a handful of wild secret places to be found. At first people were committed to finding the secret places of treasure chests in the wilderness. And then the chances were really too slim and people gave up. For the secret place of the treasure chest in the wild, people are also embracing the grass to beat the rabbit. To find is to get rich. Can't find it is also even if. For wolf-type source beasts 100 meters out on the left. You guys stop talking and go. There were source beasts, and when Ryu hurriedly followed the group over. Today he was only going to be a paddler. Strike or whatever. Forget it. Trigger wonderful hands. Gain wolf's teeth x2. Trigger wonderful hands. Gain, falling thunder LV3, x1. Holy, Ryu, it's still you who's comfortable. You don't have to do anything. Zhang Mingyu had an envious face. You know he can still have to pay attention to the state of the battlefield in front of him. His body is not tired spiritually. As for one Ryu, she paddled alongside him. Even the newcomer Jiangli who participated in the battle every time. I'm not involved here. Isn't it also much better for you guys to share this source power? Zhang Mingyu subconsciously nodded. That's not right. I just reacted. Since you're not involved, how are you able to rank so high? It's probably because the potential is low and requires less experience. One Ryu hurriedly said. Seems like it, huh? Seeing that Zhang Mingyu believed his words, one Ryu was relieved. How had he forgotten about this? There was no source power gained by not participating in the kill. Then sooner or later his leveling up would raise suspicion. These four haven't given it much thought yet, but sooner or later they'll find out. No, starting tomorrow, he'd have to make a proper strike as well. No need to wait until tomorrow. It's almost time for him to strike. Just after killing these source beasts. Boom, boom. Heavy footsteps sounded from the woods to the side. Two black figures slowly walked out. Holy, this size is a bit too big. Zhang Mingyu hurriedly ran towards the distance with Lin Dai. With that slap, they both probably went straight to karma. Earth Bear, Elite, Race, Beasts, Level, LV 35. Attributes, Strength, 450. Body Mass, 340. Agility, 95. Intelligence, 140. Trigger Wonderful Hands. Obtain, Earthen Lance LV3, X1. Trigger Mythical Hands. Physical Fitness +6. One Ryu unleashed wonderful hands on it at the first opportunity, putting the skill to use first. Two bear-type source beasts with 4 feet on the ground but close to 4 meters tall walked out. This stands up to 8 meters I'm afraid? Zhang Mingyu swallowed his saliva. Lin Dai, how much agility do you two have now? Less than 90 big sister. Our attribute main attribute is intelligence Agility grows slowly. Not to mention that they were now second order advanced. Even if they reached third order advanced, it would already be thankful for the agility attribute to break 100. Jiangli, you draw one away. Wang Mingxing is in charge of assisting, and Lin Dai is helping with the damage. One Ryu, I'll be in charge of attraction. You'll be in charge of damage. No problem. One Ryu nodded. 340's physique. There should be no problem. He still dared to take a shot as long as someone attracted it. Safety first. Shield. Shelter. Looking at the yellow shield spinning on Zhao Qian's body, one Ryu was envious for a moment. If he had this ability, he would have dared to take on this giant bear solo. Zhao Qian raised her sword and slashed the giant bear before immediately raising her shield. One Ryu was the first to dive instantly to the back of the giant bear, but he didn't use a dagger. Instead he used an iron rod. Knock. -523. Swoon. Zhao Qian froze. This, is the damage of the stick so high? One Ryu didn't care about Zhao Qian's surprise, taking advantage of the dizziness. He directly switched to his dagger and stabbed the giant bear in the neck with a backstab. -1132. Large blood-red letters floated up, and the giant bear directly collapsed to the ground. With only 2 attacks, the giant bear was resolved. Zhao Qian froze in place. Wasn't the damage too outrageous? Even if an assassin used the skill backstab, they wouldn't be able to reach that number, right? Is that gifted one-hit bonus of his that high? One Ryu had already left this place by now, heading to help Jiangli and the others. Since we're trying to hide the problems of our realm, let's act and think like it. The giant bear chasing Jiangli suddenly turned around and attacked Wang Mengxing, only to see the giant bear slapping the ground. A piece of land rumbled up, followed by an earth lance flying towards Wang Mengxing. She tried to dodge, but the distance was just too close. Just when she thought she was going to be injured, a sudden huge force came from her waist, and her entire body instantly skimmed over the lance and flew into the distance. There was silence. Wang Mengxing covered his side waist and slowly stood up, glancing sideways. A large black footprint on her waist was on her dress. She glanced at Wenryu, who appeared in front of the giant bear. So she was kicked over? Chapter 49, Promotion to the Third Order. SSS Grade Occupation Advancement Token. Boo! Wenryu just knocked a stick and the giant bear fell to the ground. After all, having suffered the double attack from Lin Dai and Zhongli before, he had long been at the end of his strength. As for Wang Mengxing, the damage was sort of outputted partially, but it was still that much worse compared to the other two. The giant bear died, and Zhang Mingyu and Lin Dai were able to walk over. Wenryu, your attack just now. Zhao Qian hadn't finished asking. Wang Mengxing huffed. Wha? Ru, you, why did you kick me in the waist? Her right lower back was still aching. The kick had really hurt. The cheeks of the few people on the side trembled. They had seen it clearly. That kick was a real kick. The situation was critical just now. Wasn't I thinking of helping you get out of the crisis quickly? Then you could have pulled me. Then won't it just go into my arms? Wenryu muttered in a small voice. It was just that the crowd was quite close, and the sound was still audible to everyone. Wang Mengxing's breath caught. This person is simply toxic. For the sake of you saving me, I'll let it go. But you'll have to buy dinner tonight. I want a barbecue. Kicked all the way to the curb. What else can I do? Wang Mengxing helplessly rubbed his waist. He must not be in danger in the future, in case he came to save himself again. Thinking of this, Wang Mengxing shivered. In the future, I can't say anything to put myself in danger. And even if I do, I have to let Sister Qian come to my rescue. No problem. It was just a barbecue, which he could still afford. Wenryu, that 1,000 plus damage you just did? Zhao Qian asked suspiciously. Zhang Mingyu had an excited face. Yes, Ryu. What was that damage you just did? It should be damage that only the third rank can achieve. It's not just the third rank, but also the damage that can be achieved after the skill reaches LV3. Damage. That's not my talent strike. Using the dagger can boost the damage by 100%, plus the skill given by Zhang Mingyu. It hits. Zhang Mingyu barred his mouth. This talent of yours is really a bit outrageous. I think you can't just go in the direction of an assassin and forget about looking for any treasure chests. In his opinion, the treasure chests were nothingness. The good stuff was above gold, and that wasn't a good thing to meet. Zhang Mingyu is right. You're quite suitable to go assassin. The skills I bought will be arriving in a few days, so I'll send them to you then. And mine. Lin Dai held up his hand. The stronger her teammates were, the safer a brittle profession like her would be. Wang Mengxing looked at Wenryu with a puff of air. And mine. After collecting the materials for the two giant bears, the group returned to their initial location and searched for the treasure chest. These two bears came out of nowhere. They must have thought we were intruders. They're probably within 50 meters of here. So let's look around. Zhao Qian picks at the grass with her sword. All pay a little attention to safety. There might be snake-like source beasts in the grass. Wenryu picked at the iron rod. The treasure chest is here. Jiang Li shouted. Wenryu froze. It seemed like she was the one who found it yesterday as well. So lucky? The group came to Jiang Li's side and looked at the box at their feet. Wenryu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she was really lucky. Gold chest, put it away and sell it. I'm fine with that. For the next 6 days in a row, Wenryu and her group hunted source beasts in the wild almost every day. As for the secret realm, the crowd didn't mention it again. After all, the number of elite and bronze bosses encountered was much higher than expected. Triggered by the magic hand. Strength +2. Trigger wonderful hands. Gain, Rock Shield LV4, X1. Boo! A turtle-type source beast fell to the ground. Phew! This one is so hard to fight. Wang Mengxing clasped his scythe with both hands and said breathlessly. Her damage hit this turtle and only dealt 20 or 30 points of damage. Even Jiang Li was only 100 or so. After all, with a turtle shell on his body, his defense is certainly high. Wenryu rubbed her chin as she looked at the creature. The most valuable thing on it should be this turtle shell. Exactly. In that case, let's tear it down. At 5 p.m., the group headed toward the barrier. Wenryu sat on the passenger side and opened her personal information. Name, Wenryu. Age, 18. Occupation, thief. Potential, grade C. Level, 3rd order elementary. Attributes, strength, 398. Body mass, 355. Agility, 502. Intelligence, 312. Natural skill, lockpicking LV2, 152/1000. The one and only wonderful hands LV5, 12432/100000. Skills, Thorn Twist, X1, Thunderlance LV2, X1, Death Ray LV2, X1 Earth Lance LV3 X1. Stifle Stick LV2, 364/500. Raise Sand LV1, 0 out of 100. Sneak, Backstab LV2, 23/500. Bone Pick LV1, 12 out of 100. Shadow Attack LV1, 0 out of 100. Sprint LV, 0 out of 100. These days, the skills that Zhao Qian had given him arrived, and there was only one left in the spare skill bar. When Ryu came and learned them all, these skills were quite useful to him, at least the damage aspect he had a say in. And after his third rank, he also had an additional skill. It's just that the name is more or less a misnomer. Yensha? How does this feel like a fight with a punk? But none of that mattered, because today he was going to solve something big. The third rank could use an SSS ranked profession advancement token, and he would immediately know what an SSS ranked thief was. Back in the quarantine zone, when Ryu separated from them at the first opportunity. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? Send a message if something happens. I have something to do. When Ryu said as she jogged and waved her hand. Get a cab and go straight to your house. Sitting here, when Ryu rubbed her hands together and was about to find out. Unfortunately, that mysterious box map now he did not dare to touch. That thing can only go to ask his uncle Zheng. 20 minutes later, when Ryu arrived downstairs at her house, jogged all the way home, locked the door and pulled the package out from under the bed. Here, let me see. Occupational Advancement Token. Quality, SSS grade. 3 orders are available. Advancing to the strongest occupation of the current profession. When Ryu put the map back under the bed while holding that token in her hand. When you get to the living room, pull the curtains back. He took a deep breath. Use it. The token in his hand instantly shattered and turned into a starlight dot drilling into Ryu's body. Only when Ryu's entire body was glowing with fluorescence. 10 minutes later, the fluorescence disappeared. And when he opened his personal information again, his career potential changed. And when she saw the occupation, when Ryu's eyes widened. Which? Chapter 50, I have a divine skill. Treasure chests and secret places at your fingertips. Not the god of thieves. Rather, it is the saint of thieves. Holy, holy, holy. God first. So in that case, SS rank is the god of thieves? But this is not important. His own skills had changed. Except for the skills he had stolen and the skills he had learned. All of them carried the word holy. It's just a bit of an outrageous effect. Saint lock opening, all the locks of the world can be opened. That said, it wasn't like he couldn't open a diamond chest even if he came across one now. And he's talking about the locks of the world. It can't be what he thinks it is. He came to the door and put his hand on the gate. Unlock the door. Only a click was heard and the security door opened. The corner of Ryu's mouth twitched, and it really opened up. Brother, I just want to open the treasure chest. You're making me open all this? I'm a thief by profession, but not that I want to be one. If the security bureau finds out about this, won't you have to go on a case preparation? In the future, if anyone in the city lost something, he was afraid that he would be questioned. Saint Stifler, Saint Yensha, these two skills are the same. The descriptions in them have all changed, and the damage boosting effect has been increased. It's simply a divine skill. This kind of skill was currently something when Ryu didn't dare to use. It was just too buggy. And the most crucial skill is that mythic hand. Saint Wonderful Hands LV1, 0 out of 100, unique. 1. Steal, within 20 meters. 25% can steal a random item from the target. 25% can steal a random 1 to 10 attribute points from the target. 20% steal a certain amount of the opponent's source power. 30% steal the opponent's skill, one time. Can only be used on hostile targets, and can be used twice on the same target. 2. Scouting, passive automatically scouts the location of treasure chests. Treasure chest secret places and treasure vaults within 500 meters of the vicinity. 3. Unlocked. What do you mean? This is a divine technique. The only divine technique. It's unimaginable that the mythos actually becomes multifunctional, especially the stealing ability, which should be considered enhanced. Whereas before it was based on stealing attribute points, now it's based on stealing skills. In the future, wouldn't he be able to use his skills at will? And even if he encountered a source beast that was difficult to defeat, he could still pull away and use various skills to wear down the opponent. The best thing is still the newly emerged ability, probing. It's a radar, okay? It's practically tailor-made for thieves. Cool, really cool. He's already invincible. Okay. When Ryu's face was excited as he hurriedly walked out of the house to find Zheng Hongyu. Time to buy the house. BTW. And ask how that map works. This time he moved straight to a case of wine. No less. Just after arriving at the store, Zheng Hongyu looked at him. Third order now? When Ryu froze. How do you know? Zheng Hongyu looked at him speechlessly. The corners of your mouth are harder to suppress than even AK. And don't you forget that career advancement token I also know about. By the looks of things, he's using it. Zheng Hongyu secretly thought to himself that he was using an S-rank token being a grand thief. And the chances of opening the lock had increased by a lot. His father, Wang Guanshan, on the other hand, was a SS-ranked god of thieves, and was able to achieve a 70% success rate even when opening diamond chests. So, when Ruyu is the saint of thieves, wouldn't she be able to open all the locks? I wonder what the success rate of opening mystery chests is. I almost forgot about Uncle Zhang buying a house. I'm all done for you. Zhang Hong, you pulled out a real estate book seeing that you don't have time. I got it for you. A new neighborhood environment is not bad. When Ruyu looked at the real estate license on the table froze. Uncle Zhang is not quite love money. Actually gave to buy? I can't believe he hasn't asked for his money yet. That's pretty rare. I'm not very used to this look of yours, Uncle Zhang. So why don't you just revert back to your dead money demanding look? The corner of Zhang Hongyu's mouth twitched. Nerves. He took a deep breath and didn't pay attention to his remark. Did you come here this time to ask about the map about that mysterious treasure chest? Wen Ruyu subconsciously nodded her head. That's not right. How do you know everything? You're a god. You still can't use that thing right now. Wait until you're at the 8th rank sometime. Wen Ruyu had an odd expression on her face. 8th rank. However, the lowest total attribute of the 8th rank was nearly 1,000, and he had now far exceeded the figure of 1,000. But this is something he can't talk about yet. It's just beyond common sense. And why is it the 8th order again? Uncle Zhang, the location where this mysterious treasure chest is located. It wouldn't be in the treasure vault, right? Zhang Hongyu looked at Wen Ruyu in surprise. How did you know about the treasure trove? My teammate said that. Zhang Hongyu rubbed his chin. It seems like your teammate has a good family. Ordinary occupiers such as them would not be able to access this kind of information at all, and would only be able to understand it once their rank had reached a certain level. Anyway, you can't use this map right now. Wait until you reach the 8th rank before you go looking for it. At least at that time, with your rank attribute security will be high. Properties? Security? When Ruyu thought about her attributes, wouldn't that mean that she was safe right now? Even though it's only the lowest class 8th order attribute, it's still the 8th order. Okay. As for the highest basic 8th order attribute of roughly 1600 to 1800, a month or so would be enough given his current situation. Not to mention that he now possessed quite a bit of the assassin's ability to attack and escape. It seems like there shouldn't be any problem getting to where that map is, but he still had to agree on the surface. I know Uncle Zhang. Well, keep up the good work in the future. It's hard for SSS ranked professions to level up, but there's a benefit too, and that's that the total attributes are also much stronger than other professions. Aha. When Ruyu didn't stay here for long this time, leaving the place in half an hour, Zhang Hongyu stood in the doorway looking at the disappearing Wen Ruyu, casually throwing the cigarette in his hand to the ground and stepping on it. Looking back at the room, it's time to leave. Pulling down the roll-up door, Zhang Hongyu disappeared into the street. The next day, how about we go to the secret realm today and see how things are going? Zhao Qian glanced at everyone. I can do both. Listen to the captain. Zhao Qian looked towards Wen Ruyu, who was a bit dull today. What about you? I'm fine with that. It doesn't matter where he is. The skills are used the same anyway. Then let's go to the secret realm. Although the wilderness is not bad, it's still a little bit worse after all. The secret realm is sometimes where you can meet patches of elite source beasts, and you may even meet silver bosses. And to meet it in the wild, not only does it take time, but you have to go out a long way. Then let's go. Chapter 51, Revisiting the Primary Secret Realm. Encountering a silver boss. Entering the secret realm. Jiangli released the source power eagle at the first opportunity. Wen Ruyu, on the other hand, froze in place. Where was this probing ability? Why is there no response? Does it mean you have to be close to the treasure chest to get it? Ruyu, let's go. What's the point of standing there? Here we go. It's not like we just learned the skill to study it. When Ruyu caught up with the group in 3 or 2 steps and followed them towards the distance. It's much better in the secret world now than it was during the 11th vacation. There were still a lot of teams, but they were much better than in November, and at least a third less. Alas, if only we could advance to the 4th rank earlier. We could go to the intermediate secret realm. The people in there would be much less than here. That's true, but we haven't even entered the 3rd rank yet. And the amount of source power needed to ascend from 3rd order advanced to 4th order beginner is way more than what we have now. Everyone aspired to the intermediate secret realm. After all, that secret place was not only large, but also had fewer people. The most important thing is that the intermediate secret realm is able to meet the platinum treasure chest. Although the chances are small, but there is still a chance. And the chances of meeting a platinum treasure chest in a primary secret are almost zero. Wen Ruyu sighed as she felt her source power. Before he didn't use the SSS grade token. He felt that he was just a month away from being intermediate. But now, you can't get promoted without 3 months. But with Mythic in place, it should be able to cut 1 month off. Not long after walking out, he met 12 normal source beasts that were over level 20. Facing this kind of rank, they could already deal with it easily. Mythic Hands, gain skill, Poison Sting LV3, X1. Mythic Hands, gained a small amount of source power. When Ryu cast it particularly fast. It was also fortunate that this didn't have a cooldown. If it did, he probably wouldn't have been able to catch up with their kills. Dispel. With a wave of Zhang Mingyu's staff, the poison status on Zhao Qian instantly disappeared. Learning new skills? Well, I can't help it if I don't learn it. The further I go, the more types of source beasts I meet. Speaking of which, I'm heartbroken. I also learned a skill, Breaking Concealment. For nothing I've lost a skill bar. Zhang Mingyu had a heartbroken expression on his face. There's no way around it. If he doesn't learn, who will? Lin Dai and Jiang Li didn't need to think about it. They were the main combatants, so they definitely couldn't learn this kind of skill. Jiang Li actually had some possibilities, but Lin Dai was not a possibility at all. As for Zhao Qian, that was even more impossible. As the only tank-type profession in the whole team, she definitely had to learn all kinds of defensive skills. Wang Mingxing's words were more or less semi-combatants. Definitely need to learn some status skills when the time comes. So in the end, these skills will have to be learned by him. The good thing is that it only takes up 2 skill bars, so it's not a big problem. The battle at the front is over, and it's time to wrap things up. There's a silver boss in the woods on the right. Jiang Li pointed to the right. The crowd's eyes lit up. You know that these recent bosses have been giving out a lot of treasure chests and treasure chest maps. A silver level boss can give a silver treasure chest at worst. Maybe a gold treasure chest if you are lucky. Go! It has to go. Zhang Mingyu was all excited. Then everyone be careful. Beside the silver boss there are 2 elites as well as 4 normal source beasts that are very high leveled. The silver boss is level 35. The elites are level 33. And the normal ones are level 30. Hearing this, Zhao Qian hesitated. It seems like they should be guarding the treasure chest. It's just that this is too many. With 7 of them, they were able to fight with their strength. But they needed to work reasonably well together to do so. When Ryu didn't want to give up either. The higher the level, the higher the source power given. He needed a lot of source power to upgrade. Try to attract it first. How many can Sin taunt? How much damage can she resist? 4, 2 elite and 2 normal at most. If I carry 4, I can't join the boss. Not with my current skills. Zhao Qian shook her head. She also wanted to wrap the boss up. And with Ryu's one-hit bonus as well as Jiang Li's weaknesses, she should have no problem solving the rest. But she really couldn't carry it. Then you'll taunt those 4. Jiang Li and Lin Dai will both deal with the remaining 2 ordinary source beasts. Wang Mingxing will be responsible for drawing fire. And Mingyu, you watch yourself. The corner of Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched. What do you mean look after yourself? I'm that good. Blah, 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 I'm an auxiliary. Okay, you're going to deal with the silver boss alone? Zhao Qian looked at Ryu in surprise. That's not elite. Don't worry, the skills you guys gave me are still effective. Bone Ticking LV1, when in close, instantly performs 5 consecutive strikes. Each attack deals 50, plus 0, 2 agility X, 20% chance to deal 200% damage. Invincible during use of the skill. 30 seconds. Shadow Attack LV1, split a shadow doppelganger in charge at the target together, during which the real body can swap places with the shadow. A single hit deals 100, plus 0, 5 agility, damage to the target. A double hit deals 100, plus agility, damage. 1 minute. It was important to know that his current agility attribute had reached 500, not to mention that he had the stifle and backstab skills. As for the other party's damage to him, he wasn't worried at all. Saint Ray Sand LV1, throw outsource sand with your hand, inflicting a blinding effect on the target for 5 seconds and attaching a 3-second chaotic status. 1 minute. Once the blinding effect comes out, the opponent immediately becomes blind. Confusion is even more up and down. How else can it fight? When not advanced, the level 1 Yensha skill can only inflict 1 second of blindness and 0.5 seconds of confusion, which can be said to be very ineffective. But after becoming a stealing saint, this skill instantly became a divine skill. It can be said that all the skills are all divine. Zhao Qian thought about it, and rightly so. Ryu would have no problem as long as she struck out as fast as she could after getting close. Okay, let's get started then. As she walked towards the woods, golden points of light appeared in Ryu's eyes in the direction of the exact location of the woods. He rubbed his eyes. The golden spot of light was still there. He moved his head, and the point of light was in place. Ryu realized that this was that probing ability, so this was the effect. That's pretty convenient. Coming to a position 10 meters from the woods, the group stopped. Zhang Mingyu and Lin Dai, on the other hand, were 10 meters behind, keeping their distance. Jiang Li, can the attack hit? Yes. Jiang Li nodded. Then shoot and draw the other side out. Zhongli walked to the edge of the woods, pulled up his longbow, and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow passes through the gap and hits an ordinary source beast straight on. A roar came out of the woods. Pull back 10 meters and don't get too close to the forest. The group backed up in a hurry. Soon, 7 spotted tigers ran out, while the silver boss was a white tiger. Chapter 52, Dangerous? Take them away in one set. It's a white tiger. Everyone be careful. Zhao Qian shouted in a hurry. Wenru, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled. Isn't it just a white tiger? What's there to be careful about? What happened to the white tiger? Those 6 are just normal strength-added tigers with at most 1 increased skill that's hard to deal with. But the white tiger is an ice attack type source beast. Wenru looked at Zhao Qian suspiciously. This doesn't seem like much, does it? The earth attribute and fire attribute source beasts have met more than enough. And it's not like the wind and ice systems haven't met them before. And there's no danger. When it is attacked, it releases a speed-reducing ice aura that reduces all speeds by 50% within this aura. And that's what's most troublesome. Deceleration effect? Wenru glanced at her agility, which was already over 500. And it wasn't a big problem. And you're an instantaneous skill yourself. So it's not a big problem. You guys still deal with those guys. Leave this boss to me. Zhao Qian frowned. Will it work? It's a white tiger after all. Let alone a white tiger. A light-haired tiger is fine. I don't know why, but Zhao Qian always felt strange when she heard these words. Then we're on. Zhao Qian carried her shield and lowered the helmet on her face, looking for a position from the side. Wenru, on the other hand, held an iron rod and instantly came behind the tiger with a sneak. Just you're a white tiger, aren't you? A stick hit above the back of the white tiger's head. White tiger instantly fell into a dazed state. -322. The damage is reduced. It couldn't be helped. After using that token, all the skills went back to level 1 status. Saint Stifle Stick LV1, the weapon strikes the back of the enemy's head, dealing 100 plus power damage and a 100% chance to inflict a 3-second stun. 10 seconds. The damage was indeed reduced, but the stun became 100%, making Wenru almost invincible on her own. Backstabbing, bone picking, -1101, -112, -102, -213. Wenru flicked left and right with 5 consecutive strikes. The white tiger fell to the ground before he could come out of his daze. 2 balls of light then fell to the ground. One was a treasure map and the other was a leather armor. I can't believe you've got your gear back. He was also able to decimate it so quickly because the white tiger was an ice origin beast. Its highest attribute was intelligence rather than physique, which was the main reason why Wenru was able to kill in 3 skill seconds. If this was one of those power-enhanced tigers, it would take 2 more slashes to make up for it anyhow. After resolving the white tiger, Wenru didn't stop. Shadow attack. A black humanoid that looked exactly like Wenru appeared and together they ran towards one of the elite-level source beasts. -533, -513. After the shadow disappeared, Wenru immediately used Yensha on another elite source beast, instantly causing it to enter a state of blinding confusion. 5 minutes later, all 7 source beasts were killed. If there was a damage output panel, Wenru was definitely the one with the highest DPS. Be careful. Don't break the skin. This is the skin of a white tiger. Wenru stepped forward and shone a blow at the back of Zhang Ningyu's head. You come. Zhang Ningyu placed the dagger on the ground. Didn't he see that he hadn't been much help just now, and that he had to be hit on the back of the head for just skinning? I'll do it if I come. Wenru picked up the dagger on the ground and just started to continue peeling the skin. That said, your damage just now was really high. 1 set of skills and the boss died. Zhang Ningyu secretly smacked his lips when he thought of the scene just now. A thief dealing more damage than a burst profession like Lin Dai. Who would have thought? That is, with a dagger. If you switch to a wooden stick or bare hands, there is no such damage. Also, that strike of yours was really powerful. It's a match for Zhongli. That's what I thought. After cleaning up the battlefield, the group walked into the forest. Look and see if there's a box. Silver bosses stay in one place. No movement, no chests are impossible. Wenru ran in the direction of the point of light, while there was one person whose speed was even faster than his, and that was Zhongli. Before he could get to the place, Zhongli had already arrived near the point of light. Wenru stood still, looking at Zhongli with a puzzled expression. She shouldn't have the ability to probe as well, right? But it shouldn't. I've never heard of anyone with that power, either. But in Wenru's eyes, Zhongli didn't go straight to that bright spot, but walked to the side a dozen meters away. 10 seconds or so later, I found it. It's a gold chest, Zhongli said as he waved his hand. Hiss. Wenru sucked in a breath, and it took less than half a minute from the time she went in to the time she found it. Zhongli Do you have some ability to find treasure chests? You found yesterday's treasure chest very quickly too. He had to wonder if she was capable of that anymore. It was just too far gone. You should know that he only had the probe after using the SSS grade career advancement token. He's going to cry his eyes out in the toilet if it does. Jiangli blushed red. I just thought it might be on this side, so I came over. When Ruyu breathed in, you might as well say that you have relevant skills. In the following time, Jiangli performed what is called I think. In the afternoon, they got 5 chests, and although most of them were black iron chests, it was enough to prove how strong Jiang Li's sixth sense was. I've seen battle intuition and danger intuition, but this is the first time I've seen treasure chest intuition. Maybe one day, Jiang Li will be able to lead us to the treasure chest secret place. Zhang Mingyu teased. When Ruyu on the side was not able to laugh at all. His probing skills hadn't reacted yet, and people had found them. It made him start to wonder about life. Jiang Li, how did you feel this from such a distance? Jiang Li shook his head after thinking for a moment. I don't know. I just felt the eagle flying in the sky. The corner of Wen Ruyu's mouth twitched. It seemed that this probing ability of his could be dispensed with and he could just use Jiang Li. There's an hour left. Let's go to the nearest gate. It's time to go back, Zhao Qian said as she glanced at her cell phone. Good. An hour later, the crowd walked out of the gate directly back into the quarantine. We have exams tomorrow and the next 2 days, so you two will team up in the wilderness first in these 2 days, Zhao Qian suddenly said. You guys still have to take the test? Of course there's a test, but it's just a combat test, not a cultural test. Okay. When Ruyu glanced at Jiang Li, that was just the right time to use her to help boost her strength a bit in preparation for using the mystery treasure chest. Then it's a deal. Let's go. Bye. When Ruyu got in her car and went all the way back to the neighborhood. Chapter 53, Bronze Boss someone? It's yours. Standing in front of Zhang Honyu's store, when Ruyu looked at the front door suspiciously. Why is it still closed? He took out his cell phone and dialed Zhang Honyu's number. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is empty. What? When Ruyu looked at the name on it in confusion. How did this phone become empty? He called 2 days ago. Right. Tap on the dating app and send a message. Half the time there was no reply. When Ruyu couldn't help but feel a little worried. It can't be that something has happened. But even if something happened, he couldn't find anyone. Forget it, he's an 8th ranked professional. He shouldn't have any problems. In a location 300 kilometers away from here, Zhang Hongyu sat above a large tree and shook his head as he looked at the message on his cell phone. Guess it went to me. Brother Zhang. Is it Brother Wen's child? A man in leather armor asked from a tree branch on the other side. Well, it's him. TSK, worthy of being Big Brother Wen's child. 3rd rank so soon. Zhang Hongyu shook his head. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. It seems like he was really born to be a thief. Whoosh. 3 figures appeared in front of the two. Team Zhang. Sorry for being late. It's fine. And the time is just right. So prepare to enter into the high-level secret realm. Yes. A group of 5 people jumped down from the tree. And the nearby source beasts acted as if they were invisible to them. Each doing their own thing. It wasn't until the 5 entered the high-level secret realm causing fluctuations that several source beasts looked at the location of the gate. The next day, when Ruyu and Jiang Li met up here at the barrier gate. Let's go in a different direction today. To the north side outside the quarantine. When Ruyu explained, we can only move around 50 kilometers, and we've already been here in the eastern suburbs many times, not to mention that there are so many teams. The source beasts in that neighborhood are basically almost depleted. Of course the most important thing was that there weren't too many chests found in that neighborhood. He didn't need to use them to upgrade his skills anymore though, but he wants the materials inside the box. That's all money. Half an hour later, the two arrived on the north side. The number of people doesn't seem to be much less. When Ruyu glanced around, while the number of squads still seems high, it's at least way better than the east side. As long as there were fewer teams, their chances of hunting source beasts would become more, and so would the chances of meeting the chest. Come on, let's go. After leaving the gate, Wen Ruyu directly drove into Zhang Mingyu's car and drove towards the distance. Wen Ruyu hadn't given him the car since the last time Zhang Mingyu gave it to him to use. According to Wen Ruyu's words, anyway, he usually used Zhao Qian's car, and he used this car first. When he buys a car sometime, he'll give it back when it's modded. As for when to buy it, this again. As the vehicle traveled farther and farther, the number of squads encountered became fewer and fewer, and the number of source beasts became greater and greater. When Ruyu's eyes didn't see any points of light. Did you feel the treasure chest? The corner of Jiang Li's eyes jumped. I'm just intuitive. I'm not always able to feel it. When Ruyu skimmed her mouth, that's you not knowing yourself. Okay, 100% found the box. And you're telling me it's not every time? Anyway, in Wen Ruyu's scrying skill, There was just this one box around that box, and he didn't see any other boxes. Watching the frequency of meeting the source beasts get faster and faster, Wonryu slowly stopped the car. Let's leave it here. And you release the hawk. Keep an eye out for people besides the source beasts. Zhongli instantly thought of those people from Wanghu and nodded with a serious face. Got it. Ever since that day after talking with Zhang Hongyu, Wonryu's vigilance had been raised. It's fine when the squad works together. There are a lot of people after all. Usually no one in this situation would have any other first thoughts. Then again, it was a secret area and the number of squads itself was high. It's just the two of them today, and they're still in the wild. This means that they are the best team to bully. 4 wolf-type source beasts 100 meters to the left, 5 humanoid source beasts 200 meters to the front left, and 1 700 meters directly in front. Kazuchi says up and down. There are source beasts there. Can you see the grade on the separate one up ahead? One moment. Zhongli controlled the hawk to lower its altitude. Bronze boss. Go. This is it. A solo bronze boss might have a treasure chest, and there's still a high probability there. In the wilderness, 80% of the time when you fight an elite level source beast, there is a treasure chest nearby. Unless said treasure chest was stolen, these source beasts would not change places. Stealing the treasure chest? Why didn't he think of that? Unfortunately, right now, with his probing ability, he only had 500 meters, and this distance was just too close. After traveling some distance ahead, a green dot appeared in his line of sight in the exact direction they were heading. Not good. There's a group of people heading towards that source beast. 5 people. And there's a source hawk in the sky as well. Zhongli's face changed. Since she had been able to spot the other party's source power hawk, the other party would be able to spot them sooner or later. Sure enough, the other party's source power hawk flew in their direction. Wonryu looked up into the sky, and sure enough, a source power eagle circled twice above their heads and left. What do we do now? The opponent's strength. Such things as human strength are not seen, but perceived. Through the Tsong Ying, Zhongli couldn't know the other party's strength. That's okay, for a while you stay on the fringe. It doesn't matter if you're preempted. The two came to a position 30 meters away from the bronze source beast when they could already hear the roar of the source beast in front of them, as well as the explosions of their skills. Do you have a stealth type skill? Zhongli shook her head. She hadn't bought it yet. Then you can stay here and remember to buy one when you get back. Good. Wonryu released her sneak and went straight into a semi-stealthy state. It then quickly approached the location of the source beast, coming to a tree. Wonryu looked at it. 3rd Order Junior Professionals. A team of them all. It's quite strong, but I'm not robbing from you. Trigger Wonderful Hands to gain a medium amount of source power. Trigger Wonderful Hands. Gain, Trample LV4, X1. As soon as he acquired this side, the bronze boss bull-type creature below him raised its front leg and shined it at the ground. With its body as the center, a cracked ground tumbled, covering an area of 20 meters in circumference. These 5 just happened to be in that range. The other 5 were lifted off the ground except for the professional who was holding down the shield. Wonryu smiled and shook her head, then went straight to the bronze chest, casually stowing it in his backpack. He remained in a sneaky state. Bye-bye within you. Chapter 54, Dagger has no output, but I have many skills. With 500 plus agility, speed is not an option. Getting the item, Wonryu instantly disappeared from her spot and arrived at Zhongli's side in 3 seconds. Go! The two withdrew quickly, without a moment's hesitation. As for the source beasts, it's just a little source power. You killed the source beast? Zhongli asked. No, I just took the treasure chest. Zhongli looked back with sympathy in his eyes. 5 people fighting a bronze level boss and spending so much time for the sake of the treasure chest. As for the source power, there wasn't really much more than that. Having this time was enough to kill 10 normal high level source beasts. It's pathetic. Not every team had high attacking professionals like them. Most of them were ordinary professionals. Coming to a safe place, Wonryu opened the bronze treasure chest. 3 ordinary materials. Nothing special. Together they're not worth as much as selling the boxes outright. Open the treasure chest is like opening a blind box. Good luck directly a wave of wealth. Bad luck loss of pants are gone. That is, the bronze treasure chest, which if the gold treasure chest opened 3 trash for him, he wanted to kill himself heart have. Let's go. Keep looking for the source beast. After the last 2 fits, this time, the 2 were even faster. Wonryu was responsible for sneak attacks from behind, and Zhongli was responsible for frontal attraction. After killing it on the front foot, he immediately looked for where the next source beast was located on the back foot. I don't care about anything except what the material is worth. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm up to 2nd Order Advanced. After so many days, Zhongli leveled up. Do you have a rank for your weakness? And how's the damage now? There are levels, except that my skill is slow to upgrade, and I have to kill or participate in a kill to get a bit of experience. Speaking of this, Jiangli was depressed. Others were just using it, while she had to participate in the kill to do so. As for the damage, each attack just deals 5 times agility attribute damage, but of course it can be stacked if the place it hits is a weak spot. Hiss. 5 times? Yeah. 5 at level 1. Now at level 3 it's 5. Jiangli looked like he was taking it for granted. When Ryu's cheeks twitched, wouldn't it be 4 times the damage once it hit the weak spot again and stacked? Terrible. It's a terrible gift. Luckily he advanced, or he would have to die of envy. Unfortunately, her agility attribute was too low. If this skill was given to him, a random attack would be 1000 plus, with a weakness going straight to 2000. Move on to the next one. 10 minutes later. There's a silver boss, a solo one. Jiangli had an excited look on his face. Go go go. When Ryu hurriedly urged, silver treasure chest good stuff, realizing that the dagger he was currently using was the one opened from the silver chest. It would be great if he could open another one. This time the distance was slightly further, a full kilometer, but that's really not that far for the two. It's a minute or so away. Heavy armored shield warrior, silver boss. Race, humanoid. Level, LV 39. Attributes, strength, 345. Physique, 745. Agility, 80. Intelligence, 130. When she saw that physique, Ryu almost didn't tense up, but when she saw that agility, she was instantly relieved. With a 740 physique, armor is definitely high, and that immunity to damage is definitely less. Try an attack. Jiangli obediently shot an arrow. Whoosh! Minus 211. The corner of Ryu's mouth twitched. The damage that had just been around 400 was instantly gone in half. This was still 5 times the damage. If Zhao Qian and the others were able to deal more than 50 damage it would be good. The heavily armored shield warrior who had been attacked raised his head, and a red light could be seen through the cracks in his mask. I'm afraid that I doesn't have a red eye. Zhang Li's eyelids jumped straight up. This damage hit was bad enough. Are we continuing or running? No need to run. Do you have armor-breaking arrows? There are, but only 20 of them. There's enough to go around. The usual rule of you in front and me behind. Although it sounded a bit strange, Zhang Li still firmly carried out Ryu's words. Focus. Whoosh. An armor-breaking arrow flew past. Minus 387. Armor breaker arrow with the focus skill is just as an extra 160. Sure is a tough nut to crack. I'm going over. Ryu sneaked behind the heavily armored shield warrior and drew out his stick and directly knocked it down. Minus 323. Dizzy. Ryu instantly switched to a dagger and jumped up to plunge it directly into the back of her neck. He can't jump without it. This thing is over 3 meters tall. If Ryu didn't jump up, she would only be able to zap the waist of the other one. When? Minus 1. What? Forced damage. Zhang Li in the distance also froze then hurriedly shouted to, the armor is too hard. It's going to break. One of the reasons why Jiang Li dealt damage the first time around was because she was an archer. The arrows themselves are capable of carrying some armor-breaking effect, just not as much damage as specialized armor-breaking arrows. But Ryu was different. Although the thief was able to use a dagger, it wasn't considered his exclusive weapon. Not to mention that daggers don't have the ability to break armor in the first place. Exclusive to thieves is the stick. Just then, the shield warrior swept back at Ryu with his giant sword, and he hastily backed away from it. Continuous fire. 3 arrows were shot in sequence. Minus 411. Minus 443. Minus 513. 3 damage jumped out. Ryu shot. Big brother in the Enwi too, who is the son of heavenly destiny. This damage is really outrageous. The shield warrior who had been attacked reversed his direction and continued to run towards Zhang Li. Ryu saw that behind the shield warrior, there was only 1 arrow. It turned out that Zhang Li's 3 arrows had all hit the same place. No wonder the damage was so high. But he wasn't out of ideas. He glanced sideways at Zhang Li. Ray gun. Death ray. Earth gun. Fireball. Minus 712. Minus 351. Minus 213. Minus 221. What you can defend against physical attacks, you can't also defend against magical attacks. The main damage still came from that thunder lance, which was attenuated a bit by the heavy armor, but the effect was still strong. It's about to die. Roar! The shield warrior raised the greatsword in his hand and swung it towards the front. A blue sword she instantly flying towards Zhang Li. Zhang Li saw it and flipped to the left in a hurry. However, the shield warrior's attack didn't end there, only to see him swing faster and faster. A sword chi flew out. Zhang Li dodged it hastily, and finally ran directly into the woods on the side, relying on the trees to avoid the attack. Ryu pulled out her iron rod and rushed towards the silver boss. Watch your back. Zhang Li's horrified voice sounded from his side. Wen Ruoyu did not suspect a sideways turn to leave the same spot in a hurry. Boom! An axe slammed into the back of the silver boss. If Wen Ruoyu didn't dodge it, that axe would definitely hit him. Are you alright? Zhang Li came to Wen Ruoyu's side, his eyes looking back. Chapter 55, People die, things die, and equipment die. A squad of 4 appeared behind them. Kid, it's okay. The leading burly man in front cared for Wen Ruoyu on his lips, yet his expression carried the slightest hint of disdain. Wen Ruoyu narrowed her eyes at the other 4. Brother, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? We're all going to strike soon. It's not appropriate for you to come out here and get involved. Wen Ruoyu glanced at the dead heavy armor shield warrior on the ground. It was just a simple attack away. The two of them only shared a little bit of the source power, and all the rest went into this strong man's body. It's just on purpose. What's the matter? The burly man's eyes were contemptuous. It was just a party of 2, and one of them was an archer, so they weren't afraid. Kid, I advise you to hurry up and leave. The silver boss is not something you can get your hands on. A bow-wielding youth in the opposing team hugged his longbow and laughed lightly. Wen Ruoyu narrowed her eyes. From the weapons in the opponent's hands, it was clear that the burly man was a warrior, and the odds were that he was a berserker. The youth who had just spoken was an archer, and the remaining 2 should be the 2 brittle professions of mages and priests. The full crew should be in the 3rd order. If it was a 2nd rank, it wouldn't even dare to come to the trouble of a silver boss. Zhang Li, you go to the forest. Target the selected bowman. After you finish him, you attack the one with the staff in hand. Good. Zhang Li directly turned around and rushed towards the forest. Seeing this, the other party didn't say anything, thinking they were leaving the area. That's right. Get the hell out of here or don't blame us. Wen Ruoyu ignored her opponent and instead directly used myriad hands. Triggered by a magic hand. Intelligence +1. Trigger mythical hands. Gain a small amount of source power. Trigger wonderful hands. Gain healing LV4. All 4 were used twice. Oh, good. Wen Ruoyu instantly disappeared from their sight. It's sneaking. Quickly use the hidden breaking skill. The priest in the back hastily used break hidden. However, Wen Ruoyu's figure did not appear. Boss? No. His broken concealment could reveal invisible creatures within a range of 20 meters. However, it did not spot Wen Ruoyu. Boss, could it have run away? The archer said skeptically. Their captain, the burly man, frowned. If they were running, they should have just left. Why did they have to use the sneak skill? In any case, be careful. Wen Ruoyu didn't go anywhere. She was just 30 meters ahead of them. If Zhan Mingyu hadn't learned the hidden breaking skill, he would have forgotten about it and probably rushed in at the first opportunity. He was waiting now for the break hidden skill to end. Otherwise, if he rushed in now, his figure would be seen immediately. Once the 10 seconds were up, Wen Ruoyu immediately rushed over and instantly came behind the strong man. Backstab. A knife was stabbed into the back of the opponent's neck. The dagger penetrated his body, and the strong man died outright. This was the difference between humans and source beasts. If the blade had been stuck on the source beast, it would have only caused weak blast damage. Seeing the manifested Wen Ruoyu, the 3 of them looked at him in shock. Their boss had actually died. Do it, do it! The reacting priest shouted in a hurry. It's an assassin. As a priest as afraid of this profession. If it was a source beast he wouldn't be so scared, but this was a human. And humans were much smarter than source beasts. Whoosh! Pust! The arrow pierced through the man holding the longbow and hung on his chest. A second arrow followed, and a third came in quick succession. Shot through the left chest, right chest and neck in 3 places. Dead as a doornail. Shadow attack. Boom! Boom! One kills another. Exhale. Wen Ruoyu shook the dagger, some of the blood still remaining on it. He glanced at the 4 on the ground and almost forgot. Wen Ruoyu hurriedly stowed the 4 watches in her backpack. However, when his eyes looked at the 4, he couldn't take his eyes off of them. Soon Zhang Li rushed over with a pale face. Seeing the 4 bodies on the ground didn't bother him too much. She's used to it, it's just that killing herself is still a little hard to accept. We're alright? It's fine. But you said the stuff in these backpacks. Wen Ruoyu's words spoke for themselves. He hadn't taken the 4 backpacks from the last time. It was a complicated situation and he hadn't thought about it that much at the time. When I went there the next day, the body was gone and the backpack was even gone. Why don't we take it? Zhang Li didn't feel anything. Then take. 10 minutes later, Wen Ruoyu emptied the contents of the 4 backpacks, not even sparing the weapons and defenses of the 4 people. Zhang Li's corner of the eye twitched. Said, well, just take people's backpack? How do you take people's clothes off? Wen Ruoyu more or less gave him a piece of cloth to cover his face. The key to this thing is not equipment. He took it is also useless. Pack up the silver boss and let's leave. It can't be here though. It should be somewhere else. Wenryu directly picked up the ball of light on the ground and then ran towards the forest carrying the body. Zhongli picked up the shield and longsword on the ground and chased after them. Half an hour later, Wenryu looked at the armor on the ground. Is it worth anything? The armor on the ground did not have an attribute panel, and Wenryu doubted it at this moment. It should be able to be worth money. After all, it's the equipment of a silver boss. The armor looks silver and shiny. It's a good piece of equipment any way you look at it, I suppose. As for the two pieces of equipment on the ground, they did have attributes and were even of pretty good quality. Heavy shield. Level, 3rd order intermediate. Quality, grade S. Defense, 55 to 71. Bonus, 1. After being attacked, stack 5 points of defense. Up to 10 layers. After 30 seconds of not being attacked the stacked layers disappear. Inlay, none. The other longsword was also a 3rd order intermediate equipment, and these two pieces of equipment were quite suitable for Zhao Qian. Let's go. If these two weapons are sold, we'll split them equally. Another equal share? Zhongli hurriedly shook his head. Let's forget about this. Just now you were almost dying. Injured. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. You're the one dying. Let's split it equally. After all, you put in a lot of effort. It's not appropriate not to give as much as you can when you're looking for bosses and attacks again. Okay, we're a team. Don't feel pressured to split it evenly. If you're over it, just do me a favor later. No problem. The two of them took the silver case and left the place straight away. At the trading center, Wenryu sold all the materials she could and gained a total of 210,000 yuan. 100,000 of that was their money for materials for the day, and the other 110,000 was for those four. Gee, looking at that makes me want to rob it. Back in the neighborhood, he looked over to the noodle shop. Still not open. It looks like it won't open for a while. Chapter 56, Another Boss. How lucky are you? Holy, why do you guys always get good stuff when you go out? It doesn't make sense. Zhan Mingyu looked at the equipment in Zhao Qian's hands with an envious expression. It's just luck. Didn't we meet several silver bosses before? Encountered. Yet none of the attribute equipment. The key neats are also not humanoid and have no equipment. 5 million transferred. Zhao Qian cheerfully transferred the money to Wenryu. Wenryu transferred another half of the money to Zhongli. He was not expecting the equipment to sell for 5 million, but it was reasonable when you thought about it. After all, the first-rank advanced daggers cost 50,000. It's normal for this to sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Zhongli looked at the balance displayed on her cell phone. She could buy a house. Sister Qian, I want to buy a house. Staying at Zhao Qian's place all the time isn't that great. What's more, in that environment, Zhongli always felt uncomfortable. Yeah, I'll help you find it then. Thank you, Sister Sin. Zhan Mingyu came to Wenryu's side with a sour look on her face. Do you like Zhao Qian? Why are things hers twice? Wenryu looked at him speechlessly. If you want to buy, I'll sell it to you. The key, can you use it? With these words, Wenryu wondered if Zhan Mingyu's brain had been hit by a car. That's what he wants to sell to Zhao Qian. That's clear that no one can use the equipment. Okay, then let's not talk about it. Next time take me with you. Okay. You? How much agility? Count on it. Wenryu shook her head. It wasn't a matter of bringing or not bringing. All four go to school at almost the same time, either coming together or leaving together. How do you carry this? Not the two of them, 3 people who don't need to go to school. But, he glanced at his attributes. It should be enough to deal with it. I just don't know exactly where that map is located. If it was too far away, he hadn't been able to get there. Cities are not connected to each other by means of transportation, but by teleportation arrays. And the teleportation array costs 2 million to use once. With the money he's got now, it's only enough for 2 or 3 times. It's still prudent. Boss! Boss! Bronze boss! Shouted Zhongli. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. It's 11:30 p.m. They've been in for 3 hours. And this was already the 3rd boss Zhongli had found. The other 4 also looked skeptical. They had come here so many times that it would be nice to meet a boss once. This Zhongli, wherever he goes, there are bosses. Simply invincible. Even if an archer who also has the eagle skill, you can't say 1 boss an hour. That Zhongli, do you have hidden attributes? Like luck? Lin Dai came to Zhongli's side and held Zhongli's hands in both of his, rubbing them back and forth. Sister Lin Dai. Zhongli instantly blushed. Ha ha ha, shy. I'm just dabbling in good luck. The group advanced towards where the bronze boss was. After getting closer, Wenryu also saw the green point of light. I have to say that this Zhongli luck, this is not too good, but I should be getting close myself. He was now just over 100 myriad hands short of leveling up to level 3, so maybe the probing range could be doubled again. One can only hope. After all, at level 2, it just makes the steel range bigger. Get the treasure chest after killing the bronze boss. Don't we have a competition in mid-November? Are we in? Is the competition able to allow people from outside the school to participate? Wang Mengxing looked at Zhao Qian. If Wen Ruyu and Jiang Li didn't participate, there would only be 4 of them, and the only output would be Lin Dai. As for Wang Mengxing, he could only be considered half an output. Zhao Qian pondered for a moment and shook her head. This is not really clear. We can ask about it when the time comes. Wen Ruyu looked at them suspiciously. Is what the competition gave good? In his opinion, such school competitions are far inferior to those held by the state. But in their current situation, the state tournament is simply out of reach. Not counting him, the entire second-ranked senior staff wouldn't even be enough. The things given by the school are average. The first place only has 5 million in cash, plus 1 piece of equipment of the corresponding level for each person. Second place is 3 million. Third place is 1 million. And the equipment is the same. $5 million? It's $800,000 for 6 people. Okay? You call this general? You know they're only 30 or 50,000 a day. Of course, not counting windfalls here. They are still rare after all. Speaking of unexpected gains, he couldn't help but look at Jiang Li. Because of Jiang Li's presence, the recent harvest had really become a lot more. Wen Ruyu was again seriously considering whether or not to take Jiang Li with her. But something like money has to be ready first. Let's not think about that for now. When I get back and ask. At 6 p.m., the crowd returned to the quarantine. Let's change the area tomorrow. Don't be in this secret realm in the eastern suburbs. It feels like the number of origin beasts has been a bit low lately. Secret creatures are replenished daily, but it comes in certain amounts. When the rate of hunting is greater than the number it replenishes, the number of source beasts slowly decreases. Let's go to the northern suburbs then. There are fewer teams on that side. Good. The following day at noon, Wen Ruyu looked at her personal panel. Name, Wen Ruyu. Age, 18. Occupation, thief, SA. Thief. Potential, C grade, SSS grade. Level, 3rd order elementary. Attributes, strength, 421. Body mass, 372. Agility, 533. Intelligence, 321. Gifted skills, Saint, lockpicking. Saint Wonderful Hands LV3, 11/10,000, unique. Skills, Thorn Twist, X53, Thunder Lance LV3, X22. ST. Stifler LV2, 1/500. ST. Yensha LV1, 12 out of 100. Sneak. Backstab LV2, 142/500. Bone Pick LV1, 88/100. Shadow Attack LV1, 32 out of 100. Sprint LV, 1 out of 100. When Ruyu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, recently skill acquisition had become more, but attribute acquisition had become less. The skills are mostly low level, but there's a lot of them. Even after some of them have been used, there are still more than 400. Saint Wonderful Hands LV3, 11/10,000, unique. 1. Steal, within 20 meters. 20% can steal a random item from the target. 20% can steal a random 1 to 10 attribute points from the target. 24% steal a certain amount of the opponent's source power. 35% steal the opponent's skill, one time. 1% steal the opponent's skill and place it in the special skill bar, permanently replaceable. Can only be used on hostile targets, and can be used twice on the same target. 2. Scouting, passive automatically scouts the location of treasure chests. Treasure chest secret places in treasure vaults within 1,000 meters of the vicinity. 3. Special skill bar open. 3. When Ruyu rubbed her eyes, was he looking at it wrong? Chapter 57, Divide the battlefield with chains? Is that even possible? Permanently replaceable? What do you mean? When Ruyu looked at the text on it with a confused expression. Is it possible that this skill will remain in the so-called special skills section? He can use it all the time? But it was a good thing anyway. It was the equivalent of giving him an extra skill bar, and quite literally 3 more skills. As for consuming source power, it was probably inevitable. The only unfortunate thing is the 1% chance, which is incredibly low. There are so many source beasts here. There are source beasts everywhere before and after us. Where are we going? It didn't take long for Jiang Li to release the source power eagle and see it go for the high rank in close proximity. Then 200 meters ahead, there are 5 level 30 normal source beasts. The group ran toward the front. After leveling up, Lin Dai and Zhang Mingyu's agility attributes had increased, and they were able to catch up much faster. 3 minutes later, Big Brother, your damage is truly a bit outrageous. Zhang Mingyu couldn't help but spit out as he looked at the damage dealt by Wen Ruyu. What a good guy doing so much damage at 3rd level. The talent has been upgraded to increase dagger damage, and there's nothing I can do about it. He didn't quite dare to use his skills when he was grouping up now. Any random skill could break 1,000. And this damage was close to catching up with the damage of a 6th ranked professional. He now had an agility of 500, which was basically similar to the attributes of a 4th or 5th ranked assassin. The difference is not too great, but the further back you go, the more obvious the gap becomes. By the time he was at the 4th rank, his single attribute of agility might be about the same as a 7th ranked assassin. As for the total attributes, it's just unbeatable. Okay. Zhang Mingyu glanced at Jiangli in the distance. Her injuries are also outrageous. Why are you all so outrageous? One race is outrageous. A thief does far more damage than his class. An archer doing more damage than a burst pyro is just breathtaking. Wenruyu patted a slice of Zhang Mingyu. Why bother comparing yourself to us? Just look at those professionals below B rank. The corners of Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched. You're still C rank. Why don't you say so? Just then, a yellow spot of light appeared in Wenruyu's eyes, but then it went dark again. After a couple seconds it lit up again. This is? He hastily looked in that direction, and the point of light was still blinking. Jiangli, what do you see in that direction? Wenruyu pointed in the direction of the yellow dot. Not just now. It appeared while walking, and that distance should be right at 1 kilometer. But he can't say that explicitly yet. Jiangli had no doubts and controlled the hawk to fly in that direction. Ru, what did you find out? Oh, I just felt my eyes get shaken and I was wondering if there was a treasure chest on that side. Zhao Qian looked over, and there was nothing but grass. Jiangli's vision appeared high in the air, following the direction when Ruyu pointed all the way to line up. On the other side of the gentle slope Jiangli saw the figures of several source beasts. Shake your eyes? She glanced at Wenruyu suspiciously. She hadn't seen anything along the way. How could her eyes be shaken? There's a silver boss 4 elites 1 kilometer away. There should be treasure chests. Now that you've found it, go over there. Ever since that time when Wenruyu resolved that white tiger, they didn't carry any fear at all towards this combination of source beasts. Wenruyu pondered. Silver would be a silver treasure chest. It was logical that the white dots he should have seen were the right ones. And even if it was a gold treasure chest, it should have been a steady yellow dot. Instead of this flashing yellow dot, could it be that? Is this the treasure chest secret place? Wenruyu looked at Jiangli. Do you think there's a box there? There should be. I don't know. Jiangli shook his head. Doesn't Jiangli feel the treasure chest every time? Or can't you feel the secret place of the treasure chest? Soon, the group arrived at the target location. This thing again? Looking at the source beast in front of her, Wenruyu was speechless. That's right, it was the heavily armored shield warrior he met earlier. The 4 elites beside him were 2 leather-armored archers as well as light-armored warriors. Wenruyu was helpless against that heavily armored shield warrior. The effect of the skill hit was almost zero. It's also just Stifle and Yensha that have an effect, and as far as learned assassin skills go the damage is negligible. He could have used the stolen magic skill though, but with so many people watching, he wasn't particularly daring. I'll leave that heavy armor for you guys to take care of. I'll take care of those 2 archers. Let's divide it up like this then. Jiangli and Lin Dai deal with that heavy armor shield warrior. I'll taunt the remaining 4 elites. And when Ruyu and Wang Mengxing output, with Jiangli and Lin Dai's skills, they had no problem dealing with the heavy armor at all. As long as there was a distance in place, it wasn't much of a problem. The corner of Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched, so he didn't have to arrange it again. Reasonable. That's very reasonable. Quite good. In a moment Jiangli, you two be careful with that sword chi. Aha. Lin Dai blinked. Sword chi? What sword chi? What are you guys talking about? Wait, do I really have nothing to do with it? Lin Dai asked in a hurry. It shouldn't be a problem. Looking at the damage comparison between the two, Jiangli's damage would be higher, in which case the possibility of that heavily armored shield warrior targeting Jiangli would be a bit higher. The corners of Lin Dai's mouth twitched. Your use of the word should is really good. Why am I so panicked inside? But this was no longer the time to panic. Zhao Qian and Jiangli had already begun to act. Whoosh! An arrow flew out instantly and struck the heavily armored shield warrior. After discovering their target, they walked towards Jiangli, and the 4 elite source beasts moved with them, and Zhao Qian came behind the 4 elites and directly taunted them to stay. But at this time, the distance between the silver boss and the 4 elites was only just 3 or 4 meters away. Once the taunt is over, odds are it will turn around and leave with the elite boss. However, Wenruyu was prepared for this situation. I just don't know if it works. Bump! A thick iron chain was thrown on the ground by Wenruyu, with a huge iron block tied to one end. He picked up the other end and instantly accelerated through the bosses and elite monsters. Zhao Qian, leave! Although Zhao Qian was a bit confused, she ran out of the chain's range quite quickly. Wenruyu ran back, the taunting effect disappeared, and the 4 elite monsters tried to catch up with the heavy armored shield warrior. However, a chain affixed itself to them, trapping them and pulling them back one step at a time. Wang Mingxing and Zhao Qian were both a bit confused. They had heard of a card terrain, artificially creating terrain to card monsters. But this is the first time I've seen chains utilized like this. What's the point of leading? Tug with me. Get some distance so we can do it. He had gotten this chain on purpose. It was as thick as his wrist and quite heavy. The two women rushed to help. The source beast did want to cut the chain, but Wenruyu was not giving it a chance. Enough distance to open fire. Chapter 58. There is a treasure chest secret place. Are you planning to be a treasure chest hunter? As long as the distance is closed, the rest is not a big problem. 5 minutes later, the battle was over. Wenruyu, how did you come up with this? Wang Mingxing looked at the chains on the ground with a puzzled expression. Is this something a normal person could think of? Isn't that simple? Isn't it just utilizing tools? The group looked at me and I looked at you. Is it easy? Seems pretty simple, but no one thinks about it that way. Ryu, I don't know if anyone else would get it this way, but I do know that as far as I've seen, you're the first. Zhan Mingyu didn't say that he had seen thousands of occupiers. Right, but how about 500 or 600 of them? I've never really heard of using a tool to kill a source beast. Me too. Do you think that if we encounter a higher level source beast in the future, can we utilize this move as well? Zhao Qian couldn't help but think of the source beasts in the intermediate secret realm. If it's really feasible, it will rewrite the history of the pros. Wenruyu shook her head. You guys are overthinking it. This is just an ordinary iron chain. It will directly break when it encounters a slightly sharper weapon. It's also useless for source beasts that are known for their strength. It's just bullying low-level secret realm source beasts. It's not like there's no way around it though. Like when you forge a chain this long from a higher grade material, it's just a bit costly. That's not big. That's pretty big. It doesn't seem to be working. There were numerous source beasts in the intermediate secret realm, so if one could use this thing, the efficiency would not be increased by a single star. That's more useful than taunting. Wenruyu looked to the location of the blinking yellow dot to the side and walked over. Put your hand out and ripples rippled. A portal appeared on the ground. The yellow light that represented the secret place of the treasure chest flashed. The crowd that was winding down looked over. You found it? Well, just looking at the color of the grass on the ground was a bit strange, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect it to really be a treasure chest secret place, so I'm really lucky. In fact, the grass here was so dense that it was difficult for the light to penetrate, or else it would have been discovered long ago. Zhan Mingyu barred his lips. How long has it been? And you actually encountered it once again. You are simply a thief born to be a treasure chest hunter. Treasure chest hunter? No, to be a master treasure hunter as well. The highest the primary secrets can go is just the gold chest. But if it's a treasure chest, it's a platinum chest at worst. Come on, let's go in together. The treasure trove and whatnot was still too far away, and it was not appropriate for Wenruyu to think about that right now. The total attribute value is indeed high enough, but it should be boosted again just to be on the safe side. The people came to the entrance of the cave, which was below a staircase. Should we have Jianli release the hawk and take a look inside? Take a look, just in case. Although it was said that they hadn't heard that there would be source beasts in the secret place, everything was based on looking at the whole thing. The hawk landed from the sky and flew straight in. Jianli shook his head. Inside is the box. There is no danger. The group went down the stairs. The inside is the same as the inside of that big tree. Wenruyu opened all the black iron chests at the first opportunity. Even though he didn't need to upgrade his lock-picking ability anymore, it was time to do it for someone else. Not just the black body, but even the bronze and silver opened up. As for the last two gold chests, he didn't move. Ahem. My lock-picking ability has improved. The gold chest already has a 50% success rate. Do you guys think I should open it or sell it? Although he found the place, but a teen well, or to share equally. Ha? Are you upgrading so fast? If Zhan Mingyu didn't remember correctly, the last time, he still couldn't open it. This was a bit too fast. Ugh, just talking about it makes me sad. You see, it's really not that I'm not buying a car. It's that all the money is going to the box. The corner of Zhan Mingyu's mouth twitched. Is there any relationship between you buying a car and you returning my car? How long do you want to hog my wife? And didn't you just get the money from Sister Qian? Is it gone again? Wenruyu quickly nodded her head. That's right. It's spent again. Otherwise how could I have opened the gold chest? Zhan Mingyu was speechless. What else could he say about this? Halfway through the sentence. Be careful. I haven't driven it a couple times yet. Don't worry. Me, you still don't worry? Although I don't have a driver's license, I'm still very good at driving. Behind you, Jianli, corner of the eye twitching. I do not know who put the car or almost flying. Ahem. You two line up. Just open this box, Wenruyu. It's only 100,000 anyway. No matter what, this space was found by Wenryu. It didn't matter even if the gold chest was broken. Okay. Wenryu picked up the golden treasure chest and placed her hand on it. Click. Without a moment's pause, the treasure chest opened. I don't know why, but I always feel that something is wrong. Looking at Wenryu in this lock-picking situation, Jean Mingyu always felt that there was something wrong. I feel it too, but I can't tell what it is. Lin Dai frowned. Wenryu looked at the box in her hand. I know what the problem is. It's that there's a piece of equipment in here. He hurriedly took out a scepter from it. See if you can use this. It's a priest's equipment. Seeing that the crowd's attention was drawn away, Wenryu hurriedly wiped the sweat from his head. Of course there's a problem with opening boxes. Opening the gold chest just now was too smooth. So smooth that it was good all at once. Wenryu hadn't paid attention to it before, but then she remembered that it would only succeed at once with a 100% success rate. You know that even lockpicking LV2, opening bronze chests is only 90%. Not at all at full status. That means that except for the black iron chest, which can be opened at once, everything else has to take 2 or 3 seconds. Looking at the equipment of a few people, Wenryu sighed with relief. Fortunately good to fool. Otherwise I really do not know how to explain. Ryu, this must be sold to me. I'll offer $1 million. Jean Mingyu held the scepter in her hand with an excited expression. Ha? Wenryu was a bit confused. What the hell, sold for $1 million? This is worth $1 million? A third-order primary scepter. And it's SS rated. Which is just right for me. If you say it's appropriate, no problem. It's sold. This Wenryu was not polite. After all, if the box was sold, the loss would not be half a star. I'll transfer the money when I get out. Lin Dai looked at Jean Mingyu with an envious expression. The one she held in her hand was still a second-rank beginner's equipment. There is still no preparation for the third-order equipment. She also wanted the weapon that was opened from the chest. Jean Mingyu, you're afraid that you haven't stepped on dog. This chest actually managed to open a weapon that you can use. It's quite overwhelming. Lin Dai's words were sour. How can this be me stepping on? This is clearly Ryu. Luck. Chapter 59, Jean Mingyu. You have no bottom line. Wenryu's face darkened. Don't think I don't know what you were trying to say just now. Believe it or not, I won't sell you anything. Jean Mingyu hurriedly changed into a smiling face and came to Wenryu's side, gently pounding his shoulder. Big brother Ryu is so good. How can you be angry with me, isn't it? I'll give you a massage. Comfortable or not? Happy or not? The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched as she looked at such a shameless person. Chutzpah. TSK. Why didn't I realize you turned out to be so bottomless? Lin Dai teased from the side. Che, if you're going to come across something good, you might as well warm the bed and do it. Jean Mingyu, I think you want to die. Lin Dai was so angry that her face turned red and she chased Jean Mingyu all the way outside. Let's go too. Zhao Qian shook her head. This Jean Mingyu's mouth. Thinking about it this way, it still made sense that he was able to talk to Wenryu. Both have similar mouths. Wenryu looked at the neighborhood in front of her royal garden and glanced at Zhongli. You say your house is here? Yeah. This sister Zhao Qian helped me get it. It's a neighborhood developed by her family. So she paid 1.5 million and got a large home. Zhongli cried and laughed a little. She was going to buy a cheaper place and just spend $500,000 on a 40-square-foot house. I didn't expect to spend the money straight away. According to Zhao Qian, you, a professional with such a strong strength, don't have to worry about earning money at all. She just bought it sparingly. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched when she heard this, although he was sent by Zhang Hongyu. But the contract is clearly marked 3.6,120 square meters, a square meter of 30,000. Look what people just said about the big one. $5 million home. How big is big? 100 or more is big. How many square feet is your house? It's like 170. Wenryu took a deep breath as he wondered if he should find Zhao Qian and ask her to return some money. Go. Zhongli lives in building 8 turned first, and Wenryu is in building 13, a little inside. After returning home, Wenryu first burned incense for his dad. Ahem. Dad must come back, ha. Don't look at me to give you incense. Give you with black and white photos. This is not no way right. Anyway, you must come back. Your son. Me? I'm already a third-order beginner now. And I'm about to enter the third-order intermediate. But the sum of my attributes is already about the same as the attributes of the worst professional who has just stepped into the 8th rank. So when the time comes, I'm sure I'll shock you. Wenryu muttered at his father's picture for half an hour, sighing softly before walking out of the room. Looking out, he didn't really have much joy in moving. He glanced at the time, 9 o'clock at night. I also don't know if there's anyone else in the primary secret realm watching at this time. The The reason why the primary secret realm had to be teamed up with 5 people was because a newly awakened professional with less than 5 people simply couldn't guarantee safety. This is not a game. Dead is dead. But with Wenryu's current attributes, not to mention soloing the primary secret realm, he would have no problem soloing the intermediate secret realm. It was still a bit of a problem, or at least he still didn't dare to go to the intermediate secret realm before purchasing the powerful armor. How about, go to the secret realm and take a look? The more Wenryu thought about it, the more feasible she felt. No one should be there in the middle of the night. He got dressed and put on his backpack and headed straight for the field. 500 plus agility made him fast. A residual shadow appeared on the street. In less than 10 minutes, Wenryu arrived at the location of the barrier. Looking at the figures patrolling on isolation, Wenryu stopped in her tracks. This should get out. He slowly made his way to the front door. Is there something you want? The 2 guards stood at the door, looking at Wenryu suspiciously. I'd like to take a trip into the wilderness. To the field? The 2 of them frowned as they looked at Wenryu in front of them. One of the guards said with a serious face, by the looks of you should have just graduated this year. Don't you know that you need to be at least a third-order beginner to go into the wilderness? Wenryu froze. He had forgotten about this, but he hadn't been able to get the pass out yet, which showed not only the level, but also the occupation. At this time of the year, there were no third-order beginner thieves. Ah, I forgot about that. Sorry to interrupt. Wenryu scratched his head with an awkward smile and turned to leave. The 2 guards kept their eyes on Wenryu. Do you think the boy really doesn't know or doesn't know? I guess I don't know. After all, who in their right mind would go out into the field at night? Not when I was at school. Anyway, you think everyone is like you who doesn't listen well. Hey, how do you talk? After Wenryu walked away, she ran towards the side, observing the situation on the barrier as she ran. It wasn't until he ran farther from the gate that he found a less crowded area. Wenryu crouched in the corner, looking at the professionals patrolling back and forth above the barrier. 10 minutes later, Wenryu found a pattern. Every 5 minutes, the place would have a 20-second window, and with his speed he would definitely be able to run out. He checked the items he was carrying to make sure they were correct, and then his eyes were fixed on the location of the gap. Once the 5 minutes were up, Wenryu instantly rushed out. 3 seconds later it went straight over the fence and continued forward with unabated speed. It wasn't until a kilometer into the run that it stopped. Phew, finally out. The fact that you had to be a third-order junior to go out into the wild at night was something he had just remembered. In addition to this, it is also required that the third-order primary cannot exceed 50 kilometers, and can be increased by 20 kilometers for each higher order. However, there is no such requirement after reaching the 7th order, and during the day there is no such requirement, simply because the source beast's attributes increase by 5% to 20% at night. The wilderness at night is fraught with danger for humans. Wenryu performed sneak, and her entire body became more transparent and effective than during the day. All the way to the primary mysteries, the secret place he came to was the secret place during the day, not the earliest one. There were still men on duty here, only in greater numbers than during the day. On the 4 corners there are 4 streetlight-like items that are not brightly lit, just enough to illuminate the entire campground. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. If he hadn't been mistaken, that thing should have been a developing light. Although it couldn't break the stealth skill, it was able to allow Wenryu to reveal her shadow like this, so as long as she noticed it she would basically be able to spot it. But it's not without a solution, and that's to be fast enough. Phew, that's quite a hassle. He glanced at the entrance to the secret realm, which was no longer guarded at this point, then looked to one of his skills. Sprint LV1, increases your movement speed by 50% for 10 seconds. 30s. He took a deep breath, initiated a sprint, and sprinted out in an instant. With a few leaps, he appeared in the campsite, and with another leap rushed into the secret realm. Did you just feel a gust of wind? Feel it? It's just a normal wind. Don't worry about it. Also, with the manifestation lamp nearby, there shouldn't be any source beasts running in. The 2 professionals continued their patrol. Wenryu stood in the doorway looking up at the sky. Chapter 60 Blood Moon's Influence. Not a big problem. A blood-red curved moon hung in the night sky of the secret realm. The light shone on the earth with a hint of blood. Wenryu barred her mouth. Why does it feel so creepy? Shouldn't she have come? But you can't come and do nothing. He remained in his sneaking state as he moved forward through the secret realm. Soon, the first source beasts were encountered. Giant brute, blood moon. Race, beasts. Level, LV30. Attributes, strength, 350, plus 35. Physical fitness, 300, plus 30. Agility, 70, plus 7. Intelligence, 130, plus 13. The 4 savage bulls were eating grass, their bodies glowing with a faint red light and their eyes with a blood color. Looking at the stats, It doesn't seem to have much of an impact, just a 10% boost. Such a small boost in stats for him. He looked to his data. Attributes: Strength, 426, minus 42. Body mass, 377, minus 37. Agility, 533, minus 53. Intelligence, 325, minus 32. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. He now finally understood why he didn't allow the night to come. It's not just a matter of source beasts increasing their attributes. It's a matter of professionals decreasing their attributes as well. He glanced once more at the sky, which was half a curved moon. Infinitely close to a half moon. That's why it's 10%. If it's a full moon state now, it should be at 20%. One increase and one decrease is about 40%. Hiss. That gap was instantly widened. If a third-ranked professional is here at this point, 40% would be like a small rank gone ah. Wenryu calculated her remaining attribute points and it was not a big problem. He pulled out his iron club and rushed over to smother the nearest source beast. Minus 498. A backhanded yensha aimed at one of the flanking source beasts, sending the other into a state of confusion. A backstab at the source beast in a dazed state. Minus 1293. A source beast is resolved in 2 seconds. The remaining 4 Wenryu casually a few skills plus normal attacks all resolved, during which he also used the mythical hand to steal a wave. It feels so good to let go. Wenryu had never been this comfortable before. The only unfortunate point was that there was no probing skill similar to Jiang Li's kind. He looked out over the wide expanse of grass and for a moment didn't know where to go. If only I could buy that source pale eagle skill. You should be able to buy it. You just don't know if you can study it. An athletic figure scurried about in the primary secret realm. Other than killing the source beasts, it was just non-stop running. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, and when Ruwayu didn't know how long she had been running, he sat cross-legged on top of a boulder and looked at the 7 origin beasts in the distance. This one's a bit of a pain in the ass. A silver-level boss, with its physical attributes being boosted by the blood moon. It was pushing 800 points. That is, its strength was almost 700, and the remaining 6 are all elites as well. Relying on one's own skills was definitely difficult. After all, there was nothing group control group attack about learning skills, but it doesn't hurt, and while it's a pain in the ass, it's not out of the question. He didn't have the skills he learned on his own, but he did have the ability to steal them. There are quite a few winding skills alone. Wenryu grinned. Let you guys feel what is called indiscriminate bombing. He didn't even need to sneak. He just swaggered over. At a distance of 20 meters, the 7 source beasts looked at him in unison and let out a roar. Just as he was about to run over, his body was trapped by vines that were born out of the ground. Wind blade, fireball, thunder chain, earth lance, flame storm. Wenryu's hand movements simply couldn't stop. And more than 30 skills were flung out in a row. Various skills appear out of nowhere. Minus 212. Minus 353. Minus 512. Minus 672. The only pity was that all of these skills ate the intelligence attribute. And his intelligence attribute was only over 300. This results in skills that don't do as much damage as the skills he learns on his own. But it was enough. After all, that number was much higher than Lin Dai's damage. In the bombardment of countless skills, the 7 source beasts didn't even survive 5 seconds, and all of them collapsed on the ground into fragrant roasted meat. Wenryu fanned the odor on the tip of her nose. The fire was a little too much, and the material was wasted. Wenryu shook her head and directly wasted more than $20,000. But it wasn't much of a problem, because behind them was where he wanted to be. Stepping over the corpses, Wenryu came to a wall with a faint yellow glow and put her hand inside. A portal appears. When he walked in, he saw a bunch of treasure chests neatly stacked inside. As long as you're fast enough, finding the treasure chest secret place once a day isn't a problem. Next up is the unboxing moment. Various materials, crystals and stones were countless, and these materials alone were able to be sold for more than $100,000. And finally there is that one gold chest. Big brother, give me face. Everyone else's weapons are out. Give me one. Whether it's a weapon obtained by killing a source beast, or opening a chest to obtain a weapon. Up until now he had only acquired one hardened dagger, and the rest had either been sold to the trading center or to a few of his teammates. At the sound of his prayers, the golden treasure chest clicked open. After a flash of light, in a pile of materials, a purple dagger lay inside. Wenryu's heart pounded. Assassin's dagger. Level, 3rd order intermediate. Quality, grade S. Damage, 56 to 69. Bonus, 1. Increases damage by 50% on the target's first attack. Inlay, Thunder Attribute Crystal LVE3. Each attack has a 10% chance to cause a paralyzing effect. Stiffening for 1 second. Weapon damage is negligible. And there's little difference between a boost and no boost. The only thing to look at is the attributes. With good attributes, even a first-rank weapon is a divine artifact. He remembered a rumor that there had been a 9th-ranked professional who had been using a 2nd-ranked weapon. Just because that weapon has exceptionally good attributes, as far as the inlay is concerned, it can be changed on its own. A grade and S grade weapons and equipment can be inlaid with 1 crystal, SS grade can be inlaid with 2, and SSS grade can be inlaid with 3, so crystals can be completely disregarded. Just consider the additional attributes. When Ryu stroked the silver dagger in his hand, the attribute fitting perfectly for him. Now he could say that a random normal attack could deal over 500 points of damage. If it was a dagger, it would be more than enough to deal 1,400 points of damage on the first attack. Collecting her items, when Ryu walked out of the secret place, the half-curved moon in the sky was only a shadow, and the sun peeked out from the distance. He glanced at the time. Was it already after 5 in the morning? Ugh, it's still a real labor of love, and we'll have to come in with them again in a little while. Despite what he said, he couldn't keep that smile off his face. It couldn't be helped. Just 2 more days and he would be able to reach the 3rd stage intermediate level. Could he not be happy? Chapter 61, You're staying at his place, or she's staying at yours? Yawn. When Ryu reached up and wiped the tears squeezed out of the corners of her eyes. Steal a cow last night? Zhang Mingyu released a healing spell onto Zhao Qian and casually asked. You're the one who's been stealing cows. You just went to bed late last night after you got back and watched too much TV. It was after 5 o'clock when he left the secret world in the morning. When Ryu didn't even go back home. So she just found a random fast food restaurant in this neighborhood and waited until 7 o'clock to come out. This is a good way to get some sleep. Even though the attributes are improved. He was really sleepy now. Good guy. What kind of drama is it that has you so mesmerized? Ahem. Is it an action movie? Introduce it to me? With a look on her face, Zhang Mingyu stabbed and cooed at Wen Ryu with her arm. It looks like it's not much to look at. You're overthinking it. It's just a regular TV show. Wen Ryu hard all day, and after going back in the afternoon, she didn't even participate in the potluck and went straight back to sleep. Slept until 5:30 the next morning. After getting up from the bed, Wen Ryu washed up and sat on the sofa, reflecting on the experiences of the past 2 days, from the day before yesterday to yesterday. The first point is that this really can't stay up all night. Wen Ryu pondered, definitely during the day. Not to mention Zhao Qian and the others, Zhang Li's ability alone is very useful. The efficiency is not ordinary. With Zhang Li on board, their efficiency had at least doubled. Nighttime too. The amount of source power given by your own kills isn't bad at all. But how can one not be sleepy? When Ryu knocked her head, come back and sleep? But it's not like you can just fall asleep when you want to. Either sleep from 8:30 p.m. M. to 2:30 a.m. M. and enter the secret world at 3 a.m. for 3 hours. Either that or go in once every 2 days. Like now. LOL difficult to get. When Ryu got dressed and walked out of the house, just arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, met Zhang Li who was also waiting for the car. Ha, you came out just in time today. I was going to wait for you yesterday, but I left halfway through the day when I didn't see you come out, and I didn't think you'd be here early. The corner of Wen Ryu's mouth twitched. Yes. Yeah, I got up even earlier yesterday, so I went early too. Here's another neighborhood. How to get her to 3 hours doesn't seem impossible if you're carrying her. With Zhang Li's ability, 3 hours could totally be used as 6, and with her attacks, she was able to help him with a lot of things. The more Wen Ryu thought about it, the more she thought that it was possible. But unfortunately, she couldn't get out at all if she wasn't a third-order primary. Drip! A cab drove up. Yo, you two came together. There's a story here. Are you staying at her place or is she staying at yours? Looking at Zhang Mingyu's indebted look, Wen Ryu wanted to hit someone. This guy wasn't like this in the beginning. Zhang Li's face turned red at the comment. No, we just live in a neighborhood. Nah, you heard it too. You'll have to ask Sister Zhao Qian about this. She arranged it. Zhang Mingyu blinked. What did it mean? Ask Sister Zhao Qian about anything. Zhang Mingyu looked at Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian also looked at the place with a confused face. What just find themselves? What happened? That is, Wen Ryu's house is also in that royal garden. Ryu, you bought a house there? Why didn't you tell me? Wen Ryu rolled her eyes. And you didn't say that your family is in real estate. I bought a 120 square foot house for 3.6 million. The house is his. That's what he bought. It's okay. I'll have them figure it out cheaper for you when you next buy it. Zhao Qian snickered. What's going on? Why don't I buy a house in the royal garden as well? Zhang Mingyu rubbed his chin and said. Wen Ryu's left eyelid fluttered madly. If he let this goods come to live in this neighborhood, he would not want to have a good day. Let alone go practicing alone this early morning. I think it's better for you to live in a villa. Even though the name of the royal garden is atmospheric, the environment is really average. And the facilities in this neighborhood aren't that perfect, so it's definitely not the same as where you live, if you ask me. Wait, let's get this straight, huh? The royal garden is a famous neighborhood in the city. Zhao Qian looked at Wenruyu with a dissatisfied face. No matter what, it was also the house developed by her family. Zhang Mingyu glanced at Wenruyu and then at Zhongli. I'd say you're afraid you're not worried about my face value getting to you. Wenruyu took a deep breath. You cow. The group talked and laughed all the way to the secret campground. Did you see that surveillance yesterday? A wind whooshed out of the secret place. That's no wind. Don't you see the secret realm is rippling? Something ran out. But it can't be photographed in the surveillance. Invisible, but it shouldn't be. There's so many of us watching, and there's a developing light. Wenruyu followed behind the crowd, walking silently, so they have to look at the surveillance, too. Luckily, yesterday morning, he had used his skills, or else he would have been easily discovered. In front of the secret realm, 2 guards warned after looking at the passes of several people. Be careful in there. A 4th order invisible source beast may have appeared inside. If you find it, run fast. Thanks. After walking into the secret world, a 4th order source beast actually appeared. What a surprise. It's still an invisible one. We shouldn't run into it. Zhang Mingyu was in a terrible mood. He hadn't used his stealth breaking skill for only a few times, as he hadn't encountered many invisible source beasts and hadn't thought about upgrading it. Now it was good. Actually saying that there was a 4th order invisible source beast. It's not common, but it's not impossible. Anyway, let's be careful. There's not much you can do about it except be careful. Wenruyu coughed lightly. Can we still encounter this situation in the primary secret realm? Of course they can be encountered. It's just that there are fewer of them in the primary secret realm. The likelihood of encountering an intermediate secret realm will be very high, and from time to time, one will encounter a 7th ranked origin beast. Zhang Mingyu continued. But when arriving at that kind of level, you can cope with it when you meet it. Big deal. Just run. It wasn't uncommon for source beasts to surpass the current secret level. After explaining, Zhang Mingyu ran to Zhao Qian. Sister Qian, get me a house too. Didn't you use all your spots? Hey, who are we to each other? It's just a matter of your word. Don't worry, it's not a penny cheaper. I'll go to Ruyu for a chat when I'm not doing anything. So I don't want to be told I'm not manly. I've spent so much time with you guys. My yang is wearing off. Wenruyu narrowed her eyes at Zhang Mingyu. What in the world was this dog doing? You're not really moving in, are you? It's not impossible. That neighborhood is still quite close to the school, and it's about the same distance from here. Lin Dai, Wang Mengxing, do you two want it? We can be together then. Wenruyu looked at the situation in front of her and always felt that things seemed a bit off. Chapter 62, Anything for the money. Ahem. I think it's fine that you have your own home. The house in that neighborhood is still very small, just over 100 square feet. You all have cars, so a little distance is nothing, right? Zhang Mingyu looked at Wenruyu with a skeptical expression. You're a bit strange today. You shouldn't really. His eyes glanced at Zhongli. Wenruyu breathed in. You think everyone is like you. Zhongli's face flushed red at the look and silently kept quiet. Seeing this, Zhang Mingyu became more and more skeptical, and then came to Wenruyu's side. Brother, tell me secretly, are you trying to pursue Zhongli? Do you think I'm a lower body animal like you? A woman will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. My goal is to be a 9th rank thief and become a super treasure hunting master. Then why did you stop me from coming over? Nothing, simply don't want to see you. Tired. Destroy. How did Zhang Hongyu choose such a neighborhood? This is not a joke. Zhang Mingyu just wanted to break into a rage, but thinking about the scepter he kept in his backpack, he thought better of it. This thief had some luck. What if another good thing wasn't sold to him? 11:30 noon. The group came to a high slope. After having Zhongli, I feel like all my leveling up has become faster, and I'm not far away from the 3rd order primary. Zhang Mingyu was all happy. I'm getting close too, but it slows down so painfully after I enter the 3rd level. Stop it now. The potential of the S-class. No one else will understand. Lin Dai's words, paired with her sighing look. Those who didn't know thought she was in Versailles. After all, the number of S-ranked professionals was really small. Wenruyu knew that she was indeed worried. After all, she needed more source power than others, but the attributes are also higher than others. Okay. Wenruyu read an article that derived a value based on tens of thousands of people getting samples. 3rd order junior is at a minimum of 390 total attributes, and 3rd order senior can reach a maximum of 660 points. This includes differences in various talent levels, and there is no way to calculate the specifics. After all, there are also some potions fruits of a kind, is able to increase some of the attributes. With money, It's possible to exceed the total attribute points by a good 50 points. So, this post is just a generalization. Thinking of this, when Ryu looked at John Mingyu, since you're already at the second rank advanced level, and you're about to reach the third rank, what's your total attribute? Let's see 400, but unfortunately the agility is only 85. He was still thinking of letting when Ryu lead him to the wilderness. You're at 400? I'm only 392. I guess I'll be lucky to get to 400 when I ascend to the third rank. Lin Dai was a bit unhappy. As an explosive pyromancer, she actually didn't have attributes that compared to a priest. When Ryu rubbed her chin, sure enough these rich people are different. The attributes are somewhat supermodel. As for his own attributes, isn't it normal for him to have unique skills? You can forget it, but I know there's a bunch of potions ready for you when you upgrade. John Mingyu acid too. He then glanced at Wen Ryu, then thought better of it. I remember the last time I asked him it was like 330 coming up, and I had 20 points more than him. Even if he now leveled up to beginner, it was estimated to be a little more than 400. After all, it was a thief. John Mingyu looked at Zhongli. How many total attributes do you have? 371. Zhongli said with some embarrassment. Everyone in the room was taller than her, which made her feel a little inferior. There's no heavenly reason. There's simply no heavenly reason. The total attributes are 20 lower than mine and the damage is so much more than mine. Lin Dai said breathlessly. Wang Mingxing and Zhao Qian both nodded in agreement, and could only say that Zhongli was lucky to have such a good natural skill. A kilometer away from here, in a grassy area, crouched 7 men. Boss, we really need to do it. Those families are very powerful. The man in the lead looked in the mirror. My house isn't so bad. I've been ignoring me for so long. I'm suffocating in my heart. This has to be done today. I just love taming strong horses. A few people behind him blushed red and shrugged their shoulders slightly. The leading man blankly glanced at a few people. Pay attention to me. Don't let me catch you with pigtails, or else. Humph. The 6 men shuddered. This thing was a bit strong. Don't worry boss. Ours are all professionals. Even though our potential is a little lower, we're still genuine third-order professionals. The leading man nodded with satisfaction. Let's approach quietly and try to succeed at once. By the way, have you seen that tall man? Cripple him for me. A fierce glint bubbled in the man's eyes. It was just that this fierce light revealed not fierceness, but femininity. Boss, as long as the money is there, it's no problem to get them dead, not to mention crippled. Everyone's pretty much rested, so it's time for us to get going. Zhao Qian put the lunchbox away and stood up. Sister Qian, it seems like someone is following us. Jiang Li suddenly said. The hawk in the sky had been circling above them. In the past, when they ate, they were the ones who kept a vigilant eye on the neighborhood. With Jiang Li's Cthulhu replaced. Zhao Qian didn't turn around. Is the target us? I guess so. I see they keep looking at us here. There were 7 men in all, and they looked tall, but one was shorter. Have we messed with anyone lately? I don't think so. Zhang Mingyu pondered for a moment. Didn't that one who exterminate all of them? Wen Ryu also thought of those people, but all of them were dead. There shouldn't be any talent. Whatever. Let's move forward first. Zhongli, pay attention. If they make a move we'll counterattack. I don't think so. No one dares to make a move here. If someone dies, all the people who came in today will be investigated. Zhang Mingyu shook his head. Unless it's done seamlessly, the likelihood of it being discovered is extremely high. In a place like this, no one can guarantee that they will not meet another team. When Ryu looked around at the terrain, the woods on that side aren't very dense. Let's go there. Jiang Li, show me the direction. I'll go over and take a look. He intended to see it for himself, and as far as danger was concerned he wasn't worried. The highest that came here was a third-order senior, and their attributes weren't even half as much as his. After walking into the woods, Wen Ryu directly entered the sneak state and ran towards the back. Upon seeing the one leading the group, Wen Ryu's eyes were filled with eccentricity. 6 dudes plus 1 good cooler? Expression of surprise. He turned around in a hurry and rejoined the crowd. Ryu, who's that guy back there? Wen Ryu shivered. It's true that you can't brainstorm. You guys will know when you see it in a while. I'm afraid you won't be able to stand seeing it then. Chapter 63 Visual Attack directly pulled to full strength. Without further ado, I have a feeling that this time it's a bad one, so let's do away with it. The crowd looked at Wen Ryu in unison. This is the second time he has made this comment. Wen Ryu raised her eyebrows. Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm just saying that the visitor is not good and should need to be done away with. Whether to do away with it or not you guys will see. Anyway, the target is not me. Zhao Qian's eyes were obscure. There were probably only a few people who dared to make a move in a place like this. She already had a general range in mind. If it was really that few people, She wouldn't mind adopting Wenruyu's suggestion. Zhongli, look at the distribution of nearby squads and find a good place. Lin Dai and Wang Mingxing looked at Zhao Qian in surprise, looking like they were really ready to make a move. What the hell is going on? Good. Zhongli controlled the hawk to look around. There's a valley there on the left front. No squads around. It's hidden. Then go there. The group reversed direction and traveled towards the left front. Rear. Boss, they're heading towards that valley. It's a great place. A strong man with solid muscles spoke up. The lead man reached up and touched his cheek. Good. Then we'll go over there too. A group of 7 people chased after them, and in less than 2 minutes they met up with Wenruyu and the others here in the valley. When Zhang Mingyu saw the leader, the corner of his mouth twitched. My eyes aren't blind, are they? This is that Chu Xian? The corner of Wenruyu's mouth twitched. That's right, it's him. You didn't expect it either. I was so disgusted when I saw it. It was only that Chu Xian was wearing a pair of pink pants on the lower half of his body, and on his feet, he was wearing pink buring shoes of an unknown style. The top is fine. It's a normal vestment. Wenruyu guessed that if the vestments had a pink color, he might have changed into them. Hair that was once no more than an ear has now reached his shoulders. But these are okay and acceptable. What's not acceptable is that face with eyeshadow lipstick on it, which is a bit of a turn off. It would be fine if you drew it nicely, but mainly it's just gross to make. Not to mention the two of them, even Zhao Qian and the girls were somewhat unable to accept it. Chu Xian, what have you been following us for? Chu Xian was also within Zhao Qian's guesses, so it wasn't a big surprise. Chu Xian covered his mouth and laughed lightly. Vomit. Zhang Mingyu covered her mouth and hurriedly looked to the side. Wenruyu, on the other hand, lowered her head and tried not to look at Chu Xian. He didn't know how Chu Xian's strength was, but this visual attack combat power was definitely pulled full. But let's use the skills first. Triggered by the magic hand. Strength +1. Trigger wonderful hands. Gain, Thunder Cage LV1. Exhale. Looking at these two, Wenruyu was relieved that it wasn't something strange after all. Whenever it's used on people, weird stuff always comes up. Remember when he got a silicone prosthetic out against that berserker guy and those guys? It was then that I watched the clothes of the woman with the proud figure collapse in an instant. It's scary to think about. What can I do? Luan Jia has been chasing you for so long. Actually not agreeing to Luan Jia. Then I can only do it myself. And thank you for choosing such a good place. Ah ha ha ha. Do it. A few strong men behind Chu Xian endured the physical and psychological discomfort and walked out. Children, I advise you to surrender automatically. We can all be 3rd order intermediate and 3rd order advanced. Don't blame me if you get hurt or crippled when we start fighting. Zhao Qian was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party and directly changed his equipment. A plate armor plus a large shield. Seeing this, several big men did not talk nonsense and directly rushed over. When Ruoyu dives right in, looking for an opportunity, Zhongli took out his bow and arrow and aimed an arrow at the man in front of him. Whoosh! The big man then swung his sword, knocking the bow and arrow away. Tiny archers. A little later. Knock! Wenruyu's figure appeared and an iron club hit the opponent's head. -782. The stun effect appears. A divine fire lance then directly hit. -467. The strong man fell to the ground in response, and died outright. The whole thing took less than 3 seconds. The 5 people in the back changed their faces. Boss, you guys seek death. They didn't expect their strongest boss to die just like that, but in their opinion, their boss's death was purely due to Wenruyu's sneak attack. In his heart, he did not think that a group of 2nd order people could have any strength. Wenruyu entered her sneaking state once again, and Zhao Qian rushed out from the group and directly taunted a few people. Chu Xian in the rear saw the situation and prepared to escape. A hand rested on Chu Xian's shoulder. Vomit, you're going there. Wenruyu's stomach lurched as she placed her hands on Chu Xian's shoulders. Chu Xian stiffly turned his head, revealing an awkward yet polite smile. I'll take a look around. Boo! Seeing that smile, Wenruyu directly punched Chu Xian in the face. Sorry, couldn't help it. He dragged Chu Xian's leg and returned to the group. Turn around and deal with the remaining few. 3 minutes later, all 6 burly men were dead. Lin Dai and Wang Mingxing began to clean up the battlefield, breaking all 6 people's watches. Wenruyu swept a glance. You guys are done cleaning here? Wang Mingxing and Lin Dai nodded doubtfully. This should be the end, right? Just break the watch. What else do you need? The bodies will be eaten up by the source beasts in a while. Ah, since you guys are done, I'll start. Wenruyu stepped forward and directly took off everyone's backpacks, placing everything inside into her own backpack. This was followed by stripping a few people of their gear. Wenruyu did some calculations. Although these people's equipment was only a grade B, any one of them could be sold for 300,000 plus. This wave is a little 4 million. The gold belt for murder and arson. Honestly, Ryu happily put the things away, leaving a few naked corpses on the ground. Turning his head, he saw Lin Yan and Wang Mingxing as they stared at him dumbfounded. Why are you all looking at me like that? Go see what Sister Zhao Qian is going to do with this Chu Xian. No, it's not good for you to just give it away. Lin Dai pointed at the several people on the ground. Somewhat incomprehensible. It was the first time a few of them had seen this. What's wrong with that? Even if I don't pick it up, there are others who will. It's all money. Nah, you guys finish the job. This money is not for you. The corners of Lin Dai and Wang Mingxing's mouths twitched, and the two of them shook their heads back and forth. Zhang Li from afar was not at all surprised to see this scene. After all, he had done the same thing last time. Several people returned to the group. TSK, that's not getting a hard get. I just didn't expect our squad's Ryu and Zhang Li to be so strong. However, after seeing Chu Xian's face, Zhang Mingyu's stomach began to feel sick again. Vomit Sister Qian, how to deal with Get done, let's hurry to go. This face I cannot look at a glance. Chapter 64, can't sell the belt for a high price? Then keep it. Zhao Qian looked at Chu Xian with her brows furrowed. How could she not have imagined how this person could have become the way he was now? She took out a bottle of water from her backpack and poured it on Chu Xian's face. Chu Xian instantly came to his senses. Blah, 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 Zhao Qian, if you have the ability, get me killed. Or else humph. Chu Xian directly twisted his head. Zhao Qian's mouth twitched. How could this person be so disgusting? Then you'll be made whole. Zhao Qian sighed. Chu Xian looked at Zhou Qian in shock and struggled to get up. Boo! A heavily armored Zhao Qian. That kick was not something an ordinary person could resist. Only Chu Xian's chest cavity was sunken, and blood was spat out of his mouth. The long sword passed through his body. Chu Xian stared at Zhao Qian with wide eyes. His lips opened and closed up and down, and it didn't take long for his neck to croak and his breath to be completely gone. Go! Zhao Qian walked ahead and led the way out. Ryu swept a glance and didn't find any rings, bracelets, or necklaces. Everyone else had already walked 30 to 40 meters, and Ryu remained where she was. Zhang Mingyu looked back. The corner of his eye twitched. How to go pickpocket corpses again to go? This you pickpocket him. It doesn't seem right. The storage equipment on this Chu Xian's body should be worth a lot of money. Forget it. It's nothing to do with him. Ryu studied it for half a day and finally realized the difference. That was the belt on Chu Xian's body. A lot of things on him were rich in feminine features. Only the style of this belt was a man's style. Ryu put her hand on her belt, and she was right. The whole 500 frames inside. You know that the rings on Zhao Qian's and their hands are worth more than $30 million. And that's only 200 frames. So this 500 frames, isn't that 400 or 500 million? He rolled up his belt and put it in his shirt. As for wearing it, it was definitely not possible to wear it now. In case this was unique to Chu Xian, wouldn't that be self-explosion? If you're going to wear it, you're going to wear it after you get a layer of camouflage. Ryu took a few steps to catch up. Got the stuff? Zhang Mingyu asked. Ryu nodded. There was nothing to hide. The value of his storage equipment is estimated to be quite high. So you're saving a lot of money here. This was what Ryu was thinking right now. Asking him to spend $30 million on this kind of thing, he definitely wouldn't do it. However, the largest backpack on the market only has 100 compartments. As for 200 compartments, there are none. If you want to buy it, you have to buy the ring. So the audience for this stuff is not people like Ryu. He took the belt out of his pocket and gave Zhang Mingyu a look. This should be worth a lot. It's 500 frames inside. Zhang Mingyu raised an eyebrow. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Of course it's true. He lifted his shirt to reveal the belt inside. 200 GR 10 million. Ryu looked at the belt on Zhang Mingyu's body, before looking at the one on her hand. I can't say it's unrelated. I can only say it's exactly the same. It's like merchandise coming off an assembly line. Does it feel so cheap? Actually, storage equipment is not high in the first place. This 500 compartment belt of yours is only 50 million at the top. The corner of Ryu's mouth twitched. But isn't Wang Mingxing and their rings 30 million? He was thinking he'd sell it for 300 or 400 million even if he didn't use it. When the time comes, just buy a villa and get a couple of cars. Enjoy yourself when you're not out there. It turned out that he was told that there was only $50 million, so he might as well use it himself. Zhang Mingyu bristled. You also said it was a ring. The ring is small. Since ancient times, what people's money is best earned. Women and children know. The effects are the same. The belts and rings are just different sizes. But this comes all very handy compared to a backpack. Okay, I'll keep it for myself then. You check the belt buckle for engraving. And if it's engraved, find something to cover it up. Ryu hurriedly took out her belt, opened the belt buckle, and checked it twice over. It's not engraved. That means no. And neither does mine. Zhang Mingyu shrugged. Since this was the case, Wenryu directly tied the belt on. As for his 2 backpacks, it should be 7 backpacks to lay off now. At 6 p.m., the crowd returned to the quarantine. Wenryu felt her own source power. Another 2 or 3 days would be enough. If Wenryu looked towards Zhongli, taking her with her after tonight, she would be able to ascend to the 3rd rank intermediate level. I'm really sorry today. I'll treat everyone to dinner. Zhao Qian was apologetic. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have met this madman Chu Xian. Sister Qian, we are a team. What are you apologizing for this? But buying dinner, that's a must. Zhang Mingyu said as he wrapped his arm around Wenryu's shoulders. Wenryu slanted a glance at the top of Zhang Mingyu's head. If you can't reach it, don't reach it hard. Your feet are on tiptoe. Come to the grill. This place was requested by Wang Mengxing. They say they are tired of eating in 5-star hotels and come here for a change. With these words, Wenryu wanted to hit someone. You're tired of eating it. I'm not tired of eating it. He sat down next to Zhongli and asked very quietly, have you learned any skills that can make you invisible? Zhongli shook his head. No, a bowman shouldn't need stealth skills. After all, hiding in the shadows, you don't have to worry about people getting close at all. Archers weren't much of a melee profession by nature, let alone the fact that she was a lightning archer. Unfortunately, by now the lightning skills have not appeared, and what has appeared are the most basic abilities of the bowman. Wenryu shook her head. It seemed that it would not work. She wouldn't have been able to get past it without stealth. Even with him leading the way, it was at best through the barrier. He rubbed his chin as if it wasn't impossible. Hey, what are you two muttering about? Zhang Mingyu stuck her face over. Wenryu looked at Zhang Mingyu with a strange expression. Since today, this Zhang Mingyu has been strange, interjecting a sentence every now and then. What's the matter? No, doesn't he like one of the 3 of them? I say Zhang Mingyu, you don't think you like Zhongli? The smile on Zhang Mingyu's face froze for a moment. You, what are you talking about? I'm just curious. This reaction of his directly drew everyone's attention to him. This place did not include Zhongli, who was blushing again at this time. In that case, it seems to be true. Wang Mingxing looked at Zhang Mingyu with a gossipy face. Today, I even asked if I could get a set of houses in the royal garden. Why don't I just give you a house in the 8th building, and then you can live in the same building as Zhongli? Zhao Qian said with a smile on her face. Sister Qian Zhongli hurriedly pulled on Zhao Qian's clothes. Ahem. Well, let's not talk about that. Thank you guys, for the trouble, especially Wenryu. Wenryu waved her hands repeatedly. No trouble at all. He couldn't wait for Zhao Qian to attract more trouble now. If it wasn't for this trouble, he wouldn't have obtained this belt. Chapter 65 Upgrade. Who on earth is the son of heaven's destiny? 12 o'clock at night. Wenryu arrived in the neighborhood where Zhongli was waiting. Agility is already 180? Aha. Then let's get going. The 180 agility speed wasn't too slow, and the two quickly arrived at the place where Wenryu went out last time. On the way home from dinner this evening, Wenryu made the proposal to go to the field this night. Zhongli agreed without thinking. The reason was also very simple. Following Wenryu, she had made a lot of money. Since Wenryu was in need, it was incumbent upon her. The two leaned into the shadows of the building. There'll be an opening here in 5 minutes, and when I say punch, you punch it as fast as you can. It's such a high energy jump straight through. The fence of the barrier is not very high, just over 3 meters. Any professional with higher attributes would be able to jump over it, and this was especially true for agility-based professions. No problem. Wenryu kept her eyes on the spot where the gap was about to appear. Only after the two patrols met, both sides turned around and headed in opposite directions. Even this time, charge! Zhongli instantly increased his speed, and a silhouette instantly jumped out through the fence, with Wenryu following close behind. After running out 2 kilometers, Wenryu took out the car from her backpack. Since you can't go in the secret world, you'll be in the wild. Having Zhongli in the field works well too. Since there was no blood moon in the wilderness, Wenryu directly drove the car to 50 kilometers. I don't suppose your Cthulhu is affected? Wenryu looked up at the moon in the sky. It was a nice day with moonlight. No impact. After Jiangli released the eagle into the air, he immediately reported the location of several nearby source beasts. Then let's do it. However, when it came to the first batch of source beasts, the situation was a bit different from what Wenryu had thought. That property, did you see it? Two-headed demon wolf, knight, race, beasts, level, LV 30, attributes, strength, 315, plus 15, physical fitness, 205, plus 10, agility, 210, plus 10, intelligence, 120, plus 6. Zhongli nodded. See, a 5% increase in attributes. There's also the word knight after the name. Is it that the source beast is enhanced at night? Wenryu was not listening properly and Jianli was not attending school at all. Awakening is also just mandatory to participate because you're 18 years old or older. Wenryu nodded. I guess so. It seemed that it wasn't just the source beasts in the secret realm that would be affected, but the wild as well. Well, it turns out that the underlying reason for not letting third-order beginners go into the wild is this. He hastily glanced at his attributes. Luckily, it didn't lower. Just stay in the tree and attack. The agility of the two-headed demon wolf is too high. Jianli's agility was indeed high enough, but against some source beasts that were known for their agility, it still fell short. Wenryu jumped to the ground, essential to use sneak to get closer. The moment Wenryu approached, Jianli also moved his hand. The two of them worked together to easily take down the four source beasts. As for the materials, Wenryu directly refrained from taking them. The goal for the second half of the day was to upgrade. The two were very fast in Jianli's search. Kill one batch after another. It wasn't until 4:30 a.m. that the two stopped hunting. On a large tree, Wenryu played with that newly acquired assassin's dagger, which he could use to fight next. In his opinion, with the dagger's attributes enough to be used up to the 5th or 6th rank was no problem. Jianli, who was on the side, was very happy because following Wenryu, he had directly elevated to the 3rd rank primary tonight, and she also comprehended the skill about the 3rd rank. What skill is your 3rd rank? Single attack thunderstorm arrow. This skill doesn't use arrows. It directly condenses lightning attribute arrows with source power and creates an explosion when shot. It sounds like it's awesome. How's the damage? Base damage 200, plus 1x intelligence and 0.5x agility. Wenryu was a bit stunned at first, then she also reacted. She wasn't an ordinary archer, but a lightning attribute archer. A combination of a lightning mage and an archer. No wonder she's rated S instead of SS. It's not bad either. With your attributes and the weakness, dealing 800 points of damage should be about right. Even if the damage is reduced by a certain amount because of defense, you'll still have about 600 points left. That's a lot of damage for a 3rd rank. Not to mention that the thing about skills is that they do more and more damage as they level up. At 7:30 in the morning, the two met up with Zhao Qian and the others here. As soon as they met, the two of them yawned widely together. This time it wasn't just Zhang Mingyu alone who felt that there was something wrong with the two. All four of them felt that there was something wrong. You guys went back last night? What was this for? You couldn't have all watched TV. Zhang Mingyu looked at the two with a skeptical face. It looks skeptical, but it's tense. Wenryu smiled. Yeah, I introduced the TV to her. You're afraid you don't think I'm a cutie? Zhang Mingyu bristled, glancing at Wenryu and then at Jianli, trying to find clues in both faces. However, he was disappointed. Jianli was sleepy at this time and forced himself to fight. Spirits were high during the battle, and after the upgrade, they slowly ran out of steam. This is for you too. Zhao Qian took out 2 small light blue bottles. After Wenryu picked it up. What's this? Spiritual potion. Instantly awake after drinking it. Only this thing can't be drunk too much. Only once a week. Otherwise there will be side effects. Things like potions, Zhao Qian would prepare some of them from time to time, so they might be used at some point. Thanks. Twisted the cap off the bottle and poured it right in. Gee, the guy who invented the potion is kinda nice and smells like a peach. Come on, let's go. You changed weapons? Let's see. Zhang Mingyu took the dagger from Wenryu, and when it arrived, the whole thing froze. Then he looked at Wenryu incredulously. How is it that you're at the middle level of the 3rd rank? Zhao Qian and the three of them hurriedly turned back. 3rd order intermediate. They're not even 3rd order beginners yet, so I'm afraid this isn't a bit much. Even if you need less source power, you can't bully people like that. Ahem. I thought I had killed more source beasts recently, so I naturally advanced. No, you were using a different dagger yesterday. Unless, Zhang Mingyu immediately transformed into a detective, just short of putting on his glasses, thinking about the state of the two, and that pale eagle of Jianli's. Holy, you guys are so sleepy. You couldn't have sneaked off to the wilderness last night. He couldn't think of anything else but that explanation. As for watching TV, he believed it the first time, and he'd be a cutie if he still believed it the second time. Chapter 66, Competition delayed, prize money increased. The more Zhang Mingyu thought about it, the more right he felt. It must have been a night out in the wilderness, or they couldn't say both were so sleepy. The three women walked over. Zhao Chen looked at the two of them in shock. You guys really went to the field in the middle of the night? This is too much of a fight. You know it's a full day and you can actually go out at night? When people upgrade, they usually choose to go out during the day. Going out at night is more or less dangerous. Wenryu had no intention of hiding anything. Ahem. It wasn't nearly upgraded, so I thought I'd go out at night and try it. And my luck just happened to be upgraded. Zhao Qian looked at Jianli. you shouldn't have upgraded as well. If that's true, a few of them are too much of a vegetable. It was important to know that Jiangli was only at the intermediate level of the second rank when he arrived, and after following Wenruyu out twice, he came to the advanced level of the second rank, leveled right up with them. And now, to really be a third-order primary, it directly surpassed them. Jiangli nodded. Last night, he reached the third stage primary. Ah, just the four of us haven't been upgraded yet. Lin Dai hung his head with a bereft expression. She wanted to upgrade too, but she was still a few days away. I should have known. Let's go together at night. What are you thinking? Have you reached the third order of beginners yet? Can the people at the gate let you out? Then how did they get out? Zhan Mingyu pointed at the two Wenruyu. The four men looked at the two in unison. Even if Wenruyu was a third order primary, he couldn't get out. He was a thief and not an assassin. Agile enough to run out. The corner of Zhan Mingyu's mouth twitched. So this is what you meant when you asked me to be agile, right? Wenruyu hurriedly stopped them from questioning. Alright, time is almost wasted. We should go out as well. Coming into the secret realm, the four were energized. Strive to ascend to the third stage primary within 2 days. Wang Mingxing shouted as he carried his scythe. Wenruyu shook her head. These people. By the way, didn't we say there was a tournament before? Why is there no movement? It was supposed to be held, but it was postponed. Supposedly it's going to be all the colleges in the country together, and the difficulty is going straight up more than one notch. Zhao Qian sighed, realizing that the city of Fingjing's national ranking was actually not very high. It's been hanging around 15th place year after year. Professionals are relatively weak. Like this year, at the Fongjing Professional School, one of the highest potentials was only SS rank. There is and will only be this one. And places like Kyoto, Mordor, and Yanchang were all enrolled with SSS ranked professionals. And there were even 2 of Fingjing's SSS ranked professionals poached among them as well. Wenruyu didn't understand this. Did every school have a third order junior? How many of them third order beginners and intermediates are there? SS rank and SSS rank upgrades should be just as slow as he was. And if he didn't have a mythic hand, he would probably just be a second rank beginner by now. It's just thieves. After all, there should be intermediates, but they are few and far between, and there will be plenty of beginners. Even the SSS class will have third-order beginner professionals. After all, the basic skills are different. The prize money must be huge then. Zhao Qian looked at Wenruyu speechlessly. The bonus, even if it is high, it is not that good. Okay, 50 million for the first place team, 30 million for the second, and 10 million for the third. All have exclusive weapons, just of different quality. On top of that, there's an extra reward for skill books. The exact policy hasn't been handed down yet. 50 million. Wenruyu's eyes instantly lit up. 6 people divided. 1 person more than 8 million. Ah, that's a lot of money for a car. Not a villa. The villa is even. If off-campus people can participate, we should definitely sign up. Got it. Zhao Qian shook her head. Participate in it. The big deal is a round trip. Don't look at them all as S-ranked professionals. The other squads aren't bad either. Okay? There's a team of professionals in front of us who encountered a silver boss. It seems like they can't beat it. Should we take over? Jiangli pointed at the fleeing silhouettes in the distance. Go check it out. As long as the other side gives up, we'll take over. If they don't give up, don't get involved. This is an unwritten rule in the secret realm. Or else that boss dies and loot belongs to it is a problem. The group rushed over. Stopped at a distance of 20 meters. The opponent was backing up but not stopping his hand movements. It's just that this doesn't do a lot of damage. All of them do 60 to 110 damage. By the looks of it, it should be a second-order mid-level professional with either B or a potential. Lin Dai shook his head. These guys really don't want to die. With that potential, the profession isn't going to be much better. And you can't kill a silver boss without effective skills. And you might even get killed in seconds. Although these source beasts did not display blood bars, it was clear from their status that they were still some distance away from being killed. Only the white fox among the 5 source beasts was seen to light up with a green light, followed by the other 4 source beasts, which also glowed with a green light. The wounds from the previous injuries were instantly restored. It's the heavenly spirit wood fox. These people are hard to deal with, and it's still an elite level source beast. Zhan Mingyu barred his mouth. The celestial spirit wood fox didn't have any offensive power. Its only function was to heal, and it was also a group healing spell. There are 2 group healing spells that priests learn. One was learned naturally after one's level was reached, and the other was exploded from the heavenly spirit wood fox. Only if you want to pop out a skill book, you have to be a bronze level boss or above. And in this way, the priest will have 2 group healing spells, for the squad to protect the ability that is not a half a star to improve. They were watching the play, and Wenruyu was busy. Triggered by a magic hand, Intelligence +1. Trigger wonderful hands. Gain, group healing LV3, triggered by a magic hand. Medium amount of source power. Good luck getting the group healing spell out. Too bad he can't use it. But it's not impossible to use. Just have some extra disposable skill scrolls ready to pretend when the time comes. As for why I haven't seen anyone else use it, of course it's expensive. The most common backstab skill costs 100,000 apiece for LV1. It's the rich who don't dare to play like that. They're getting ready to pull out. Let's do it. After the other party retreated, Zhao Qian rushed forward with her shield. Take care of that fox first. To kill the enemy, you must first get rid of the source beasts of the auxiliary category. Otherwise you are just making yourself suffer. Thunderstorm Arrow, Shadow Attack. The two high burst personnel, Zhongli and Wenruyu, directly blasted their skills onto the fox, instantly killing it violently. Holy, do you two have to be so fierce? Zhang Mingyu's hand movements lurched. It's okay if Wenruyu's damage explodes. After all, it was pretty high before. But what was Zhongli's situation? How did this damage directly double? Chapter 67, he wants the silver boss. And the treasure chest too. Not far away in the woods. Boss, they hit the target we just had. It was hard for us to find. There must be a silver treasure chest there. A young man with a center parting looked outside and said, we can't beat it. But the fact that they can means they're strong. And you still dare to rob it? A man with a border said in an unkind manner. He also wanted the silver treasure chest. But was that something to say he wanted it? They're playing their game. Let's just go get the treasure chests. The value of a treasure chest is worth $50,000, which is more than what we've gained in the morning. You have to sell it yourself. But you can sell it yourself for money. The slattern's heart fluttered. Then he was a bit worried. Can the other side let us get the treasure chest without worrying? If it were him, he would never let anyone touch his treasure chest. Why can't we? We just lured the source beast away for the treasure chest. We never said we were going to kill the source beasts, did we? Slate looked at the center-parted man. Liang Kuan, I didn't expect your kid's brain to be so good. That's a must. In any case, I'm also a fire mage with a high intelligence attribute. The corner of the boarder's mouth twitched. Was this intelligence the same intelligence as that one? Let's get going then. Let's move forward a bit. The boarder ran forward with the squad of 4 for 20 meters before darting off towards the opposite side of the street. Wenruyu looked towards them after she had resolved an elite source beast. These people should be aiming for the treasure chest. Zhang Mingyu glanced at it. Just take it. It's just a silver treasure chest. It'll take us 3 or 4 minutes to kill these source beasts. Wenruyu shook her head. This would not do. His silver bosses want it, and so do treasure chests. You guys go ahead and fight. I'll be right back. Wenruyu instantly disappeared in place while entering a sneaking state. I'm telling you, Wenruyu is definitely going to be a treasure chest hunter in the future, and only a treasure chest hunter would never give up a single treasure chest. Zhang Mingyu said to Lin Yan, who was at the side. Lin Dai casually threw out a divine fire gun. I think it's normal. If it wasn't for us, these people would have run away long ago. That box should have been ours. It's just that we can't pour out the empty space right now. Of course I know, but there's no point in wasting time. It's faster to find it alone than in a circle. Whoosh! Wenruyu returned to her position. Holy, how are you so fast? Zhang Mingyu looked at Wenruyu with a surprised expression. How long has this been going on? And you showed up too quietly. It's just a box. How long will it take? However, they might take a little longer. Wenruyu glanced to the side. Those people had only just reached the edge of that forest. 3 minutes later, as the silver boss fell to the ground, 2 balls of light burst out on the ground. Zhongli, this is for you. Zhao Qian threw a longbow to Zhongli. Zhongli caught the longbow with his hands and feet, somewhat at a loss. The other ball of light was a scroll, which Zhao Qian threw to Wenruyu, who didn't even look at it and threw it directly into her belt. You don't have to think about it to know that it's a treasure map for a treasure chest. Sister Sin, how much do I have to take out for this one? After buying the house, she now has very little money on hand. This one's for you. You've had the highest output and contributed the most lately. Ha, is that good? Zhongli glanced at the longbow in his hand, a little nervous. Ask them if you don't believe me. Zhao Chen knew what Zhongli was thinking, but such a piece of equipment is really not worth them fighting over anything. But it's just $1 million piece of equipment. Take it. It would have been a lot of effort on your part lately. Yeah, just take it. Wenruyu didn't have much of an opinion. After all, just now he had only killed 2 elites and hadn't followed up with a strike. Zhongli nodded. Thank you all. Then with a look of delight, he looked at the longbow in his hand. Wenruyu walked over. Show me. Zhongli casually handed the longbow to Wenruyu. Hunting longbow. Level, 3rd order elementary. Quality, grade S. Damage, 50 to 56. Bonus, 1. Hunting moment, shooting enemies from out of the target's line of sight increases agility damage by 5% per arrow, stacking up to 25%. No attack for 10 seconds as stacked tiers disappear. Inlay, none. When Ryu's eyelids jumped as she watched. Are you sure this is an additional attribute that an S rank should have? Are you messing with me? 10 seconds without attacking. That's a joke. As an archer, isn't an arrow a second a common thing? 25% more agility damage per arrow. With Jiang Li's current attributes, that would be 50 points. And stacked with a weakness talent, that would be 100 points. Combined with focus, and a weakness in his own shooting, that means up to 200 plus more points of damage per arrow. Terrible. Terrible. Okay, we're done here. Let's go to the next place. Why don't we go to the wilderness tonight as well? I feel like I'm just a little bit away from being a third-order primary. Zhang Mingyu felt his source power. But are you agile? Zhang Mingyu looked at Lin Dai, and he felt his throat clogging up quite a bit, but it was a try. Not to mention him, even Zhao Qian's agility attribute wasn't high. Other than Zhang Li and Wen Ruyu, the only one with high agility was Wang Mengxing, but it wasn't that high. Look, I've told you to forget about it and just come over on time tomorrow. Wen Ruyu didn't plan to go out tonight either. It's still early for the next upgrade. After all, being able to reach the advanced third order by mid to late December, he was already content. Unless he's still doing what he's been doing the last few days. But there's no need for that. He's only 18. He's got plenty of time. At 5 p.m., the group returned. Alas, it came up short in the end. Come on, it's already fast. Half a day tomorrow should be about right. A big man. Why are you so abrasive? When Ryu glanced at the rearview mirror and chose to hold her tongue. Explosive pyromancy. Can't afford to mess with that. Back inside the barrier. Zhao Qian, you're back. Zhao Qian turned her head with a helpless face. What a coincidence. Guze bared his yap. It's a good coincidence. I just came back and saw you guys. By the way, have you heard? The Chu family's second son, Chu Xian, has disappeared. Zhao Qian was surprised. What? Chu Xian is missing. What happened? Guze shook his head. I'm not very clear about the specifics. I only know that he went out in the daytime and lost his figure in a place in the countryside. And up to now people have not been found where. When Ryu was puzzled by what she heard. Doesn't this door check the watch? Chapter 68, facing a high-ranking professional for the first time. Nothing surprising, getting someone else's information to be able to get out as well. The watch isn't bound to you. It can be removed. Doesn't that mean that the one we destroyed wasn't Chu Xian's? So will his piece leave any information behind? Zhang Mingyu shook his head. Unless he's crazy, what he did was originally unseen. How could he leave a message? When Ryu's face was complicated as he remembered what Zhang Hongyu had said again. Don't trust people too much when you're out and about because you just don't know if that person is a human being or a ghost. Originally he understood that whether a person is a ghost refers to good or bad, but now it seems to refer to identity as well. Ah, Wen Ryu, you come here for a moment. The crowd looked at Wen Ryu in surprise. These two hadn't teamed up together. How did this Guze still look for him? Only Zhao Qian knew what was going on and gave Wen Ryu a meaningful look. Wen Ryu followed Guze to the side with her face as normal. Bro said, well, you told me about Zhao Qian's hobbies. You can't have forgotten. Guze whispered with a skeptical face. Isn't this recently to make money to buy a house? I haven't had time to observe. Besides, you're not unaware that our captain's armor is just like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. In case she finds out that I'd betrayed information. I'm not a dead man. When Ryu turned back to steal a glance at Zhao Qian and replied in a very small voice. Guze nodded with approval. That makes sense. But you must tell me when you have news, you know. Don't worry. Of course I want to earn money. But I also have to find the right opportunity. Don't I? I can't just give you information. What kind of person would I become? Guze nodded with satisfaction and patted Wen Ryu's shoulder. As long as you give me good enough news, I won't treat you badly. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. I need to hurry home. Selling out information like that was something he'd long forgotten. After all, the ways to make money had changed. And this amount of money was no longer visible to him. Good. Then I'll go too. When Ryu came back, do you two have such a good relationship? Isn't it just hiring you to form a team? Regarding Guze, Zhang Mingyu was aware of it. That's a very condescending person that people don't normally look at. When Ryu was indeed strong, but that was something only they knew. He was clearly just a thief with a potential of C. It was only logical that Guze shouldn't be like this. When Ryu stroked his chin. Maybe it's because I'm handsome and have a good character. It resonates. Zhang Mingyu thought for half a day and gave Wen Ryu a thumbs up. In terms of cheek, I am ashamed of myself. Ha, you really should be inferior. I can see that Wen Ryu is much more handsome than you. Lin Dai added from the side. Zhang Mingyu opened her mouth and glanced at the somewhat handsome Wen Ryu. as well as that height. Alright, I don't think we're going to eat today. Then, don't tomorrow we're going to be promoted to third order primary. Let's go celebrate together. Zhang Mingyu said in a hurry. The corner of Wenruyu's mouth twitched. What was there to celebrate about this thing? But he didn't feel good about spoiling the fun. Today's visit was to a private dining room. This food restaurant. I've eaten here no less than 10 times. The flavor that is quite good. Zhang Mingyu introduced to the place. Wenruyu, wait, I have something to talk to you about. Zhao Qian called out to Wenruyu from the side. You guys go up and order first. We'll be up in a bit. After everyone left, Zhao Qian looked at Wenruyu. What did Guzhe want to see you about? Information about me? Well, that's right. It's to ask for your news. Wenruyu directly said it. And anyway, this matter had already been known to Zhao Qian for a long time. You didn't even give it before? No, there's no news to give in the main Wenruyu had been busy ascending to the third-ranked primary to use the token during that time, which had time to pay attention to Zhao Qian. After that, just as soon as he had time, he got another third-order mid-level weapon, and he could only get busy again. Zhao Qian looked at Wenruyu with a strange face. I remember that you didn't quite want money at that time, but you actually didn't sell it. Wenruyu raised her eyebrows. What? Fancy Guzhe? Then you have to let me pull the strings. Maybe he'll give me tens of millions of dollars once he's happy. The corner of Zhao Qian's eye twitched. This person really hasn't changed at all. Don't need to. But still, don't sell my information. We're teammates anyways, right? But for any random piece of information, he offered me $100,000. And $1 million if it's useful. Then you love to sell or not? Zhao Qian rolled her eyes and walked straight in. It didn't really matter to her that her own information was being sold. It was just too distracting to be known too much. Wenruyu looked at Zhao Qian's back and shook her head with a smile. Then followed suit. At 10 o'clock at night, Wenruyu and Jiang Li both returned to the royal garden. Standing at the entrance of the neighborhood, Wenruyu glanced at the distance, then walked into the neighborhood with Jiang Li. When Jiang Li left, Wenruyu walked towards a dark area inside and stood in place, waiting. A minute later, a figure dropped out of the air. Kid, you actually found me? A bearded man in night clothes looked at Wenruyu with a curious expression. Uncle, you're so obvious with such a large individual grid. I'm not blind, Wenruyu said breathlessly. The man, taller than he was strongly built. Such an obvious one. He'd be foolish not to notice. October in funking has cooled down, but not to the point of wearing so many clothes. The burly man with the beard's face jumped. At this time, Wenruyu's eyes narrowed and a silver dagger appeared in his hand. Yo, vigilance is quite high. Worthy of being Wen Guanshan's son. I won't give you any nonsense. Is that token here with you? A long knife appeared in the bearded man's hand, and the light red light flickering on it was not a mortal product at first glance. Trigger wonderful hands. Gain, Fury/LV5, X1. Trigger wonderful hands. Get panties X1. I asterisk 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 you asterisk 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 him asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wenruyu looked at this thing breathlessly. What the hell? The burly man with the beard put his hand into his pants pocket and frowned, then continued to look at Wenruyu. If you don't say it again, I'm going to do it. Uncle, villains die from talking too much, don't you know? Sneak. Wenruyu instantly disappeared into place with a backward jump, and a long knife suddenly appeared where he had just been. Ha! Actually able to dodge my instantaneous slash? The burly man looked at where Wenruyu was in surprise. Wenruyu frowned. The other party was able to see herself? It shouldn't be. This was clearly a blade class profession. It shouldn't be learning the hidden breaking skill. Besides, he, himself, is still in a state of invisibility. He moved aside a bit. The burly man's ears twitched and his mouth grinned. Found you. Instant chop. Wenruyu's pupils suddenly shrunk as the burly man's figure enlarged infinitely in his eyes. Chapter 69. You're not raising sand. It's lime powder. Backstab. Wenruyu instantly came behind the strong man and stabbed the other party in the back. As for the neck, forget it. The target is too small. The opponent is still very strong. The success rate is too low. However, the move that should have hit was easily parried by the opponent. Dang! A long knife appeared at the back of the strong man. Yoo-hoo! Still following the same path as Wen Guanshan, an iron rod appeared in Wenruyu's hand. Stifle! Dang! The burly man's face changed. Even though he didn't suffer the effects or damage from the smothering stick, however, he clearly felt the power coming from the iron rod, which was clearly not the power that the third rank should have. You, what exactly is your profession? The burly man had thought about Wenruyu using that token, but it was only right that the token didn't make one's attribute supermodel. Obviously it's a matter of occupation, or weaponry. Wenruyu skimmed her mouth. There was so much nonsense. Yensha, A handful of white powdered noodles were flung over by Wenryu. The strong man hastily closed his eyes. Pick the bones. A wound appeared on the strong man's body, but none of them were fatal. You're not raising sand. It's lime powder. The burly man looked furious, but that still had to close his eyes. Fear not. Fear not. Raise the sand. The burly man closed his eyes once more. Thunder cage. Death rap. Fire dragon scroll. Wind blade. Wind blade. Wind blade. The raised sand just now was still not raised sand, and by the time the strong man reacted he was already trapped in place by a cage made of lightning. Various skills then bombarded the strong man, and a black smoke rose from him. Wenryu didn't get closer. Who knew if the other party had any backhanders? What if they suddenly gave him an attack? His eyes rolled and he went into sneak again. He came behind the strong man and stabbed him in the back of the neck. Seeing that the other party did not even move, Wenryu knew that this was completely dead. He looked around. This position should have taken a back shot, but a frontal figure should not be a problem. Wenryu then stripped the strong man of all his storage equipment as well as the weapons and equipment on his body. As for the corpse, Wenryu directly packed it up in an unwanted space backpack. Only many fine red threads appeared on top of the space backpack. This means there are human bodies in the backpack, and that's why after they kill someone, they leave the body in place for the source beast to help destroy. Without those red threads, they could have casually packed the body in a backpack. Carrying his backpack, he ran all the way out into the field and dropped the body on the ground. Then it was back to the neighborhood. The first thing I did when I got home was to check the other guy's backpack for a few clues. The other party knows that they have this token in their hands, so they must know my father. Then maybe they will know Zhang Hongyu. But Zhang Hongyu's phone still can't be reached, and I don't know where the hell this person has gone. The entire storage equipment had been rummaged through by him, yet nothing was found. Wenryu played with the ring on her hand. Who the hell is it? At first the other didn't think anything of it, but suddenly he was hostile to him. It's still weird. It could also be that the other party was already hostile to him and was only thinking of making a move at that moment. So it seems that Mythic's hostility detection is not that accurate. As for that Chu Xian, probably didn't want to take a shot at him at all times. Wenryu looked at the ring and suddenly a number appeared in his eyes. The only thing I see engraved on the inside of the ring is D45. Number? Looks like I'll have to ask them about it tomorrow. The next day, in the primary secret realm. Where did you get this ring? Zhang Mingyu's face was serious. Stripped from a corpse. Although it sounded unreasonable, it seemed to him that it was quite normal for this to happen to Wenryu. This ring is a symbol of identity for an anti-human organization. And this is only the ring of the lowest ranking person, Zhang Mingyu said, pointing to the string of numbers inside the ring. The name of this organization is called Salvation Church, and the people within its organization all have these rings, and the most basic ones are the 4 levels of A, B, C, and D. D is the worst, with a strength at the 7th rank. The Church of the Redeemer? It doesn't sound like it's too dangerous. Don't be fooled by the name. They believe that the appearance of the secret world is a punishment for mankind, and that mankind should follow the will of heaven. Let the world be destroyed and start anew. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. What a unique organization. Don't think about this organization. It has nothing to do with us. In Zhang Mingyu's view, there was nothing wrong with the emergence of the Church of Salvation. There are salvationist churches all over the country, and the security service will take care of it. Wenryu's eyelids jumped. Where is it? Okay, I have already seen it. What he couldn't understand was why this man was onto him, and to call out his father's name, that meant that the other party must have known his father. Did this organization know his father, or was it simply this man? Wenryu shook her head. Take a step and see what happens. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Upgraded. I have group healing spells now. Zhang Mingyu waved the scepter in her hand. A green chain of light jumped over the crowd. This one of yours has about the same effect as my group healing. There's no need to be so excited. Wang Mingxing looked at him speechlessly. She had group healing at 2nd level. A few others had also reached the 3rd rank, but they weren't as excited as Zhang Mingyu. Zhang Mingyu's face stiffened, as if there was indeed nothing to be happy about. But, he's a priest. Shouldn't that be exciting? Zhang Mingyu glanced at Wang Mingxing. What a spoiler. On the side, Wenryu felt her state, then shook her head. It's still a bit far away from the 3rd order advanced. South of Fongjing, in a villa. Chu Feng, have you found any news about your brother? A middle-aged man with a serious face sat on the sofa in the living room. Father, I've searched for a long time, and there's no news at all. Chu Feng shook his head. Alas, whether it is dead or alive is unknown. The middle-aged man lamented. Chu Feng thought for a moment and said, Dad, the younger brother might really be dead. Chu Tianqin, my son, you must find for me. At this time, a woman in her 40s with a great deal of charm walked in. Auntie, Chu Feng is here. Chu Xian's matter needs more help from you before it's done. Auntie, don't worry. I've mobilized all my forces in searching. Chu Feng comforted. Chu Feng, you go and get busy. Chu Tianqin waved his hand. Okay. After Chu Feng left. Ah, soft Jade Lin. It's not that I don't want to find it, but I don't care. It's our child. Live and let live or I'll abort the baby in my belly. Chu Tianqin looked helpless. It's not like you can just say you can see. What? You're pregnant? Chu Tianqin looked at Lin Softia with a surprised face. He was going to be a father again? Chapter 70, Chu Xian is my brother, not my own brother. Happy New Year. The smile on Chu Feng's face instantly disappeared after he walked out the door, drove the car and returned to his villa. It didn't take long for a man to walk in. Chu, there's still no word on your brother. The last surveillance was that he went to the eastern suburb wilderness. Only the message didn't have him. Presumably. Chu Feng waved his hand. It's just a matter of meaning about Chu Xian. Now I'll give you a task. Delete all the videos of him after he disappeared in the suburb for me. Ha? The man looked at Chu Feng in surprise. What is this? 2 days ago. We were desperately looking for it. Why did you stop looking for it when we finally got some news? What's the point of being so surprised? Chu Xian is my brother, not my own brother. Chu Feng snorted. The man understood instantly. I'm on it. After the man left, Chu Feng took out a file bag from a desk drawer, took a couple of those pages out. I never had the chance to get him killed. I didn't expect someone to do it for me. I should really thank them for that. Lin Softiu, sooner or later it will be your turn. Don't worry. I'll send you to meet your son then. The documents in Chu Feng's hands ignited without fire and turned into flying ash. No, you guys are playing for real. Wen Ruyu hadn't been home for long when she received a call from Zhang Mingyu. When I arrived at the entrance to the neighborhood, I saw several moving company vehicles and a few people standing in front of them. What's really fake about it? Now that we're third stage beginners, we can already go out. Seems about right. It's just, do you have to move here just to get out? Do you rich people do whatever you want? Buy a house whenever you want, without worrying about the quota? At 10 o'clock at night, the four men had finally finished moving. The two of them, Wen Ruyu and Zhang Mingyu, stood aside with helpless faces. Zhang Mingyu actually finished moving at about 8 o'clock. Or maybe he just brought a suitcase and nothing else. And those moving company cars? All three women. It took 2 whole hours for the 3 women to get the room ready. You guys are really moving. There were 4 or 5 boxes of clothes inside alone. Of course it's true. We'll live here from now on. My family even said that I'm independent now, and are especially supportive. Wang Mingxing had a proud face. Looking at Wang Mingxing like this, Wen Ruyu did not know what to say for a moment. It seemed a little beyond his language skills. To celebrate the housewarming, let's go to dinner, Zhao Qian offered. One reason for coming here is because it's closer to the wilderness, and the other is to finally get away from home. Yeah, just in time to get hungry. A few people looked at Wen Ruyu. No, what are you all looking at me for? If we want to eat, let's go. It has to be you. You're the star of the show today. Main character? What main character? Wen Ruyu had a head full of question marks. Arriving at the grill, a few people ordered lightly. Come and celebrate the fact that we've all moved out of our homes and started living on our own. The customers at the next few tables turned their heads to look at a few people. Wen Ruyu hurriedly lowered her head. It was so embarrassing. Was this kind of thing as loud as this? After drinking, a few people looked at each other. Zhao Qian spoke. Wen Ruyu, we're planning to go on a trip to the wilderness at night. Coughing. Wen Ruyu barely choked on her own saliva. He went to the wilderness because he was thinking of going to the wilderness because he was about to advance. No, didn't you guys just upgrade? Why do you need to go to the wilderness? Isn't this a competition coming up soon? We definitely need to sign up. One of the squads in Fengjing has the same equal rank as us, a third-rank junior, but the advancement time is 2 weeks earlier than us. According to my inquiries, they go hunting source beasts at night from time to time as well, which is why their speed is so fast. At their speed, advancing to the third-order intermediate before the tournament is on the cards. When Zhao Qian said this, Wen Ruyu also understood. Simply worried that a third-order beginner couldn't beat a third-order intermediate, but with him around, not to mention the third rank, even the 5th rank would be able to beat it. But he was not going to be that out of touch. At least a lot of things he didn't dare to use. The 100% stunned muffler, as well as the 2 skills of raising sand couldn't be used in public. There were also the hundreds of skills he had stolen, the vast majority of which were unusable. During the match he would strike out as a thief assassin. It can be, but with the time we have now, there's not much left, is there? It's now almost the end of November, and the race is just over 20 days away. Wanting to ascend to the third rank intermediate level in more than 20 days, that level of exertion was not normally strong. This is an area we've thought about. and it's still possible to last more than 20 days from 7:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and continued, there's mainly one more thing, and that's the fact that in those big cities in Kyoto, any random battle team could be a third-order intermediate, or even with a third-order advanced. Because they were all professionals who had just awakened this year, there was no chance that the fourth order would appear, otherwise they could just give up. Wen Ruyu rubbed her chin. If that was the case, it might not be impossible. Unconsciously, Wen Ruyu, who had made up the numbers, gradually became the core of the team. That's the reality. People who are strong are valued twice as much wherever they are. In that case, then I suggest we set our aim at 70 kilometers. The source beasts there are generally above level 35. 70 kilometers? Zhang Mingyu frowned. But will the number of origin beasts there be too many for us to handle? Wen Ruyu smiled. With me, Zhongli, and Linin as the three high-burst personnel, the damage is sufficient. Sister Zhao Qian is responsible for being at the front, while Zhang Mingyu, you're just responsible for keeping an eye on Sister Zhao Qian. As for Wang Mengxing pouted. How is it that everyone else can arrange it, but when it comes to me I don't know what to do? That's not true. I was just thinking. Wen Ruyu wouldn't admit it. Wang Mengxing's damage was there, but it was cumulative damage. Her single attack isn't very high. In that case, you'll be responsible for attacking when you encounter low-body creatures, and you'll be responsible for assisting when you encounter high-body creatures. Wang Mengxing looked at Wen Ruyu with an exasperated look. You don't even know the power of my sacred flame. Wait for tomorrow's, I'll show you. Holy flames? Wen Ruyu raised his eyebrows. He really didn't know much about these skills. That's fine. Tomorrow during the day everyone is using their new skills. If it's good, it won't be a problem if it's 100 kilometers, not to mention 70 kilometers. In a car by the side of the road, Chu Feng looked at Zhao Qian and several people who were eating. My dear brother just loves this woman, doesn't he? Yes, the other has expressly refused. But you, dear brother, still likes her. Oh, come on, Chu, don't you want to try? In case she killed them. That's the Zhao family's third miss. Who do you think it is? Nothing to kill my brother for. Chu Feng shook his head. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that it was impossible. I wish you all a happy Chinese New Year. Good health, all the best, prosperity, and great luck in the year of the dragon. New Year. Chapter 71 Enhanced Rapid Combat Acclimatization Training. Holy Flame. A layer of white flame was attached to Wang Mengxing's scythe, dealing 2 damage per attack, once for base damage, and once for damage from the Holy Flame. Minus 132, minus 265, minus 167, minus 276, minus 188, minus 297. 3 attacks in a row dealt over 1,200 points of direct damage. Wen Ruyu rubbed her chin. Was this thing so powerful? Looking at the damage Wang Mengxing continued to inflict, he was momentarily unable to connect her to the combat priest from before. After the battle. How about it? My damage is okay. Wang Mengxing had a haughty face, unfortunately paired with her height. It was more like a child who wanted a compliment. You should have other skills to add. Wang Mengxing froze in his movements and sighed softly. Indeed there is. It's the natural skill I started with. Wang Mengxing tapped on her watch and dropped her natural skill. Punishment of Sin LV4, when the target is a source beast. Base damage is increased by 20% and each attack is increased by 5%. Stackable for 4 tiers. No attack tier disappears in 5 seconds. It's a pity that it can only be used on origin beasts. If I could use it on people, I would definitely be able to become a mainstay in the later matches. Wang Mengxing was disappointed. It could be said that this skill of hers was specifically designed to deal with source beasts. The only reason why the damage wasn't high was that her strength attribute wasn't very high. Although the combat priest carried the word combat, it was still dominated by intelligence. And even though her strength attribute was slightly higher, it wasn't that much higher. This was because the way of a combat priest did not rely on physical combat, but rather on various blessing-enhanced methods, such as the Holy Flame attachment type damage she was currently using. Other blessed states will follow. At that time, Wang Mengxing was considered a true combat priest. It's fine. When you're at the 6th rank your strength will be at the front end of the combat sequence. Zhao Qian patted Wang Mengxing's shoulder. Gee, I'm really envious. I'm a standard priest with nothing to kill. There was no man who didn't want to fight, and Zhang Mingyu wanted to as well, but his profession limited him. When Ruyu looked around, right now this squad was missing a professional with control abilities. As long as there was another control professional, even if they encountered a gold boss, they would be able to deal with it. Let's go. Move on to the next one, and get used to the speed of fast hunting during the day. We're not going to stop after we start at night. From start to finish, we'll do nothing but hunt and rush. The corners of Zhang Mingyu's eyes jumped straight out of the corner of his eyes. Should he be so ruthless? But for the sake of the upgrade. Admit it. After lunch. It's 1 o'clock now. And we won't have a break for the next 3 hours. Zhongli, you need to keep up with the speed. Zhongli nodded. I know. Then let's go. The eagle rises. 200 meters ahead on the left. 12 ordinary source beasts. Zhongli notified at the first opportunity after discovering the target. The group quickly approached. Zhao Qian lifted her shield and went straight to the top, while the others did their jobs. Wenruyu, on the other hand, didn't make a move and just used her myriad hands from behind. 5 minutes later. 100 meters to the right. 2 elite source beasts and 4 ordinary source beasts. 5 minutes later. 240 meters to the right. A bronze boss. 4 elite source beasts and 5 normal source beasts. And so it was. Fighting moment by moment for 3 hours. A grassy area. Zhao Qian sat on the ground, her bangs clinging to her forehead as she gasped for air. She was the most tired here. After all, she wore the heaviest gear. Zhang Mingyu lay directly on the ground with his eyes closed, not moving a muscle. If it weren't for his chest floating up and down, those who didn't know would have thought the man was gone. It's pretty much the same for everyone else. Zhang Li's palms were even trembling, and she had no idea how many times she had pulled the bowstring. This afternoon's battle was far more intense than when she and Wenruyu were in the wilderness before. The only one here who didn't feel anything was Wenruyu. After all, from start to finish, he hadn't made much of a move. Although he said that he didn't gain source power through battles, he did gain a lot of it through myriad hands. Let's rest for half an hour, and after that we'll continue fighting for another half hour before returning. Ha! It's still going on. Ha! I feel like I've hunted more source beasts in these 3 hours than in the previous 6. Zhang Mingyu sat up violently with a bitter look on his face. He was a pastor and actually traveled over 10 miles. Releasing skills wasn't too tiring, but this rush almost didn't kill him. When Ryu glanced at him, here's a suggestion for you. When this is over, you'd better go to the gym and work on your physique. Ha? Me? Physical body? Zhang Mingyu pointed at himself uncertainly. What's a priest doing practicing physical fitness? Your physical quality is too poor. Even though professionals are supposed to have attributes added, but your attributes are all added to intelligence. TSK. When Ryu's expression spoke for itself. In fact, he had been thinking about this for a long time, and had already ordered the fitness equipment from the internet yesterday, and waited until it was time to start working out, because he had found that the better the physique, the better the strength was exerted. Well, why am I so miserable? Zhao Qian, who was on the side, couldn't help but nod her head when she heard Wenruyu's words. Then I should also increase my strength training to further improve myself. Others joined in the discussion. For something like training your physique, a lot of people have actually done it. It's just that they hadn't been awakened long enough to put that into their plans. I remembered that there was once a lightning magician who went through all kinds of physical training and ended up becoming a melee lightning magician. That muscular body makes combat professions ashamed of themselves. Even more so, he had developed 2 abilities, the Thunder Sword and Thunder Shield, for melee combat killings. This can be described as a different type of skill, a self-created skill, or it can't be called a skill, but a way of applying an ability. Wenryu sat down on the ground and opened her personal information. Name, Wenryu. Age, 18. Occupation, thief, ST. Thief. Potential, C grade, SSS grade. Level, 3rd order intermediate. Attributes, strength, 478. Physical, 411. Agility, 576. Intelligence, 344. Gifted skills, Saint, lockpicking. Saint Wonderful Hands LV3, 8765/10. 000, unique. Skills, Thorn Twist, X53, Thunder Lance LV3, X22. ST. Stifler LV2, 482/500. ST. Yenshot LV1, 89 out of 100. Sneak. Backstab LV2, 487/500. Bone Pick LV2, 121/500. Shadow Attack LV1, 76 out of 100. Sprint LV, 15/100. The attributes had once again exploded. And the agility attribute was already pushing 600, and by the time the competition came around it could definitely reach over 600. The skills are basically at the level of advancement, and the only thing that hasn't changed much is sprinting. He had basically never used it other than over the wall. But, looking at her slowly growing intelligence attribute, the corner of Wenruyu's mouth twitched. Being a thief himself, it was even if his natural growth was slow. Why haven't you increased your intelligence with mythical hand? Doesn't he deserve it? Feeling the source power in his body, he was still a bit far from advanced. It could be said that the amount of source power needed started to get higher from the middle of the 3rd rank, and it would get higher and higher later on. Wenryu sighed softly, a long way to go. Chapter 72, okay, I'm gonna blackball you. Back inside the quarantine. Take out the car and make your way through it. Holy, slow down. You're in a hurry to get reincarnated. Although here is the outer ring, but the speed of this car cannot be driven to 100 it. In case out of the individual estimated to fly directly out more than 20 meters to go. Hungry. I'm really hungry. And I want to rest. Even though it was until 12 p.m., Wonryu still left them time to rest. Of course, the most important thing was his own desire to rest. If it wasn't for their request, Wonryu herself was thinking that she would just go there every 2 or 3 days. This time for dinner they didn't choose to go to a barbecue or a 5-star hotel. Instead, I found a small restaurant near the Royal Garden neighborhood. Boss, serve 8 specialty dishes. Hurry up, haha, and a pot of rice. Wonryu's eyelids jumped. Who is a good person coming up to ask for a pot of rice? There's only 6 of them. The next image left an extremely deep impression on Wonryu. And even after 4 or 5 years had passed, he still couldn't forget it. After the meal came up, the crowd turned on multiplier mode. After the wine and rice were served, Wonryu was shocked as she ate her meal while looking at the few people in front of her. Next up were Zhongli, Lin Dai, and Zhang Mingyu, and these 3 didn't eat a lot either. The kind of 2x2 bowl that ends the fight after a bowl and a half. The remaining 2, however, have eaten 3 bowls and haven't stopped. The corner of Wonryu's mouth twitched. How could these 2 women be so edible? Looking at the calm Zhang Mingyu on the side. Have they always been this edible? Zhang Mingyu raised her eyebrows. Pretty much. Anyway, when you eat with me, it's always like this. It's just that usually it's relatively less. But today I'm too tired to eat more. Then why haven't I seen it? A woman has to be reserved. And it's only a couple of dinners with you. And that's all about control. So yeah, don't be fooled by appearances. When she said the last sentence, Zhang Mingyu said it in a very small voice. So small that Wonryu almost didn't hear it. In the end, Wang Mingxing ate 4 bowls and Zhao Qian ate 6 bowls. Just as the pot of rice was all finished. Looking at the 2 men, those 2 were on cloud 9, as if they were able to continue. Go home and rest first. We'll gather again at 8:30 in the evening, Zhang Mingyu said in a hurry. It was now 7 o'clock, and going back was an hour's rest at the most. It's less time, but it's enough. Wonryu didn't have a problem with that. Inside the small area of the royal garden, Wonryu sighed as she looked at these people around her. It's just nice to have power and just ignore the rules. Wonryu went home and came to the master bedroom. Looking at the black and white photo of his father, as well as the incense burner in front of him, Wonryu had a tangled face. Finally, he took 3 sticks of incense from the drawer and lit them and inserted them into the incense burner. Ahem. Dad, I'm going to be busy for the next few days. When I'm done, I'll be sure to change the photo to color for you. Light this incense. Most of it is still symbolic, so don't mind it. Big deal. You'll consider that one saved in advance. For her father, Wonryu of course hoped that he was still alive. Only the hope was a bit slim. He opened the closet and a black plastic bag fell out. Wonryu opened it and her face twitched. The bag was filled with paper money that I had bought earlier. He glanced again at the picture on the wall. The paper had been burned for 2 years. Should we continue this year? Wonryu thought about it and put the plastic bag back into the cabinet. What about the money spent on this thing? Don't mind if you do. Dad, just think of it as an early deposit to manage your finances, haha. Coming outside to the couch, he turned on the TV and picked a random channel to play the sound. Taking out his cell phone, he found Zhang Honyu's number and dialed it. His finger was already on the hang-up button. Wonryu had been calling Zhang Honyu almost once a day in recent times, and every time, the number was empty. And this time, hello, Uncle Zhang, you're alive. How come your level of inability to speak has grown again after a while? I'm not excited. By the way, why does your phone show an empty number? Can't you just pull the plug? Wonryu's face stiffened. What a good point. Do you know that I almost deleted the phone for you? Uncle Zhang, where have you been? Why don't you say hello? When are you coming back? Well, there's something I have to take care of. And as for when I'll be back, I don't really know about that. Well, I'm going to blackmail you now. I'll contact you when I can. Snap. Wonryu looked at her cell phone in silence. Taking care of business? He was thinking of asking about the Church of the Redeemer, to see if he knew anything about it. After all, that Din 45 was saying his father's name outright. Zhang Hongyu hung up the phone and looked at the man on the ground covered in blood. Recruitment? Brother Zhang. It's not that easy to recruit. These bones are hard. If you ask me, leave it to me and forget about it. Let me show him the true horror of thievery. A short, skinny, really middle-aged man said with a smile. Zhang Hongyu hastily waved his hand. Wang San, don't fix those, otherwise I'm really afraid I can't help but get you killed. Wang San shrugged. But you have to say it worked really well. Jung Hongyu came to crouch in front of the bloody man. Isn't it good to be a female warrior in the city? Why do you have to follow us? He reached his hand out to the woman. The woman looked at him with a disdainful face. Men are all the same. At this time of the day, they still don't forget to think about the bit underneath them. She felt a strange movement above her head and her entire body stiffened. After all these years, there's really nothing new in the way you guys hide your stuff. Jung Hongyu came to the campfire and looked at the ring on his hand by the light of the fire. Still this color. Can you guys change the color? A woman with a gold ring you dirt and put it in her hair. Next time. Forget it, you don't have a next time either. Jung Hongyu gestured and the man walked into the Shunlin carrying the woman. A21. Seeing this character, Jung Hongyu snorted. Looking down on me so much, actually sending out only an A character. Zhang San smiled. After all, when Guanshan is not here, it's not worth sending out a protector. These people from the Church of Salvation, they are really shady, just wanting a piece of it so badly? Jung Hongyu shook his head. This is the third one in recent times. I think they had their eyes on him when they were in Fengjing. That's pretty persistent. Quick knife. Don't bury it. Let's go. Coming. A group of 20 people came through the woods to a secret area full of weeds. Is Zhang San sure this is the place? Team Zhang. You're somewhat distrustful of my secret treasure hunting techniques. Zhang San had a disgruntled look on his face. Chapter 73, The Cornerstone You Pit. This is not a treasure trove at all. Jung Hongyu slanted a glance at him. These days, we've gone to 3 secret places, and this is already the 4th. Every time we went there were only secret places but no treasure troves. How do you think I can believe that? Zhang San looked embarrassed. Talented skill? It's more or less probable, but this time it definitely is. I have a strong premonition this time. Zhang San was also a thief with the same dual talent. Only his talent was treasure hunting. There is a certain probability of finding treasure chests, secret places, and treasuries. As you level up, the probability of finding the treasure trove increases. However, having long since leveled up the skill to full now, the search for the treasure trove is still somewhat off. Only this time it's off a little too much. Jung Hongyu sighed softly. Hopefully you found the right place. This kind of secret realm isn't that easy to deal with. The situation in the Wild Mysteries was relatively more complicated. There was no official cleanup, and the number of source beasts in there was staggering. The slightest misstep and death is the norm, and it's doubtful if the whole body will remain. Hearing these words, Zhang San's face was serious. His skills amounted to giving him a hunch and not much of a hint, but this time he was sure that it had to be the secret world. Team Zhang. I'm sure. This time it's definitely a secret realm. Then go in. The quick knife on the side paused in his steps. Team Zhang. It seems that there are people from the Salvation Church following behind again. Jung Hongyu snorted. Follow if you are willing to. The treasure trove is not that easy to enter. 8:30 at night. At the gate of the royal garden. Wenryu stretched out and came here. Is it such a rush to leave the house at 8:30 when you said you'd leave at 8:30? He had thought he was going out at 8:30, but he didn't expect Zhao Qian's phone call at 8:20. Zhan Mingyu also looked helpless. Ugh. Probably wanting to upgrade too much. The reason why night was chosen was because at night the source beasts were more active and numerous than during the day. If there were as many as during the day, they would definitely choose daytime. After all, daytime can be much more comfortable than nighttime. The group arrived at the quarantine zone, and the guards looked at their vehicle once, then continued their patrol without further ado. The guards not only had to prevent people from breaking out of the quarantine zone, they also had to prevent the source beasts from charging into the quarantine zone. Neither of those generally happen though. After all, professionals are not cuties. Going out into the wilderness alone at night is a pure death wish. Wenryu, me? Looking for death? Passes. The 2 guards checked several people for information as required. When he reached Wenryu, he couldn't help but look at Wenryu in surprise. C-rank thieves? Third-rate intermediate? How is it stronger than a couple of his teammates? Something doesn't make sense. But no matter how unreasonable, they have to let people through. But a word of caution remains. The wilderness is dangerous. So take care of yourselves and don't try to be brave. Thanks. The group passed through the gate and out into the wilderness with ease. Wenryu shook her head. It was really best to have a team of people. This would have been his only option to cross the line of defense if he had been on his own. Going through the front door is not even a thought. Let's go. Target. Let's go 60 kilometers. 70 depends. Based on the daytime conditions, 60 kilometers can be handled easily, but 70 kilometers is a bit difficult comparatively. After all, there's also the consideration that increasing the nightly source beast attribute is going to increase it by 5 to 10%. It was also fortunate that the human attributes weren't decreasing, otherwise he wouldn't have dared to let them go. Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at its destination. Just as I parked my car, I saw 3 teams of source beasts approaching nearby. follow the daylight. Don't panic. The command was naturally handed over to Wenryu. The 3 teams of source beasts were all some distance apart, leaving enough time for them to tackle them one by one. What's more, these were all ordinary source beasts and there were no elite or above source beasts. Wenryu looked around and didn't find the treasure chest. He shook his head and followed the squad, hunting the source beasts. After this start, there was no way to stop. It started at 9 o'clock and went on until 10:30 at night. The movement of their hands never stopped. Not even a kilometer of the neighborhood had gone out of their way, and the ground was covered with corpses. There were some weapons on the ground that they didn't have time to pick up. The situation seems a bit off. Zhang Mingyu's face turned red and he gasped for air. He is not physically tired, but spiritually tired. He kept his gaze on several people, not daring to let up at all. There are too many source beasts. Even Wang Mengxing began to stay away from the battlefield and became a professional priest at ease. As for the battle, it was given directly to the other 4. Up the tree first. Something is indeed wrong with the situation. This is a much larger number of source beasts than when we were here before. Wenryu offered. The people went up into the trees and sat down on the high ground. Zhongli, take a look at the situation nearby. How many source beasts are there? Good. Zhongli controlled the eagle and circled around the neighborhood before flying towards the distance. There are probably hundreds of teams of source beasts around us, numbering 600 to 700. According to the direction the source beasts appeared, they came from far away. The number. It's impossible to count. Zhongli looked at the situation in the distance in shock through the Tsanging. Under the moonlight, the farther away the place was, the greater the number of source beasts. There are simply too many to count. Zhao Qian frowned when she heard this. It looks a lot like a tidal wave of source beasts, but this current situation doesn't look like it. The wave of source beasts usually targeted cities and didn't stop in their tracks because of a few professionals. They couldn't say that they were the only squad in the neighborhood, but there definitely weren't many squads. Wasn't it a wave of source beasts? But it really seems like it. Wang Mengxing looked at those source beasts on the ground. How it looked like a source beast tide. Source beast tide? Wenryu looked at the source beast below. It looked like it, but it definitely wasn't. If it really was a wave of source beasts, this amount was too small. If it was 5 times more, there was still a possibility. What the hell is going on here? Are we going to continue? Now wants to face. No. The number of source beasts in the distance is still surging. What the hell is happening? Zhang San, you are a pitiful bastard. This secret realm isn't a treasure trove. It's a ing source beast lair. On a big tree. Zhang Hongyu was cursing at Zhang San. Team Zhang, you've wronged me. Just tell me if that gate is the treasury gate. Zhang Hongyu stuttered slightly. There was nothing wrong with that. No. Shouldn't your treasure hunting skill be to find treasure chests with treasure chests? How can you even find this kind of treasure chest? This is the first time I've encountered it. I've been with you guys for so long. We've all been through it together, right? You've never seen it before. The crowd nodded. Indeed, it was the first time they had seen it. Zhang Hongyu fretted a bit when he looked at the source beasts that kept pouring out from the secret realm. Even though they were all primary source beasts, the number was too much. It's been over half an hour and it's still not over. Chapter 74, whether it's a source beast or not doesn't matter. Let's run first. Once they entered the secret realm, they were led by Zhang San to find where the treasure vault was located. It's in a cave. Opening the large doorway, the situation inside was not at all different from the situation of the other treasuries. While the other treasuries were of the rune-like chamber variety, this was a cave hall, and the moment they opened the gate, a small light gate similar to the gate of a secret realm appeared. Zhang San, are you sure this is a treasure trove? I think so. Wasn't that gate just now a type of treasure chest gate? Zhang San was actually not very sure inwardly. After all, the gap between the situations in front of him was just too great. And then it was from that light door that the source beasts kept pouring out. They had wanted to kill a wave to keep these source beasts from coming out, but the number was simply too much to kill. In the end, there was no choice but to come out of the secret realm, watching these source beasts run towards the distance. That said, this direction should be Toyokyo. Quick Knife looked at the direction the source beast was advancing. It's Fengjing, but most of the source beasts went elsewhere. Only a quarter of them traveled to Fengjing. It shouldn't be a big problem. Zhang Hongyu looked at these source beasts, lit a cigarette, and muttered, let's hope they notice, or we'll be sinners. This is one situation they did not anticipate. If he had known that there was a source beast inside, Zhang Hongyu would have said nothing to open this gate. Looking at the slowly decreasing number of source beasts at his feet, everyone start hunting, block down some of them. Although the source power can't be raised much, a mosquito is still meat no matter how small it is. The number is growing. The source beasts behind are getting denser and denser. The eagle has already flown out 20 kilometers, and some of the source beasts have run off to other places. Otherwise the number would be even higher. Jiang Li said, Wen Ruyu frowned. What the hell is this? He glanced at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock, and by the looks of it, it might not be ready for an hour. With the density of the source beasts down here, Wen Ruyu didn't dare to force a fight. Running away can be done. Going to war is better. He looked down at the source beasts below. Where the hell were these source beasts going? A dense red dot appeared on a computer in a room just off the barrier. The staff, slouching in their chairs, instantly sat up straight and pressed the red button on the table. An ear-splitting siren blared through the sky. Unknown number of source beasts appearing 30 kilometers to the east. Visual estimate in the thousands. Unknown trajectory of movement. No obvious gathering behavior. No obvious offensive behavior. Slow advance. The more the staff said, the more confused they became. This situation seemed a bit off, didn't it? This didn't seem to be a tidal wave of source beasts. And the professionals here on the east side of the quarantine zone, one by one, were also confused as they listened to the passage. Is this dangerous or not? All guards hold their positions. The first line of combatants go out of the city to keep the source beasts at a position 10 kilometers away. The leaks will be taken care of by the guards. A man in a black combat uniform with a tough face came above the barrier. Yes. At that moment, the two men in charge of guarding the gate came to the man. Chief, these are the teams that were out there tonight. 8 teams went out this gate. People from the other 2 gates rushed over. We have 4 of them here. 7. Looking at the information on it, the chief captain's face changed and he took a deep breath. The maneuvering team will go search for them and bring them back when they find them. If those people were smart, they would still be alive. If one is greedy. The number of people who died every year from the source beast tide was not small at all. Even though officials have emphasized this many times, there are still many people who want to take this opportunity to get rich. The chief captain glanced at the 3 lists again, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Zhang Mingyu and Lin Dai, can you 2 jump over it? Wen Ruyu asked, pointing at a tree 5 meters ahead. It should be fine. Zhang Mingyu was a little unsure. Granted, he was only a priest, but the attributes were there, and this distance might be fine. You'll remember to save me later, huh? I'll try jumping. After saying that, Zhang Mingyu adjusted his direction and jumped with force. The distance seemed a little unmanageable, and both feet were a little off. The whole thing flopped down on a tree branch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Zhang Mingyu only felt that her stomach had suffered a heavy blow in general, and her entire stomach turned over. The corners of Wen Ruyu's mouth twitched. How was it that she was such a dish? Seeing Zhang Mingyu in that state, Lin Dai didn't even dare to jump. Wen Ruyu sighed softly. Zhao Qian, Wang Mengxing, are you 2 okay? The 2 men shook their heads. Zhongli, you carry Lin Dai. I'll take care of Zhang Mingyu. Good. Bringing just one person is nothing to Zhongli. Wen Ruyu jumped to Zhang Mingyu's side and directly carried him on her shoulders. Seeing this, Zhongli on the other side also carried Lin Dai on his shoulders at once. As for carrying, she didn't think about it. Lin Dai was quite happy at first, and this time it was finally on his back. As a result, Lin Dai gave up when he saw his posture. Carry it on. It doesn't matter. Depart. The source beasts below were running around, and Wen Ruyu's group, in a forest, were jumping around. Just as they were 20 kilometers away from the quarantine zone, they encountered a squad in combat fatigues. It's a motorized member of the Xinhua army. Zhao Qian's face was delighted. They see the motorized personnel, and the motorized personnel see them yet. The direction turned and came directly in front of a few people. Are you the squad that came into the field tonight? Yes, yes, yes. Good, come with us. Don't worry about the source beasts down there. The members of the motorized squad, all of whom were 7th-ranked professionals, weren't worried about safety in the face of a source beast of this level. What's more, it wasn't a tidal wave of source beasts. 20 minutes later, the crowd was back in the quarantine, breathing a sigh of relief in unison. Phew, almost thought I was going to hang out. Zhang Mingyu's entire body relaxed. Facing those source beasts in the wild, Zhang Mingyu's entire body was in a state of tightness. This is just where it's at. If there's a tidal wave of source beasts, it won't be too late for you to have this kind of thought. Zhao Qian shook her head. It was indeed dangerous, but nowhere near as dangerous as a wave of source beasts. You guys come with me for a second. One of the guardsmen brought several people to the chief captain. Ergo, Zhao Qian looked at the man in front of her with surprise, not expecting that it would actually be her second brother. Zhao Qian, how dare you go into the wilderness at night? Don't you know that you're only at the 2nd rank? Zhao Mingyuan looked at Zhao Qian with a serious face. Second brother. I'm a 3rd-order beginner, or else I wouldn't be able to get out. Zhao Qian said weakly. Zhao Mingyuan's face stiffened. When was the 3rd rank? How did he not know? Oops. Chapter 75, my wife is finally back. Fine. Second brother. You don't know anything about my rank. I'm ignoring you. Let's go. I don't want to talk to this man. Zhao Qian was furious and shouted at her teammates to leave directly. Zhao Mingyuan opened his mouth. He was indeed a bit irrational. Forget it. Apologize when you get back. Zhao Qian, who was walking away, sneaked a glance back. Phew, scared to death. Fortunately fooled over. The corner of Wenruyu's mouth twitched, saying goodbye to the imperial sister. Why was she suddenly pouting? Ahem, don't be fooled by the current her. You know. Zhan Mingyu looked at Wenruyu's expression and knew what he was thinking. After all, that's what he used to think. As it turned out, this pampering was only for her family, but for outsiders it was a tyrannical dragon. Wenruyu nodded her head uncertainly. The crowd didn't go too far, crossing the street and pulling over to the curb. My brother didn't come after me, did he? Zhao Qian hurriedly looked to where her second brother was just now, but she didn't even see a silhouette. Zhan Mingyu shook her head. Your brother was probably busy and didn't see anyone. Forget it, if you don't see it, you don't see it. But what exactly is the situation outside? Looking through the barrier, the number of source beasts that have arrived here isn't that many. Ha! The crowd shook their heads, not to mention that they didn't know. Even these guards probably didn't know very well. Wenruyu rubbed her chin. That said, we should be able to go out tomorrow, right? Even if a bunch of them were settled by these guards, there should still be quite a few source beasts left outside. Maybe not too much, but certainly more than normal. It's possible to go out if it's not a source beast wave, and it is very much hoped that we will go out. After all, the main job of these town guards is to prevent source beasts from entering the city. As for the outside, unless it's an order from above, it doesn't usually intervene. The outside world is usually taken care of by another department and we all do our own thing. Let's go back then. Come early tomorrow morning and go straight to the wilderness without going to the secret realm. Wenryu glanced at her myriad hands and was just about able to upgrade. I don't know how another level up will change things. At 6:30 the next morning, the door to Wenruyu's room was knocked on. Wenryu brushed her teeth while opening the door to her room. There was a lurch in the hand to brush his teeth, and the 5 men stood in the doorway fully dressed. No, it's only 6:30. What are you guys doing? It was reasonable to say that it would only be a little after 7 at the most when he finished getting out the door and arrived at his destination. How's this for bringing the door with you? Ryu, hurry up. There are more vehicles on the street outside, all going to the eastern suburbs. If you don't go, it'll be too late to grab a place. Zhan Mingyu was speechless. Those were just some level 20 or 30 source beasts, and there was no telling what so many people wanted to do. The dangers out there were not something that could be compared to the secret realm. Yesterday, when he was in the tree, he had seen with his own eyes a colony of more than 40 source beasts constructed. If he met this, he could think of nothing else but to run. You don't even dare to get tough without some strength. Wenryu sighed and hurriedly washed her face and changed her clothes to follow the crowd out the door. When I came downstairs, the cars were parked here, so it wasn't a minute too soon. He had just fastened his seatbelt when Zhan Mingyu drove off with a kick of the gas. That said, we should change cars. This one is a bit cramped with 6 people now. Zhao Qian's 4 people were still quite thin, and 4 people could still be squeezed, but it's not such a good idea to be so cramped. Zhan Mingyu put his eyes on Wenruyu's face. Hey, 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 hey. Wenryu hurriedly grabbed the upper handles of the car. This person was not reliable in driving. Actually, there's no need to change the car. Wenryu just returned the car to me. Zhan Mingyu said quietly. You remember this car? Ha? You didn't think to return it to me? Zhan Mingyu was instantly shocked when she heard this. Wenryu touched her nose. How can I not return it? Isn't this all being used recently? He had been seeing that Zhan Mingyu hadn't said anything about this, so he hadn't mentioned it. After all, this car conversion is very expensive, and this expensive is for him. The car they're doing now is said to have cost $10 million in modifications alone, and the car itself is worth just under $2 million. Come to think of it, this car has been in the wild for so long and still nothing happens. This would have been scrapped in any other car. Come to the quarantine. The place has been packed. Hiss. This is too many people, isn't it? Wenryu was shocked. But the whole quarantine zone here is full of people, and 3 gates are no longer enough. It looks like we can't get out without half an hour, so take your time and wait. Zhao Qian said helplessly. They were already here already early, and they didn't expect anyone else to be even earlier than them. Time passes little by little. It was finally their turn at 7:40, and one group after another appeared behind them. There must have been at least 1,000 just for a moment. After all, some professionals with poor potential might not be able to rise to the 4th rank for 2 or 3 years. Wenryu shook her head. There was actually no need for them to come here. It simply couldn't snatch those of a higher level. and even if it could, the time it took to kill the source beasts would still be very long, so why bother? The group passed through the gate, and Zhao Chen and Zhang Mingyu each drove a car toward the distance. Yes, Zhen Mingyu drives his own car. My wife is finally back in my hands. Zhang Mingyu stroked the steering wheel with a happy face. Wen Ruyu shook her head speechlessly. It's not just a car. As to what? This time, they didn't go 60 kilometers ahead, because there's no way to drive through it. At the 30-kilometer mark, they then stopped the car. We don't even need Zhongli to use the eagle this time. There are source beasts all over the place. Lin Dai looked at the several waves of source beasts in the near distance. The density was too outrageous. Starting at 20 kilometers, the source beasts began to get denser. The number of professional squads is also quite high. And by the 30-kilometer mark, the number of squads became smaller. After all, the level of danger here could be much more dangerous than the front. When Ruyu glanced at the surrounding squads, let's get started. Target forward. You guys will be the main attackers. I'll be in charge of roaming. The crowd nodded and took out their weapons. Zhao Qian rushed down with her shield, followed by the others. And when Ruyu directly made a sneak and disappeared from the view of several people. Instead of helping them, though, he began his great work of upgrading his skills. He quickly wandered through the surrounding source beasts. Whether it was the source beasts on their side or the ones in front of the other squads, they were all his targets. Trigger wonderful hands to gain a small amount of source power. Trigger mythical hands. Strength +4. Trigger wonderful hands. Gain, Savage Growth LV3, X1. 1 hour later. ST. Mythical Hand LV4, 1/100000. Unique. Chapter 76, whose good man's third order deals 6th order damage. Speaking of which, where the hell did Ruyu go? Zhang Mingyu looked around in confusion. It had been an hour and when Ruyu hadn't made a single move. That's too weird. Doesn't he want to upgrade? I've always been there. There's no need for me to make a move in front of me. After all, I'm very high ranked. When Ruyu revealed her figure. Holy, can you get out of my sight next time? Luckily I don't have a heart attack. Zhang Mingyu hastily patted his chest. The corner of Wen Ruyu's eye twitched. I appeared from your side. Not from behind you. He didn't bother with Zhang Mingyu and looked directly at his skills. Slaying source beasts and whatnot were better than upgrading your skills to the next level. But 100,000 experience points is too much. Unleashing skills on 50,000 source beasts was quite tiring. He thought about the source beasts he met last night. Those didn't have 50,000 either. Saint Wonderful Hands LV4, 1/100000. Unique. 1. Steal, within 50 meters. 7% can steal a random item from the target. 28% can steal a random 5 to 20 attribute points from the target. 27% steals a certain amount of source power from the opponent. 36% steals the opponent's skill, one time. 2% steals the opponent's skill and places it in the special skill bar, permanently replaceable. Can only be used on hostile targets, and can be used twice on the same target. 2. Scouting, passive automatically scouts the location of treasure chests, secret treasure chests and treasure vaults within 2,000 meters of the vicinity. 3. Special skill bar opening, 5. When Ruyu rubbed her chin. The top 3 items, stealing attributes, source power, and one-time skill probability have been increased. And, the minimum attribute actually reached 5 points, which was good news for him. As for disposable skills, he glanced at his disposable skills that numbered close to 800. He simply couldn't use them all. Okay? Even after using some of it last time, there's still so much left. It couldn't be helped. After all, this was something he had no way of using in front of others right now. Looks like disposable skill scrolls are going to start being purchased. Are there any scrolls that are the same as disposable skill scrolls? Though, after all, the price is placed there. He was prepared to take the scrolls out for others to see, and it would be uncharacteristic to have too few of them. Then he continued to look downward, and 2,000 meters of probing distance wasn't too bad. As for the last one, 3 or 5 didn't make much difference to him. These 5 skill bars can only hold stolen skills, and those kinds of purchase skills don't even fit in there. A 2% chance is actually pretty high. But, when Ruyu glanced at the stolen skill, there was no way for him to use this. All of them were mage-type skills like Windblade and Fireball. He preferred to want passive skills like Zhongli's weakness and Wang Mingxing's penalty. When Ruyu rubbed his chin as he couldn't help but think of the Church of Salvation. Although the skills of the source beasts were good, most of them were active skills that were too dangerous to use. Human skills, however, come in many varieties, especially passive skills. Even if you have bad luck, how can you get a proper one when you meet 1,000 people? As for the source beast, too hard. Of course the main thing is that the current permanent skills are so bad that there's no point in using them. Even if you used it, It would only work if it was a skill above the 6th rank. He thought for a moment and tapped at the permanent skill. Freeze LV3, permanent, skill disassembled successfully. Gained, freeze LV3, x10. When Ryu raised her eyebrows. Perfect. Ryu, help. He hastily raised his head, only to see Zhao Qian suffering against a gold boss in the distance. Coming. It's actually a gold boss. It's pretty rare. Sneak plus backstab. Minus 1478. And that's still if he hits the back. If it's a weak spot, the damage can definitely be infinitely close to 3000. The humanoid gold boss in front of him just collapsed. After all, he had been attacked for a long time before, and it was just about time for him to land this blow. Zhang Mingyu stared blankly at Wen Ryu standing in place, not knowing why, feeling how the Wen Ryu who typed out this number could be so handsome. However, now was not the time to fret. There were still several waves of source beasts around that had not been resolved. An hour later, the group was sitting above a large tree. It was impossible to eat in peace down there, and every now and then a wave of source beasts would pop up. Brother Jade, what's with this damage? Who's a good guy 3rd rank intermediate able to deal over 1000 damage? And it's not even weakness damage, John asked with an excited look on his face as he held his lunchbox in his hand. As far as he knew, even if an assassin used the same skill, it would have to be at the mid-6th rank to be able to deal this kind of damage. Ahem, the one-strike talent has been upgraded, so the damage boost is just a bit high. When Ryu coughed lightly, he still intentionally didn't hit a weak spot just now. After all, that wave of mythic hands just now had pushed his agility right up to 620. He couldn't even hurt high if he didn't want to. But, it's more or less outrageous that intelligence only went up by 10 or so points. With all those steals just now, all the attributes went up by 40 plus or more. Only this intelligence was dragging its feet every time. Ah, I'm so sad. I'm a burst mage. How come I can't compete with anyone? Lin Dai's face was depressed. On other teams, the burst mage is the main output, and when it came to this team, the main output became Zhongli and Wen Ryu. Zhongli she can still accept. After all, the damage is not that outrageous, but this Wen Ryu is just too outrageous. Okay, it's fine. There's still the two of us at the bottom, Zhao Qian said smilingly. Lin Dai sighed, comparing output to a paladin. She's too nameless. Zhao Qian looked at Wen Ryu and felt more and more that she had made the right choice at that time. If he had insisted on looking for it at school, he might have missed it with Wen Ryu. But, she glanced at Wang Mengxing. If she hadn't spent so much money to hire Wen Ryu in the first place. Zhao Qian shook her head. Everything was fate. She then looked to Zhongli. This was the real surprise. If it hadn't been for the arrow she shot at the time, it might have sent her to the security bureau. You can't really tell with this fate thing. Brother Jade, from now on, you're my brother Jade, with you not to mention the primary secret realm. Even the intermediate secret realm I dare to break into it now. Tell me, what status skill do you need? I'll go and learn it. The corner of Wen Ryu's mouth twitched. Brother you? We all have the word Jade in our names. Don't you feel uncomfortable calling these two words? He shook his head. The damage is high enough now. No need for any other status skills. But it had to be said that Zhang Mingyu had given him a direction. And that was status skills. When all is said and done, it's still hard to target people. Chapter 77, The Real Source Beast Tide is coming. 3 hours later, the crowd finished eating. There's gotten to be more squads around here. Zhang Mingyu glanced around. There were 4 squads as far as the eye could see. You can imagine how many squads are in this neighborhood. It can't be helped. There are too many squads out today. A lot of squads didn't go to the secret realm today and chose to come here. With today's density of source beasts, it was indeed much better than in the secret realm. After all, there was no need to struggle to find source beasts. Zhao Qian looked at Zhongli. How about you take a look at the density of squads and source beasts in the distance? If that doesn't work, we'll switch positions. When there are many squads, friction is essential. But they were here to escalate today and didn't want to create friction with others. The source beasts hunted this morning alone were as good as yesterday's day. They don't have time to waste. Zhongli nodded and controlled the eagle in the sky to fly into the distance. The squad size would be smaller at 40 kilometers. And the line of source beasts there isn't too dense. Just right for us. As for the 50 kilometers, in Zhongli's opinion it was similar to last night's situation. The number was just too much. As long as there wasn't a source beast tide, the officials wouldn't send people to clean it up. These source beasts were both source power and money to the average professional. Then how about we go 40 kilometers away? Zhao Qian looked to the others. The crowd shook their heads without comment. The group didn't drive. They just flew over the ground. The source beasts they met on the road were killed in droves. Wen Ryu, on the other hand, tries the upgraded myriad hands. Triggered by wonderful hands. Physical fitness plus 11. Trigger wonderful hands. Obtain Iron Armor LV2, X1. Trigger mythical hands. gain a small amount of source power. A range of 50 meters was simply too fragrant for Wenryu. As long as he was able to see the source beasts, he had basically stolen them all. He's stolen hundreds of times over just that 10-kilometer distance. Gee, this attribute growth is scary to watch. In just 10 kilometers, the attributes increased by more than 100. In just half an hour. At this rate, he doubted that his total attributes would break 10,000 by the time he was at the 5th rank. Everyone be careful. The number of source beasts nearby is a bit high, Zhao Qian said as she carried her shield and topped the front. Okay. Facing so many source beasts, apart from the initial panic, the crowd slowly adapted. This was also thanks to Wenryu's previous high-intensity training. Wenryu held the dagger in her hand, her eyes fluttering around. Mythical hands never stopped. It wasn't until the nearby source beasts had all been used that Wenryu joined the fight. It was said that all of them had been used, but because the number was simply too great, there were still some leaks. But he didn't care about that. Hundreds of source beasts. Missing a few wouldn't be a big deal. The crowd began their return journey at 5 p.m. When they returned to 30 kilometers, it was obvious that the number of source beasts had become less. Looking at this year, this barrier should be able to push outward a good 20 kilometers, Zhang Mingyu said as he looked around. In the time that had passed since they had come into the wild after awakening, there hadn't been too many source beasts near the city. In the past, it would have been time to move forward this year. Zhao Qian nodded. Listening to what my second brother is saying, is it? The end of this year is expected to advance about 50 kilometers. Those secret realms will be circled individually, and by then we'll be able to go in therein from the city. 50 kilometers is already a very big number. In previous years it was only about 20 kilometers of advancement, and those 20 kilometers will shrink back again after a few more beasts go down. To be clear, 20 kilometers is a buffer, and if it doesn't move forward that's 20 kilometers of urban shrinkage. That's a really unaffordable length for a city. Wenryu suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Zhao Qian's few people stopped and looked at Wenryu suspiciously. At this point the city is just under 15 kilometers away. You guys, did you feel the ground shaking? Wenryu looked around at the trees. The leaves shook slightly. The frequency was fast, and it did not look like the wind was blowing. A few people glanced at the leaves and felt the soles of their feet again. It does seem to be vibrating. What's the matter? Source beast tide? A few people looked at each other. Hadn't we already been through this twice this year? Was a third time coming? It shouldn't be. After all these years, hasn't it always only been twice? Whether it is or not, let's go back to the quarantine first. In case it is, our safety can still be guaranteed. Zhao Qian glanced behind her, her eyes filled with worry. If it really was a wave of source beasts, it wasn't a good thing. The sense of vibration became more and more pronounced, far beyond what those numbers of source beasts could have caused yesterday. Move. It was becoming more and more obvious, and the distance couldn't be farther away at first glance. The crowd had just stepped into the barrier when they saw a line of motorized personnel running outside the barrier, but compared to the number of people out there, such a small group is simply not enough. It seems like there really is a source beast tide, Zhao Qian said as she glanced around at the busy people of the Jin Guards. Just then, voices came out of the speakers all around. The wave of low-level source beasts has appeared 50 kilometers away from the city. And so far it seems to number around 100,000. Town Guard Brigade 1, Brigade 2, and Brigade 3 please pass through the 3 gates and defend 30 kilometers away. Teams of people were pouring out of the 3 gates in droves. A steady stream of people from the gates then returned from the field. There was no shortage of people with missing arms and legs, and the further back such numbers go, the more they increase. It can only be described as gruesome. Ooh, all my teammates are dead. Please, save our teammates. What to do? What to do? My teammates are washed up. Some squads have returned in full. Some squads are injured. Some squads can't call them squads anymore. The worst one only survived by one person. Wenryu shook her head. What are we going to do? Are we going to help, or are we just watch? He had every intention of helping, but he couldn't say he went that way. Of course we're going to help. It's the duty and obligation of the professional squad. It's just that we have to wait for official notification. And they'll set up a defense line first while we help out near it. Every tide of source beasts, the professionals would participate in the battle. Not only was it because the source power enabled them to be able to upgrade, but more importantly, points would be gained from participating in the beast tide. For superb combat professionals, every beast tide was an opportunity. Zhao Qian glanced at both Wenryu and Zhangli. You guys shouldn't know that it is possible to gain points from participating in the beast tide, and the points can be exchanged for weapons, skills, materials, etc. in the official trading center, and many things that can't be bought normally can be exchanged. It's just that you can't afford to redeem a lot of things. Chapter 78 must help. The corners of your mouth are harder to press than AK. When Ryu's eyes lit up, obtaining points that could be exchanged? Material weapons he didn't care about. He cared about maps, preferably the same ones his father had. Think it will be expensive though. There were quite a few other squads waiting here besides their squad. As soon as the gate opens, they will head for the defense positions ahead. 10 minutes later. Drops. Everyone's watch rings at the same time. Alright, the quest is issued. And everyone who kills a source beast will be recorded. Zhao Qian reminded. Then lead the way. What the principle of the watch is, no one knows for sure. All that is known is that this thing came out of the Great Hall of Awakening, and its technology is at a level that no one has yet been able to crack. In the 3 gates, professionals were constantly pouring out. It then slowly dispersed, and the number instead seemed less than it should have been. There wasn't a single source beast left in this 20-kilometer area at the entrance. Ryu's speed as they moved forward was very fast, and they arrived at the defense position in less than 15 minutes. The 3 brigades stretched the entire line to a distance of 40 kilometers. Just enough to keep all the source beasts out of the defensive positions. The location that Ryu and the others were traveling to was the location of door number 1. The area they were in had more than 20 squads besides their squad. How much? Not much, actually. Compared to the source beasts in the outside world, this number was really nothing. Ryu looked at the source beasts that had been blocked down in the distance with fiery eyes. Whether it was using the myriad hands or whether it was killing the source beasts, it was all a big profit for him. But, he glanced at the people around him. He would have to do it alone in a moment or he wouldn't be able to let go. All occupiers, please proceed according to your strength. The source beasts are numerous. Don't go over and lean forward. A professional from the town guards warned loudly. Looking at these professionals, the town guards nodded in satisfaction. There were quite a few 4th and 5th rank professionals among them. For this kind of low-level beast tide, it was already enough to use. As for these 2 or 3 ranked professionals, think of it as an adventure. As for death, it's inevitable. And all that can be said is to be warned as much as possible. Can we go now? Ryu asked in a small voice. He was already a bit impatient. He felt that today was the day he would be promoted to the 3rd order advanced. This was still because he was now an SSS rank potential. If he was just a C rank, he might have been 4th ranked. That's fine. We can set off now, but don't go deeper. We can only face the source beasts and not go into the center of them. At their level, facing such a large number of source beasts surrounding them, it could almost be said that they were bound to die. Ryu hesitated and said, I may have to act alone, so be careful yourselves. The crowd looked at him in unison. Wasn't acting alone at this time looking for death? You guys don't look at me like that. Think about my skills. I don't have to worry about my safety. What's more, I also have the ability to sprint. There's no problem escaping. Ryu hesitated, although the following sentence was a bit hurtful. They would be suspicious if they didn't say it. Ahem. I'm now a 3rd order intermediate, and my agility attribute has reached 450 points. I'm a thief, so it's normal for me to be a little biased. Zhongli didn't feel anything, but Zhao Qian's 4 people directly froze. 450 points of agility? Parochial? It's solid. The corner of Zhao Qian's mouth twitched. Then take care of your safety. The equipment only allows you to increase your defense by a certain amount, but if you get hit in the head, even if you're wearing 9th order equipment, being shot in the head will still kill you. Equipment just allows you to be protected from attacks on your body, but receiving an attack where there is no protection is literally death. This is something Zhao Qian still needs to be reminded of. Ryu nodded. Don't worry, you guys, I'm a person who values my life. Already at 640 agility, treating these low-level source beasts, Ryu was really not afraid. If it was a middle-order source beast, he would have hesitated. In that case, let's all 5 of us together. Or the way we do it during the day. Zhao Qian glanced at the setting sun. Night is coming, and these source beast attributes are going to be upgraded again. A team of source beasts elevating was not scary. Tens of thousands of source beasts elevating was scary. Depart! The 5 rushed out of their defensive position and ran towards the distant group of source beasts. Ryu entered her sneak and surpassed Zhao Qian's few people in an instant. Zhang Mingyu felt a gust of wind blowing by her side and couldn't help but spit out. Did Ryu eat fertilizer? How did her attributes go up so fast? We can't keep up with the speed at which the strength is growing. It's more than keeping up. It's far ahead. It was important to realize that Ryu's total attributes had now reached 2,000 points, while the official minimum data potential for a 9th order professional was only 1,000 points for an F-ranked professional at minimum, and the highest was at 1,800. This calculation does not include attribute points acquired through other means. The known published data. The highest attribute of the 9th order is 2,677 points. But there are still unpublished figures. Who knows exactly how many? There are countless secret realms. Opportunities abound, and it's up to you to meet them. As for Wonryu, perhaps after this beast tide, his attributes would be able to exceed this known number. And it's arguably never going to happen if they try to keep up with that number. After all, not everyone has such great skills. The one is the only. At this time, Wonryu had already crossed over the source beasts in front of her and rushed to the rear. At the back, he met quite a few squads whose ranks were all in the 4th and 5th ranks, and it was easy to deal with these source beasts. 10 or 20 source power wasn't much, but the source power of thousands of source beasts was quite a lot. It was no worse than them being in an intermediate level secret realm, not to mention the points. Coming to 30 kilometers, Wonryu stopped, looking down at the dense concentration of source beasts below, grinning. That's a lot. That's quite a lot. So I'll be polite. Trigger mythical hands. Strength +6. Trigger mythical hands. Gain a small amount of source power. Triggered by the magic hand. Agility +10. Trigger wonderful hands. Gain, Storm LV2, X1. It simply doesn't work. Wonryu was in pain and happy. When one batch of source beast mythical hands ran out, another batch of source beasts came over, and he couldn't even kill them. There was no time for him at all. If he unleashed his skills to kill the source beasts, the mythical hand would miss out on quite a bit and wouldn't be able to take care of them all. Ugh, can't have your cake and eat it too hard. Can't you just let me kill the source beasts? Yet the corners of his mouth were harder to press than AK's, and he didn't look hard at all. Just like that, Wonryu sat on the tree and kept releasing skills. As time went on, the speed of the source beast slowly dropped, nowhere near as fast as it had started moving. Finally we can start. Chapter 79, $10 billion? There's a price for that. Perhaps because of the defensive line, the pace of the source beasts at the moment turned slow. After Wonryu finished using her myriad hands, the nearby source beasts did not advance much. Let's get started then. Wind Blade, Thunder Lance, Sea of Fire, Death Rays, Self Skill? No, 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 no. The self skills are all melee, and he's not so stupid that it's not good to use these disposable skills? He had gained no less than 50 skills just now alone, although most of them are LV2, LV3 skills, but his own attributes are high. The damage is not bad at all. Some poorly graded source beasts were able to be eliminated with a single skill, and the ones that leveled up to level 20 were just 2 skills at most. Not to mention, Wonryu had too many ranged skills in her hands, only to see the source beasts below die one batch after another, and countless amounts of source power pouring into his body. Feeling the changes in the source power in his body, perhaps he wouldn't need the source beast tide to end before he was able to ascend to the 3rd rank advanced. When a batch of source beasts died, Wonryu would continue to use myriad hands on the new arrivals. The disposable skill was then used again. Week after week, the source power slowly increased. So what if the amount of source power required increased? It was nothing in front of him. Approaching 12 o'clock, Wonryu felt the amount of source power in her bodies and nodded with satisfaction. At the current rate of progress, it would be almost perfect to reach the advanced 3rd order by 6 or 7 o'clock in the afternoon. Looking at the tidal wave of source beasts under her eyes, Wonryu's eyes were fiery. If only there was such a tidal wave of source beasts every month. Unfortunately it's simply not possible. If it was really once a month, I guess there would have been nothing left of the human race for a long time. Wonryu stood up from the tree and darted all the way towards the defense position. On the way back, Wonryu realized that some of the squads were close to walking to where he was. The closer you get to the defense positions, the more squads there are. No wonder the movements of those source beasts had slowed down. So it turned out that this side was all blocked. At a location more than 30 kilometers away, Wonryu found Zhao Qian's few people. It's so cool. I feel like after this time, advancing to the 3rd order intermediate is already on the cards. Zhan Mingyu raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth curling up. It was much quicker than they had expected. Even if he said that he had encountered those source beast swarms, he hadn't thought that he could upgrade quickly. This wave of source beasts, however, could. Where's Wonryu? Why hasn't she come back yet? Something shouldn't happen, right? Lin Dai looked deeper into the dense forest with some concern. No matter what, this was a wave of ferocious beasts. It was dangerous for them, low-level professionals. It should be fine. Wonryu, he's still very careful. Zhao Qian shook her head. Anyone could get hurt or die. Only Wonryu would not. At least until now. She hadn't seen Wonryu get hurt. It's still Sister Qian who understands me. Wonryu suddenly appeared beside the crowd. The 5 men shivered in unison. Ryu, let's discuss this. Next time can we unlock the sneak first and appear afterward? This sudden appearance of yours is too much for the average person to handle. Zhan Mingyu was already spitting for the 2nd time. The others nodded in agreement. Having not felt much of anything during the original battle, it's kinda overwhelming now that I'm relaxing. Wenryu nodded helplessly. I'll pay attention in the future. Are we going to eat first and continue afterward? Yes. I made a special order for a table yesterday. Zhao Qian waved her hand, and the table and chairs and meals appeared instantly. Looking at the familiar meal on top, the corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. Good lord. I can't believe it's the same 5-star hotel. He looked around and everyone seemed to be surprised by this. But, set up a table. Are you sure? Forget it, eat. The crowd was just halfway through the meal when a small group approached. Yo, how many of you are eating? A young girl in hot shorts and a plunging neckline walked over, followed by 4 teammates, 3 women and 2 men in all. Rather like the configuration they started with. It's just that this is a bit of a hot dress belonging. At least it was much hotter than the 3 Zhao Qian girls. Who did I think it was? But it turns out it's Gu Qing. What? Here to show off again? Lin Dai skimmed his mouth and rolled his eyes. Instantly the meal in front of me didn't feel good. Gu Qing covered her mouth. Sister Lin, how can you say that about others? Isn't this seeing an acquaintance and coming up to say hello? How can you be so unwelcoming to me? Zhao Qian coughed lightly. If you don't have anything important to say, just go. We still have to eat. Gu Qing glanced at Zhao Qian, her eyes carrying a smile. Since Sister Qian has said so, then I'll leave first. I'm about to reach the 3rd rank intermediate, and my mood is still a bit apprehensive. So I'll see you later. Giggle. Zhan Mingyu shook her head breathlessly. This woman is really too capable of pretending. If it wasn't for the fact that their family got a career advancement token, she wouldn't be nothing more than an ordinary B-ranked professional right now. A token? Wenryu was a bit surprised. What token? SSS grade career advancement token. A consumable that is rarely seen. No, I should say it's almost invisible. Zhan Mingyu shook his head. SSS grade career advancement token, who wouldn't want it? Wenryu rubbed his chin. How was this different from what he thought? Is $100 million worth of stuff that rare? He thought for a moment and asked, how much can I get for this? Zhan Mingyu looked at him with an odd expression. Money? If you have to calculate it in money, 10 billion. After all, not every profession's SSS rank is powerful. Only, the price is such a price. But it's a question of whether you can buy it. 10 billion. Wenryu's pupils shrunk. Didn't she say 100 million? How did it double 100 times? Ahem. 10 billion. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Wenryu didn't want to believe that it could be sold for $10 billion to death. If it's really 10 billion, won't he lose a lot of money? How long would it take him to make $10 billion with his current ability? 3 years? 5 years? Or 10 years? You know that this $10 billion is capable of making money out of money. But, if he was given $10 billion directly, he might not be able to save it. Strength is a big issue. Zhan Mingyu shook her head. This is something that Lin Dai and the others know more about. And I know less. Wenryu looked at Lin Dai. Lin Dai had a helpless look on his face. That Gu Qing just now was only a B-ranked ordinary fire mage profession herself. Her strength could only be described as average. Later on, she got an SSS-ranked professional advancement token and became an SSS-ranked fire mage, greatly increasing her strength. As for the cost, if I remember correctly, it was $5 billion plus 3 companies, and those 3 companies were worth around $30 billion if they were sold. Hiss. So much money. He couldn't help but think of the letter his father had left him with 100 million. Was he worried that he'd see the price was too high and just sell? Why else would you have to go to Zhanghongyu to sell something? Chapter 80, Middle-Ranked Source Beast? A spatial crack appeared. The more Wenryu thought about it, the more she felt that this was very likely. Your own father is really thinking on his feet. Let alone $10 billion. He might even sell it for $1 billion. Press won't even think about what to use for yourself. Since this thing is so expensive, how about we go look for it later? Wenryu said with a twinkle in her eye. I advise you to die. This thing is all about luck, because no one knows how this thing came to be. Zhao Qian shook her head. Who wouldn't want to get an SSS-ranked career advancement token? But this is not something you can have just because you want it. No one knows if the information spoken by those who have obtained the token is the truth. Even officially. Officials don't want to make more SSS-level professionals? Of course I want to, but there simply isn't an accurate statement. According to the official records, SSS-ranked professional advancement tokens have appeared in the wilds of middle and high-level secret realms, and have even been found in treasure chests. Lin Dai shrugged. There are so many locations and so many ways of appearing that there is simply no clear way to do it. It's all up to fate. It's that number that's just too rare. A treasure chest? Wenryu couldn't help but think of the treasure chest map. Have you guys ever heard of the mystery treasure chest? Aside from Jianli, who was still eating, the other few people looked at Wenryu in unison. Do you have a clue to the mysterious treasure chest? Zhao Qian's eyes were fiery, feeling as if she wanted to eat him halfway. Ahem. I didn't. I just heard about this thing so I asked what the hell it was. Wenryu said in a hurry. That look. He couldn't really stand it. It was too scary. A few people looked disappointed. So it was just a question. But it was right. This kind of legendary level treasure chest, how could it be so easy to get it? The mysterious treasure chest. It is said that in order to obtain it you must have a treasure map. It is only through the treasure map that one is able to find the mysterious treasure chest, and it is not clear exactly how to find it. But what's inside is said to be a weapon, a skill, or something else. In short, the stuff is definitely much better than the other treasure chests. But there are very few people who meet this kind of treasure chest, and it's pretty much the same as the SSS rank tokens. Is it that powerful? Doesn't that mean a treasure map wouldn't be worth more than $100 million? Wenryu said in a hurry. It's definitely more than 100 million. If you sell a treasure map alone, $1 billion or more is still easy. Listening to Zhang Mingyu's words, Wenryu had an impulse. That would be to sell the treasure map. Calm down. Calm down. Can't you use it yourself? Wenryu took a deep breath. If it wasn't for Gu Qing's appearance, he really might not have been able to know so much. Can't thank her enough. Wenryu intentionally said, it would be nice if there was a treasure map. I just don't know what that kind of treasure map looks like. But even if there was a treasure map it wouldn't be good to use it. I'm afraid that the location could be anywhere in the world. He was aware of the locations shown on the treasure map of ordinary treasure chests, which were usually around the drop site and not too far away. But this kind of mysterious treasure chest he really didn't know. That's not true. It said that the treasure map will open a spatial passage. As for where it's connected behind it, that's unclear. Some say it's in a high-level secret realm. Some say it's connected to a special space. But these are all guesses. And this is something that even the officials haven't made clear. After all, there are some things that are not appropriate to publicize. What can be made public is inconsequential and known to all. Wenryu rubbed her chin. Opening a space passage? If that was the case, he could use to see. You guys carry on. I'll go first. Looking at Wenryu, who had disappeared from sight, Zhao Qian couldn't help but wonder. How in the world did he deal with the source beast all by himself? Group attacks he doesn't have. If one relied on a single attack, it would be difficult for one person to face so many origin beasts. Zhang Mingyu shrugged. So who knows? It looks like a big haul anyway. It's just bigger than them anyway. After Wenryu left them, she went straight to a location 50 kilometers away. The road passed by many squads, and their targets were similar to Wenryu's. All of them were located 50 kilometers away. Upon arriving at the location, he realized that there were quite a few more squads here, already starting to fight with the source beasts. There were even small groups still fighting in the distance. It could be said that this tide of source beasts was almost set in stone. It's not just him here, but there are staggered fronts stretching 40 kilometers on either side. Even if there are leaks there aren't many. Wenryu shook her head. It seemed that she still had to continue forward to be able to do so. Don't these people eat? They actually got it all this far. He had no choice but to continue running into the distance. It's a good thing that this time it's only a single source beast tide. If it was mixed. Wenryu stopped and rubbed her eyes. He was at this point at over 70 kilometers. And not far in front of him, a neat array of source beasts appeared. Something resembling a spatial rift stood there, and a source beast ran out from it, subsequently entering the source beast position, just as if someone was directing them. Each source beast stood neatly in its place and did not move. Wind Demon Wolf, Elite, Race, Beasts, Level, LV 55. Attributes, Strength, 812. Physique, 708. Agility, 651. Intelligence, 299. This was just the attribute of one of the source beasts at the rear of the position, and there were many more like it, and the regular ones are around level 50. This beast tide wasn't an ordinary kind of single beast tide at all, but a mixed beast tide. He carefully observed that there were less than 1,000 source beasts that had appeared here, but according to the current speed, it was estimated that it would be easy to gather 10,000 in another hour. Ka-chow ka-chow. Another slight cracking sound rang out next to that spatial rift, and a spatial rift slowly appeared. When the spatial crack stabilized, another source beast walked out. Hiss! It was still a mid-level source beast, which, Wenryu hurriedly took out her cell phone. Zhao Qian. I've discovered a spatial rift at a location more than 70 kilometers away. The ones coming out of it are all level 50 or so source beasts. Go and inform them. Chief Team, we need backup. According to the probe, a space rift has appeared 70 kilometers away. The staff in front of the workbench, their faces suddenly changed. Zhao Mingyuan hurriedly looked at the monitor. Quickly pull up the satellite map. Yes. The staff operated a computer and a real-time video appeared on the big screen. Have the maneuver team check out the situation. One of the professionals took out his walkie-talkie and informed the maneuvering team. A maneuvering team? flying out of the quarantine zone. Not good. Another spatial crack has appeared. Chapter 81, too busy to be busy at all. Looking at the second crack on the screen, Zhao Mingyuan frowned and picked up his cell phone to make a call. Are there any vacant town guards in the other 3 regions? The east side encountered a wave of mixed source beasts, not a wave of low-level single source beasts. Yes, please. After hanging up the segment, Zhao Mingwei looked at the screen and muttered, there mustn't be any high-level source beasts, or else there might not be a way to have this quarantine zone. It is important to realize that the barrier is simply made of 2 layers of iron mesh, and above it is nothing more than an additional channel for patrolling. It's not much sturdier overall. If attacked by a large number of source beasts, this quarantine zone would have to be abandoned. He glanced at the red button in front of him and hoped he wouldn't have to use it. 5 minutes later, a voice spoke from the intercom on the desktop. Report, 4 spatial cracks have appeared so far, and the ones that have appeared are all mid-ranked source beasts, and no high-ranked source beasts have been seen. Zhao Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there were no high-level source beasts, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Then you guys pay attention to a little bit of safety and observe the movements of these source beasts. Yes. He thought about it and asked in the workgroup about the 3 directions. The answer received was that there was no wave of source beasts in the other 3 directions. Zhao Mingwei nodded. So then it seems like this is just a small source beast tide. Let all the town guards go out. Split into 3 positions according to the old rules. It's enough to face this wave of middle to middle ranked mixed source beasts. Yes. When Ruyu stood on a large tree and looked at the maneuvering team members in the distance, it doesn't seem to need to speak for itself. In that case, when Ruyu turned around and ran backwards, stopping after walking for like 4 or 5 kilometers. This is the path of the source beasts. With a glance at the primordial source beasts below, and the maneuvering team in the distance should be fine. Commencement of work. If he didn't get more while no one else was around, he might not get a chance at night. Triggered by the magic hand. Agility plus 16. Trigger wonderful hands. Get fine iron knife x1. Trigger mythic hand. Get quicksand LV2, x1. Moments later, colorful skills bombarded the tide of source beasts below, and soon an area was cleared out. After emptying a piece and then being filled again, Ruyu worked happily. The middle-ranked source beasts in the distance acted. Ruyu was still happy when he suddenly realized that the source beasts here were starting to spread out, which made the use of his skills not so smooth. However, he soon realized that some mid-ranked source beasts began to appear in his sight. Ruyu turned her head to look behind her, as more and more middle-ranked source beasts continued to arrive from the rear. Is it going to start? Ruyu hurriedly dived and hid her figure. A few moments later 3 members of the maneuvering team arrived. You guys just saw the skills flying around here, right? A female professional looked at the place with a puzzled expression. Indeed I saw it. It's reasonable to think that there are dozens of occupiers with that kind of skill intensity. Anyhow, but, where are the people here? Gone? Maybe they saw a middle-ranked source beast, so they left. The female professional shook her head. Regardless of that spatial rift shouldn't appear anymore. Let's go back. 3 squads, running towards Fengjing. It was only after 4 or 5 minutes that Ruyu revealed herself from her sneaking state. Few so hung up on being discovered. In fact, with his current attributes, it didn't matter even if he was discovered, but he still wanted to be more stable. Ruyu leisurely unleashed her abilities and hunted a batch of source beasts from time to time, living a rather nourishing life. And in the front defense position, the 20 kilometers that had been pushed out were soon all pushed back under the leadership of the intermediate level source beasts. After all, most of the professionals are beginner level professionals, and are not capable of facing the middle level. As for Zhang Mingyu and the others, they had already retreated back into the defense line. You guys, do you think Sister Qian got these people? I suppose so. After all, his second brother is in charge here. Lin Dai said uncertainly. Second brother? You arranged it so quickly? Zhao Qian asked as she looked at Zhao Mingyuan who was arranging his work in the office. Well, it's been arranged. Zhao Mingyuan looked at his sister and hesitated for a moment. It's better for you and your squad members to leave. This time it's not a simple wave of beginner rank source beasts. Rather, it's a wave of mixed source beasts of the middle and lower beginner ranks, with a number of at least 100. 000. Not something that you beginner ranked professionals can deal with. Although these junior professionals were also able to help, there was a certain amount of danger. Zhao Qian shook her head. Brother, we're just near the defense line. There won't be any danger. Besides, so many low-rank squads are fighting. How could I possibly leave? The code of the professions. Encountering a beastly tide and living within one's means. If this time it was a source beast tide that was dominated by medium and high-ranked source beasts, she would have definitely led the team away directly. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g. Yes, it's me. Zhao Mingyuan sighed softly. He knew it would be like this. From a young age his sister had been very opinionated, and many things could not be solved by persuasion. But with Zhang Mingyu and a few of them around, there shouldn't be any problems. Okay, then you keep yourself safe. Zhao Qian nodded and turned to leave the command post. Zhao Mingyuan gazed at Zhao Qian and shook his head. Second Prince, Mrs. Temper has always been like this. But this kind of character will suffer sooner or later. A white-haired old man suddenly appeared beside Zhao Mingyuan. Uncle Qian, just call me Mingyuan. Don't call me Second Prince. I'm not used to it. Zhao Mingyuan was somewhat helpless. Then looking at Zhao Qian who had walked away, he muttered. Instead, I hope that she suffers a bit of a loss now, so that she won't die in the future. The sword of Damocles is always present over the heads of professionals, and it may be that death will come at some point. Even a 9th-ranked professional had the possibility of accidental death. Source beasts. It's not that simple. The world isn't that simple. Uncle Qian, please, look around here and see if there's anyone else. Good. Qian Yu disappeared in front of Zhao Mingyuan's eyes. Zhao Mingyuan looked at the screen. I hope this is just an ordinary source beast tide. He opened his phone and looked at a group chat message. During this month's time, tides of source beasts had appeared in some of the provinces and cities. It should be normal. Sister Sin, you're back. You told me about that situation? Zhao Qian shook her head. I didn't. The top found out a long time ago. Lin Yan glanced at the professionals fighting in front of him. So are we going up now or? Right now. There was a bit of a mix of beginner order source beasts and intermediate order source beasts, but the beginner order was still in the majority. After all, the middle order source beasts came later. With a flash of light, Zhao Qian changed into heavy plate armor on her body and took a huge shield in her hand. Of course I'm helping, but I'm only facing the area of the beginner order source beasts, the kind of area that mixes with middle order source beasts. Avoid it. Chapter 82, Danger? Non-existent. Near 6 o'clock, when Ruyu left the place with an unwilling face, it was impossible not to leave. The large trees here had all been knocked down quite a bit, and there wasn't much left that would allow one Ruyu to stand. Besides, it's about time to get back to dinner. Back to the first line of defense. There were far more people here at this point than when he left. Looking around didn't reveal Zhao Qian and the others. Where are the people? By all rights, they should be here. Why can't we find them? There was no other way. When Ruyu could only take out her cell phone and contact Zhao Qian. Several people. Where are you? We're inside the quarantine. Good. When Ruyu went all the way back to the quarantine zone and found Zhao Qian's few people on the side of the road. What are you guys doing here? Not going on for a while? With so many source beasts, when Ruyu didn't want to miss out. He was now just a little bit away from the third order advanced. Zhao Qian shook her head with a bitter smile. There's no way for us to continue anymore. All of them are now middle order source beasts there. And there aren't many beginning order source beasts left. Even if they just struck out at the beginner rank source beasts, the middle rank source beasts around them would come over and there was nothing they could do about it. If they weren't worried about when Ruyu's safety, they would have gone home long ago. When Ruyu raised her eyebrows, no wonder. Why don't you guys go back? I have to go later. Ha! The crowd looked at Wen Ruyu in shock. Is it not a bit excessive for you? A third rank intermediate to want to deal with a middle rank source beast. It's not Ruyu. Those are all level 40 to level 70 source beasts. It's not something we can deal with at the third rank. Zhang Mingyu hurriedly admonished. How dangerous it is. Yes, Wen Ruyu. This beast tide is no longer something we can touch. Lin Dai chimed in from the side. It was important to realize that they had retreated out an hour ago. And other than their squad, all the other squads of low-ranked professionals had withdrawn as well. The new squad, on the other hand, were all 5th and 6th order professionals, and even 4th order were rare. The other 3 town guards had also sent over quite a few people, thus showing that the situation of this beast tide was not suitable for them. When Ruyu's eyelids jumped, can I tell you guys that even high-level source beasts can be dealt with? It certainly can't be said. Ahem, I have it in my heart. Even though most of them are middle-ranked, there are quite a few beginner-ranked ones among them, so I believe my speed is fine. Seeing Wen Ruyu say this, they were too embarrassed to persuade them further. Everyone has their own ideas. Zhao Qian hesitated. If you encounter danger, remember to contact us? We still have people at home, like in their family, who doesn't have a high-ranking professional. Wen Ruyu's heart warmed. Aha! The group ate a meal close by, and Zhao Qian's few people sent Wen Ruyu out of the quarantine zone. Standing in the doorway, Zhang Mingyu couldn't help but sigh. There's a reason why he has a high rank. Even though C rank requires less source power, it's not like you can just reach the third rank. Although the third order was only the beginning stage, most C-ranked professionals might not be able to reach the third order beginner in half a year, and there were even some who might not even be able to reach the second order advanced. Maybe, he's different. Zhao Qian's eyes twinkled. On the other hand, when Ryu had already arrived at a location 50 kilometers away, due to the appearance of the mid-ranked source beasts, the professionals were guarding the location of the first borderline, so there was not a single professional squad 20 kilometers away. When Ryu sat on the tree, her skills constantly comfortable, just so comfortable. The mythical skill experience kept rising, and so did his attributes. He had never thought that one day his attributes would grow so fast, and most of them are 10 points above the attribute, which is simply awesome. And it's still the disposable skills that get the most. As if she didn't want money, when Ryu threw her skills into the source beasts below, the source power in his body continued to grow. Trigger wonderful hands to gain a medium amount of source power. Trigger wonderful hands to gain a medium amount of source power. Trigger the mythic hand to gain a large amount of source power. After using the myriad hands for so long, he had summarized the laws regarding the myriad hands' access to source power. Source beasts of levels 0 to 30 generally have a small amount of source power. For level 30 to 40 source beasts, most of them have a small amount of source power, while a small number have a medium amount of source power. And when facing the middle order, it was the same, with a medium amount of source power, a small amount of source power, equivalent to killing a source beast of around level 10. Medium amount of source power, equivalent to killing a level 50 or so source beast. As for the large amount of source power, it should be killing a level 80 or so source beast. After all, it wasn't like he had ever killed a high-level source beast, so he could only make projections. To one Ryu, rank wasn't that important anymore. A skill was already dispensable for an attribute like his. Even if he was just using normal skills right now, he was still able to deal extremely high damage. It couldn't be helped. Who made his attribute points high enough? Wind blade. A wind blade formed from his hand and then flew out. Whether it was a source beast or a human, their wind blades were nothing more than that white with a little bit of light blue, and his wind blade was sky blue with a darker blue edge. It was important to realize that only a LV5 wind blade could reach this point, and it was still a high-level source beast or human that could do so. The wind blade hits a source beast, minus 1062. Wind blade LV3 shoots a blade of wind, dealing 300 plus 1176 damage. It's really just 3x intelligence. When Ryu looked at the damage of each skill and shook her head, dangerous? Doesn't exist. Just like that, when Ryu stayed in this tree for more than 2 hours, with the death of a batch of source beasts, his rank came to 3rd order advanced. It's so easy. It's a shame our rank won't be of much use to me for a while. Others leveled up, expecting an increase in the upper limit of their attributes, as well as a strengthening of their physical strength. But he wasn't bothered by the attribute cap at all. Invincible life has lost the meaning of fighting. He opened his personal information. Name, Wen Ryu. Age, 18. Occupation, thief, SA. Thief. Potential, C grade, SSS grade. Level, 3rd order. Attributes, strength, 813. Physique, 713. Agility, 799. Intelligence, 392. Gifted skills, Saint, lockpicking. Saint Wonderful Hands LV4, 6232/100000. Unique. Skills, Windblade LV2, X22, Thunderlance LV3, X65. ST. Stifler LV3, 1/1000. ST. Yenchai LV2, 4 out of 500. Sneak. Backstab LV3, 12/1000. Bonepick LV2, 321/500. Shadow Attack LV1, 91 out of 100. Sprint LV, 21/100. The corner of Wen Ryu's mouth twitched, her intellect still so miserable. Still, it's acceptable overall. He glanced at the source beasts below. Upgrading is not urgent. Even if I have been here to get it cannot be upgraded to the 4th order primary go. 3rd order advanced to 4th order beginner. There's more demand than 4th order beginner to 4th order intermediate. He shook his head and pulled a parchment scroll from his backpack. It's the treasure map for that mysterious treasure chest. With the current attributes, that should be enough. Chapter 83, titled Source Beast, A Little Bit of Trouble. When Ryu stood up and ran directly towards the right side at a fast pace, it wasn't until he ran out 20 kilometers away that the number of source beasts slowly decreased. Phew, it's worthy of being a source beast tide. This is really not an ordinary number. If he were to run towards the back from where he was just now, he would probably run out 20 kilometers still with so many source beasts. After all, that rift was right there. It's not certain if that crack is closed or not. He'd better find a safer place. 5 minutes later, when Ryu glanced around, this location was just fine. The locations of the 4 source beasts were all relatively far away. The nearest batch of source beasts were also around 50 meters. He took a parchment scroll from his backpack and took a deep breath. Opening the parchment scroll, the whole thing glowed with light, and then a light door resembling a crack in space appeared. looking at the light door in front of her. Wenryu put away the parchment scroll and put it back into her backpack once again. Take a deep breath and walk in. Wenryu had just entered when the light door disappeared. Crunch crunch. The fallen leaves under her feet made a sound as Wenryu surveyed the surroundings. There were dead trees all around, a big sun hanging in the sky, and the temperature was unusually hot. Wenryu wiped the sweat from her head and sighed softly. If I had known, I should have brought Jianli. Alas, he had been walking for 20 minutes and had met 3 level 70 plus source beasts, all of which had suddenly rushed out from the corners. It wasn't like he wasn't using sneak. If it didn't work, I guess there were more than 3. The injuries were not real, but the shock was real. It was also fortunate that the place wasn't very big in here. And when Ryu quickly arrived at her destination, a giant tree stood there. A flash of multicolored light kept flickering in his eyes. Finally, the place isn't really that big. It looks like it's only 10 square kilometers. It didn't take him long to arrive here. Just, when Ryu stood in place, looking at the location 100 meters away, 12 high-level source beasts appeared there, and one of them had even reached level 95, and the others are at a minimum of level 80. Flaming Gargoyle, Kill, Race, Beasts, Level, LV 95, Attributes, Strength, 1030, Body Mass, 1085, Agility, 445, Intelligence, 1455. Looking at this data, Wenryu sighed lightly. The total attributes were already 3500 plus. It was really troublesome. But the attributes aren't the most troublesome. It's the skills. Miscalculated. Looks like this one is going to cost a lot. He had thought that his 2700 attributes were already bullish, never expecting this to actually be a title source beast. The attributes of this type of source beast were 800 points more attributes than ordinary source beasts. Otherwise it really might not be able to have many more attributes than Wenryu could. Wenryu took a deep breath and took out the iron rod, followed by a dive to slowly approach towards the front. There are 12 source beasts in total. You don't necessarily have to tackle the highest ranked ones first. You can nibble away at them one by one. And that shimmering point of multicolored light was right behind these source beasts. Wenryu slowly moved near the source beast. Trigger Mythic Hand. Get, Flaming Fire Max, Permanent, X1. Hiss. Wenryu looked towards that flaming giant lizard. Really good brother this you are able to send me such a big gift? Fiery Fire Max, unleashes flame magic that covers a 100m x 100m area, dealing 500, plus 2, 5 intelligence, 30s. However, upon seeing this attribute, Wenryu frowned. That doesn't seem to be very good either. But it couldn't be helped. Who made his intelligence attribute only 400? And dealing damage was only 1500. That's over 4000 damage in one random hit if Gargoyle goes to use it. It's a bit of a pit. And with only a 30s cooldown, it was just a normal skill that couldn't be normal for the Gargoyle. Triggered by a magic hand. Intelligence plus 12. Trigger Mythical Hand. Gain a large amount of source power. Kill or not? Let's not talk about it. Let's use the mythical hand first. After getting it done, Wenryu casually picked up a stone and smashed it on the nearest of the source beasts. His form was also revealed. -1. The source beast raised its head and looked around, glancing at Wenryu before continuing to stay where it was. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. How much is this looking down on me? Casually a thunder gun appeared in his hand and casually threw it over. Bang! -334. That's pretty low damage. Roar! But not a big problem. The 3 source beasts raced towards Wenryu's direction. He hurriedly ran towards the back, always keeping a distance from the source beast behind him. He attacked his opponent once more as he was about to leave, until you pull your opponent to a position 1 kilometer away. This distance is just right. Wenryu instantly disappeared, and the 3 source beasts looked around to see how the creature had disappeared. Bang! Stifle! One of them instantly fell into a dazed state. Yensha! The other one was in a state of confusion. It was the last source beast that was his goal. Backstab. He instantly came behind this source beast, and his dagger instantly stabbed down. -3021. The backstab coupled with the first attack directly killed the source beast in front of him. Looking at the dagger in her hand, Wenryu was satisfied. The 50% damage increase on the first target is just too much of a bonus for him. At this time, the other 2 source beasts had not yet come to their senses, so he hurriedly used his other skills to kill the 2 source beasts. There's no such thing as a cooldown on a one-time skill. As long as it's used quickly, that damage absolutely explodes. A single damage emerged from the 2 source beasts. -343, -482, -677. The 3 source beasts were all killed in less than 5 seconds. A large amount of source power filled Wenryu's body. Comfortable. Cool. It's just a bit of a shame that 50% of that energy dissipated. This attrition is honestly a bit much. It was also unknown if it was because his current body couldn't hold high-grade source power. This was because he clearly felt that the quality of the source power of a high-ranked source beast was different from that of a low-ranked source beast. No wonder the officials would remind that one should not kill a source beast that was higher than one's own 2 ranks. So this was the reason. He then said, why don't those rich people let the high-level professionals just take them to the high-level secret realm? Wonryu had always had this doubt when she knew the identities of several people. Now that mystery is completely cleared up, Wonryu looked towards the distant source beast. Even if it said that half of it was lost, it was still more than the source power of a primordial source beast. If he killed these source beasts, it would be equivalent to taking a big step forward. Wonryu had a look of pity on her face. The amount of progression source power required for SSS was just too huge. With the first experience, the rest is much easier. 10 minutes later, 11 of the 12 source beasts had been annihilated, and the last one was spitting fireballs and chasing after Wonryu. At this point the surrounding area was covered in flames. Chapter 84, High Magic Resistance? Can you withstand the constant release of skills? Wonryu glanced back at the giant lizard source beast with a helpless expression. The second time he had only attracted 3 source beasts, but the third time all 6 source beasts were attracted. This wretchedness. Luckily, however, under the bombardment of various disposable skills, the remaining 5 source beasts were all taken care of. Only this one source beast remains. He glanced at his muffler skill, which was about to get better. As soon as the skill was good, this flame gargoyle was able to be resolved. 3, 2, 1. Go back and change weapons. Duong. With a muffled sound, the giant lizard fell into a dazed state. However, just as he was about to cast the skill, a burst of yellow light flashed on the giant lizard's body, and the lizard instantly came to its senses. I Chow. Invincible. An invincibility class skill that is the nemesis of various status skills. It can be said that during this period, any control type skills are all disabled. Wonryu had a bitter look on her face. Wasn't this a magic system creature? How could it still have melee system invincibility skills? Isn't that a joke? As for why not use sneak? In front of this giant lizard, sneaking was useless. It wasn't that he hadn't used it before, and even if he had, this giant lizard was able to pinpoint his location, which was simply outrageous. Wonryu hastily backed away from the Source Force giant lizard. A fireball fell from the sky. Boom! 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 A huge crater smashed by flames appeared on the ground. Wonryu had a helpless look on his face. The equipment he was wearing now was just ordinary leather armor. It didn't have any firebed attribute additions at all, and if this were to stick to it, it would probably not be far from death. Ugh! I thought having high attributes was awesome, but I still have to be careful. He now sort of understood that it was better to be careful when encountering this kind of magic-type source beast. The previous silver boss level melee category source beast, although he didn't deal much damage, the other party couldn't do much with him. You can only be passive, and this one is simply outrageous. Worthy of being a title source beast, it was just extraordinary. But, invincible for a long time, surely not for long. The moment the other party's yellow light disappeared, Wonryu once again folded back. Yensha, you give me chaos. You can't be ruled. Can you? He took his dagger and hurriedly approached the source beast, not giving him a chance. Back. The corner of Wonryu's eyes twitched madly. How many skills do you have? A ball of flame wrapped the entire giant lizard, and Wonryu didn't dare to attack at all, whether it's backstabbing or bone picking, all to be close to the source beast. However, that flame was over a meter high. How was he going to get on it? As for disposable skills, LOL, it'll have to do. Wind Blade, Thunder Gun, Death Ray, -43, -87, -112. That's right, this source beast has a strong magic resistance. Spell-like attacks do very little damage. It wasn't meant to be, but you made me do it. Wonryu originally wanted to quickly resolve the battle. After all, various melee skills could deal high damage, and killing this flame gargoyle would only take a few seconds. However, the other party didn't give him a chance at all. Now it's just a slow grind to death. Colorful skills appeared out of thin air, blasting at the source beasts with increasing speed. Dozens and hundreds of numbers kept surfacing. As for obtaining Fiery Flame Prairie just now, Wonryu didn't use it at all. This flame gargoyle was practically immune to fire. Instead, the most common water skills could deal high damage. Yet he didn't have many water skills on hand. When the flame gargoyle came to its senses from its chaotic state, it once again launched an attack on Wonryu. Wonryu dodged and released her skills at the same time. A minute later, with a miserable cry, the giant lizard collapsed to the ground. Wonryu didn't care if the ground was clean or not. She directly sat on the ground. This wave was so exhausting, so tiring that my clothes clung to my body and sweat continued to trickle down my head. After resting for a moment, Wonryu skipped over the giant lizard and came to a box that was bubbling with fluorescent light and directly included it in her backpack. Right now he just wanted to go home and rest, and open the box or go back. Exhale. In fact, he wasn't physically tired, he was tired of being tightly wound mentally. He turned his head to look at the corpse of the source beast on the ground. Thinking for a moment, he came to the giant lizard and used his dagger to peel off its skin. This skin has a high magic resistance attribute, so if you make yourself a set of leather armor, it's like you can't always wear it yourself. It's pretty miserable. Wonryu thought about it and cut the claws off of it again, and the eyes he didn't spare. Everything was all torn down by him. With a rank this high, it should be useful in every way noah. Even the blood he had packed in various containers, and the meat was stowed away in space. The main idea is not to waste a single moment. As for the other source beasts, forget it. He's tired. Wonryu took a deep breath and took out the parchment scroll from her backpack and unfolded it. The parchment scroll disappeared into a starburst in his hand. A crack reappeared. It's over. Go home. As the cracks disappeared, the place remained as it was. Perhaps in the future, this place will once again yield a mystery treasure chest. Not long after he left, an unstable spatial rift appeared. Come on, it's open. Let's hurry in. A yellow-haired man ran in along the crack. Behind him was a white-haired woman. The two men rose into the air, saw the large tree in the center, and came to it instantly. Looking at the bodies on the ground, the woman narrowed her eyes. We're late. Yellow hair landed on the ground and touched the body of the source beast. Still warm. Not long dead. Damn the box is gone Yellow hair looked resigned. The woman shook her head. There's no way around it. This place has been positioned for almost 6 months now. But what a coincidence. A12. Forget it. Let's go back. The white-haired woman shook her head. Okay. Yellow hair took one last look at the ground and casually asked. A11, aren't you able to feel the breath? How many people came in this time? The white-haired woman closed her eyes as a wave emanated from her body. A moment later, an odd look on his face. I seem to have made a mistake with my ability? Yellow hair looked puzzled. What ability went wrong? Isn't your ability always accurate? But, other than the aura of a source beast, I only felt the aura of a human. And it was weak. Yellow hair's eyes widened. And weak? How is this possible? Well, maybe you really did perceive it wrong too. Alas, it was so hard to find the right location. But it turned out to be a step too late. Let's go. The mysterious treasure chest is indeed difficult to find. Let's aim for the treasure trove. Lord Godfather doesn't want us to waste too much time. Buzz. Another spatial rift was opened. You actually have this skill. Bull. Chapter 85, SSS plus growth unclassified weapons. That's right. This is a skill book that I managed to get with great difficulty. Specifically used to open treasure troves where I couldn't find the door. Zhang San had a smug look on his face. Yet just as he walked in, he saw a man and a woman standing there. Zhang Hongyu's crowd came out from it also saw the two. The two sides stood opposite each other. Zhang Hongyu sized up the other party and saw a golden ring in the woman's hand. Oh, who did I think it was? But it turns out to be someone from the Church of Salvation. He glanced at his surroundings and the corpses of the source beasts on the ground. This was by no means a treasure trove. Could it be the mystery treasure chest secret? Zhang Hongyu couldn't help but glance skeptically at Zhang San. Why was this guy so unreliable? But it was fine. It was a surprise that he could actually get through places like this with this ability. So it's the great thief Zhang Hongyu. I didn't expect to actually meet you guys. The white-haired woman hugged her arms with a cloudy face. In truth, she was inwardly wary. She hadn't realized that these people actually had the ability to weigh 12 in their hands as well. More than that, I didn't expect to come to the same place. Zhang Hongyu narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman in front of him. The A sequence. Knowing your name? It seems that the Church of Salvation still thinks highly of him. At that moment a spatial crack formed. A11, let's go. Yellow hair, who was on the side, said sharply, turning around and burrowing into the crack. The corners of the white-haired woman's mouth curled into a smile. We'll meet again in the future. And I'll kill you then. She turned and walked into the crack, which slowly closed. Team Zhang, is this woman afraid? Zhang Hongyu glanced at Zhang San. Of course I'm afraid. If I stay, those of us who can demolish them. They were indeed thieves, but not just any thieves, each with their own unique abilities. Some sneak attacks can be done in one hit, and some can even harden combat professionals. One reason for this is the attribute growth issue as well as skill characteristics. The other is the ability to pay money. The guys don't have much else, but they make a lot of money, and they've gotten a lot of good stuff. Unfortunately, there are still too few people. Zhang San, is this the treasure trove you were talking about? The accidental man is gone and it's time to settle internal matters. Zhang San cried and mourned. What did this have to do with him? This ability was also acquired by chance very early on. and this was the first time it had been used. Team Zhang. Ah, don't. Have mercy. Wenruyu, who had returned home, was not aware of what had happened in that place after he left. Sitting on the sofa, Wenruyu took out the treasure chest that emitted a colorful glow. Show me what's in the mystery chest. Click. The treasure chest opens. Wenruyu froze. He hadn't even used his skills yet. How did the box open? At that moment, the colorful light in the box flashed, and the contents surfaced in front of Wenruyu's eyes. A dagger appeared in front of his eyes. Seeing this scene, Wenruyu frowned. A dagger? That's the only dagger in a case? Is there only one thing in the mystery chest? It's too little to know that normal treasure chests hold 2 or 3 items. He held the dagger up, and underneath a letter revealed itself. Wenruyu looked at the envelope and felt more and more as if things were not that simple. He picked up the envelope and looked at the name on it in growing surprise. This couldn't have been left by Dad, could it? After all, this place. But he went through his dad's map. Hiss, is his dad that good? Wenruyu hurriedly opened the envelope. If you're reading this letter, then it means you found this chest, and I'm sure you're at the 9th rank now. The strength is good, and being able to kill those 12 guardian beasts means you've grown up. The corner of Wenruyu's mouth twitched. Dad, this time you're wrong. I'm only at the 3rd advanced rank. I'm still far from the 9th rank. However, Wenruyu was puzzled. Wasn't his father afraid that this thing would be obtained by someone else? I know what you're thinking. Don't worry. This chest isn't some mysterious treasure chest. Rather, it's a bloodline treasure chest that I made using special props. Did I open it without using the lockpicking skill? Because this chest can only be seen by bloodlines. Wenruyu sucked in a breath of cool air. There was actually such a thing as a bloodline treasure chest. There were really a lot of unknown things in this world. The latter is some home truths. And at the end of this letter, the weapon and himself are mentioned. This is an unranked growth weapon that I obtained from a mysterious treasure chest. With your current strength, it's enough to use. You can only use it at the 9th rank? But thinking about it, if he had acquired such a weapon in the first place, he would have died countless times already. As for me, I should be dead at this point. After all, it takes at least 10 years for you to achieve the 9th rank, and since I haven't gone back in 10 years, it means that this mission was treacherous, and I'm probably dead. There's no need to think about avenging me, and there's no need to do so. Remember one thing, this world is far from simple. The only way to survive is to be strong yourself. Now that you've found the chest, it means you've had a strange encounter. Make the most of it. It's gone. It's gone. Wenruyu held the letter paper tightly, her heart disappointed. Could it be that his own dad really? Nope. He glanced at the letterhead. It was supposed to be 10 years before he was able to get his hands on the box. That meant his father might still be alive now. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g. Yes, it's me. Even if you know what's the point, you still can't find it. Wenruyu folded the letter paper and put it into the envelope, then put it into her underbed space. Lighting 3 sticks of incense, he paid homage to his father. Dad, I'm sure you'll be able to come back. Returning to the living room, his eyes widened momentarily as he picked up the plain, unimpressive dagger in his hand. So you are this growth type. Dagger of Elemental Eaters, growth type. Rank, none. Quality, SSS+. Damage, 62 to 76. Bonus, 1. Eating Yuan, slaying a source beast devours some of its source power. Increasing damage, 0 out of 100. 2. Soul Eater, killing a source beast stores soul power, 0/1000. 3. Spirit Shield, consumes soul power to protect spirit space. Inlay, 1. Magic Breaking Crystal Stone LV5, ignore opponent's magic defense by 25%. Gulp. Wenruyu gulped. Artifact. This is a well-deserved divine weapon. LV5 crystals, put on other weapons. This is an absolutely awesome presence. But in this dagger is just optional. Those 3 additional abilities are simply unbeatable. At first he was kinda disappointed to see that the damage was lower than he expected. But seeing that additional attribute devouring element, that damage wasn't low at all. It was even higher. Dad, I love you so much. Chapter 86, so it's the Salvation Church. Outside the quarantine zone in the eastern suburbs, inside the first line of defense, Wenruyu toyed with the dagger in her hand as she looked at the professionals fighting in the distance. Aren't you guys going today too? Zhao Qian shook her head. We also want to go and help. But the strength, not strong enough to step forward at all. She didn't even dare to fight against a source beast of this level, not to mention Zhang Mingyu and the others. Being touched is death. Look at what level of professionals are present now. All of them were 5th order or higher professionals, and 4th order was already much less than yesterday. Wenruyu looked at the dagger in her hand. In that case, I'll leave first. He looked towards the source beast in the distance, his eyes glowing. This time, the source beast tied. The scale was big, but the human support was fast, not giving them a chance to break through the defense line at all. In the end, the source beasts this time were just this one direction. If all four directions were at the same time, it would be dangerous. Well, keep yourself safe then. Since Wonryu was able to come back safely yesterday, it would be the same today. They weren't as worried as they were yesterday. Whoosh! Wonryu disappeared in place and flew straight towards the distance. Zhang Mingyu's few faces were envious. When would they be able to be like this as well? We have to work hard too. We can't go to the secret realm for a while, so let's work out and go? Although raising the level would make the physique stronger, it would take at least the 5th rank to really get stronger. And it's still a combat profession. For auxiliary professions like them, no matter how much their physique became stronger, it was still no match for combat professions. Yeah, it just so happens that there's a gym in my house. Let's go there. Lin Dai proposed. Almost forgot. Your family still has this kind of industry coming. Why don't you talk to your family and open one near our neighborhood? This location is not bad. Zhang Mingyu had a cheap grin on his face. Lin Dai rolled her eyes. Let me ask. I'm not sure. Even though she was the eldest lady of the Lin family, she couldn't really say if this kind of thing would work or not. Wonryu wasn't very fast, jumping on the few trees while looking at the source beasts below. The number of existing source beasts was far less than yesterday. Looks like they didn't stop for the latter part of yesterday either. When he went back yesterday, the number of source beasts here was still quite high, but he didn't expect that in just one night there would be so many less. Boom boom boom. One by one, flaming meteors fell from the sky, and dozens and hundreds of source beasts died. A few moments later, blah blah blah. Wonryu sat on the tree, looking at the smoke behind her with a speechless expression. Big brother, when you guys do it, can you give notice? He fled the scene the first moment he felt the energy fluctuation. If it wasn't for the fact that his attributes were strong enough, he would have to be accounted for here. As the smoke cleared, thousands of source beast corpses were left on the ground, and it had to be said that the damage from high-level professionals was just strong enough. Wonryu continued forward and came to a position 50 kilometers away from where the tail of the source beast team was located. It looks like today might be able to end. Looking at it this way, this beast wave was considered a thunderstorm. If it was that previous beast wave, it wouldn't have ended at all without a week. It was thought that the space rift in the distance hadn't existed for long. Wonryu looked at the source beasts below and smiled at the corner of her mouth. Come on, let me try a growth weapon. Trigger mythical hands. Strength +9. Trigger mythical hands. Gain medium amount of source power. What should be utilized before the hunt is still used and not wasted. Report, according to the current situation, we'll be able to resolve this beast tide at 9 o'clock this evening. The staff members sitting in front of the screen had a happy face. I didn't expect that this beast tide would actually be resolved so quickly. Zhao Mingyuan's brows were furrowed. This beast tide was just too strange. Whoosh! A silhouette appeared at his side. Second Prince. Zhao Mingyuan looked helpless. Uncle Qian, just call me by my name. Qian Wuxi and his dad are of the same generation, but also a ninth-order professional. Calling him a son is more or less unaffordable. But as far as Qian Wuxi is concerned, his dad saved him, and he willingly guards the family. Okay, Second Prince. Tired. Destroy. It's been so many years. Can't change it. Alas. I went to that place, and that spatial rift didn't form naturally, but was controlled by someone. Qian Wuxi's face was serious. Zhao Mingyuan's eyes are obscure and someone is in control. Could it be that? The Church of Salvation? Qian Wuxi nodded. It should be them. In this world, there shouldn't be anyone doing this kind of thing other than them. However, it can be seen that this technique of theirs is not pure. Otherwise, with the way they thought as an organization, if it was purely technical, they would certainly unleash high-level source beasts. Instead, he chose a middle-order source beast. As for those primary source beasts, perhaps they were the product of the first experiment. Exhale. This organization is really shady. Why are they always against humans? Aren't they humans themselves? Zhao Mingyuan rubbed between his eyebrows. This organization had existed for far too many years. Something has to come out every year. Actually, there's no need to worry too much about this organization. They can't afford to make too many waves right now. And it's not just us. Several other countries have also suffered from this wave of source beasts. Qian Wuxi shook his head. For this organization, he had crossed paths several times before, and the time Zhao Mingyuan's father saved him was his last encounter with this organization. Thinking about that time, Qian Wuxi was in a trance. Protector. It wasn't the most powerful, but the two emissaries, far exceeding the strength of an ordinary 9th rank advanced. One really didn't know what kind of strange encounters they had experienced. Forget it, let the people above me take care of this kind of thing. Who made me just a small city guard? Zhao Mingyuan directly took out his cell phone and dialed the top management of the Jinghua army, telling the other party the news he had received. Good. Seeing Zhao Mingyuan hang up the phone, Qian Wuxi hurriedly inquired. What did they say? What else can I say? Of course it's to continue reporting it. After all, we're just the town guards, so it's better to leave this kind of thing to those who are capable. Zhao Mingyuan shrugged. Qian Wuxi nodded. This approach however made sense. There are 4 official Chinese combat divisions on the surface. A town guard responsible for holding down a side of the town. Border guards responsible for guarding the border. The Thunder Army responsible for closing the secret realm. As well as the mysterious Force Zero, which is in charge of the outside world. These 4 departments are all the forces in the bright side of China. As for what was in the darkness, even he, a 9th-ranked professional, wasn't sure. But it can be said that this organization really can't make too much of a splash in China yet, or they wouldn't have opened the rift. People would have disappeared. Chapter 87, really upgraded? He's just asking. At 12 o'clock noon, when Ruyu was sitting on a big tree, with a loaf of bread in his hand. Alas, if it weren't for the fact that this source beasts are almost gone, one would say anything to go back and have a good meal. The source beasts were decreasing faster than he expected. Looks like it should be picking up speed up ahead. When Ruyu shoved the rest of the bread in her hand directly into her mouth, chewed a few times and swallowed, took a big hard gulp of water. Haha, almost didn't choke. He pulled out his own dagger. Dagger of elemental eaters, growth type, rank, none, quality, SSS+, damage, 67 to 81, bonus, 1. Eating yuan, slaying a source beast devours some of its source power to increase damage, 2 out of 100, plus 1. 2. Soul Eater, killing a source beast stores soul power, 51, 2/1000. 3. Spirit Shield, consumes soul power to protect spirit space, inlay, 1. Magic Breaking Crystal Stone LV5, ignore opponent's magic defense by 25%. The situation was a little different than he thought it would be. The Elemental Eater ability, which increases by 1 point for each kill, plus 1 behind it after a full 100, and plus 5 to weapon damage. It doesn't seem like a big problem, but he absorbed less of the source power himself. It would be outrageous, but seeing as it increases weapon damage, that little bit of source power is less. At this stage, this damage is of little use. But what about when he's at the 6th rank? This damage might be able to go up to 500, which would still be somewhat useful at that point. After that is this Devouring Spirit, which is not yet the same as Devouring Yuan. If the increase in Elemental Devouring was fixed, Spirit Devouring was completely random. No, can't say it's random. Rather, it's related to killing the source beast species, humanoid, far more increased than the category of beasts and birds of prey. There are far more magical creatures than melee ones, but it doesn't matter. It's just storage anyway. Go on, try to kill more. At 5:30 p.m. When Ruyu returned to the quarantine zone, it wouldn't work if they didn't come back. These professionals had already begun to advance, and there weren't many source beasts left in number. Instead of staying here, why don't you go home early and rest? After giving Zhao Qian and the others a call, when Ruyu directly returned to the neighborhood, met them in front of the neighborhood. You're back. How is the situation outside? Zhang Mingyu had a curious face. They went over in the morning, saw that situation, and stayed out of it. Subsequent developments there are not clear. There's not much going on, I guess, and by the looks of things, it should be over by the end of the night. That fast? I thought this would take 3 or 4 days anyways. Zhang Mingyu was a bit surprised. According to the past, which Beast Tide didn't take more than a week, and this is actually going to be so fast? When Ruyu shrugged. How would I know if you ask me? Anyway, that's how it is out there. Maybe this time is different from before. After all, previous beast tides came from all directions. Let's not talk about that for now. Let's go eat first. Zhao Qian interrupted. I agree. Hurry up and go eat. He'd had 1 loaf of bread for lunch and had been hungry for a long time. Arriving at a restaurant, Zhang Mingyu looked at Wen Ruyu with a smile. You've been busy for close to 2 days here. Haven't you leveled up? The others hurriedly looked at Wen Ruyu. They wouldn't really have leveled up. They could still be at the 3rd rank junior now. When Ruyu touched her nose, this if she told them that she was only halfway to the 4th rank, would they have a seizure? Ahem. With a bit more luck, I just happened to be promoted to 3rd order advanced this afternoon. Zhang Mingyu's smile froze on his face. Really upgraded? He was just asking. Don't be such a blowhard. Not, just 2 days and you've upgraded. 2 days. No, it's a day and a half. After all, the first half of the first day was with them. Source power is a lot to be divided up. There are too many source beasts out there to kill and upgrade. Zhao Qian, several people looked at Wen Ruyu with a speechless face. How could this be said so easily? Most of the source beasts outside could be middle-ranked source beasts. Could this be something that a low-ranked professional could deal with? Even a 4th or 5th ranked professional wouldn't dare to say that they were going alone. The most puzzling thing within the crowd was how Ryu managed to go alone. But it was a person's secret, and it was not good for them to ask. Brother Jade, you'll be our lap from now on. I'm going to hug you tightly. You can't abandon us. With that, Jean Mingyu hugged Ryu's arm in a death grip. The corners of Ryu's mouth twitched as she hastily pulled her arm out. Don't do it. I'm a gender male and female lover. Okay, stop it. We should also work hard starting tomorrow. Ryu. It's already 3rd rank advanced. Let's try to reach 3rd rank intermediate before the competition. Zhao Qian had a serious face. Originally, they thought that as long as they were given some time to reach the 3rd rank intermediate level, they would be able to reach the same level as Ryu. After all, the amount of source power needed to ascend from 3rd order intermediate to 3rd order advanced was a lot. However, it was never expected that a beast tide would directly cause Ryu to reach the 3rd stage high rank. The distance is once again open. But that's a good thing for them. After all, there were definitely squads of those big cities that possessed 3rd order senior professionals. The crowd nodded. December 18th is the day of the Fengjing competition. We still have 20 days now. It should be enough. Lin Dai said as he glanced at his cell phone. 20 days is enough. Alas, these 20 days will probably exhaust one to death. So are we going to the wilderness or the secret realm tomorrow? Zhang Mingyu looked at the meal on the table and instantly lost her appetite. The thought of being in the wilderness for the next 24 hours of the day, except for sleeping, is hard. Zhao Qian looked at Ryu. Where do you think would be better? This time it was difficult for Ryu. If he was given the choice, he would definitely want to kill a mid-rank source beast. That would give more source power. As for the high-level source beasts, it was better to forget about it. Even Ryu herself had won only through a sneak attack. A middle-ranked source beast. Ryu glanced at the few people present. It wasn't actually impossible. Ahem. You guys see that the main objective now is definitely to obtain a large amount of source power to use for leveling up, right? So our goal must be to focus on high-level source beasts, so we can give up on this primary secret realm. After all, 2nd order source beasts are the mainstream inside. So my suggestion is 2 places. One is a location 70 kilometers away in the wilderness, and the other is intermediate secret realm. The 5 people here looked at Ryu dumbfounded. Why did they get more and more wrong the more they heard? Wait, I'm a little confused. Chapter 88, middle-ranked source beast? Then let's try it. Brother Jade, wait, I'm a little confused right now. Zhang Mingyu blinked her eyes and looked at Ryu. Let me ask, you said 70 kilometers away, not 70 kilometers, right? Ryu nodded. Ahem. You also said a mid-level secret realm, didn't you? Ryu nodded again. Zhang Mingyu gulped. Big brother, we're only at the 3rd rank. You're actually asking us to deal with a middle-rank origin beast. Isn't that a bit too much to look down on us? They were just barely dealing with level 30 plus silver bosses now. And this jumping straight to level 40 plus and 50 plus source beasts. Wasn't that a bit of a big step? I just asked you to make a suggestion, not to get us killed. Zhao Qian had a helpless face. Ryu dared to face a middle-ranked source beast alone. But they didn't dare. Let alone. They wouldn't dare to team up. The reason why the secret world requires a number of people is because 5 or more people are safest. These are lessons learned. Similarly, the intermediate secret realms under official control had the same guards at the entrance. There is also a clear rule that the minimum level must be a 4th order junior, and the number of people required is still 5 or more. Unless you go to one of those secret places that aren't official, where there's not really a requirement for numbers, but you'll be warned, and it will also videotape all conversations on it. After you're dead, that's evidence that has nothing to do with them. But people don't usually do that. After all, everyone wants to live well. But this Ryu in front of her, it seems like she doesn't want them to live well. Ryu shook her head. You have to believe in yourselves. You all have 3 basic skills now and have purchased new ones as well. These are enough. Besides, our target isn't any source beasts of too high a level, but rather the lowest middle-ranked source beasts between 40 to 50. What's more, we're only going to face ordinary and elite source beasts. As for the boss level ones, we'll just go straight. He had become somewhat disenchanted with low-ranked source beasts now, and a few people really didn't have much source power for 1 point. But up to the middle rank, even the lowest level 40 source beast, the source power it provided could be so much higher than the 3rd rank. Not to mention that he was gaining medium amounts of source power from using his myriad hands on this source beast. Any way you look at it, it's a middle order source beast earning it. A few people looked at each other. That seemed to make sense. But 3rd rank against 4th rank, would they really be able to do it? It wasn't that there weren't people who did this. and it was the norm for SS and SSS ranked professionals like those to fight across the ranks. And it's not unheard of if the S-class crosses over, but it's rare. This one is a bit demanding for a career. So, we'll try tomorrow? Zhao Qian looked to the others. A few people nodded. So let's give it a try. When Ruyu nodded with satisfaction, the fourth rank was expected. The next day, the group drove through the barrier gate and headed toward the area 70 kilometers away. Not a single source beast was encountered along the way. I go. Your second brother is also too fierce. This directly gives extinction to the seeds. Wang Mingxing looked at the scene outside with only grass and trees and marveled. It's like a carpet sweep. There's nothing left. Not only near the isolation zone. Even the 50 kilometers of the location of the source beasts were only 3 or 2 left. This would be a day's worth of hunting source beasts here without any harvest. Say, Ru Yu, did you know this already? Zhang Mingyu asked suspiciously as she looked outside. How else would you propose 70 kilometers? The corner of Wen Ruyu's mouth twitched. What did he know? He just simply wanted to hunt mid-ranked source beasts. Yeah. It's almost 60 kilometers now. And the number of source beasts is nowhere near what it was before. Lin Dai looked out the window. The numbers here weren't even as high as the previous numbers 20 kilometers away. It's just such a small amount. It's not enough to share. Zhao Qian looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but think of his second brother. How many times did this battle go on before these source beasts could be cleared so cleanly? That's a bit too harsh. What's the matter? Do you guys think the top is going to push for a quarantine? If he remembered correctly, the other 3 directions had cleared out quite a few source beasts as well. Ah, it can't be. We're about to compete. Can't this advancement of the barrier be changed at another time? Wang Mengxing was chagrined. With each advance into the barrier, the gate closes. When will the advance end and when will the gates open again? That's when the professionals will be able to get out of the quarantine again. If this is closed, you won't be able to get out for at least 3 days. If it had taken a little longer, it's possible that it might not have come out for a week. Not sure. We'll see when the time comes. Third order intermediate, the upper limit of attributes can be increased by quite a lot. 10 minutes later. Zhang Li. No. After releasing the eagle, Zhang Li immediately informed the location. A team of 4 source beasts ranked 45 ordinary 200 meters ahead, and a team of 2 source beasts ranked 51 ordinary 150 meters to the right. The more Zhang Li said, the stranger his face became. Although the level is high, these source beasts are very scattered. They should be the source beasts left behind by the town guards. According to the normal course of events, they were already here, and there should be more source beasts. It should even be normal to meet a group of source beasts in a few dozen meters. It seems like it really might actually be time to push forward with the quarantine. Zhao Qian sighed softly. It's good to push for segregation zones, but it's not good for them to advance the quarantine now. And what barway is that? They're just ordinary professionals. Start the fight. The group went straight to the area where the level 51 origin beasts were located. Even though the 2 source beasts were high-ranked, they were few in number. First, they would use 2 to test what kind of grade of source beasts they could deal with, and then follow up by just looking for the appropriate source beasts. Upon arriving at the location, the 2 source beasts appeared in front of the crowd. It's humanoid. Be careful. Zhao Qian looked at the humanoid creature in front of her and frowned. Humanoid source beasts are the last thing you want to encounter. It was important to realize that the intelligence level of humanoid source beasts could be much better than that of walking beasts, and this had hindered them somewhat. Some simple ploys don't work so well against these humanoid types. Intelligence will take a leap forward, especially if you are leveled 40 or above. It is said that those humanoids above level 90 can even speak. The 2 source beasts first froze when they saw Wenryu's group, then grinned widely and rushed towards them. It was obvious that Wenryu and the others were a bunch of bullying bugs in their eyes. Wenryu entered her sneaking state at the first opportunity and darted towards the 2 source beasts. Trigger wonderful hands. Obtain Steel Lance X1. Triggered by the magic hand. Agility plus 13. One of the source beasts lost its lance and froze directly in place. The humanoid source beast scratched its head and looked at its hands. Where were the weapons? Chapter 89 Family Marriage. Career Potential Matters. Boo! The unarmed source beasts became the primary target of attack. The first to fall to the ground as the crowd gathered fire. As for the other one, Zhao Qian was left to deal with it alone. 5 minutes later, looking at the corpses of the 2 middle-ranked origin beasts on the ground, the few people looked at each other as if it wasn't unsolvable. 2 ordinary source beasts could still be dealt with. I can't. This skill recovery speed of mine can't catch up with the consumption. 2 should be the limit. Zhang Mingyu couldn't help but say as he looked at the skills that had fallen into a cooldown state. He kept his gaze on Zhao Qian and didn't dare to slack off one bit. Wang Mengxing, who was at the side, also nodded her head. She didn't fight today, but instead dutifully acted as a priest. I'm pretty much the same, using all my skills in turn. not daring to stop at all. Lin Dai sighed. It was possible to fight. It was just that the source power in the body was being used a little too fast. When Ruyu rubbed her chin, this was indeed a problem. It's fine. We'll only pick the subsequent ones between level 40 to 48. As long as the difference in level isn't too big, the consumption won't be that high. A few people nodded. It would have to do. At 11 o'clock in the afternoon, the group found a place to rest far away from the source beasts. When Ruyu finished her meal and looked at the dagger in her hand, the stats have increased a little bit more, so maybe the damage can grow after today. After the surprise, he slowly calmed down. When Ruyu couldn't help but wonder, how did his dad know he was a thief? Why wasn't it a wand in that chest? Why wasn't it a long sword? Why wasn't it a longbow? Just a dagger on the side? It doesn't make sense anyway. Thinking of this, when Ruyu looked at the others, say, are a person's occupation and talent really randomized? You wouldn't even know about this, would you? Zhang Mingyu looked at Wen Ruyu with a surprised expression. This stuff just seems like the most basic stuff to him, and you should generally understand it, right? How is it possible to know? Zhang Mingyu looked at Zhongli. Do you not understand it either? Zhongli shook his head with a confused face. Can this thing be understood? Isn't it just random? Ahem. Mr. Gen class is in session, all listen well. Lin Dai, who was at the side, rolled her eyes. Make a show of it. Zhang Mingyu ignored Lin Dai's opening and spoke. Except for the first generation of awakened people who were random, the others are all traceable. Talent grades can be said to be pretty much predetermined by God, and don't come as much of a surprise. According to the survey, 20% are gifted with the lowest grade of both parents, 50% come randomly in both grades, and another 25% will reach the highest grade of both parents. As for the remaining 5%, it will surpass the parents, but it's usually only 1 point beyond that, to a minuscule amount higher. Speaking of which, Zhang Mingyu glanced at Wen Ruyu. After all, Wen Ruyu's talent grade was only C. Either his parents were of low grade or he was just unlucky. As for occupations, basically they are inherited from their parents or a combination of their parents' occupations, and this one takes up 90%, and the remaining 10% may be other occupations. Most of them are good, only some will be more miserable. Wen Ruyu nodded, cracking the case. His father was the thief, and as for his mother, I guess it's a thief too. After all, he's only a C rank. At this point, Zhang Mingyu pointed to Zhao Qian. For example, Sister Qian is the combination of her parents. Her father is an S-ranked knight while her mother is an S-ranked priest, and her profession is that of an S-ranked paladin. He then pointed to himself. Both of my parents are S-rank priests, so I'm also an S-rank priest, while my brother is an SS rank holy priest. When Ruyu raised her eyebrows, so his brother was the one who crossed the ranks. Speaking here, Zhang Mingyu looked at Wen Ruyu with a face. You'll notice one thing, similar to small families like ours, people with high talent levels won't marry people with low talent levels. They won't even talk about relationships, and here's why. As for ordinary professionals, they don't think too much in this regard. Hearing this, Wang Mengxing, who was on the side, sulked. Ugh, like us it's actually annoying. Because of that, finding a date is based on that, but there's only so many people in the whole of Fongjing, so they can't even look at them. As for the people out there, that's even less recognizable. When Ruyu glanced at Zhang Mingyu, isn't this a ready-made one? Wouldn't it be easier to just look for him? Zhang Mingyu looked at Wen Ruyu with a shocked expression. Big brother, I've been quite good to you lately, right? Why are you thinking of punking me? Wang Mingxing crossed her arms. Zhang Mingyu, what do you mean? You're still aggrieved to be with me, aren't you? I'm still not attracted to you. Che, if you have the patience to reveal your hidden side. Zhang Mingyu bristled. You. Wang Mingxing opened his mouth. It seemed like he couldn't refute these words. Looking at the bewildered Wen Ruyu, Lin Dai said smilingly, these two people were arranged for a blind date without their knowledge. It was later discovered that everyone knew each other around the bend. Wen Ruyu looked at the two in surprise, not expecting to have this kind of experience. What I just didn't realize was that they didn't actually know each other at first, or later. Wen Ruyu thought, at first, that the four of them had known each other since childhood. Don't mention it. I'm an adult now, and my parents are working on a blind date for me again. You know, I'm 18. Wang Mingxing grabbed his hair with a helpless face. Wen Ruyu bowed her head in deep thought. According to them, their own father should be a C-rank thief. As for their mother, it shouldn't be able to be lower than C-rank. Anyway, no matter what, his own talent grade as well as his profession originated from his father. It's hard to tell if it's good or bad. In the afternoon, the crowd continued to kill the mid-stage source beasts in this neighborhood. The target is still placed on the source beasts around level 45. The efficiency of the crowd increased as the number of matchups increased. Both the speed of the kills and the cooperation with each other was much better than in the morning. Feeling the growth of source power in their bodies, the crowd was happy. Of course the happiest was still Wonryu. After all, he gets to have double the fun. Slaying a source beast to gain a share of source power, and myriad hands providing another share of source power from time to time was too comfortable. At 6 p.m., the group returned to the quarantine. There's no one at my house today. Why don't we get an outdoor barbecue at my house? Jean Mingyu proposed. What? Not going out tonight? Wonryu raised an eyebrow. Ahem, not bad for a day. After all, it's still hard to see my parents and my brother when they're not home. Jean Mingyu was somewhat helpless. It's tempting to speed up the upgrades, but one has to enjoy it too, isn't it? Wonryu didn't really care. Anyway, it would take some time to get to the fourth order proper, so it didn't matter if it was a few hours more or a few hours less. 1 hour later. I thought you said you were a small family? Chapter 90. I don't want to say it because I don't want you to recognize me as your rightful father. Wonryu looked at the 4-story villa in front of her. No, I should say that the 4-tiered manor was in deep thought. If he remembered correctly, he said small families like ours. Little family? He knew these guys were rich, but he didn't expect to be this rich. Wonryu looked to Jiangli, who was calmly at the side. It seemed that Zhao Qian's family was the same. It's a small family. A big house doesn't mean the family is strong, does it? Jean Mingyu said rightfully. The corner of Wonryu's mouth twitched. Just then, the door of the room opened, from which a dozen young men and women in uniform came out, and in front of them was an old man with somewhat gray hair. Second young master. The old man hurriedly came to Jean Mingyu's body. You're back. Second young master. Quickly enter the house, it's cool outside. Uncle Wang. It's fine. Prepare some barbecue utensils to put in the backyard later, and my friend and I will get some barbecue outside. Okay, second young master. Wonryu looked at the big words 22 degrees on her cell phone brightly. What does this have to do with wind chill? A category 2? And is this your maid? Why are they all handsome men and women? Shouldn't they all be in their 40s? You're not being reasonable. Ahem. Get used to it, get used to it. On his own, he's actually okay. But being called second young master in front of so many people was more or less embarrassing. The group followed Jean Mingyu to the backyard. Pool, loungers, umbrellas? Is it 1,000 square feet? Or 2,000 square feet? Little family? He's a cutie if he believes it. Soon various paraphernalia was brought up, which would have been helped by those below. As a result, Jean Mingyu waved his hand. It's fine. We'll do it ourselves. Ended up getting it for half an hour and only a little bit of it came out. This was still all made by the two of them, Wonryu and Jiangli, and the remaining 4 were doing nothing but making a mess. This thing is so difficult. I see that barbecue restaurant owner get quite fast while watching TV while skewering The corner of Wonryu's mouth twitched as she looked at the ingredients on the table. The stuff was really good, but a lot of it he didn't know what to do with. You get your maid out here, or we won't be able to eat for 2 hours. Half an hour later, the 6 of them finally had a hot meal. After they were all done, after leaving a barbecue chef, his servants all left, leaving the place to them. Tell me the truth. What exactly does your family do? And how far down the list does your family go in Fengjing? Wonryu was curious about this. Ahem. My family actually did not do anything, just have a large guild. As for the ranking, it can only be ranked at the 8th place. It's really a small family. Jean Mingyu looked at Wonryu with a sincere face. I don't want to say it because I'm worried that there will be a gap between us. He paused with a smirk on his face. Of course, the main thing is that I'm worried about you calling me your righteous father. I don't want a son yet. The corner of Wonryu's mouth twitched. Bitch. 2. Don't listen to his nonsense. The large guild is the 3rd ranked guild in the entire Qin province. It's ranked 8th, but there are a total of more than 20 large and small clans in all of Fengjing. Lin Dai looked at Jean Mingyu's look and directly broke it down. Hey, what's the point of tearing me down? Besides, the guild was made by my parents. It's not like it has anything to do with me. Jean Mingyu had a disgruntled face. Well, that one's true. The corner of Wonryu's eyes jumped. Families and all that he really didn't know, but this guild he still knew. After all, the information is pushed out once a month. Although Qin province, where Fengjing is located, does not have a high national ranking and is only in the middle level, it is also considered a province with a long history. The entire Qin province, large and small guilds together almost more than 200. To be able to rank 3rd in the province is quite a formidable existence. You're still pretending? He couldn't help but look at the other 3, who were afraid it wasn't the same. Jean Mingyu directly exposed all of them. This Lin Dai, his family is doing business. Business is not too big. The total assets of the province ranked a 5th. Sister Qian. Her family is neither a business nor a guild, but her father is the chief of the Fengjing town guard. Anyway, None of these are bad at home. When Ryu rubbed her chin, if that's the case, there's no need for you guys to be afraid of Chu Xian, right? When you hear it like that, does it mean that Chu family is stronger? Zhang Mingyu scratched his head. It's true that Chu Xian isn't much to be afraid of. What he's afraid of is his brother. His brother, Chu Feng, is said to be a member of a secret army, and this one is a bit hard to mess with. As for the Chu family, they were considered to have borrowed the wind from Chu Feng, and they were also considered to have mixed well in Fengjing. Alright, let's not talk about that. Our squad is pretty much worn out, and there are 6 of us in the squad. The most reasonable configuration for a squad is 5 to 7 people. Do we need to add another professional? Zhao Qian inquired. Lin Yan shook his head. I don't think it's necessary. Our damage is already high enough, and there are even 2 priests. The configuration is already sufficient. As for the meat shield profession, Sister Qian alone should also be enough. I don't agree with this one. We are still short of a control auxiliary profession. Why don't we dare to face more than a few source beasts at a time? Isn't it because of the lack of control energy anymore? We can't have Sister Qian alone, resisting 4 or 5 source beast attacks, can we? Zhang Mingyu retorted. But one more person will have to share some of the source power. The two argued. Wang Mengxing didn't interrupt, and was busy eating at the moment. Zhang Li didn't have any ideas and listened to everyone in everything. As for Wen Ruyu, she was pondering over the words of the 2 men, and had to say that both of them had a point. Strength-wise they weren't bad. Facing normal source beasts did kill them with ease, but also like Zhang Mingyu said, they really lacked control system abilities, and even one more ice system professional would be better than now. Zhao Qian rubbed her head. She was just asking. There was no need to argue about this. Okay, you two stop for a moment. Ryu, what do you think? How? Can I sit and watch? Why don't we hold off on that for now? Wait until there's a need. Or meet the right person? In Wen Ruyu's opinion, the 7th man might be needed, but not right now. And a quality teammate isn't something you can find by looking for it. Like Zhang Li, it was pure accident. Good. Then we'll see then. The crowd left Zhang Mingyu's house 2 hours later. Why are you still coming with us and not staying here today? Zhang Mingyu shook her head. No, I still prefer to live in that neighborhood. The key is that it's close to where you live. You're going to make me suspect that your intentions are not pure. Wen Ryu looked at him with a skeptical expression. Chapter 91, Diamond Treasure Chest. Brother, I haven't held hands yet. For 3 days in a row, the group had been hunting source beasts in the wild. As time went on, the source beasts recovered quickly. After all, the number of secret realms further away was not at all small. Zhang Mingyu's few people were close to the middle 3rd rank, and their speed was much faster than hunting the beginning rank source beasts. Ah! Zhang Li suddenly screamed loudly. What's wrong? Zhao Qian hurriedly came to Zhang Li's side. Yes, it's Diamond Treasure Chest. Diamond Treasure Chest. The crowd was shocked. There could actually be a diamond treasure chest here? That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Wen Ryu had a question mark on his face, knowing that the range he was probing now was 2 kilometers. Okay, there's nothing here. Where did you see that? 3 kilometers away on a small gentle slope there. But the guardian beasts are 4 level 65 gold bosses, and they're also humanoid source beasts. Zhang Li had a worried look on his face. Middle-ranked source beasts. Ah, they were still gold-ranked. These are even more so, but they are actually humanoid. That's a little hard to get. The source beasts they were most unwilling to meet were humanoid-type source beasts, which were still good to deal with at low levels, but became harder to deal with the higher the level. We'll just have to give up. There's nothing we can do about it at all. The gap is too big. If it was level 55 they could have said try it. This was too much to even try. When Ryu rubbed his chin, a rank he could easily solve. Fellow humanoid, it should still be fine. He looked to the others. He couldn't get too high profile with them around. That was the real problem. Zhao Qian was also torn. That's a diamond treasure chest, and the things inside are superb. But those source beasts were indeed too high in rank. Do we give up, or do we call it in? You definitely couldn't fight it yourself, but it was still possible to call in a high-ranking professional from home. Hearing this, Wen Ryu frowned. Calling people, that's how it's done. I don't think we need to call anyone. It's not really impossible to do it ourselves. The crowd looked at Wen Ryu in shock. Brother, what the hell are you talking about? Brother Jade. I'll call you Brother Jade. I'm only 18 this year. I haven't even touched a girl's hand yet. I haven't enjoyed life yet. Let's not be so outrageous. Okay, I beg. Zhang Mingyu was really scared. It was a level 65 gold boss. He knew that Wen Ryu was a 3rd rank advanced, but that was still a 3rd rank. He wouldn't have said anything if he had faced a level 40 plus gold boss, but that was a level 65 humanoid type source beast. It's not funny. Wenryu patted Zhang Mingyu, who was on the verge of crying. Don't be so nervous, we are humans. We need to use our brains. He turned his head to Zhongli. Are there any other source beasts nearby then? Zhongli shook his head. There wasn't a single source beast within 500 meters of them. Wenryu nodded. Much as he expected. There really weren't any source beasts near the 4 gold bosses, so that was much better. What kind of weapons did they take? Shield and long sword. It should be the heavily armored shield warrior we encountered before. The corner of Wenryu's mouth turned upwards as she looked to the others. Did you hear that? It's heavy armor. Then his face stiffened and he turned his head to Zhongli. Did you say heavy armored shield warrior? Zhongli nodded awkwardly. That's right. It's that heavy armored shield warrior with thick skin and extremely strong defense. Wenryu was speechless and looked at the heavens. That body armor is simply outrageous. How can this be done? Several people were silent and speechless. The point of amazing defense was difficult. Not to mention the attack that would surely kill them if they dipped it. Why don't we just retreat? A few of us still have high-level professionals in our family. Wenryu waved her hand. It's fine. It's not a big problem. Let me think about it first. That source power. Okay? How could it be given to someone else? Not to mention the diamond treasure chest. How could he, a powerless person, go against them? He'll be lucky to get a few $100,000 by then. It's not just a heavily armored shield warrior. And it's not like there's no solution. He suddenly looked at Zhongli. Can your thunderstorm arrow break through the opponent's armor? Zhongli thought for a moment and nodded. This should be no problem. Even a level 65 gold boss can break through. Only the size will be smaller. Probably just about a 4 or 5 centimeter opening. That's enough. As long as there was an opening, his dagger could be inserted. He then looked at Lin Yan again. Can your divine fire gun break through armor? Lin Yan shook his head. Leather armor can be broken, but heavy armor cannot. That means he can only rely on Zhongli to help him break his armor? It really can be that way. 2. Ahem. Let me talk about the battle plan. 3 kilometers away in a few large trees on a hillside. Remember, you guys stay right here and don't go down. Sister Qian and Wang Mengxing, the 2 of you will use your additional damage skills for Zhongli first, and attach them to me when I give you a hand signal, okay? The 2 women nodded. Got it. Wenryu looked at Lin Yan. Don't use your single attack. Just use the group-skilled Meteor Fire Rain. In fact, he also wanted to use that wildfire. The flames don't work too well against such heavily armored creatures. Then let's start now. Zhongli Yu. Wait. What about me? How could Zhang Mingyu not expect that it was actually his turn today? Wasn't it always Wang Mingxing who had nothing to do before? On the side, Wang Mingxing bared his teeth. Just sit here and watch. Don't add to the chaos. Saying that, he and Zhao Qian jumped onto a tree on the left side. Zhongli then jumped onto Lin Dai's back and jumped onto the tree on the right side. Zhang Mingyu glanced around and his eyes once again looked at Wenryu. Wenryu shrugged. This time there is no need for a priest, so just be a spectator. Zhang Mingyu looked at Wenryu, who jumped off the tree and sighed deeply. Should we let Zhao Qian carry it for a bit while he performs his skills? He quickly shook his head. This thought must not be had, or else he would certainly be crippled today. Holy flame! Holy glory! A layer of white flame was attached to the thunderstorm arrow on Zhongli's bow, and a holy white light appeared on her body. Seeing this scene, Wenryu breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Zhao Qian's skill could succeed, but he wasn't sure about Wang Mingxing's sacred flame. After all, thunderstorm arrow was a skill, a lightning attribute arrow constructed using source power, not a solid body. I didn't think it would really work. I shot. Whoosh! The thunder arrow instantly disappeared above the longbow. Explosion! An explosion went off. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. How much ambiguity is there in what you said? Can't you change the word? He fixed his eyes on it. After the explosion, not 1 but 2 source beasts came over. The other 2 stood in place, still as motionless as statues. Chapter 92, a treat. This has to be a treat. What now? Things weren't what they were supposed to be, and attracting 2 straight over was a little hard to deal with. Wenryu waved her hand. It's not a big problem. Heavy armored shield warrior, gold boss. Race, humanoid. Level, LV 65. Attribute, strength, 600. Body mass, 1215. Agility, 105. Intelligence, 255. Once you punch through a hole, the rest is not a problem. It's not just a high body mass. It's not a big problem. It was enough to know that his physique wasn't bad. Not as good as this humanoid source beast's, but higher than his strength. What's more, his agility was over 800 points, so trying to run into him would be a challenge now. Zhao Qian couldn't help but be a bit skeptical. This was a level 65 gold boss. It wasn't that easy to get. Wenryu directly fell into a sneaking state and quickly ran behind the uninjured source beast with an iron rod in hand. Stifle. I have to say, Blunt weapons are blunt weapons. No matter how thick you wear them, the damage can still be done. Minus 1211. Dizzy. Wonryu's figure was also revealed, but it didn't matter. Quickly moving behind the other source beast, he swished his dagger at the broken hole in his back. Backstab. Minus 2123. A super high number crashed out. Wonryu drew her dagger and added 2 more attacks. Minus 521. Minus 643. Coupled with the damage Jian Li had inflicted earlier, this level 65 gold boss was so dead. The other one is done as it should be. In a few minutes, Wonryu turned her head towards the tree and shrugged. In the face of absolute strength, even hiding in a turtle shell is useless. The corners of Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched as he spat out 2 words under his breath. Pervert. The people in the 2 trees beside them nodded subconsciously. Perverted indeed. Half an hour later, a group of people stood in place looking at the box in front of them. What about this? Jiang Li asked. Looking at the box, the chest has to be opened either by finding a key or a person. In that case, I'll buy this box. You guys split the money. Zhang Mingyu coughed lightly, but the laughter in the corner of his eyes couldn't be stopped. You wish. I'll take this case. Add me 1. The corner of Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched. I don't say it, you all don't say it. When I say it, you all want to buy it. Wonryu rubbed her chin. While diamond chests are mostly good, they are not without their bad ones. Typically the value of the items inside usually ranges from $5 million to $100 million. It's safe to say that 80% of what's in there is in the neighborhood of $15 million. That's why diamond chests officially sell for $10 million apiece, and those who buy them generally don't lose money. In fact, it's not impossible to sell them directly. Listen to me, Zhao Qian interrupted the trio. First of all, the spoils of these 4 source beasts, all of them go to Wonryu. Is there any opinion on this? A few people nodded their heads. This was indeed not much of an opinion. Anyway, the only ones who did it were just Wonryu and Jiang Li. Apart from Zhang Mingyu who didn't do anything, the other 3 women were just playing a supporting role. As for the chest in front of us, I believe that 80% of the funds from the sale go to Wonryu, and the remaining 20% is split equally among everyone else except the purchaser. There's no problem with this one either. Zhao Qian looked at Wonryu. Let's just auction this one off live. It's actually quite hard to find a thief who can open 100% of diamond chests. Who says it's hard? There's one standing right in front of you, but he couldn't open it yet. After all, it was a diamond chest, and it would be too weird to open it. I think it's fine. Wonryu nodded. It's just 1 case of diamonds. When he goes to the treasure trove later, won't he have as many as he wants? Seeing that Wonryu had no opinion, Zhao Qian began to preside over the auction. The official trading market acquisition price is 10 million, and the selling price is 15 million, but we don't follow that price. Instead we start the auction at the normal private trading price of 18 million. No comments. Zhang Mingyu and the others shook their heads. It was all common sense. Aside of Wonryu faced shocked look at a few people. Not 10 million, how to 15 million? And what's with this private transaction? How is this so much more expensive than a gold case? He didn't say anything, though. Let's wait until everything is finalized. I just really didn't expect the price difference to be so great. $18 million. Zhang Mingyu raised his hand in a hurry. $20 million. $23 million. You guys are not right. This price is too high. Zhang Mingyu said in a hurry. Is there such a price increase? Wang Mingxing crossed her arms. Have money to spend as you please. What do you care? Besides, the highest price at the auction house was $33 million. These words made Wonryu gulp. If this sells for $23 million, won't he get another $18 million in his hand? A suitcase millionaire? Hiss. No wonder they say that professionals are rich and poor. The price of this stuff is not moving at the level of 10 million. One is poor and the other is rich. Eventually the box was bought by Zhang Mingyu for a full $35 million. Brother Jade, you have to buy dinner today no matter what you say. Zhang Mingyu had a heartbroken look on his face. A full $2 million more than the auction price. Loss? No. After all, there may not be a few diamond cases all year round, so buying is earning. No problem. I'll buy you guys a barbecue tonight. The corner of Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched. Big brother. Over $20 million. Barbecue please? Wonryu smiled and waved her hand. Just kidding. 5-star hotel at night. He changed his tone. Didn't this diamond case sell for $10 million as I recall? It's true that it sells for 10 million, but that's the price that professionals sell it for at the trading center. Ordinary professionals can't buy diamond chests in the trading center. Diamond chests are only sold in the auction house. About 2 to 5 a year. Zhang Mingyu shrugged. It's not that the average professional doesn't deserve it, but you simply can't afford it. Even if you can afford it, they won't let you in. The big families are in control of such things. Wonryu nodded. Then this trading center was really a pit. It seems that in the future, it's better to ask them before selling anything. When they went back in the evening, Wonryu set up a table at the 5-star hotel they frequented. TSK, being rich is different. Since you're all rich, isn't it time for that car to be returned to me? Every time the car was used up, Wonryu would put it away. In his words, he might have to use it sometime. Wonryu coughed lightly to hide her embarrassment. No problem. I'll return it to you today, but you'll have to help me get a car just like yours to do so. No problem. For $15 million, I'll get you an identical one. Isn't it $12 million? Then mustn't I have a little errand fee? Jean Mingyu said with a straight face. Goddamn errand fees. Chapter 93, This Attribute. Thief of the Avenue of Force? Near the end. When the time comes to open it, tell me what's inside. I'm kinda curious about what's in the box. Don't worry. I'll be sure to tell you when the time comes. It wasn't a big deal. So Jean Mingyu readily agreed. Stick to a point. Everyone's watches rang together. Just guessed. Didn't think it would be this fast. Wang Mingxing glanced at his watch and was speechless. We've guessed what we've seen out there in the last few days, and it's not unacceptable. What's the point of being more helpless? Even they have to comply. Wonryu raised an eyebrow at the message sent. The barrier begins to advance tomorrow, and the advance is expected to take 3 days. Let the professionals rest these 3 days. Okay, the desire to continue is completely stopped. These 3 days off? Rest. There's nothing you can do if you're not allowed to go outside. There are no secret places in the quarantine zone. However, when this time is over, those secret realms will be collected into the city. I don't know if it's going to stay, or if it's going to close down. Sister Qian, let's go shopping. Ever since I awakened, I haven't done any proper shopping yet, Wang Mingxing said with an excited face. Ever since their awakening, they had been busy upgrading. Shopping has been a long time coming. Wonryu coldly came. Didn't you go to the amusement park last time? It's not the same. That was a trip to play. This is a trip to buy clothes. How can that be the same thing? Wang Mingxing said with dissatisfaction. Wonryu shook her head helplessly. How could it be different? It's not all play. It's just that one is in an amusement park and one is in a mall. I think it's fine. It's fine for a few days anyway. Lin Dai chimed in. Zhao Qian nodded. Okay, then let's go together tomorrow. Then he looked at the two of them. You two should join us then. Wonryu rubbed her chin. Shopping? It wasn't impossible, and it just so happened that I was missing a lot of clothes myself. Although he wears armor when fighting, he wears leather armor that only protects his chest. Shirts and pants aren't well protected, but they've ruined a lot of clothes in the past few months, so it's time to buy a bunch. Okay. Returning home at night, Wonryu opened a delivery box and came to the bedroom. Light 3 sticks of incense and respectfully insert them on the censer. Dad, I've used the stuff and it's very nice. By the way, I'll change your portrait to a colorful one for you too. So won't it look a little better? Looking at the colorful photo above her head, Wonryu smiled with satisfaction. When Dad does come back, he won't say anything. He opened the personal information. Name, Wonryu. Age, 18. Occupation, thief, ST. Thief. Potential, C grade, SSS grade. Level, 3rd order advanced. Attributes, strength, 911. Physique, 852. Agility, 899. Intelligence, 425. Gifted skills, Saint, lockpicking. Saint Wonderful Hands LV4, 18213/100000. Unique. Skills, Windblade LV2, X22, Thunderlance LV3, X65. ST. Stifler LV3, 523/1000. ST. Yenchai LV2, 142/500. Sneak. Backstab LV3, 221/1000. Bonepick LV2, 412/500. Shadow Attack LV2, 22/500. Sprint LV1, 25/100. Flaming Fire Max. Wonryu raised her eyebrows. When did this strength attribute actually exceed agility? What? The thief who told me to take the path of power? It's not bad. Normal attacks, after all, rely mostly on strength. Higher strength results in higher damage from pummeling. A random hit from him now would be able to match their skill damage. It is this intelligence. The corner of Wonryu's mouth twitched. The attribute genus was indeed a bit low. After such a long period of observation, Wonryu roughly understood the source of this intelligence attribute. The probability of acquiring the intelligence attribute from a walker-flyer type source animal is extremely low, whereas from humans as well as humanoid source beasts, access is extremely high. It's a pity. The number of humanoid source beasts encountered is too small. Otherwise it would have broken 500 long ago. He then took the dagger out again. Dagger of Elemental Devouring, Growth Type. Rank, None. Quality, SSS+. Damage, 72 to 86. Bonus, 1. Eating Yuan, slaying a source beast devours some of its source power. Increasing damage, 15/100, plus 2. 2. Soul Eater, killing a source beast stores soul power, 177. 5 out of 1000. 3. Spirit Shield, consumes soul power to protect spirit space. Inlay, 1. Magic Breaking Crystal Stone LV5, ignore opponent's magic defense by 25%. In the last 2 days, the number of source beasts he had killed was significantly higher than before. As per before, he would have intervened at best, more like watching the show from the sidelines. And now, almost half of the source beasts were killed by him. One was that he needed a source upgrade himself, and the other was because of this dagger. Both Yuan Devouring and Spirit Devouring required him to kill the source beasts in order to do so. When Ryu looked at the dagger, should be getting an armor-breaking crystal to do so, if he had the armor-breaker crystals. If another source beast like the heavily armored shield warrior appeared, he would be able to deal with it by himself. But the price? Guess it's a little hard. Especially LV5 crystals. That price is simply high. The price of different types of crystals is different. LV1 crystals, the price isn't that high because there are just too many of them in existence. You'll be able to get one for 1,000 bucks. From LV3 onwards, the number of crystals plummets, and their prices range from 100,000 to 500,000 depending on the attribute category. LV5 is even starting at 5 million, and like the armor-breaking type crystals he needed, it was 8 million to start with. $8 million might not be expensive at all to people like Zhang Mingyu, but to Wenryu, the former Wenryu was expensive. If it were not for his recent luck, he would have been lucky to have $1 million to spare, and buying LV5 crystals is a dream. And that's just talking about the market selling price. The real transaction price is estimated to be even higher than that. It's hard to figure out. It looks like we still need to ask Zhang Mingyu and the others. LV5 crystals are available, but never seen or heard of them being sold anywhere. It's probably just like the diamond case. It's all monopolized by these families. It's still tough enough to survive as an ordinary professional. Wenryu stretched her back. A look at his new house now reveals contentment in his eyes. This life now is good enough to be self-sufficient. Chapter 94, a rare break. Shopping is more tiring than fighting. Why are you two so slow getting out? It's 9 o'clock. Wang Mingxing looked at the two people who came out together with a puzzled expression. I don't suppose you two last night. There's gossip. The other few women instantly turned their heads and looked at the two with a skeptical expression. A 1m7 tall soft-looking Zhang Mingyu, and a 1m8 plus tall handsome-looking Wenryu. The double jade combo is exciting any way you think about it. If one of them was a muscle-bound man. Exciting. It's exciting. A few women didn't know how many images they had brainstormed in their minds. Even Jian Li had a light in her eyes. The corner of Wenryu's eyes twitched. Aren't you professionals? Why are you still like paparazzi? Ahem. If your brain isn't clean, you'd better take it out and wash it. What kind of people are these? We're all people with the same hobbies. Don't imagine us as Chu Xian. Wenryu glanced at Zhang Mingyu. You don't let people die. A group of 2 cars headed straight for the city center. Wenryu sat in the passenger side and looked at the scenery on the road. When was the last time you were downtown? I think it's with my father, isn't it? At that time, with my father around and money in hand, I still dared to come here. It hasn't come back since my father left. Even when I buy clothes, it's only at the stalls near my home. So I really miss it. 20 minutes later, 2 cars pulled up to the curb. Wenryu got out of the car and looked at the building in the distance. Familiar and unfamiliar. This building is still the same. Yeah, this mall is 20 years old and still the best mall in the city. To tell you one more thing, this mall is owned by Lin Dai's family. Why else would it be called Lin's Mall? Zhang Mingyu said with a bad smile on his face. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. Damn it! You can't be rich enough to be rich. He couldn't help but look at Lin Dai. The person who was so angry because of a few $1,000s at the time would actually be so rich. If I had known that, it would have cost tens of thousands. Then again, that shirt of his is co-branded with a good dozen brands. Well, yes, it's a co-branded model. Come on, let's go on a shopping spree. Wang Mingxing pulled Lin Dai and Jiang Li's hands and walked forward. Zhao Qian followed at the side while the two of the men fell behind. In a women's clothing store. No, I'd better buy my own. These pants don't fit me. Jiang Li waved her hand repeatedly. Oops, it's okay, I have plenty of money. Besides, aren't these pants the same as on you? Wang Mingxing was holding a more ordinary jeans, which was indeed similar to the one Jiang Li was wearing. Only the prices are worlds apart. Wenryu could never understand how the same material and the same style could be sold here for thousands of dollars and still be bought by so many people. Anyway, if it were him, he wouldn't have bought it if he said so. It's simply unjust. but a few of the women were in good spirits and already had a number of extra bags in their hands. In the end, Zhangli really can't argue with Wang Mingxing. The 6,888 jeans finally came to her hands. Oops. You're a man of several $1 million. Don't care about this small amount of money. If you want to make money, you have to learn how to spend it first, and only when you spend it will you want to make more money, Lin Dai said with an amused expression. And you're an extremely good professional. Are you still afraid of running out of money? Speaking of this, Lin Dai couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The same S-ranked professional. Why was her talent actually burst? What a snake charmer. She also wanted a talent that would increase her attack power as well. Well, it didn't seem like it didn't increase the attack power, but it was just that it was still a bit worse compared to Wang Mingxing and Zhang Li's talents. Thinking of this, Lin Dai glanced at Wenruyu. And this pervert, can't beat that. You guys watch first, I'll go buy some clothes too. Wenruyu snorted and wanted to leave on her own. After all, it was just the regular store he was going to. Ha, don't, everyone. Wang Mingxing paid in a hurry. Wenruyu had a hesitant look on her face. I'll just go to the store downstairs and just buy random clothes. It's fine. Everyone's going, it's just shopping anyway. Alright. A group of people came to the second floor of the men's clothing in great numbers. Here are all affordable clothes. The most expensive will not be more than $2,000, and it is still a coat. Hello, may I take your order? The waiter surveyed the group and his eyes lit up. It's a big client. Except for the man in front of him, the price of the clothes of the rest of the people was not lower. Get me a set of this tracksuit to try. Wenruyu pointed to a set of black sportswear and said, in the wild black is the most resistant to fabrication, and at night it is even more stealthy. Okay. Wenruyu briefly tried it and nodded with satisfaction. Give me 20 sets of this number. Ha, the salesman didn't react for a moment. You mean, this same model costs 20 sets, right? Who's a good person to buy clothes like that? Even if you like it, you can just buy 3 sets. But 20 sets? Zhao Qian's few girls also looked at Wenruyu with a speechless face and asked Zhang Mingyu in a low voice, do you boys really buy clothes like that? Zhang Mingyu looked at the clothes she was wearing. Not really, like I'm different. I'll buy a few colors, 2 or 3 sets of each. The corner of Lin Dai's mouth twitched. What a relief. When Wenruyu heard Zhang Mingyu's words, she hurriedly said, give me 10 sets of gray and 10 sets of black. Black and gray for a change is not bad. Wenruyu threw the clothes into her belt and looked at the several women suspiciously. Why don't you guys throw the bags into your backpacks? In fact, he had just been curious as to why these guys were holding the bag all the time. Wasn't it a hassle? Zhao Qian took out a piece of clothing and pointed to a latch on it and said, more than 5,000 clothes have one of these clasps on them. It's made using the materials used to create the space backpack, and it can't be put in the space back, so you can only wait until you go out and let the staff disassemble it. Granted, thieves don't usually steal clothes, but what if, say, do you want to consider purchasing some better-looking clothes? Wang Mingxing couldn't help but say, what a waste to just wear workout clothes when you have such a great body. Not really interested, the clothes just need to be comfortable. Wenruyu buys clothes just as long as they're comfortable, so she buys a few more. When I didn't have any money, I used to only dare to buy 3 for $100. Now that I have the money, I finally dare to buy a 500 set. It's not that you can't afford thousands of dollars of clothing, but this is more cost-effective. I found a random restaurant to deal with for lunch and continued shopping in the afternoon. Did you used to have nothing to do but shop with them? Wenruyu didn't know what was going on. She always felt as if her legs were filled with lead. It's heavy and tiring. It felt more exhausting than even fighting the source beasts outside. Ugh, getting used to it. Doesn't it feel exhausting? Just get used to it. Shopping with girls is like suffering from real injuries. Obviously just walking. It turns out to be more tiring than being chased by a source beast for 10 miles. Chapter 95, Men's Restroom? Woman? Love killing? Zhang Mingyu has a calm face. It is not just shopping. It has been shopping for a few years. Ha! Zhang Mingyu hurriedly looked toward a store in the distance with a puzzled expression. How did he come here? Who? Wenruyu followed his gaze and didn't see anyone special. Zhao Qian turned her head and looked puzzled as well. When did he come back? It can't be. Her brow furrowed and she hoped it wasn't what she thought it was. No, what riddles are you talking about? Who is it? What's wrong? Wenruyu felt like she couldn't keep up with the two men's brain circuits. Who in the world? It's Chu Feng, Chu Xian's brother. He only comes back once in a long time. I don't know what this time is because of. Lin Dai's 3 girls walked out of the store. Hearing Zhao Qian's words, Lin Dai shook her head. I think you're overthinking it. It's not like you don't know the situation of their family. How could he come back for that brother? I reckon it just happened to come back. Don't think too much. It could be like you said. But be careful. Listening to the words of the two, Wenryu became even more curious. How? Tell me. Harm. What else could be the case? Chu Xian and him are half-brothers, and after Chu Feng's mother died, his father brought back the bastard chant, and then even that woman, who was rumored to be pregnant now. It's actually not a big deal in a family like this. That woman is said to be an S-rank fire mage. Similar to me. Lin Dai shrugged his shoulders, not really considering this to be anything. How many of these big families aren't like that? Your father. The crowd looked at him breathlessly, asking this question. You're lucky you didn't get killed. Just because it's common doesn't mean it's all good. There's only about 5 or 6 families that have it. Of course, there are those that haven't been found, but we certainly don't have any in our house. Just then Chu Feng in the distance came towards this side. Wang Mingxing glanced at the escalator behind him. Where we're standing is really not the place. Chu Feng was also stunned when he saw a few people, and then brought a smile on his face. It's you guys, on vacation today? Big brother Chu Feng. Isn't this the quarantine belt going to be advanced? And the professionals can't get out, so they've come to take a stroll. Wang Mingxing had a budding expression. It almost didn't cause physical discomfort to Wenryu. A few others are in a similar situation. Pretend. It's really too pretentious. He came to Jiang Li's side. Just the two of them were out of place here. After chatting briefly, Chu Feng took the escalator and went down the stairs. Is that his family's store? Didn't they say his family is awesome? Why is he still running a small crappy store here? That store didn't look like much. Just a small luxury store. That's something you don't understand. The bigger the family, the more industries that hand. Rich people never mind that they have a lot of money. They want to be involved in a hand in everything. Chu Feng was just an interlude, and the crowd continued shopping. I have to say that women's money is just good. Men's clothing is only available in stores on the 2nd floor. Women's clothing, on the other hand, is on the 3rd, 4th and 5th floors, taking up 3 floors outright. The 4 women turned happy straight away. However, in Wenryu's opinion, Jiang Li was more heartbroken than happy. Even though it was said that today's spending was all spent by the other 3 girls, she was still a little distressed by the money. Come to think of it, it would hurt him if he put it on himself. When you go out to fight, you can't wear these clothes. It's better to be practical. Before, when it was hot, Zhang Mingyu was just wearing a priest's vestment on the outside and a big undershirt and pants on the inside. If it weren't for the bad ground outside, he wondered if Zhang Mingyu would be wearing a flip-flop. It is said that there in the coastal cities, flip-flops are almost standard. Ah! A scream at 3 p.m. Echoed through 4 or 5 floors. Murder! Call the police! Vom! A man, in his 30s, ran out of a side passage. After yelling, he held onto the wall and kept vomiting. Probably didn't eat much for lunch. Nothing but dry heaves. As the daughter of the owner of this mansion, Lin Dai rushed out in a hurry. Where's the dead man? Wenryu hurriedly pointed to the passageway not far away. That man ran out from inside and yelled. It's the bathroom inside. Lin Dai dialed the phone as he walked. A few people saw this and followed. Instead of going in, they stood guard outside and kept the others away. It's better to arrange for a professional to do this kind of thing. It didn't take long for the head of the mall to come down, jogging all the way to Lin Dai. Eldest miss, why didn't you notify me when you came? The man in charge bent over slightly with a respectful face. Lin Dai waved his hand. My business is unimportant. First send someone to get this place under control, and cooperate well with the security bureau when they come later. Yes. Does this affect your home? Wenryu asked. Lin Dai shook his head. It's just a dead person. It's nothing to us. All year round in a city, there will always be people who will strike and kill, and most of these are professionals. We're just a venue and can't guarantee everyone's safety. In the old days, the mall might have had an impact, but now it has no impact at all. Does surveillance work? It's only useful for normal people. It's really not very useful for professionals. Those with slightly higher attributes left behind nothing more than stubble. Technology is indeed evolving, but only in terms of facilitating life. Professionals continue to dominate. Shortly after the head of the mall arrived on this side, people from the security bureau arrived on the other side. Walking into the bathroom in the middle of the passage, the leader's brow furrowed as things seemed to be going a little overboard. What kind of grudge could do such a thing? You're in charge of the mall? That's right. I'm the person in charge here. Zhao Guangji. Zhao Guangji looked at the bathroom and turned pale. The lead man shook his head. Call your mall owner. Zhao Guangji froze then nodded. Lin Dai and his group walked in. Are you the owner of this place? The owner here is my father. He'll be here later. Wenryu glanced inward from the back and it was actually a woman. Men's restroom? Women? Love killing? Then the first suspect must be her husband. It's actually her? Zhao Qian looked at the woman on the ground with a worried expression. Things seemed really complicated. The lead man raised an eyebrow at that. What? You know her? He knew that the woman who died before him was a professional, and that some of the source power fluctuations remained in her body. But I didn't realize they actually knew each other. On the side, Lin Dai nodded and shook his head. We know her, but not very well. Tell me about it. Maybe we can learn something from it. Her name is Lin Soft Jade. She is the wife of Chu Tianqin of the Chu family. I think it's better to inform him about this matter. I suspect that the person who did it has a big grudge against him. Chapter 96. You don't suspect me, do you? Lin Dai stood further forward than all of them, and the interior of the bathroom could be seen more truly than the others. It was no longer something she could be involved in. You call the real owner of this place. It would be fine if it was just a simple murder case. But what's in front of us clearly isn't. The group walked out of the bathroom and looked at each other. What the hell is going on? When Lin Dai finished his call, Zhao Qian hurriedly asked, what happened to that Lin Softiu? They didn't lean forward at the back and could only see that face of Lin Softiu. Lin Dai sighed softly. Lin Softiu. The entire stomach being opened. You guys know that scene. Several people from Zhan Mingyu looked at each other and saw panic in each other's eyes. If they remember correctly, that Lin Soft Jade had been pregnant for a long time. Right. By now it should have to have 3 or 4 months. Right. This. Terror. When Ruyu and Jiang Li both just felt that this murderer was a bit cruel. After all, this pregnancy thing was not clear to the two of them. Two men with faces that looked like they were only in their 30s walked up one after the other. Where's my wife? Chu Tianqin had an excited face. Uncle Chu. Inside. Lin Dai pointed at the bathroom inside the passageway with a respectful face. When Chu Tianqin went in, Lin Dai skimmed his lips. It's really annoying to act like you know what you're doing every time you meet someone like this. Dai, are you okay? Lin's father stepped forward and hastily surveyed Lin Dai, and only sighed in relief after he was sure there was no problem. Dad, it's not like I'm the one who died Lin Softiu. Lin Dai was a bit teary-eyed. So in case you get hurt, aren't you? I'm just worried. Lin's father began to speak at length, and between the lines he was actually concerned about Lin Dai. Lin Dai tried to speak, but Lin's father didn't even give a chance. A full 10 minutes passed before Lin's father stopped. Let Zhao Guangji go if there's danger in the future. Don't go. Zhao Guangji, who was standing not far away, glanced at his boss, obviously immune to such words. Lin's father turned his head to look at Wen Ruyu and her group. Zhao Qian, my family Lin Dai has caused you trouble. Uncle Lin, it's no trouble. Thank you for taking care of Lin Dai, and come to our house sometime. He then looked at Wen Ruyu, his eyes narrowing. Is this your new team member? Why haven't I heard of him? He's quite tall and handsome. Lin's father was all smiles. The corner of Zhao Qian's mouth twitched. She knew it. Yes, Uncle Lin. Our new team member. This is his girlfriend. Zhao Qian directly pulled Jiang Li, who was fuming on the side, in front of her. Zhao Qian tapped behind her. Jiang Li closed his mouth. His face flushed red. When Ruyu blinked her eyes. What is this? I'm just in love? What a situation. The smile on Lin's father's face became even thicker. Not bad. Not bad. The two of you are quite compatible. You guys play by yourselves. I'm going to check the situation. When Lin's father left, Zhao Qian's 4 people exhaled in unison. Your father is finally gone. Zhao Qian looked relieved. What's the situation of this? When Ruyu had a curious look on her face. Her dad's here. How come he's in love? Zhan Mingyu had a bitter face. You don't know that her dad is a daughter protector. When I first met Lin Dai, his dad that bombarded me directly with words. The whole 3 hours, his dad's mouth never stopped. Recalling the situation, Zhan Mingyu shivered. This he is still just an ordinary friend of the opposite sex. This if Lin Dai boyfriend. Really do not know what kind of destruction to face. The corner of Wen Ruyu's mouth twitched. Getting it. This is not wanting Lin Dai to have a boyfriend, is it? Luckily Zhao Qian reacted quickly enough. Otherwise he would have been interrogated for sure. Geez, actually my dad is just worried about me getting scammed. It's just that this is a bit of an outrageous way to go about it. And while I'm a bit overwhelmed by it as well, my heart's in the right place. Lin Dai said helplessly. 10 minutes later, Lin's father and Chu Tianqin came out from inside one after the other. The security service came out of the back pushing a shrouded body bag. The CCTV has been viewed and no one suspicious was seen. Odds are it was done by a professional. So, it may take a bit longer. I hope Mr. Chu can be patient. That captain of the security bureau didn't know what to say. Professionals commit crimes that are much harder to find than ordinary people. Unless one is in the midst of a rebellion. A silent killing like this is not normally found. And, odds are, it's a stealth-related ability. This kind is even harder to find. He turned his head to look at Lin's father. I suggest that you should install the hidden braking lamps at an early date. The above is already proceeding to issue the documents. I believe that it won't be long before this kind of hidden braking equipment will be required to be installed in every important place in the country. Don't worry, I'll install it tomorrow. One is just a few $1,000,000, and he can still afford to pay that. Lin's father glanced at Chu Tianqin and shook his head. It's not that I won't help you, but there's really no way out. Just wait for the comrades from the security bureau to find the murderer. And don't do anything stupid yourself. A city of people who don't know each other. There's no connection, but it's time to be comforted. Chu Tianqin nodded and didn't say anything. After everyone had left, Lin's father brought a few people upstairs to a restaurant for dinner. Lin Dai couldn't help but ask, with Chu Tianqin's situation, there's no need to be so attached. What do you know? Do you think it's Lin Yu's death that he's obsessed with? What he's obsessed with is his unborn child. With his strength, finding a daughter-in-law isn't simple. You also don't think about it. His youngest son Xu Xian just died, and now the unborn child. Lin's father couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. If anyone dared to touch Lin Dai, he would directly kill the other party's entire family. Chu Tianqin sat on the sofa and suddenly asked, Old Wang, where did Chu Feng go today? Today, the eldest young master went to inspect a few of our stores and only returned a moment ago. Are there any Lin's Mall stores? The butler pondered for a moment. There should be one. Chu Tianqin's face was cloudy, and he took out his cell phone to call Chu Tian over. 10 minutes later, Chu Feng walked into the villa with a gentle smile on his face. Dad, you're looking for me? Did you do what happened to your Aunt Lin? Chu Tianqin asked with a calm face. Auntie Lin? What is it? Chu Feng was surprised. Your Auntie Lin died at Lin's Mall. Didn't you go to Lin's Mall today? I did go, but I didn't meet Auntie Lin. Chu Feng was somewhat puzzled. Then with a shocked face, he looked at Chu Tianqin. Dad, you don't think I did it? Do I have to? Don't you trust your own son? Chu Feng had a sad face. Chu Tianqin's heart immediately softened. This is his only son. As long as you didn't start it, it's all good. And when I catch that man, I'll make sure he's in pieces. Dad, I'll help you. After seeing Chu Feng leave, Chu Tianqin took out his phone. Chapter 97 Purple Pillar of Light. Special Secret Realm. What about the findings? Chu Tianqin was apprehensive, hoping that it wasn't what he had in mind. Boss, the Grand Duke left the mall at 1:30 p.m. Good. Chu Tianqin hung up the phone and sighed in relief. Lin Softia died at 2:30 p.m. The time is not right. Then it wasn't Chu Feng who moved. As to whether it was someone he was looking for, that's not very likely. Chu Feng had a few people he still knew, and where he had gone today, he had already checked. Chu Tianqin couldn't help but think deeper. Who really moved? There are just too many people who have had problems with him. On the other hand, Chu Feng returned to his villa. Chu Feng waved his hand and pointed upstairs. Go up and talk. The man nodded and came to the room upstairs with Chu Feng. Chu, that man is buried. Chu Feng smiled. Very well. But what about that referral of his? Take them all away and feed them to the fish. And don't let one of them live. Shunli, this matter must be done well, you know. Don't worry, Chu. I know how to do this. Shunli patted his chest. Chu Feng nodded with satisfaction. You go. Good. He stood at the window and looked downstairs. Shunli soon left the villa area. Chu Feng picked up his cell phone and dialed out a number. I want you to help me kill someone. A woman's voice came over the phone. No problem. But in exchange, you'll have to do us a favor as well. The following day at noon, when Ruyu looked at Zhang Mingyu, who was lying on her own sofa, and a wave of helplessness came over her. After shopping yesterday, I said I'd take a day off today. Turns out this one came over in the morning. I said, don't you want to get some rest? What are you doing here with me? I'm on my own, and I don't want to go home, so I came to see you. What's the matter? Are you hiding a woman? I don't think you're like this kind of person. Or is there any woman who wants to come over later? Do you want me to make room for you? When Ruyu shook her head, this person was simply hopeless. Clanking sound. Clanking sound. Holy, you don't really have a woman looking for you, do you? How is that possible? Zhang Mingyu looked at him in surprise. When Ruyu was also a bit confused. He didn't know anyone either. Opening the door to the room. When Ruyu's mouth twitched. You guys are here in a group? One guess you guys didn't go out. Zhao Qian walked in carrying 2 bags, followed by a few other women. When Ruyu stepped out of the way with a helpless face. I thought we said it was a day off. Why are they all here? He really just wanted a quiet day off. That's how it all came about. Is rest today did not go anywhere is not rest? Wang Mingxing put the drink case in his hand on the ground. We had no fun staying home, so we came over to see you guys. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g. Yes, it's me. Life is hard. The 4 women went straight to the kitchen with the dishes, while one Ruyu sat on the sofa. Why don't you people ever go home? How nice of you to come home. There's nobody home. It's not the quarantine zone advancing. It's all gone to work. Zhang Mingyu picked up the melon seeds on the table and clicked them open. Looking at the melons on the table, Wenruyu was extremely skeptical that they had planned this for a long time. This melon is still Zhang Mingyu's own. Plugging into the news. A male body has been found in the Rinka Park in Toyokyo. Zhang Mingyu took a look and shook his head. This look is an ordinary person's maneuver. Nowadays people don't know how to think. This kind of crime is not out of 24 hours to be able to find. Ordinary people can't be compared to professionals. And as long as they appear in the camera, they can't be avoided. But professionals can. That's why. The case in the mall yesterday was such a headache. Wenruyu nodded with approval. If it was him, he would collect the body in his backpack. And although said backpack would glow red, burying it in the ground or throwing it in the river would not be noticed. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask. You said that the murder of that Lin Soft Jade yesterday was done by a professional. So why didn't you just put it in your backpack? Then who knows? It's probably because they want to take revenge on Chu Tianqin. Buzz. Zhang Mingyu turned her head in a hurry. There was nothing in the window outside the living room. He rushed into the second bedroom and looked through the window to the back. My chow. What else is there to eat? It's a pillar of purple light. Zhang Mingyu ran out from the second bedroom with an excited face. Zhao Qian's trio hurriedly ran out from the kitchen. Really? 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 It is indeed a pillar of purple light. Jiang Li walked out of the kitchen in uncertainty as to what had happened. What a pillar of purple light. Wenruyu was also confused. Why did it feel as if this purple light pillar was very powerful? What's wrong with the purple pillar of light? Didn't we meet a blue pillar of light before? And isn't it just a secret realm descending? Lin Dai hurriedly explained. It's not the same, not the same. The blue light pillar represents the primary secret realm while the purple light pillar represents the special secret realm. There is a big difference between this kind of secret realm and other secret realms. And that is that the grade of the source beasts inside appear based on the squad's grade. What? Wenruyu looked at Lin Dai with a confused expression. What did it mean? Different teams meet different source beasts? It's space technology. Strictly speaking, even if 100 million teams go in this secret realm, you won't meet one. You can think of him as a game copy. A copy that anyone can enter without interfering with each other. Sounds like it's not too bad. I just don't know what kind of copy this time will be. This is the first special copy we've met after awakening. I also don't know how many rewards we'll be able to obtain. What reward? Source power, skills, and weapons are all possible. I just don't know what's being compared this time. It is not unfair for everyone to face a source beast of the same level as themselves. Wenruyu rubbed her chin. It sounded like it was quite interesting. You're saying that the source beast level and the squad member level are the same, right? He confirmed. Well, that's right. Source beasts like the ones our squad is facing are those in the middle of level 30 to 39. Hearing him say that, Wenruyu thought to herself, it seems like she shouldn't hide her strength this time. He glanced at his attributes and the time was up. This attribute value is sufficient. As for the ones in front of him, I'm sure they won't tell anyone about him. If I told you, he has a way of doing that too. It's impossible to cook, and the special secret door opens in only 1 hour. You can't get in after that time. Let's go. No more cooking. Go down and deal with a random bite. Quick, quick, quick. The group rushed downstairs. At the small store downstairs, casually copped a bite and drove straight to where the purple pillar of light was. When she arrived and looked at the spectacular scene in front of her, Wenruyu swallowed her saliva. That's not too many people. Chapter 98. Who dares to say this is a normal attack? I'm afraid this isn't the entire city's professionals coming. At this point they were still like 3 kilometers away from the secret gate in front of them, and the car couldn't get through anymore. Not to mention cars, even people can't get through. Of course there are more. The quarantine belt advancing professionals could not get out in the first place. It is not easy to come to a special secret realm. Of course all came. Wenruyu stood on the roof of the car, looking at the purple light pillar in the distance. The purple light pillar wasn't big, with a diameter of almost 3 meters or so. The building on the left side was unlucky. Part of it was enveloped by a pillar of purple light, and it was expected that it would be partially destroyed when the secret realm descended. But people are used to it. The secret world descends, and it feels like a blessing not to destroy a building. The crowd was growing, and people kept coming from far away. Buzz! A secret door appeared out of nowhere. Wenruyu raised an eyebrow. The way this appeared was not yet the same as an ordinary gate. The pillar of light disappeared and the door to the secret realm opened. People are pouring in like crazy. 20 minutes later, Wenruyu and her group also walked in. With a flash of light, Wenruyu's right hand had an extra watch, and an interface popped up, which was densely filled with names. He was wondering how this thing was judging the teams, but it turned out that he had to make his own selections. Soon a group invite popped up. He clicked to confirm and then came to a white space. Brush, brush, a figure appeared, and it was none other than Zhang Mingyu and the few of them. Okay, let's get ready to start. As Zhao Qian's words fell, the watch in Wenruyu's right hand once again popped out a text. Race to the secret world, ranked according to how fast you get through. This secret realm has a total of 12 layers, each layer of the creature level by level. The 6th layer is more than the highest level of the squad by 1 level. The 7th layer is more than 3 levels. The 8th layer is more than 5 levels and elite creatures. The 9th layer is more than 10 levels. The 10th layer is more than 10 levels and bronze bosses. And the 11th layer is more than 10 levels of gold bosses. Please be ready to begin at any time. Professionals. Looking at the message on his watch, Zhang Mingyu was speechless. Is this sure it's a racing secret realm? Beyond a level 10 gold bosses who can fight. That's not right. They've got Wenryu in there. This wave, the advantage is mine. Brother Jade, this time it's up to you. This time it's a race. The faster you kill, the higher the ranking and the more rewards you'll get. Maybe we won't even have to hunt the source beasts and we'll be able to advance to the intermediate or even advanced 3rd rank. The first one he didn't dare to think about. But how could the top 100 get there? Wenryu moved her muscles. Don't worry and leave it to me. It's time to let you guys know what true strength is. But don't tell the outside world about today's events. You all know that I am fatherless and motherless and have nothing to hold on to. Dad, don't worry about it. I'm just saying. Several people looked at each other. Could it be that Wenryu still hid her strength? It shouldn't be. Don't worry. Even if you do 10,000 points of damage today, I won't tell anyone. We're a squad. Surely we won't tell. Don't you know what kind of people we are? Wenryu nodded. These people were indeed good. If he hadn't, he would have left long ago. Wenryu took a deep breath and took out her dagger. Let's get going then. Good. With a flash of light, the crowd arrived in an empty room. The walls all around were that very old brick and stone. Wenryu surveyed the area. This is what should be called the first floor. Just what about the source beasts? Kala-la-la-la. There was a sound of a winch driving a chain. Rumbling. Only directly in front of them, a stone door slowly rose to reveal a passageway behind them. Holy, is this what's going on in here? It looks pretty advanced. As a professional who was also participating in a special secret realm for the first time, Zhang Mingyu had a curious look on his face. It wasn't as if the secret realm hadn't descended before. Generally speaking, 2 or 3 times a year was still possible. But it's nice to meet them once every 2 or 3 years when they descend on the city. At one time, I had only watched the Pillar of Light from afar, and it was really the first time I had come in. He had heard his brother talk about the secret world before, and each time the secret world situation was different. But listening and watching are 2 different things. Rolling. The stone door reaches the top and a pair of turquoise eyes are revealed. It's the Wind Demon Wolf, rank 32, which can be pretty low. 10 seconds later, 20 Wind Demon Wolves stood in front of them. Just that much? Wenryu, who had wanted to show off her skills, instantly lost interest. Just this, he used his full strength? 20? Well, we don't know. It's all the first time after all. Even the race mode is different every time it comes up. And no one knows what the rules are for his next race mode. Zhao Qian had a helpless look on her face. She vaguely remembered her second brother saying that the strangest racing mode he had ever met was actually running. Simply running is more than speed. That one time it was the agility class professions, and the top 100 were all assassins and thieves. That's right, even the thieves outnumbered the rest of them. And that's if it's fair, but it's not fair at all to other professions. Then what are you waiting for? Just do it. It's not hard at all. With a casual step, Wenryu arrived in front of the source beast and casually slashed through the Wind Demon Wolf's neck. -1811. Weakness attack. Hiss. The few people who were about to make a move froze. What did they see? That. Did Wenryu not use a skill just now? A mere dagger slash, right? Zhang Mingyu asked with some uncertainty. Lin Dai nodded stiffly. It seems so. How high are the base attributes? No wonder he said that. If anyone else knew about this is definitely a counterintuitive existence. If some clans knew about this situation, they wouldn't go so far as to make a move against Wenryu. But the possibility of borrowing a seed from him was still very high. What if you inherit it? It's not like this hasn't happened before. I remember an SSS-ranked professional from 100 years ago who had been loaned a seed. It is said that the man did not stop for 2 whole years, and at a later time, the state gave it protection, and it took 5 years of physical conditioning to recover. Then the man never married until he died, and it was said that he went weak in the knees at the sight of a woman. However, his offspring were quite numerous, and there was no lack of some SS-ranked S-ranked professionals. As for SSS rank there were also, but exactly who that was is unknown, and since then, it has been officially banned. But there's a way up and a way down, and it's always okay to go out and have a little fun. Zhao Qian looked serious. Everyone keep their mouths shut for me. If I know who dares to say anything, Don't blame me for flipping out. Don't worry, Sister Qian. Don't you know what we are like? Triggered by the magic hand. Agility +9. Trigger wonderful hands. Gain fresh liver +1. Wenryu raised an eyebrow. Since myriad hands advanced to LV4, it had been rare to see this. It was really nostalgic. 1 minute later. Aren't you going to do it? Wenryu inquired as she stood in the pile of corpses. Chapter 99, Sister Lin. Why didn't you use this ability earlier? Coming. Zhao Qian answered. The second wave of creatures arrives. Brother Jade, someone is already faster than us. What should we do? Zhan Mingyu looked at the watch ranking in his hand. Theirs had fallen behind 100th place. The lower the ranking, the worse the rewards you get. It's not that there aren't strong people. It's just that a lot of them are more low-key. The ones that surpassed them were mostly squads of professionals who had become famous earlier. There was no lack of some 7th and 8th order professionals among them. Wenryu froze. So fast? Isn't it a source beast of the same level? How could it be so much different? He glanced at his wonderful hands. LOL doesn't work anymore. It slows down when I use it. A total of 40 wind demon wolves. Wenryu directly turned on the true racing mode and moved at a rapid pace through the wolves. One wind demon wolf fell to the ground. Just ran a few steps. Zhao Qian stopped. Does she still have to go up? Where are the rankings now? Zhan Mingyu's eyelids jumped. This is afraid that it is not half a minute. The first 30. I guess the back will chase faster. With Wenryu's current speed, even if she slowed down a bit at the back, she would still be much faster than the others. 10 minutes later, they had arrived at the 6th floor. Their speed was already considered fast. After all, there were 3 waves of source beasts on the first floor. The first 5 levels were simple for Wenryu, none of them using any skills, relying purely on the dagger. It was also because all of them were source beasts with little defense. Does Jade need to rest for a while? Zhan Mingyu looked at his watch. There was now a 10-minute break. One can choose to rest or continue. It could be said that 95% of these 5 layers of creatures were killed by Wenryu, and they arguably didn't do much. It wasn't that they didn't want to do it, but the source beast died before they could do it, and there was no chance at all. The only time he struck out was still on the 5th floor, when the source beasts were a bit much, and he took advantage of the chaos to kill some of them. What's the ranking? 8th place. Where did 1st place go? 3rd wave of the 6th floor. Wenryu exhaled, not expecting that someone could actually be so fast. Rest was out of the question, and he wondered how much of this so-called reward could be given. Go on. As the captain of this secret world, Zhao Qian, click the battle button. When the new creature appeared, the crowd looked at Wenryu in unison. Was he already this high in level? Level 40 humanoid assassin. It's level 40. Keep in mind that the 6th level is one more level than the highest level. That meant that even though Wenryu was at the advanced level of the 3rd rank, he had already reached the top rank of the 3rd rank. It is estimated that the 4th order will be reached by the end of the day. It's not reasonable. It's kind of reasonable. After all, the potential was only C. It was normal to require less source power. Just, the damage is more or less outrageous. Wenryu looked at the source beast in front of her and raised an eyebrow. Level 40 is high, but as a humanoid assassin source beast, the attributes were mainly focused on agility, and the physique was not half as bad. It's like a delivery for him. A total of 10 source beasts were all resolved in less than a minute. The last 2 waves only totaled 50. Ranking 5th. It's amazing how quickly you can get past the 6th floor. Looking at Wenryu's puzzled eyes, Zhan Mingyu shrugged. That's normal. Even if you are strong, you can't be fast all the time. Of course, this doesn't include you, the pervert. In his opinion, Wenryu would not slow down even when facing a bronze boss. After all, he still hadn't used his skills up until now. First wave of level 7, 10 level 42 shadow leopards. Second wave, the 3rd wave. At this point 14 minutes had passed. Zhan Mingyu looked at the time on his watch and secretly smacked his lips. Fast. It's just too fast. Ranking? Wenryu moved her wrists, and it was time to start using her skills on the 8th floor. 3rd. First place is at the 2nd round on the 8th floor at this time. Exhale. Finally caught up. Go on. The number of source beasts that came out of the passage was not large. Only 5. However, these 5 made Wenryu's face darken. Good grief, how is this thing? It's not a trap. Pooch can't be used anymore. It's time to go up in intensity. Level 44 Elite Heavy Armored Shield Warrior. When the crowd saw this, they knew it was time for them to make their move. And each one of them jumped at the chance. Zhongli pulled open his longbow, and a lightning-attributed arrow appeared on top of it. It's finally time to show his strength. I hope it doesn't scare him. Fiery fire. Minus 1230. Minus 1321. Minus 1283. A string of numbers kept popping up. Zhao Qian and the others directly froze in place and looked at Lin Yan in unison. When did you learn a new skill? This looks a lot like a sea of fire. Blazing fire type of skill. You learned it? The damage looks like it's unusual. It shouldn't be. Sister Lin, why didn't you use this ability earlier if you have it? Sister Lin is awesome. Wang Mingxing looked at Lin Dai with little stars in her eyes. This was a large range group attack skill, and the entire venue was almost covered in flames. Lin Dai looked at the crowd with a confused expression. What? No, you guys are mistaken. I still have so many skills. I haven't found the right skills yet. Not me. Ha? Isn't that a fire skill? Who in here is talking about fire skills besides Lin Dai? No one else here has a high intelligence attribute either, right? Attributes? Hi. Zhao Qian turned her head and looked at Wen Ruyu who was standing quietly in front of her. It shouldn't be him. Zhao Qian shook her head repeatedly. No way. He's a thief. It was fine for him to learn assassin skills, but learning long-range mage-type skills was simply impossible. But, Zhao Qian couldn't help but think of what Wen Ruyu said at the beginning. Real strength. Hiss. Zhan Mingyu also reacted. Sister Qian, you said it wouldn't be Wen Ruyu, right? If it's really him, it's definitely a world-changing ability. A thief learns the skills of a mage. So is it possible for a warrior to learn the skills of a priest and bleed himself while dropping blood? One person is a squad? Hiss. It's exciting to think about. Don't think too much. I guess only Wen Ruyu is able to do that. No one else can. His professional is not just a thief. It might be a mutated profession. Wen Ruyu made up a few attacks with her blunt weapon, and 5 source beasts fell to the ground in this wave. Exhale. Wen Ruyu breathed a sigh of relief. The skill effect was still very good. Much stronger than the dagger. Jade, it can't be an ability you unleashed. Ha? Hearing this, Lin Dai and Wang Mingxing looked puzzled. How is this possible? Well, it seems like a real possibility. The two of them stared at Wen Ruyu with wide eyes and shocked faces. I'm so sorry. You mustn't nod your head. You mustn't admit it. The blow is too great. Wen Ruyu nodded with a slight smile. It is indeed my ability. Didn't I say it before? I want to show my true strength. But don't say anything about today. Otherwise we're not only not friends, we're still enemies. Unattached strength is good. From now on he had no fear as long as he didn't meet anyone too outrageous. Chapter 100, Help? It's like scratching an itch. In fact, he had wanted to show his abilities for a long time, or else it was genuinely uncomfortable to be tied down every day. Obviously strong, but pretending to be weak. It's hard to bear. Today was kind of an opportunity. No, why is your skill damage so high for a thief? High agility was acceptable to Lin Dai, and high strength was not unacceptable to her. But, how can you still have such a high IQ? It's still keeping her alive. Wen Ruyu waved her hand. These are trivial matters put aside. Now let's get through the secret realm first. Passing the 8th level. The time has reached 20 minutes. More wasted time. Level 9. Level 49 Common Source Beast. Time to arrive 24 minutes. Come to the 10th floor. What's the ranking? Currently number 1. But number 2 is already on the 3rd wave of the 9th floor, and is expected to come up soon. They can no longer intervene in the back. This one is really unplugged. Wen Ruyu showed his super strength side. It was only at this time that Zhao Qian's few people realized that Wen Ruyu was purely playing house with them before. Zhao Qian couldn't help but feel a little worried in her heart. He was so strong. Did he still need a teammate? It wasn't unreasonable for her to worry. It wasn't as if there were no people in history who had broken into the major secret realms alone. And even one person was comparable to 2 or 3 small teams. All of these people were the pride of the heavens, the strongest people of an era. Wen Ruyu might be such a person. He's now about to 4th order. So maybe, there were only 2 bronze bosses that appeared on the 10th floor. 2 white bears covered in snow. Roar! The white bear raised his paw and slammed it into the ground. An ice spike, protruding from the ground, radiated towards several people. Retreat! Zhan Mingyu hurriedly shouted and turned to run. Wen Ruyu then charged forward. The 2 source beasts weren't enough to use group attack skills. Yensha, stifle stick, backstabbing, bone picking, boom. Hearing the sound, Zhan Mingyu stopped and turned his head to look. Forgot about the toughness of Wen Ruyu. Awkward. So awkward. No one else moved. Only he ran backwards. Ahem. It's a reflex on my part. Never mind. Zhan Mingyu hurriedly stood up. For in the 2nd round and 6 in the 3rd, Wen Ruyu continued to cope with it with ease. At this time, his ranking was still 1st place, while the 2nd place was still in the 2nd round of the 10th floor at this time. 11th floor. Gold boss. Even the 3rd round was just 3. An hour and 15 minutes had passed at this point. The 2nd place finisher was at this point stuck in the 3rd round of the 10th floor for 10 minutes and still hadn't passed. Right after the end of the 11th level, A passage popped up in a few people's watches. Pass completed. Congratulations on the first place. Now quit can get the first place reward. If you don't quit you can participate in the 12th floor challenge. Successful challenge can get special rewards. Failed challenge first place reward is deducted by half. Please choose. 059. Looking at the words on it, Wonryu frowned. Special rewards? It sounds like a good idea. But failure deducts half of the reward already earned. There was no need for a high-level source beast to appear. That would be a bit too harsh. Success is definitely possible. Just a little worried. Jade, you choose this one. We don't care. They were just a big jerk today. Mixing it up a bit. It doesn't matter whether the 12th floor participates or not. Join in. I want to see what the 12th floor is like and what the special rewards are. Zhao Qian clicked participate. And with a flash of light, the entire squad came to a new place. 12th level. 20 level source beasts above the highest ranked professional. Number 1. 000. Estimated 10 seconds to go. Holy, a level 59 origin beast. This is crazy. They were only killing a level 55 in the wild. And the usual kills were just level 45 source beasts. Instead, it was now a level 59 source beast. And it was still 1,000 of them. That's crazy. The light then flickered continuously before their eyes. And a source beast appeared before them. Humanoid source beasts, walking beast source beasts, and flying bird source beasts were all available. Many of them were unseen and should be source beasts from other regions. Exhale. Wonryu lightly exhaled. Fortunately it was only level 59 and not level 79, not much of a problem. You guys go ahead and retreat. I'll be fine here alone. Facing this level, this number of source beasts, they couldn't help a bit. Jade is fine. Special secret realm deaths will resurrect. Don't worry about it. Zhan Mingyu said carelessly. At this time, it was time for them to help out. Even though they couldn't be beaten, it was fine to be able to use more skills. Wonryu froze. There was such a thing? Help if you want, but your attacks. -45, -432, -823. Scratching an itch? Seeing those numbers, Lin Dai and the others were quite embarrassed. The highest number was still typed by Zhongli, but it's still a high amount of damage. That should be considered helping. The corner of Wonryu's mouth twitched. It was worthy of a special reward. They couldn't even fight. He held out his hand. Wildfire. -1122, -1042, -1146. High damage keeps popping up. Even when facing a high-level source beast, the damage was still so terrifying. Zhan Mingyu looked at the numbers that kept popping up and couldn't help but bar his mouth. If I were to say that you guys should just stop doing it, how solid it is. The corner of Lin Dai's mouth twitched. No one will take you for a dummy if you don't speak. Boing boing. This still let people live or not? Looking at the fire god gun that had just coalesced in her hand, she didn't even know whether to throw it out or not. While one hit is capable of dealing 600 plus damage, that's just too long of a CD time. And then look at Wonryu. One skill down and the damage keeps jumping upwards. That is, this flame could not last long. If it lasted long enough, it was estimated that one skill all died. However, next, they saw what it meant to have an explosion of damage. Ice and snow. An ice magic attack that enveloped almost a circular area 50 meters in diameter. It wasn't as good as that previous attack, but it was enough. The source beasts kept falling to the ground, quickly clearing an area out. Sister Qian, why don't we just rest? Is there any way to help at all? Is this help not purely self-defeating? Zhao Qian nodded. It's true that we don't need our help anymore, and it wasn't much help in the first place. But combined efforts of several of their women had only killed a single source beast, still picking up kills. It could be said that the biggest winner today was Wonryu. They didn't put up a fight, so it could be said that all of the source power for this day was absorbed by Wonryu alone. According to Wonryu's rank, she should already be a 4th order beginner. The level of the source beasts in the front was low, but the back wasn't low at all. As the last source beast fell to the ground, this special secret realm ended completely. Special rewards arrive. Chapter 101 Advancing to the 4th order. Double piercing crystals. 6 pillars of light fell from the golden hall. This is as a reward for speeding through the 10th floor as a squad. It's source power. I'm 3rd order intermediate. Zhan Mingyu was excited. Cool. It's just too good to be true. His eyes were on fire as he looked at Wonryu. If it wasn't for him it would have been impossible to have so much source power. The rewards are given whenever you pass the level, but there is a difference between more and less rewards. It's safe to say that the top 3 take up 80% of the rewards, with the remaining 20% diminishing from level to level, which isn't really much. Apart from Wonryu, all the others had been promoted to the intermediate 3rd rank, and even the advanced 3rd rank was just a foot short of the threshold. I feel like it's not impossible for us to go to the wilderness for a few days. A third rank advanced. The timing of this special secret realm descent is too good. Just before the competition, Lin Dai couldn't help but say as he felt the source power within his body. However, Zhao Qian on the side had a worried look on her face. It's not like Fengjing is the only place that has special secret realms. Every time it's a global one, and other provinces have them as well. Those competition teams from other provinces must be in the secret realm as well. What if those third-ranked advanced ones of theirs are promoted to fourth-ranked? Zhang Mingyu shook his head repeatedly. It's simply impossible. With so many teams of their own professionals, it's just too difficult for them to snatch the top 3 of a province. Besides, if it wasn't for us having one Ruyu? He couldn't help but get lost in thought. If he remembered correctly, one Ruyu had already entered the third rank advanced. Today, he killed so many more origin beasts. Never mind where this was a secret realm, but a source beast was a source beast, and killing it definitely provided source power. And since one Ruyu killed them all by herself today, this source power could be said to be 100% acquired. Hiss, plus just got a reward. He quickly turned his head to one Ruyu. Brother Jade, what's your current rank? 4th rank beginner. There's still a distance to 4th rank intermediate. One Ruyu said with a calm face, as if it were an insignificant thing. It can't be. Aren't you a C rank? It's only logical that you should be more of a 4th rank intermediate. In Zhang Mingyu's opinion, it was normal for them to need a high amount of source power for their S rank. But C rank, it should be a lot less. Even if it takes more than that for the 4th rank, it's certainly not too much. Maybe I'm a little different. One Ruyu shrugged his shoulders. He couldn't say that he had used the token and was now a SSS ranked potential stealing saint. Just then a second pillar of light rewarded. Only this time there was only one. When the pillar of light disappeared, inside was an item. How can it be a crystal? This value doesn't match. Looking at the plain crystal in front of him, Zhang Mingyu was a bit puzzled. Being in first place, the worst you can do is get a better weapon. Or get a skill. How is this just one crystal? Yeah, still one. Shouldn't there be one for each? Zhao Qian reached out and grabbed the crystal in her hand. A panel appeared in front of her eyes. Zhao Qian's pupils shrunk. This was of inestimable value. Ruyu, this thing is yours. Zhao Qian handed the crystal stone to one Ruyu. Without one Ruyu, they wouldn't even be able to obtain those source powers. Since there was only one, it must of course go to one Ruyu. One Ruyu didn't push back. This was what he deserved. When she saw what was in her hand, one Ruyu's hand shook and the item almost didn't fall on the ground. Flawless double penetration crystal of max, plus 50% physical penetration, plus 50% magic penetration. Penetrate and ignore defense are almost equivalent. 50%. This was simply great news for one Ruyu. As long as the dagger was fitted with this crystal, then when facing a heavily armored shield warrior, he wouldn't need to worry about the opponent's defense at all. Daggers are invincible. Speaking of the dagger, when Ruyu took it out. Dagger of Elemental Eaters, growth type, rank, none, quality, SSS+, damage, 137 to 176, bonus, 1. Eating Yuan, slaying a source beast devours some of its source power, increasing damage, 112/200, plus 15. 2. Devouring Soul, slaying a source beast stores soul power, 1413, February 2000. 3. Spirit Shield, consumes soul power to protect spirit space. Inlay, 1. Magic Breaking Crystal Stone LV5, ignore opponent's magic defense by 25%. Hiss. When did it go plus 15? The damage actually broke 102? If the weapon was only useful for attributes before, now he's able to be useful for damage as well. Perfect. But how come this devouring spirit has gone up too? Could it be that because the devouring element had risen, he had grown as well? After all, the dagger was an elemental eater dagger, so maybe it really was. A pillar of purple light enveloped several people. When the pillar of light disappeared, the crowd appeared at the entrance of the secret realm, and a number of people had appeared around them, and others kept being teleported out. Ah, our squad only made it to the 7th floor and came out without gaining anything. Just be content. Our 2 squads joined together and as a result, we didn't even pass the 6th floor. This time the secret realm is too difficult. You can only say that this one of ours is difficult. My friend and the others encountered the single normal secret realm, the single speed secret realm, and the racing secret realm. You can only say that we're unlucky with this one. It seemed that not everyone would be able to pass through this special secret realm either. There was no shortage of second-order beginner professionals who faced much simpler creatures, but it still won't pass. The difference in the strength of the professionals was still very obvious. Look guys, our name is way ahead. Wang Mingxing bounced around and pointed at the virtual screen above the secret realm. At this point there is only one name on it. The people around them looked at Wenryu and the others in unison. How dare you give me a name like that? But it's also true that it's a good name. Looking at Wenryu, she was unsure. However, when he saw the name above, he got the point of those guys. What a riot! The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. This shouldn't be a name that Sister Qian came up with. 3-1. They win. And there's nothing I can do about it. The virtual screen above has just this one simple line. Gaga Chaos Kill Team, 1 hour 15 minutes and 32 seconds, pass. As for the 12th floor, it is not shown above. Just then, a second team appeared. Listen to me Capital Team, 1 hour 58 minutes and 11 seconds, pass. When Wenryu saw this name, she suddenly felt that her squad's name seemed quite good. Since it's all over, shall we go back? Wenryu glanced at the time, it was almost 2 in the afternoon. Don't ya? Since we're all out, let's just play outside for a while before we talk. Yeah, once the barrier is done, we'll be back at it. Besides, the race is in 10 days or so we'll be busy then. Chapter 102, I told you someone was watching. December 12th, outside the eastern suburbs quarantine zone. Is this in advance of 50 kilometers? It seems like the place has been cleared again, and the number of source beasts is low again. Wang Mingxing pouted as she looked at the scene. How does that make a person live? Advancing is actually nothing. The source beasts in this neighborhood are still at a very low level. It's not really any different from before. Not much of a problem. Zhao Qian shook her head. That's true, but in the past, within 50 kilometers were level 40 inner source beasts, while now it's only 20 kilometers. Outside of 20 kilometers is above level 40. The density of squads here is too great. Lin Dai had a sad face. Driving this way, they met an unknown number of squads. That's going to be hard to upgrade. What's wrong with that? Isn't our goal a level 45 or so source beast anyway? Zhan Mingyu looked unconcerned. Anyway, with Wenryu in the room, not to mention level 45, they weren't afraid of level 55. What's more, they had already reached the middle level of the third rank at this point, and were just a step away from advanced. It was estimated that in another 2 or 3 days, the level would be able to go up. Although it was said that the leveling up was quite fast, the gap with Wenryu was becoming more and more obvious. Wenryu quietly sat in the passenger side, looking at the newly appeared skills for a while speechless. Is this a thief? Are you sure it's not a scoundrel? Saint teasing in leg LV1, 0 out of 100, within 5 meters of the target. 100% hits for 100, plus agility, damage and a 50% chance to deal bludgeoning damage. 10s, it does do enough damage to even deal a bludgeon. To top it off, there's actually only a 10-second cooldown. I have to say this skill is really good. A different name would have been nice. Wenryu took out her cell phone and searched for the thief's 4th order skills. That's quite a number. Everyone had different 4th rank skills awakened, and the thief had more than 20 abilities. There's good and there's bad, and teasing in leg is considered one of the more moderate skills among them. Teasing in kick, within 3 meters of the target, 100% hits, dealing 50, plus 0, 5 agility, damage and a 20% chance to deal bludgeoning damage. 20s, it's a normal skill. Surely the addition of the word holy is different. Soon, the vehicle arrived at its destination for the occasion. Positioned 60 kilometers from the barrier and 110 kilometers from the previous. Let's go here. The number of source beasts is a little less than before, but the level hasn't changed at all. Zhan Mingyu had been paying attention to the level of the source beasts this entire journey. Not too high and not too low. The source beasts in this area were generally between level 45 to 50, which was just right for them. After all, it's time to level up and go up in intensity. Wenryu glanced around and nodded. Even though it was a little bit lower in rank for him, he hadn't simply killed source beasts to advance in the first place. The use of source power was mainly for leveling up for him, and the attributes were just incidental. And mythic is his primary ability. Attributes and skills are the point. The crowd changed gear and headed toward their first destination. A yellow point of light appeared in Wenryu's eyes. Good luck with the gold box just arriving. If it's a blinking yellow dot, that's even better. Settle this side in a minute and we'll take a look at that side. Wenryu pointed to the right rear. Zhangli controlled the eagle to fly over and take a look, looking at Wenryu with a surprised expression. On that side is a level 48 gold boss plus 2 elites and a few normal source beasts, with a high probability of having treasure chests. Don't look at me like that. I just think that side and I have a connection. Golden treasure chest karma. Karma? You can sense the treasure chest? Zhan Mingyu looked at Wenryu with a puzzled expression. Is this thing still karmic? If there is such a thing, wouldn't it be possible to find a treasure chest at any time? It's just a feeling. You don't understand. An ability like scrying should never be exposed. An ability to probe treasure chests is not something that just anyone can have. Wenryu turned her head to look behind her, and there was nothing. What's wrong? Zhan Mingyu looked behind her. Nothing but trees. I don't know. It just felt like someone was watching this place. Maybe it was an illusion. When Ryu shook her head, the group continued on their way. In the distance, behind a large, thick tree, two figures clung to it. Have you gone far? Gone. The two jumped from the tree. Is this surely a professional who just awakened this year? Why is it so vigilant? The man in light armor with a middle-parted head couldn't help but spit. Isn't that normal? According to the information, this squad is also considered a very promising team. The other white-haired man shrugged. Say, is this information reliable? Of course it's dependable. This man is in an unusual position. The white-haired man had a smirk on his face. What happened to the guy he told to settle? It's just a fake death. The heart is now filled with hatred, and as long as it's used properly, the effect will be absolutely perfect. The white-haired man raised an eyebrow, something he was more than willing to do. His favorite thing to watch was other people's revenge. Pust! A dagger went through the white-haired man's neck. I told you someone was watching. When Ryu's figure was revealed, after elevating to the 4th rank, his 5 senses were once again strengthened. As he broke away from the group to search the neighborhood, he heard talking. There was that hint of familiarity at the sight of the ring on the other man's hand. The light armor man froze for a moment, then drew his long sword and rushed towards Ryu. In his opinion, Ryu rank was just the 3rd rank at most. You should know that he was a 7th ranked professional. Backstab. Instant back and a stab in the back. Ryu removed the two men's rings and casually placed them in her coat pocket. Phew, not bad luck. From one of them, he acquired a permanent skill, which was considered a relatively good ability for him. Lucky Favor LV3, permanent, 15% chance to inflict a bludgeon with each attack. This is bound to go in the skill bar. What a great passive skill. It's perfect when it doesn't consume energy and still does a lot of damage. When Ryu glanced at the corpses on the ground, there were quite a few source beasts around here. I believe it wouldn't be long before these corpses would be eaten. He hesitated and made another 4 or 5 cuts on the two bodies. Blood flowed slowly down the wound, and the smell of blood became more and more pronounced. Sound of a crash. The sound of a source animal walking was heard in the distance, and only then did Ryu feel relieved to leave. Returning to the squad, Ryu was as oblivious to the occurrence, helping to hunt the source beasts together. The others didn't feel anything either. After all, he went in to sneak at the first opportunity, to which everyone was used to. Chapter 103, if you open the door and dare to say it again, I'll count you out. Cozy. Yes, Zhang Mingyu felt soothed. They were definitely one of the fastest advancing professionals in this batch. It's getting late. Let's go back, Zhao Qian said as she glanced at the time. Go, 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 go. After eating barbecue a few times, Zhang Mingyu fell in love with the flavor straight away. Even the meals at 5-star hotels don't interest him much anymore. Are you still coming at night? Ryu asked. It didn't matter much to him now whether he came at night or not, although he was now at the 4th rank primary level, and was even a small distance away from the 4th rank intermediate level, but that little half is a lot at all. So those 3 hours in the evening are optional for him now. Even if it came, it wouldn't add anything. Let's forget about it for the night. It would be good if we were able to ascend to the high 3rd rank before the competition. The 4th rank is simply impossible. Ryu, you're not saying you'll be able to raise to the middle 4th rank before the competition, are you? Zhao Qian looked at Ryu with some shock. If true, this is truly anticlimactic. Ryu shook her head. Just 5 days. How is that possible? Besides, the day before the game, they couldn't put the time into it. How is that possible when the time is, frankly, just 4 days? The crowd breathed a sigh of relief in unison. It's okay, it's still within the range of normal people. By the way, to give you guys a piece of news, the Salvation Church is here, and their target should be this National University Freshman competition. It's said that the Security Bureau has already found a few Seaward personnel, so it's best if we don't go alone lately. Ryu rubbed her chin, to say or not to say. He slipped his hand into his coat pocket, waiting until after he went back to see what was in there. The ring wasn't much use to him, but what was in it he had to get. After dinner when Ryu returned home, the first thing that happened was that the 2 rings were taken out and the insides were held up to the light. D66, D67. Well, no wonder the rankings are a bit low. So the rankings are so bad, there's no telling how many of them there really are. He looked inside the rings. Neither ring had a lot of stuff. Nothing of value. Big brother, at least you guys are quite high ranked, aren't you? How can you be so poor? Zhang Mingyu is richer than the two of you. How did you get mixed up in this? Inside were just some materials and potions, and together they were estimated to be able to sell for 1 million would be good. Brush. A flash drive and a cell phone appeared in his hand. The phone was locked and he threw it straight into his ring. Turn on the computer in the bedroom and the flash drive is inserted. Hey, there's no password for this. In fact, Wonryu did not have any expectations, no matter how much they were also the people of the Salvation Church. Their vigilance would definitely be very strong. Turns out he was overthinking it. It seems that cell phone password was purely a matter of habit and was not set on purpose. I guess they didn't expect this to fall into other people's hands. The USB flash drive is just a folder that opens to a couple of audio programs. 10 minutes later, 4 recordings were played. Wonryu looked at the computer screen thoughtfully. Interesting, really interesting. He couldn't help but bring his cell phone out again. This kind of thing. Wonryu shook his head. He didn't want to get involved. Playing with the cell phone in his hand and thinking about the few people in the squad. There should be no problem. He dialed the phone and called the person over. 3 minutes later. Thud. Dong Dong. Cheerleading mascot of 2008 Beijing Olympics. Jade. What? You miss me after a few minutes of not seeing me? Zhang Mingyu walked in playfully. Wonryu shook her head. This Zhang Mingyu he thought at first was a person who was as modest and gentle as Jade as he was. The result is actually so. No image to speak of. Very casual. Thud. Zhang Mingyu looked behind her in surprise. What? Having me isn't enough. You've called in another person. You're into threesomes lately? The corner of Wonryu's mouth twitched. If you open the door and dare to say it again, I'll count you out. Che, I was just kidding. What do I have? Hello Sister Qian. Open the door to the room and Zhang Mingyu instantly becomes a good boy. The corner of Zhao Qian's mouth revealed a leathery smile. I heard you like threesomes, right? Zhang Mingyu shook his head back and forth. I'm talking about fighting the landlord. 2 peasants fighting the landlord. He stole a glance at Wonryu and said 3 words silently. You punked me. Wonryu shrugged. How can he be blamed for this kind of thing? It's obviously your own fault, okay? Calling at this hour. It's something, isn't it? Unlike Zhang Mingyu, Zhao Qian knew that Wonryu wouldn't call so late if she didn't have anything to do, and only called her and Zhang Mingyu, but no one else. Lin Dai and Wang Mingxing's families are mainly businessmen, and both of their families. Zhang Mingyu also reacted at this time and hurriedly sat down on the sofa. Ahem, my family is still a little powerful. Is not who messed with you? Let brother to solve you. Zhang Mingyu rested her hands on the sofa and shook her legs. The corner of Wonryu's mouth twitched. Had he called the wrong person? Ahem, come to the bedroom with me. Zhang Mingyu froze and looked at Wonryu with an odd expression. You kids shouldn't really be trying to. Hiss, why is it so cold? Looking at Zhao Qian's eyes that were like murder, he hurriedly shut his mouth. Why can't this broken mouth hold the door? The two of them went to the bedroom and Wonryu played the audio. After playing all the files, stuff you two see how this works out. Zhao Qian immediately said. This USB flash drive was obtained by Zhang Mingyu and I, so of course we solved it ourselves. Ah yes. Zhang Mingyu nodded his head in a hurry. The corner of Wonryu's mouth curled up. You see that you are able to lose things even when eating a meal, and now things are returned to their rightful owners. With that, he took another cell phone out and handed it to Zhao Qian. As for the ring, where's the ring? Zhao Qian looked deeply at Wonryu and said nothing as she turned to leave. Zhang Mingyu glanced at the distant Zhao Qian, then at Wonryu. Awesome. Combined with this incident, Zhang Mingyu finally understood how he suddenly asked about the church last time. Aren't you leaving? Looking at Zhang Mingyu, who was still staying here, Wonryu was somewhat helpless. People have left Zhao Qian. What are you staying here for? Why don't you go and help? I'm on my way. Zhang Mingyu had just walked out of his room when he saw Zhao Qian standing at the door waiting for him. You should know what to say. Don't worry. I'm not that stupid. This matter is something we both got. Zhang Mingyu patted his chest with a confident expression. Zhao Qian nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Mingyu's face instantly turned serious. But with our strength, how could we possibly kill someone from the Salvation Church? There are some things that no one looks deeper than that. Chapter 104 Taking over the command. He treats the game seriously. The next day, because Zhang Mingyu and Zhao Qian had things to take care of, the matter of going to the wilderness to cultivate was delayed. That said, what did the two of them do? There aren't many days left until the match. Wang Mingxing hugged her pillow and watched the TV. Maybe there's something to deal with at home. Who knows? Lin Dai shrugged. The corner of Wonryu's mouth twitched as she looked at the 3 women on the sofa in her house. What are you all doing here? If you don't stay at home? At 7 in the morning he received a message that he would not be going to the field to practice today. Was thinking of having a good rest of the day. As a result, at 9 o'clock, the 3 women came running to his house together. The beauty of it is that they can find them together when they return. What else could he do? Well, after 11 o'clock at noon, the 2 returned. Sorry, we're dealing with some personal matters. Zhao Qian looked apologetic. her eyes glancing at Wenryu. She had gone straight to her big brother to deal with that incident yesterday. Her second brother was no longer useful for this sort of thing, and Zhang Mingyu even found his father. There were some twists and turns in the process, but the outcome was good. The source of the stuff is sort of muddled, and it's not their concern as far as the follow-up is concerned. It's okay, who doesn't have a personal matter, right? So are we still going to the field this afternoon? Or are we just going to the secret place? With the situation we're in now, it's definitely better to go with the wilderness. As for the secret realm that Wang Mingxing had mentioned, it was only a primary secret realm, and if the intermediate secret realm wanted to go in, then the entire group had to be at the 4th ranked primary level to do so. Those gatekeepers don't care if you're strong or not, unless it's a special case, otherwise no one gets in. After lunch, the group headed out into the field to kick off the day's hunt. Time passes. December 16th. Wang Mingxing, pay attention. Don't rush too close. Zhang Mingyu, where are your eyes looking? Watched Zhao Qian. In the past 2 days, the command had completely reverted to Wenryu, and this was also an early acclimatization. For subsequent games, the conductor can only have one voice. It wasn't because Wenryu was strong that he was given it. Rather, in terms of command, Wenryu was indeed a bit better than them, but not by much. It's still okay to use it for the rest of the game. In fact, Wenryu did not want to command. After all, the frequency of this brain movement was a bit too high. It caused him to use his mythical hands quite a bit less at times, but it cannot be helped. Who let the first place to give a somewhat high prize? That is a full 50 million ah. As the source beast fell to the ground with a hiss, the battle ended. Ah, I've finally reached the 3rd order advanced. Zhang Mingyu was on the verge of crying. Yesterday, one by one, Zhao Qian and the rest of them had all reached the 3rd rank advanced level, and even Zhangli, who came later, had reached the same level. There was only one person, Zhang Mingyu, whose level had been at the middle of the 3rd rank, unable to go up for half a day, and today is always the day. Congratulations, Zhang Mingyu is really not easy. I thought he had to wait until after the game. Compared to combat professions, it was indeed a bit difficult for support professions to level up. After all, the contribution was placed here. If you contributed less, you would share less source power, and that leveling up would naturally be slower. What's not easy about it? We don't look at what level the same batch of professions are at now. Even the best auxiliary professions are only at the beginning of the 3rd rank. Zhao Qian shook her head. If it wasn't for the fact that they had won first place in the special secret realm, they would have been nothing more than a 3rd order intermediate at best by now. It's simply impossible to move up to advanced. Wenryu was still thinking about the command situation just now when his neck was suddenly wrapped around, startling him. Brother Jade, in the future, you can always bring me along. I really want to become the fastest priest ever to upgrade to the 9th rank. Zhang Mingyu looked at Wenryu with an expectant face. He had the same worry in his heart as Zhao Qian, and that was the fear that Wenryu would leave the squad. After all, the difference in strength was just too great. Even if Wenryu joined a 9th rank team now, I believe there would be people who would want it. Wenryu broke his arm. Just talk. What's the point of moving your hands? Don't worry, as long as you follow me, you'll definitely be fine. The matter of switching squads was not something he had considered for the time being. These guys he was still happy with now, and the main thing was that their mouths were really tight enough. At least up until now, they hadn't leaked anything about him. That's the way it looks at the moment. We'll see what happens later. As for flying solo, he hadn't thought about it. According to the information he had received from Zhang Hongyu, his dad and the others were not weak, and they still chose the squad mode. That means squad mode must be useful. This time, for example, the special secret area of the squad category illustrates the importance of squads. Plus squads aren't just about ability, they're also about character. That Xu Xian person's strength is okay, right, but his character is too bad. Strength wasn't the criterion for Wenryu to choose his teammates. He wasn't that snobbish yet. Power has to be situational too, doesn't it? Wenryu glanced at the time. There are still the last 5 hours left on the clock, so grab some time to acclimatize. Tomorrow we're going to have a day of rest, and we'll study the competition arrangements on the way. He's serious about the game. Yes, the crowd was energized. 3rd order advanced without even having to calculate Wenryu's rank. Their squad could definitely rank first in Fongjing. As for Kyoto and Mordor, that's a bit uncertain, but I think it should only be an advanced 3rd stage. As for perverts, having Wenryu alone was enough. There shouldn't be that many perverts in this world. If there are too many perverts, how can any of them live? After practicing for an afternoon, Wenryu's commanding ability was considered to have improved. On the way back, Zhang Mingyu drove with a grumpy face. You keep directing them. Why don't you direct me? Command you to do what? Command you to release a skill? Shouldn't that be up to you to see what happens? Wonryu was speechless. You're not a combat professional. I command. If he had to command everything, people would die of exhaustion. Back inside the barrier. Today and we won't go to dinner. Let's all go to my house. I didn't eat that day because of the special secret realm, so I'll make up for it this time. The last time I was at Wonryu's house, I had planned to do it myself. Turns out it didn't work out, and this one just made up for it. Yeah, I just happened to follow a dish I learned online, and I just happened to make it for you guys this time. I learned one too. Wonryu always had an ominous feeling as she listened to what they said. Do they cook? Jean Mingyu rubbed his chin. I've never heard of them. Besides, if you look at their families, do they look like people who can cook? Why don't we just go out to eat tonight? We have business tomorrow. Chapter 105. Wait a minute. Let me explain. In a slum in Fongjing, Ding 66 and Ding 67 can't be contacted. They won't be discovered, right? A burly man looked at his cell phone with a worried expression. It's only a matter of time before we find out. Where do you think this is? This is China, one of the most powerful countries. They had expected this sort of thing, and their only concern was that they would not find out about that thing they had acquired information about. Crunch! The door to the room opened. Ding 58, what happened? A youth walked in through the door. Captain, Ding 66 and Ding 67 can't be reached. I'm worried. The youth waved his hand. If you can't get in touch, you can't get in touch. The people in the fourth sequence are poor in strength themselves, let alone those who are ranked outside the 60th. But they're in charge of transmitting the information. So if they're found out, will we still be able to accomplish our mission? That's what worries him. He was not well acquainted with the other. Though he was a jinn, being dead or not didn't matter to him. The only thing he was worried about was whether or not the mission would be accomplished. The youth gave a start, which was a problem. I don't think it should be a problem. The ring can be detonated if you react fast enough. The youth shook his head. The rings they were equipped with were left with formations, so as long as they were given the chance, detonating a ring could still be done. What he didn't realize, however, was that these two hadn't detonated the ring at all. The one who had the information, moreover, did not set a password for the flash drive. Of course, even with a password, it's not going to do much good. There's still a day to go before the game, so take the time to spread out and wait for your chance. Captain, is this visitor's rank higher than yours? The youth laughed. My number is nothing more than A18. You don't really think it's high, do you? At the end of the day we're just numerical code words, and the numbers are even more. A18 shook his head. The number of numerical designations is just too high, and the A word has been ranked at 90 plus, which really isn't a big deal. This time, the visitors are 4 believers as well as 10 A sequence people, which is enough to deal with the Fongjing chapter. To actually have believers come here, this is too much to look up to this place. Ding 58 was astonished. It is important to realize that the entire church membership is only 24 in total, 12 on the east side and 12 on the west side. One could argue that 4 is a lot. Usually believers come out in twos, but I didn't think so many would come out at once. A18 laughed softly. What's this? Even the protector has come with one. Hurry up and move. Yes, coo of a dove. Wonryu struggled to get up from the bed and rushed to the toilet. 3 minutes later, a deflated face came out. Hurriedly, he took out his cell phone. Help! Come to my house. Ha! Come on. I'm going to die in the bathroom if you don't. Thud. Less than a minute later, there was a knock on the door of the room. Wonryu hurriedly opened the door to her room. Outside the door, Jean Mingyu looked at the somewhat weakened Wonryu. What's wrong with you? What else could it be? It's not the food they cooked? After I ate it, I didn't feel anything at first, but I haven't stopped going to the bathroom since 4 in the morning. Wonryu had a helpless look on her face. She thought that her stomach had long been accustomed to it after so many years, but she didn't expect to be folded in the hands of the 3 women. As for Jianli, as someone who came out of the slums, cooking was a piece of cake for her. No, why are you okay? Wonryu reacted at this moment. Jean Mingyu didn't look devastated. Put a healing spell on myself first thing when I got home, so of course I'm fine. It's not like it's any real poison, and the healing spells still work. The corner of Wonryu's mouth twitched. Then why don't you release me before you leave? And you didn't say. I thought you were fine. Give me a quick one. Wonryu looked helpless. Why had she not thought of this herself? It's not like he doesn't have a healing spell, but people are coming and saving themselves. A white light enveloped Wonryu's entire body, and that abnormal feeling slowly disappeared. Exhale. Get comfortable. I thought we were going to discuss the competition today. Why haven't they contacted us yet? Jean Mingyu said with some uncertainty. Could it be they're having a hard time getting over it themselves? Hurting the enemy 1,000 times and damaging yourself 800 times? Didn't they contact you? I was in a hurry to go out and forgot my cell phone. Zhang Mingyu scratched his head. It shouldn't be. Although Wang Mingxing is a combat priest, he also has the ability of a priest. Let me make a call and ask. It can't be that Wang Mingxing forgot about a few of them. Wan Ruyu's worry was not unreasonable. After all, Wang Mingxing was sometimes nervous. The call was dialed and it took 7 or 8 seconds before the call was connected. Hey, who is it? Wan Ruyu's eyelids fluttered. This is still not awake. Did the Joseon girls call you? What's the call for? Don't you ever get a hard-on in your stomach and go to the bathroom? There was a rustling on the phone and a scream rang out. Ah, they've called me 12 times each. So I'll hang up now. He knew it. Okay, it's out of your hands. Let's wait. Wan Ruyu shook her head. Truly self-inflicted. Well, it's not right to say that. After all, he ate it too. Zhang Mingyu was a little weak. I'll go back and get my cell phone first. A few moments later, Zhang Mingyu returned once again and looked at her cell phone with a worried expression. Wan Ruyu looked at him with a curious face. How did fetching a cell phone turn him into this? What's wrong with you? Ugh, Sin called me 6 times and I didn't even see it. I'm miserable. Wan Ruyu looked at him with a skeptical face. You can't really have any thoughts about me, can you? Words I don't want to repeat. He didn't mind crippling him. I love a good hobby girl gaga straight. I just happened to be looking at my cell phone and you called. Zhang Mingyu said in a hurry. He is a serious person. Okay. Half an hour later, the 4 women arrived. Only Wang Mingxing's interest didn't seem to be very high, and he kept his head down. Zhao Qian and Lin Dai both sat beside Zhang Mingyu on the left and right, with a smile on their faces that had never appeared before. Our brother Zhen must be very busy during the week. Brother Zhen, what do you think things like telephones are for? Zhang Mingyu swallowed his saliva. Terrible, terrible, with an awkward smile on his face. Hear ye my cunning. Explain. Wan Ruyu shook her head. Miserable. Ah, I didn't mean to. The cell phone was on silent. Ah, don't pinch. Besides, isn't Wang Mingxing in the same building as you guys? Wang Mingxing, who was on the side, looked up in a hurry. She had just been cleaned up and didn't want to go through it again. You can't say that. I'm a combat priest. You're a priest. You're skill proficient, you work best. Zhang Mingyu's face stiffened. Combat priests aren't priests? Chapter 106, the first day of the competition officially begins. Half an hour later, Zhang Mingyu's face was as normal as if he hadn't experienced anything. Not even a trace was left behind. Wan Ruyu looked at the green and purple photos in her cell phone. Gee, this must be saved and given to him as a gift when he gets married. There are only 60 teams registered for the Fongjing tournament, which isn't a huge number, and each team generally has the standard number of 5 to 7 people. Of course there are individual oddball teams with 10 people, but this kind doesn't pose much of a threat to us. Of course, the other teams aren't much of a threat. Other than them, the highest ranked team was only a 3rd order mid-rank. The 3rd higher order is only them. As for Wan Ruyu, he could not be counted. The schedule was also tight, with the first day being a race to the finish line, similar to what was experienced on the day of the special secret. 10 teams at a time, through an artificially crafted corridor with a minimum level creature of level 20 and a maximum level 39 bronze boss. The time taken by all teams is tallied and the top 8 are decided directly. On the second day of the battle of the teams, the top 4 will be decided in the morning, and the semi-finals and finals will be in the afternoon. Wan Ruyu raised her eyebrows. That's it? That's a bit too easy, isn't it? He thought a national tournament would take 4 or 5 days anyhow. And this? Zhao Qian shrugged. It's supposed to be just a division, as long as the champion is decided. As for the rest, who cares? None of the division winners are really anything, and all of them are probably not as good as the top 8 in the country. Is there a prize in that division? The corner of Zhao Qian's mouth twitched. You're so strong and have enough money on hand to spend. Why are you still asking about money? Wan Ruyu, being rich is not as rich as you guys are. Okay, standing around and talking doesn't hurt. There are no rewards for the divisions. The rewards have all been summarized in the national competition. Actually, the money doesn't matter in this competition. What matters are the weapons and skills. Originally quite a few people just wanted to casually enter the contest on its own. After all, it was only their school's contest at the time and the rewards were pretty mediocre. But when this national competition came out, everyone was instantly different. You know that at a national level tournament like this, the weapons that are brought out are never bad. It's not even good to take it out if it's not SSS grade. This one weapon will last 2 or 3 years with no problem. Unfortunately, what Wan Ruyu cared least about were weapons and skills. Can a weapon be as good as his growth weapon? How much better can his skill be than one he can change at any time? Can it be as good as his hundreds of disposable skills? In the end, the only thing that could attract him was money. Seeing that Wan Ruyu stopped talking, Zhao Qian sighed in relief. The Fongjing tournament is not our focus. The focus is on the national tournament afterward. I've inquired about it. And there's a team led by a professional with SSS rank potential in Kyoto. Mordor, Yang Chang, and Feng Tian. As for the rank, it's said to be at the advanced 3rd rank, and the following team members are not expected to be in a bad situation. But of course we can't rule out the other party reaching the 4th rank beginner. Zhang Mingyu was puzzled. What's wrong with that? Wenryu is a 4th rank intermediate soon to be advanced. The main damage is really high. He really didn't believe that those SSS ranked professionals could defend against Wenryu's surprise attack? This was certainly clear to Zhao Qian. But Wenryu's situation, those powers of yours, it would be a bit of a hassle to just use the thief ability. But it shouldn't be too much of a problem. It would be nice if you guys could learn an ability to isolate your sight. That way I could use some more of my other abilities. Nationals are meant to be nationally televised. Anything he uses is infinitely amplified. And there are many abilities he simply can't use. Being high profile with them doesn't scare you much, but it's better to be low profile in the limelight. In addition to preventing it from being noticed by people who are interested in it, it is also to keep it from being targeted by those offshore organizations. For example, the 2 people from the Church of Salvation that they encountered that day were aiming for this Fongjing division. I just don't know if these people will step up. The next morning, the group drove all the way to the western suburbs. 2 rows of viewing platforms were constructed 10 meters from the barrier in the western suburbs, with a capacity for tens of thousands of people. And in front of the viewing platform was a huge projection showing the playing field outside. It's a passageway built by an Earth professional. And there are TV walls all around this for everyone to watch. That's a lot of people watching the game. There are cars parked almost all around here and people everywhere. Actually, there weren't many people there. After all, it was just a school tournament to begin with. Not even a city tournament. But after it became a national league, the interest came up. Most of the people who don't come over are parents of kids and their friends. And there aren't many pros as far as that goes. Those professionals with slightly higher ranks were not at all interested in this kind of competition. You might as well hit some materials and level up to go if you have the time. Let's go. To the draw. A team came and stood in front of the gates and waited for the draw to begin. A man in uniform stood on top of a high platform in front of him. The National University League Funking Region venue. The competition is about to start. Verification of participant information will be forthcoming in a moment. And there is only one requirement for the competition teams. 50% of the squad members are school personnel and the entire team must not be older than 18 years old. This was known to all and was observed by all when looking for teammates. It's safe to say that the number of teams present that had outside help was small. No more than 5 teams. After all, the contestants were all combat professions and support, which were all available to enter the school. Off-campus are unattainable and generally not sought after. Squad leaders, please come forward and draw lots. Zhao Qian walked up to the stage and drew numbers from the box. Pretty good luck with number 3. So we're the 3rd group to play? Well, it's just about 60 teams in batches of 10. Actually, there were more than 60 signed up, except that many were discouraged, because it's really not necessary. With such a low rank, it would be better to come just to make up the numbers. There was no ceremony on the first day of the tournament, as the 10 teams went straight out of the city into the lanes and waited for the tournament to begin. The man standing on the raised platform, looking at the big screen. Day 1 of the race, Speedway. 3 seconds to the first batch countdown. Drops. 10 squads advancing at the same time at a very fast pace. The teams that were able to sign up weren't too bad. At least there wasn't much of a gap between the various teams before the level 30 source beasts. By the time you get to level 31 creatures here, the gap widens. When Ryu looked at the time displayed above and rubbed her chin. It seems to be a bit difficult. Ha! The crowd looked at Wenryu suspiciously. This is difficult for you? Chapter 107, this team is strong. That thief is not to be mentioned. Don't look at me like that. It's really difficult. What difficulty can you have? Isn't this much easier than inside a special secret realm? Zhang Mingyu had a strange look on his face. You know it's a lot harder there than it is here. After all, the highest you can get here is no more than 39. And it's still a bronze boss. Just because it's so easy it's difficult. What if I slice and dice for seconds? What about the excessive damage that occurs? Realize that this is a live broadcast and his every move could be on the screen. When Ryu was able to see that the screen was divided into 4 pieces, and the top 4 were placed on it, with almost every one of them having a picture, it made him really bitter. The crowd looked at him breathlessly. This was indeed a problem. It's already enough of a sucker punch for a C-rank thief to be higher ranked than them, but if the damage is still higher than them, hiss. No, wasn't it a few of them S-ranked professionals that were humiliated? Sister Qian, what about this? Zhao Qian's face was as usual. There's no need to worry at all. Don't you have the talent of one strike? It's normal for this to happen. It's not like there hasn't been a situation before where a support class did more damage than a combat class. And even though you're a thief, the effect is the same. As long as you don't use magic-based skills, you'll be fine. Zhang Mingyu's eyes lit up with a bad smile on his face. Actually, it's nothing if you use those skills. At most, it's just someone giving you billions of pocket money a year, and you providing them with 1 trillion children and grandchildren a month. Zhao Qian looked at Zhang Mingyu with a speechless face. Have you pitched people like this? The corner of Wenruyu's mouth twitched as he understood this sentence. You want him to sell his sex for $a few billion? No way. Is he that kind of guy? How can I say that I need to add more to it? Wenruyu pondered inwardly. With his current attributes strength-wise, it definitely wouldn't be bad. The fear is that these people will come to the dark side. The two sides have no grievances. Those people certainly will not want to kill him, but cannot be drugged. There's always a few oddball pharmaceutical makers and alchemists who are always able to work on strange things. And all of these medicines are effective against ninth-order professionals. It's said to be fine for 9 holes in one, and it's downright scary. 2 hours later, it was their turn to take the stage. They're in the first aisle. I paid attention just now, and the fastest speed to clear the level is 47 minutes and 44 seconds. But the strength of these teams in front of us can only be described as average, so it's expected that the fastest in the back should be around 35 minutes. Wenruyu rubbed her chin. So we just need to be around 30 minutes, right? So much so, he felt like he didn't even need to do anything himself. With a few of their abilities it was pretty much the same. Why don't a few of you do it? With Lin Dai and Jian Li's strength it's enough. That's about right. But you're still going to have to give us the benefit of the doubt. Don't worry about that. Once the 10 squads are ready, the 10-second countdown begins. And information about each squad was put on the screen. It caused an uproar when they saw the news of the Gaga Chaos Kill Team. Holy, a 4th-ranked intermediate? C-ranked thief? When I saw the 4th-rank intermediate, I thought that Feng Jing was going to rise. At a second glance, it's actually a C-ranked thief. This can't be a second generation of rich people. If this is the second generation of a rich man, it's also the second generation of a thug. Have you seen any rich family whose potential is only a C and whose profession is a thief? If I didn't hire someone to take me through the upgrades, I'd eat upside down. Most thought that it was some rich family coming to play. After all, the thief's attack power is there for all to see. Even if there were strong thieves, there might not be one for decades. Even if they did, they wouldn't have reached the middle of the 4th order at this time. Drops. Game on. 10 squads instantly rushed in and started killing. Facing a source beast of such a low rank took little effort. However, things were much more outrageous than they thought. When they had just walked to the level 26 source beast area, Wenruyu and the others had already walked to the level 30 area. It seems like there's no need for Wenruyu to make a move. Zhang Mingyu casually released healing spells with her scepter in hand, not even needing to use group healing. Even Jiang Li's most ordinary attacks could deal around 700 points of damage to the source beast, not to mention the others. And Wenruyu entered the sneak state at the first moment, ready to support at any time. As it turns out, it's not needed at all. After 20 minutes, they had arrived at the level 35 area, and they were noticed by outside viewers. It still has to be an S-ranked professional. I told you that 4th rank was just here to plat the gold. A thief is a thief. It's still important to look at powerful professionals at times like this. After all of them are at the 3rd rank advanced level, which is too much stronger than the other squads. As for that thief, don't mention it. What do you guys think? Can they win a title in this national tournament? Maybe, but if they replace that thief with an assassin, it might actually work. Wenruyu didn't know yet that he was now a dragging presence. Even if you know, you don't care. 25 minutes later, they encountered the last of the source beasts. Level 39 bronze boss. The time seems to be a bit beyond expectation. Are we this powerful now? Zhang Mingyu glanced at his watch, and it was actually only just 25 minutes had passed. As for this boss, it was estimated that it could be solved in 2 minutes. Zhao Qian, from her backpack, replaced it with a larger iron shield. You don't think about our previous battle state. Isn't it normal to be faster? During this recent period of time, it was almost like facing 5 or 6 level 40 plus source beasts at the same time, and it was impossible not to progress. The corner of Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched. Although he couldn't see Wenruyu, he was definitely in the neighborhood. I'm sure anyone who teams up with Wenruyu can become like this. While increased strength was part of the reason, a bigger part of the reason was fighting instinct. It could be said that they were able to fight over so quickly, and in addition to their super high damage, it was more about the timing of their skill usage and how they cooperated with each other. Last one. Speed up and try to settle it in a minute. Zhao Qian charged forward with her shield. The others picked up their weapons and prepared to unleash their skills. Wenruyu in his sneaking state nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that he didn't need to make a move. He glanced at the attributes he had just obtained and was even more satisfied. Isn't this the life he wanted? Wenryu rubbed her chin and couldn't help but think inwardly. If he made this squad a strongest squad, it didn't seem like it would be impossible for them to kill the enemy in the front while he leisurely gained attributes in the back. 2 minutes later, as the bronze boss fell to the ground, their time was set at 27 minutes and 55 seconds. First place is not guaranteed, but top 3 is certainly not a problem. It doesn't make any difference whether you're first or 8th today anyway. Chapter 108, Winning by an Absolute Advantage. In a house in the back. Oh, Zhang Ningqiu, your son has found a good team. Zhang Ningqiu slanted a glance at the other party. Aren't you the same? Look at what damage your daughter has caused. Wang Xiong was embarrassed. So it seemed to be true. Who made us all priests? It's normal for the damage to be lower. But anyway, squad grades represent the kids' grades, and injuries and whatnot are minor. Old Zhang, what's the arrangement with the guild? Don't worry, brother Zhao. That side is already prepared. 4 of the 9th order have been arranged. It's enough. Behind the crowd, Chu Tianqin walked up. Lao Zhao ah, when the time comes, let me do it myself. Okay? Zhao Tsong smiled bitterly. Chu Tianqin, it's not that I won't let you do it. This is the rule. Chu Tianqin had a bitter face. You said how I was so unlucky. The people present, how to say, were all people who were also considered to have some status in Fengjing, and more or less knew something about Chu Tianqin's family. Let's just say no one can beat him for misery. The death of his illegitimate son and the double murder of his new daughter-in-law couldn't be more tragic. Although Chu Tianqin, this person's character is poor, but as a Chinese person in the big right and wrong has not once missed. This one had a lot to do with him, to say the least. Zhao Tsong patted the other party's shoulder with a helpless face, seeing as he's so sad and his son is dead. As for this matter of harassing his daughter, it's not coming back to him. The crowd's eyes returned to the television screen once again. That said, what did your kids find a thief for? Isn't that dragging their feet? This time the champion is probably them. Lao Zhao ah, my son is a Class A Flame Knight. Change it? A-ranked Flame Knight is nothing. Lao Zhao, my daughter is S-ranked Wood Control System. A Hand of Vine Winding Effect Barrage good. This is an opportunity to be able to compete at nationals, and that has to be earned. Just an ordinary thief. A random person would be able to abuse him. How can you hog a spot? When Ruyui and the others went back inside the barrier and looked at the leaderboard on the side of the TV. They are in first place by a wide margin. Say, should the name be changed? Looking at that name, it's a bit too high profile, isn't it? I don't think it's a big deal in Tokyo, but I'm going to the national tournament behind me. Gaga Messi kill? This is going to be targeted to death? Wang Mingxing waved his hand carelessly. It doesn't matter. It's just a name. What's wrong with the name? It's supposed to be Gaga messing with the kill, and they didn't name it wrong. Wenryu sighed softly. Never mind. It looks like the name can't be changed. At 3 p.m. The last group of teams competed. The picture on the screen changed, and 8 teams' information appeared on the screen. As for the remaining 52 teams were not qualified to appear on it. Gaga Gobbler Kill Team, 27 minutes, 55 seconds, first place. Team Invincible, 32 minutes, 41 seconds, second place. Assassination League Team, 32 minutes, 49 seconds, third place. Team Candy Thief, 34 minutes 01 seconds, 8th place. It's safe to say that the gap between 2nd and 8th place is not significant, and it also appeared that Wenryu and the others were far beyond these people in terms of strength. Looking at it this way, we're still one of the strongest. Zhang Mingyu was all smiles. A gap of nearly 5 minutes is not something that can be surpassed with a little effort. Don't talk about rank. If you have the guts, you guys can also upgrade to the 3rd rank Advanced Ah. Wenryu hasn't made a move yet. If he does, I'm afraid it won't take 10 minutes to be able to end it. Zhao Qian shook her head. There was a gap between them and the rest of the team. There is also a gap between them and Wenryu. The time she was talking about was still Wenryu's speed alone. No, probably faster than 10 minutes. In this regard, Wenryu was indifferent. The top 8 are all the same anyway and will all be able to compete in tomorrow's game. For tomorrow's match, I'll still hold off for now, unless the opponent is too strong. Of course I don't think you'll meet any team that's too strong. If the time difference wasn't too big, then he might have been worried about it. But apparently these teams should not be overly powerful. Otherwise the time will surely be shortened again. Ha, don't. The mist skill is all set. Zhang Mingyu said in a hurry that they had searched for a lot of people for this skill. After all, this kind of skill was of no use at all against battle source beasts, and it was just too hard to find. Wenryu raised her eyebrows. You learned it? Zhang Mingyu hastily shook her head. I definitely can't learn it. My skill bar is still good to keep for learning those status skills and whatnot. How can you just use a skill bar when there are only so many in total? That one. I learned it. And this skill kind of goes better with me. Jianli raised his hand. Show me. Wenruyu was a bit curious. He was just talking casually at the time. He was aware of the mistype skills, which were pitifully small in number and not very useful. In his belt, hundreds of smoke grenades were ready, 10 in a bundle, pull tabs and all, tied with string. When the time comes to pull it off, it definitely fills the room with smoke. For this reason, he has thoughtfully prepared them in a variety of colors for added viewing pleasure. After all, with one letter of smoke, how boring it is for the audience to just listen to the sound. Jianli adjusted his watch and pulled out the skill information. Mist of War LV1, 0/100. When the skill is used, it will release mist in a 20-meter radius. The mist lasts for 3 seconds and the user's vision is not affected by the smoke. The user's movement speed plus 10%, attack speed plus 5%, and attack power plus 10% while within the mist. 20s. Good lord. It's actually a status mist skill, as you can see. This has one drawback, and that is that only the user's sight is unobstructed. Zhao Qian was a bit helpless, but it had been one of the best mist-like skills they had found. The rest is simply a fog. It's not nearly as effective as this. In fact, this skill should only work best when given to Wenruyu. It was just that he had already learned so many assassin skills before. It was better to keep the rest of the skill bar. That's why they chose to let Jianli use it. And the skill went well with her as well. Especially the bow and arrow, which is a strangely fast attack, is absolutely effective in the mist. It's not a big problem. I can still hear voices. The stronger the attribute, the stronger the ability of the 5 senses, and the better the physical quality. Although he couldn't see each other directly through the mist, he could still do it by finding each other through sound. You'll make the arrangements when the time comes, and if you want to make a move, let Jianli do it. Chapter 109, You shouldn't have fallen in love with him. Right. Jianli, I'm sorry. After the game, the crowd went to the hotel for dinner. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Zhao Qian's cell phone rang. Hey, Dad. Ah, well. Zhao Qian helplessly put down her cell phone. You guys eat first. My dad asked me to come home. I wonder what's up with this one. Then let's go too. We've been eating for an hour. It's time to finish. After Zhao Qian separated from them, she drove straight to her home. Opening the door to his room, he saw his father sitting on the couch watching TV. You're back. Well, Dad, there's something you can't say on the phone and you have to come back. You sit down first. Your team did well today. You actually passed the competition in such a short period of time. It seems like you guys have improved quite a bit. Zhao Tsang glanced at Zhao Qian and said casually. Zhao Qian had a happy face. That's a given. We're the entire team that's third order advanced, so it can't be anything less than awesome. Zhao Tsang nodded. He had seen this rank, but rank doesn't tell the whole story. Professionals of the same level and same potential still have the possibility of hanging. Fighting instincts are something that has to be exercised over time before they can be formed. No, Dad. You called me back just to compliment me? As I remember, you shouldn't be this kind of person. Zhao Qian looked at Zhao Tsang with a skeptical face. From what she knew of her own father, unsolicited compliments were rare, and after every compliment, something is bound to happen. Coughing. Zhao Tsang lightly coughed twice, organizing his language and said, with your strength, winning the championship is already a done deal, and you'll soon be representing Fengjing in the National League. Although it's only a small league, it's still considered a competition of national nature, and it would be best if you can win the championship. When he said that, Zhao Qian became even more puzzled. It's just a national college tournament. It doesn't take much more than your level of attention. I don't want to pay attention to it. After all, the Fengjing rankings have always been up and down, but this time you have a chance to compete for a bit, so let's take advantage of it. Through you guys. Stop. Dad, I'm not your subordinate. You don't have to say all that. Just say what you're going to do. I have a race tomorrow and it's getting late. Seeing that her father was about to start a long speech, Zhao Qian hurriedly stopped it. Otherwise we won't finish today without 2 hours. Zhao Tsang was a bit embarrassed. This talking to his subordinates was a habit. Ahem. I see that when Ryu in your team is a thief, there's no use in keeping this kind of profession. How about replacing it with someone else to represent Fengjing in the national competition? Originally he didn't want to bother, but it couldn't be helped that so many people had said it. And when he thought about it carefully, it did make that much sense. That's why I called Zhao Qian back after I came back today. Zhao Qian, on the other hand, looked at Zhao Tsang with a shocked expression. Her father had actually asked her to change Wenruyu. How could this be possible? Dad, I can tell you, to know that Wenruyu Zhao Qian's words were stuttering. This can't be explained. She had promised Wenruyu that she wouldn't talk about him. Anyway, he certainly can't be replaced is all. Zhao Tsang looked at Zhao Qian with a wary expression. You couldn't. Are falling in love with him? Right. This can't be done. You should know that your future husband must be an S rank as well as S rank or above professional. You definitely can't find a C rank. Ha! The corner of Zhao Qian's mouth twitched. She just said it can't be changed. How did it become that she liked Wenruyu? Your own dad. To not be so funny. You're overthinking it. I don't like him. Besides, Zhongli is his girlfriend. Zhongli, I'm sorry. Just be a shield again. What? That S rank Thunder Archer? How thoughtful of her to find a C rank as a boyfriend. This is bound to break up later. Zhao Cong shook his head. He really can't figure out these kids. Finding a marriage partner is a very important thing. How can they be so sloppy? No, this has to go up the chain of command. But he knew in his heart that even if he said more about this kind of thing, the top would not bother. Zhao Qian stood up from the sofa. Your old man, I don't worry about it. Our squad won't change. Besides, these two are one and the same. If you replace Wenruyu, then Zhongli will also go. Can you find me someone with such high damage and such good combat skills? After saying that, Zhao Qian turned around and left. After watching Zhao Qian leave, Zhao Cong shook his head. He really couldn't find it. Even those professionals who had already reached the 4th-ranked beginner level might not be able to smoothly deal Zhongli's damage. Weakness? What a rare skill. Hey, it's really weird that someone actually likes thieves, but I have to say, that kid is really good looking enough to be a match for me. The following day, the 8-4 matches were played in the morning. The game was played in a 10,000 capacity stadium on the west side. Originally, this stadium was to be torn down and constructed into a residential building, but later, after many discussions, it was eventually left. There has to be room for some kind of event. You can't just tear everything down. Since the descent of the secret world, people have been squeezed out of existence. I don't know how many buildings have been torn down in the meantime. Wenruyu and her group had already arrived at the venue and were waiting for the match to begin. He glanced behind him. 20 minutes before 9 o'clock. The back bleachers were full. Tell you something, my dad asked me to switch you out and made me refuse. Want to show off your fighting abilities today to shut those guys up? Zhao Qian suddenly received. Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhao Qian in unison. Sister Qian, what's the situation? Why is Uncle Zhao suddenly still in charge of such trivial matters? Yeah, it's just a national college freshman league. Zhao Qian shook her head and explained briefly. The corner of Wenruyu's mouth twitched. Once again she was in love? But that's not the point. The point is, thieves are eating your family's rice, and you're being talked about even when you're in love. Zhang Mingyu on the side patted his shoulder. Just get used to it. It's not just her family that's like this. It's like this for all the big and small families in the country. The marriage partner must be a same potential or high potential professional. Definitely not a low potential person. As for the average person, it's really pretty much the same. Unless it's true love. There's no such thing as high potential and low potential together. After all, as you level up, the potential of the professionals you meet is almost never too bad. Don't worry, I didn't say anything about your ability. Since we promised you, we certainly won't say anything, Zhao Qian said in a hurry. She didn't want Wenruyu to have any bad thoughts in her mind. Wenruyu nodded. I believe you guys. It looks like I'm going to get my hands dirty today. I can't touch the fish anymore. Let these people see the damage of the skill one strike. Thieves aren't that easy to mess with. Chapter 110, why don't you bring one to make up for it? Is that why thieves are bad? It's you who's not to be messed with. Okay? 9 o'clock. A pro walks to the ring in the middle of the field. Welcome to the National University League Fongjing Tournament. And now we have 8 teams taking the stage. The music started and a team came up from the back. The first team, Gaga Chaos Kill Team. Ow! Applause and cheers continue to ring out. For this team, those of them who watched the first day of the game remember it well. Took first place by a wide margin, with a full complement of third-ranked seniors. And that's with the absolute advantage of having a thief profession that does nothing. They believe that with a different team member, their time might have been furthered. The second team, Team Have I Got You. The third branch. Each team has its supporters. Only the voices are getting smaller and smaller. In the interest of fairness, a drawing of lots was conducted. What's fair is only fair to the bottom 7 teams. Hearing this, the 8th-ranked team instantly breathed a sigh of relief. They thought they were playing first and 8th. With the draw, at least there's a chance. 8 captains stepped forward. Zhao Qian walked back with a piece of paper. Good luck. Number 2. We can go second. Play early and rest early. The big screen at the back shows their respective opponents. In the first inning, 2nd versus 5th. In the second inning, 1st against 8th. The captain of the Candy Thief Sweets team, the corner of his mouth twitched. Is this sure it's a lottery? How come you're still in first place? 5 feminine men with helpless faces. Needless to say, it must be a round robin. Back in the front stands, Wenruyu couldn't help but look at the Candy Thief Sweets team. Say, what kind of team is that Candy Thief Sweet? It doesn't look very strong. Zhang Mingyu looked over. 5 glass. Just beat them up hard when the time comes. Lin Dai, who was on the side, laughed and said, that captain among them. He even pursued Zhang Mingyu. Ha ha ha. It wasn't just that captain. There was also that guy in the pink jacket who courted Zhang Mingyu as well. And that was a scene I'll never forget. Wang Mingxing looked at Zhang Mingyu with an amused expression. Wen Ruyu raised her eyebrows. That said, your family is in a hurry to introduce you to someone. Why don't you bring back one to make up for it? Zhang Mingyu rolled her eyes. Do you think I'm not dying fast enough? The first battle began while several people were talking and laughing. Both sides were about the same level, and the fight was scorching. This is the standard base configuration of a team. Shield Battle Law Shepherd Control. However, in order to have a better output, a team will usually add an explosive professional, such as an assassin, or in order to have a better understanding of the neighborhood, add an archer or other professionals with useful scouting abilities. Zhang Mingyu watched the match and explained to Wen Ruyu. Wen Ruyu nodded. It's true that both sides are configured pretty much the same way, and you could say that Shield Shepherd Law is almost a must-have. It's just the other two professions that make a difference. This game took all of 5 minutes to finish. Come on, let's get ready to go on. The group went to the side to wait for them all. In the second round, Team Gaga Chaos Kill versus Team Candy Thief Suite. Both sides get in the ring. Roar, screams, cheers. Listening to Wen Ruyu was hot. Ah, it's Zhang Mingyu from our class. This face is so durable. I still think that Wen Ruyu is a bit more handsome and has a higher rank. What's the point of being even higher? You're still a C-rank thief? What's the point besides opening chests? If I had to say change it up, this team might actually make it to the top 3 in the country. It's just a freshman contest. It's not a contest. Both players stand at attention. Formation open. Countdown 10 seconds. Only to see the formation in the center of the ring activate. The entire ring was shrouded, and through the formation one could see that it was transformed into a forest. A view from inside came on the big screen. This is that formation where death is at best painful and doesn't really kill you. The person who invented this formation wanted everyone to fight to their heart's content. However, each person can only use this formation once, or else they can't take it mentally. It won't kill you, but the realism will be seared into your mind. Too many times for the human spirit to bear. No wonder. So do you think they'll be in pain for a long time if I don't hit the vitals? In order to make her damage a little more reasonable, Wen Ruyu's target changed from the neck and heart to a large area like the abdomen, back and buttocks. The damage will definitely be lower, even very low, but it will also be higher than a normal career. However, death would certainly be prolonged, and that pain would certainly last longer. After all, you can't die in half a day. The corner of Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched. You are really a living hell. What's the difference between you and cutting meat with a blunt knife? It's fine. Just have them out to deliver it. The countdown ended, and Wen Ruyu entered the sneak state at the first opportunity. Jiang Li released the eagle and Zhao Qian raised her shield to walk ahead. Although the other party was of a lower level than them, they still had to be taken seriously. There's a lot of guttering going on. Jade, don't be in a hurry. Wait for us to make our move. You'll find your chance. However, no one responded to Zhang Mingyu. Gone? Zhang Mingyu scratched his head. This speed was too fast. At this moment, Wen Ruyu was standing on top of the tip of a tall tree, searching for the other party. But this place is just a little too big to look at. What kind of formation is this? Isn't the area here a bit too big? Wen Ruyu, who had no choice but to return to the group. It didn't reveal itself though. Zhang Mingyu, just how big is this place? Zhang Mingyu shivered. Startled. Big brother, next time can you reveal your figure before you speak? People scaring people will kill them. Zhang Mingyu glanced at the sweaty arm with a speechless face. Next time for sure. The corner of Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched. Having said it several times, which time have you ever revealed your figure? He said with a helpless face. This venue is an area 3 kilometers long and wide, which is actually not too large. It's only convenient to observe with the naked eye, and that's when the scrying skill is used. Found them. They're about 1,500 meters to the right. They have archers too. It's only a matter of time before they find us. Jiang Li hurriedly pointed to the right. The group reversed direction and ran at full speed toward the right, and in less than half a minute they saw Candy Thief Sweets group. With this standing position, I'm a bit sorry for them if I don't make a move. Wen Ruyu had a helpless face. Zhang Mingyu took a look at it. There's no problem with the stand. 1-2-2 formation. Same as yourself and others. Just a little denser, right? I'll do it first. You guys can do the rest. Wen Ruyu instantly disappeared in place. Chapter 111. Do you have any more wet wipes? I need to wipe my hands. Without waiting for them to react, Wen Ruyu directly rushed out with her dagger. My brother, you. How did you run away so quickly? What shall we do? Zhang Mingyu was helpless. Before he could say what was going on, the person was gone. What else can I do? Rush through. Of course, the group rushed out to the other side in a hurry. Seeing Zhao Qian and his party, Candy Thief Sweet was also stunned. Didn't the eagle in the sky not find the target? How did this man get here? And in the center of the five of them, when Ruyu revealed her figure, a quick glance around the center of the five, behind the thighs of the three people in front and in front of the thighs of the two people in the back, a bone-deep wound appeared on top of the thighs of the five people. Blood ran down his thigh. -887, -913, -892. 5 damage jumped out of the heads of the five. When Ruyu jumped straight out of the center of the five and returned to the group, the 5 men moved in unison, bending over in unison to cover their wounds. And after those 5 damage jumped out, there was a steady stream of -10 to 10 coming out of the head. This slash not only stunned the Candy Thief Sweet's team members, but even the people from the outside world were stunned. Wait, that damage just now was done by that thief? You read that right, that's him. But isn't he a box opener? How come the damage is so high? It's definitely that dagger. That dagger definitely increases damage. You can pull that off. Everyone knows that it's only the attributes that make a weapon useful. So tell me what attributes can increase damage that high? Is it hard to admit that people are good? Can't they just be mutant professionals? The scene was clamoring. A thief dealing out more damage than an assassin, or a normal attack. This was simply unbelievable. In the VIP box at the arena, Zhao Qian, several people's fathers stayed here. This thief is a bit interesting. Interesting indeed. To be able to deal such high damage. Clearly not an ordinary professional. A mutant profession? It's not impossible. At this point, Zhao Tsung kind of understood why Zhao Qian didn't switch. Normal attacks had this kind of damage. What about if you use a skill? It was only a C-ranked thief, but that damage was enough to put him in the sights of the rest of them. Old Zhang, do you think Zhao Qian can like this one, Ruyu? Shaningqiu looked at Zhao Tsung with a shocked face. Is this something that can come out of your mouth? Aren't you strict about Zhao Qian's other half? What? You're okay with this C-rank thief? Zhao Tsung waved his hand. Do you think I'm Fatty Lin? That's what he calls extreme. Don't look at him as SC rank, but this damage should be a mutated professional. It's actually not something that can't be considered. Lin's father on the side was not happy. Who are you calling Fatty Lin? I'm only 190 pounds. Okay. And I was being protective of Lin Dai. What do you mean by extreme? As for this one, Ruyu, you don't want to think about it. She has a date. Zhao Tsung shook his head without saying anything. That's all he had to hear. But he had asked around. And these two weren't even a couple. The two of them have known each other for less than 2 months. How can they be a couple? This look is to deal with them. He couldn't help but glance at Lin's father. Must be coping with him. As for himself, Zhao Chen guessed that he was just talking off the top of his head. Too bad. My own daughter definitely doesn't like this one. It's too skinny. Thud. Report. People from the Church of Salvation have been spotted in the stands, but they're all low-ranked. Their main personnel have yet to arrive. And suspicious people have been spotted but not yet identified. A male professional said with a serious expression. Zhao Tsang glanced at Chu Tianqin in the corner and casually said, continue to monitor. Confirm the information well and don't miss anything. There are not many extra people in Fongjing. It's good to confirm. Yes. Zhao Tsang came and sat down beside Chu Tianqin. Don't say I didn't give you a chance to take revenge. This time around, there are 4 believers and 10 A characters coming. How about you take charge of 1 believer? As for your son, 0 can only be in charge. Chu Tianqin froze. I can participate? Zhao Tsang nodded. You can participate. And that's what 0's side agreed to. Chu Feng, as a member of a squad below 0, 0 had that right. And 0 wasn't at all afraid that Chu Tianqin would cause any trouble. Thanks. All have been friends for many years. It's nothing. But you should tighten up after that. Without Chu Feng, your identity as the first family is gone. After saying that, he patted Chu Tianqin's shoulder. From today onwards their Zhao family will be the #1 family in Fongjing. Zhao Tsang sat on the sofa, looking at the screen, his right hand constantly tapping on the armrest. Mentally, he preferred to be second if he could. That's #1. I don't know how many people are watching. He didn't have a son like Chu Tian. Thinking about it, he touched his belt. Why don't we go back at night and clean up after our 2 sons? Can't even get in a 0. Shame on him. As for what Chu Tianqin would encounter in the future, he could also guess. But it's not a big impact. It's all just verbal attacks. He eyes the TV. The kid. 5-1/666 odd Jade. Looking down at the situation just now, Zhang Mingyu finally realized what he had just said about standing. Luckily they don't stand so much as pull away. Who knows how these guys like to stand so close together. If it hadn't been for the game, he doubted the guys would have held hands. The thought of it gave Zhang Mingyu goosebumps. It was too disgusting. Stop chatting and get on with it. Get off work early, Wenruyu said helplessly. Isn't it just a casual slash? That's no reason to brag. With Lin Dai's few hands, the match ended quickly. The most time spent during the entire match was finding people, with less than a minute of actual fighting. Back in their seats, teammate looked at Wenruyu from time to time. Two of them had strange looks in their eyes. Wenruyu leaned back in a hurry. What the hell? Hey, Ryu, you're lucky you're not in our school, or you'd be in deep. Wang Mingxing noticed the eyes of the few people on that side and knew what was going on in these people's minds. I didn't realize that after Zhang Mingyu, Wenruyu was also targeted. The corner of Wenruyu's mouth twitched. I'm really lucky then, but what are you hiding from? He looked to the side at Zhang Mingyu. Oh, I'm afraid they'll move the goalposts. It's best if they only look at you. After all, I have school to go to. Wenruyu had a helpless face. Sister Qian, do you still have wet wipes? I need to wipe my hands. Just now, during the handshake phase between the two sides after the sparring session, the man actually snapped at his hand. Who made you grow on their aesthetic? Chapter 112, Everything is normal. Inside a restaurant near the venue, the six sat down to eat their meal. It's better to have a division. Just one game and it's over. And while the results might be a little off, they won't be too far off. It's the national tournament that follows that's the trouble. Zhang Mingyu put down the dishes in his hands with a helpless expression. Just thinking about the schedule at that time of year is distracting. Is it different from now? Wenruyu wasn't too attached to this competition. After all, the participants are just first-year students just attending school, and the outside help is also someone who just awakened this year. With such an opponent, he didn't believe that a ninth-ranked professional had appeared. We are now going straight to the top 8 on the first day, and we can play the final directly on the second day, but the national competition will take at least 2 to 3 days to determine the top 8. As for the back 8 into 4, semi-finals, and finals is estimated to be another 2 days. Zhao Qian, who was at the side, explained, the country has prepared a total of 16 regions, and when the time comes, the 16 teams will have to play a round-robin tournament, so each team will have to play a full 15 matches, for a total of 120 matches, without any surprises. 2 days should be about right. As for the later matches, it doesn't really make much difference. As for why the latter was divided into 2 days, it was mostly because they wanted these people to stay in Kyoto longer. After all, competitions can boost a city's spending. That seems to be okay. For Wenruyu, it's just that the appearances have become more frequent, but it doesn't really matter. But the schedule is tight, and that's a problem if you're not in good shape. Zhang Mingyu shook his head. It was really just one game after another. A battle team was 7 games a day. How long can you rest? What's there to worry about? With Ryu here, we'll do it with confidence and boldness. Lin Dai was so relaxed now that he wasn't afraid of anything. Anyway, there's Wenruyu peddling. Hey, that's right. Jade will be relying on you when the time comes. If you want to lean on me you can. Take your arm off first. Wenruyu turned her head to look at the arm on her shoulder and said breathlessly, really should have thrown him to that candy-feeding team. We've seen the morning's matches. 7 of the teams were about the same strength, and the only one that came in first was the strongest. A short-haired young man said. A man in a mask nodded. In the afternoon after the finals, the champion and runner-up teams will be the first targets to be eliminated, and you guys will be in charge of the A-word. As for the other teams, the rest of you will be in charge. They are all third-ranked professionals. I don't want you to fail to eliminate even them. Looking at the 20 or so dingbats in front of him, the masked man had a serious look on his face. Don't worry Lord Unnote, that's something we can still do. It's just that, those few high-ranked warriors from Fengjing might come in the afternoon. Wei Yang snorted. It's just a group of 8th order professionals. Even if there is a 9th order, there's no need to be afraid. Our 4 believers are 9th order professionals. In his opinion, a small Fengjing was enough to dispatch him alone. It's not like this is the Magic City. There's no need for so many people. This time, however, the Magic City, Kyoto, and Yangchang did not send any manpower. Of the 16 districts, only the worst 10 sent people there, and some of the worst districts just had the A and B characters out without even sending believers. 1:20 p.m. When Ryu and her group returned to their seats, and those teams that had been eliminated in the morning arrived as well. You guys, look, how come there are more people in this town guard? Lin Dai glanced around. The staffing arrangement was clearly different than in the morning. It's the final in the afternoon after all, so I'm worried that something might go wrong, Zhao Qian said casually. On the way in, she noticed. She knew that it was arranged from above. Just isn't this arrangement too blatant? Yet all of this could not have been more normal in the eyes of the Church of Salvation. Although the number of people said to have gotten bigger, the level wasn't high enough to spot us. When the time comes, don't worry about these people and just take a shot at those squads. In their view, it would be wrong not to send talent. It's just that there are more people sent today than ever before. If they had really found them, they shouldn't have sent a professional with such a low rank. On top of a tall building outside the grounds, 20 men dressed in black stood. Captain, a total of 4 believers have come. As for the rest of the members, there are expected to be 30. The man standing at the edge of the building had a smirk on his face. He actually sent 4 believers. It seems they still fancy this place in Fengjing. I wonder if their protector came. Team Zhang, Fengjing's overall strength is still fine, and under normal circumstances, 4 is enough to do everything while they're backing up. As for the protector, it's still being probed. It's still hard to pry from the protector. One of me will deal with one of them, and a group of 5 of you will deal with one. Zhongsheng, the 4 of you control Chufeng for me. I would like to see what he is thinking, not being a good Zero member actually selling out his country. Zhang Yuqing had a cold smile on his face. This was the first time this kind of thing had happened in the team he was leading, but it made him lose face amongst the Zeros. The game started at noon, and as the first team to go out, Wenruyu's group was relaxed, but the other side is anything but easy. They were aware of the squad in front of them. Seconds, absolute seconds. That's not a normal strength gap, but it shouldn't. It was only a difference of 1 realm. It wasn't a difference of 1 rank, so how was it possible to kill in seconds? Captain, could this team be coincidental yesterday? Is that Candy Thief Sweet not strong? The team member was a little skeptical. Don't be fooled by Candy Thief's sweet appearance. Since people are able to enter the top 8, they have their own reasons. As for this team in front of us, strong for sure, but we have the same chance. Keiko will find the other side in a while to directly release the ability you just bought. The little fat man on the side froze. With that, what do we do then? You guys put this on after Fatty uses his powers. The host looked at both teams and took the microphone in his hand. The 2 teams of the semifinals have come to the field, in which the strength of the Gaga Chaos Killing team is obvious to everyone. I wonder if it will be the same as in the morning in the next battle. Let's wait and see. The hosts walk out of the ring, leaving it open for both teams. You're strong, but we're not weak, and we've studied ways to deal with you. The captain of the other battle team looked at Wenryu and the others with a smug expression. If this approach didn't work, then there shouldn't be anyone in Fengjing who could deal with them. Zhao Qian's mouth twitched. Pre-game trash talk? Listening to the cheers from the stands. You really will. She just looked at the other woman and didn't say anything. With a flash of light, the crowd entered the playing field. This is a good venue. Chapter 113. Are you worried about me getting back at him? Looking at the venue in front of him, Zhang Mingyu couldn't help but sigh. Prairie. The view is wide open. The first time they came in, they saw where the other side was, and the other side saw them. What a time saver. It's better this time. I guess it won't even take a minute. This distance between the 2 sides is just too close. For a rank like theirs, this distance was fleeting. Zhao Qian glanced at the countdown. How are we going to get it? Bad stand. You guys go ahead and fight. I'll wait for my chance. The formation made no difference to Wenryu, simply not wanting to make too much of a spectacle of herself. Okay, I guess we won't need Jay to take care of it. Based on the last matchup, even if some squads were stronger, they weren't that much stronger. Everyone should still be careful. The other party might have really found some way. Zhao Qian frowned. The 10-second countdown is over, and it's time to go up. No matter what the other side has up their sleeve, both sides marched at the same time. In less than 10 seconds the distance between the 2 sides was less than 50 meters. Wenryu landed at the back and followed closely. Just then, there was a sudden explosion from the other side's position, and a puff of smoke filled a 100-meter radius. What does that mean? Misty? The crowd stopped in their tracks. This was a little hard to figure out. It's fine. It's just the most common smoke formation. This can only produce a large amount of smoke and neither side can see it. Whoosh! An arrow flew through the mist and hit Zhao Qian's shield. The corner of Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched. The other party seems to be able to see us. That's a bit unfair. Wenryu raised an eyebrow. He couldn't see either, but he was able to hear the other party's position. This was the benefit of having high attributes. I'll do it. Wenryu stepped forward, and at a time like this he struck out and couldn't be seen from the outside. Well, that would be a pleasure. It's just a small thing. Wenryu directly disappeared in front of the crowd, and then a few thuds were heard. Moments later the game was over. The corner of Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched. Was there 10 seconds from the time he went out to the end? 5 and 4 seconds. As for the outcome of the match, it basically came out not long after the other team went down because there was no point in waiting. A cloud of smoke appeared on the big screen outside. However, it didn't take long for the 5 avatars representing the other squad to go out in turn. The crowd on the viewing platform froze. What was this? How 5 people died together? You know that the last time the Gaga Chaos Kill team fought the Candy Thief Sweets team wasn't this fast either. What's happening here? How come they all died when the smoke came out? Is this fog poisonous? Even if it's poisonous, then it should be the Gaga Chaos Kill team that dies. It's definitely not poisonous. It's just the most common skill smoke. It doesn't do any damage. It's purely a sight blocker. Is it possible that this team is too strong and didn't use their full strength before? No matter how much they think about it, one can't figure out exactly why. The crowd returned to the top of the ring, only to see all 5 of their opponents' hands on the front of their necks touching them twice every now and then. Zhang Mingyu asked in a low voice, "Brother Yu, what did you do to the people? Why are each of them so pale?" "It's nothing really. It's not thinking of ending the match earlier, so I thought it would be faster to just cut the throat. I didn't realize that this knife was too sharp." So, Wenryu was also a little embarrassed. After all, we are all on our own. This is indeed a little heavy-handed. The thought of the dagger cutting off a third of it really wasn't his fault. Who knew the dagger could be so sharp as not? Coming to the center of the ring, the captain of the opposing team looked at Zhao Qian with a pale face. "Can you tell me who moved? Why is the hand so black?" He still remembered the feeling of that broken neck, especially the feeling of the blood draining away and his body slowly turning cold and losing consciousness. "That's our secret. After all, I'm also worried that you'll get back at him." The man's mouth twitched. He retaliated? Does he think he's not going to live long enough? Ahem. I'm just asking. Both shook hands and walked down to the ring in perfect harmony. Only Wenryu was shut down by the eyes of everyone on the other side. With their guesses, the only possibilities were this thief and the little girl with the scythe. But that little girl was poor in strength at first glance. But this thief, with that much damage, it should be. This captain gulped. Horribly. Are all the new generation thieves so fierce now? Back in their seats. They hadn't slowed down. The next game has already begun. Brother Jade, your hands are really dark. Look at their faces. They are still white even now. Looking at the group in the distance, Zhang Mingyu couldn't help but feel amused. This is as black as it gets. Wenryu had nothing to say to that. Isn't this just normal operation? What's so black about it? Half an hour later, the second set of battles was over as well. The winner will compete with Wenryu and the others for the first place. As for the loser, there is no contest. To put it bluntly, this contest is just a screening contest. Only the first place works. Nothing else. An hour's break follows, and the final race will open at 3:30 p.m. The personnel are all arranged, right? Have you contacted Zero's side? Zhao Tsong looked at the surveillance and asked. Contact has been made and they're on the perimeter. They said they'll keep an eye on the few believers, and we'll just take care of the A-teamers. The liaison said. Zhao Tsong frowned. Didn't you say that Chu Tianqin would help against one by then? I said this, but they meant that the believers are all 9th-ranked professionals, not something we can deal with. And they're already breaking the rules by letting Chu Tianqin participate in this operation. So I hope we'll comply. Chu Tianqin on the side had a bitter smile on his face. Yeah, 9th order. He's only an 8th. Zhao Tsong thought for a moment and said, it's fine. Isn't there still A-sequence people there? When the time comes you'll just kill a few more. Just don't delay things. Don't worry and do it boldly. Chu Tianqin looked at Zhao Tsong with a grateful face. Thank you. After everyone started to turn away from him, only Zhao Tsong still helped him. Zhao Tsong turned his head and looked at the screen with a sad face. Why do you think you're such a pit? The first family is gone, and I'm being targeted now. You'd better show your strength and divert the attention. If one A word isn't enough, it's 3. You'd better kill 5 if you can. Well, I hope that there are 8th order ones in the A word sequence. If they're all 9th order, Chu Tianqin's wish won't be realized. But looking at the somewhat excited Chu Tianqin, he decided not to say it out loud. The corner of Zhang Incho's mouth on the side twitched. He had to warn his son. Be careful not to be sold by the Zhao family. He glanced pitifully at Chu Tianqin. What do you think those 9th-ranked professionals who prepared it do? Chapter 114, Stalling for Time, but this squad is a bit fierce. Inside a building not far from the venue, the 4 masked men knelt on one knee. Protectorine. A black-robed man wearing a black mask stood in front of the crowd, his right hand lightly raised, and a rough electronic synthesized sound came out of his mouth. Get up. How are things getting ready? Protectorine. The personnel are ready. They've prepared 4 9th order professionals, and they've already been discovered by us. Do you think that we should hold those 8th order? Or do you think we should go and hold those 4 9th order? Angmot asked cautiously. For him, neither the 8th nor the 9th order was a big problem. Good job. You guys just take care of those 8th ranks, and leave the 4 9th ranks to me. Ian Guardian's voice turned back into a shrill electronic synthesized tone. They had long been accustomed to the voice of Ian Protector. Other than that, What else did you find out? That man has some status, but not very high. Protector Ian nodded. Do it once the time is up, and make it quick. Yes. Boo. Chu Feng, come with us. In a room backstage of the arena, several of Zhang Shang's men kicked in the door. Chu Feng was a bit unsure when he saw this scene. Big brother Zhong, what's going on? Zhong Shang had a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. What did you say about collaborating with the enemy and selling out the country? He didn't have a good face for such people. What he hated most in his life was traitors. Hearing those words, Chu Feng's heart went cold. Found out about yourself? But it shouldn't be. He's using an encrypted cell phone. There's no way anyone could have found out about it. Chu Feng revealed a far-fetched smile. Big brother Zhong, don't joke. How could I possibly sell my country? Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? What? Use an encrypted cell phone and think God doesn't know what's going on? You also don't think about where this cell phone came from and where it was manufactured. Zhang Shang has serious doubts about his intelligence. Just this kind of person actually sells out the country. I really don't know how to write the word death. The two men stepped forward, and one of them locked a black circle around Chu Feng's wrist. The source power running in his body suddenly slowed down and weighed as much as 1,000 pounds. The strength in his body instantly disappeared. Chu Feng raised his wrist, and it was the reverse elemental stone bracelet. This was a type of ore in the advanced secret realm that was not produced in large quantities. This ore has a good limiting effect on source power, and is the most popular piece of equipment that the two teams, Security and Zero, are willing to use. Wearing this is basically a nail in the coffin and there will be no possibility of injustice. It shouldn't be. That person told me that I would never be able to find out. Absolutely not. Chu Feng muttered under his breath, letting the two men beside him pull him away. Zhong Shang snorted. Something like an encrypted cell phone had no secrets at all in front of the state apparatus. It's very easy to access. What's more, this Chu Feng is still in the black market to buy. Sell this kind of contraband without some relationship can sell? That's stupid. In the command room. Hello Director Zhao. I'm 020th Brigade Captain Gongyu. Hello Captain Gong. Zhao Tsong didn't expect the other party to come here directly. Did those four give them exposure? Already had them purposely exposed to their view as you said. Zhao Tsong didn't understand why the other party was doing this. It was all fine to begin with, and then all of a sudden they let it be done this way. Well, that's good. They didn't just have believers coming this time, even a protector came. It seems like they have very few targets, or else they wouldn't have sent out a protector to come here. Gong Yu explained. How can we get that protector to make a move without exposing it? He might not be able to deal with that person alone, but together with those 4 ninth-ranked professionals, he could still do it. And another squad was on its way here, so as long as there was enough time, they would definitely be able to leave this Ian protector behind. So our plan is going to change. The first one is to delay the match by half an hour. The second one is that the 4 believers are most likely targeting you people of the 8th rank, so your task is to hold them back. And I'll be dealing with this Ian protector along with those 4 ninth ranks, while the rest of my team will protect those professionals participating in the tournament. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. Each side prepares. And when Ryu and the others were already sitting in the stands at this time, ready to participate in the competition. At exactly 3:30, the host walked up to the stage with a smile on his face. The final is about to begin, and I thank you all for coming out to watch the last major final. I'm sure that the games from yesterday to now everyone. Bara. This talk was 10 minutes long. Every now and then the host looks at his watch and how this is dragging on. Finally, thanks to Lin Group for the title. Let's welcome Lin Tianyao, chairman of Lin Group. The audience below clapped their hands airily. What is this? Didn't we say it would start at 3:30? It's already past 3:40. I guess it's a publicity stunt. What do I care? That's just it. It's definitely a match. The point is, what's the point of them being more disgruntled if they don't end up saying it? The slight figure stepped onto the stage and took the microphone. Thank you, everyone, for being able to crown this time. Zhan Mingyu and Wen Ruyu both sat upright without looking at each other, not daring to look at Lin Dai's direction at all. Hell, I don't know if I'll get an education if I'm seen. Ha, Lin Dai, does your family even title such a competition? Wang Mingxing was a bit curious. Both of their families are in business, so it stands to reason that this kind of competition shouldn't be titled. It's not like it's a big game that means absolutely nothing. I don't know. I've never heard of it. Lin Dai also had a strange look on his face. What the hell was going on here? With his dad's shrewd little mind, how could he do something with such a low return? It's so weird. At 4 o'clock, Zhao Tsong's voice came from Lin Tianyao's headset. That's fine. Let the game begin. Hard work. Lin Tianyao handed the microphone in his hand to the host and went backstage. They'd like to stall a little longer, too, but it's obviously impossible. An extension of half an hour is already possible. If it takes too long, it can cause the other person to become wary. But, Zhao Zong looked at Zhao Qian's squad on the screen. Captain Gong, I suggest you get ready now. The match will be able to end soon. Ha? Gong Yu looked at Zhao Zong with a skeptical face. I suspect that you don't want me to stay. Ahem. This squad hasn't fought for more than a minute twice. Which means that this match. 1 minute. It's a half-minute walk from here. A minute? Gong Yu looked at the information above. The third order of advanced to beat the intermediate that cannot be a minute. That fighting instinct is how much worse. As for Wenruyu, she was directly skipped over by him. That's why the impression of a thief is deeply embedded in everyone's mind. Even Gong Yu. So you guys changed the Misty map? Chapter 115, Undecidedness and the Aesthetics of Violence. It's useless. Last hand someone used a wide-range mist still killed in seconds. Gong Yu looked at the few people in the screen. Are you that strong? Should we absorb these 5 into the team? Let's try to choose more complex terrain. Support will arrive in at least 10 minutes. After saying that, Gong Yu simply left the place. If the support couldn't arrive, all they could do was delay, and it would be too difficult to kill. No matter what, the other party was also the protector of the Salvation Church, and his strength was not ordinary. Those 4 believers could try to get the team to kill them a bit, though, but it would depend on the exact number of people on the other side. Granted, the scouting is for 30, but who knows exactly how many there will be. Coming to the front, Gong Yu glanced at the ring. 1 minute? That's the biggest variable of all. I hope Zhao Zong chooses a better map to stall them. Thinking about this, Gong Yu couldn't help but lose his smile. I didn't expect to make a mistake here. There was a flash of light in the ring. The crowd entered the map. Looking at the map in front of them, the crowd froze in place. What kind of map is this? Sure you didn't get the maze here? Zhao Qian shook her head. This can't be considered a labyrinth. At best it's just a difficult road. Only strange rocks were seen ahead of them. Tall, short, thick and thin. Various stones stood in place. Wouldn't it be nice to go up and see? Wenruyu directly made a boost and jumped in a few steps on top of a stone pillar. The flat surface above could only stand down one person. Looking above, surrounded by stone pillars, the largest was able to stand 2 people, while others couldn't even stand one. Trying to pass over it is obviously a bit difficult. He was fine with that. He could have gotten through with a little care, but there was no need for that at all. Wenruyu jumped down from above. Zhongli, find out where the other side is. There's no way to go up there. Both sides can only go through here. Looking at the boulders spread out in front of her, Wenruyu sighed softly. I was thinking that I could get off early this afternoon, but I ended up starting half an hour late straight away. After that is this map. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g. Yes, it's me. This can't be on purpose, to put on a show for the people out there. This map seems a bit big, not 9 square kilometers. Zhongli meditated through the perspective of an eagle high in the sky to see that this map was larger than the previous one. It's normal to get bigger, isn't it? After all, this is the last game. But, this is too big. Backstage, Zhao Zong sighed in relief. How can this map last more than 20 minutes? Looking at the map, he was still satisfied. The formations are all readily available, and by adjusting the corresponding positions, the corresponding maps will appear. It's inevitably too outrageous. Looking at the map in front of him, Zhang Ningqiu was speechless. It can't be helped. It's the only map that works, and it's not really that big anymore. 10 by 10 is only 100 square kilometers. 100 kilometers is easy to say. When will this be over? Gong Yu, who was in the stands, twitched at the corner of his eye. Are you sure about this map? Letting you extend your time is not keeping you from ending it. This 100 square kilometers. Who are you trying to get killed? If it were a grassland, I wouldn't say anything, but you've got weird rocks all over the place. So it's not bull ***** to have an obstructed view. Captain, if this goes on too long, those people. Gong Yu shook his head. Don't worry, they will definitely wait. They just might be a bit impatient. In the middle of a tall building in the distance, Protector Een. Looking through the window at the situation on the screen in the distance, Amo didn't know what to say. With such a large area, it would take a minute even for them to find it. Let these third-order ones go looking for it, and they probably won't find it without half an hour. Half an hour is overrated. This time we are bound to win. Time we can afford to wait. 5 minutes later. Protest. Cheating. This is cheating. Listening to the sound of a boulder collapsing, the other party came out of a cave. I can't come out without it. The sound is getting closer. The other side definitely used a bomb. Otherwise how could they have collapsed all these rocks? The leading captain looked exasperated. Protests are invalid. The opponent did not use any props. Please play seriously. Not used? So how did these things collapse? Found it. The Sigma warriors turned out to be hiding in the caves. No wonder we didn't find them. I told you this method was good. How simple it is. Wenryu patted the stone chips on her hand. Zhongli's mist, coupled with Wenryu's fists, worked quite well. It takes more time for a boulder, but it can't hold up well. People come out. Just punch through. The captain of the opposing team's heart went cold. What kind of creature is this nasty? This boulder actually dry shattered? Captain, we're exposed. Then let's go to war. I really don't believe how powerful the other side is. However, when it came to actually facing Wenryu and the others, he really regrets it. What kind of monster is this? 2 people died in one shot. What's the point of talking? There was a delay because of the map, though, but also ended the fight in 15 minutes. And the moment the battle ends, it also means a bigger battle is coming up. Dongyu glanced at the time. How long before you guys arrive? 3 minutes. That's fast enough. They want to go faster too, but the speed has increased to very fast. 3 minutes. There's enough time for that. 2. Team Gong, the other side is out. Let them in. Yes. 2 teams are revealed in the ring. The other party looked at Wenryu and the others with panic in their eyes. This was someone from their term? Is it someone a small realm above them? It's horrible. At this time the host came up to the stage. Let's congratulate Gaga Chaos Killers for winning this division. They will represent Fongjing in the National University League. Roar. Snap. There was a great deal of applause. It's only a ticket to a collegiate tournament. But for the Funkanites, this squad gives them hope for the top 3. As for the championship, Kyoto and Mordor are the contenders. It's just a matter of them being able to finish third. One has to be self-aware. You should know that before Toyuki could have been in the top 8 and never even been to the top 4. Any race is. Whoosh. A silhouette jumped from the sky, and a figure in the stands rushed down. Jia. Looks like you guys are having fun. 4 masked, black-robed men stood in the clearing below. Whoosh. Zhao Tsong's group of 10 people also walked out. Moat. Don't get too happy. Zhao Tsong's face was unchanged. Both sides knew the other's arrangement and were not surprised by it. Wenryu, several people stood on the stage with a dumbfounded look on their faces. What was this? And at that moment, more professionals landed in the center of the field. Wenryu froze. The killing aura was so heavy. Chapter 116, just treat them as higher-level source beasts. Cut the crap and get a grip. An electronic tone came on. On top of the bleacher enclosure, a man wearing a black mask stood. Yes. The 4 believers directly rushed towards Zhao Tsong's 10 people. Een Protector looked towards the 4 ninth rankers and charged straight over. However, just then, 3 people rushed over. In response, Een Protector's face was unchanged. Their target was not supposed to be them, but those professionals below. Don't look. We've already arranged for someone to be there. In addition to the A-word sequence, we also have the B-word and D-word sequences. You think you can stop us with just this many people? Protector Een sneered. Ha! You think the town guards are eating? Boom! An explosion went off. Gongyu turned his head to look, his face hard. You guys are nuts. A Salvation Church professional blew himself up, directly injuring several nearby members of Zero. Oh, what can't be done for the world? The 7 ninth steps battling against them were actually just able to suppress, but could not create any major damage. 9th Order advanced? China still doesn't have enough information about his church. When Ryu looked at the melee in front of her, her eyes darting about. Watch yourselves and hurry to hide. A sneak. Stealthy. Zhang Mingdu's eyelids fluttered wildly. Hey, 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 hey. He certainly wasn't crazy or even a little excited. Triggered by a magic hand. Intelligence plus 17. Trigger wonderful hands. Obtain, armor breaking finger tiger, x1. Trigger mythic hand. Gain, thunderbolt LV3, x1. Trigger mythical hand. Gain a large amount of source power. There's so much good stuff. The killing intent of these people was towards everyone here. But of course there were some who had no killing intent towards him. I don't know if I didn't see him or if it was something else. With that thought he came to a man and shone a slap in his face. Minus 332. It's not doing much damage. A murderous intent emanated from the other party's eyes, and he dived in a hurry. Fighting was definitely possible, but there were many experts on the scene, and there was a big expert in the distance. He's afraid he's not stupid enough to expose himself. All he had to do was get some mythical hands and that would be enough. Explosions continued to ring out, and there were always a few unlucky people getting blown up. The professionals guarding these squads fell one by one. There is no shortage of people who appear to have died. Gong Yu was in a hurry. How did time pass so slowly? The dead. Among them were members of Zeros and members of the town guard. Those squads of professionals participating in the match were frozen in place at this moment, not knowing what to do at all. In the end, they were just students. And even if they fought, they only fought with source beasts. This is the first time I've seen this kind of life and death battle between people. Even Zhang Mingyu and the others, their brains were blank at this time. What do we do now? Zhang Mingyu pretended to be calm, not daring to show fear. Wang Mingxing and Lin Dai were pale at this point, not knowing what to do. Zhao Qian's hand holding the longsword was white with bone. Stand still and don't move. Don't cause them any trouble. She couldn't think of anything else to do. Third Order Advanced was high in strength among these students, and it was easy to fight them. However, the worst strength of these invaders was the 7th rank, and it was like a game to clean them up. The only one here with a normal face was Zhongli. One was that she'd seen a lot of scenes like this in the civilian world. Then again she and Wenruyu went into the wilderness and encountered not just one squad, but 7 or 8 squads. Death is habitual. It's just not as gruesome. However, facing an opponent that kept blowing itself up, the town guard and Zero were beaten back. Wenruyu could not help but frown when she saw the scene. That's not good. He came to Zhao Qian and the others. Their primary target is us people. Look at how they're only blowing themselves up here. While the other battle teams there are just fighting. We have to make a move. The corner of Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched. Big brother, are you sure you're not joking? This is at worst a 7th order. Universally an 8th order professional, are you sure? It's not a big problem. Just think of them as higher level source beasts. Besides, they're better to kill than source beasts. Just wipe their necks and die with a single slash. Wenruyu didn't think that was a problem. Not to mention the 7th rank, even the 9th rank. A knife wiped the neck without the priest's healing must die. At this moment, except for the official side, which had priests, the Salvation Church was full of combat professionals. The logic is there, but they are quick to react. Zhongli, use fog of war. Good. The 20-meter fog of war directly shrouded everyone together. Zhao Cong's face changed. His daughter could still be inside. Jia. Actually using the fog of war. Newcomers are newcomers. In the fog high-level professionals are invincible. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sound of falling to the ground. Unmode had a smile on his face. Thank you for the opportunity. Or else there would have been a few more members to die, which would have saved us a lot of work. Zhao Cong's face turned blue. Right at this moment Chu Tianqin instantly appeared behind Wei Yang. A long knife pierced through his body straight to his heart. You can't be distracted when you're fighting. Retreat! Zhao Cong shouted in a hurry. He didn't even see any numbers jumping out. The young Ode had a smile on his face and directly dissipated into ice and snow. Once again, he appeared on the sidelines. Ouch! 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 Wasted one of my skills. Isn't that great? Ungoat's afterimage caught a glimpse of what was going on. The ground is indeed full of bodies. But it's his people anyhow. As for Wenruyu and the others, they were still standing in the ring at this time, and none of the places had moved. A few people looked pale and frightened. The young Oat was a little confused as to what was going on. Not to mention that he didn't know. Zero and those of the town guard didn't know what was going on. The only sound heard after the smoke filled the room was the sound of falling to the ground, and when the smoke cleared the men were dead. At this point, all of these A sequence and B sequence people have been wiped out. As for the dingbat sequences, they all blew themselves up. Here we go. Boom boom boom. A helicopter flew in from the distance and a figure jumped out of the sky. Seeing this, Protectorine casually pushed Gongyu and the others out of the way with a wave of his hand, and came to the 4 believers in a flash. Retreat! Retreat? Coming and wanting to leave. Where's the good in that? Gongyu and the other captain chased after them with their squad members. The 5 Ninth Order professionals were left behind with 2 believers despite the crowd surrounding them. Of course these things were unknown to Wenruyu and the others. Zhao Qian's parents of several people rushed forward to check on several people. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Dia! Quickly let dad take a look. Look at you like that. Your face is white. What white? Not just an enemy. This you can be afraid of. Zhang Mingyu rolled her eyes. Do you know what I've been through? Chapter 117, he's at the 4th level. Is this comparable? In an office of the security service. The fathers of several people were here, as well as the top professionals in Toyokyo. First of all, congratulations on winning the championship. And secondly, I hope that you can continue to work hard, even though this time is just a college freshman league. But how it is going to the national tournament. But there's no need for too much pressure. Just work hard. Zhao Cong looked at the several people with a smile on his face. No matter what, his daughter was also the captain of this team. If he ended up with a good ranking, he would have a good look on his face. Zhao Cong, Just about right. Don't pressure the kids. Lin Yaoguang walked over. Listen to me. The best place Funking can place in a national tournament is in the top 8. And for you guys to make it to the top 4 is the best you can do. Zhao Cong looked at him with a disgruntled face. I didn't say anything. How did I give in to pressure? You're talking about nationals. Isn't that still pressure? The corner of Zhao Cong's mouth twitched. You are purely strong words. You can't talk to this kind of person at all. He turned his head to Wenruyu. Is your profession really thief? Wenruyu's damage was there for all to see, but it didn't look like damage that a thief could deal in any way. How is it possible that non-vital attacks are upwards of 500? Wenruyu nodded her head calmly. Well, a C-rank potential thief. So your damage is the natural skill 1 strike, an attack with a dagger class that deals 2 to 3 times as much damage. Hiss. The crowd of professionals at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air. How about 2 to 3 times the damage? Not much, and many skills are able to do it. But this one of his was a normal attack that had that effect, so it was something different. Behind Zhang Mingyu close to Zhao Qian, Sister Qian, how do I remember before he did not say 1. 5 to 2 it. This how to become 2 to 3. I guess it's a skill leveling up. Also so why do you think this ability doesn't stack with his skills? It's probably just a skill effect. Hearing Zhang Mingyu say this, Zhao Qian also reacted. Skill damage seems like it's split from normal damage. As per normal, how is it right that skills deal 5 times the damage? Just like Zhongli, the damage has always been between 2-4x. Maybe it was true that the skills worked differently, as she herself thought. The front when Ryu clenched her fists. You guys cannot explore, and then explore all the contradictions of what was said before. It's all improvised stuff. So where does it stand up to such scrutiny? You may be a mutated professional and not an ordinary thief. The potential hasn't changed. But potential isn't the only criterion for judging whether a professional is good or bad. Cheer up. I hope you can become a good professional in the future. Zhao Cong patted Wenruyu's shoulder and let them leave first. Wait for Wenruyu and the others to leave. Did that Wenruyu's case ever appear in the professionals' records? Every time a new type or mutant professional appeared, it would be recorded officially. All provinces can be accessed and added to by themselves. For a better understanding of the professionals, there will be no situation where good careers are buried. Zhao Cong shook his head. I don't think so. I've had people check, and there hasn't been any major changes regarding the occupation of thieves. Zhang Ningqiu rubbed his chin. Those master treasure hunters. It's not the same. Even those thief professions of treasure hunter masters have only awakened some corresponding skills, but increasing damage, this is still the first of its kind. Treasure hunting masters were mostly dual talented, and Wenryu was similarly dual talented, but nothing much to do with treasure hunting. The finals are on January 3rd. 2 weeks away. What are we doing in the meantime? Walking out of that room? Zhang Mingyu's entire body was much more relaxed. At least he won't have to see his dad. No, the one who is most afraid should be Lin Dai's father. Of course it's to continue fighting. It would be even better if we can enter the 4th rank. Wang Mingxing said. Zhang Mingyu rolled her eyes. Why are you always thinking about beautiful things? And the 4th rank? We've only just entered the 3rd rank advanced for how long? And you're thinking about the 4th rank? But Ryu is already at the intermediate level of the 4th rank. Can't we enter the 4th rank? Wang Mingxing crossed her arms and looked at Zhang Mingyu. Is this comparable? Alright you two. Let's just go about our normal routine. It's best if we can get promoted. It's no big deal if we can't. Let's go eat first to celebrate and return to normal tomorrow. At 7 p.m. The crowd returned to the neighborhood. When Ryu opened the door to her room and froze. Uncle Zhang, why are you at my house? Zhang Hongyu picked up the beer and took a sip. I have the key. Are you done with your work? What did you go out to do? And why did you black out me on the phone? Did you pull the plug? Zhang Hongyu took out her cell phone and looked at it. I forgot to pull it out. Things were a bit busy, didn't have time to answer your call. Now it's okay. Looking at the opponent's familiar maneuvers, I can tell he hasn't done this much. So, what exactly did you go and do? Uncle Zhang? When Ryu had a guess in her heart, but was somewhat unsure. Didn't do much. Just leveled up a bit. But leveling up apparently isn't that smooth. Zhang Hongyu put down his beer and turned his head to look at Wenryu, his eyes instantly widening. My chow, how come you're a 4th order intermediate? It doesn't make sense. Whose leveling up would be so fast? He had used the SSS advancement token. That leveling up would be slow. Wenryu looked at Zhang Hongyu with a skeptical expression. Uncle Zhang, you can tell my rank? Ahem. It's just a little trick. It's not up to par. Some professionals are capable of this. Don't make a fuss. If a professional didn't use their abilities to generate energy fluctuations, the average person wouldn't be able to tell the level. Some skills do allow you to see through levels, but such abilities are rare. Or maybe it wasn't supposed to be too important of an ability. It is usually the professionals of official organizations that learn this ability. Without further ado, I came back this time to see how you were doing, and seeing as you're fine I'm going to go ahead. Wait, have you heard from my father? Zhang Hongyu shook his head and sighed. Don't think about your father's news. If he's alive sooner or later he'll come back. When Ruyu nodded his head in disappointment, he thought that Zhang Hongyu had come over to be able to tell him the news about his father. Seeing Zhang Hongyu off, he came to the bedroom in front of his father's photo. Looking at the 3 joss sticks on the incense burner, Wen Ruyu fell into deep thought. So what's really going on with his father? How could Uncle Chang have gotten incense if he was alive? After thinking about it, Wen Ruyu took out the incense from the drawer and lit it and inserted it into the incense burner. Dad, I won the championship today, with a little hiccup in the middle. Chapter 118, Team Zhang. That's not the name you're using outside. You're very brave. Brother Zhang. Actually offering incense to big brother Guanshan? When he comes back, he'll have to kill you. Zhang San gave him a thumbs up and looked at him with his big teeth bared. Zhang Hongyu squinted at him. Do our line of work? Into that door life and death is between a line. So far there is no news to find out the big brother one. Zhang San's face straightened. According to our probing, there were spatial fluctuations in the place where when Guanshan disappeared at that time. But when Guanshan doesn't have spatial ability, so the probability is that he entered a certain space or was attacked by a spatial ability. Don't you just have spatial abilities? Holy, you can't be doubting me. It's not like you don't know what's going on with that ability of mine. An hour later, a group of 4 arrived in the field. Chang, looking at the dozens of people in front of him, Zhang Hongyu was very pleased. Quick Blade, where's that guy? It's in the woods in there. Check it out. The 2 came into the woods behind them, where a man in a goat's head mask was tied up. Who the hell are you people? The young old one is heartbroken. As he fled, Ian Protector took 2 of his followers to the left, while he and another went to the right. When another devotee was captured, he fled to the outskirts of the city. After he had fled out almost 100 kilometers or so, he was suddenly knocked out with a stick. He didn't even see the person before he was knocked out. Damn, why is he so unlucky? Victory was clearly in sight, and it was just gone. And these people in front of him, he didn't recognize them at all. If he had known, he would have taken off his mask. Zhang Hongyu did not heed his words, but instead took the other party's mask off his face, revealing a woman's face. Yoo-hoo! I didn't realize it was actually a woman. Zhang Hongyu was really quite surprised. After all, there were already few women in this church, let alone women who became believers. It's just that the strength doesn't work. I can't believe it's such a simple bore to get rid of. Who the hell are you? I suggest you better let go of me, Ung-Oat said with forced composure. It was more or less scary to have 2 big men standing in front of you in the middle of nowhere. It doesn't matter what my name is. I just want to ask if you recognize someone named Zhang Hongyu. Zhang Hongyu? Wei Yan looked carefully at Zhang Hongyu's face and had no impression. Not recognizable. Captain, that's not the name you go out with. Oh, forgot. I'll re-ask then. Ahem, do you recognize what I use outside? After years of not walking outside, he had forgotten what title he used to have. Zhang Laolu. What? Are you sure I was called that before? Quick Blade nodded. Yes, that's the name. Zhang Laolu? Upon hearing this name, Un Yang's pupils shrank. You're that egg-bursting demon. After saying that, Wei Yang hastily covered his mouth. Crap, how did that come out? Quicksilver hastily looked aside, the shrug of his shoulders showing how much pain he was suppressing. When Zhang Hongyu heard these 4 words, the corner of his mouth twitched as if there was indeed such a thing. Tell me a little about this name in your neck of the woods. Top 10 on the wanted list. It's not like it's important news. There's no need to cross yourself. What about Wen Guanshan? Top 10 on the wanted list. Zhang Hongyu looked at the other party with a skeptical face. Are you lying to me? Wei Yang quickly shook his head. I've been caught. What's there to lie about? Specifically what number? You're 9th and he's 10th. Zhang Hongyu rubbed his chin. Not right. His strength wasn't as high as Wen Guanshan's, so how was he still ranked higher than him? You guys have a problem with this ranking. No problem, because the guy in charge of the rankings is male and has been kicked by you as well. Zhang Hongyu continued to ask a few more questions, and Wei Yang was cooperative without a pause. A few moments later, Team Zhang, we should go. Quick Blade, bring these 2 to her and throw them inside the quarantine afterward. 2 black bracelets were handed to Quick Blade. The young oat did not resist when he saw this, and the key could not resist, not knowing why the source power in his body was not controlled at all. It's still different from being reverse Genesis stone effect. Yes, after Fast Blade puts the bracelet on, he simply knocks the young oat out, picks it up on his shoulder and runs towards the quarantine zone. Zhang San, this medicine of yours is quite effective. Had, That's thanks to those mice from the Salvation Church, or else they wouldn't have been able to get this effect. The next day, the door to the quarantine zone. One of the believers who escaped yesterday was caught, Zhao Qian said with an odd expression. In that case, it's just that the protector ran away. But come to think of it, how powerful the protector is. It's normal for him to run away. It would be strange if he couldn't run away, no matter how much of a protector he was. It's just, that person was sent here, and that person's name is Egg-Popping Fiend. The corner of Zhao Qian's mouth twitched. She was all set to go to bed last night when her dad made a phone call just to talk to her about it. Her dad said while laughing, "It does seem pretty funny, though, who's a good person would be called that?" On the side, Wenruyu rubbed her chin and looked to that ruffling leg of hers. Eggs? Not to mention, it could be the work of a burglar. This skill is a nightmare for male professionals. And in addition to the base damage, there is also subsequent persistent pain damage. Last night, it couldn't be Zhang Hongyu. I don't think so. No matter what, he was a high-ranking professional. He shouldn't be so underhanded. Still, it was a title that he liked, and he could impersonate it later. Let's go. Let's go. It's our turn. The group went through the barrier gate and out into the field. Today was a little more crowded than usual, with classes becoming less frequent at the various colleges near the end of the school year. Students have more free time. Zhang Mingyu looked around. This is too many people, isn't it? This is afraid that not all the professionals in the city have come out? Let's go. I'm guessing things are pretty much the same in the nearby wilderness. Drove straight to a location 50 kilometers away. There were fewer people the farther away you got, but there were still a lot more compared to before. It can't be helped that New Year's Eve is not for 2 months. Everyone wants to make more money and have a good year. Until 50 kilometers away, the squads remained numerous, meeting 3 or 4 groups every kilometer. And that's just this area. If you go left or right, you'll probably meet quite a few more squads. No way. We can't grab this one. Boo! A source beast fell to the ground not far away, which was definitely higher in strength than them. Why don't we go to the secret realm? Wenruyu suggested. Zhao Qian shook her head. It's safer in the secret realm, and the number of people will be even higher than in the wild. I'm talking about that kind of unexplored secret realm, Wenruyu said indifferently. Chapter 119, You Are My Benefactor. Because she doesn't want to go to school. A few people shuddered. Unexplored secret areas. That place was not something they could go to. The density of source beasts in there was comparable to the wilderness before. No, even more than then. Don't be so nervous, you guys. It's just a secret realm. In Wenruyu's opinion, with his current strength, he could completely guarantee safety. But that's an undeveloped secret realm. Not to say that there are origin beasts all over the place, but it's no less. Zhang Mingyu had a worried look on his face. Not to mention the others, just the two of them, him and Lin Dai, was a difficult task, not agile enough to run fast. If this is surrounded, I think it's indeed a good choice. We are clear about Wenruyu's strength. It's just that the situation inside is still more or less complicated. But we can first take a look around that secret realm gate. It's not too late to go in if we can. In Zhao Qian's opinion, this method is the best one. Let's go over there then. It's not close at all. The nearest undeveloped domain gate is almost 200 kilometers away. It was because of the distance from the city that the top didn't bother. After all, it can take no time at all to clear a secret realm, and even more time to close it. And because of that, those secret areas were kept there. Of course, some of them have descended in recent years. After getting into the car, Zhang Mingyu drove towards his destination. However, when driving 70+ miles, the car moved forward slowly. Brother Jade, this won't work. The source beasts have gotten more numerous and the route is not easy to follow. Nearly 100 meters along this road, 3 waves of source beasts were encountered, while in the distance there were even 6 waves of source beasts. Stop here. Let's advance there. Sister Qian will lead the way in front. Zhongli and Lin Dai will be responsible for dealing damage. You two will assist, and I'll watch the back. The squad moved on. The neighborhood was full of 45 to 55 source beasts, so advancing with their strength was still doable. Not to mention Wenruyu's help from time to time. Another 10-kilometer push. Brother Jade, why don't we just forget about it? There are quite a lot of source beasts around here, and the number of source beasts ahead is even higher. Zhang Mingyu glanced at the distance. The source beasts were becoming more visible to the naked eye. Zhongli spoke up at this time. I saw that domain gate, 10 kilometers near the entrance. All of them are source beasts. We can't get close at all. With their perceived strength, they really couldn't get close. Wenruyu rubbed her chin. If it was this kind of density, it would be fine if she didn't go in. Here it is then. Clear the 5 kilometers around here. Let's advance a little bit over the next few days. Ah, there's more to go. Just say if you want to be raised to the 4th rank junior. What? What did you say? Jade, say that again. Elevate to the 4th rank. Zhang Mingyu looked at Wenruyu with an excited expression. If you say so, then I'm excited. Let alone an undeveloped intermediate domain gate, or an undeveloped advanced domain gate. He'd better forget about it. Wenruyu nodded. That's right, if one enters the intermediate secret realm, advancing to the 4th ranked primary is no problem. The only way you guys can hide his strength a bit is to be stronger. On top of that, all of these people could be his teammates in the future as he traveled to the treasure trove. His strength was fine, but one person could only pay attention to one direction after all. The last one was relatively simple. But what if it was more complicated? Whether it's his father or Zhang Hongyu, they have a team. In that case, he's going to have a team, too. After hearing Wenruyu's words, it wasn't just Zhang Mingyu who got excited, but the others as well. It was important to realize that they had just awakened less than 5 months ago, and if they were able to reach the 4th rank, they would only need to spend some more time to graduate early. No one is happier here than Wang Mingxing. As long as she reached the middle of the 4th order, she could graduate early. Half a year to 4th order beginner, another half a year to 4th order intermediate, and with Wenruyu in the picture, that time could be advanced even further. Yes, what are you looking at? Don't look at me like that. Wenruyu was glazed over by Wang Mingxing's look. From now on, I'll call you Brother Jade as well. You are simply my savior. Ha? Wenruyu looked at Wang Mingxing with a confused face. What did this mean? How did he not understand? Zhang Mingyu on the side explained. This one doesn't want to go to school. Don't look at the fact that we have fewer courses now, but there are no shortage of exams at all. However, we're at a higher rank now and the school doesn't care much, but there's still a final exam at the end of the year. The corner of Wenruyu's mouth twitched. How much you don't want to go to school? Of course, he didn't want to. Let's go. Start sweeping. The energetic crowd could be said to make a move whenever they saw a source beast, without any of their previous steadiness. Wenruyu, on the other hand, was in the back using myriad hands to boost her strength. Triggered by the magic hand, agility plus 12. Trigger wonderful hands to gain a medium amount of source power. Trigger mythical hands, strength plus 8. Looking at her fully developed attributes, Wenruyu was all happy. It's still good like this, slaying another source beast every now and then. He believed that he was not far from advancing to advanced. By 5 p.m. They advanced 5 kilometers. That's right, only 5 kilometers. At this point, it was still 25 kilometers away from that secret place. It wasn't that they were slow, it was just that there were too many source beasts here. That's enough for today. Let's continue tomorrow. Sitting on a hillside, they were surrounded by the corpses of source beasts all around them, which would be devoured by other source beasts when they left. Other than Wenruyu, the others only had one feeling. That's tired. This is even more exhausting than they were before. The source beasts they had faced before were relatively lower in rank and faster to kill. And now that they were facing source beasts that were around level 50, the killing speed slowed down, and at any time, they had to face source beasts charging at them from other directions. It's almost time to rest. Let's go. The smell of blood is too heavy here. Zhao Qian glanced around. Nothing but corpses are still corpses. Go. The way back was relatively easy. After all, the neighborhood of this road had already been cleared for them. Although the source beasts had once again dispersed, their numbers were far fewer than before. Going back still required slaying source beasts to clear the way, but it was far better than before. It was all the way back to 65 kilometers before they got back in the car. On the road, the group that met was also heading back, and the number of vehicles was not insignificant. Luckily we went far away. If we were here, we probably wouldn't have been able to kill many. Yeah, not to mention the safer secret realm. It's estimated that you might not be able to kill 50 origin beasts in a day there. That's why it's difficult for low-potential professionals to upgrade. When the crowd returned to the quarantine zone, they simply ate a meal and went straight home. Too tired. They just want to rest now. Chapter 120, a lot of them? Just leave it to me. What does it mean to be satisfied? That's what it means to be satisfied. Name, Wenruyu. Age, 18. Occupation, thief, ST. Thief. Potential, C grade, SSS grade. Level, 4th order intermediate. Attributes, strength, 1187. Physical fitness, 1098. Agility, 1256. Intelligence, 587. Gifted skills, Saint, lockpicking. Saint Wonderful Hands LV4, 41213/100000. Unique. Skills, Windblade LV2, X142, Thunderlance LV3, X33. Saint Stifling Stick LV3, 921/1000. Saint Raising Sand LV2, 412/500. Saint Teasing Een Leg LV1, 0 out of 100. Sneak, Backstab LV3, 767/1000. Bone Pick LV3, 12/1000. Shadow Attack LV2, 242/500. Sprint LV1, 31 of 100. Flaming Fire Max, Ice Skyle Max, Lucky Favor LV3, permanent. The total attributes had exceeded 4,000 points. Just ask who else in the known professions was able to achieve this attribute. On top of that, Myriad Hands had already reached half of that, and by giving him another 30,000 source beasts, this attribute would be able to be raised up. Attributes grew less, still because he was busy with competitions lately. After this tournament was over, he was going to start brushing up his levels. No, one should go to a couple of high-level secret areas to find the treasure trove. With the probe in place, finding the treasure trove would not be a breeze. As far as taking time, that's a problem, but it can't be helped. As for all other skills, they have increased. The only thing that hasn't grown is that teasing leg. When he saw the skill, he couldn't help but think of that egg-bursting demon. That's quite a dirty trick. On December 25th, they finally advanced to a position only 5 kilometers away from the secret area. Several people stood in the big tree. Brother Jade, are you sure? This doesn't seem to be much different from a beast tide. Zhang Mingyu looked at the source beast not far away. How could this be fought? The source beasts wrapped the secret gate, and even the secret gate stepped out a few source beasts from time to time. It's not as much killing as it is getting out. I'm afraid. It could be said that there were generally level 55 or so source beasts here, with level 60 or above source beasts interspersed among them. There are also a good number of elite, bronze bosses and gold bosses. Ahem. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Fiery fire. Flames burning. Minus 1982. Minus 1762. Minus 2562. Minus 1423. The high numbers keep jumping, although it only lasted for 5 seconds. Most of the low-level source beasts were already dead. Even alive it was just short of an attack. See if this speed is not just much faster. Jiang Li Lin die sweep it. Yes. One held a longbow and the other raised his staff, using his skills constantly. One Ruyu, on the other hand, placed her gaze in another direction. Ice and snow. Feeling the growth of source power in his body was simply too good to be true. Of course, he hadn't forgotten about mythical. You guys stay here, I'll check out that side. With a few jumps, he arrived on top of a large tree near the source beast. Triggered by a magic hand. Intelligence +6. Trigger mythic hand. Gain, stored power LV3, X1. Trigger wonderful hands. Obtain, fine steel lance, X1. Zhang Mingyu looked at one Ruyu sitting on the tree and rubbed his chin. Sister Qian, you hair did not find. One Ruyu from time to time will be dazed. He is not out of this and not go down for why have to run over. Just do your own thing. What's all this nonsense? I'm not just asking. Then Zhang Mingyu looked at Zhao Qian with a skeptical face. I say Sister Qian, you shouldn't have fallen for him. Uncle Zhao shouldn't let it. Zhao Qian had a calm face and drew a long sword. Say it, how many holes do you want? Ahem. I was just joking. There's no need to be so serious. Zhang Mingyu touched his nose. Zhao Qian is really getting down to business. 1 hour later, there were still dozens of source beasts scattered around the secret realm gate. As for the source beasts that came out of the secret realm once again, they weren't able to make any waves. Jade, it's 3 in the afternoon. Are we still going in? Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. Anyway, it's already advanced here, so even if more comes out tomorrow, it won't be much. In one night's time, it's only 200 or 300 more at most. The next morning, out of the quarantine belt gate, Zhang Mingyu directly throttled to the bottom, speeding towards that domain gate close. I've never seen a secret place that hasn't been cleaned up. No one has seen it before, but I've heard that in secret realms that aren't cleared, in addition to the abundance of source beasts, even the treasure chests are plentiful. Treasure chest. When Ruyu's eyes lit up, then is there going to be a lot of platinum treasure chests inside? Gold treasure chests are good, but certainly not as good as platinum treasure chests. As for the diamond treasure chest, that's not even a thought. I think so, that's not very certain, but there will definitely still be more gold treasure chests, but it's better not to have too high expectations. Whether it's the primary secret realm or the intermediate secret realm, it's the black iron treasure chests that are the most numerous. Even in the advanced secret realm, it is still dominated by black iron treasure chests, and the other treasure chests are just relatively more numerous. Zhao Qian hastily dispelled Wen Ruyu's unrealistic fantasies. If it was really like what he thought, this kind of intermediate level secret realm would have been occupied long ago. Coming before the secret realm, the number of source beasts was indeed higher than yesterday, but the numbers aren't really that much more. It seems that yesterday's effect was very good. Although some source beasts from the neighborhood came over, they didn't affect us much. Just clear the area in front of you and rush straight into the secret area. Half an hour later, where they were, it was pretty much cleared. The remaining 10 or 20 source beasts didn't have much of an effect on them. How is your recovery going? Wonryu asked. The ones he used were disposable skills that didn't consume the source power in his body at all. It's almost recovered, and it won't recover much more. But we brought a recovery potion with us, so we can just use it directly if we can't. Wonryu nodded. In that case, let's set off. Protect Zhang Mingyu and Lin Dai in the center as we advance. The crowd ran. This time he walked in front while Zhao Qian was behind him. One skill after another was flung out from Wonryu's hands, and a single source beast was trapped in place, either frozen, paralyzed, or blown into the air. Not a single source beast could stop them. They are not surprised by this anymore. Ever since that time when Wonryu unleashed a thief skill that didn't belong to the thief skill, she had completely let herself go. Chapter 121. There seems to be a boss running past just now, threading into the secret realm. The crowd stood still. Is this what you guys are talking about? Dense and dangerous? Wonryu looked at the others with a puzzled expression. Normally it should be. It's just that here I'm not sure what's going on. Zhang Mingyu was also a bit puzzled. Only 3 or 2 kittens were seen where they were. A pitifully small number. Maybe we came in at the wrong place. After all, the location that appears every time we come in is different. Maybe this place was originally very small. And didn't we just experience a source beast tide before? Maybe the ones in the secret realm just happened to go out? Zhao Qian said so. Maybe that's true. After all, that beast wave was quite a lot. That's just right. We can see if there are really that many treasure chests here. Hearing Wang Mingxing say this, the crowd's eyes lit up. Yeah, if we can really find some treasure chests, it's worth it even if we don't upgrade today. Without the source beasts, then find the treasure chests. There's always something you can do. Led by Jiang Litsanging, the crowd killed the source beasts while searching for the treasure chest. Wonryu's eyes explored back and forth. Not a single treasure chest was found, but a lot of source beasts were killed. Didn't you guys say there were a lot of treasure chests? How come you didn't see any of them? Big brother, the abundance of treasure chests is also relative. It's not like they're all over the place. If it was really everywhere, this kind of place would have had people coming over a long time ago. Zhang Mingyu was speechless. Hearing this, Wonryu looked disappointed. This was different from what he thought. Just then a silver point of light appeared in his eyes. A silver treasure chest. Let's go to that side. Towards the direction that Wonryu pointed, the group encountered a bronze boss. Having a boss means that there's a high probability that there will be a treasure chest nearby. Except for the kind of bosses that gathered together before. The probability is that such bosses that are alone in one place have treasure chests. Bronze boss. Presumably below silver. Whatever it is, let's get it started. Facing bosses was already a breeze for them. Zhao Qian hit the head and taunted. Lin Dai and Jiang Li dealt damage. And Wang Mingxing waited for an opportunity. Wonryu, on the other hand, was ready to watch the show. Support. Triggered by the magic hand. Strength plus 18. Trigger wonderful hands to gain a medium amount of source power. Trigger wonderful hands. Get, Ice Lance LV4, X1. As she used the myriad hands more and more, Wonryu had a rough guess in her mind about how much or how little of this attribute she had acquired. The higher the grade, the higher the quality of the source beast, the more it gives. And the kind of common source beasts give the least. But as things stand, it's still the disposable skills and attributes that take the cake. Source power is the next best thing to permanent skills at a minimum. It's a long way to go, and it doesn't usually take long to fill out permanent skills. And the skills he wanted were even harder to come by. 5 minutes later, a bronze boss plus 4 elite source beasts died. The source power in several people's bodies grew partially again. Check it out. Before Zhang Mingyu could finish speaking, he saw Wonryu walking over from the side with a white treasure chest in her hands. How do you know I brought the chest out? So take a look. It's just a silver chest though, so I guess there's nothing good in it. With that, Wonryu opened the box. Inside, a staff and 2 materials. Wow, it's a staff. Is it a staff I can use? Lin Dai looked at the staff with an expectant face. Wonryu took the staff into her hands and shook her head. It's fine if you want to use it, but it's a wind staff, so it won't be of much use to you. It wasn't that Lin Dai couldn't use the wind staff. It was just that it didn't have any enchantments. If this was an unsystematic staff, then it would be a good fit for Lin Dai. However, the systemless staff was difficult to obtain. And although the degree of rarity was not as good as the dagger in Wonryu's hand, it wasn't too far off. Wonryu, this is for you. A bronze treasure chest and a map. Zhao Qian threw the 2 things to Wonryu. Every time he acquired such things they were given to him, and he now had hundreds of them in his hand map. It was all about various treasure chest maps, which Wonryu never had the time to get. He casually threw the map into his belt and then opened the bronze treasure chest. Unsurprisingly, 3 materials, one of which was a fire attribute crystal, but the grade was only LV2 and not very useful. Well, keep looking, maybe we can find a higher level treasure chest. For the silver treasure chest, now when Ryu no longer had any feelings, the good stuff gets too much. The group continued on their journey, searching for the treasure chest, got 3 silver treasure chests and 1 gold treasure chest in one morning. Unfortunately, the good stuff is none of the encounter. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a bright silver light appeared in Ryu's eyes. This color, it's a platinum treasure chest, while silver treasure chests are light silver. This time it's a bright silver. It seems like a boss ran past this side just now. Let's go over and take a look. After saying that, Ryu ran in the direction of the treasure chest. There was no doubt in the minds of the crowd about this. There are bosses to kill, so of course you have to kill the bosses. After passing through the dense forest and arriving at the edge of a lake, a rhinoceros with black flames emanating from its body appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It's a gold boss. Another gold treasure chest. I think so. This might depend on Ryu and Zhongli. This black flame rhino's defense is super strong. With a high physique and defensive skills, it was a nightmare for professionals. Not to mention the fact that he was accompanied by 6 elite-level rhinoceros beasts, which wasn't that easy to fight. You guys just attract. I'll do the rest. Ryu glanced at her dagger with a confident expression. He's not what he was before. Dagger of Elemental Eaters, growth type, rank, none, quality, SSS+, damage, 147 to 196, bonus, 1. Eating Yuan, slaying a source beast devours some of its source power, increasing damage. 57/200, plus 17. 2. Soul Eater, killing a source beast stores soul power. 1884. July 2000. 3. Spirit Shield, consumes soul power to protect spirit space. Inlay, 1. Magic Breaking Crystal Stone LV5, ignore opponent's magic defense by 25%. 2. Flawless Double Penetration Crystal Max, physical penetration plus 50%. Magic penetration plus 50%. With a double penetration gem in place, breaking a defense is still no problem. Do you need me to pull that boss out first before we start? Zhongli directly took out his longbow and a thunder arrow appeared on the bowstring. Chapter 122. Are you sure this is a course? The 7 source beasts were simply too close together, and it wasn't very convenient for either them to attract or for Ryu to attack that boss. Well, you draw that boss out. Good. The thunderstorm arrow came out of his hand and instantly hit that boss. Minus 632. Looking at this number, Zhongli froze. This was a thunderstorm arrow. Okay, she still had the weakness ability, and it only dealt 600 points of damage? Don't be surprised. See that layer of black flame on his body? That thing is able to absorb magic damage. Why else would I say this thing is hard to fight? This source beast's double resistance is very high. Zhan Mingyu was not surprised by this, but this damage is already strong. If it was Lin Dai doing the fighting, it would be good to have 200 points of damage. That's with her skill leveling up, or it would be even lower. The black flame rhinoceros that had been hit roared angrily and ran towards Ryu and the others, while 3 source beasts followed behind it. The group backed up, while Zhao Qian came to the side to look for an opportunity. After the boss in front of them pulled away from the 3 source beasts behind them, Zhao Qian directly rushed up and a taunt fixed the 3 source beasts in place. You guys go help. I'll take care of this one. Winding, vines grew out of the ground and wrapped around the black flame rhino. Yet it didn't even last a second until the vines turned to ash. Ryu had expected this. He hadn't expected this skill to be able to pester his opponent. Even the LV4 ranked vine skill had no effect on this black flame rhino. Ryu took out an iron rod from her backpack. Stifle Stick. 100% stun effect. A must-hit skill. Minus 1121. I have to say that this defense is really strong and actually reduces damage that much. But that's okay, just replace the dagger. The dagger was switched and the skills were all over the place. Backstab. Bone picking. Shadow attack. I can't believe I'm still alive. It was worthy of being a source beast with superb dual defense, and it didn't even die. In that case, it's good to make up for the damage. A stab to the neck. Thunder Spear. A lightning spear. Blasted at the dagger, and the lightning penetrated into the black flame rhinoceros's body along with the dagger. Aren't you high in magic resistance? Show me another high one. The lightning generated by the thunder spear rattled through the rhinoceros body, and a charred smell of meat rose up. Casually storing the chest and map in her backpack, Ryu headed to support the others. With him on board, the remaining source beasts would be much easier to solve. Phew, it's finally done. The defense of these source beasts is just too strong. If Ryu hadn't come to help, it was estimated that they wouldn't have been able to handle these rhinos for half an hour. The attack wasn't very strong. Just this defense was a headache. Don't rest first. Find the chest. It's a gold chest anyways. Seeing this, Wenryu urged. He can't be the one to find the box every time. How bad is that? Things went unsurprisingly well, and it was John Lee who ended up finding the box. The box is right in front of us. There's no rush on this one. Haven't you guys thought about one thing? John Mingyu had a serious face. What is it? John Mingyu swept a glance at the crowd. Don't you guys realize that every time you find a chest it's either John Lee or Wenryu? Are you too? Have lucky attributes? He was now extremely skeptical that everyone had hidden attributes. Why else would two people be able to find the box so quickly every time? Didn't we agree that boxes are hard to find? So that's what it was. Wenryu breathed a sigh of relief. That can't be said. Lin Dai and Wang Mingxing have also found boxes. And it's not like Sister Qian hasn't found one either. You should think about whether you have an IQ problem. You're the only one who can't find the chest here. John Mingyu blinked. What does this have to do with IQ? Shouldn't it be eyes? In fact, to find the chest, one only needs to pay more attention to be able to roughly find the location. The location where the source beast appeared. The traces on the ground. There is a general judgment through these. All of these are covered in class. Zhao Qian had a helpless look on her face. Jiang Li and Wenryu were able to find the chest, which in Zhao Qian's opinion was a talent and not any luck. As for Zhang Mingyu, it was purely unlearned. Wait, you said this was a course. Why didn't I know that? An elective. Zhang Mingyu looked at Wang Mingxing with a skeptical expression. Just you. Actually taking an elective class. I don't want to study, but I like this course on finding treasure chests. Wenryu glanced at a few people. That said, they all took this elective. So what did you take for your elective? Zhang Mingyu's eyelids fluttered wildly. This. That's it. He chose a special professional movie art appreciation. Wenryu looked at Zhang Mingyu with an odd expression. Why did this name sound so strange? Don't think much of it. It's just a movie played by actor professionals. Not that. Zhang Mingyu hurriedly explained. Don't you dare explain. As if anyone doesn't understand. Isn't it just a movie acted by a charm class professional? Lin Dai directly demolished the stage. The crowd's eyes returned once again to the box in front of them. So we're still on the same rules? Sold straight on the spot. I think it's better if we don't auction it off. Let's just take turns. Zhang Mingyu said in a hurry. Although he earned last time, he earned a little less. This would have been an auction and the price would have been inflated. Of course the platinum chests aren't auctioned. They'll be at the market price. 5 million apiece. Last time Zhang Mingyu already bought a diamond case once. This time you forget about it. Sister Qian. This can't be done. Last time that was a diamond case. This time it's a platinum case. It's not the same. How can this be? The two boxes are not the same at all. If you can't, you guys draw lots and forget about it. Wenryu suggested from the side. That would be a good way to go. The person who draws it will be automatically withdrawn the next time the others participate. In Wenryu's opinion, there would be more and more of this box in the future, so there was absolutely no need to waste any time. I agree. Zhang Mingyu was the first to raise his hand. That's a 1 in 4 chance if you can attend. If you can't attend, there's nothing left. Alright, do you two want to participate? Zhao Qian looked at Wenryu and Jiang Li. Wenryu and Jiang Li shook their heads. He simply didn't think much of the chest, and it was easy for him to find it. As for Jiang Li, he simply didn't want to spend the money. The contents of the box were dispensable to her. Then let Wenryu get this lottery. Let's not interfere if we're participants. Wenryu came aside to get 4 wooden sticks, and a flickering black light point appeared in his eyes. Black flickering points of light? He took a step backward and the point of light disappeared. Step forward, the point of light appears. Did you meet the secret treasure chest? Chapter 123. This is not a secret place at all, but a treasure trove. Wenryu looked in the direction of the point of light. It was a dense forest, so I guess it was in one of the big trees again. Just why is this color black? It seems the only way to find out is to go see it. He returned to a few people with 4 sticks. Big brother, if you don't come back, I'll think you've lost it. Where's all this nonsense? Grab the draw, we have things to do. The 4 of them smoked one each, and eventually Wang Mingxing was awarded this purchase. Ha! This time it's mine. Wang Mingxing stowed the box in his backpack at the first opportunity. What's there to be happy about if you have it this time and you won't be able to participate next time? Zhang Mingyu bristled. He was the one who had purchased the diamond treasure chest. What are we doing here? There doesn't seem to be any source beasts here. Under Wenryu's leadership, they arrived in a dense forest. Originally, he wanted Jiang Li to lead the team closer first, and he would take command when they arrived. As a result, the number of source beasts in this neighborhood was pitifully low to none. There's no way to get Jiang Li to lead the team. There was nothing to be done but for him to lead the advance. It's this route that is more or less suspect. After all, there are fewer source beasts. Brother Jade, why don't you say something? John Mingyu had a puzzled look on his face. Wenryu looked ahead while saying back, I have a feeling that a big shipment might be coming out here. Big shipment? The crowd looked around, and it didn't look like a big shipment. There were source beasts, but they were all ordinary source beasts. And there weren't even a few elite source beasts, not to mention bronze bosses. It can't be a treasure chest secret place. How can this be? An abrupt slab of stone appeared on the ground in front of everyone. If it wasn't for Wenryu picking apart the weeds, it really might not have been discovered by walking like this. After all, how many normal people would rush from high in the air? The big stuff you're talking about shouldn't be this kind of thing. John Mingyu gulped. This should be a treasure chest secret place. If so, the highest inside should be a platinum treasure chest. I felt something attracting me just now, so it's a treasure chest secret place. Wenryu pretended to look like she had come to a realization. Wang Mingxing crouched down and examined the gate on the ground. Why doesn't this look like a treasure chest secret place? This can't be opened either. She tried to place her hand on the gate, yet it didn't respond at all. Normally, if this was the gate to the secret place, people should be going in at this time. Yet at this point there was no response. Yeah, let me see. Zhang Mingyu also joined in the exploration, and several people explored the gate for a while. As it turned out, it was a plain slate. A few people looked at each other in relief. It seemed that they had overthought it. They thought that Wenryu had some ability to find secret places, but it turned out that he really relied on his senses. Wenryu frowned and rubbed her chin. That's not right. This black spot of light is still flickering. That means this is the place. Could it be that this is not a treasure chest secret place? Rather, it is a treasure chest. If it's a treasure trove, doesn't that mean there are diamond chests in it? Thinking of this, Wenryu couldn't help but get a little excited. He came to the stone slab, put his hand on it, and said in his mind to unlock it. Click, click, click. Holy, what the? The crowd left in a hurry. It seems like the mechanism inside is rattling. Could this really be a treasure chest secret place? Only in a different form? Just then, Zhao Qian had a flash of light in her head and looked at the stone door on the ground with a shocked expression. You guys, this isn't supposed to be a treasure trove. Is it? Treasure trove? The crowd couldn't help but swallow their saliva. If it was a treasure trove, the few of them shouldn't be enough to stuff their teeth with the source beasts in here. But it's a treasure trove. A diamond treasure chest. Zhang Mingyu looked at the stone door on the ground, surprised and worried. That's a bit poor with our strength. Hearing Zhang Mingyu say this, their fiery hearts instantly cooled. Yeah, how could they be a match for the creatures in the treasure trove with their strength? Even if it is said that this is an intermediate level secret realm. However, the source beasts inside were all estimated to be above level 60, and there were probably bronze bosses and silver bosses all over the place. Zhao Qian glanced at Wenryu. Looking at him, I guess it's hard to persuade. Kara zigzag. The gate slowly opened and two slabs of stone stood up, revealing the passage downward. The dimly lit passage looked eerie. Brother Jade, we're not really going to go down there, are we? The odds are that this is a treasure trove. The level of the source beasts inside can be said to be the highest in this secret realm. Let's. Zhang Mingyu's words were obvious. They were still sure of themselves against those below level 55. But if they were to deal with those above level 60, they weren't so sure. Especially if a high-resistance source beast appeared inside. It would be a nightmare for them. Wenryu understood their worries. But understanding is understanding. But you can't not want what's in there. Do you believe me? His attributes were enough to deal with these source beasts. And although his own skills were a bit less, he couldn't afford to have more disposable skills. And all of them are instantaneous and non-consumable skills. Tell me what source beasts can withstand this kind of bombardment? It would be fine if he had low attributes. But he just has high attributes. Even the most crotch-pulling intelligence attribute had reached 600 at this point. It can be said that a random one-time skill is able to reach 1200 plus base damage. And even if it is partially offset by magic resistance, it will still leave 800-1000. One skill doesn't kill. What about a bunch of skills? Believe for sure, but life he only has one. Zhang Mingyu had a tangled face. This isn't some game with resurrection. This is something that actually kills people. Yes, Brother Jade, it's not that we don't trust you. But this little life we still need to cherish. Zhao Qian, who was on the side, also had a tangled look on her face. It's a treasure trove, with boxes that everyone wants. But that's only if you have the life to take it. As for going home and calling for help, obviously there would be no time for that. The gate opens and disappears in an hour. They couldn't have been that fast, no matter how fast they were. Wenryu, are you really sure? Wenryu nodded. I'm pretty sure. He didn't care a bit about their worries. He wouldn't have believed it if he was the one who saw a fourth-order person packing his bags. After thinking about it, he added, last time I asked you to keep it a secret. This time I still want you to keep it a secret. Confidentiality? Hearing those two words, Zhang Mingyu's eyes lit up. Since it's confidential, that means he's going to pull something out again? Big brother, we trust you. We'll do whatever you say. Let's go in first. Zhongli, you use the eagle to scout the way, and Sister Qian will just protect them. For Wenruyu, only Jiang Li's Songying was somewhat useful. As for the others, they were of little use for the time being, but he couldn't just throw people out. Chapter 124, wait, can the maze still be walked like this? Wenruyu thought for a moment. You guys can leave first if you're worried about the safety of your lives. There's no need to lock everyone up for this kind of thing. Go if you want to, leave if you don't. Wang Mingxing and Lin Dai shook their heads. Everyone's going, we're going too. We're a squad. After everyone was sure they were going to go, Zhongli directly let Songying fly in. Through the eagle's perspective, Zhongli could see the situation inside very clearly. This downward path is long, about 100 meters, but there are no source beasts in it, and the end point is something like a portal. The crowd was surprised. It was not what they thought it would be. I always thought it was just a labyrinth after the passageway went down. I can't believe there's a portal. Maybe it's the different terrain. Unfortunately, there are very few records of this kind of stuff. A lot of it comes from the black market. Just go inside and see if you don't. The group passed through the gate and made their way to the bottom. Aside from the oil lamps on either side, there was only so much as a solitary blue oval door of light. Looking at this gate, Zhang Mingyu and the others were still a bit nervous. Will it be all source beasts back here? How should we get over there? It was said that the treasure trove was dangerous, but no one knew exactly how dangerous it was. The versions that have come out are just too many. No one knows the specifics at all. Even in their family, no one knew the specifics of the place. Wenruyu stroked her chin. This issue really should be considered. I'll go over there and see if there are any problems before you guys go over there. Wenruyu directly entered the sneaking state and directly disappeared in front of the crowd. They saw the blue door of light ripple and knew he was in. Hiss! Isn't Brother Jade going in without a proper plan? Zhang Mingyu clicked his tongue. Wasn't this a bit too casual? Serious people, who don't make a good calculation before passing. Maybe, he really does have a solution too. Passing through the light door when Ryu glanced around. This was a stone passageway with oil lamps hanging on both sides, and it was pitch black in the distance. Isn't this place a little too dark? It's a shame this place doesn't make horror movies. When Ryu went back to call the crowd and returned to the passageway once again, the light door behind them still hadn't disappeared. It looks like this door is a passageway. I wonder how many passages there will be in here. It is important to realize that within the secret area are several passages leading to the outside world, a secret gate. Some of the intermediate secret realms even had 2 secret gates that led to the same secret realm. Maybe the treasure trove too. No matter how many doors, let's explore first. When you come across this kind of light door, just don't touch it. Everyone. When Ryu gave a wink to Zhongli, and the hawk was released, Zhongli couldn't help but frown. It seems like a labyrinth here. The source beasts haven't been encountered. It's all walls. That's a bit of a problem. A maze. When Ryu looked around, there were no points of light, which he couldn't do much about. Go ahead. 20 meters ahead. Take a left and this is the labyrinth. Looking at the wall in front of her, as well as the passages on both sides, when Ryu couldn't help but ponder. Is this thing tough? When Ryu put finger cuffs on her hands and channeled her strength. Build up your power punch. A small LV4 skill. Boom! Dust continued to fall from the roof of the shed, and the wall in front of it was blasted to pieces, revealing the room inside. There was silence. Isn't this a labyrinth? Why does it open like this? And you're a thief. What the hell was that stored power punch just now? Zhang Mingyu rubbed his face. Wait, I'm a bit confused right now. If I'm not mistaken about the construction of this place, this should be a labyrinth, right? It should be a maze. But a maze. Is it really okay to go this way? Isn't that a bit violent? When Ryu looked at her hand, using the skill just didn't hurt. What are you guys looking at me like that for? Zhang Mingyu shook her head. It's nothing. It's just the first time I've seen someone crack a maze like this. When Ryu glanced at the room in front of her and then at the others. It's not like there's any protection that I can see, which means it's just openable, right? Of course he had thought of following the maze. He had merely tried it, not realizing that it had worked. It's not the process that matters, it's the result. After saying that, when Ryu raised her fists once again and punched her way through a wall. However, there were still passages everywhere and no suitable location was found. Half an hour later, looking at the walls with holes everywhere, when Ryu was at a loss. Where is this treasure chest? Are we in the wrong place? There seems to be nothing on this side. Not even a source beast. It can't be that someone has already been here, right? Zhang Mingyu couldn't help but ask. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Hearing for Zhang Mingyu's words, when Ryu couldn't help but be skeptical. It couldn't have been the master treasure hunter who did it. Or, Zhang Hongyu? I don't think he's a master treasure hunter. Is he? Team Zhang. This is already the last treasure trove that can be found near Fengjing. It really can't be found. Zhang San collected the 10 boxes on the ground and said casually, really? I really can't find it. Ask the rest of the team, they shouldn't be able to detect it either. That's what you said last time. And didn't you end up finding one? Zhang Hongyu looked at him speechlessly. How many extra steps they've taken just because of him. Team Zhang is really out of it this time. But we've even opened the treasure trove in the intermediate secret realm. Zhang Hongyu rubbed the top of his head. That was true. Then let's go to the next place. These are the church people. Hurry up and find a place to bury them. Behind them, a few stout men escorted several men and women to the deep pit in the back. Big brother, why don't you let me go? I've only joined for 3 days. Yes, big brother. Look at my white skin and long legs. Aren't you impressed? Big brother. No matter what the other side said, these guys were indifferent. 3 minutes later, the crowd assembled. Our next destination is Yabakawa. In the labyrinth, Wenryu and her group were speechless for a moment as they looked at the devastated labyrinth. Jade, why don't we just forget about it? It seems like there's nothing here. It can't be. The gate was found. It's only logical that it should be there. Wenryu had found a place with great difficulty, only to be told that there was nothing. Wasn't that a joke? Found it. There's a blue spatial passage at the innermost part. Jianli was pleasantly surprised. That place is in the far corner and not in the maze. Go on. Check it out. 3 minutes later, the corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched as she looked at the passageway in front of her. The passage they had taken before was capable of traveling 1 car. And what was in front of them? Just enough to get past 2 people. It was a wonder it could be seen at all. I'll go check it out first, and if there's still nothing, we'll retreat. Chapter 125, the title boss is only a stronger source beast. The old rules. Wenryu went into the passageway first, and then brought the others in afterward. Jade, what the hell? It wasn't long after all of them had come through that the blue channel behind them closed. It was only 5 minutes before and after. This should be the normal situation. I guess the gate up there should be closed as well. There must be other passages out. Otherwise, what about those treasure hunting masters? Hearing Wenryu say that, it didn't seem like there was anything wrong with it. Then let's go. Looking at the 60+ level source beasts not far away, the crowd gulped. It was more or less scary. Unlike the source beasts in the outside world, the source beasts here had red eyes and a bloodthirsty look. Jade, this looks like something bad. Don't worry. There's not much danger in a place like this. Wenryu waved her hand. So what if you're bloodthirsty? You have to die in 1 set of skills. Fiery fire. Flames filled the passage. The hissing of the source beasts continued. The others couldn't be idle either. But of course the main force was still Lin Dai and Zhongli. As for a few others, just watch the show. The effect of the skill ended, and Wenryu once again unleashed various one-time skills. Damage varies between 800-2000. It had to be said that the higher the level, the higher the resistance of these source beasts. Wenryu's skill hit the gold boss, but it actually only dealt more than 800 points of damage. He couldn't help but be a little curious. Were those 9th-ranked professionals doing so little damage even when they hit this kind of creature? Wenryu looked to the side at Zhao Qian and casually threw a skill into the source beast. That being said, will the damage of a 9th-ranked professional hitting a source beast be this low as well? If it's as low as he is, then the 9th rank seems pretty trashy. Weapons with attributes. Spell damage increase. Spell penetration. All of these are able to increase damage. Wenryu raised her eyebrows, so he was able to deal so much damage. In addition to attribute points, there was also the penetration effect of the dagger in his hand. Your crystals do have a penetrating effect, but you're not a magic-type profession, so the effect isn't that good. Looking at Wenryu's gaze, Zhao Qian could roughly guess what was in his mind. What? Does it make any difference? No. I have a weapon with a piercing effect. Shouldn't that work too? Zhao Qian recalled the contents of the class and said, there was once an experiment done to utilize a general-purpose weapon to perform a spell-piercing crystal stone inlay. The effect of the melee weapon just wasn't as effective as that of the long-range weapon. And this difference is not labeled on the weapon crystals. It's just an experiment people have come to. So as you can see, the weapons are career limited. Some of them are major category limited. And some of them are career limited. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and continued. Of course, besides the point of weapons, there's also a very important point, which is that professional ranks inherently have an effect on damage enhancement. There is no clear value for this. It's just an experience that people have summarized. And the damage increase is multifaceted. Wenryu came to a realization. No wonder the damage was different for the same skills with almost the same attributes. In fact, what Zhao Qian said, he had guessed in his mind. Just like the source beast in front of him, the same attributes at different levels just made a difference. There is also a difference between bronze and silver, only a limited impact, but it cannot be said that there is no impact. 10 minutes later, all the source beasts within this passageway were eliminated, and a large wave of source power surged into Wenryu's body. Feeling the changes in her body's source power, Wenryu nodded with satisfaction. Even if it was said that there was no treasure chest here that he wanted, this wave was not a loss for him at all. As for the others, let's hope there's still a treasure chest, otherwise it's a purely companionable trip. The number of source beasts within the passageway behind is much less. It seems that these source beasts should be considered gatekeepers, but why are there no source beasts up there and only down there? Zhongli was puzzled. It's only logical that it should be up and down. Maybe this is a two-tiered treasure trove? Zhan Mingyu guessed? What do you mean? Let me tell you. Information about treasure troves generally appears in the black market, both true and false, but based on years of speculation, a few are certain. The first is that treasure troves are commonly found in secret realms, especially in advanced secret realms where the probability of meeting them is greatest. The second is that the treasury door closes an hour after it is opened, and there is no record of the passageway we went through later, but it seems like it should close within a few minutes of walking through it. The third point is that some people say that the treasure trove is not just one floor or not just one area. It could be 2 areas or 5 areas. Zhao Qian spoke out what he knew about the treasure trove. It could be argued that these were all explored by those who weren't treasure hunting masters, or information known to those in Zhao Qian's family. No matter what, her father, Zhao Cong, was considered a high-ranking figure, so knowing some news was considered normal. Wenryu thought for a moment and asked, does that mean that there is a possibility of treasure chests in every area? Zhao Qian thought for a moment. In theory. Wenryu looked towards the passageway. He now wished that this was a treasure trove of multiple areas. Treasure chest found. Zhongli was excited as she saw 10 treasure chests placed in a room, but inside is a title boss. It shouldn't be. There's a title boss at level 60 or so? That's a bit outrageous. Isn't it said that there will be a title after level 80? Zhan Mingyu somewhat suspected that he was taking a fake class. It doesn't matter. The title boss is just a stronger source beast. Wenryu didn't feel anything about this. After all, he had already killed a title boss before, and it's still level 95. Old Zhan, my family Zhao Qian can't be found. Zhao Cong had an anxious face. He had just gotten a skill book 2 days ago and thought of giving it to Zhao Qian when she came back. As a result, I waited and just didn't come home. So today I thought I'd call and ask when I'd be back. As it turned out, the cell phone was out of service from the afternoon until the evening. This is giving him a rush. Is it out to play? Can't hear the cell phone. Zhan Ningxiu sipped his tea and watched the TV in a good way. It would be good if that was the case. Zhan Mingyu and Lin Dai's phone numbers can't be reached. Zhan Ningxiu sat up straight, his face serious. They can't get through on the phone? Yeah, you don't think something will happen to them, do you? Zhao Cong had a worried look on his face. Did you ask Lin Yaoguang then? How dare I tell him? Then the whole city will be turned over by him. This matter, I only told you. And there is also Wang Xiong's place I asked over. Wait for me. I'll be right there. Soon the 3 families gathered. Brother Zhao, what the hell is going on here? Zhan Ningxiu's wife looked worried. When she learned the news, she was horrified. Chapter 126. Aren't you going to talk about your ability? I asked the quarantine people and the records show that they went out in the morning and haven't been back since. Zhao Tsang asked at the first opportunity, but only got this one message. The whole squad went out together and none of them came out afterward. Why don't we go out and look for it? There might be some clues. Wang Xiong had an anxious face. Wang Ningxing is the apple of his eye. If there's anything wrong with it, if I let the tigress in my house, my wife knows, I'll be dead. Wang Xiong had a bitter look on his face. Her wife's fighting strength was not normally strong. Zhao Cong also wanted to send people to look for it, but how big the wilderness area was, not to mention how to find it with so many secret areas. Let's wait a little longer. If they don't come back tomorrow night, then the 3 of us will join forces to look for them. But remember, don't tell Lin Yaoguang about this. Don't worry, I'm sure I won't tell. Jade, awesome. Zhan Mingyu's voice was about to break. What is a mage? That's what you call a mage. A dozen skills flung at the title source beast in 3 seconds, directly killing it in seconds. As for what this ability of Wenryu's was, everyone tacitly did not mention it. This satisfied Wenryu. That's what he wants from his teammates. Less talk, more action, and no more words when he sees them. Just perfect. A scroll fell to the ground. Wang Mengxing bumbled and picked it up and handed it to Wenryu. Brother Yu, please keep it. Looking at the adoring Wang Mengxing, Wenryu felt amused. I still like the high and mighty Yu. The corner of Wang Mengxing's mouth twitched. Your hobby is really unique. Wenryu opened the scroll and raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect that it was actually a map of a mysterious treasure chest. Her luck was really good. He had thought a diamond treasure chest map would be nice. He turned his head to look at the treasure chests on the side. A whole 10 treasure chests. 3 of which were diamond treasure chests. Sell it. This should be good for money, but it can also be opened. When Ruyu thought for a moment, Zhongli find the passage. Are you buying or selling these treasure chests? The disposal of this treasure chest is yours. No need to ask us, Zhao Qian said directly. This time, they were purely soy sauce, striking out a few times and not having much impact on the battle at all. For that amount of damage, it wasn't even enough to tickle the source beast. Ahem. Since I'm handling it, then it's simple. These 3 diamond treasure chests will either be auctioned off or sold to you at 30 million apiece. No way. It has to be auctioned, or one will be sold for $35 million. Zhang Mingyu was the first to disagree. He spent $35 million on the last diamond treasure chest. Why should he be the only one to spend more money? To spend more than everyone spends more or he loses more. When Ruyu glanced at Zhang Mingyu with a satisfied expression. You are really my good brother. You actually helped me raise the price. Lin Dai shrugged. It's only $35 million. I'll buy it. I'll buy it too. Wang Xing followed closely behind. The corner of Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched, forgetting that these 2 big rich women. Spending money was not at all painful. Zhao Qian thought about it and nodded. Although her family is not as rich as these 2 families, but 35 million is still able to shell out. Big deal. Just let his dad go to the high secrets a few more times to get some money. When Ruyu had a satisfied look on her face, with just these few words, she arrived at $100 million. Still, he intended to take out a portion of 10% of the money to distribute to the crowd. Couldn't let them run for nothing, could he? The remaining platinum chests. Did Wang Mengxing already obtain one last time? These 7, 2 for each of you, 3 and 1 for her is reasonable. Right. The price remains at 1.5 million. A few people nodded that it made sense. As for transferring money, just wait until you get out. When Ruyu's face smiled even more, a total of 115 million. Even if he took out 10 million, then he still had 100 million. Sure enough, it's still the pros who make money. No, I should say treasure hunter masters make money. As for rank, he wasn't the same as an ordinary treasure hunting master. Just this trip down, the myriad hands he had used quite a bit, and at this point, there was only a little distance left from the 4th rank high level. I believe it will only take a day or 2 to get promoted. What is this called? This is called making money and upgrading both. How nice. Plus the money he had before. He had almost 120 million on hand. Can't spend it all. Can't spend it at all. Provided it's not as spendy as a couple of them. By the way, how much did the locksmith you got cost? 100,000 is enough for a platinum case. 1 million for a diamond. And you're paid if you don't succeed. Zhang Mingyu looked helpless. This group of high-level thieves can be said to be a sure thing. Just move your hands and the money will be there. And you will not be guaranteed a success rate. Of course, you can choose to use keys, but the keys for the platinum and diamond chests are very hard to get. Ahem. When Ruyu coughed lightly, do you guys see that my abilities are a bit different? A few people looked at each other. Was this going to give them the lowdown on his career? The crowd's spirits were shaken, and they looked intently at Wen Ruyu for fear of misplacing any words. Is it finally time to find out what Wen Ruyu's abilities are? How come the more I think about it, the more excited I get? So, I can also open the chests in your hands, and they are still 100% open. The price it will not charge you guys too expensive. Platinum chest 200,000. Diamond chest 2 million. Ha! The crowd's faces stiffened. I thought you were capable of that. Why did you start charging for it? Not true. Wait, Jade. Say that again just now. I kind of didn't get what you meant. Zhang Mingyu's brain was a bit confused. When Ruyu said it again, the crowd was certain that they had indeed heard correctly just now. Knowing about Wen Ruyu's fighting ability was no longer important. That's an impressive lockpick alone. 100% lockpicking. Even if you upgraded your lockpicking skills to the head, you wouldn't dare to say that, right? As for $2 million being expensive, it's not expensive at all, okay? It's a 100% lockpick. Cough cough. Brother Jade, then open it for me. I'll see if there's anything good in here. Zhang Mingyu hurriedly handed over his diamond case. The corner of Wen Ruyu's mouth hooked. Look at this, is not another small 10 million to hand. He put his hand on the case, only to hear it open with a click. Wen Ruyu glanced inside and raised an eyebrow. It seems he was quite lucky to have a skill book. Zhang Mingyu took the box and took out the contents with a look of pity. Things are indeed good, but not for me to use. Lindai Fire Skills book, you buy or not, is the Sea of Fire, and Wen Ruyu's skills are almost the same. Inside is a skill book for fire magic, and the skills are pretty good. Buy. How can you not buy this? It's a group attack skill. Chapter 127, How can a promise made up be true? The next morning, When Ruyu looked at the arrival information on her cell phone, the corner of her mouth couldn't be suppressed. A random treasure trove scores so much. If there were a few more of them, wouldn't $1 billion or so be in hand? When you look at it, money is nothing. Oops, why is my dad calling me so much? Zhao Qian looked at the calls on her cell phone and her face changed. Me too here. Me too. Lin Dai glanced at the trio and then at his cell phone. Why? I don't have a phone? I guess no one told your dad. After all, if your dad knew that he couldn't reach you for a night, he would probably turn the whole city upside down, Zhang Mingyu said with an amused expression. After all, Lin Yaoguang, that is the standard daughter slave, for the sake of his daughter has done a lot of ridiculous things. Cut the crap and figure out what to do, if you don't make it clear. Thinking about that scene made Zhang Mingyu a little frightened. When Ruyu held her cell phone, I think you guys don't need to worry about that much at all. Just skim over the matter of the treasure chest. As for the treasure chest, there's no need to mention it. We'll talk about it after a while. After saying that, when Ruyu pointed her cell phone at the crowd, only the map showed that they were more than 400 kilometers away from Fengjing. But instead, they were very close to another city, Harakiri, which was less than 70 kilometers away. I'll be damned. We even ran somewhere else. Zhang Mingyu's eyes widened. Although it had been known that the gate inside would connect to other places, I didn't expect it to teleport this far. Luckily, though, it's still kind of not too far from Fengjing. This would be ruined if it was transmitted abroad. Now how do we get back? Airplanes don't need to be thought of. Civil aviation has been closed for many years now. Cars didn't need to be considered either. Even with Wenruyu's strength, she couldn't say that she had traversed those 400 kilometers. Between the two cities, there were quite a number of high-level 90-plus source beasts. He was not so well traversed, let alone with a crowd. He was only powerful with high attributes, but it didn't mean he was invincible. Take the teleportation array. Ha? What teleportation array? Wenruyu looked at Zhao Qian with a confused face. This he really wasn't sure. Zhao Qian glanced at Wenruyu and then at Jiang Li, who was also a bit confused. It's normal that both of you don't know. After all, the teleportation array starts at 2 million per use, and is basically used by professionals. Even in school, this kind of stuff isn't taught. $2 million is just the starting price, and the farther away you are, the higher the price you'll spend. Let's go then. I haven't seen what a teleportation array looks like. It's actually similar to that spatial passageway, except this one is one of the things that comes with the temple's descent. An hour later, the group arrived at the back of the original city's transfer hall. Behind this there is a small door that says Teleportation Services Hall. The corner of Wenruyu's mouth twitched. Good lord, this name is really grounded. Upon walking in, there was only one staff member inside, as well as 3 teleportation arrays, large and small. Hello, is this a teleportation service? The staff entertained a few people with a smile on their faces. Doesn't it feel like a good service? We teleport once and they make at least 30%. Zhang Mingyu whispered from the sidelines. $2 million isn't the minimum price? Of course not. Like some guilds will enter into cooperation with this place and use the teleportation array every year. The price will be much cheaper. It's rumored that some guilds only need 1 million for a single teleportation, so you can imagine the profits involved. The corner of Wenruyu's mouth twitched. Why did it feel similar to express delivery? Zhao Qian walked up to communicate with the other party. A moment later, the staff member took a crystal to the smallest teleportation array and inserted the crystal into the groove, only to see the entire phalanx light up. A light blue aperture then lit up, and sure enough, it was the same as that door in the previous treasure trove. Go! Zhao Qian led the way into the aperture, followed by one after another. Wenruyu only felt a mental trance for a moment before the person had stepped out of the aperture. That's the end of it? Have you got a second? Just like that, you're back in Toyoki? What else could it be? Get you a concert inside and put on a show for you? Zhang Mingyu was speechless. Wenruyu slanted a glance at him. Are you drifting a bit? Ahem. No. How dare I float it, isn't it? By the way, what's that crystal he's got? Zhang Mingyu rubbed his chin. That crystal is a product of the advanced mystic realm. There is no record of exactly where it was spawned from, and it may be necessary to join a national team or a more advanced guild to be able to know. Wenruyu nodded. Well, let's split up here. I'm going home. Me too. With that, Lin Dai's 4 hurried towards their home. As for Wenruyu and Jiang Li, the two of them returned to the neighborhood. You guys scared us to death. We couldn't contact you for the whole night. Zhao Tsang carefully surveyed Zhao Qian, and after determining that she hadn't suffered any injuries, her hanging heart was finally released. I'm glad I'm not hurt. Where did you guys go last night? In the face of the crowd's inquiries, Zhao Qian was calm and relaxed. Yesterday, we still followed the normal process of killing source beasts in the wild. And after that, We met an unexplored secret realm, so we went in to take a look at it and look for treasure chests in the meantime. Jiaocong's few people nodded from time to time. It wasn't like they hadn't done this kind of thing before. It didn't feel like anything was wrong. It's just that later on, I don't know why more than 105th order source beasts suddenly appeared. And that secret realm didn't seem to be a simple primary secret realm. That's why our cell phones had no signal. Since we were in the secret realm the whole time. We were just near the original city when we finally came out. And we used the teleportation array to rush back at the first opportunity. Zhang Mingyu kept her head down in the back, stifling her laughter. They didn't think the reasoning was that outrageous when they discussed it at the time. Now listen to Zhao Qianso talk. This can make people believe. So that's how it is. You guys are encountering a mixed secret realm in disguise. Your luck is not bad. It's only a mixed secret realm of beginner and intermediate levels. If it was advanced. Thinking about this, Zhao Cong and the others had a moment of fear. Gah! Zhang Mingyu jerked his head up and looked at the front with a confused expression. He said he was making it up. But he thinks he's making it up? He glanced at the sides. But Lin Dai didn't feel anything. And Wang Mingxing on the right side was in a similar situation as him, with a confused look on his face. It's nice to have some company. Snap! What are you frothing for? You still need Zhao Qian to explain this kind of thing. What use do you think you are as a man? You don't even know such things as mixing secret realms. All the knowledge I gave you before was for nothing? Chapter 128, Further Advancement in Strength. Zhang Mingyu covered his head and looked aggrieved. He didn't just take a look. As for that, Zhang Inqiu heart that gas. From beginning to end is Zhao Qian in saying, you a man actually a man with no use at all. If it wasn't for the fact that he was his own son, he would have just scrapped him. Well, old Zhang Mingyu probably forgot. It's not like she did it on purpose. Zhao Cong pulled Zhang Inqiu away with a smile on his face. What better way to be happy than to have your own daughter in the limelight? As for Wang Xiong, he didn't care at all. As long as his daughter was safe and sound than anything else. You guys keep your mom's company. They've been worried about you all night. It can't be said that it's the kid's fault when it comes to this. Let's just say it was all too much of a coincidence. Do you guys remember where that secret place is? Zhao Qian shook her head. I don't remember. There was no press. So where could she remember? Starting from the next day, the crowd once again began their days of fighting against the source beasts. Time passes day by day, and soon it is January, the day of January 3rd. It's fourth order. It's going to be fourth order soon. As entering the middle stage was, Zhang Mingyu's few people became excited again. Alright, other brother, you has entered the fourth rank advanced. What are you so happy about when you haven't entered the fourth rank beginner yet? Lin Dai said without a trace of anger. The more Lin Yan thought about it, the more she felt that Wen Ruyu was a heavenly fate. How did she level up so high? But thinking about it, Wen Ruyu had killed as many origin beasts as she could. It would be strange if her level still couldn't go up. Zhang Mingyu's face stiffened, and she looked at Lin Dai with an exasperated expression. Why are you so angry when you speak? Can I be happy? That is the fourth rank. Okay. About to unlock the priest's first combat skills. Cannot be excited. He hasn't been some hand-to-mouth priest since. I just don't know what skill it will be. As a priest, there are still quite a few damage skills to possess. Wen Ruyu sat quietly on the sidelines, not getting involved. He had been promoted to the fourth rank advanced yesterday, and everything had been so smooth. Name, Wen Ruyu. Age, 18. Occupation, thief, SA. Thief. Potential, C grade, SSS grade. Level, 4th order advanced. Attributes, strength, 1437. Body mass, 1324. Agility, 1521. Intelligence, 756. Gifted skills, Saint, lockpicking. Saint Wonderful Hands LV4, 63277/100000. Unique. Skills, Windblade LV2, X12, Thunderlance LV3, X1. Saint Stifling Stick LV4, 43/10. 000. Saint Yenshot LV3, 77/1000. Saint Teasing Leg LV1, 0 out of 100. Sneak. Backstab LV3, 9. 621. 000. Bone Pick LV3, 231/1000. Shadow Attack LV2, 478/500. Sprint LV1, 62 out of 100. Flaming Fire Max, Ice Skyle Max, Lucky Favor LV3, permanent. Seeing this panel, Wen Ruyu felt that she had been too diligent, and her total attributes had reached 5,000. The only bad thing remains the intelligence attribute, which can't be helped. Humanoid source beasts are encountered sparingly, and not all source beasts that cast magic are capable of providing intelligence. As for the people of the Church of Salvation, they have not met a single one of them lately. He couldn't help but feel some anticipation in his heart now, hoping that it was the people from the church who would travel to the Kyoto General Tournament to make a scene. so that he would have the opportunity to steal a portion of the intelligence attribute. Unfortunately, this is clearly not possible. According to the news of the past 2 days, the Church of the Redeemer has been carrying out their plans with impunity in Western society lately. According to reports, at least 20 SS-ranked professionals had suffered a poisonous fate. So yeah, there's just a risk when your potential is exposed. He couldn't help but be a bit thankful that after this advancement, he was still showing C-rank potential to the outside world. Thinking of this when Ryu couldn't help but rub his chin. If he showed SSS rank potential, wouldn't these are the people from the church who would be onto him? He shook his head in a huff. For the sake of attributes how his own ideas had become dangerous. The dangers you meet then can be more than just his church. He then looked at the myriad hands skill on the panel. At this point, the experience value had already passed most of the way through, and he wasn't much farther away from upgrading. I wonder what will become of this skill subsequently. The only skill that had not been used was still the teasing in leg. It was mainly because there were so few humanoid source beasts met that there was little chance to use it. Brother Jade, let's work overtime today. I feel like we'll be able to enter the 4th rank tonight. By then, we might not need you to make a move, and we'll be able to win the championship. Zhang Mingyu couldn't help but start fantasizing about holding the title in her hands. Won't you come out tomorrow? When Ryu raised an eyebrow. Let's forget about tomorrow. The competition is the day after tomorrow and we have to go to Kyoto first. Zhao Qian also hurriedly said, we have to head to Kyoto tomorrow. Although there won't be too many people going to watch the match, there are only 3 teleportation arrays in total. So we have to leave early. The only way to get to the other cities now was the teleportation array, and it was important to get out early. When the security of the outside world improves, only then will the passages between the cities be opened again. Say, is it true that ordinary people don't go to other cities? You can't say that people stay in one city for the rest of their lives. Of course not. There is another kind of transportation, a steel train. The whole body is made of steel, and the outside is supplemented with materials from various secret creatures as well as ores for superb defense. It's just that this kind of train will only make 2 trips a month. Ordinary people can still ride it, except that this train will only travel to the nearest few cities and not too far. Teleportation arrays are transportation for the professionals and the rich. Then steel trains are transportation for the common people. It's just that the ride isn't that comfortable. It takes at least 6 hours to travel the 400-odd kilometers from Fengjing to the original city. And when it meets special circumstances, this steel train is not activated. Being able to start it 20 times a year is considered a high frequency. The steel train when Ryu had heard of it, but she had just never ridden it. Alright then, we'll work overtime today so that all of you can advance to the 4th rank. Since that's the case, let's change places and continue towards the depths. At this time, they were located 60 kilometers from Fengjing, the place where they usually fought. Since he wanted to advance, he definitely needed to kill more source beasts. That 100 kilometers is the better option. Chapter 129, Let's Drive. It's faster if you drive yourself. It went on until 11 o'clock at night, when the crowd stopped. Dying. I can't. Zhang Mingyu lay on the ground and looked at the half-moon in the sky. This one was more exhausting than any of the previous ones, and he felt like his body was going to be drained. There was no time to recover, and the potions were 3 bottles down. The results have been worse one at a time. If it continued, it was estimated that a bottle of potion wouldn't even recover a fifth of it. Let's just say the leveling up didn't work. Zhang Mingyu rolled her eyes. It's elevated, but the person is also going to be wasted. At 11 o'clock, Zhang Mingyu had finally advanced to the 4th rank primary. Several others advanced as early as 8 o'clock, and the final kills of the subsequent source beasts were left to Zhang Mingyu. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to advance even if he was exhausted today. Let's go back, have a meal and rest early, and we'll head for Kyoto first thing in the morning. The crowd drove all the way back to the barrier gate. The guards at the quarantine zone looked at the men with a surprised look on their faces, and one of them pulled out a tablet. The personnel don't correspond. Did these guys come from somewhere else? That woman is the sister of the first captain. I remember coming in the morning. What? You mean they've been here since morning? That's not cool. They'd guarded the quarantine gates for so long, they hadn't really seen a few that were this desperate. After leaving the barrier, both vehicles accelerated at the same time and approached the neighborhood at speed. Hungry. I feel like I could eat a cow right now. Just bear with me a little longer. We'll be there soon. When Ryu was in tears. But come to think of it, all I brought today was an instant boxed lunch. After all, none of them lived in the villa anymore, and there was no one to cook for. Even if you can get it sometimes, it's just a few days when someone delivers it. When the 2 cars parked, Zhang Mingyu got out in a hurry. Are you guys eating or going back to bed? A few women looked at each other. Let's eat. I feel a little hungry. Yeah, that dinner tonight was purely a deal breaker. There was no intention to continue in the evening. It was just an impromptu decision at the time. The food was also left over from earlier, in pitifully small quantities. Come on, let's go have a barbecue. At this hour of the day, the barbecue is the only thing still open. And there's not much to eat besides barbecue. Boss, come 100 lamb kebabs, 50 meat tenders, 10 chicken wings. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Wonryu had just cleaned up when the door to her room was knocked on. Thud. I knew it. If he had gone by the previous, he would definitely have to sleep until 9 in the morning before getting up. But now, he'd figured out the guys saying an early start. 90% likelihood is 7 o'clock, and the remaining 10% is definitely no later than 8:30 a.m. Opening the door to the room, Zhao Qian's several people fully dressed were already standing at the door. Let's go. Come downstairs. Get in your car and head straight to the teleportation array behind the transfer hall. Arrive at the teleportation hall. No, what are these people up to? Is there so much room to sit there? A long line has formed on this road of teleportation, eyeballing the line at least a block out. These people from what time to start row? Convinced? Who knows, but it's mostly students who are watching. Although it is a national one, the main body remains students. The community doesn't care that much about it. A few people joined the queue, while a steady stream of others followed. The person standing in front of Wonryu glanced back and just thought that he looked a little familiar and didn't care. But his eyes lit up when he saw Jiangli behind Wonryu. It's that violent shooter from the Gaga Chaos Kill team. You guys are participating in the competition. Insert me. Line up in front of me. The men move out of the way. Wonryu whispered a soft thank you. Hey. I told Gaga to mess with the kill line and cut in. Not you. The man took him by the hand. Wonryu had a helpless face, but she was still happy inside. A lower presence is not a bad thing. I'm sorry, he's on our team together. The man's brow furrowed. Then realization dawned on him and he smiled. Sorry. You're the high damage thief, aren't you? I can't blame me for this. You're getting too few shots here. The men hurriedly moved out of the way to allow a few people to pass. It couldn't be blamed on this man. Wonryu didn't make a total of a few strikes. The entire time it was Lin Dai and Jiangli who were outputting. The crowd had a faint impression of Wonryu. It was only known that there was a high damage thief in this group, but what the person looked like was not known. Then he heard that the Gaga Chaos Killers were right behind him and rushed to get out of the way. Didn't they go to Kyoto to cheer on the Gaga Chaos Killers? Ga Messi Kill Team, come on. Yeah, punch Kyoto, kick Magic City. The future of Toyokyo depends on you. You are the last hope of Tokyo. These young people are watching the fun. The words are getting more and more outrageous. The corner of Wonryu's mouth twitched. Fortunately these people didn't say anything about Blue Star's hope. Otherwise he would really have to buckle his toes. It's so embarrassing. The 6 of them kept their heads down as they made their way into the teleportation array service hall. We're going to Kyoto. Pay your money and pay to enter the teleportation array in one fell swoop. With a flash of light, the crowd arrived in Kyoto and breathed a sigh of relief in unison. It's so enthusiastic. So enthusiastic it's scary. Wonryu had an afterthought, and those people were like chicken blood. It's just not a big relationship with him. Not many of those people recognized him, and it was already good enough to know that he was a member of this squad and a thief by profession. Come on, there are too many people here. People kept coming out of the teleportation array behind them. People with a little bit of money from all over the country. Anymore, it's $4 million for a round trip. Not something the average person can afford to shell out. Wonryu had only saved up a little over 2 million at the beginning, still relying on skill acquisition to get it. Otherwise the money was even less. Walking out of the hall, there were still quite a few people outside, all of whom had just come out of the teleportation hall. The streets are full of cabs. Are we taking a cab or driving? Drive. You can drive faster by yourself. 1 hour later, Wonryu leaned against the car window and looked out the window with a deep sigh. Is that what you call fast? Zhan Mingyu shrugged. This has nothing to do with me. Don't you see the cabs all around parked here all the same? Their meters must be jumping fast. I could tell by the smile on that driver's face that they must have made quite a bit of money on this trip. Just get used to it. Traffic jams are the norm in Kyoto. I remember when my dad and I came to Kyoto for a meeting. We were directly stuck in traffic for 2 hours. Lin Dai wasn't surprised by this at all. Wonryu shook her head. It was better to look at Fengjing this way. At least there's no traffic going anywhere. Half an hour later, the crowd finally arrived at the hotel they had booked. It's snowing. Wonryu looked up at the sky. It was dark and cloudy overhead, and snowflakes kept falling. Chapter 130, no way. I don't even have a girlfriend. Yeah, you don't see much snow in Fengjing in a winter. Looking at this situation, the snow should fall heavily. Let's come out and have a snowball fight at night. Wang Mingxing said with some excitement. The snow that falls in Toyoki isn't sticky enough, and there's very little of it, to have a snowball fight. The last time she had a snowball fight was when she went to the north with her father. Yeah, there's nothing to do at night anyway. Sister Qian together. Lin Dai looked at Zhao Qian with a hopeful face. After all, she was the captain out there. Come along then, but don't play too long. You have a game tomorrow. In response to this one, Ruyu did not have the slightest idea of wanting to participate. Brother Jade, let's go shopping at night. It's rumored that Kyoto has a great nightlife. Should we go and experience it? Zhang Mingyu blinked. When Ruyu understood for a second and looked at Zhang Mingyu with a look of disgust. I didn't think you were actually this kind of person. No, just going for a massage. What, I'm that kind of guy. Then Zhang Mingyu reacted. Formal massage. What are you thinking about? After dinner in the evening, Zhang Mingyu took Ruyu out of the hotel. Standing in the doorway, the two were in a conundrum. Jade, are we driving or taking a cab? Why don't we use the run? In Ruyu's opinion, it was better to just say goodbye to the car in this kind of place. Running was faster than taking a car. Kyoto City doesn't allow the use of abilities, which means you can't run faster than 30 kilometers per hour. The corner of Ruyu's mouth twitched. Even running speed limited. Really, Kyoto? Is there a subway station around here? Let's take the subway. Eventually the two walked on foot to the subway station, the only mode of transportation that doesn't get stuck in traffic, and arrived at their destination very smoothly. Looking at the glorious gate in front of her, Ryu had a hesitant face. Are you sure this thing is formal? Don't worry, absolutely regular. Zhang Mingyu patted his chest to ensure that irregular is not in this area. Don't worry, as the world has changed drastically, some customary trades have been liberalized to a certain extent. Only this kind are required to apply for a special business license. And the main group of people who face this is professionals. Professionals who are constantly fighting every day also need to release their stress. Apart from such places, there are also martial arts studios that are places to release stress. Only more people would choose this place. When Ryu nodded and followed Zhang Mingyu into the hall. Welcome, honored guests both. The corner of Ryu's mouth twitched. Was this really formal? The money is paid and the staff takes the person up. Just get changed and call. Jade, change your clothes, so you can feel what the ultimate pleasure is. Zhang Mingyu couldn't wait to start changing her clothes. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g. Yes, it's me. What a pain in the ass. Half an hour later. Oh, gently, gently, I don't eat the energy. Hiss. Ouch, ouch, ouch. If there wasn't a curtain, I would have thought that Zhang Mingyu was doing something. This, sir, you are a bit weak in the kidneys. Would you like to try our 10 perfect soup here? Pust. Ryu really couldn't help herself. Ahem. You guys go ahead. Zhang Mingyu's face turned red. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't even have a girlfriend. The young lady who massaged him continued. It's the same with more manual work. There's nothing to be ashamed of. It's all normal at your age. Zhang Mingyu opened his mouth. How could he refute this? He looked directly at Ryu without hitching a ride. Why don't you feel anything? Ryu shrugged. What can I feel? Just very comfortable. I'm very much in love with my body. You really should make up for it. You're almost as thin as a pole. The corner of Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched. Having been humiliated too. After massaging your feet, then start a full body massage. It was not until 10 o'clock at night that the two returned to the hotel. Comfy. Zhang Mingyu stretched, feeling much more relaxed throughout. Don't forget to make up for it, and craft work sparingly. Zhang Mingyu's face froze. It seemed like he should go back and withdraw that course. Just after arriving at the entrance of the hotel, he watched Zhao Qian's few people having a snowball fight at the entrance. At their call, the two joined in. Early the next morning, the crowd rode the subway to the competition venue, a stadium that could hold 100,000 people, standing outside, looking at the crowd in the distance. Holy, this is too much. Looking at the people lined up in the distance to enter, Zhang Mingyu stared in disbelief. I knew there would be a lot of people, but I didn't think it would be this many. Come on, it's almost time. The group made their way to the contestants' lane, took out their race passes and walked in, all the way backstage. Looks like everyone has arrived. We should be the last team. Zhao Qian swept a glance and all 16 teams had arrived. Ugh, these 3 days are probably going to be exhausting. 15 games, an average of 5 per day, can be pretty intense. It doesn't seem to take 3 days. After all, it's 4 rings at once. That's true, but it's said that the field is a huge area this time, so finding an opponent can be a hassle. According to the contest announcement, there is no time limit on this one. Theoretically, a game can go as long as you want, especially with 1 man left, but the longest game in the history of the various tournaments only went to 1 hour and a half. Think it shouldn't be any longer. All battle teams get ready. We'll officially start at 9 o'clock. A staff member hurriedly ran in to inform. The men of the various warbands stood up and waited in line. While they waited, the 100,000 person arena outside was full by now. Even the number of people far exceeded the 100,000 figure, and some of the aisles were filled with people. And outside the arena, there were even more people standing, looking at the big screen outside waiting for the match to start. Once 9 o'clock rolled around, the two hosts stepped up to the ring. Welcome from all over the country. This National Freshman League is jointly organized by the Professionals Guild and major universities. Next we have our guests. National Professionals General President Long Xing, Kyoto Professionals Guild President Yuan Zai, and Kyoto Town Guard Chief Commander Wang Yuanming. A total of 5 people walked in turn from backstage to the podium above. Ah, it's 10th ranked professional Dragon Star, my idol. Holy, all of them are 10th ranked professionals. Isn't this just a normal league? As far as that goes, this guest lineup alone is worth the ticket price. The 5 people sat on the podium and couldn't help but smile as they looked around at the audience. Almost all of these people were this year's new generation. Elder Long, how about it? This time the competition was worth it. Chapter 131, the last team, all 4th ranked. Long Xing smiled. Whether it's worth it or not still depends on these 16 teams. But right now these newly awakened people are partially worth it. At first he hadn't expected so many people to show up. It wasn't a particularly big event after all. It was just a small school joint exam. I didn't think it would attract so many people. And most of them are newly awakened. It was good to let these people see that even newly awakened professionals still had top geniuses. Don't worry, Elder Long. The strength of the teams this time around can be very strong. We, the Kyoto Battle Team, have 6 professionals, 3 of which are all 4th rank beginners. Yuan Zai, who was at the side, said with a smile. Long Xing raised an eyebrow. 3 4th order beginners. This degree of effort is evident. The difficulty of reaching the 4th rank in a small half-year was not ordinary. Since awakening, I've been soaking in the wilderness and secret realms almost every day. It would be a bit of a stretch if my strength wasn't up to par. Lone Star nodded. So it does use effort. But your Kyoto battle teams are now based on 6 people? Yuan Zai nodded. Well, a 6-man squad is currently the most effective way to form. 1 more person than 5 has 1 more option. And there is 1 less person to split the source power than 7. It's not just us. Magic City School this year is also a 6-member squad. And even the social squads are dominated by 6-member squads. The 5 to 10-person squad format has been running since the beginning, while 6-person squads have begun to take off in recent decades, and its advantages clearly outweigh its disadvantages. And having established this, the matter proceeded to implementation. Various cities are currently trying to implement it and the results seem to be pretty good. Well, let's watch the game together and see what kind of talent these squads are. After the 5 guests were introduced, it was the turn of the 16 teams. Next, let's welcome the 16 teams. The first team, the host of this tournament, Kyoto Battle Team Wild Hunt. Roar! Oh! A large section of the stands people stood up and cheered enthusiastically. These people are all local Kyoto professionals. We are the strongest in Kyoto. Go Wild Hunt! First place is definitely ours. Muslin them. To the cheers of the crowd, a team of 6 people, 5 men and 1 woman, led by a man in armor, came out. The only female was a priest by profession as evidenced by her dress. Kyoto squad stands in the center of the ring, looking relaxed. For them this one is just a relaxation. The second team, a team from Magic City Phantom Battle Team. The third team, a team came out of the back. Zhang Mingyu couldn't help but feel a little nervous as he watched the battle groups in front of him walk out one by one, constantly clenching his palms. What are you nervous about? Wen Ruyu had a strange look on her face. According to the information they knew, there were only 3 strongest squads. However, the highest it could be was just a 4th order beginner. They're all 4th ranked. Of course I'm nervous. It's 100,000 spectators out there. This is the first time I've seen this. Wen Ruyu was speechless. It was just how many people there were. What was there to be nervous about? Really confused. He patted Zhang Mingyu's shoulder. I'll tell you a simple but effective way. Treat those people like cabbage and you won't be nervous. The corner of Zhang Mingyu's eye twitched. And it was easy to say. People are sitting right there. How he treats those people like cabbages. The next squad is unique. And I think those in attendance will enjoy it. The 15th squad. A squad from the Kingdom of Heaven Velociraptor squad. An all-female group came up. Led by the same one in full armor with a long sword in hand. It was only a female, with dyed fire-red hair and a cool face. Ah, my goddess, Long Qingfeng, I want to give you a monkey. Goddess, finish off these stinking men. For the first time, female cheers outnumbered male cheers. Beside a woman with an agitated face, A man muttered under his breath. The Kyoto battle team is so strong. The heavenly mansion can't even beat it. Okay? The woman turned her head violently and looked at him with a gloomy face. I see that you don't want to live, Zheng Chang. I'll count to 3 and re-give you the chance to organize your words. It's just a little hiccup. It can be said that the Tianfu warriors are the most rational war team in the hearts of all women. The host saw that the atmosphere was about right. The last team. A battle team from Toyokyo, the Gaga Chaos Killers. The host's mouth twitched. All the other teams had normal names. Just this one. The name is really unique. Zhao Qian had a bashful face as she led the way. Wenruyu slightly lowered her head, the corners of her mouth twitching furiously. He knew it. Everyone else has normal names and they. Gaga messy kills. That's a lot of hate value to pull. Only to see the other battle teams coincidentally place their gazes on Wenruyu's group. All want to see what this squad is all about. However, they didn't look down on them just because they were 4 women. It was important to realize that the Raptor squad could be all female, and to be able to come here as champions could be somewhat powerful. Just a little curious as to what they have to rely on to dare call it that. Kyoto dared to call it the Wild Hunt. That was because they had the capital to be wild. And the 3 fourth order junior professionals were their capital. The audience didn't think anything of it. It was just a name. Is everyone curious about the strength of each team member? Please look at the big screen. A team's information floats on the big screen in the center. And after 5 seconds this information is placed behind the corresponding team. The Wild Hunt Warriors are 3 fourth order beginners and 3 third order advanced. Phantom Warriors 3 fourth order beginners 3 third order advanced. The 2 teams can be considered equal. The other battle teams weren't far behind, with the worst team having a 4th ranked junior professional. Being an all-female team, Velociraptor squad caught everyone's eye. Long Qingfeng, 4th order intermediate, SS class paladin. Holy, it's actually a 4th order intermediate. This is even fiercer than the Kyoto team. It's not exactly fierce. They have another member who's a 3rd order intermediate, and this one pulls back. What do you know about hammers? That's a 4th order intermediate, okay. Even if it's not a pure combat profession, that's still much more powerful than 3 third order advanced. Soon, the last message appeared. The scene was as if the pause button had been pressed, and everyone lost their voices at the same time. The other 15 squads turned back in unison at the sight, their spirits going into a trance when they saw the words. Full 4th order? How the hell is that possible? Could it be that now Fengjing has gathered all the geniuses together in order to win? But that's not right. It's all S rank. That's not true. Why is there a C rank thief here? The highest rank in the whole team? Chapter 132, focus on that thief. There's a chance to send him away. What? What am I seeing? A C ranked thief is actually 4th ranked advanced. I'm damn convinced. I'm an A ranked warrior who's only a 3rd order intermediate. Okay. This guy's a brusher, isn't he? And does he have the strength? Awe, envy, contempt. It was very puzzling that Wenryu, a C rank profession, could reach the 4th rank advanced. To the viewer, this guy is 100% a super rich kid, letting people bring up the ranks. Quick and dirty big brushes. It's not as if history isn't full of such people with high ranks who are actually crap. Even if the attributes are as high as they are, there's still not much of a fight. Knowing that the core of a battle was the ability to fight, this kind of person would probably not be able to do much damage even if they were facing a source beast. But 15 teams see it differently. Anymore, this is a national tournament. So how can you put weak people on the field? The warbands couldn't help but be a little curious. But the threat wasn't there for them. There are only a few skills for thieves. And even if they are learning skills, they are only learning the skills of assassins. And the only thing that's a little hard to get is just the sneak skill. However, the hidden breaking skill can almost be said to be a standing skill of each battle team. And there is no need to worry about it at all. The host saw that it was almost time and rushed forward. Please have the teams proceed to the preparation area. You don't have to draw lots for the round robin. Just follow the order. Wenryu's opponent for their first match was the Velociraptor battle team of the Kingdom of Heaven, which was really a strong enemy. How are we going to fight in the first battle? Are you going to make a move, Ryu? Zhao Qian inquired. In addition to the Velociraptor squad's leader being an SS-ranked paladin, they also had an SSS-ranked Thunder Mage, arguably the strongest team besides Kyoto and Mordor. Actually, Zhao Qian was quite curious that the SSS-ranked professional actually stayed in Tianfu instead of going to Kyoto or the Magic City. It's still weird enough. It was almost indisputable to realize that the SSS-ranked and SS-ranked professionals that appeared every year usually went to Kyoto and Mordor to go to school. That's why she was so curious. Next let's welcome Spirit Illusion Magic Voice, Su Yuiyu. Times. Smoke erupted and a figure slowly emerged from the smoke. Ah, it's Her Highness. Su Yuyu I love you. Yui, look at me look at me. Wenryu looked at the petite figure on the stage with a confused expression. What is this? Su Yuiwa Don't you recognize it? An S-rank singer. Can be said to be a national idol, right? When Ryu shook his head, he could barely get by in life. Who had time to pay attention to this stuff? A mellifluous song came on. Not to mention it was quite nice. Not far from one Ryu and the others. Captain, will the other side be very strong? We only have 2 of you 4th-ranked professionals. They're all over the place. A petite girl with a worried face. Lang Qingfeng frowned. I'm not sure. Anyway, it's better to be careful. Gu Shi, keep an eye on that thief when the time comes. It's best to be able to send him down. A woman in tight leather armor nodded. She was an advanced assassin of the 3rd rank. Originally, his primary targets were the 2 priests, but now one Ryu had become their primary target. After a song, 4 rings open and 8 teams take the stage. Game on. Holy, it's really big. It's not 400 square kilometers. I'm afraid. With a 20 by 20 sized map, this battle can be much more complicated. Zhao Qian shook her head. There's actually no problem with the map being large. Everyone is an elite battle team from each region and there won't be any hiding. If we do have to hide, the fight will definitely take a long time. But these warring factions certainly won't do that. Even when facing such a strong battle team as Kyoto, that squad still chose to fight hard. Of course, the end was complete. The battle was over in less than 5 minutes. When Ryu rubbed her chin and looked at Jiangli, did that person release Tu Tsanging? Can you do it now? Jiangli nodded. It can be done. It's just that it's not usually used. Source beasts didn't usually run around recklessly, so she hadn't used this ability at all. Wouldn't that mean that your vision would become 2? Jiangli nodded. It does turn into 2. I wasn't very used to it at first, but I've practiced almost as much lately. Every day after they separated, Jiangli would release the eagles and command the 2 eagles to fly around in the sky. It took half a month of practice to get used to it. It was also dual vision before. Only it was a vision that switched back and forth. And this time the switch can only be made with 2 fields of view for each eye. Switching above the vision of a single hawk alone would require another level up before you could do so. After 40 minutes, the 3 batches of teams had finished, and it was when Ryu's turn for them to take the field next. Ring 4. When Ryu and her group stood on the left side of the ring, while the Raptor squad led by Lang Qingfeng stood on the right side. There were no words from either side, and none of the keys were recognizable. Just looking at each other in silence. Do either side have anything to say? The referee inquired as he stood in the middle of the 2 teams. Zhao Qian and Lang Qingfeng shook their heads. The referee nodded. This competition covers an area of 20 kilometers by 20 kilometers. The map is randomly generated, and any skill can be used. The use of any potions, props, and other auxiliary items is prohibited, and the match will be disqualified upon discovery. The 2 nodded in unison. In 10 seconds, the phalanx opens. After 10 seconds, the spell lit up, and there was a change in front of everyone's eyes, and then a forest appeared in front of them. There's a 60-second countdown above their heads. A middle-of-the-road map with few advantages or disadvantages for either side. The forest map is arguably the fairest map, followed by the city ruins, whereas, like the grasslands, it is a crush map, where the strongest squad is bound to win and there is almost no guttering. Ryu, you take command. As promised, the command of the match is in the hands of one Ryu. When Ryu took over the rights as a matter of course. Old rules. Zhangli releases 2 eagles to fully search for the opponent's traces. Sister Qian is responsible for the front row, while Lin Dai and Jiang Li are responsible for output. As for you Wang Mengxing, this time you'll just be a good support. Wang Mengxing, you're mainly in charge of Lin Dai and Jiang Li. And Zhan Mingyu, you just need to be in charge of Sister Qian. Zhan Mingyu frowned. What about you? Don't you need me to watch you? The corner of Wen Ruyu's mouth curled up. I won't need to. I think they'll be dead by the time they find me. Lin Dai, let's cooperate when the time comes. Lin Dai nodded. Good. I don't know what the tie-in is, but I guess it must be the use of magic. Once the 60-second time period expired, both sides used their scrying skills at the same time. Chapter 133, this is a competition. There's no such thing as cruelty. 30 seconds passed. No, can't find it. Jiangli shook his head. For a full 30 seconds, the 2 hawks looked around and found no sign of them. When Ryu glanced upwards at the dense canopy, with only a few scattered hollows, trying to spot it is indeed a difficult task. Are there any other detection capabilities? It does get a little difficult to rely purely on sight. The crowd shook their heads. Their main target was the source beasts, and 1 detection skill for a squad was enough. Fighting against people wasn't their main goal. If it was 0, scrying skills would be plentiful. When Ryu rubbed his chin, he did have an infrared detector in his backpack, but he wasn't allowed to use it. What do we do now? Zhao Qian inquired. There was nothing she could do about it now. If it remained the same kind of map as before, even if you looked around, you would be able to find it. But the size of this map is obviously different. And that took far too long. There's no rush. Let me see. If Wen Ruoyu remembered correctly, he seemed to have acquired this type of skill before. It was only the lack of offense that made him selectively forget. He opened the panel and began rummaging through it. It was too far back in time for him to know what skill it was. Captain, I can't find the other side. This forest is too dense. The hawks aren't very effective. And my hunter's intuition can only penetrate 4 or 5 trees just. And the distance is only 20 meters or so. A woman in leather armor with a longbow said with a distressed look on her face. As the only professional in the entire team with the scrying skill, it was surprising that he had nothing to offer in scrying. Lang Qingfeng shook her head. It's fine. If we can't find it, the other party must not be able to find it either. Just find a random direction to look in. We might come across it soon. Fighting against people was also their first time, and they didn't have a lot of experience. Outside. I'll be damned. This map is a bit of a pitfall. Yeah, I remember the previous tournament had a forest map too, but it wasn't this dense. You don't need to say before. Look at Ring 2. Again, the forest map difference are big. Isn't that crap? Number 4, that's a dense forest. This is a forest. From the viewer's perspective, the silhouettes are only vaguely visible, except for the dense trees. It's safe to say that Ring 4 is one of the least clear to see. I was hoping to see what sparks these two teams could collide with. But this? Just then, Wen Ruyu's squad moved. Come on, it's not in this area. Let's just walk towards the front. Wen Ruyu was also helpless. The skill was used, but the range was really too little. Far less than the Zhongli Tsanging range. After all, the hawk could fly, and his skill was just range detection. Release skills as you go. 3 minutes later, a feedback wave appeared. Wen Ruyu looked to the left rear. It's appearing. They're on our left rear. The group reversed direction and went full speed ahead. During this time his skills hadn't stopped, exploring his opponent's position at all times. I have to say that this skill is still pretty good, except for the small range. Sonic Location LV3 releases sound waves to explore active objects within 3 kilometers. This was a skill he had acquired from a type of bat origin beast. He had thought that he wouldn't be able to use this skill even if he had it. After all, it wasn't like he couldn't hear the bat's ultrasonic waves. But I didn't realize the skill was automatic. In the distance, the Lang Qingfeng squad, too, had discovered Wen Ruyu and the others. The archer, with his eyes tightly fixed on the direction where Wen Ruyu was. Captain, they're coming over. That's the bad thing about dense environments. The distance was less than 50 meters by the time it was discovered. All hands on deck. Lang Qingfeng held a shield and stood in front of the crowd. Then there was a flash of white light and a fluorescent glow. Zhao Qian did likewise. The two sides crashed together. Rapid fire. Thunderstorm arrow. Both shooters did it at the same time. On one side, there were 3 arrows, and on the other side, there were lightning attribute arrows. All of it is fleeting. Both of them jumped to the side at the same time. However, Jiang Li's arrow was a bit faster. The arrow's position was shifted, and it still hit the opponent's shoulder, causing a penetrating wound. The explosion did not occur. A white light enveloped the opponent's archer, and the injuries that had just appeared were instantly healed. Qi Ning, thank you, Archer said as he touched his shoulder. The speed of the bow and arrow just now was really fast, and she had reacted quickly. Not bad for a thunder attribute archer. Anrun, be careful. The other party is a 4th rank anyways. Backstab. A dagger penetrated Qin Ying's neck. Qin Ying's pupils suddenly shrunk. A look of horror on her face. She'd thought of all kinds of ways to die, but never thought she'd die like this. It was too scary, wasn't it? What the hell? She's a sweet and gentle girl, okay? Bang! Before Qin Ying was completely dead, Wen Ruyu kicked out and sent Qin Ying flying. Wen Ruyu then fell into sneaking once again. Caution, the opponent's stab. The thief has appeared. Gushi is ready to strike. Break hidden. An energy fluctuation emanated from Anran. Yet Wen Ruyu had long since left the area and returned to the group. Well, the other priest is dead. The corner of Zhang Minggu's mouth twitched. You've hit too hard. Right, directly stabbing the neck. No matter what, this is one of our own. We might work together in the future. Wen Ruyu shook her head. This is a competition. There is no such thing as being ruthless. Besides, this will allow her to suffer less. The faster she dies, the less painful it will be. Hiss. Makes sense. Anrun looked around and didn't see Wen Ruyu's figure. One hit and far away. He doesn't look like a thief. Instead, he looks like an assassin. Since he killed our priest, I'm going to get their priest killed as well. Gushi licked her lips. This opponent excited her. Go on then. We'll give you cover. Sun Meng, Jiang Meng, increase the firepower. Leng Qingfeng spoke to the back. The two of them nodded and simultaneously extended their staffs. a flame and an ice arrow instantly shot out, followed by a fire dragon scroll that was generated out of thin air, coming towards Wenryu and the others. I'll mess with their wizard again. Wenryu set off once again, this time targeting that pyromancer. It's just fire magic. Watch me. Lin Dai stretched out her hand and a 5-meter flaming lance appeared, and with a flick of her wand, the flaming lance instantly shot out. However, when it was about to reach its target, it was blocked by the opponent's cold clear frost. Pust. The dagger passed through Sun Meng's neck, and Jiang Meng, who was on the side, reacted quickly and backhandedly used her ice skill to try to injure Wenryu. However, Wenryu instantly came behind her dagger coming down in a smooth motion. By this time he had pierced the necks of 3 women with his dagger. Pust. When Wenryu turned her head, she saw that Jiang Mingyu's neck had been pierced. Gushi's eyes did not look at the others, but at Wenryu. Chapter 134. There are differences in professions, but this one of his is a bit big. Wenryu had a helpless face. I killed 3 of you. You killed 1 of me. Is this comparable? However, the other party had clearly placed their eyes on Lin Dai and Zhongli. As for Wang Mingxing, the other party chose to skim over it. Ugh, trouble. Wenryu glanced at the archer and an arrow instantly shot over. The confident Enron was stunned in place. Fading. Disappeared? The distance was only 10 meters, and it actually ran away. How could he be so fast? What followed was a one-sided situation. The big screen outside showed basically all of the battle process of the 2 teams, especially those several attacks by Wenryu. Holy, is this person a thief or an assassin? Why is he so fast? I don't know if it's fast or not. I just know, is this heart made of iron? Such a lovely priest. How can he hit so hard? It's supposed to be a competition. What's wrong with hitting harder? But you can't stick it in the neck, right? Wouldn't you die faster if you stuck it in the heart? The other 3 rings had long since ended, and the various teams, sitting in the reserve benches, were watching the screen. Regarding Wenryu's several attacks, a group of squad members frowned. Captain, can we defend ourselves? The props won't let us use it, and the hidden breaking skill can't be on all the time. The man in the priest's uniform in the Kyoto squad had a horrified look on his face. Who's going to suffer from this? Suddenly appeared from behind and stabbed through the neck. It's not scary to die in a race. It's scary to be scared. Yes, Captain. Is this man poisonous? Why does he specialize in sticking in necks? Look at you, see that bowman being stuck. Captain Lin Yi, hey. This person is somewhat terrifying. Even though he's a C-ranked thief, this is scarier than an SSS-ranked assassin. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. How did he know what was going on with this person? Originally, when he saw that the other party was a C-rank thief, he hadn't taken this person seriously. Now how's that for a big boss? He took a deep breath. Although the others are a bit stronger, their combat experience is still a bit worse. When the time comes, the primary target to solve is this Wenryu, but he'll be invisible, and we only have 1 manifestation skill. Then I'll commit you, and when you die the others will do it directly without any hesitation. The corner of the priest's mouth twitched, combined with the fact that I can't keep my body intact after death, right? Soon, the Ring 4 match was over. Zhang Mingyu touched his neck with a bitter smile. After getting halfway through the day, it's just me who's dead. Who made you a priest? Wang Mingxing patted his arm and laughed. Aren't you a priest just the same? It's probably because I'm holding a scythe. Wang Mingxing shrugged. At this moment, the referee walked up to the stage, his eyes looking deeply at Wenryu. Both sides shake hands and prepare for the next match. Both sides shook hands in turn, and Wenryu felt sick all over. The priest of the opponent looked at him with a puff of air. The assassin's eyes were filled with wariness, and the Ice Law and Fire Law looked at him with a face of fear. LOL, he's actually a good guy. No need to look at him like that. It's a competition. How can he let it go? Both sides get off the stage and return to their respective seats. Brother Jade, those women have a lot of grievances against you. Zhang Mingyu glanced at the raptor squad in the distance. The eyes of those few people who were killed by Wenryu looked at Wenryu from time to time. Wenryu shook her head. This has nothing to do with me. I'm just here to participate in the competition. Far away. Captain, how did that man lay his hands on you? It's just enough to lay hands on him. It's mostly too scary. At this point, Qining still had palpitations. She was still talking to Enron when her neck was stabbed through. The realness of it made her wince. Granted, this death isn't really death, but that pain is real. And of course that's with a 50% reduction. The purpose is to impress upon the congregation the fact that they are dying because of something. The pain is said to increase to 90% in the finals. As for the remaining 10%, it's the fear of someone going crazy if they can't handle it. That wasn't ruthlessness on the part of the other guy. It's just that he's treating this tournament like a real fight. This is something that you guys should learn from. Gu Shi, what do you think of his strength? Lung Qingfeng looked to the side and inquired. Gushi looked hesitant then said, "To me, he feels more like a real assassin. Of course he might just be using this profession as an assassin. It's just that his attributes are a bit strange. He was actually able to dodge Enron's longbow at close range. I couldn't do it anyway. Not even a 4th ranked assassin could do it. Dodging vitals could be done. But completely dodging, how high was that agility attribute? About this Leng Qingfeng knew. But to say that his attributes were high was something she didn't believe. It is true that there is a difference between each professional at each stage. But this difference cannot be too great. This kind of shot misses must have at least a 100-point difference in attributes, or a 100-point difference in agility. How can this be done? Unless his family was really a rich 2nd generation, with all kinds of attribute increasing potions food all arranged. But it doesn't look like it in any way. And I haven't heard of a family with the surname Wenryu. I'm a member of the rich generation. At 11 o'clock Wenryu's squad was on the field again. This time against a Goat City team, which was also considered a top 5 team. The opponent's configuration was sort of conventional, except that the assassin had been replaced with a gunman, wielding a red tasseled spear. His strength is a 4th order beginner. You guys be careful. There are only 2 paths in the gunner profession. One is the power type and the other is the skill streak type. There are very few power types though. 90% of those who make it to the tournament are skillful. And the gunslinger's ability to burst through is not something that the average assassin can match. Zhao Qian hurriedly instructed. The crowd nodded, but of course the one who needed the most attention remained Zhang Mingyu. You guys protect me a bit in a while. His target is definitely me, Zhang Mingyu said uneasily. He'd already tasted death once and didn't want to do it again. Entering the grounds, the terrain came into view. This one shouldn't take more than 3 minutes, should it? In front of us is a vast expanse of grassland, and this is the map of Hard Knocks. With a 60-second countdown 1, the eagles rise into the air, half a minute to find each other, and both sides march together. That gunman on the other side is very fast and is expected to come to us in 20 seconds, Jiang Li said in a hurry. Is the other party crazy, daring to rush over by himself? Zhao Qian was puzzled. Was this any different from sending someone to their death? 1v6. Sure enough, a man dressed in black tights with a spear in his hand appeared in front of them. This sheepish team is truly insane. Whoosh. Ein yet. Whiny again. Chapter 135. Skills are really quite plain and simple. Zhang Mingyu had a helpless look on his face and could only watch himself get hit. Ouch. It hurts too much. Why do we have to deal with him first? Can't we get someone else? There are 2 priests in a battle group. Can't you change the priest? Do we have to focus on him alone? But there's no use thinking about it anymore. He's already been killed. When Ryu opened his mouth, this had nothing to do with him. Who knew that the other party was still capable of shifting? Originally he was fine where he was. Then he suddenly switched positions with the other party. From switching positions to killing Zhang Mingyu, the other party did it all in one go. And it looked like they didn't want to get out alive. The gunman turned his gun around and prepared to strike at Wang Mengxing. But how could Wen Ryu give the other party a chance? Leaving a false shadow in place, he instantly rushed into the position, but was still some distance away. Just as the lance was about to hit Wang Mengxing, Wen Ryu's mind was racing. All her skills couldn't block this shot, so she could only try this one. Tease the in leg. Wen Ryu instantly appeared behind Gunner and kicked him in the face. Gunner's entire body was kicked high into the air. Pust. The corner of Wen Ryu's mouth twitched. The scene was quiet. I thought I heard something breaking just now. Brother Jade, you're hitting too hard. Although Wen Ryu had saved her, she felt pain from that kick just now. What kind of power is it to kick a man off? It mustn't be thinned out down there. Wen Ryu looked helpless. If I say that I didn't know that the power was so great, would you believe me? The crowd shook their heads. How could they not know their own skills? Bang! The silhouette fell from the air, covering his lower body with both hands and convulsing uncontrollably. I didn't realize there were hidden effects. This skill doesn't do much damage, but the control effect is still really super strong. Jade, it's actually not impossible for you to use this trick on a female. Thinking of this, Wang Mengxing shivered. If someone gave her that, she'd be unable to look up for a month. Pain is one thing. It's live. It's simply a great humiliation. Humiliating or not humiliating, when Ryu didn't know. All he knew now was that he was going to make up for it. Gunner fell to the ground, trying to escape, but his hands were simply out of control. There was a throbbing pain in his lower body and he couldn't stand up at all. Luckily this is a competition. If it were reality, he probably wouldn't be a man. On the viewing platform, a group of men subconsciously clenched their legs and shivered. That, let me ask, are all the thief's skills so plain and simple? Seems like it. Smothering stick, sand raising, shinning leg, eye insertion. Quite plain and simple indeed. I wonder now what that gunman is thinking now. Thoughts I don't want to know. I just want to know if this thing will still work at the end of the game. The crowd's curiosity slowly shifted. After all, there is a situation where you just can't get it up mentally. In the ring, after when Ryu and her group finished this gunman, the rest were easily solved. Still only Jean Mingyu died. What the hell? Why is it that I die first every time? This time is even more excessive. I died before it even officially started. Jean Mingyu touched his neck. The pain was still there. Are you still in pain now? Wang Mengxing asked with a curious expression. The corner of Jean Mingyu's mouth twitched. What do you think? Can it not hurt? It was a shot in and a sweep. Whose game is going down so hard? Wang Mengxing disliked Jean Mingyu's arm. Look at that person and you're mentally balanced. Following Wang Mengxing's gaze, he looked toward the gunman in the distance. He was seen clenching his teeth with his legs together and his hands clenched into fists, cold sweat pouring down his face. The corners of Jean Mingyu's mouth twitched, wondering why he was starting to feel a vague pain as well. The referee stifles a laugh and comes out onto the stage. Shake hands on both sides. The professionals from the Goat City team looked at Ryu with a face of fear. The pain was becoming more and more pronounced, especially in the case of the gunman. Ryu hurriedly wore a kind smile. I'm really sorry. After all, it's a competition, right? I can't let go of the water. The crowd of the Goat Town team was speechless. It didn't matter if they released water or not, but wasn't it a bit insulting to use this kind of skill? But the rules don't say they won't allow it. Both sides returned to the docket. The host of the competition once again walked up to the stage. The morning competition ends here. The afternoon competition officially starts at 1:30. Please don't be late. Please leave the stage in an orderly manner. There were only 2 rounds held in the morning. After all, there was such a long delay ahead. Let's eat a little close by. Yeah. Ryu and her group came backstage and left through the back door. Just as we walked out of the venue, we met some spectators not far in front of us. That Ryu is also too ruthless. Muslin 2 teams. The tool isn't the point of view. The gunman is the point of view. And that kick literally cuts off the rest of a person's life. Should it be okay? That depends on that gunman's ability to mentally adjust. And I'm actually kind of curious if anyone from the back of the line was able to resist that kick. The corner of Ryu's mouth twitched. Was he that kind of person? He's not going to in the back. Actually, it's not impossible to use it. Before, he just thought that it was a simple damage type skill. As a result, he was now told that it was a control skill, or a strong control skill. In the future, if anyone said that thieves didn't have control skills, he would spray him to death with a mouthful of salt vapor. Brother Jade, you're famous. By the way, wasn't there a guy called Egg Popping Fiend or something last time? From now on this name will be given to you. Jean Mingyu looked at him with a cheap grin on his face, which was funny to think about. Believe it or not, I'll give you a kick? Ryu rolled her eyes. Jean Mingyu's legs tightened. Ahem. Eat. Meanwhile, the other battle teams were discussing Ryu's kick. Kyoto Wild Hunt Warriors. Teasing in leg. I remember this skill, but isn't this one able to be dodged over? How did he instantly move over? Yeah, how can this be dodged? At all. Why do you think that gunman has nothing to do with messing with him? He didn't use this skill before. Now that he knows about it, won't he use it all the time? The faces of the people were bitter. That didn't look good at first glance. Didn't you see how pale that gunman had been since he came back? Lin Yi's face was deep in thought. As the captain of the battle team, he had to come up with a good solution. But, this is simply unsolvable, okay? You can't make everyone wear armor. The only way to defend against it seems to be this one way. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g. Yes, it's me. It turns out that thieves are so difficult to deal with. A small skill actually knocked out the confidence of a team. And they say it's relaxing. But this is straight to full-on tension. Guess you can't underestimate anyone after all. Chapter 136, Misty Map. Dying so fast. Afternoon games start as normal. The game progressed at a rapid pace, with even the slowest teams able to resolve battles within half an hour. As for Ryu, they still maintained their original speed, resolving the battle in 10 minutes. The fastest one took less than 3 minutes to kill in seconds. The race came on the afternoon of the third day and the last remaining races of the points race. The top 8 spots will be decided today. It's the last afternoon, and our last opponent is that Wild Hunt squad from Kyoto. Throughout the entire tournament, it was just them in Kyoto that kept a clean sweep. That team is still very strong, and so far no team has given them a hard time. Zhao Qian had a serious face. Jean Mingyu, however, didn't care at all. Don't we have Brother Jade? Brother Jade, when the time comes, you'll directly give their captain a kick and put him down directly. The corner of Ryu's mouth twitched. How am I going to put down that armor? I think winning is definitely possible, but it won't be that easy. Lin Yan shook his head. The crowd nodded, which they still agreed with. I guess, The opponent had 3 third-order advanced. Can't match them in damage. But Kyoto Battle Team, strong in combat skills, combat coordination above. That's something you have to admit. People are just awesome. And they don't have a lot of skill to work with at all. It's pure power over power. Looking at the match on the screen, Wenryu inquired, "What is the arrangement for the later matches?" "Tomorrow there will be 2 games in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. The size of the tournament field should get bigger again. And the terrain is a la carte. The day after that it will be a morning semifinal and an afternoon final." Wenryu frowned. 8 into 4 should be 4 matches, right? Zhao Qian shook her head. 4 matches to determine the 4 winners. The remaining 4 teams play a round-robin tournament. And the 2 teams with the highest points will be able to challenge each team twice now. To be clear, it's all about making the schedule more watchable. In theory it's just a school league. There's no need to make it so complicated. It's nothing more than a way to keep these professionals around for a few more days. After all, the spending power of professionals is still objective. Wenryu directly slumped in her chair. "I want to go back to hunting source beasts so badly. It's been a long time since I've done it." The amount of source power needed to ascend from the 4th rank advanced to the 5th rank was not at all small. "Stop it. I want to hunt as well. Otherwise the gap with you is just too big to catch up. Who wouldn't want to hunt source beasts? But this competition is useful too. At least there's a piece of equipment." Don't look at the fact that they had purchased quite a few platinum treasure chests and diamond treasure chests from Wenryu, acquiring a certain amount of equipment and skills. But the ones that match your own don't really. Of course, one can't say that the treasure chest is useless. One can only say that one is just unlucky. You can't use it yourself, but you can still use it for your family. But the tournament is different. The weapons given are all native weapons, and the quality can't be worse anymore. It's a national competition. Say, are there only weapons this time? Are there any skills? Wenryu asked, rubbing her chin. What he wanted more than a weapon right now was a powerful skill. It wasn't that his current skill was bad, but he wanted a super powerful skill. For example, the assassin's powerful skill, instant prison shadow kill formation, can be said to be one of the assassin's strongest few skills. That single boss effect is simply super strong. If he had one of these, he'd have no problem letting him single-handedly take on a level 90 title source beast. Soon, it was the turn of the last group of teams to take the stage. One of the biggest concerns of the audience is the Kyoto and Toyokyo squads. It's about to start. 2 teams on a 14-game winning streak are going to play each other. Originally I thought that the Kyoto Wild Hunt didn't have any opponents. After all, that's Lin Yi. But now this Fongjing squad is a bit puzzling. It's not just elusive. The various battle groups have become fearful of that thief. And one is on the verge of becoming a muffler faction. You guys, look at this map. It's mist. I remember Kyoto Battle Team doubled their strength in the mist. Only on the screen, bursts of mist appeared, and people could only vaguely see silhouettes. Kyoto Wild Hunt warriors. There was a look of joy on the faces of the crowd. "Captain, it's the misty map. We're sure to win." Lin Yi's hanging heart was also relieved. Originally, he was worried about how to deal with that Wenryu, but he didn't expect the terrain to be on his side this time. "Let's go for it and try to end the fight in 10 minutes. Yes. On the other side, Wenryu's squad. "Brother Jade, what do you think about this?" Zhang Mingyu's face looked odd. When he was in Fongjing, he was aware of Wenryu's combat power in the mists. It's just that this time it's a full map fog, so it should be hard. Wenryu craned her neck. "Find someone first. You guys can just follow me." This kind of map, Jianli cannot count on her. Fortunately that sonic positioning skills he still has more than a dozen. Should be enough. Both sides began to look for each other's position. And once they found the right position, the rest was much simpler. The reason why the Kyoto Wild Hunt squad was able to be so strong in the misty maps was because they had skills regarding this. It makes them still fight in the mist. And there's the sharing ability to transmit the perception of one of them to everyone. Only when using this ability, this professional was unable to move, which was equivalent to having one less combatant. But for the Wild Hunt, it didn't matter at all. Both sides kept traveling through the map, exploring each other's locations. And the people outside, watching, were quite nervous. The 2 teams were getting closer and closer and would soon meet. Half a minute later, the person in charge of exploration in the Wild Hunt stopped and hastily cast the sharing skill to share all his feelings. "Found it. It's in front of us on the right. You guys do the rest. As long as he doesn't die, the connection will stay on." Not good. There's a person rushing over. It should be that thief. Wenryu didn't know that the other party had the same skills as him, and continued to sneak over as he had done in the past. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. All is futile in the face of absolute strength. Not to mention that in the mist, his strength is 100%. A residual shadow appeared in front of Lin Yi. So fast. Backstab. Pust. That's Lin Yi? Lin Yi is down. The audience was in an uproar. Although the mists were able to make out the silhouettes, they were only illusory figures. One can only rely on the images of people on both sides of the screen to determine the number of people remaining on each side. Just as Lin Yi collapsed, the avatar representing Lin Yi instantly went black. He's actually dead. What happened? Fourth order beginner. Meet and die. How is this possible? How is the other party so strong even in the Misty map? It can't be that thief. Yuan Ziyi, who was on the podium, frowned. Chapter 137, this is a bit strong. It's just a psychological effect. Seeing Yuan Ziyi's expression, Long Xing had a smirk on his face. What? You didn't expect Lin Yi to lose so quickly? Yuan Ziyi shook his head. Indeed. I didn't expect it. No matter how. He's an SSS class paladin with very high overall attributes. Its strength has already reached the standard of 4th rank intermediate. But, how come you're dead? But people's levels aren't low, and his death I think was done by that thief. Long Xing was quite interested in Wenryu at this time. Hearing this, Yuan Ziyi's frown deepened. But how can a 4th rank advanced thief be that powerful? That was what puzzled him the most. Oh, the world is a big place. Have you forgotten about the team of master treasure hunters that gave the Salvation Church a headache? Yuan Ziyi froze, as if it did. Speaking of which, that egg-bursting fiend Zhang Laolu has appeared again. It's good to be out, too, to distract the Church of Salvation. While they were chatting, the Kyoto Wild Hunt Squad once again suffered 4 deaths. Only one person survived at this point, and it was a priest. The audience was abuzz. Has it been 10 seconds yet? 5 people in 15 seconds. Averaging 1 person in 3 seconds? What is this? What's going on? I don't know. I just know this pastor must be in a bad mood right now. Whether the priest was bad or not I don't know, but he was horrified now. One after the other fell to the ground, and hearing the sound of the fall literally scared the hell out of people. The priest gulped at where the hell he had come from. Yet 10 seconds had passed and the other side hadn't made a move. Far away. Jade, why don't you make a move? It's not good to go too fast and make the race a little bit longer. They are the strongest team, so how can they die at the same rate as the rest of the team? How bad for their reputation. The eyelids of the 5 people are wildly jumping. 5 people you have killed. You leave the last one. This is not superfluous. Where are the men? Do it! Do it! The pastor broke down a bit. Ahem. Brother Jade, why don't you fulfill him? Besides, if it's over early, we'll go back to rest early. Listening to the other party's trembling voice, Zhang Mingyu was a bit intolerant. Alright. 3 seconds later, the sound of something heavy hitting the ground rang out. The entire Wild Hunt Squad is dead. All of them killed with a single slash. With a flash of light, the crowd once again returned to the ring. Lin Yi swept towards Zhao Qian's few people before fixing his gaze on Wenryu. Although in Lin Yi's opinion, the level of a 4th-ranked advanced thief was indeed high, it was only logical that the damage shouldn't be much. But judging from the way the attack was performed just now, that was an assassin's attack. The only thing that could be nearly as good as an assassin here would be a thief. The remaining members of the Wild Hunt looked at each other with somewhat complicated eyes. Both sides shake hands and prepare to go down. One side is relaxed and comfortable. The other is silent. Back to the ready bench. Captain, who in the world just now killed us? Killed? It should be that thief. No one else looks like him except him. Lin Yi had a complicated look on his face. He would rather hope that it was Zhao Qian, an S-rank paladin. Who killed him than Wenryu, a C-rank thief. Lu Wen, are you okay? The 5 turned their heads to the only priest. Lu Wen. Lu Wen's lips trembled slightly. You all died and he actually kept his hands off. I was mentally fried. The 5 looked at each other. There was nothing they could say about this. After they die, they keep viewing it from God's perspective. Although he didn't know what Wenryu was talking about at that time, he obviously didn't want to strike him down in the first place. Ahem. Maybe his skills are buffering. The mage on the side patted Lu Wen's shoulder. Lu Wen pointed to his nose. With my profession, does he still need skills? Above the ring, the hosts take the stage once again. This concludes the first leg of the tournament. Let's congratulate Gaga Chaos Killers for making it to the final 8 with a clean sweep. Snap. Whether or not they were supporters of the Fongjing battle team offered their sincere blessings at this time. You know this is a total win. Or a total win snatched from the hands of the Kyoto Wild Hunt Warriors. No, a crushing victory. I should say, this is unbelievable in the eyes of other cities. Even the Mordor Warriors didn't dare to say that they could definitely succeed. Well, let's congratulate Team Gaga Gone Wild, Team Wild Hunt, Team Velociraptor, Team War God. Congratulations to them for making it to the Elite 8. Tomorrow morning we will have the 8-4, and in the afternoon the losers resurrection match plus the challenge. So I hope you all stay in good shape. So that concludes today's game. Please exit the arena in an orderly fashion. A private dining room box. Brother you, Tell us about that Linny and how you solved it. No matter what. The other party was also a professional who had been mixing with various secret realms for a long time, and should be rich in combat experience. I can't believe he took care of it all at once. Ahem. This bar is of course a dagger. You forget that my dagger comes with a piercing effect. Zhang Mingyu first nodded his head then shook his head. That's not right. There's no way he would have stood still and let you do it right. And I clearly heard three sounds. First it was a snap, then a poof, and finally a thud. The remaining four women also looked at Wenryu with curious faces. An SSS-ranked paladin that was just put down. That would be anyone's guess. Wenryu rubbed her nose. I looked at him in his armor and thought I'd try to see if that teasing in leg skill had any effect on this kind of armor. As you can see, the results are not usual. As for the three sounds, the first one was the one he kicked. Hiss. Miserable enough. Zhang Mingyu scratched his head. But it's not right. I see that the other party doesn't seem to have any feelings. His face is quite normal. Wenryu shook her head. Maybe it's because it's fake inside. The pain is just feeling. Otherwise there is no other explanation. After all, a man who's been badly hit simply can't look as good as he should. That pain tsk. Well, hurry up and eat, and go back to rest afterward. At 7 o'clock the crowd returned to the hotel. As he stepped into the elevator, he met a familiar face. Lin Yi, you live here too? Zhang Mingyu looked at Lin Yi with some surprise. Aren't they a local Kyoto battle team? Why are they still living here? Lin Yi smiled with a smile on his face. You all know the road conditions in Kyoto. Living here is closer. Unnaturally, he brought his open legs together. The muscles in his face tugged unnaturally. Soon, Lin Yi arrived at his floor and smiled as he stepped out of the elevator. Brother Jade, this power of yours seems to be a bit too much. How long has this been going on and why does he still seem to be having a hard time? The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. There's no way that formation will bring out the pain. He's being psychological. Haven't you died twice? Chapter 138, City Ruins. What a troublesome map. No, can we please stop talking about dying? Zhang Mingyu looked depressed. In 15 innings of play, he was the only one on the entire roster to die twice. And he didn't die once the rest of the way. This is no joke. Obviously Wang Mengxing was also a priest, so why was he fixated on him? Thinking of this he couldn't help but look at Wang Mengxing. Why didn't they take a shot at you? Wang Mengxing spread his hands. I've said it all. Who made me hold a side in my hand? There was no talk all night. The next day the crowd came to the preparation table. The 16-team reserve benches were much emptier at this point. Those 8 teams didn't leave, but took their seats behind them. This one was a teaching experience for them as well. Studying and learning more will help in the future as well. Look at the others. The whole staff is at the 4th rank. This will be able to graduate soon. But you still have to be on for a full year before you can apply. But it's pretty cool. Yeah, you can go to various secret realms to upgrade later. One step at a time. The distance that will be drawn later on will be farther and farther away. As soon as 9 o'clock rolls around the game officially begins. Wenryu and the others were the first to go up. The team that faced the battle was Fengtian's War God team. And the entire process continued to take no more than 10 minutes before the battle was resolved. The audience in the room was immune to their team's speed and didn't get too excited. The 4 winning teams were Kyoto Wild Hunt Battle Team, Tianfu Velociraptor Battle Team, Fongjing Gaga Chaos Kill Team, and Mordor Phantom Battle Team. It's safe to say that with the exception of Fongjing, the other 3 teams are in cities that are ranked in the top 10 nationally in terms of fighting power. Kyoto and Mordor even occupy the first 2 seats, and Tianfu was almost at 5 or 6. And what about Toyokyo, who hangs around at 12 or 13 all year round? Being able to reach this height, the executives on that side of Fongjing were already happy. The game doesn't bring substantial benefits, but it can have a huge impact on next year's enrollment. In the afternoon, the elimination rounds began. In the end, Goat City Chosen and Spring City A Pair qualified for the challenge. Wenryu looked at Spring City's team and fell into deep thought. I'm not alone, but I can't believe there's a team with such an oddball name. He was extremely curious about the other squad's mental state, just as he was curious about Wang Mengxing's few people. Just how did you come up with such a team name? 4 teams came to the stage. The host looked at the 2 challenging teams. Each of your teams has 2 chances to challenge, so please make good use of them. The challenge team does not have the right to refuse, but the challenge team can only be challenged once. Wenryu nodded, which was quite reasonable. Yang Chang chose the Raptor squad as their target. After all, they had defeated them once before, so it should be easy to do it again. As for the remaining 3 teams, he didn't want to pick anyone, and the captain of the Spring City team on the side had a tangled face. Now that there were 3 teams left, how could this be chosen? Teams that have been picked can't be picked yet, so the Raptor squad can't be targeted. And if you lose this time, the next time, It's a fool's errand to win. Captain, why don't we just choose this battle group? Fongjing, the best thing they have is that thief. And the challenge allows us to choose the map. So we'll just choose a map that isn't favorable to thieves. Captain Spring City looked torn. What map has restrictions on thieves? Ha. From what I've seen, they've spent the longest time in the city's ruins, so maybe this could be a breakthrough. The Spring City captain glanced at the three teams, Kyoto and Mordor, that was the superpower. Although the entirety of the Toikyo staff was 4th rank, 2 of them were priests. There was also an archer and mage. Priests are brittle and don't need to worry about it, and archers are straight up half-wasted in the city ruins. As for mages, the situation is similar, attacking, but brittle enough. So it does seem that this team is a good choice. May I ask what your choices are? We choose the Toikyo warriors. The squad in the ring froze. What did they hear? Choosing the Fongjing warriors. This Chun Chang is afraid that he is not crazy. Which of the teams present hadn't fought against Fongjing? They were aware of their strength. They wouldn't be so surprised if you even chose Mordor. But you're not normally bold for choosing Fongjing. People in the audience were also puzzled. Is Spring City admitting defeat? Not really. Big deal. There's still Kyoto and Mordor to use as alternatives. But there's only a half-hour break between the 2 matches, so everyone should definitely go all out. It's better to have this opportunity than to directly challenge Mordor. There might still be hope. In this match, Fongjing won. Ryu and the others had become an unbeatable team in their eyes. The podium. Yuan Zai, why do you think they chose Fongjing? Longsheng looked at the team in the ring with a smile on his face. Yuan Zai shook his head, probably gave up. The remaining 3 teams, no matter which one they are not necessarily opponents. Longsheng shook his head. Spring City would still have 40% certainty of winning if they chose the Mordor warriors. In the state of going all out for the big one, one's potential would be endlessly amplified. As for why he chose Fongjing, he honestly didn't really see the point. When the 4 battle teams entered, the ring formation opened. Lone Star seemed to have some understanding. Spring City chose the map City Ruins, and it's obvious that they've studied Fongjing's fighting style. It's just a map that doesn't really have much of an impact on powerful teams. It's safe to say that the Spring City team is bound to lose. Zhang Mingyu looked at the map in front of him with some surprise. This is the map they chose. It's really damaging. The entire map is one huge city with tall buildings. Ruins everywhere. That's not good for their team. When Ryu rubbed her chin, it has an effect on them as well, doesn't it? What's the difference between this and that boulder maze from before? It's such a waste of time. I don't know how long it would take just to find someone. Headache. Once the time is up, Zhongli will release the eagle to look for the other party's traces. Zhongli looked at the high buildings all over the place with a confused face. Can this be found? When Ryu was helpless, if I can't find it, I'll find it. I have other methods if I can't. I'll leave Sister Qian and the others to you. I'm going to bring Lin Dai along. Hello? How do you want me to come along? Won't I slow you down? The corner of Wen Ryu's mouth ticked. You just remember to wield the staff. The rest doesn't need to concern you. Zhao Qian's eyes showed thought as she turned her head to look at the tall building covered in cracks. When the time comes, the eagle is released. Sister Sin will be on our way. Say, is this really good? How about a different position? Lin Dai was speechless. Same old place. Same old pose. But, this time the opponent is human. How humiliating it is. Chapter 139. Zhang Mingyu. He was hit again. When Ryu carried Lin Dai and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. This maneuver of his gave the rest of the group some confusion. That said, we're not fighting a source beast this time, are we? So what's the point of him bringing Lin Dai? If he's going to bring it, he should also bring Zhongli. At least his eyes are much better. Zhang Mingyu subconsciously touched his neck. He was more or less scared when Ryu left. Maybe he has his own ideas. Let's just do our own thing. Zhongli, keep looking for each other. In the distance, Ryu had already run to a position 5 kilometers away with Lin Dai. Lin Dai drooped her head lifelessly. Now her ugly appearance was definitely being broadcasted out. Shame on you. And the situation was indeed as she thought it would be. Since there are only 2 rings enabled, all the screens also show only those 2 rings. This Ryu is a straight man, isn't he? How can you carry a girl like this? Yeah, shouldn't it be a princess hug? Even if it's not a princess hug, you're fine with it on your back. Does that mean there's some kind of combo technique? Have you ever seen a thief with a combo? Chow, this girl is so fierce. All that was seen on the screen was a sheet of flame falling from the sky, landing on the upper floor and starting to burn. Seeing this, Ryu nodded with satisfaction. It's true, this shabby house just burns easily. The main thing, of course, were the flames that flew into the house. Fire Dragon Roll. A tornado of flames appeared and ran in all directions. You brought me here because of this? Lin Dai subconsciously waved the staff in his hand. There's no way to do it. I'm just a thief. I can't use magic type skills. He wouldn't have mattered if this hadn't been live, but it was live, so it was better to play it safe. But I don't have much energy either. Wouldn't it be more fake if you used too much? Wenryu's face stiffened. How could he have forgotten about this matter? I should have known better than to bring her out. It's fine. Big deal. We'll go to a few less places. Originally, he was thinking of lighting them all in one big swath. In that case, a few kilometers to light up an area would be nice. Just like that, Wenryu carried Lin Dai around to set fires. This maneuver went straight to the Springville guys who wouldn't do it. Captain, what to do? We're next door. Then go kill those brittle ones. Lose the priest and paladin and that thief probably won't make it. A group of people sneaked out through the small door on the side, then darted in the direction of Zhao Qian's few people. Wenryu looked at the fire in front of her with a helpless face. Where are these people running to? Why aren't they out yet? It's reasonable to say that my guess should be right. Can't be no. What a guess. The guess of our position. Every time we started, the opponent would be within 90 degrees of where we were standing. Certainly not behind us. And the distances were generally within a third to a quarter of the entire map. Wenryu came to a conclusion through Jian Li's many reports. Even if the opponent ran, it would be within that 120-degree range at best, and not behind them. It stands to reason that the target he has chosen should be the right one. Even if it didn't burn them, the smoke got to them anyhow. Lin Dai barred his lips, as if he understood. But then again, he didn't. Newbie. The hawk flew over and circled 3 times above their heads before heading straight back. Those people actually went looking for them. Zhan Mingyu won't die again, right? Can't say. Remember they had 2 assassins on their team. Zhan Mingyu is truly defenseless. As for Wang Mengxing, he was a battle priest no matter what, and his battle instincts were still good. The 2 of them flew towards back. Sure enough, Zhan Mingyu had fallen to the ground. Looking at those 2 cuts in the back, you know it hurts. Wenryu casually threw Lin Dai to the ground, turned around and rushed over. Bang! Hiss! Ouch! Lin Dai endured the pain in his tailbone and raised his staff to release his skills. With Wenryu joining them, their pressure was instantly much less. The follow-through was no more than 3 minutes, and this match was over. The entire game took 20 minutes, 17 of which were spent searching for the other team. The crowd reappeared in the ring, and Zhan Mingyu subconsciously touched his chest. This feels worse than having your neck wiped. I'll never speak of you as the king of living hell again. You're such a good man, Jade. Wenryu was a bit confused by what he said. What are you talking about? Zhan Mingyu once again touched the left side of his chest and shook his head. You wouldn't understand. Both sides shook hands and returned to the combat table once again. These 2 challenged teams have already lost, and they can't beat the remaining 2 teams. Zhao Qian shook her head. The end is already an obvious thing. This Springville team will end up with the same result no matter which team they choose. Unsurprisingly, both teams failed again. The 4 strongest teams remain unchanged. Wenryu stretched. Tomorrow is the last day. It's finally the end. This tournament is wearing him out, both in terms of winning and not being overly strong. It's too hard. Brother Jade, you're too fierce. If it wasn't for you, we probably would have directly stopped at the round of 16. Zhan Mingyu had an excited face. If it wasn't for Wenryu, their rank would probably still be at the middle 3rd rank, with a 3rd order intermediate level. It was unknown whether or not he would be able to stand out from Feng Jing. As for his talk of the top 16, it's nothing more than a slap in the face. As the final words of the moderator fell, the crowd left the stage in an orderly fashion. Tomorrow is when the winner will be decided. Who do you guys think can win the championship? I think it's that Gaga Messy kill team from Tokyo. That's really messy. No, I think it's the Kyoto Wild Hunt team. You can pull it off. That Lin Yi was seconded in the first one. How can he win? The corners of Zhan Mingyu's mouth curled up as the several people heard the conversation in front of them. Don't be happy. You're grinning from ear to ear with that mouth. Wenryu had a helpless look on her face. Isn't it just a championship? What's the point? Doesn't this just have hands? After eating and returning to the hotel, Zhao Qian called everyone together. Tomorrow is the semifinals and finals, and some things have been tweaked slightly, which we must remember. Didn't we all say it once last time? There's no need to say it. Zhan Mingyu once again subconsciously touched his left breast. Adjustments were made, or to say the least. The city ruins map was disabled because of that one game of ours. Another thing is that a single hide may not last more than a minute. Isn't that nice? This change is just too good for them. Favorable indeed. One last thing, Zhan Mingyu, take care of yourself and don't die for the rest of the match. I don't think 100% pain is something you would want to try. The corner of Zhan Mingyu's mouth twitched. Thank you for emphasizing it to me. Chapter 140, you'll be dead in one go anyway, so the pain won't be that bad. The following day the crowd arrived at the playing field. the audience was more enthusiastic than ever. Wenryu and the others had their own fans. And of course they could be from Fongjing. Ga messy kill team. Go for it. We do the gagging. You do the messy killing. Maiden of the Heavenly Palace. Swift as a dragon. Rauch Shudoshan. The Raptors strike. Wenryu listened to the words of refueling. He didn't know whether it was better to cry or laugh. Gaga messy kill? No. This team name will have to be changed in the future. Zhan Mingyu and the others, on the other hand, didn't care at all and were even happy. Wow. Look at how many supporters we've gotten. Wang Mingxing turned his head to look down. Many behind them were supporting them. Strength is king in the world now. And the stronger you are, the more respected you are. Of course it used to be. Only this strength was a different kind of strength. Once 9 o'clock rolled around, the host came out. Welcome to the semifinals, where the following changes have been made. First, the use of any props is still not allowed. Second, no single hiding time shall exceed 1 minute. Third, city ruins maps and maze maps are not optional. Fourth, starting from the semifinals, the pain sensation will return to normal, so please let the participants know. So next, we'll have the drawing of lots. The 4 captains came forward and drew lots in turn. The first match will be Kyoto Wild Hunt Battle Team versus Mordor Phantom Battle Team. Roar! There is definitely enough to watch as 2 of the nation's most dominant city teams face off. These spectators now only dare to say that the city is the strongest, but they dare not say that the strength is the strongest. After all, Toyokyo is a dark horse in there. Zhan Mingyu raised his eyebrows. Yo, our opponent is actually a raptor. Brother Jade, this time, are you going to slash for seconds, or are you going to give your opponent a chance? He had always remembered that when Ryu had given those women a fright, the match ended all with a look of fear. When Ryu leaned back in her chair and clasped her hands in front of her chest, I just want to get off work early. Give it a chance? Give what a chance? Wouldn't it be nice to cut down on the pain? Not far from them in the Raptor squad. Captain, why don't we admit defeat? Qining shook Ling Qingfeng's arm. That thief's first target was definitely her. That man was too intimidating. Sudden appearance aside, that guy is a real stabber. Not a hint of pity for her being petite. Not to mention the fact that it's now 100% pain, which is not killing people. Ling Qingfeng had a helpless look on her face. There was nothing she could do about this. It can't be helped. His first target is you. Even with my speed, I can't be able to guarantee that I'll be able to come to you in the first place. Ling Qingfeng thought for a moment and continued. This time, you'll work harder. Gushi started off by exterminating that priest of the other side at the first opportunity. Anren, take care of the opponent's bowman. As for that assassin, when he kills Qining, we combine our efforts to kill him. Wait. Qining blinked her eyes. Something didn't seem right about this. That captain. You mean to sacrifice me, right? Qining asked, pointing at her nose. Is this still her captain? How did her heart become so cruel? It can't be helped. Based on these matches, that Wenryu's attributes are also far beyond those of a professional of the same rank. So this is the only way we can do it. So you'll just have to sacrifice. Ling Qingfeng patted Qin Ying's shoulder and comforted her. Qining looked at Ling Qingfeng with a dull gaze. How is she so miserable? That's 100% pain. But, I'm afraid of pain. If they die in one go anyway, it doesn't hurt as much as it should. Look at the big screen. They're all carrying wounds individually. And that hurts a lot more than you do. Ha! It does seem to make some sense, haha. Just like that, Qining accepted the matter of herself being used as bait. The point is, it's not possible even if you don't want to be. That Wenryu will definitely make a move on her the first time. LOL, how nice it would be if she wasn't a pastor. Kyoto Wild Hunt and Mordor Phantom Battle Team fought for nearly half an hour before the curtain finally came down. Kyoto Wild Hunt won the match with 2 deaths. Let's congratulate Wild Hunt Squad on their victory and entering the finals. Next, let's invite Gaga Messy Kill Squad and Velociraptor Squad to take the stage. Roar! Roar! Ga Messy Kill! Zhan Mingyu, don't you die again. Go Ling Qingfeng. Zhan Mingyu turned her head violently, but unfortunately there were too many people to find who said it. Ah, what a bore. Now everyone remembers me. If it's normal to remember him, I guess, then he's kinda happy. But because he died remembering him more, that made it a little hard to accept. Just say it's not famous anyway. The corner of Zhan Mingyu's mouth twitched. This name is not to be desired. The 2 sides stood opposite each other. The referee came between the 2 teams. Do you both have anything to say? Zhao Qian. Several people shook their heads and listened to Wenryu's words today. Starting early and leaving work early. I have something to say. Qining raised her hand. The rest of the Raptor squad gave her a look without speaking. Qining looked at Wenryu pitifully. Big brother, can you not be so violent? A little lighter will do. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. Why are your words so ambiguous? He nodded. Yeah, no problem. Seeing Wenryu agree, Xining had a happy face. It's not the death that's scary. It's the way it's done. The referee looked at both teams. Then the match is officially underway. As the referee exited the ring, the crowd went inside. This time the venue was the plains. A very perfect map. Can it not be perfect? Because it was Wenryu who chose the map for them. If it wasn't for the fact that you're with us all the time, I'd wonder if you have some kind of deal with that priest. Zhang Mingyu said with an amused expression. There's no way to keep what that pastor said out of one's mind. Am I that kind of person? Which one has to admit, he really isn't that kind. If you are really that kind of person, how can you treat your father's murderer the same way? Brother, you can't really be merciful to her, can you? Wang Mengxing asked with a curious expression. Didn't we agree to leave work early? How can this priest not die? Wenryu rubbed her chin. It's better to let her go if the person is that cute. After all, she did get slightly violent last time. The back of the neck piercing the cervical vertebrae does seem a little scary. This time he was going to use a gentle approach. A few people looked at each other. This was not like Wenryu's character actually letting it go. Then the way we fight. Since we're going to show mercy, wouldn't that change the way we fight? You guys are still doing what you always do. I'm just saying let her go, but that doesn't mean let the others go. Zhang Mingyu, you don't worry about boldly releasing your skills this time. I'll make sure you're safe. Wenryu patted Zhang Mingyu's shoulder. Really? Really? Once the 60 seconds were up, the eagle rose into the air and Wenryu fell into a dive. Chapter 141, just now she should be trying to admit defeat, right? Due to the plains terrain, the opponent was found almost as soon as the Cthulhu was released. About 7 kilometers directly in front of us. Squads advanced together. Zhongli, keep an eye on the other side. The crowd traveled quickly, and Wenryu disappeared from the crowd when they were still 3 kilometers away. Make it quick and get out of work early. Captain, that Wenryu has disappeared. What do we do now? Scatter around Qining and be ready to strike. Gushi, sneak over and kill that priest directly. Good. Pust. A dagger pierced through the throat of Gushi's neck, and Gushi's pupils trembled. She thought it would hurt, but she didn't think it would hurt this much. Blood loss, lack of oxygen, so eager to die quickly. A white light enveloped Gushi's body. Although a bit of recovery, but for this kind of injury low-level healing ability is still a little worse. Even with more advanced skills, it takes a lot of time to heal completely. The enemy would have killed him 800 times by then. Gushi turned her head slightly and looked at Qining with a shocked expression. Why don't you just let me die in pain and prolong her suffering? Pust. Wenryu drew her dagger and slashed again at the location of her heart. Drawing his dagger again, he entered a sneak state. Leng Qingfeng also did not expect the other party's first target actually changed to Gushi. Could it be because of what Qining said before the confrontation? Use the manifestation skill and go full speed ahead. Enron kills the opponent's priest directly. If she can't kill this thief now, can't a priest do it? The distance between the two sides was now less than 500 meters, and in just a few more seconds, they would be in range. Wenryu, who was not far away, scratched his head. Good guy, you guys are staring at Zhang Mingyu and not letting go, right? He had promised Zhang Mingyu. Thinking of this, Wenryu instantly came behind Anren. It's a thief. Everyone do it. Pust. A stab was made, and he entered the sneak state again. I can't. He keeps getting stuck in skill time. Leng Qingfeng had a headache. Why was this person so cautious? We're in a race. We're not really in a war. As far as that goes. Qining gulped. How this was more frightening than killing her. The two sides met and skills began to be released. With the loss of the assassin and the bowman, it was more or less difficult to kill the opposing priest. There just aren't enough people. The two mages, Ice and Fire, aimed their skills at Zhang Mingyu, but Zhang Mingyu wasn't stupid and directly started running without stopping. It wasn't like he needed to use his skills right now anyway. Pust. Pyromancy Jiang Meng fell to the ground. Pust. The Ice Mage Sun Meng fell to the ground. Only Leng Qingfeng and Qining remained at the scene. Why don't we just admit defeat? We can't beat this already. Leng Qingfeng nodded. It can only be this way. She had just raised her right hand when an iron bar appeared in her field of vision. Bang! Stifle! A dagger then went through her neck, and she was unable to say those two words even when she came to her senses. Far away. Sister Qian. That Leng Qingfeng should have wanted to admit defeat just now. Lin Dai recalled that action just now. I think so, but there's some distance and it's not clear to see. TSK, now I finally know what Wenryu means. He promised that priest not to be violent, but he's still so violent to others. Qining was on the verge of tears as she looked at Wenryu standing in front of her. Is this the violence you promised? This is just too much violence, okay? It's more intimidating than just killing her. We concede. Qining hastily raised his right hand. Wenryu slowly lowered the dagger that was less than 10 centimeters away from the other party with a look of pity. It was so close to total annihilation. He had thought of it all, so he inserted it gently, so it certainly wasn't considered violent. The playing field disappears and the crowd returns to the ring. The way the women looked at Wenryu was no longer fear, but fear. How can anyone be like this? Killing people is just a headache. Why do you have to scare them half to death? The referee came forward and gave Wenryu an odd look. Young man, you are very promising. Without a woman in your heart, you can draw your sword naturally. You did it. Ahem. Congratulations to the Tokyo Gaga Chaos Killers on their victory. Both sides shake hands. Wenryu walked behind in a low profile. The first person to shake his hand was Gushi. Gushi had a serious face. You're really strong. But it's also very unique. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. What do you mean by unique? It was soon Qin Ying's turn. You. Alas. What else could Qin Ying say? The other party really wasn't violent towards her. It really was all talk. When it was Ling Qingfeng's turn, the words she uttered caused Wenryu to be a bit surprised. Do you want to join our team? With your strength, it's really a waste to be in this kind of team. In Ling Qingfeng's opinion, if it wasn't for Wenryu, this squad would only be ranked 4th or 5th in terms of strength. Wenryu shook her head. There's no thoughts on that for now, and they're actually quite strong. Jian Li's strength hadn't been utilized at all, as well as Lin Dai, who hadn't even released a few of his explosive pyromancy skills. If it wasn't for the early dismissal, the two of them alone would be enough to give this squad a drink. The teams returned to the reserve benches and the battle for third place was next. Bleachers. Wenryu is simply a model for my generation. A pure Sigma man. I couldn't have gotten off that one if I had. Anyway, but don't you think it's cool? One person killing 5 people with a knife. What the hell? That's a cute girl. How can you hit her so hard? That's right. This person seems to have violent tendencies. Although the man is a bit handsome, his character is definitely not good. Zhang Mingyu glanced back. The 2 girls in the distance were arguing with others. Yet none of them agreed with them. Brother Jade, people are saying that you have violent tendencies. Aren't you going to say something? Zhang Mingyu looked at Wenryu with an amused expression. I don't know how these little girls think. They look like they haven't taken a social beating. What's to say? Even if I had to do it again, I'd still do it. Leave work early and finish early. Go home and hurry up to Hunsource Beasts for upgrades. It's as simple as that. As for being cute and good looking, it has nothing to do with him. The corners of Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched. No wonder my brother Yu is so different. He glanced at the sparring on the screen, and had to say that those women really had their own specialties, which the average person probably wouldn't be able to get down. Look at that phantom warrior across the street. How light that hand is. It just injured and crippled the other guy, but didn't take his life. In the end, the Magic City Phantoms emerged victorious and won 3rd place. Unfortunately, with this kind of competition, people will only remember who the winner is. As for runners-up and 3rd place, who cares? Chapter 142, aren't they cheating? The finals won't officially start until 3 p.m., giving everyone plenty of time to rest. Inside the hotel, let's hope that with a bit of luck this afternoon, it's us who choose the map. Zhang Mingyu was getting a taste of the benefits of choosing his own map. That's quick to find and quick to kill. It doesn't matter. Those kinds of maps are no longer allowed to be used anyway. The only ones they can choose from are just a few. And the one that is the most restrictive to us is just the dense forest map. Wenryu didn't have much of an idea about the map. Even with the dense forest map, he was confident that the battle would be over in 10 minutes. Nothing more than a little trouble finding someone. Thinking of this, Wenryu had a flash of light. Why don't we just burn the whole forest down like the way we dealt with the ruins of the city? It's all trees anyway, so I guess it burns faster. The corner of Zhao Qian's mouth twitched. Then what do we do? When it burns, they are victims too. Okay. Well, that's certainly a problem. Wenryu was a bit disappointed. It seemed that she could only fight in the normal way as well. Upstairs from them, in the Wild Hunts room. Captain, if we could choose the map, what map would we choose? If you ask me, we'll go with the dense forest map, which is the most restrictive for that thief. You can't be serious. That thief ignores the map. Okay, if you're talking about restricting the bowman, it's more like it. But that bowman doesn't even need to worry. We're the ones who need to limit this thief now. The crowd looked at Lin Yi, waiting for him to make a decision. Granted, choosing a map is based on guessing coins, but there's a 50% chance it's not. They have to finalize the map before they can make a plan. Lin Yi had a sad face. The once proud Misty maps allow for a single slash. The Plains map Tokyo Warriors is simply unbeatable. Even though he was called a genius, he was still a little apprehensive. Boss, why don't you stop suppressing your strength? Lin Yi shook his head. It's useless. Even if I break through the 4th rank intermediate level, those attributes that I increase are simply not enough to do anything. He was only one step away from the 4th rank intermediate. and he would be able to break through by killing dozens of source beasts. But thinking about participating in this kind of competition, he thought about not rushing to break through. I just didn't expect to see such a dark horse. Not to mention that he had broken through to the intermediate level of the 4th rank. Even the advanced level of the 4th rank might not be able to withstand Wenryu's move. That guy is just sick. Linny looked out the window and had a flash of light. Let's arrange a battle plan. The game officially starts at 3 p.m. In the ring, the referee holds a coin. Please choose. Why don't you guys pick first? Zhao Qian said after some thought. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Did it make any difference who chose first? We choose the front. Hopefully with better luck. Ding! The coin bounced up into the air and then fell. Snap! The referee slaps it into his hand, slowly revealing the coin. The people in the stands were also nervous about the coins, realizing that most of the people who came today were local Kyoto professionals. They certainly hoped that the Wild Hunt would win. A good map can be a bonus. When the coin was revealed in the referee's hand, the crowd showed a look of relief. Terrain chosen by the Wild Hunt. Seeing that it was positive, Lin Yi was also relieved. The balance of victory was tilted. He looked at Zhao Qian. We just want to win too. Let's choose the snow map. The referee raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you want to choose the snow map? Okay. Both sides get ready. The game is officially on. There are 2 snow type maps. One is the blizzard map, which is actually similar to the misty map, except that the visual range is a bit larger. The other is a snow map, where there will be a layer of loose snow on the ground of about 10 centimeters. It can be said that it is not friendly to the thief assassin class of professions that require stealth. No, I should say extremely unfriendly. With a flash of light, the crowd entered the middle of the map, looking at the endless snowy land in front of her. Wenryu furrowed her brows. In this case, he's just assassinating one person at best. The other side will definitely be wary after that. No, they'll be wary from the start. And it was during this preparation that the outside world was in an uproar. Holy, Wild Hunt, this pure cheating. They have prepared. This is. What's wrong with changing clothes? How can this be considered cheating? It's not a prop. That's right. The Toikyo warriors can change their clothes too. Only to see that on the big screen. The people of the Kyoto Wild Hunt squad had changed into white clothes, and even wore white caps on their heads. If you don't look closely, you can't really tell. There are times when the more plain and unassuming something is, the more it makes a difference. As soon as the time was up, Jiang Li released the hawk. However, half a minute passed with no sign of the other side. No targets were found. Jiang Li was a bit bewildered. It was all snow. How could he fail to spot the target? Let's just check the traces directly. Don't look at the person. I guess it's possible that they're using some kind of skill. It's not like there aren't group invisibility skills that are similar to sneaking. Maybe the opponent used this skill, but whenever it moves, this ground is bound to leave a trail. Found it. The other party is approaching at full speed. It's just that they're wearing white and it's a little hard to tell them apart. Ordinary clothes definitely couldn't achieve this effect, but if it was a combat suit with special materials, it could still be done. It's just a game. What's the point? Isn't this still a foul? This should be considered a foul. Zhang Mingyu couldn't help but spit out how he even got special combat uniforms. There's no way to count this kind of. Well, let's get going. Zhao Qian shook her head. Zhang Li is reporting the location in real time. I'll meet them later. Visual deception worked for Zhao Qian and the others, but the effect was barely noticeable for him. With his current attributes, his 5 senses had been strengthened an unknown number of times. Distance 3 kilometers. Distance 2 kilometers. They're switching directions and heading to our right. The direction remains the same. Keep moving forward. It didn't take long for the Wild Hunt's men to appear 500 meters behind Wenryu and the others. Captain, the other side hasn't spotted us yet. The tracks are there, but they're not obvious in this white snow. Let's just attack or. The 500-meter distance is not too long, not too short. Direct attack. Take care of that priest first, followed by that archer. As for Wenryu, he could only wait for the other party to come over in person. Wenryu ran in front of them and they chased after them, the distance closing a little bit. A triumphant smile appeared on the faces of the men of the Wild Hunt. Once a few of them were eliminated, the rest would be much easier to handle. Bang! Pop! A silhouette appeared in front of their eyes, and Zhao Qian and the others in the distance turned their direction and ran over. Chapter 143, he was hiding his clumsiness before. Linny fell to the ground with a thud, covering his bottom with both hands. Why is it always him who gets hurt? It was him last time, and he's still the one who got hit this time. There was some sympathy for their captain, but they knew what they had to do. They all picked up their weapons and attacked Wenryu. However, with their speed, let alone hitting Wenryu, they couldn't even touch his clothes. After casually resolving a priest, Wenryu retreated back. Just keep a low profile and leave the rest to Zhao Qian and the others. Lin Yi, who had received a teasing kick, did not resist Zhao Qian and was quickly killed. The situation is almost similar for others. Facing Jiang Li's high damage, as well as Lin Dai's outburst, the rest of them didn't last long as all of them collapsed to the ground and died. What Wenryu didn't know was that his so-called low profile was seen by the outside world as disdain for this competition. He's so wild. But I love it. The difference in strength is too great. I suspect that he alone can directly exterminate this one team. That's right. He easily dodged so many attacks just now and killed the other party's priest in front of several people in a dignified manner. So, he was hiding it all before? Awesome. The podium. Elder Long. This thief should be a dual talent professional. Or a mutant professional. Yuan Ziyi looked at the TV screen with interest. As for Lin Yi's failure, he didn't have the time to care right now. Long Xing nodded. Looking at the situation, it should be far stronger than normal thieves. Agility should also be higher than other thieves in the same level situation. Mutation is a bit more likely, but of course we can't rule out the other possibility, which is mutation plus dual talent. This was the only explanation that could explain away the fact that Wenryu possessed strength far beyond that of a thief at this stage. Then, Elder Dragon. Should we let him join to zero? Long Xing frowned. He's only at the 4th rank now. His level is still too low. You have to know that Zero is facing professionals from other countries as well as that Salvation Church. Not some source beast. Wenryu, the enemy is human. I want this job. Yuan Ziyi shook his head. I don't think so. This person has a good head and a hard enough heart. I don't think the low rank is a big problem. I believe he will judge the situation himself. Zero hadn't added any new members for a long time, and he could leave the high-level missions untouched, and was perfectly capable of taking on some 5th or 6th ranked professionals. Just take on 5 or 6 quests a year. Just get used to it, and then just increase the quests when the level reaches the 6th rank at some point. The most profound impression Wenryu left on Yuan Ziyi was her ruthlessness, especially when facing the Raptor squad. There wasn't a moment's hesitation in each slash, and when facing other teams, it was a one-trick pony without a hint of redundancy. The more Yuan Ziyi thought about it, the more satisfied he became. Lone Star raised an eyebrow. Zero's side is starting a new way? Yuan Ziyi sighed lightly. This matter is still more or less related to Feng Jing, and it is indeed a blow to Zero, and that's why they decided to start the reserve mode, where any talented professional could just join Zero. The examination period is extended indefinitely, and those who are gifted and strong stay all the time, while those who are weak drop out until they become interns at the 8th rank. And if someone like Chu Feng appears during this period, he will be directly sent to prison. Lone Star nodded. That's one way to go. Have you chosen a target on Zero's side? It's been chosen. Lin Yi from Kyoto, Zhang Chen from Mordor, Lang Qingfeng from Heavenly Mansion as well as Wenryu and Zhang Li from Fengjing. As for the others, they're still in the assessment, but it looks like nothing should have changed. After all, this was just a school league, and to be able to select those 5 was already a lot. Keep in mind that Zero doesn't have more than 500 people total, and that's still years of selection. This shows how hard it is to get in, and this time around, the reserves are only expected to have 100 people. 5 is a lot. Meanwhile, the 2 teams in the ring revealed themselves. Compared to Wenryu's and their relation, the Kyoto Wild Hunt squad was slightly sad. Although they finished second, they couldn't be happier. I thought it would be easy to win a title with their combat experience, even though they knew that the Fengjing squad was strong. They only thought that it was Wenryu who was strong. As a result, they still couldn't beat each other after Wenryu didn't participate in the fight. The super high damage bowman, the burst damage pyromancer, the combat priest with constant combos, and the paladin with strong defense. And that subconscious movement is just sick. A whole team of perverts except for that priest. The moderator steps up to the stage. Let's congratulate Team Gaga Chaos Kill for winning this tournament. Next, let's invite the Mordor Phantom Battle Team to the stage. Soon the 6 men of the Mordor Phantom Battle Team arrived atop the ring. Let's invite Yuan Ziyi, president of the Kyoto Professionals Guild, to the stage to present the award. The awards were simple. A medal for each person and a check for $50 million. Where are the weapons? However, Yuan Ziyi had already gone down by now and the host was giving his final speech. And the others were not surprised by this. Are weapons not issued? Weapons have to wait until after the end and go to the National Professionals General Guild warehouse to pick them up. How else can you call them exclusive weapons? All of which are the most suitable for you. Zhan Mingyu whispered back. I see. So is it the same for skills? I just don't know what quality the skills given will be. The following day, the 3 teams came together at the General Guild. Hello, I didn't expect you guys to be here at this time as well. Zhan Mingyu greeted the other 2 teams with a smile on his face. Phantom Battle Squad's team, Chang Jiangchen, nodded. Yeah, get it done early and end it early. I really envy you guys. Being able to choose SSS grade weapons. Our squad can only choose S grade quality weapons. The weapon damage difference isn't that big. It's the additional attributes that are big. Even some SSS grade weapons were inlaid with high quality crystals, and that effect could be much stronger than S grade weapons. On the other hand, Linny on the side revealed an embarrassed smile, and to this day his lower body still had a slight tingling sensation. It was obviously just fake, but the feeling had been following him all day. The doors to the place opened right on time at 9 o'clock. Longxing walked out from inside with a smile on his face, and he was followed by Yuan Ziyi and a man in a black combat uniform. Yo, you guys are early, so follow along. In fact, today there was no need for Lone Star, the president of the General Assembly, to find a random person to take them there. But today Zero sent someone over to talk to a couple people about the reserves. Thinking that he had nothing to do, Lone Star looked to see exactly how Zero was planning to operate. Chapter 144, the third one I won't turn on. I have to say that this place is worthy of being a general guild. This place for storing weapons and equipment is really big. There is a separate room for each quality of equipment. At this moment, Wonryu they were standing in a huge room with rows and rows of shelves. The place was filled with the very weapons and equipment collected from various places, all of which were SSS ranked. If it was before, Wonryu would still be interested in these weapons, but right now he was only interested in equipment, and the leather armor he was wearing was just a normal A-quality leather armor. There are actually so many SSS class weapons and equipment here. I'm afraid there aren't thousands of them, right? Wonryu sighed a little. The weapons sought by the professionals outside were all over the place here, so I really didn't know what the point of keeping so many weapons and equipment was. That's not much. You also have to think about what's also in the various sub-guild warehouses below. There are also the trading centers in each region, which also have quite a few SSS quality weapons in them, except that the trading centers are in the auction houses, which are out of the reach of ordinary people. What's more, it's an accumulation of hundreds of years, so a little more is normal. Zhang Mingyu and the others didn't lament about the place. Instead they felt it was normal. That said, there are so many of these weapons. Why don't they send down some of them? How is this going to go down? Are people still motivated to go down? Wonryu nodded. And yes, if it's so easy to get, what's the point of everyone trying? Zhao Qian said from the side. Actually, there are a lot of them here, all sold by previous users. After all, there are some SSS quality weapons whose additional attribute effects aren't too good, and they're only good for 2 ranks at most. On one side, there are people selling, and on the other side, there are people discovering. Over time, it's natural to have more. Wonryu casually picked up a weapon. The attributes were indeed average. Of course this was in comparison to his weapon. He came outside the shelf and looked at the labeling on it. There were actually only 2 shelves suitable for their 4th order weaponry, and like 1st order 2nd order is not available here. Starting with 3rd order weapons, and the 8th and 9th orders together didn't fill a single shelf. The equipment seems to be plentiful, but the number of high grades remains small. Wonryu went straight for the defense. The number of 4th ranked armor was small, and the number of leather armor was even smaller, with only 4 sets in total. Seeing this, Wonryu realized how ridiculous her earlier thoughts were. How much is this? Not much at all. Sending it down is a load of work. Casually picking up a leather armor and checking the properties on it. After looking through all 4, Wonryu finally chose a set of black leather armor. Shadow leather armor. Level, 4th order intermediate. Quality, SSS. Defense, 95 to 138. Bonus, 1. Dark shadow, standing in the shadows can appear in any shadowy corner as far as the eye can see. 30s. 2. Dark armor, in the darkness of the night. One can form a dark attribute armor with a defense of 50, plus 0. 5 constitution, and can coalesce again after half an hour after shattering. 3. Routing, 500 points of constitution can be deducted when taking potentially lethal damage, transferring to a shadowy corner within 100 kilometers of the vicinity, and dying if not enough constitution is deducted. On, off. Inlay, none. This leather armor. He fell in love with the first 2 attributes, one for escape or assassination, and the other to increase defensive survivability. As for the last one, it's simply an ability that's better than nothing. 500 points of constitution is enough to instantly make a heavily armored knight much more brittle. Let a high-ranking professional drop a large realm directly. One could say that this ability is a decoration. But for Wonryu, this could be completely used as a life-saving skill. Isn't it just 500 attribute points? It's enough to find more source beasts that have strong defense and use the mythical hand. Not to mention using it once. Even if he used it 10 times, he would be able to consume it. Of course, it's better not to use it. It wasn't long after Wonryu finished her selection that a few other people had also chosen. Anyway, we all have different careers and it's easier to choose. You're really taking the defense off. Zhang Mingyu was a bit puzzled by Wen Ruyu's choice. Weapons can last a long time, but not so much for defense. People knew that Wen Ruyu's weapon was more fierce, but they weren't sure about the specific attributes. It's enough that I have that one weapon. Not to mention that more often than not I don't usually use them. The crowd subconsciously nodded, which was indeed the case. When they came out, Longxing couldn't help but frown when he saw the items in Wen Ruyu's hands. Before going in, he does say that you can choose armor, but choosing this armor, Wen Ruyu if I remember correctly, there are a total of 4 leather armors in there. Do you want to change one? Effect 3 is the one that can directly cause death, and is the only one that can kill the user. Elder Long, these first 2 additional attributes are very suitable for me. As for the third, I won't open it. Longxing nodded. People had chosen. What could he say? You guys wait outside in the hall for a bit first. Wen Ruyu and Jiang Li come here for a moment. The two were a bit surprised and glanced at their teammates, who one by one were also confused. But it must be something big. Then we'll meet you outside in the hall. I'm not sure what they were going to do to go, but I don't think they wanted them to know if they weren't allowed to follow. Zhao Qian led a few people towards the hall, and the two of them, Wen Ruyu and Jiang Li, followed behind Longxing all the way to an office on the 3rd floor. Upon entering, he found the captains of all 3 squads. Wen Ruyu was even more puzzled, since the captain should be called Zhao Qian. How to get the two of them here? Soon the man in black came in from outside as well. Elder Long, I'm not late, am I? No, I just got here with them too. The man in black looked at the 5 people in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. This time around, the National League has had people from the beginning to go over one of these people's combat stats. Lin Yi, a qualified commander, was experienced in his own battles. Every battle command was very proper. As for the encounter with the Fengjing squad, this didn't count. Jiang Chen, an excellent assassin with just the right amount of timing. When faced with the manifestation skill, he was always able to exit at the most crucial time to be able to burst in. Lang Qingfeng's situation was similar to Lin Yi's. As for these last 2 were the ones that the man in black was most interested in. A lightning archer with really high damage. But the damage of this Jiang Li in front of him was simply explosive. What the black-clothed man couldn't understand the most was Wen Ruyu, who was clearly just an ordinary thief profession, but had dealt burst damage that far exceeded that of an assassin. And what everyone failed to notice was that from the beginning to the end, he had only used the most basic skills, while none of the more advanced ones had been used. And even then, it did a high amount of damage. Hello everyone, I'm Zhao Heng, the captain of Organization Zero's 12th squad, and this time I called you all here because I want you to join Organization Zero. Chapter 145, My Strength? It's just normal strength. Can we really join Zero? Lin Yi looked at Zhao Heng with a shocked expression. That's the famous Organization Zero. Even the unsmiling Lang Qingfeng could not help but be a little surprised at this moment. As for Wen Ruyu and Jiang Li, the two of them were somewhat uncertain. Jade, do you know this Zero? Wen Ruyu shook her head. I'm not familiar with this stuff. Maybe Zhang Mingyu and the others know. The corner of Zhao Heng's mouth, who was standing in front of him, twitched, and there was nothing he could do if he didn't know. The Organization Zero has always been very low profile, and ordinary people really don't know that there is such an institution. Ahem. Let me briefly explain that Zero is an external organization, dealing with includes, but is not limited to, hostile national forces, forces outside of the country, and the Church of Salvation. In short, Zero prevalence will only be external. It sounded like a good idea, but Wen Ruyu wasn't interested in it at all, and the time she had to engage in this would be better spent. Of course, considering your ranks, there are usually only 2 or 3 quests in 3 months, maybe even none, and the target of each mission is a professional of around the 5th rank. Wen Ruyu's eyes lit up. If that was the case, there was no problem with participating. What you get from a professional is generally better than what you get from a source beast, especially the intelligence attribute. His worst attribute right now was intelligence. If that's the case, it's not impossible to participate. A mission is only expected to last a day or 2, so it shouldn't take too long. Nothing too big for him. Zhao Heng swept through the crowd, and these few people were considered the best of the bunch. It would be best if it could be absorbed. You can think about it and get back to me this afternoon. Lin Yi and Jiang Chen hurriedly stepped forward. No need. We can join now. That's a Zero. It's only a cutie if you don't join. Zhao Heng nodded, then looked at the other 3. Lang Qingfeng nodded. I'm in. He knew it would be okay to just say Zero. Only these last 2. Seeing Zhao Heng's eyes, Wen Ruyu hurriedly said, I didn't know about this before, but now I know. Since such an important department as Zero needs me, how could I refuse? That must be joined. It would be better to have more missions that have a lot of objectives and don't have to be hands-on yet. Wen Ruyu had agreed. so it was only right for Jiang Li to follow and nod. Zhao Hong was still satisfied with this result. Then the 5 of you will be divided into groups, and you will be assigned a leading professional when the time comes. As for when the mission will be available, you will be notified when it is. Zhao Heng's people finished their mission and left the place after greeting Long Xing. The 2 of them, Lin Yi and Jiang Chen, were excited, not expecting to be able to join Zero. This was simply an unexpected pleasure. Long Xing came to a few people with a serious face. Don't be too happy too early. Realize that the ones Zero is facing are all humans. The danger far exceeds that of the source beasts, and you are at risk of death at any time. So be careful when doing the mission. Lin Yi and Jiang Chen's excitement diminished and they slowly calmed down. That's not just a statement. Professionals are capable of far more than source beasts. The 2 of them coincidentally placed their eyes on Wan Ruyu, while Long Qingfeng, who was on the side, did the same. Wan Ruyu froze. What are you all looking at me for? Cough cough. Just how strong are you? Lin Yi asked with some curiosity. He still had the memories of those 2 deaths in his mind now, and it simply hurt. He subconsciously folded his legs together. I'm just at my normal strength. 4th rank advanced. Wan Ruyu shrugged. A few people's eyelids jumped. It wasn't like they hadn't seen a 4th ranked advanced professional before. Which professional had this kind of strength? Seeing that Wan Ruyu didn't want to say anything, several people also stopped asking, who didn't have a little secret. Here, when he came to the hall, he saw Zhan Mingyu waving her hands. What have you been told to do? Let's join Zero. Several people looked at the 2 with wide eyes. That was Zero. Zhan Mingyu hurriedly shook his head. It can't be. Joining Zero would require at least the strength of the 8th rank. You guys are only at the 4th rank now. Wan Ruyu shook her head. I don't know. I joined in anyway. It says that the target they are facing is an enemy that is around the 5th rank. Probably because the target level is low. The reasons and whatnot Wan Ruyu didn't care, as long as she could use the myriad hands from those people. Enough about that. Let's go get the skills, and after we acquire them, we can go back. The winner gets an extra skill in addition to prize money and weaponry. A few people already had a few alternative skills in mind, just waiting to go in and get them. An hour later, the crowd walked out of the hall satisfied. Jade, what skill did you take? Well, it should be considered a passive skill. This was also the last skill that Wan Ruyu was able to freely choose from. Of course this didn't count the skill bar given by myriad hands. Now that he had used 5 of the 6 skill bars, this last one he intended to give a passive skill. Of course it is possible to remove unwanted skills. It just costs a lot of money. Ah, passive skills, that's a bit of a loss. Why don't you choose a more powerful assassin skill to increase your strength? Zhan Mingyu was a bit puzzled. Wan Ruyu is also helpless. He would like to choose, but the skills in there are not any powerful assassin skills at all. Okay. Hell, he didn't know what kind of skills were in there, and he didn't have any of the ones he wanted. Had to go with this seemingly good skill, but he also thought about it, and when he came across the right skill later, it would be fine to replace it. As for the loss, he didn't feel much of a loss. Sensitive marking LV1 0/100 automatically marks a weak spot on the target while focused. Attacking the weak spot deals 50 plus 2 strength damage. The same target can only be marked once in a minute. There is no cooldown, no consumption whatsoever, and even less need to use it on your own accord. Even this skill can be stacked with other skills. It's simply unbeatable. He was now so eager to quickly return to Fengjing and test the strength of this skill. Later that night, they returned to Fengjing, and the time was 8 o'clock in the evening when they came back. A couple of US are going home. Are you too sure you don't want to come? I won't go. Jiang Li can follow over if he wants to go. Wan Ruyu shook her head. Jiang Li also shook her head. She didn't want to go either. She's not used to staying in a rich man's house. Zhao Qian received a call from home before they returned. Wanted to give them a celebration since they won the championship. Okay then, I'll go back and tell them. Well, then we're off. The 2 of them, Wan Ruyu, watched them leave, then turned around and walked in the direction of the neighborhood. Jade, aren't we driving? And what are we doing in the alley? A friend is here. We need to find a nice place to meet. Chapter 146, hurry up and make your move. If you get caught, you're dead. Wan Ruyu didn't expect to be targeted just as soon as the person returned. It doesn't make sense. He's just a thief. What's the point of staring at him for nothing? Jiang Li also reacted. So should we go to the security bureau? This is the kind of thing that usually requires the security service to step in. Wan Ruyu shook her head. There's no need. Just find a place to dispose of it. The corner of Jiang Li's mouth twitched. Do you know what you're saying? What if the opponent's level is too high? But seeing Wan Ruyu's confident look, Jiang Li chose to believe him. He, for one, would not joke with his own little life. But there's just one thing I don't get right now. Why the 2 of us are being targeted? Jiang Li shook her head. Where was she to know this? Whoosh! The two had just walked into a dead-end street when two silhouettes fell from the sky. One was a short, dark-haired man, the other a blonde woman. What kind of combination is this? And is it not what he thinks it is? I didn't realize that our mission was so well done. The man spoke in a strange voice, but when Ryu heard it right away, it was the Sakura people. He narrowed his eyes at the two men in the distance, carefully scanning over each other's hands. The man did have a ring on his hand. No, run. Hurry up and do it. They lost a lot last time in Fongjing. The two of us are nothing more than the C-word sequence. We'll be dead if we get caught. The blonde woman was fluent in the Chinese language, which didn't match her looks. Yes. Dang. A dagger blocked the slashing katana. The man was shocked at how his target was able to block one of his slashes. Didn't we say the target was just a 4th rank advanced assassin? Triggered by the magic hand. Intelligence plus 15. Trigger mythical hands. Get fresh heart X1. Ryu froze. This luck really couldn't be described as good or bad. Boo! The small man in front of him fell straight to the ground, his eyes wide. The blonde woman on the sidelines was dumbfounded as to what was happening. He had raised his long sword in the front foot. How come he was on the ground in the blink of an eye? Ryu turned her head to the blonde woman and used the skill first. Trigger wonderful hands. Get silicone balls X2. What? Looking at the two extra transparent spheres on her hands, Ryu was speechless for a while, and the woman in front of her, who had been voluptuous just a moment ago, was instantly turned into a scrub. The corner of Ryu's mouth twitched. Didn't anyone tell you that this belonged to fraud? Trigger mythic hand. Gain, prying LV5, permanent. Ryu raised her eyebrows, actually obtaining a permanent skill. Luck was really good. Jian Li nailed her. The woman saw Jian Li pick up the longbow and rush towards them. However, how could Ryu give her opponent a chance to raise the sand? The woman went into an instant state of confusion. Jian Li took the opportunity to shoot 2 arrows in quick succession. 2 arrows angled to pin the man to the wall. It was a good thing that she still had a few armor-piercing arrows in her hand. Otherwise she might not have been able to do this. The first thing the woman tried to do when she came to her senses was to break free. Pust! A dagger plunged into her shoulder. Pust! Another dagger plunged into the other shoulder. See? Next time, aim for this spot and nail it without a squeak. Looking at the cloudy Ryu, Jian Li didn't know what to say. Well, I'll pay attention next time. Ryu looked at the blonde woman. Tell me, why are you just onto us? The blonde woman tightened her lips. Don't even think about trying to get information out of her. I can't believe you're still not talking? For this kind of person who didn't speak, Ryu didn't have any good methods, so she could only use the simplest and roughest way. I see that you should be very confident in your looks. So what do you say if I shave your face? The woman's pupils plummeted, but she remained silent. Hey, this guy doesn't even want to look good? Forget it, let's go to the security bureau. These two can still change some money. He took out his cell phone and was just about to dial when an unknown phone number called. Ryu, there's nothing going on there, is there? Ryu's brain dangled for a moment as she listened to the voice, then her mind found a counterpart. He didn't realize that the call was actually from Lone Star. Ah, I'm not doing anything here, am I? Didn't you encounter an attack? Lone Star was puzzled. Did they think wrong? There was indeed an attack, but it was taken care of by us. What? Were there others who were attacked? Ryu glanced at the blonde woman in front of him. It seemed to be a bit different from what he thought. Lin Yi, Jiang Chen and Lang Rushan were all attacked. All of them were attacked while alone. They're all more or less injured. It's good that you're fine. Grab a call to the people from the security bureau to inform them. You don't need to worry about the rest. Hanging up the phone, Ryu looked at the woman in front of her with a puzzled face. The choice of these people is also too accurate. No one else was attacked but a few of them who had just joined Zero, and it would be strange if they didn't have a say in the matter. Not long after Ryu notified the security bureau, people from the security bureau arrived at the scene, took the man's body and the woman away. Oops. Ryu slapped her head violently. What's wrong, Jade? The stuff in their rings they forgot to take out. It's loot. The corner of Jian Li's mouth twitched. You really want everything. Lone Star found Zhao Heng. Have the spies been found? Zhao Heng shook his head. There are actually quite a lot of people who know about this matter. Whether it's among our Zero organization or the National Professionals General Guild, there are people who know about this matter, and it's still a bit difficult to try to line up, but it is certain that this person would be the one who was at your side. It was true that there were quite a few people who knew about it, but all of them were at the level of captains, so there would be no spies at all, and the only place where spies can appear is here. Not necessarily spies, of course, but people who sell information for money. I'll look for them then. There's only about a dozen in total that should be quick to rule out. How are those 3 doing? Not much of a problem, right? Zhao Heng shook his head. It's not very serious. Linny just broke a leg. It's already healed. Jiang Chen had his ribs broken. As for Leng Qingfeng, it was just a simple bone fracture. As long as it's not the kind of injury that kills, a priest can heal it. It's just a matter of how long it takes. It can be seen through this one that the difference in strength between these few people is still very obvious. That one Ryu actually defeated two 7th-ranked professionals, thus showing that he didn't even exert his full strength during the match. A video appeared on a large screen in the distance. High-definition cameras recorded the sparring in detail. Luckily, it's a group of people waiting to be assessed. If the real numbered people showed up, they'd have a hard time. Chapter 147, being too powerful is sometimes a mistake. But even if it was the worst 7th rank, it was still a solid 7th rank. Let's just say their rating of one Ryu needs to be raised another notch. What grade of strength would you say one Ryu is roughly at given his current performance? Zhao Heng pondered for a moment and said, based on the known values of the various items alone, it should be between the intermediate 5th rank and the primary 6th rank. The 7th rank of these examined members is about the same as the 6th rank intermediate. The difference isn't really that big. One Ryu's damage values fluctuated, and there was no way for him to fully confirm it. Long Xing nodded with approval. After watching this video, I know that he didn't use his full strength at all during the match, and I've just finished watching the video of him in Fengjing. He barely made a move at that time, so it seems like he's still a proud person at heart. Being condescending isn't scary, as long as you have the strength to be casually condescending. In Organization Zero, it could be said that everyone was arrogant, and they had the capital to be arrogant. All are the best in their respective professions. It's just that some are showing it and some are hiding it. Let me remind you though, 3 missions a year is about right. They're the new class of geniuses no matter what. Leave a little of the rest for the other troops. Don't take them all. Don't worry, I still know this. I just don't know how many of these people will be able to stay. Zhao Heng sighed lightly. The choice is mutual. And every 5 years a group of people leave from Zero here. Either they went to the town guards, or the border guards, or at worst they got a union of their own. After all, Zero is one of the departments with the highest mortality rate. I don't know about the others, but Lin Yi and Jiang Chen will stay. So try your best and don't force yourselves. Long Xing patted Zhao Heng's shoulder and turned to leave. There are people in prison waiting for him to entertain them. To actually dare to make a move in a place like Kyoto, he wanted to see what these newcomers were thinking. It was the old men of the Salvation Church who didn't dare to take action in Kyoto so easily. After returning home, Ryu opened her panel to check the skills she had just acquired. Raising an eyebrow. It turned out to be a secondary skill, but the effect was not bad. Snooping LV5 can view the basic information of a target no higher than about 250 points above the total value of your attributes, and can be used up to 3 times per day per target. 60s. In human terms, anything up to 2 orders can be viewed. Thinking about it, that woman didn't use the skill at all, or else she would have run away long ago. Ryu rubbed her chin. This skill was not only used to probe the opponent's attributes, but also a means to determine the enemy gap. As for 3 times, it feels as if it doesn't help. If you can't jump on the message, it's absolutely fine to turn and run. When you think about it that way, it's a pretty good skill to have. I just don't know what the so-called base information is, so I'll try someone tomorrow. It was 10 o'clock the following morning before the crowd assembled at the location of the quarantine. Slacking off, actually starting to gather at this hour. Zhang Mingyu glanced at the time and shook his head. It couldn't be helped. It was really late yesterday. Sorry about that. I didn't realize it would take so long yesterday. Zhao Qian looked at Ryu and Zhang Li with an apologetic face. Ryu shook her head. It's fine. Just in time for a nap. So let's get going and get acclimatized then and there today. And then we'll officially start tomorrow? Yeah, it's best to get off work at 4 in the afternoon. Wang Mingxing said in a hurry. It's like just wrapping up a vacation and your heart is still flying. Started working straight away and genuinely couldn't do it. All I could think about every day was getting off work early. Wang Mingxing's words were met with unanimous approval. The first day? Everyone should still take it easy. After exiting the quarantine gate, the group traveled towards the distance in 2 vehicles. Is this one going to the wilderness or the secret world? Just the wilderness. The secret realm might as well go to the unexplored secret realm. Ryu said casually. A few others couldn't help but shudder. After such a long time had passed, the source beasts inside should have become more numerous. Ahem. That secret realm will wait until later. Zhang Mingyu said hastily as the corners of his mouth twitched. The others nodded in quick succession. Going there once is simply torture. The corner of Ryu's mouth turned away. Anyway, when the time comes, you all will have to go even if you don't. Taking advantage of this, he used peep on Zhang Mingyu. Name, Zhang Mingyu. Sex, male. Level, 4th order elementary. Profession, priest. Potential, grade S. That's it? You call this basic information? Isn't that pass information? He could understand the lack of skills, but what the hell was the lack of attributes? That's the only skill that still makes that woman use it to LV5. How much do you like reading people's names? You can't tell. He's not the same with this and the pass information. There's no potential shown on the pass, and that one is age and this one is gender. But is it different? Wenryu shook her head, anticipating for nothing. There's no point. Since it was a recovery session, they didn't go too far out of position. It was just 70 kilometers away to find a place where level 50 or so source beasts gathered. There were fewer people and more source beasts here, which suited them perfectly. Only this time, Wenryu broke away from the battlefield and sat on the tree above their heads. Boost yourself with mythic hands alone. It couldn't be helped, who had been using disposable skills a bit too much in the previous period. Now it's time to add. After all, if he were to make a move, these source beasts probably wouldn't be able to resist even one blade. Then what other skills does he use? Alas, too much strength is sometimes a fault. While Wenryu was relaxing up there, Zhan Mingyu and his group were trembling with fear down below. Hey, Lin Dai, don't put this skill around. It's blowing up everywhere. Of course I'm going to test the new skill. Besides, aren't you a priest? Just heal yourself. Even if you treat it, it still hurts. The corner of Zhan Mingyu's mouth twitched. This woman was really unreasonable. Don't think it doesn't matter what skills your teammates release. This isn't a game with any teammate immunity. I don't know how many people died because they were killed by the skills of their teammates on a chaotic battlefield. That's why it's so important to have a qualified teammate. Within the Guild of Professionals, there is a blacklist. On top of this blacklist are people who have unintentionally killed their companions more than 3 times or more. Basically, those who are on this list will have a predictably difficult time trying to team up in the future. Practice your skills, all be careful. Don't hurt yourself by mistake. Zhao Qian shook her head and spoke. What a bunch of people who don't let it go. Just as Wang Mengxing had said, they returned from the field at 4 in the afternoon. Let's have a barbecue today. After going to the competition for so long without a meal, I always feel that the barbecue in Kyoto is a little less flavorful. Chapter 148, Sister Qian. In a moment you can protect me now. Arriving at the barbecue restaurant, Zhan Mingyu skillfully ordered the food. Soon things were served. Wenryu opened her disposable chopsticks and said casually, "Are you guys out of power?" Today, Wenryu wasn't just simply using her skills up there, she was also observing the status of several people. A 4th order beginner, fighting a level 48 source beast, took far more time than when he was a 3rd order advanced. This shows their psychological state at that time. In response, Wenryu had a general approach in mind. If they can't get on form, it's not his fault. He didn't want to use it, and the place was still expensive. Zhan Mingyu scratched his head. It's not like there's no motivation left. But I just won the tournament and I don't know what to do next. I'm not the same as him. I have a goal. Only that this goal can be reached very quickly. So I've slacked off a bit. Wang Mengxing said in a hurry, without her having to make it clear. Wenryu knew what she was talking about in terms of goals. It's not just not going to school. It can be done in 2 months at the most with the way things are going. Zhao Qian couldn't help but reminisce about today's day, which was indeed far worse than before the competition. Like Zhan Mingyu said, it's true that the goal is gone. According to our current process, we can apply for graduation at the beginning of next semester. After graduation the family has also arranged a path, so we just have to follow it. Hearing Zhao Qian's words, several people's emotions were instantly lost. Their families seem glamorous, but the lives they lead on their own are not so free. Living and learning and the path of life that follows is all planned out. Squads could always exist, but they couldn't always be traveling between the secret realm and the city. The most likely end result for Zhan Mingyu would be to enter his family's guild as a vice president or as a squad leader. Lin Dai may inherit the family business. Zhao Qian herself will most likely enter the town guard. In short, their respective paths can basically be said to be set in stone. But in Wenryu's opinion, it was still not strong enough. As long as one is strong enough, the rules can define themselves. But there's no point in talking about it any more than letting yourself actually do it. Such a useful teammate. If he left, he was more or less sad to see him go. Zhan Mingyu is such a good priests can't be found by beating their heads against the wall, not to mention everyone else. After eating, walk out of the store. Wenryu called out to everyone, "I'll take you to a place. Aren't you curious about my strength?" A few people's eyes became snowy, and they were finally able to know Wenryu's strength. They knew that Wenryu was strong during the match, but they had no concept of exactly how strong it was. After all, from start to finish, he was never serious. Go. I'll drive. Zhan Mingyu directly opened the car door and directly sat in the passenger side. But didn't you just drink? And it's not far. Just walk there. Brush. A white light flashed. There's no more wine now. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. Your family skills could still be used like this? If those high-ranking priests saw you, they'd have to beat you up. A group of 2 vehicles, under the command of Wenryu, came to a martial arts hall 3 kilometers away. Looking at the Bijukan, the crowd knew how he was going to make it known. The corners of Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched with a scornful look. Why don't we just forget about it? We just finished the competition, and this spirit hasn't recovered well yet. Don't worry, I've already consulted. There's no problem. Wenryu's face was covered with a smile. However, this gentle smile fell so horribly in the eyes of the crowd. Of course, Zhongli didn't feel a thing in this because she had no idea what this place was for. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me, come what may, then go. Who made them so curious about Wenryu's strength? Walking into the lobby, Wenryu went straight to the front desk. Is the simulation room available now? Yes, for $188,000 an hour. Swipe. Is he even close to that money now? Today, he wanted to let these few people know that strength was achieved through hard work. It can be achieved by perseverance. Zhang Mingyu gulped. Did he just say 1 hour? Brother Jade wouldn't want to abuse us for an hour. Would he? 10 minutes per person. An hour is almost enough. Wang Mingxing fiddled with his fingers and said casually, 1 person for 10 minutes. Isn't that at least 10 times? The crowd was led by the staff to a room. There are 2 areas here, and those standing in the same area will teleport together. The terrain is of your choice, but the area is certainly not too large. The largest map is a 100-meter by 100-meter city ruin. Wenryu nodded. He didn't even need a map that was too big. Are you guys ready? I'll start when you are. Wait, Jade, you're not trying to beat the 5 of us by yourself, are you? Is there a problem? I've fought Velociraptor squads. I've fought the Wild Hunt. Can't I fight you guys? The corners of Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched, and he hastily shook his head. Absolutely fine. One-on-one Wenryu might still be able to stay in the game, but operating like this, it was probably going to be a death sentence. Suddenly, he thought of something and his face instantly changed. Sister Qian, can you protect me in a while? No? Zhao Qian shook her head helplessly. Just sacrifice yourself. The pain in such places is usually only 30%. LOL. Another stab in the back. With a flash of light, the crowd entered the formation. This formation is the same as the one for the tournament, so you don't have to worry about dying. The only difference is that the amount of terrain is small and the area is small, but it's still okay for a squad to train on. The 2 sides were no more than 20 meters apart at this point, standing on top of a circular square. This is the easiest map here and the fastest to start a war. I'm starting. Wenryu's words fell, and her person disappeared from their view. Manifestation. Zhang Mingyu released manifestation at the first time. As a teammate, he still knew Wenryu. If I'm right. Pust. The dagger passed through the body. That's right, it's himself and it's still the neck. Avalanche. Whoosh. Bow and arrow shot. Zhongli had drawn his bow and aimed it in Zhang Mingyu's direction the moment Wenryu disappeared. But Wenryu was too fast, and just after her sneak was broken by the manifestation skill, the dagger in her hand stabbed out. Her bow was still a step slow. Hearing the sound of the bowstring, Wenryu grabbed Zhang Mingyu and lightly turned her body. Pust. An arrow pierced into Zhang Mingyu's left chest. Zhang Mingyu's pupils plummeted. Can you guys consider my feelings? Even if it's 30% pain, that's still pain. And who let you block arrows like that? Chapter 149. Brother you. I've come to my senses. After seeing his arrow blocked by Zhang Mingyu's corpse, Zhongli was frozen for a moment. It's not good to dawdle in a time of battle. Pust. Still the neck. An iron rod appeared in Wenryu's hand and casually smashed Zhao Qian's head. Stifle. The stun effect appears. Yensha. Wang Mingxing was in a state of confusion. Put. 1 for each, all for the neck. Very fair. With a flash of light, the group returned to the room. Wang Mingxing's eyes were slightly dull. How long in total had it been just now? 10 seconds or 5 seconds? Now I finally know why the Velociraptor squad looked at Wenryu like that. The hand is really hard. Lin Dai rubbed his neck. Luckily the pain was only 30%. This would probably make her want to go to the hospital at this point if it was the pain of the finals. Jade, why are you blocking arrows with me? Zhang Mingyu rushed out from the group and ran to Wenryu's side, reaching out to snap his neck. But Wenryu wouldn't give him a chance and directly blocked it. Wasn't it a battle just now? We are the enemy. Using the enemy's corpse to block the arrows. Isn't this a normal operation? The corner of Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched. You're operating normally. But those 2 arrows were painful. It turned out that everyone in the room heard once, but he heard 3 times. No, Zhao Qian heard twice. The corner of Wenryu's mouth curled up. Do you want to do it again? This room has an hour to spare anyway. The crowd shook their heads in unison. It's not like they're masochists. What's the point of giving themselves a hard time over nothing? Zhao Qian pondered for a long time. Ruyu, you have something you want to say to us. In her impression, Ruyu had never thought of putting her strength on display. It was the first time, and it would have been impossible not to have had some idea. Ruyu raised an eyebrow and smiled. I do have some thoughts, and after listening to you guys then, I feel that what you are thinking is really too pessimistic. If you guys really have your own path that you want to take, you can totally go for it. If you're afraid of not being strong enough, then just work hard, there's no use being presumptuous. A few people looked at each other. That being said, no one is a pervert like you. Zhang Mingyu put a sincere smile on his face. Brother Yu, why don't you give us some moves? What if we were able to explore the various unexplored secret areas and find out the platinum chests, diamond chests? I don't think your family would stop you after seeing the benefits. All work for me obediently. Don't run away. Not one of them. Is it easy to find the right teammate? Ruyu's goal was to just use these people until Zhang Honyu's age. Achoo. Zhang Honyu rubbed his nose. Who is scolding me again? Zhang San jogged all the way to his side. Team Zhang. Sith has brought his men up the mountain. Should we withdraw? Quick Knife also advised from the sidelines. Yes, brother Zhang. We've already searched for 4 of their secret treasuries in a row and killed more than 200 of them. It seems to have tickled the fire. If we don't leave, the other side will be about to lay their hands on us. Zhang Hongyu skimmed his lips. Eagle sauce is really petty. Isn't it just 4 treasuries? Besides, they still won't let us find them if they can't find them themselves. The corners of Zhang San's and Quick Knife's mouths twitched. This treasure trove wasn't even tracked down by someone's local treasure hunting master to get it. Otherwise, how could it go so smoothly? Zhang Hongyu stood up and stretched. Put those Salvation Church men with their people and we retreat. Yes. Zhang Hongyu and his group moved quickly and left the same place in 3 minutes. Team Zhang, where are we going this time? Let's go back to Sakura this time and take a look. It's rumored that they haven't had a treasure trove out there in a few years, so there should be plenty. Then can I go to the custom? Zhang San's lewd voice faded into the air. A group arrived in the distance. Captain Sith, there are only bodies left here. The Sith frowned, letting his opponent get away again. What kind of people dare to do whatever they want in their Eagle Sauce territory? Double-check the situation here. We'll continue the chase later. As a Ninth Order professional, when had he ever received this kind of anger? A few moments later, Sith Captain. The other party seems to be the Salvation Church. 2 of the dead were followers of the Salvation Church, Libra and Capricorn. The Sith was silent, following the other man to the 2 men's bodies. The symbols on the silver masks on their faces had spoken for themselves. Of course it doesn't rule out someone else pretending to be them, but that doesn't usually happen. Has the wound been examined? Checked, and so far the weapon wounds seem to match. The Sith looked at the body on the ground and took a deep breath. Set it on fire and let's retreat. Captain, aren't we going after them? The Sith turned his head to look at the handsome young yellow-haired boy in front of him. Man, if you want to die you can do it yourself. Don't drag me into it. But the other person could be a fake. Counterfeit? Even if you fake it you have to have the strength to fake it, so why don't you just pretend it's real? How much do you get paid a month? What's the point of putting your life on the line for? This is a free country, and it's after hours. We're already giving face by coming to inspect. The Sith shook his head and turned away. If it really was someone from the Salvation Church, it would be a death sentence for him to go after them. If it was a fake, posing as this kind of organization that everyone was shouting about, and wouldn't dare to pose without some strength, then he would still be dead if he went after it. In that case, why don't we just file a report and be done with it? He has a wife and daughter, and that blood has long since cooled. The yellow-haired young man opened his mouth as if they hadn't been paid anything. Captain, I've come to my senses. Jade, I've come to my senses. Zhang Mingyu looked at Ryu with 2 glowing eyes. As long as you hold on to this thigh, won't you be able to do whatever you want in the future? Brother Jade, then our future happiness depends on you. I'll have to rely on you. Ryu, about my not wanting to get married in the future. Jade, I don't want to get engaged. I'm relying on you for that too, huh? The corners of Ryu's mouth kept twitching. You guys need to stop being so over the top. What's marriage? What's engagement? What does this have to do with me? And how can I help you? Ahem. This is a family matter for you guys. There's not much I can do about it. Zhang Mingyu patted Ryu's shoulder. How can I say this? We people are considered a family in size. And families have such a common problem. Marriage is usually a matter of the parents making the decision. But if you're strong enough, you'll be able to make the decision yourself. Zhao Qian nodded. My elder brother's marriage was arranged by the family. But the main reason my second brother hasn't gotten married until now is because his strength far exceeds that of his generation. Chapter 150, Traveling to the Secret World. Ryu rubbed between her eyebrows. What was the point of telling him about this stuff? Well, since we're not going on, let's go. When Ryu quickly walked out of the room, several people subconsciously touched their necks. He's far beyond what he is now. It's really strong, but it's also really hard-hitting. Anymore, we're all teammates. Jean Mingyu looked at Ryu, who had already walked away, with a serious expression. That's why he was able to reach this kind of achievement now. It seems like we have to work hard. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, the crowd arrived at the quarantine gate on time. After a night of adjustments, everyone was back in shape. And, of course, for that so-called freedom. Jade, where are we going today? Intermediate secret realm, I think, or the one from last time. So much time has passed. I think it's almost restored there again. The thing about the secret realm is that it's as if it's installed on a timer. A batch of source beasts is scheduled on time every day. And as long as you don't destroy it, it will keep spawning. This is why the human race has been squeezed to such an extent. There are simply too many secret realms, especially those in the mountains away from the city. There are a total of 4 places in the most serious areas of China, which are also called forbidden areas. The jungles in the north, the sands in the west, the toxic nests in the south and the misty world located in the central region. There were countless source beasts surviving here, and it wasn't as if China hadn't thought about clearing the place out. But the difficulty is just too great. One was the problem of the number of high-level source beasts, and the other was the problem of manpower. How many professionals there are in China? That's really many. But it's still not enough, because the country is just too big. While other countries are giving up some of their land for security, China is still holding on to its territory. It's a little tougher, but at least these areas still belong to China. Sure, some remote areas are still left out, but that's not much at all compared to the size of the entire country. And this caused the situation that when Ryu and the others were facing, there were still some unexplored secret areas so close to the city, but it usually doesn't cause much of an impact. Those secret realms that had too much influence had been wiped out a long time ago. On the road, things aren't much different here than they were before the race. If I had to say the difference, it would be that the squad here has advanced another part of the way. Safe areas or areas with low numbers of source beasts can already reach 80 kilometers. It looks like the quarantine belt will be advancing again after a while. It seems like things are going well this year. The combat power of the professionals has obviously increased a lot. Jean Mingyu said casually. It's true that there's going to be a breakout, and it's rumored that another large batch of containment belts have been produced, and the original ones aren't enough anymore. I've even heard that there's going to be plans to build new lift walls. I just don't know if it's true or not, Zhao Qian said with some uncertainty. Even though the family is in this area, there are some things they don't know about themselves. After all, decisions on such big things can't be determined overnight. The cost of a lifting wall is not a small amount of money. Of course, the main thing is the material. Soon, the car arrived at a location 10 kilometers away from the secret place. Jade, is this position okay? If we go any further, the car won't be able to drive in. It's a modified vehicle that won't stand up to an attack by a source beast. Let's go here. The levels are all just right too. 10 kilometers away. Try to push through in 3 hours. When Ryu casually said as she glanced at the ranks of the surrounding source beasts. It's all just a bunch of 55-ish source beasts. Not a big problem. The corner of Jean Mingyu's mouth twitched. Do you want to see what you're talking about? 3 hours? Is this crazy? He still decided to persuade. Brother you, it's been almost a week since the tournament, and I'm afraid that a bunch of boss-level origin beasts have appeared there in the secret realm again. It's not that we're not trying hard, but the enemies are a bit hard to fight. When Ryu nodded, he had forgotten about this matter. One day then, try to get it done by 5 in the afternoon. The corner of Jean Mingyu's mouth twitched. What was the difference between this and 3 hours? But what else can you do? Start a fight for a better tomorrow. Let's get started then. Blessing. Jean Mingyu waved his big hand, and an aperture of light flashed past him. A vague mark then appeared on the foreheads of several people. When Ryu felt the changes in herself and was a bit surprised. Is this a newly purchased skill of yours or one after your own advancement? How come I haven't seen you make it? Jean Mingyu rolled her eyes. 4th rank skill. With that combat power of yours, what's the point of me opening this? When Ryu glanced at her attribute changes, this was called nothing useful? But if you think about it, they had so few attribute points that it would be better to increase that than not to increase it at all. I'll see how it works. Jean Mingyu shared the skill information with Ryu. Blessing LV1, 1/100, increases attributes by 5%, magic resistance by 5%, slowdown resistance by 5%, and negative effect resistance by 5% for 3 minutes. 300s. It's only a 5% increase, but realize that it's only one level, and it's sure to increase a lot more subsequently. Maybe the boost is weaker for someone with few other attributes, but for him with a high attribute, the boost comes out to be maybe half of someone else's attribute. Not bad, not bad. This effect is still okay. Upgrade early. When Ryu patted Zhang Mingyu on the shoulder, when facing a powerful enemy, let Zhang Mingyu give him this skill, and he will definitely be able to beat up the opponent. With Zhang Mingyu's reinforcement, the other 4 people's fighting strength had obviously increased. It's still not really obvious. It's a little less effective, but he'll cast it as soon as the skill is turned around. After all, this was a skill that when Ryu had favored, and at that moment, when Ryu was enjoying the thrill of her attribute boost, triggered by the magic hand, agility plus 12, trigger wonderful hands to gain a medium amount of source power, trigger mythic hands, gain, death entanglement LV4, X1. The numbers are starting to change for mythic hands, which hasn't changed in a long time, and I wonder what the next rank will give. At 12 noon, they were at this point the last 3 kilometers away from the target's secret area. Brother Jade, look, we worked so hard, and there are still the last 3 kilometers to go in 3 hours. Zhang Mingyu said as he looked at the dense source beasts in the distance. When Ryu raised an eyebrow, wasn't that because he had been using the myriad hands? If they were involved in a fight, they would have finished advancing long ago. But things were not too bad now. 4 hours in the afternoon was enough to take care of these source beasts. The big deal is that he uses his skills to plow the ground, but only if all the source beasts had been cast by him once in the myriad hands. Chapter 151, still so outrageous. It's not a big problem. You guys will start first in a while. If you can't beat them, I'll make a move. When Ryu ate while looking at the source beasts in the distance. With these numbers of source beasts, you should be able to cast all of them in about half an hour. He glanced at Mythic's experience value. LOL, a long way to go. I guess it will be a few days before I can upgrade. As for leveling, it should be just around the corner. The premise was that there were so many source beasts for them to kill every day. After dinner, a few people were ready to get started. Take what you can get, and don't use the group skills yet. Understood. When Ryu entered her sneaking state and headed straight for the distant source beast, trigger wonderful hands to gain a medium amount of source power. Trigger mythical hands, strength plus 9, triggered by wonderful hands, agility plus 11. Seeing that when Ryu had already disappeared, Zhao Qian began to command the crowd, advancing towards the front. Zhongli, first attract over a few to see what happens. Good. Pulling, hitting, pulling, hitting. In half an hour, they had already solved 20 source beasts. That's right, only 20 of them. When Ryu's side was already over, and all the nearby source beasts had been gripped by him. No, is that all you guys killed? When Ryu looked at the bodies on the ground with a puzzled expression. Big brother, we're only 4th order beginners, not 5th order beginners. There's no way this can be done in seconds. Even if it's a 5th rank junior beating them, that would still require 2 or 3 moves, wouldn't it? Zhang Mingyu wondered if he thought everyone was so great. Alright, Lin Dai use a ranged skill. Lin Dai nodded. Sea of fire. A large flame instantly rose. Looking at the data fluttering above, when Ryu shook her head, the attributes were still too poor. -332, -287, -361, much stronger than before, but still too low. So much worse against a 50+ level source beast. Inferno blast. Boom, boom, boom. Any source beast that was set ablaze instantly exploded on its body and was subsequently wrapped in flames. -1423, -1766, -1352. A large swath of high numbers exploded instantly. When Ryu raised her eyebrows in surprise. This skill can be that's a must. It's a skill I have at the 4th rank, but unfortunately I didn't use it at all at the tournament. Lin Dai had a look of pity on his face. I was thinking about flexing my muscles at nationals, but it turned out to be a no-brainer. Subsequently, in a few skills of one Ryu, a large area of source beasts died, and some of the remaining ones were complemented by Zhongli and Linin. An hour later, when Ryu had harvested hundreds of maps and dozens of chests, the time went a little faster than expected. After all, no one upgraded last time. Looking at the gate in front of her, when Ryu reminded, be careful going in this time. Maybe there are as many source beasts inside. Regarding the last time, when Ryu was actually puzzled as to why there were so few source beasts inside. It was logical that if there were more source beasts outside, there should also be more source beasts inside. However, there were pitifully few source beasts inside. If there were just fewer source beasts near the gate leading to the original city, it wouldn't be that strange. After all, there were no more source beasts near the gate on that side, but there were outside this instead of inside. It was as if someone had cleared the place of source beasts. Forget it. It's got nothing to do with him anyway. Let me change my outfit, Zhao Qian said in a hurry. After the light, Zhao Qian, who was in light armor, changed into a plate armor. and her shield became a giant shield. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. How did this shield feel even thicker than the last one? He couldn't help but ask. Isn't this shield heavy? Zhao Qian shook her head. Looking big is actually not very heavy. Only about 70 kilograms. That really isn't heavy. After all, the personal attributes are there. Zhao Qian held up her shield and walked at the front, while the others followed closely behind and crossed into the secret realm gate. Buzz, roar, shelter, shield, blessing, heal, holy flame, armor of light. Zhao Qian cast her skills on herself the first time she heard the sound, and Zhan Mingyu and Wang Mingxing released their skills the first time as well. Only Zhao Qian's shield was seen burning with white flames, and a layer of pale white armor covered his entire body. Boo! A beast's claw slapped against the shield, only hitting with a damage value of -176. Wenryu glanced at Zhao Qian with a surprised look on her face as she came out from the back. That defense value is a bit excessive. Not bad for a female Tyrannosaurus Rex. Defense is just strong. Of course this was not without the skills of both Zhan Mingyu and Wang Mengxing. Wenryu took out her dagger and directly used the sensitive marker. A red circle appeared above the head of the lion-like source beast in front of him. That's quite a position to be in. Since it's there then, Wenryu exchanged her dagger for an iron club and then entered the sneaking state. Stifle. The iron rod made contact with the head with a muffled sound. Boo! -5,932. The source beast fell to the ground and a hole appeared in its head. Another -9,999 number popped up. There was a silence. Zhan Mingyu's hand that raised the scepter didn't know if it should or shouldn't be released. An elite source beast died just like that? One move and you're dead? And what the hell was that number just now? Wenryu had long been mentally prepared for this number. Otherwise he wouldn't have chosen this skill. To others, professions with high strength may not be able to hit their targets up close. And while long-range professionals can hit, their own power is so low that it's simply not cost-effective to occupy a skill bar. There are still very few people who are willing to use this skill, and the cost-effectiveness is too low. But it's just right for Wenryu. Once the markers are on, sneak closer to casually kill the storm with a single blow. That would be perfect. Alright, stop gawking. There are still plenty of source beasts around here. Just in this effort of their frothing, there were already 4 source beasts approaching, and 50 meters away, there were quite a few more source beasts around. A few people returned to their senses and rushed to deal with the other source beasts. They had thought that they had adapted to Wenryu's high damage, but they hadn't expected that there was actually higher damage. Nearly 6,000 points in one hit. What level of damage is that? 7th or 8th order? How can you be so outrageous? But for some reason, when this outrageous figure came from Wenryu, they took it for granted. Wenryu was actually still a bit sad. If only this skill had removed the restriction. Of course, he was only thinking about it. Wenryu then joined the fray. Trigger mythical hands. Strength +9. Trigger wonderful hands to gain a medium amount of source power. Trigger, my hand. Agility +12. That's right. Zhao Qian and the others were fighting for their lives as he strolled around using his skills. As long as they weren't in a life and death situation, he wouldn't make a move. The upgraded attributes were not as much as the attributes he had acquired with the mythical hand. Chapter 152 Big Brother Watch the Road. I don't want to die young yet. For a week in a row, they had been in this secret realm. It had to be said that after just a few days of not being here, the number of source beasts here was way too much. With their current strength, they simply couldn't kill them. Wenryu did have a great killing skill, but only if the source beasts were dense. Apart from the first day when the source beasts were more dense, the rest of the time, the source beasts were still relatively scattered, generally spaced between 50 to 200 meters apart. He couldn't just waste all those disposable skills on this. It's finally over. What a torturous day. Zhan Mingyu lay on the ground gasping for air. Same time, same place, same thing. He felt like he was so tired no matter what level he had ascended to. Where's the easy part about saying the higher the level the easier it is? Getting a bargain is still a good thing. Look at how much the source power has been raised all. Lin Dai said breathlessly. During this week's time, they had killed enough source beasts that their rank at this point was only one step away from 4th order intermediate. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after tomorrow, they could advance to the 4th order intermediate and meet the criteria for graduation. Just ask how many are able to reach that level now. And it's just those few geniuses from the provinces. But you have to realize that those guys are at worst a SS-rated potential. Okay. Tired and not letting on. The corner of Zhan Mingyu's mouth twitched. Why did this Lin Yan always dislike him? Wenryu was silent on the sidelines. It couldn't be helped that he was still a bit away from being a 5th order beginner. Every time he crossed a large realm, the amount of source power required became higher. Not to mention that he was still an SSS ranked potential. But, Saint Wonderful Hands LV5, 1/1, 000, 000, unique. 1. Steal, within 100 meters. 2% can steal a random item from the target. 33% can steal a random 10 to 30 attribute points from the target. 29% steal a certain amount of the opponent's source power. 33% steal the opponent's skill, one time. 3% steal the opponent's skill and place it in the special skill bar, permanently replaceable. Can only be used on hostile targets, and can be used twice on the same target. 2. Scouting, passive automatically scouts the location of treasure chests. Treasure chest secret places in treasure vaults within 5,000 meters of the vicinity. 3. Special skill bar opened. 7. 4. Spacer, you can select a hostile target and obtain one item of the highest value from the opponent. 7 days. When Ryu rubbed her chin. Spacing out? You're just ignoring space, aren't you? It was important to know that everyone would put their valuable items into a spatial backpack, or even a very spatially stable belt ring like his. Or is it the weaponry worn on the body? When Ryu shook her head, this skill was still more or less difficult to understand. Let's see when we have time to experiment with this skill before we say anything. As for the source beasts, forget it, the valuable things on them he could remove himself. He didn't need to use this skill. It still seems to be the right person for the job. However, not long after they had just walked out from the secret realm, when Ryu received a phone call, and Zhongli received the same. Good. Zhang Mingyu glanced at the 2. 0 that side? Well, it says there's a newbie quest. When Ryu stretched her back, it's really what you want. You two together? Zhang Mingyu asked again. When Ryu narrowed her eyes at him, we both joined 0. Of course we're together. What are you trying to say? Zhang Mingyu hastily shook her head. I'm just asking. If you guys are together, we'll leave first. Looking at the slightly flustered Zhang Mingyu, he knew that this cargo definitely liked Zhongli. It turned out that he had always thought that Zhang Mingyu liked Lin Dai, a well-built imperial lady, but he didn't realize that he actually liked a simple version of Zhongli. Sheesh. Gone. When Ryu and the two of them walked towards the teleportation array, this time the agreed location was in the northern realm, and they were going to go there through the teleportation array. An hour later, the North Realm Teleportation Formation Hall. You guys are finally here. Let's hurry over. The two of them, one Ryu, had just come out of the teleportation array when they saw Linny standing here. Such a rush. It's not like we're in a hurry. Jiang Chen and Lang Qingfeng are outside, and a few of us are going to rush to the town guard base here. When I came outside, I saw the two men in the street, and there was a business car next to them. Are you guys pretty well prepared? It's not a constant tool. The car got in and was quiet, with only the sound of the vehicle moving. One Ryu, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, glanced at the rearview mirror, and everyone was sitting there peacefully, not saying a word. He didn't really like talking much either, but he liked the awkwardness even less. I heard you guys were attacked last time. Did you fight them off then? Crap. It seems even more awkward. When Ryu closed her mouth, it was better not to speak. In the end, it was Linny who made the first move. I'm lucky because I'm in Kyoto, and the nearby security bureau officers came fast. Plus the equipment on my body was good enough, and with the bonus of my professional rank it was just a broken leg. Seeing that Linny had said so, the other two thought nothing of it. I had it worse. The two people I encountered were fast. Luckily I ran to the security office or that wouldn't have been a full rib break. Jiang Chen spoke easily, but one could imagine the ferocity of it. An assassin's defense itself was poor, but thinking about their family, they must have something to keep them alive. Otherwise he definitely wasn't as simple as a dozen broken ribs. Lang Qingfeng's voice was clear and cold as she said, I was luckier than them. My family came to pick me up. That's why I was saved just after the attack. It's just a simple bone fracture. When Ryu nodded, this was definitely premeditated. But I have to say these three were pretty lucky. No, I should say that Lang Qingfeng had the best luck. Jiang Chen, that really was a return from the dead. Seeing that the three of them had spoken and when Ryu had not, Linny hurriedly inquired, did you also encounter an attack at that time? And weren't those people formidable? I heard that they were all examination personnel, but they were also of the 7th rank. At that time, but I was hard. Kill it as you go along. When Ryu looked at the highway with a horrified face, look at the road, look at the road. Quickly look at the road. Can't you see the cars off course? Well. Linny hurriedly adjusted his direction and drove the car back onto the original road. Brother, I'm only 18 years old, do not want to die young, When Ryu glanced at Linny with a speechless face, it was still Zhang Mingyu who was better after such a comparison. Never had a problem driving, and I can't even sleep without feeling the bumps. Zhang Mingyu, I'm a ING priest. Chapter 153, Getting Acquainted? Get in the ring. After Linny adjusted his mind, he took a deep breath. Just now, he was really frightened by when Ryu's words. He actually killed the other guy. How is that possible? We are all awakened this year. Even if there is a gap, it can't be this gap. Lung Qingfeng and Jiang Chen both looked at Wenruyu with shocked faces. Although they couldn't believe it, he shouldn't be telling lies. It's something you can tell when you look it up. Linny was silent for half a day before he opened his mouth and asked, "The one you encountered should also be of the 7th rank, right?" "Yeah, but aren't you only at the 4th rank advanced level? How can you possibly beat it?" He doesn't understand. Not to mention the 7th rank. He couldn't even beat the 5th rank. Wenruyu touched her nose, as if she had said something about a topic she shouldn't have. He stole a glance in the rearview mirror and the two men behind him were watching him as well. It won't break their Taoist heart. Ahem. Maybe I'm luckier than you guys. I'm going with Zhongli. It's probably easier to fight 2v2. Definitely. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. He admitted that Zhongli was strong, but not outrageously strong. Okay? Are you lying to us like we're 3 years old? Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g. Yes, it's me. I used to think I was a genius, but now I see this as a genius. Still a genius at invisible pretending. The gazes of several people looking at Wenruyu changed. Their eyes filled with wariness. They so wanted to know how big the gap between the two sides was. Especially Jiang Chen, as the strongest assassin of the session. There was nothing wrong with this. In his opinion, Wenruyu was a thief, not a profession. Who is the strongest between the two? Wenruyu was made uncomfortable by this fiery gaze. What are these guys going to do? They're not going to dissect him. Soon, the car drove to the town guard base. When they met each other, they saw Zhao Heng standing there, and there was a blonde woman beside him, but by the look of her face, she should be Chinese. A few people got out of the car. Captain Zhao. Linny rushed forward. The others followed close behind. As for Wenruyu, she fell behind, while Zhongli followed him. After all, Zhongli is not familiar with anyone. It is better to be a little transparent. Zhao Hong nodded. This is your Captain Chu Hanqiu, an 8th-ranked priest. She is not responsible for fighting. She is only responsible for rescuing. This team isn't perfect. Missing 2 professions, priest and mage, but 0, as a foreign combat unit, is still more of an assassination withdrawal, with head-on confrontations few and far between. Therefore, Zhao Heng had arranged a priest for them. As for the spell-type professions, there were no arrangements. The blonde woman stepped forward. We'll all be on the same team from now on, so don't be too formal. Chu Hanqiu had a smile on his face. On the face of it, the person is so easygoing that you can't tell it's a 0 at all. Alright, you guys will have plenty of chances to talk later. Let me talk about your mission. According to the intelligence, there will be someone traveling to China through the nearby border in 3 days. Your mission is to snipe the other party. There are only 3 people in total. All of them are 5th-ranked professionals. I believe it shouldn't be a problem for you guys. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. 5th degree? No problem? Are you sure about this? Team Zhao. A few of us are only 4th-order intermediates, and Zhongli is even a 4th-order beginner. So this is a bit difficult. Zhao Heng glanced at him. As a member of 0, fighting across the ranks is the norm. If you can't even deal with the enemy this time, you guys better go back. These words choked Linny enough. Fighting across ranks is easy to say, but that's for the profession responsible for the fight. How does he? A paladin. A main defense crossover. LOL, this place is still really hard. Chu Hanqiu was still wearing a kind smile. Everyone doesn't need to worry. It's only the 5th rank. It's not a special enemy. A few people had no choice but to nod. The first task is to fight across the ranks, which is really a bit difficult. You'll familiarize yourselves with it over the next 2 days, and leave in 2 days. Familiarize yourself. Lin Yi's eyes were fiery as he looked towards Wenruyu. Wenruyu was startled by the look. Don't look at me like that. My hobbies are normal. Why is this one like Zhang Mingyu? Nope. It was now certain that Zhang Mingyu's hobbies were normal. Team Zhou. Zhao Heng turned his head. What's the matter? Is there a life and death battle formation? The life and death battle formation, which was also the formation used for the competition, was also researched in the beginning to settle some people's hatred. After all, every professional is important to the country. Later on, this formation slowly became used by some martial arts schools and training centers commercially as well as for tournaments. Yes, Chu Hanqiu took them there. Okay, Team Zhou. After Zhao Han left, he went directly to the monitoring room. Bring up the array surveillance from the training hall. Yes. Soon the big screen was divided into 4 pieces. 3 of them are videos of arenas, and the other is a video of formations. It was just that the formation was pitch black at the moment. Looking at the big screen, Zhao Heng thought in his heart. It was thought that they wanted to see Wenruyu's strength, and it was a good time to take this opportunity to see how strong Wenruyu was. Arriving at the arena, Wenruyu saw the ring in front of her. It looks like we won't be able to run away today, but one has to tighten up a bit today. One is too much strength beyond itself to explain. The other was that these people were now their teammates anyhow, so it was better not to strike their moral heart. This is the ring. I'll have it opened when you guys get up there. Linny looked at the ring and leapt forward. The corner of his mouth twitched as he turned his head to look at the slow-moving Wenryu behind him. Why did he feel that Wenryu wasn't here for the mission, but instead looked like she was here for a visit? Wenryu, Team Zhao is letting us get acquainted. Let's fight. He knew it. There's no hiding. Okay, how do we fight? Is it 1v1 or are we 2v3? Zhongli on the side froze. How is there still something about her? Linny looked at the other two. What do you guys think? Shu Hanqiu on the side looked at the scene in front of him with an amused face. It was really like a child playing house, but that's how it was back in the day itself. Let's go 2v3, so we're a little more sure. In fact, Jiang Chen was more or less unconvinced in his heart. Facing two 7th order, the two of you killed them. This is a bit impossible how you think about it, but it kinda just happened. He wanted to see what his opponent would do when he ran into the three. Although the three of them weren't 7th order professionals, they were also the best of the new generation of 4th order professionals, so they should be able to put pressure on the other side as well. Lang Qingfeng didn't have any comments either. We'll just go 2v3 then. The corner of Wenruyu's mouth hooked up into a hint of a smile. In that case, let me choose the map reasonably. Since it's a formation, you can usually choose the map. No problem. A few people got into the ring, and Shu Hanqiu waved his hand at a camera on the side. The formation opens. Chapter 154, speaking of sparring. You actually used underhanded tricks. Brother Jade, what map are we choosing? There is an assassin on the other side, and his target will definitely be me. Zhongli had a worried look on his face. She didn't want to experience another stab through the throat. It's okay, you'll just have to pay attention in a minute. Wenryu directly chose the snow map. Isn't it just sneaking? I'll show you today how powerful the 5 senses of super high attributes are. You'll shoot them in a minute. You're the main man today. Zhongli nodded. Just in time to try out the 4th rank skill effect. The light flashed into the middle of the map, and Zhao Heng's spirit in the monitoring room shook. Immediately he knew Wenryu's strength. What came next, however, directly froze him in place. Looking at the map in front of him, Linny froze and actually chose the snow map. He's trying to restrict you. Linny glanced at Jiang Chen. Doesn't matter. He's restricted himself then. Jiang Chen shook his head as he glanced at the two in the distance. Everyone can sneak. No one can help anyone. Don't say anything. The other side has stalked us. Let's be careful. Lang Qingfeng frowned. There was no sneak-breaking skill on them. As for props, they don't care to use them yet. It's just an unusually small battle. It's not a fight to the death. Then I'll go. Jiang Chen's figure disappeared at the same time, darting towards Wenryu's side of them. At the same time, Zhongli shot a bow and arrow out. Linny looked at the arrows that landed in front of him and couldn't help but frown. What does the other party mean by this? Looking down on us? Or is it giving us a warning? Only the arrows suddenly disappeared, followed by one thunderbolt after another circling the two in the center. With thunderbolts constantly crisscrossing this circle, the two were instantly paralyzed in place. This is trapped thunder formation? Linny said incredulously. Jiang Chen was also close to Zhongli in the distance, and he couldn't help but feel a little smug in his heart. That's it? Kill your teammates first and see what you do. Just then, a huge force came from his crotch, and his entire body flew out onto his knees. Jiang Chen's eyes stood out. You said you'd fight against each other, and you're actually using underhanded tricks. Wenryu instantly came in front of him and kicked him in the side of his face. The whole person flew out once again, his neck breaking. The damage dealt from start to finish wasn't high, an effect produced by his intentional control, and he didn't even take out a weapon. In the distance, Linny and the two of them had just come out from the paralyzing state of the thunder formation when they saw Jiang Chen die tragically on the spot. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. How he felt like he was hurting even from that kick. However, at that moment 3 arrows flew over, one after the other hitting his chest. 3 numbers popped up one after another and Linny fell to the ground dead. The whole thing took less than a second. And at that moment a thunder arrow suddenly appeared in Ling Qingfeng's eyes. Faced with the lightning attribute arrows that came flying at great speed, she was simply too late to dodge them. The arrows instantly pierced through the armor and exploded, killing Lung Qingfeng. Wenryu looked at Zhongli with some surprise. Had her strength grown so fast? What was the first arrow? The 4th rank skill Trap Thunder Arrow mainly focuses on paralysis and has average damage. That skill intelligence is the main damage, and agility is the secondary damage. To Zhongli, that wasn't a primary means of attack and could only be used as a control skill. And the paralysis chance is very high and long, a full 1 second of paralysis. Outside, Shu Hanqiu looked at the screen above, and his pupils suddenly shrunk. This girl was very strong. Her eyes were filled with wariness and she licked her lips. A good opponent. As for Wenryu, she was directly ignored. Although Zhao Hong had told her that Wenryu was the strongest, from the battle just now, it could only be seen that he had a good sense of combat, but his strength wasn't visible. As for Zhao Hong in the monitoring room, his entire body froze in place. What about the promised show of strength? And you ended up taking care of Jiang Chen alone? With your bare hands? He pressed the button on his headset. Shu Hanqiu, you join Lin Yi and his team. Force out Wenryu's strength for me. Hearing Zhao Heng's words, the corners of Chu Hanqiu's mouth smiled even more. So how much strength do I have to put out? 70%. If you can't force it out, go all out. Chu Hanqiu nodded. How can it be that simple as the captain who came to lead the men? The crowd in the ring reappeared, and Jiang Chen looked at Wenryu with an ugly expression on his face. He was actually beaten to death with his bare hands. Is the gap that big? The other two were looking at Zhongli in shock. Why was this girl so strong as well? Not only were the two of them curious, even Wenryu was curious. He inquired in a whisper, how did your damage get higher? I had my weakness raised to level 4, and now every arrow does 3x agility damage, plus skills as well as attributes are high. I bought 2 armor-breaking crystals for my longbow, so defense has also become weaker in front of me. Wenryu nodded, which was not surprising. He glanced at the 2 opposing paladins and was still unlucky. Guess they're falling apart inside right now. He had let Jiangli out of the goodness of his heart, but as a result, her talent had even upgraded, so he couldn't be blamed for that. Shall we continue? Captain Zhao Hong told you to continue, but this time I will join you. Chu Hanqiu walked up to the ring step by step to come in front of Lin Yi's few people. I'll be giving you statuses as a priest, and I also have the continuous stealth breaking skill, continuing to break invisibility. I didn't expect a priest to actually learn this skill, but that's not the point. The point is this continuous hide breaking, which is a much stronger skill than hide breaking. This was a skill that was continuously on. As long as there was enough source power, then it could always be on. A nightmare skill for all assassins. Assassins are generally afraid to sneak up on teams with this skill. Wenryu was somewhat surprised as she looked at Chu Hanqiu who had joined in. Captain, this is somewhat inappropriate. Don't worry. I'm just a priest. Chu Hanqiu raised the scepter symbolizing a priest in his hand with a smile on his face. Wenryu could only nod. A priest was indeed nothing. Even if the opponent had the manifestation skill, he wasn't afraid. After all, Zhongli was the main force. Zhongli, I'm still relying on you. Zhongli nodded. As long as the assassin didn't get close anyway. The sparring begins again. It's still a snowy map. Looking at the map in front of him, Jiang Chen remembered that kick, and his lower body was in vague pain. That's really not a very good memory. He couldn't help but look at Lin Yi on the side. This person had received 2 kicks. The pain could be much more intense than here. How did he hold up then? What are you looking at me like that for? Lin Yi looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. Why did he see sympathy in Jiang Chen's eyes? Nothing. I was just wondering how to play this map. Don't be afraid. I will enchant your status. Chu Hanqiu said with a smile. Chapter 155, How can this not die? Blessing. Armor of Light. Unlike Wang Mingxing's Armor of Light, this Armor of Light actually wrapped the head as well and was more solid. Lin Yi looked at his state with a shocked expression. Holy, it's a full-level blessing. A 30% increase in attributes. That's nothing. This Armor of Light defense increase is really much. With those 2 skills, there's nothing to be afraid of. Jiang Chen looked at Wenryu in the distance with a sardonic smile on his face. Let you kick me just now. I won't be surnamed Jiang if I don't abuse you to death in a while. Far away. Wenryu frowned. The other party looked very confident. That effect would be the Armor of Light. Zhongli nodded. It should be. Only it's stronger than Wang Mingxing's. It's not a big problem. You're still the starter. Zhongli raised her longbow to face her opponent, and this time she shot the thunder arrow at the same time as the countdown ended. This time, however, the paralyzing effect was useless to them. Lin Yi, Lang Qingfeng and Chu Hanqiu rushed towards them, and Jiang Chen came to Wenryu's side. This time the target was no longer Zhongli, but Wenryu. His attributes and defense were super strong now. Wenryu was definitely not his. Boo! Click! Wenryu looked at the other party with a surprised face. A eaning kick that actually just shattered the Armor of Light. The other guys okay? He thought it was fine, but Jiang Chen froze for a moment. And the defense shattered? An 8th rank priest skill shatters in one move. What the hell are you? However, just as he was about to plunge his weapon into Wenryu's neck, Wenryu instantly came behind him and twisted her hands around his head. Click. Sorry, it's faster this way. He turned his head to look at the trio that had come to him and sighed softly. What a pain in the ass. Jiang Li's arrows dealt extremely limited damage to the two, unable to inflict effective damage. Even with the thunderstorm arrow, the damage became much lower. Wenruyu shook her head, instantly arriving in front of Lin Yi and kicking out. The armor of light shattered. Seeing this, Wenruyu felt a pang of trouble. This armor of light was actually able to defend against one more attack. Just as he was about to strike down Lin Yi, a scythe instantly slashed down. Wenruyu froze and hastily backed up to return to Jiang Li's side, only to see that Chu Hanxiu's scepter had disappeared at this point, and in its place was a purple scythe. You'll directly kill Lin Yi later. Wenruyu quickly finished with Jiang Li and looked at Chu Hanxiu. You're a combat priest? Chu Hanxiu nodded. That's right. Didn't Team Zhou say you were a priest? Combat priests are priests too. The corner of Wenruyu's mouth twitched. The genius was preoccupied. The blondo Jusan instantly turned into a fighting maniac. That's quite a problem. It looks like she can't hide it anymore. He took out his dagger and looked at Ling Qingfeng. First he would take care of these two obstacles. Whoosh! Backstab! So fast! Chu Hanxiu's pupils suddenly shrunk. She simply couldn't stop the speed. Even if she enchanted more statuses, it was useless. Continuous shooting. Thunderstorm arrows. Chu Hanxiu hurriedly turned his head. At this time, Jiang Li forcefully stepped toward the ground, and the whole person jumped toward the diagonal back. At the same time 4 arrows shot at Lin Yi from midair. As the thunderstorm arrow exploded, Lin Yi fell to the ground, and Ling Qingfeng at the back was also tackled by Wenruyu. By now there was only one enemy left on the field. Chu Hanxiu. Captain Chu. Why don't you just count? Combat priests. Even if they're stronger, you're not much stronger. Chu Hanxiu's eyes narrowed. Really? She looked up to the sky. Can I use my full strength? Could be. She laughed. Wenruyu, let me tell you, the 8th rank that can enter 0 is not an ordinary 8th rank. Blessing. Armor of light. 6 status skills were added to her body in a row. Wenruyu swallowed her saliva. I Chao should not be so fierce. These skills add up to how much the attribute storm to. Yet this is not the end. Only to see Chu Hanxiu's blonde hair begin to turn black. Body of evil. Attributes skyrocketed again. I forgot to tell you that although I'm a combat priest, my attributes are a bit more specialized. And I'm a combat priest with main agility. Saying the whole thing, he instantly disappeared in place and came behind Wenruyu. Wenruyu didn't even react and was instantly knocked into the air. Chu Hanxiu instantly came into the air and knocked it towards the ground. Wenruyu then fell into a state of being hit in infinite succession. 5 seconds later, Wenruyu was lying on the ground in a daze. He was 4,000 nearly 5,000 attribute points, and he was actually abused? He was actually abused? Wenruyu felt her body status? It was really off. This damage was too low. At this time Chu Hanxiu gasping for breath froze in place. What the hell is this thing? How to play not dead? Big sister. Speed alone is useless. You need to do damage okay. There's no damage, but that's a real shame to get hit in a row. Humph. Don't get cocky. Chu Hanxiu disappeared again. Wenruyu shook her head. Originally, I didn't want to use it, but you had to force me not to. Gravity. Wenruyu raised the gravity in her neighborhood by 3 times. He didn't have the ability to increase his attributes right now, or he would have gotten her already. As soon as Chu Hanxiu got close to Wenruyu, his face changed. How did he get that skill? However, a large hand instantly grabbed her neck. Found you. Wenruyu had a smirk on her face, and with a forceful right hand, her neck instantly pinched and exploded, and Chu Hanxiu's head flew out. He wiped a hand carelessly across his face. Sorry for pushing too hard. Zhao Heng in the monitoring room's heart shook. That reaction time. That strength. How strong is he? It was important to know that Chu Hanxiu's parochialism was very serious, and his agility attribute was up to more than 700 points, while it could reach 400 points under the enchantment of various status skills. The last, Body of Evil, talent even pushes agility to 3,500 points, not to mention how the other attributes are over 1,000 points, and with just 6,000 plus attribute points, he actually couldn't beat Wenruyu. Does that make any sense? Of course he couldn't be beaten. Wenruyu was beaten, but most of the attacks were blocked by him. The damage that can be done is minimal, not to mention the high attribute of just agility. Combat priest skill damage is tied to intelligence, and only partially to agility and strength. However, Chu Hanxiu's intelligence wasn't very high, and he couldn't deal much damage at all. If her opponent was Jiang Li, then Jiang Li would have died long ago. Too bad she picked the wrong target. In the ring, Chu Hanxiu looked at Wenruyu suspiciously. What exactly are your attributes? Average attributes, I guess. The corner of Chu Hanxiu's mouth twitched. If you are average, wouldn't I be a piece of trash? Forget it. If you don't want to talk about it, don't talk about it. You guys can continue if you want. I'm going to head back. What's the point of staying here when you've lost? Chapter 156, Wrong Memorization. So the total attributes are already 6,000 points. Chu Hanxiu came all the way to the monitoring room. Team Joe. Zhao Hong had a smirk on his face. How about it? You've been defeated this time. I told you not to always add agility. Boost your strength and intelligence more as well. Otherwise how could the damage be so low? The main attributes are different for each profession. How can a combat priest with wildly increased agility do enough damage? Chu Hanxiu looked helpless. I'm able to manage to kill even against the 8th rank, but against him, his attributes are definitely high. It's obvious, but it doesn't matter. As long as he's Chinese and his heart is Chinese, that's enough, Zhao Hong said casually. Similar to Wenruyu, who hid his strength. The country could be said to have many. It wasn't so much that these people had high attributes, but rather strong natural skills of their own. The state doesn't care much about that. Alright, when the time comes, you'll take them on the mission. I don't think you'll be needed this time. With this Wenruyu there shouldn't be any problems with their safety. Chu Hanxiu looked at the screen. That girl's damage is also a bit explosive, and doesn't look like the damage that a 4th order beginner should have. Zhao Hong nodded. It should be some kind of talent. In the training room, several people have come out of the ring. Competition? Little cutie. It's just a competition. It's not purely looking for abuse. Linny quietly came to Wenruyu's side. Wenruyu, what exactly are your attributes and why is the damage so high? Wenruyu slightly raised her head and quietly took a step backward. What did you all grow up on? Pig feed? You're all so tall. He's a 6'8" guy who actually needs to look up. Ahem. Not much more than 800 points. Linny skimmed his mouth. 800 points. You fooled the ghost. I still can't beat you with 800 points. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Linny didn't ask again. Everyone had their own little secrets. The others, seeing that they could hear no actual information, also left the area. A good 2 days rest to prepare for the battles ahead is the truth. After everyone left, Zhangli then came to Wenruyu's side, a worried look on his face. You, Wenruyu waved her hand and glanced at the camera, go out and talk about it. This was a big disappointment to Zhao Hong in the monitoring room, who was almost able to hear it, and actually walked away. The two walked out of the room and into a clearing. Wenruyu scanned around to make sure there were no cameras before letting Zhangli speak. Didn't you say you wouldn't let anyone know? The last battle of the day. Anyone who isn't a cutie are able to see that something is wrong with this game. Wenruyu shook her head. There's no way around it. I can't keep hiding it. Even if I don't say anything, do you think the power of the state can't find out? Otherwise, how do you think so many spies found it? He was just thinking about the time he hid until his attributes were high enough. And when one is strong enough, hiding is no longer necessary at all. His current attributes were actually enough. Zhangli nodded. I understand. So can we say anything about your strength in the future? Wenruyu shook her head. To the outside world still don't say. 0 because the nature is different. But the outside world still don't say it for good. Why don't you go get some rest? And I'll stay here for a while. Good. After seeing Zhangli off, Wenruyu opened her attribute panel. Name, Wenruyu. Age, 18. Occupation, thief, SA. Thief. Potential, C grade, SSS grade. Level, 4th order advanced. Attributes, strength, 1821. Physique, 1788. Agility, 2012. Intelligence, 812. Gifted skills, Saint, lockpicking, Saint Wonderful Hands LV5, 1212/1. 000. Unique. Skills, Windblade LV2, X12, Thunderlance LV3, X1. Saint Stifling Stick LV4, 213/10. 000. Saint Yenshai LV3, 167/1000. Saint Teasing Legs LV1, 42 out of 100. Sneak. Backstab LV4, 12 tenths. 000. Bone Pick LV3, 543/1000. Shadow Attack LV3, 23/1000. Sprint LV1, 69 out of 100. Sharp Mark LV1, 1/100. Fiery Fire Max. Icy Sky Max. Lucky Favor LV3, Prying LV5. Wenruyu raised her eyebrows. After not looking at it for a long time, it turns out that the total attributes are not 4,000 plus, but 6,000 plus. No wonder Chu Hanxiu hit him and scraped him the same way. For the defense that came from this physique, it would be strange if she didn't scrape him, but it had to be said that the opponent's agility was really high. Wenruyu rubbed his chin. If he got her to be his exclusive priest, wouldn't his combat power be doubled or tripled? A full-level blessing alone was able to bring his total attributes to 8,000, not to mention the other gain effects. Too bad. She's a member of 0, or the 8th order. For nothing. In Wenruyu's opinion, giving this kind of skill to someone else was a waste. One Ryu, what are you doing here? Why don't you go take a rest first? Chu Hanxiu walked over with a head of blonde hair. Ah, I'll enjoy the view. Chu Hanxiu glanced at the surrounding forest and didn't think there was anything to see here. What exactly are your attributes? One Ryu had a helpless look on her face. You are an 8th ranked person. Don't you know that you can't just ask about this stuff? Over 800. You take me for a cutie, do you? You're the one who thought I was a cutie first. One Ryu returned nonchalantly. Can I tell you about this property thing? It's a secret. You can talk about skills. You can talk about professions. You can talk about levels. Only you can't talk about attributes. Damage can be brought about by talent, brought about by skill, but to bring it about because of high attributes is really a bit of a problem. After all, everything else is good to get. Only attributes are hard to get. Some things are unattainable. I can guess even if you don't say it. You must have eaten something like a spirit fruit. Otherwise the damage couldn't have been so high. One Ryu raised her eyebrows. This was all able to be guessed by you. He looked at Chu Hanxiu and used a peep on her. Name, Chu Hanxiu. Sex, female. Level, 8th order intermediate. Profession, battle chaplain. Attributes, strength, 201. Body mass, 187. Agility, 711. Intelligence, 510. She actually showed attributes, but not potential. The total attributes were more than 500, almost reaching the 8th rank advanced level, yet her rank was only the 8th rank intermediate level. Looks like the attribute increasing stuff isn't being used much. One Ryu rubbed her chin, her eyes narrowing. So that 3 times means that each time it gives different information. So maybe if you use it a few more times it will show the full information. Pervert. Chu Hanxiu turned around and left. One Ryu blinked her eyes. What happened? Chapter 157. What a nice place to enjoy the scenery. When Ryu looked at Chu Hanxiu's departing back, in recalling what had just happened, the corners of his mouth twitched. He didn't just rub his chin. He didn't just narrow his eyes. How is that perverted? See, he told you women are a pain in the ass. Trouble does come with the territory though, but those skills she has are very good. I just don't know if these skills stack. He couldn't help but smile at the thought. If it could be stacked, then it would be fine for a squad to get 10 priests and 1 assassin. And screw squad mode. 3 days later, the squad departed. The group arrived at the border in a helicopter. Team Chu, what is our goal this time? Linny asked with an excited face. This was the first time he'd actually fought someone. Fighting against One Ryu suffered a lot, but other people might not have his kind of strength. Chu Hanxiu glanced at him with a smile. This time, the target is a small, unknown organization, and the danger isn't too great, but that's for us. But for you, it's still somewhat dangerous for you, so it's better to be cautious. She slanted a glance at One Ryu who was resting his eyes on the side. With him this mission should be simple to accomplish. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g. Yes, it's me. The man was a little too strong for the purpose of the exercise at all, but this time it's a real fight, and it might be a lot different. After all, dead is really dead, so I guess he shouldn't be so tough anymore. Upon arrival at the designated location, the crowd jumped out of the plane. Chu Hanxiu took out his tablet and glanced at the map. Our destination is 20 kilometers ahead. The plane's target is too obvious. Let's rush straight there. Yes. The crowd began to run wildly, with One Ryu following slowly behind, enjoying the scenery and using her myriad hands from time to time. Triggered by the magic hand. Strength plus 11. Trigger mythic hand. Gain, split LV4, X1. Trigger mythical hands. Gain medium amount of source power. He could now use it whenever he saw the target, and it was simply not good enough. Along the way, the number of source beasts was increasing, which also indicated that they were getting farther and farther away from the city. Even after arriving at the destination, the density of the source beasts here had reached a shocking level. The crowd stood in the middle of a large tree. Team Chu, will the other party really leave from here? Linny looked at the source beast below. There are almost hundreds of source beasts in this 100-meter radius. Only a madman would go through here. It is precisely because of the abundance of source beasts here that they go from here. Chu Hanxiu looked at the source beast ranks below and couldn't help but frown. Those people from the information office, could they be mistaken? Here are all level 60 or so source beasts. Sure that the one who came is a 5th ranked professional? If it's a 6th order, with just these few people, how could they possibly fight? Everyone rest in place and wait for the other side to show up. Yes. One Ryu leaned against a large tree and looked at the distant scenery. Couldn't help but put his eyes on the dark forest to his left. If memory serves, that forest in the distance is the dark jungle, the forbidden land of the north. The number of source beasts inside was said to be as high as 1 million, and there was no shortage of some level 90 plus source beasts. There even existed some tidal source beasts. Team Chu. Chu Hanxiu turned his head. What's your problem? The forest on that side should be the Forbidden Land. Right. Aren't you worried about the source beasts inside rioting down the mountain? It's not just one big city in the north. There are 4 or 5 smaller ones. One of those cities is only 200 kilometers from that forbidden place. If this were a Forbidden Land riot, that city would simply disappear. A wave of high-ranked source beasts was not something that could be compared to a low rank. Don't worry. There's a town envoy guarding the place. Nothing will go wrong. Wenruyu nodded silently. The town guard envoys he knew. The topmost battle force in the country of China. Guarding the most dangerous area in the country of China. It is said that there are a total of 12 Xinhua envoys in the state of China, each guarding the 4 forbidden places. It was thought that 3 people guarding a forbidden land could be said to be quite powerful. Wenruyu couldn't help but ponder, wondering how many total attributes they had that they were actually able to subdue the place. Anyway, in his opinion, with his current attributes, it was still acceptable to face hundreds of high ranks, but if he faced tens of thousands he wouldn't dare to fight head-on. It's better for people to be cautious. In the slums outside Kyoto. What brings you to me again? Jia. Then again you were once one of them. I'm out. I have a life. Jia. It's easy to get in but hard to get out. Since the day you joined, you've been branded on your body. What's more, you're still a believer. You can't run away. The middle-aged man looked at the man in front of him with an ugly face. He took a deep breath. What the hell are you doing? Tell me where those fine people went. The middle-aged man had a bitter look on his face. They went to the northern border to go on a mission. Thank you. Don't worry this time. We won't come back for you after that. The man wearing a snake-pattern mask said with a smile. I hope you guys are true to your word. It hasn't been easy for me to get this far. Don't worry. I'll do what I say. With that said, Snake Mask walked out of the room and disappeared from the man's sight. The bitterness disappeared from the middle-aged man's face. You wouldn't be the Church of Salvation if you could speak with integrity. 3 kilometers away from here, several men in black combat uniforms put away the instruments in their hands, came to a bald, burly man, reporting to the captain. The target has made contact with the other side and told Zhao Hung about them. The strong man touched his bald head. I didn't think that thick eyebrows were actually this kind of person. Actually betrayed Zero. Ahem. Captain. What now? Do we catch this fish? Or keep it here? Leave it. It might be useful in the future. But this matter still needs to be reported. After all, his position is not an ordinary one. And I didn't expect him to have this kind of experience. The bald, burly man couldn't figure out how he could have made a connection with that side. Where's his file? Here it is. Taking the file, the burly man's eyes narrowed. The advanced secret realm disappeared for 5 years. So this 5 years is the church? 5 years to be a believer is also an ability. It's also an ability for him to climb to his current position. It's a shame that this ability is being used in the wrong place. He picked up his cell phone and dialed Zhao Heng's number, telling him what happened here. After hanging up the phone, the bald man looked into the distance. Come on, let's go back. I'm going to look for Lone Star. This matter should not only be told to Lone Star, but also to the higher-ups. It's also time for the Great Purge to start unfolding. Chapter 158. Do you want to run so fast? Good. Chu Hanxiu nodded and hung up the phone. She looked to a few people in the distance. Don't worry, as long as you don't die instantly, I'll still be able to get you all back. She was just wondering how this mission would achieve the effect of exercise, but she didn't realize that the Salvation Church had directly sent them a big gift. There was a certain amount of danger, but the rear was immediately sent over. So even if it was dangerous, it couldn't be much more dangerous. Besides, it's a 0 reserve, but there's a 5% mortality target, so it's not a big problem. Lin Yi and the others were still excitedly exchanging words, completely unaware of what they were about to experience. Wenruyu squinted in Chu Hanxiu's direction and whispered to Jiangli, after you encounter that group in a while, you'll release cold arrows from a distance. It's best to hide in a place with dense foliage. Make sure to release cold arrows not to be discovered by the other side. Jiangli looked puzzled. Isn't the other party only of the 5th rank? It shouldn't need to be like this. Things seem to have changed a bit. With his attributes. With Chu Hanxiu hiding so far away, he was still able to hear what the other party was saying. The Church of Salvations is coming. Even the people in the C-word series have a strength of 7 or 8 orders. The Jin he had met before was similarly of the 8th rank. It's safe to say that just about any church with a word in it is not going to have a lower rank. I just don't know what kind of people are coming this time. Jiangli nodded. I know. With that, she put away the quiver behind her and replaced it with a new one. New gear? Not really. I bought it a long time ago, but I just haven't been able to use it. After all, I've been facing source beasts before and couldn't use it. This is the silent arrow, built with special materials and craftsmanship, sounding like a mosquito suitable for sneak attacks. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. Good lord. You're actually prepared for this kind of stuff. Zhongli looked at him with a puzzled expression. What are you looking at me like that for? Didn't you tell me to release cold arrows? This is a cold arrow. Alright, that makes sense. The voice was like a mosquito, and even his ears might not be able to detect it for a moment. 9 o'clock at night. Everyone get ready. The target has appeared. 15 kilometers from here. According to their route, they should be 10 kilometers away on the left. Let's rush over there now. Chu Hanxiu suddenly spoke. The crowd nodded and rushed toward the left. Wenryu still crashed in the back. Remember what I said during the day. The night environment is more suitable. Don't come out if I didn't tell you to. He didn't care about the death or life of the others. This was his team member, and they could go to the treasure trove together in the future. Well, but they should be prepared and nothing will happen. Even if something goes wrong, Chu Hanxiu can hitch a ride and might be able to abduct it. That body gain effect was something he coveted. On the way, Wenryu looked around from time to time. There were quite a few of them ready to go. 6 of them actually. Tension. Sex, male. Level, 9th order intermediate. Profession, shield warrior. Potential, S. A few other worst ones were at the middle of the 8th rank. Seems like a bit of a tall order for this one. Why don't you paddle yourself later? Wenryu glanced at the 3 people desperately rushing ahead and shook her head. Boy, you guys are going to be miserable. Upon arriving at her destination, Wenryu took out her iron rod without haste. Chu Hanxiu was a bit puzzled by the situation. Don't you take a dagger? With an assassin in the party, I'll just be a good thief. The corner of Chu Hanxiu's mouth twitched. You were able to defeat me and you're still a thief? It's good that you're happy. Wenryu shrugged. There are people peddling it anyway. 3 large trees in the distance. What's the target level for this one? I'm not sure, but I think the people from the Church of Salvation shouldn't be lower than 8th order beginners. I hope there aren't any people above the 9th rank intermediate level. Otherwise it's really troublesome. It's not like we don't have one, isn't Zhang? Soon, the opposing team appeared in the eyes of the crowd. 5 in all. Wenryu raised an eyebrow as she released her snooping skill at the leader. Misery. It was actually a 9th order advanced professional. Name, Criminal Li Jun. Level, 9th order advanced. Profession, magic swordsman. Potential, SS. Attributes, strength, 755. Physique, 412. Agility, 421. Intelligence, 503. With a total attribute of over 2,000. It was on the verge of exceeding the official figures provided, and it seemed to have eaten quite a lot as well. I don't know if that tension can be resolved, but with Chu Hanxiu around, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. The face of one of the people in the back changed. The other party has a 9th order senior professional. Let's make a move. Go! Zhongli gave a low shout and hurriedly led the team to a few people. Whoosh! A silhouette appeared in front of Lin Yi and the others. Lin Yi froze. What was this? The information is incorrect. The few of you should retreat successively. This is no longer a battle that you can participate in. Chu Hanxiu shook his head. Without saying a word, Wenryu directly took Zhongli and ran to the back above a large, lush tree. The whole thing took less than 2 seconds. The corner of Chu Hanxiu's mouth twitched. Do you want to run so fast? Your strength is not the same as theirs, okay? Chu Hanxiu was completely speechless. She had never seen this kind of professional. Shouldn't you be like them at this point? Let's stay and help, Lin Yi said in a hurry. Chu Hanxiu shook his head. The other party's level is too high. The lowest is the 8th rank. Lin Yi's face stiffened. My chow, how did it get so high? What else is there to say? Let's pull out first. The 3 of them hastily retreated. They had searched for the 2 Wenryu for half a day, but they had not found them. One can only find a random big tree to hide in. The leading man wore a mask with a painted goat's head. I didn't expect you guys to be fast. Did you come so quickly? Your every move is in our eyes. It's not that easy to come in. Zhongli snorted coldly. Didn't we come in the same way last time? But I still have to thank you guys. If it wasn't for you guys capturing the last generation of Ungots, I wouldn't have been promoted. There is a limited number of places for believers, and only when the previous generation dies can the next one take its place, or a successful challenge to get to the top. It can be said that there are only those who are believers in the Church of Salvation, but there are quite a few who have the strength of believers, so capturing the believers wasn't something to be happy about for the waifs, only if they could capture the protector. I advise you to leave at this point, or don't blame us for being rude. Jia. Do you think these are the only ones we have? Wow. Another 20 or so people appeared in front of them. Only this time the levels were only 5 or 6 ranks. Chu Hanxiu's face changed. The people from the offshore organization. They didn't leave. You know, too late. Do it. The 5 people on the other side directly rushed towards the 6 people of tension and instantly tangled together. and the new 20 or so people directly swept over their heads and ran towards Wenryu and the others. Chapter 159, You're full of crap. Little witch, quickly contact Zhao Heng. Zhang Li shouted. I've been told not to call me little witch. Zhao Heng has been watching this place, so I think the team members are already on their way. Only they're from the town guard. Chu Hanqiu rolled his eyes. Your whole family is a little witch. She then raised her scepter. Blessing, armor of light, holy flame. The members of Squad 0, with their attributes skyrocketing, instantly suppressed the other party. GGG, it's useless. In front of my talent, all magic is useless. Where are my skills? While struggling to fend off Tenshin's attack, criminal Li Jun checked his information in a daze. How come his natural skills are gone? On a large tree in the distance, Wenryu blinked her eyes as she looked at what she had just acquired. So, the most important item for the opponent is this skill? Don't objects include the category of life and limb? Forbidden magic, each attack disables all magic-based skills on the target for 10 seconds. Combined with the words of criminal Li Jun, it suggests that this also carries a certain dispersive effect. That means that the magic that others have put on them will also be removed. Seems pretty useful when you look at it that way. And this is actually taking, the kind of taking that completely takes away. Wouldn't he be invincible then? Brother you, the other side is coming over. Jian Li had a nervous face. This is a real physical battle, not a formation. Don't worry, it's just a 5th or 6th rank. Triggered by the magic hand. Intelligence plus 26. Trigger the mythic hand to gain a large amount of source power. Triggered by a magic hand. Intelligence plus 14. Looking at what she had just acquired, Wenryu looked at these repulsive-faced opponents with more and more favorable eyes. Why did you only come with 20 people? Why not 200? I was thinking of touching fish, but now I can't. Lin Yi, are you guys coming down to help? Lin Yi was shocked. You're not going to fight the other side, are you? This is 20 people. We can't beat them. He was confident, but not confident enough to do so. Wenryu shook her head. It was true that she couldn't count on these people. If it were Zhao Qian and the others, they definitely wouldn't question his decision. Zhang Li retreat to a safe distance and release cold arrows. Good. Zhang Li immediately turned around and ran towards the back. Ha ha ha, you guys can't run away. Come down obediently and die. I will definitely. Boom. Wenryu threw a punch that went through his opponent's body, exposing it from the back. You're full of crap. He reached out and pushed the other man's body off his arm. Wenryu looked at her fists. She seemed to have pushed a little too hard just now. No, it's the other side that's too good. The 20 people who had been laughing and grinning just a moment ago, 19 of them had frozen in place by now. When have they ever seen this type of killing? The 3 people who were preparing to escape from the tree branches in the back also froze directly in place. Wenryu, he punched someone through? No, even if the power was greater it should have been sent flying. Lin Yi was puzzled. It wasn't that he hadn't seen people fighting against each other, but this was the first time he had seen this. It's speed. A combination of speed and strength, capable of erupting into powerful attacks that far exceed strength. Jiang Chen looked for the most reasonable explanation, but no matter how reasonable, it still doesn't seem reasonable to them, knowing that they had both only awakened this year. The gap was too great. Whoosh! An imperceptible thud. The arrow instantly penetrated the neck of one man. Deadly strike. The corner of Wenryu's mouth hooked up. It was still comfortable to use her own teammates. He drew his dagger. Children, I'm going to send you on your way. Whoosh! Wenryu's entire body disappeared, instantly arriving behind a person and thrusting a knife down. Neck break. Then came the other man and kicked out. The target flew straight up into the middle of the high sky. Lin Yi and Jiang Chen couldn't help but juxtapose their legs when they saw this scene. It was only at this time that they realized how gentle the previous Wenryu had been to them. At that time, they only flew 2 or 3 meters, and this guy was afraid that he had flown more than 10 meters. Bump! Landing on the ground. The man's entire body lost consciousness. Why don't we go help? Well, just go and play. They still had a clear perception of their strength. If it was one-on-one, they still had the confidence to tangle a bit, but with so many in front of them it was better to forget about it. 2 minutes later, a large portion of the 20 professionals were dead, and only 2 survived. They don't seem to be taking it very well at this point though. 2 of the 18 were killed by Zhang Li, while Wenryu killed the remaining 16. Lin Yi looked at Wenryu with a face of adoration, practically transforming into a little fanboy. Jade, what do we do next? Lin Yi looked at Wenryu with fiery eyes. Wenryu pulled away from her somewhat uncomfortably. Don't do anything, there's Team Chu and the others in front of us. Let's just calm down and stay behind. Help? No, 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 he's just a reservist. That's not his job. Not to mention that he's already overbooked for the day. Whoosh! A figure appeared here. It was the people from the Northern Realm Town Guard. Aha! Upon seeing the ground full of corpses, these people could not help but be a bit shocked. Captain, what was our mission again? Their captain muttered under his breath. Killed 20 members of an offshore organization. This captain looked at these 18 corpses on the ground as well as the 2 crippled men and fell into deep thought. What are they here for again? The battle in the distance had also ended, and the new generation of unmotes directly fled with their team members. The mission will not be accomplished, and lives will be saved. Don't chase after them. There's no need. Zhongli stopped the others and looked at the Salvation Church's people who were fleeing in a mess. Those people seemed to be in a sorry state, but to chase after them, the other party could still explode with super high combat power. Completely unnecessary. A few people turned around and were also stunned to see the scene in front of them. It was Chu Hanxiu who didn't have any surprises and looked deeply at Wenruyu. It didn't take much to figure out that he'd done it. Wenruyu didn't feel much about this. It's already starting to be exposed anyway, so it doesn't matter if it's a little more. He's only a reservist anyway, and doesn't get to fly a couple missions a year. But after today, he suddenly felt that it wouldn't matter if he came on a few more missions. Just the battle just now had contributed over 100 points of intelligence to him, which was more than he had gained in the previous month. I'm sure it's better to fight against people. Tension came to the body that had been penetrated in the chest and frowned. That's damage he'd be able to do. But these people in front of him, it wasn't that he despised the other man, but they simply couldn't. Thank you for arriving in time to protect them otherwise. At this point, Tension's heart was palpitating. Much hanging was done by these guys. Good thing these guys were fast enough. Chapter 160, No Freedom for Full Team Members? I refuse. The corner of the town guard's captain's mouth twitched. Those have nothing to do with us. We just arrived not long ago too. Ha! Zhang Li's face stiffened. What do you mean? Did these 5 little guys kill these people? Don't be ridiculous. How could a group of 4th ranked kill so many 5th ranked? Not to mention the fact that there were quite a few 6th ranked professionals in there. It wasn't open. His eyes went to Wenruyu. If he didn't remember correctly, this person had made a point of talking to Zhao Heng at that time. Zhang Li turned his head to look at Chu Hanxiu, who just nodded at him. Hiss! Zhang Li sucked in a breath of cold air. It was really this kid who did it. Ahem. Since there's nothing for us to do here, we'll go first. He didn't want to stay here any longer, and he was afraid he'd take a hit if he stayed any longer. If he remembered correctly, he was still fighting level 30 plus source beasts at his 4th rank. Zhang Li led the squad and directly disappeared. And we weren't much help, so we'll go first too. As for the 2 cripples, they didn't take them either. They didn't move what they took. With that, the 6 of them were left at the scene. You guys go ahead and move around on your own. Winnie and I will come for a bit. A few people looked at each other and left. Wenruyu then came aside with Chu Hanxiu. The 2 found a corner and stopped. Chu Hanxiu looked at Wenruyu. Just what level of enemy were you able to defeat? I don't think that's important. After all, everyone's situation is different. Besides, I'm just a reserve, not a full member. Chu Hanxiu was momentarily speechless. Wenruyu, he has no problem saying that. They're just reserves, and Zero can let them go at any time. And they can opt out at any time. This stage is not binding. As for strength, he didn't want to say, and no one could force him to ask, because it doesn't matter at all. I really want you to become a full-fledged member of the team now. With your current strength, you can definitely become a full-fledged member of the team. Wenruyu rubbed her chin. It's not really a no-no for the regulars. Are the regulars going to stay here the whole time? Chu Hanxiu nodded. Yes, and there are missions at all times. Then I refuse. Chu Hanxiu looked at Wenruyu in shock. What had she heard? Wenruyu refused to become a full member of the team? That's a zero. It was a place that all professionals dreamed of joining, and he actually refused. Does he realize what he's rejecting? Yet from the other's expression, she saw sincerity. It means he really doesn't want to join. You have to know that she herself entered this place, but she went through layers of tests to get in. Okay? You're making me feel useless with this look. Okay. Chu Hanxiu couldn't help but say, this is Zero, the most powerful organization in China. Why don't you just want to come in? Do you know how many professionals want to enter but can't? Of course, there are many people who don't even know about Zero as an organization. But it doesn't matter. Wenruyu smiled. I prefer freedom. Freedom is more important to me. Doing a few quests was acceptable to him. If he stayed here every day, he would not be able to accept it no matter what. He's got a lot on his plate. The treasure trove is just one of them. The most important thing is to find his father. Even if they couldn't find his father, then they had to find out about his father. Chu Hanxiu froze. Freedom? It's not like you're going to jail for joining here. Wenruyu glanced at her. I'll go over first. When Wenruyu walked away, Chu Hanxiu looked helpless. Team Zhao, I don't think you'll be able to get this outstanding team member. Let's see what happens back there. Those two cripples just killed him. Yes. Chu Hanqiu casually removed the headphones from his ears and stowed them in his backpack. Back in the main camp of the town guard. I won't see you off. Zhao Han looked deeply at Wenruyu. Then Team Zhao will leave first. Linny said in a hurry. Zhao Han nodded. Wenruyu raised her head at this time. Then is the round-trip traveling expenses reimbursed? There was a silence. The corner of Zhao Heng's eye twitched. This was the first time someone had asked him about reimbursing his traveling expenses. Jade, I'll give it to you when the time comes. Let's go. Linny is also afraid. You actually want road fees. We are just a reserve, not a full member. How can you ask for money when it's already a godsend to be in the reserves? No, it's $8 million round trip for the two of us. I can't make that much in 3 months. Jianli behind her hurriedly lowered her head. She really couldn't help herself with this kind of thing. No, didn't you two come together? Shouldn't it be 4 million? Linny froze. This number wasn't right. And what if it doesn't come together, does it? Reimbursement, you have to do it on a per head basis. Okay, give me your bank card number. 622****0989. Long Qingfeng, who was standing by the side, rolled her eyes, and actually memorized the bank card number. Ding, 8 million to hand. Wenruyu waved her hand. Then we'll leave first. Directly boarding Lin Yi's car, she waited for her exclusive driver, Lin Yi, to drive. Lin Yi had a smile on his face and hurriedly got into the car. If he stayed here any longer, he was afraid that Zhao Heng would get mad. Zhao Heng and Chu Hanqiu stood in place and watched the vehicle leave. Do you know just how strong Wenruyu is? Zhao Heng asked coldly. Chu Hanqiu shook his head. Definitely better than me is all. Seconds, against even a 6th-ranked professional. This means that his strength can at least match that of a 7th-ranked professional. As for the fight with you, it doesn't serve as a reference. After all, you're a combat priest. In fact, in Zhao Heng's heart, he even thought that Wenruyu's strength could reach the 8th rank. In his opinion, Wenruyu had definitely gotten some kind of opportunity, but reason told him that the likelihood of that was too low, and opportunities don't come along that easily. His whole being was ambivalent, but as strong as he is, he doesn't want to join Zero. They are a national organization, not a foreign one, and there is no such thing as compulsory membership. Zhao Heng shrugged. It doesn't matter. In the end, it's still the top that will decide on this matter. Maybe the top will change some of the rules because of this matter. Bearing in mind that Wenruyu is only a 4th rank advanced now, Chu Hanqiu nodded silently. Yeah, he's only a 4th order advanced. Thinking about it that way made her feel as if she was even more useless. Man to man. What a monster this is. Chu Hanqiu touched his neck unnaturally, and it's really hard to hit, no matter what. I'm also a woman. Okay. She hadn't fought many people in this kind of sparring, but this was the first time she had died this way. May he never find a girlfriend in his life. Chapter 161, We've just raised a small realm. Brother Yu, Sister Qian and the others asked when we're going back. Should we tell them? Zhangli inquired as he looked at the cell phone in his hand. Say something. Good. Linny glanced at the two. Brother Yu, do you think we can stay in the end? Stay? I don't want to stay. It should be able to, otherwise they wouldn't have gotten any reserves. Among the new generation of professionals, you guys are the strongest batch. If you all don't want it, I really don't know what they're planning to ask for. You guys? Linny looked at Wenruyu with a puzzled expression. Brother Yu, you don't think you don't want to stay, right? Wenruyu leaned back in her chair and shook her head. I don't want to. When Lung Qingfeng heard this, her brows furrowed and she couldn't help but say, Zero is not something that anyone can enter. It's not a matter of wanting to or not wanting to. There are a few professionals who know about Zero who don't want to join in. It's a testament to their strength. However, Zero's requirements are very strict, and it is considered more than enough to keep 3 out of 100 people in the test. Instead, Wenruyu's words were unwanted, spoken as if he would definitely be able to get in. These words made Ling Qingfeng sound very uncomfortable. You know how hard it is for them to have this opportunity. To Ling Qingfeng's words, Wenruyu didn't care much. With a lazy face, he looked at Ling Qingfeng in the rearview mirror and casually said, Unattainable for you guys, but within reach for me. Chu Hanqiu invited me to become an official team member, and I refused. A bunch of question marks kept popping up from a few people's heads. What did they hear? Watch the road. Look at the road. How come you're not even as good a driver as Zhang Mingyu? Zhang Mingyu, thank you. Oh, whoa. Lin Yi hurriedly took control of his vehicle. The keywords were just too shocking. He didn't feel that Wenruyu would tell a lie. There was absolutely no need to lie about this kind of thing just by asking. We're pursuing something that you actually rejected. It makes them feel like dorks. Okay. Lang Qingfeng stared blankly at Wenruyu in front of her. He refused? Zero's invitation. and he actually declined. What the hell was he thinking? Long Qingfeng, who had a cool demeanor, flushed red. Why would you refuse? Wenruyu raised her eyebrows in some amusement. Why can't I refuse? I won't do anything without freedom. The corner of Lang Qingfeng's mouth twitched, but that was zero. What's freedom got to do with it? However, thinking of Wenruyu's attitude in carrying out her mission, it seemed to think that this was again very much in line with Wenruyu's persona. Linny glanced at Wenruyu. Brother Jade, I am truly convinced, but what I admire more is your strength. Facing so many 5th and 6th stages, you were actually able to kill them all. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhang Chen and Lang Qingfeng nodded silently. Guess that's why he was invited. Forget it, there are no ifs. Arrive at the teleportation array hall. Brother Jade, come to Jingdu to play with me when you have time. I'll leave first. Linny walked into the teleportation formation and disappeared in front of several people. Zhang Chen waved his hand and walked into the teleportation formation as well. Lang Qingfeng glanced at Zhongli, then looked at Wenruyu. What I said last time is still valid, and the price can even be increased again. Wenruyu shook her head. No need. I'm satisfied with the current team. Lang Qingfeng had a helpless face. He was able to reject even zero, so it was normal for him to reject her. After everyone left, he and Jianli also walked into the teleportation array to return to Fengjing. Just after returning to Fengjing, he saw Zhan Mingyu standing boredly in the hall. Seeing Zhan Mingyu, Wenruyu couldn't help but smile. See, it's better to have your own squad. Division. The team came straight to the field to greet them. Could there be a better teammate? Jade, you two are back. They are waiting outside. Come on, let's go eat. You guys must not have eaten well on that side. Wenruyu looked at him with an odd expression. Why are you feeling a bit overexcited today? Hey, let's go eat first. Walking out of the teleportation array hall, Zhao Qian and the others were indeed all on the street. The crowd arrived at a restaurant to receive the two men. Wenruyu realized that it wasn't just Zhan Mingyu who was in a good mood, but everyone else was in an equally good mood. What good thing has happened to you guys that you're so happy? Advanced to intermediate level. But that's not so bad. Zhan Mingyu's few people looked at each other. Ahem. Let me say this. On the second day after you guys left, a special secret realm appeared in the country once again. The squad secret realm. This time, although we didn't win first place, we did win second place, and a few of us are now only one step away from the 4th rank advanced. The more Zhan Mingyu spoke, the more excited he became. They had thought that they would only be able to advance to the 4th rank advanced level in around May, but they hadn't expected a special secret realm to go up. Hiss. Doesn't that mean I missed my chance to enter the 5th rank? Wenruyu was somewhat speechless. I can't believe he missed his chance for that crappy mission. It was important to realize that although he was now close to the 5th rank primary, it would take a while. If he had entered the special secret realm, he would have inevitably entered the 5th order primary by now. What a miscalculation. It can't be helped. After all, no one even knows when the special secret realm descends. And Zhongli, who was on the side, was stupefied at this time. Then reacted. Doesn't that mean that I'm the lowest in the entire squad? Zhongli cried and laughed. It was hard to catch up, but as a result, a special secret realm directly pulled away again. Zhan Mingyu hurriedly shook his head. Don't say that. Don't say it's one small realm higher than you. Even if it's one big realm higher, we can't match you in strength. Yeah, your damage is simply outrageous. Even if I enter the 4th rank intermediate now, the damage I deal out isn't as high as yours. Lin Dai shook his head in a hurry. In their eyes, Wenruyu was a pervert. Zhongli is a freak. Wenruyu's injuries have reached the point of not being human, while Zhongli is at the point of not being human. Zhongli shyly lowered his head. My injuries are actually okay, I guess. The corner of Wenruyu's mouth twitched. If he didn't have a heaven-defying talent in place, he really couldn't compare to this Zhongli. That damage was indeed outrageous enough. Since you guys have leveled up, keep working hard. If we can go and try the advanced secret realm. The corner of Zhao Qian's mouth twitched. We're just raising a small realm, not entering the 7th stage. Wenruyu had a pitying look on her face. Yes, I forgot. He could go to the advanced secret realm by himself, but the efficiency was actually not as good as taking a squad to fight intermediate level source beasts. After all, Mythic is a bit more rewarding. Since that's the case, we can mention our goal. Tomorrow we'll go hunting source beasts between 55 to 65. Zhan Mingyu leaned back in his chair lifelessly, having known better. Chapter 162 upgraded, but a little off course. February 1st, more than a week has passed. All this time they've been out in the wilderness on hunting expeditions. At this point they were located 160 kilometers from the barrier gate. On a hillside, Wenruyu's group sat on the ground, eating the food they had brought. It seems like level 60 source beasts aren't that difficult to deal with. Jean Mingyu glanced at the corpses in the distance. Nonsense. The ones we've encountered are normal ones. Try encountering a bronze boss. Lin Dai rolled her eyes. Standing and talking. You are releasing a few skills as you go along, but they are fighting all the time, okay? When Ryu looked at the panel in front of her for a long time, this attribute growth was too fast. Name, Wen Ryu. Age, 18. Occupation, thief, ST. Thief. Potential, C grade, SSS grade. Level, 5th order elementary. Attributes, strength, 2108. Body mass, 2087. Agility, 2423. Intelligence, 999. That's 7600 by accident? Especially his own intelligence attribute, which was actually on the verge of breaking 1000. This is unheard of for a thief. Thank you to the Church of the Redeemer. If they hadn't gotten so many people, his intelligence wouldn't have grown so much. What a nice guy. He couldn't help but think of Zero's invitation, and how it wouldn't actually be impossible to join if it wasn't so much of a requirement. With a few more of these quests, his intelligence attribute might be able to grow to 2,000. By then his attributes are balanced and not so skewed. Well, favoring 3 subjects. Jade, where are you spending New Year's Eve? New Year's? Wen Ryu was in a trance. Yes, it's now less than 10 days before New Year's Eve, and it's really early this year. At home. In the past, he could still go to Zhanghongyu, but this year he can only do it himself. And where is he now? I haven't seen him for a while and I miss him. Brother Jade, do you want to come to my house for New Year's Eve? My parents would love to see you. Jean Mingyu said in a hurry. Wen Ryu shook her head. Forget it, I prefer to be alone. Let's not talk about New Year's Eve for now. My brother told me something last month. It said that someone in the black market obtained a treasure map of a mysterious treasure chest, and after that person went over there through the treasure map, he found that there was a space gate there that could lead to another world. Zhao Qian told the news she got from her brother. That person is afraid that he didn't suck it up in another world. I think he just wants to draw attention to himself. Jean Mingyu shook his head. World data mining he could live with. At least it was still the world. But to say there is another world is pure bull ********. I also think it looks like nonsense. Besides, how can a mysterious treasure chest treasure map appear in the black market? That one is over $1 billion and still has a price. Lin Dai shook his head, not believing it at all. Wen Ryu glanced at a treasure map in her belt. He had forgotten how this treasure map was obtained. He would have forgotten about it if they hadn't talked about it. Zhao Qian shook her head. Have you forgotten so many people who disappeared over 100 years ago? There was a silence. Wen Ryu and Jiang Li both looked at the few people with confused faces. What the hell happened? What 100 years ago? Wen Ryu was carefree when she was young and has been running for her life since she grew up. There is no understanding of these. Jiang Li is in a similar situation. Definitely don't know as much as they do when it comes to some of the secret stories. Seeing that Wen Ryu and the two of them didn't understand, Zhao Qian explained. The time would have been more than 140 years ago when a giant tower appeared on an island in the middle of the ocean. It is said that at that time a voice appeared in everyone's mind, and that one could gain supreme strength by passing the trial. There were a lot of people who went there, and those who didn't pass the test would be cleared out of that tower. Mostly corpses, of course, and there were many who didn't come out. It is said that they went to another world, but no one knows exactly. Jean Mingyu, who was at the side, added. It is said that this world became this way also because of the appearance of that tower. That was the first time that tower appeared, after which the world became what it is now. However, these are the words of an explorer, and their authenticity cannot be verified. Wen Ryu fell into deep thought. He's been there in the secret realm, and he's been there in the mystic treasure chest map. Looking at the two comparisons, the two places do differ, but not nearly as much, and the secret realm was considered another world to him, so it seemed that the man's claim was not unreasonable. Wen Ryu shook her head. I don't think there's any need for you guys to think about this at all. What rank are you guys? That's a good point. Next time, don't say it. Just then, an additional scroll appeared in Wen Ryu's hand. Do you guys want to check out the map and the mysterious treasure chest? The crowd froze, then looked at Wen Ryu's hands. Jean Mingyu's heartbeat accelerated. Brother Yu, what you're holding in your hand can't be. No way. Absolutely impossible. Didn't they say it was hard to obtain? How come he still had it in his hands? Wen Ryu nodded. You're right in thinking that this is indeed a mysterious treasure chest map. However, I forgot if this was opened from a treasure chest or dropped on a boss. After all, in addition to the treasure chests he sold them, he had opened quite a few himself. Most of the items inside were sold by him. As for the bosses, he had killed more than he could count, and in addition to this map, he had hundreds of other maps with other treasure chests that he had never used. But, the source beasts inside are said to be of a very high level, and those of us, They had advanced to the 4th rank advanced, but that wasn't enough to face those source beasts, was it? You guys are just traveling. If he remembered correctly, there were actually quite a few low-grade source beasts in the last map. Well, a low-level 65 source beast. In fact, for him, they served more as a lookout for him or to help him draw some of the fire. As for helping out, forget it. Let's talk about it when their rank comes to the 8th order. Still, it seems to be a bit of a challenge at the moment. The crowd looked at each other. Traveling with the Mystic Treasure Chest map? Only one Ryu could say this. If you're not afraid of us holding you back, then we'll go. Zhang Mingyu was still very cognizant of himself, and with those skills he had, help was limited. When Ryu shook her head, you guys can help. At least you can help me protect Zhongli. Zhongli blinked his eyes. Protecting her from what? Isn't she the lowest rank? The others were a little puzzled. Her hawk is useful to me. After all, it's a lot of work to move when she uses it. So they are Zhongli's bodyguards. Chapter 163, It's like a world outside. A blue spacetime door appeared in front of the crowd. Is this the place that leads to the mysterious treasure chest? Several people looked curiously at the door in front of them. Won't you know when you go in? One Ryu directly stepped inside, with the others following closely behind. Several people froze in place after entering. Even one Ryu froze in place. It's not like the places he's been before. Only 2 curved moons hung in the sky, one white and the other red. It's actually a dark day here? It's like I somewhat believe that person's words. This might really be another world. Zhang Mingyu muttered. One Ryu turned his head to look behind him, not knowing why he felt that someone behind him was spying on him. Let's find a safer place first. The big tree up ahead is nice. The people came to the tree and Zhongli released the eagle. At one Ryu's request, one hawk went to the rear while the other moved around at will. 5 minutes later. Brother Jade, the area here seems a bit large. It's been almost 10 kilometers since we flew towards the back, and we still haven't reached the border. After all, it's a mystic treasure chest space, so it should be normal for the place to be bigger. One Ryu rubbed her chin and couldn't help but think back to the last time she was in that space. Is it possible that the space was this big last time? He was so focused on obtaining the treasure chest that he didn't even pay attention to the size of the space, only knowing that there were quite a number of source beasts inside. A few others looked at the space, and the moon in the sky, with curious faces. That said, the moon here shouldn't be giving attributes to the source beasts as well. Zhang Mingyu looked at the moon in the sky. Or 2 moons. Should. Probably. Zhao Qian said uncertainly. After all, this wasn't a secret realm. It was just a treasure chest space. The premise here is really space. Something doesn't seem right. Zhongli looked serious. What's wrong? Zhongli organized his words. The hawk flew out almost 20 kilometers and ran into a barrier. Isn't that normal? We have barriers in the secret realm as well. Zhang Mingyu thought it was something else. But, there is land beyond the barrier. And even source beasts. Through the eagle's vision. With the help of the moonlight you can see far away. And there are even high mountains. The crowd froze. Is there really another world? The corner of Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched. Don't tease us, ha. That person who said there was another world was eventually judged to be insane. When he said he believed it, he was just saying it off the top of his head. So how could it be true? One Ryu frowned. Things seem to have gotten complicated. By the way, have you found any humans? One Ryu was a little worried about the gaze she had just watched. Zhongli shook his head. I didn't see this, but I did find quite a few humanoid source beasts. And I've noticed that the level distribution of the source beasts here is a bit strange. The closer they are to us, the higher the level. But from about 10 kilometers outwards, the level starts to get higher again. And there was a level 95 tidal source beast at the very edge. As if it was like a guard. Surely it was right to bring them here. Or rather it was right to bring Zhongli. If he had, he probably would have just gone looking for the treasure chest and not paid attention to what was going on out there. Do they have improved attributes? Zhongli nodded. A 10% boost. One Ryu raised her head and looked at the 2 crescent moons in the sky. Did a crescent boost 5%? He turned his head to look behind him. The treasure chest should be around here somewhere. Find the treasure chest first, and we'll talk about the rest when the time comes. Zhongli resummoned a hawk and started searching around the area with the other. Brother Jade, do you think this place could be another world? This so-called treasure map is actually the so-called key that opens this world while opening a shield? Zhang Mingyu amplified his imagination as much as possible. If that's the case, then isn't it possible for this shield to have a key to open it? And when it does, you can enter the world. Maybe that tall tower is the passageway to this place where people disappear. Wang Mingxing pestled his chin and looked into the distance. One Ryu froze. Open the shield and enter the outside world. If so, then his father. He quickly shook his head. How could this be possible? It's a shield. How could his father open it? It shouldn't open. One Ryu's heart faltered. knowing that his advancement token was given to him by his father, so his father might have it as well. Even if it wasn't SSS ranked, it might be SS ranked, and it wasn't impossible to open this shield. Brother Jade found it. There are 10 source beasts in total. One of them is a level 95 title source beast. The weakest one is also a level 85 elite source beast. We shouldn't be able to help much, not to mention level 85, but even level 70 they had to look into countermeasures. When Ruyu shook her head, no, you'll be able to help in a while, all of you wait here for me. Half an hour later, when Ruyu wiped the blood that stained her face, attributes are just so much more powerful when they are raised. He didn't even bother to do anything to disperse the source beasts and simply killed them on the spot. The only downside is that there are still too few skills. Picking up the box in front of her, when Ruyu once again felt that strong sense of watching, yet he could not find the direction of the source of this sense of gaze. What the hell is going on here? He picked up the box on the floor and clicked it, locking it. When Ruyu breathed a sigh of relief, if a box in a place like this could still be opened straight away, he would have to wonder what his father actually did for a living. Good thing it's a normal box. When Ruyu used the lock opening skill, only to see the chest slowly open, revealing the items inside, he looked at the box in surprise. There was just one item inside, a transparent 8-sided crystal. What the hell is this? Secret key, absorb it when you need it. What? Are you playing riddles with me? What do you mean absorb it when I need it? So when do I need it? He picked up the transparent octahedron, sized only about 3 centimeters high, turning it towards the moon. Colored rays of light danced through the crystals as if they were a genie. Not to mention, it's quite nice. When Ruyu froze, this image seemed like he had seen it somewhere. Where the hell did it come from? A fragment of a very long ago image appeared in his mind. Mom, what's that you're wearing around your neck? It's so pretty. A 5 or 6-year-old boy with curiosity in his eyes looked at the crystals on the brunette's chest. The woman squatted down. This, was given to Mom by Dad. This thing is full of magic. If you obtain the same thing in the future, make sure to keep it safe, okay? Chapter 164, You're so strong. Why are you still so cautious? Fragments kept surfacing in his mind. All of them related to this crystal. That's, when I was little, that was my mom? When Ruyu fell into silence, he hadn't seen his mom since he could remember. His father told him that his mom went far away. Growing up, he always thought his mother was dead, but his father told him she'd be back sooner or later. So the only pictures in the house are of his father. Of course he had wanted to have a picture of his mom ready, but he simply couldn't find one of his mother. So what the hell is this thing? Why does my mom she has it too? When Ruyu frowned, both the information on this thing and the information in the fragment in her mind remained absent. No matter how much he tried to recall, he couldn't find a single memory related to this thing. Strange. When Ruyu put her things away and then returned to the group, Jade, inside, Zhao Qian, who was on the side, pulled him and shook her head. Zhang Mingyu also reacted and closed his mouth. When Ruyu glanced at him, it's just an unknown crystal. I don't know what it is either. Something he didn't take out. And even if he did, I guess they wouldn't be able to read it anymore. These people were all newly awakened professionals just like him. And even their fathers might not know about it. Maybe only Zero and the others might know. Jade, should we go back now or? Let's wait and see what that shroud means tomorrow during the day. The time outside was afternoon. And even if you waited until dawn, it would be nighttime at best. The problem shouldn't be too big. It's 11 o'clock midnight and it's light out here. The 2 curved moons in the sky disappear and a sun rises. Zhongli, take a look at that side. 10 minutes later. It's a world out there, with grasslands and forests and mountains, but I can't see far enough to spot humans. So are there any source beasts out there? Zhongli nodded. There are, but there aren't as many as in here. Not even as many as in the wilderness outside our city. Levels though, I can't see the attribute panel due to the distance. When Ruyu couldn't help but ponder, could this really be a world? And where they are now is just a circled area? He felt that he had touched upon unspeakable events, and perhaps it was possible that the above had known about it for a long time. Find a place with fewer source beasts and let's go over there. Zhongli nodded and controlled these 2 eagles, constantly searching for a suitable path at the edge. Zhang Mingyu looked worried. Will we still be able to return to Blue Star after we go out? When Ruyu rubbed her chin, this did seem to be a problem. It shouldn't be a problem. The big thing is to come back. As long as that map was there, they could get back to Blue Star with little problem. Half an hour later, the crowd arrived at the area Jian Li had mentioned. The number of source beasts here was indeed low, but their level was high. But for Wen Ruyu, it really couldn't be easier. This time, Zhao Qian's few people had a very intuitive feeling of Wen Ruyu's strength. That was a level 98 title boss, and it was resolved in just 3 or 2 hits. Zhang Mingyu gulped. I shouldn't be mistaken. That's indeed a level 98 title boss, right? An existence that all 9th ranked professionals have to deal with carefully. A legendary boss, right? Zhao Qian nodded stiffly. There's no mistaking it. Nobody's mistaking it. It's that thing. Alas, it seems that we will never be able to catch up with Wenruyu's footsteps. Zhao Qian shook her head bitterly. It was thought that with one more special secret realm, their gap could be shortened. But it did shorten, at least in realm. But the strength of the gap is widening. What are you guys talking about? Why is every one of you crying? Zhan Mingyu revealed a far-fetched smile. It's nothing, just saying that your strength is too fierce. Wenruyu raised an eyebrow. These people wouldn't have their Dao hearts broken. But there was nothing he could do about this. He couldn't still act like a weakling in front of them. This talent, well, everyone is not the same. You see, Jiangli, that damage, and I am actually almost the same. Well, Jiangli hurriedly shook his head. No, it's too much difference. She still had the self-awareness that if she didn't have that talent, her damage would just be SOSO. Ahem. Enough about that, let's go down. Wenruyu jumped down from the tree and rushed to the barrier. He was worried that if he said any more, these people's minds would blow up. Zhan Mingyu walked to the front of the barrier and reached out his hand to touch it. Take this. Wenruyu handed Zhan Mingyu half of a source beast leg. The corner of Zhan Mingyu's mouth twitched. You're so strong. Do you still need to be so cautious? Of course you have to be careful. What if something goes wrong? Even if you are invincible in the future, then the caution that you should still be there. After all, this thing in front of him was not a source beast or a person, but something unknown. One still has to keep a heart of reverence for the unknown, or he or she won't even know how to die. Zhan Mingyu held that half of the beast's leg and stretched it forward, a pale yellow wave rising up at the place of contact. The legs of the beast did not present any problems. It looks like it's safe. Wenruyu rubbed her chin and looked out at the wasteland and the scattered source beasts. This thing doesn't feel like it's protecting this place. It's preventing what's inside from getting out, which means it's us who are on guard. After all, there were so few source beasts in the outside world that they wouldn't even come here. Of course, this was just a guess on Wenruyu's part. Zhan Mingyu nodded with approval. Just how are we going to get out? We don't have a formation master. In his opinion, this protective shield should mostly be a formation. And against formations, it's just the formation masters. Wenruyu glanced at her lock-picking skills. Saint lock opening, all the locks of the world can be opened. A formation, I suppose, would be considered a lock. He eased his hand onto the barrier. Unlocking, a gaping hole slowly appeared, then widened a little, and a hole that could accommodate a person appeared. The crowd looked at Wenruyu with shocked faces. Jade, how did you do this? Wenruyu shrugged her shoulders and didn't say anything, but walked straight out. The others followed close behind. Zhan Mingyu turned back to look at the gap behind him. It was unbelievable. Jade, I think we should keep track of where we are here. Wenruyu surveyed the situation outside and asked without turning her head. Why do you say that? I think you should look back. Wenruyu turned her head with a surprised look on her face. Through the hole you can see the large trees inside, while beyond it is a weed-covered wilderness. Chapter 165, come back next time fully prepared. I think it's a blindfold, but I was able to see this side just now inside. Wenruyu came to the side of the hole and reached out. The protective shield is still here. You just can't see inside. Let's get this place logged. We'll just hang around and not go too far. Wenruyu glanced around, and there didn't seem to be any place she could go. Zhao Qian took out a piece of grid paper and took out a pen to start making notes on it. Wenruyu looked at her in surprise. You shouldn't be able to hand draw a map, right? Zhao Qian is only 18 years old, and she actually has this ability? Zhao Qian nodded. My father and my brother, they all know how to do it, and I've learned a little by ear, but it's no match for them yet. However, just her comparable skill was already impressive in Wenruyu's opinion. At least in terms of refinement it was much better than other homemade maps he had seen. Let's go. For the sake of the way back behind her, Wenruyu didn't dare to turn left or right, so she just kept walking forward. Across the moor meadows and through the mountains, a path appeared to their side, and across the street is an open field. Zhan Mingyu looked at the open land in front of him. If I'm not mistaken, these should be grain fields, right? These plants are just too neatly grown to look like they grow naturally, and the wheat-like thing growing out of it is so much like the wheat of the blue planet. Jiang Li looked around the neighborhood. 2 eagles rose into the air and flew off in 2 directions. Looking at the fields in front of her, Wenruyu fell into a deep thought. It seemed like this was still a world with people. What kind of place had they come to? And how would this place come next? Or if it's still the same place using the mystery treasure chest map? Wenruyu had too many doubts. Jade, I'm a bit confused now. Are we in another world? Zhan Mingyu was still a bit unconvinced as to how they came out, but there didn't seem to be any difference here. There were still source beasts, only to say that there weren't as many as there were in Blue Star. Wonryu nodded. It looks like it for now, but it doesn't seem to be of much use here. To him at least, there was no difference between this place and the middle of nowhere. There is a village about 8 kilometers to the right with the same skin and hair color as ours. It couldn't be those people who disappeared from our country, could it? Lin Dai said boldly. Zhongli shook his head. I don't know about that, but from the other party's dress, it shouldn't have much to do with us. When Ryu glanced at the time, we'd better go back. Next time we find a map of the mysterious treasure chest, we'll come back to explore when we're fully prepared. Now they had nothing, and if they could find such a place this time, they wouldn't necessarily come in from wherever the next time they came in, and they didn't have that much time to explore the place now. The crowd nodded. This did. It's only right to at least bring a signal transmitter to be able to localize here. The crowd returned the way they came. When Ryu observed the source beasts here, their levels were indeed not high and most of them were in the woods. The number of source beasts in the wasteland was still very small. Returning to where the shield was, when Ryu put her hand on it, as the crowd stared in awe, a one-person high gate opened again. A blue light gate appeared at a location 170 kilometers outside of Fongjing City, and several silhouettes appeared. It's just about time. A little after midnight. Should we get some dinner to go? Listening to Zhang Mingyu, he did feel hungry. Even when Ryu was no exception. They were also questioned by the guards as they walked into the quarantine. It was determined that it wasn't a spy before it was let in. Is there something going on lately? And why are you suddenly checking up on spies? Zhang Mingyu drove the car with a strange look on his face. You know, it's not like they haven't come back in the middle of the night before and not been checked. Zhao Qian shook her head. I haven't heard my brother and the others talk about this. I guess something happened recently. The crowd found a barbecue place downstairs in the neighborhood that was still open. Ask for a private room specifically. Originally, people's barbecue stores are closing. Zhang Mingyu directly threw the other side of 1,000 yuan. The boss cheerfully arranged a few people into the private room. The door to the room was closed. Jade, do you think that inside there could be the world that Madman was talking about? Zhang Mingyu was still curious about that inside. I suppose so, but I don't think the man is crazy. He should be under official control. When Ryu shrugged. If it had been before he would have thought the other man was crazy, but now it seemed obvious that he wasn't. Maybe the officials didn't want the news to spread. I have a guess that by going in through this map into the mystic treasure chest secret world, people won't be able to get into that world. But that mysterious tower should be accessible. So maybe that legend is true. Wang Mingxing boldly guessed. The crowd nodded. It was a real possibility. Zhao Qian glanced at Wenryu. How in the world did he open the passageway was simply unbelievable. Then what did you guys say the special secret realm is? Could it also lead to that world? Lin Dai frowned. The crowd suddenly realized that things seemed to have gotten a little more complicated. It doesn't matter what the special secret realms are. What matters is that the creatures in those ordinary secret realms are the same as the creatures there. Perhaps there are places like this shield in many parts of that world that transport the source beasts inside. Wenryu nodded his head, and he was quite cognizant of this statement. It just wasn't something that had much to do with them. Alright, let's put this matter aside first. Let's talk about it the next time we encounter the mysterious treasure chest map. Without a map, there's no point in talking about it now. Whether it was a special secret realm or an ordinary secret realm, they simply hadn't found a pathway to anywhere else. The only thing that could go over now was the secret realm where the mysterious treasure chest was located. After dinner, the group returned to the neighborhood. Wenryu sat on the sofa when she got home. It turns out that the lock-picking skill can really open any lock, even this formation-like thing. He had always thought that the lock-picking skill was the worst skill, but he didn't expect it to be the strongest instead. I just don't know what other locks are out there that he doesn't know about. Looks like it's time to try more in the future. He stretched out his hand and a transparent crystal appeared in his hand. So what exactly does the secret key do? When do you absorb it? Unfortunately, Dad can't be reached and Mom is nowhere to be found. He took out his cell phone, opened his address book, and dialed Zhang Honyu's number. Sure enough, it's still in a state of blackout. Chapter 166, Brother You, are all thieves' skills so strange? Team Zhang, it's open, let's go in. Looking at the one-person high hole in front of him, Zhang Hongyu looked at Zhang San in surprise. I didn't expect your kid to actually be able to open this thing. Zhang San scratched his head. Luck. This should be a weak area or else it wouldn't be able to be opened. But this one has used up all my source power. Zhang Hongyu patted Zhang San's shoulder. As long as it can be opened, let's go in. Team Zhang, can we come back? Quickblade looked at the world inside with a worried look on his face. Don't worry. Back then, when Guanshan was fine with taking us there, the world on that side is a colorful world. If we can get the secret key, we'll be able to break through the restrictions. Zhang Hongyu led the team through the shield to this side of the world. Besides, I said I was going to find Wen Guanshan, and I doubt he's here. Blue Star's place has been turned over by us and we haven't found him. It's the Salvation Church's lair we've been to. Zhang Hongyu sighed softly. How did this person just disappear in Blue Star? It's not that easy to find people here. The fast knife is fine. It's not with me. I just need to push a little and I'll be able to go back. Quickblade rolled his eyes. It's because it's you that I'm worried. You have the most unstable abilities. I wouldn't worry if it was Captain Wen here. Hey, this is a personal attack, don't you know? Zhang Hongyu frowned. Alright, all stop arguing. Someone is coming over. 3 men in armor and riding fast horses approached them. Who are you people? Those who want you dead. Do it. Half a minute later. Team Zhang. Let's just do it straight away. Zhang Hongyu didn't say anything, but lifted the armor off the ground to reveal the clothes inside. See this sign? When you meet this flower in the future, just do it and be done with it. The corner of Zhang San's mouth twitched. But I didn't see any flowers just now. Whoever made him wear those clothes would rather be killed than spared. Makes sense. The next day. Are all of the thief's skills so strange? When Ruyu looked at her fingers and the corner of her mouth twitched. Who am I going to ask if you ask me? Who knew there would be this kind of ability? Saint I plug LV1, 1/100, 100% hits the opponent's eyes for 50, plus power, damage and causes a 5-second blinding effect with a 50% chance of permanent blindness. 10s, plus his attributes, plus double eye weakness damage. It can be said that one move is nearly 4,000 points of damage. Now that he's assembled the 4 underhanded moves of smother, raise the sand, kick the stall, and insert eye, there's no telling what other abilities will be given later. Thieves' skills can't all be underhanded. I think it's actually okay. At least this gold boss is now blind. Lin Dai didn't feel that there was anything bad about this skill, only to see this wolf-type source beast in front of him scurrying around, crashing into a tree one moment and falling to the ground the next. That said, if you encounter a source beast with many eyes like a spider, won't this ability of yours be useless? Zhan Mingyu asked with a curious expression. These words directly caused Wen Ruyu to fall into deep thought. Spiders. How many eyes? It's like more or less. Like 12 at the most. It's fine. Just use Yensha directly when you encounter a spider. It's not a big deal. And besides, he can beat it even if he doesn't use his skills. Okay. And would you say that this blind wolf in front of you is a bad example of your sand raising skills? Wen Ruyu looked at Zhan Mingyu with a speechless expression. Are you idle today? Why are you talking so much? However, Wen Ruyu's body was honest and came straight with a move to raise the sand. It does not work well. See? I told you it wouldn't work well. I have to say these skills, they're really strange. Obviously they become skills, and he has to abide by reality. I'm guessing your teasing leg is the same. It's just not as lethal to women as it is to men. Wen Ruyu was speechless. Do I still need you to say that? Even if it wasn't a skill, he couldn't stand a mere kick. Okay. With the death of the gold boss, Wang Mengxing hurriedly picked up the scroll on the ground. Ugh. It's just a map of a gold treasure chest. They were so happy for a silver treasure chest back then, and now gold treasure chests couldn't even satisfy them anymore. Don't even think about it, guys. The Mystic Treasure Chest treasure map. It's not that easy to find. He should know that that map was the only one he had gained in the past half a year, and he had killed I don't know how many bosses before one popped out. There's no telling when the next one will be acquired. Isn't this still wanting to make a trip over there? I've even prepared the satellites. Wang Mingxing had a look of pity. Wen Ruyu's eyelids jumped. What did he just hear? Satellite. You're actually talking about satellites? Let me slow down. I'm sure I just heard you right, didn't I? You got a satellite? Wang Mingxing quickly waved his hand. Don't be so surprised. It's just an ordinary commercial satellite. It's nothing. What do you mean you're not surprised? Who in their right mind has nothing better to do than get a satellite? He couldn't help but look at the others. You guys aren't messing with anything too. Where is the time? I just got a few signal towers to put at home. Lin Dai said casually. Zhan Mingyu quickly shook her head. Don't look at me. Their two families have money, but I don't have any. Wen Ruyu was relieved to be more or less normal. It's just hundreds of signal receivers. The corner of Wen Ruyu's mouth twitched. You are all ruthless people. He put his eyes on Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian shrugged. I really don't. Sure enough, Zhao Qian was still more reliable, and the other three were purely middle-aged teenagers. As for why she didn't ask Zhongli, because she didn't have much money. Then again she went to the forest to look for the treasure chest. Jade, when do you think we'll be able to get that treasure map next time? 3 months, 6 months, a year is possible. Just go with the flow. The three were a little disappointed that it was taking so long. You guys shouldn't be thinking about that right now. Instead you should be thinking about how to raise your strength. You guys are too weak right now. The corner of Zhan Mingyu's mouth twitched. Do you think we don't want to? We are now the strongest existence among our peers. That is, there may not be anyone stronger than them there in Kyoto Magic City. It's almost New Year's Eve, and it's time for another break. Don't look at me. My family is back for New Year's and I'm sure I can't get out. It's not that we don't try, but there's no way. Seeing Wenryu's gaze, Jean Mingyu hurriedly said, "It's not like I said anything." Wenryu also didn't want to work on New Year's Eve. He hadn't rested since his awakening, so of course he wanted to rest as well. Whoosh! The treasure chest was brought back, or a platinum one. Wenryu directly opened it without saying anything. Seeing the items inside, he looked at Zhongli with an odd expression. "Are you a lucky saint body?" Chapter 167. Don't sneak out by yourselves. There is only one item in the platinum chest. A scroll, but it looked so familiar, both in style and size. Wenryu took it out of the box, and sure enough, mystery treasure chest treasure map. Here's what you want, but I think it's best to wait until you're in the 5th order. Now with each step up, the growth in strength was a big step forward. There's no rush. The three of them, Jean Mingyu, looked at the scroll in Wenryu's hands with fiery eyes. Just got it so easily? Lin Dai asked with some uncertainty. You know that most people may not be able to see it once in their lifetime, and they've already encountered it twice. Wenryu glanced at Zhongli. Because we have an innate lucky Dao body. This was outrageous. Zhongli was able to come across something good every time. Gold bosses. All kinds of treasure chests. You'll be able to find them if you want to. Even treasure chest secret places can be met. Even better this time. A mystery treasure chest treasure map straight from the platinum treasure chest. How outrageous is this guy? Zhao Qian nodded. I think Wenryu is right. Even though we can't beat the source beasts in there even if we upgrade, the chances of us surviving in the outside world are still higher. Words are a bit solid, but that's the truth. Even the place they went to that day might have been just a fringe area. Not even a city after all. Then let's just advance to the 5th rank primary level before we say anything. It just so happens that it's also New Year's Eve. Jean Mingyu looked at the scroll with a regretful expression. That's otherworldly. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the crowd returned to the city. Let's rest tomorrow. There are still more things to do in the days leading up to the new year. Zhao Qian proposed. Wenryu nodded. I don't care. This time Zhao Qian and the two of them didn't go back to the neighborhood with Wenryu and the two of them, but drove directly back to the villa. Jean Mingyu was a bit uneasy when she was leaving. Don't sneak out by yourselves. Don't worry. Looking at Wenryu with a sincere face, Jean Mingyu nodded and drove away. The two stood and watched them leave. Jade, I think I saw you put the box away. Well, you've got a pretty good eye. Wenryu took out that platinum chest and took out another scroll from it. Why else would I say you're an innate lucky Dao body? 2 treasure maps inside a chest. There's no one else. If it was just one, Wenryu wouldn't say anything. But 2, that's more or less too much. Jade, why didn't you tell them? Tell them then can I still go? By the way, are you doing anything for New Year's? Wenryu realized that although Zhongli's strength was not good, her Conying was still useful to him. He was also able to purchase the Cthulhu skill, but that was simply not necessary. Taking up a skill bar is more than worth it. Zhongli shook his head. I'm an orphan, and I'm just watching TV at home alone on New Year's Eve. As for shopping or anything else, it didn't have much to do with her. In that case, let's spend New Year's Eve together this year, together in the other world. With Wenryu's understanding of the few of them, between now and the new year, Jean Mingyu and the others should not have the time to come out. They wouldn't come out until at least the 5th day of the year, a total of 10 days. Enough time for them to explore. Zhongli gulped and went to the other world. That's quite a different way to spend New Year's Eve. Are you going? If you go, we'll go shopping together. If you don't, I'll go by myself. The only thing that Zhongli did for him was the scrying skill. Zhongli hesitated for a moment and nodded. Although it was dangerous, it seemed to be quite interesting inside. Then let's go. Elder Long, are we ready to close the net? All the information has all been seeded. Longxing looked at the bald head in front of him and shook his head. Meng Qi, regarding him he can't make a move yet. Meng Qi frowned. Why? It's now certain that he was previously a member of the Salvation Church. How could such a person be in that position? If we don't arrest him now, what if he causes damage to our professionals? Lone Star shook his head again. We've known about him for a long time. Even the upper echelons know about this. Then why don't you grab it? Meng Qi cannot rub sand in his eyes, but whenever he finds this kind of person yet, he must be arrested. He didn't really understand much about the idea above. There are times when staying will be more effective than capturing. We already know about the Church of Salvation from him many times, so it's more useful for him to stay. What's more, the 5 years he disappeared weren't spent entering the advanced mysterious realm. They were spent entering the other world. Otherworldly? Manchi froze. Someone actually did enter the other world. This man is useful to us now. Whether the Church of Salvation contacts him or whether he has entered the other world. It doesn't matter if he's arrested again when the day comes that he's useless. Manchi touched his bald head, but his current position. He wouldn't dare to go too far in China. This can be assured. Manchi nodded. This he still believed. So how much do we really know about the other world? Long Xing looked out the window. Other world? Ah. According to a few people who came back from the other world, it's a different world. It's full of opportunities and also full of dangers. And based on their descriptions of the environment and creatures there, we can be sure of one thing, that the so-called secret realm has a great probability of having something to do with it. But the exact relationship isn't proven for now. From the time of the Blue Star mutation until now, they had found less than 5 people who had entered the other world and returned again. Very little information was available, but synthesizing all the news together, they got no more than a few messages. Alright, all of your people are withdrawn, so you don't have to worry about this matter. Manchi nodded and left the office. Lone Star thought about it and walked out of the office as well, heading straight for the building in the distance. In front of the door of an office with an investigative committee on it, Lone Star knocked on the door. Enter, Elder Long. What brings you here? Oh Yang Bin, I came to ask how your progress is going? Oh Yang Bin shook his head. We've been studying the way to go in the other world, and according to those 5 people, they said that they got a key to go over there. As for coming back, they also used that same key, but that key would only be able to be used twice. As for the other ways, we are currently still researching. However, we found a few space skills that work quite well, and at the moment we can only open passages to the secret realm, and it's a bit troublesome to try to go to the other worlds. Dragonstar pursed his lips. Has that team of treasure hunting masters been found? Oh Yang Bin had a bitter smile on his face. That team came and went without a trace. The latest news, they were in eagle sauce, but that was more than half a month ago. Chapter 168, Discretion has gone to the bone. Fongjing Field. A blue circle of light appeared and a man and a woman walked in. Jade, it's daytime here again. Looking at the large sun in the sky, Zhongli was puzzled. When Ruyu looked to the sky, this time should be noon. Maybe it's not the same day and night here. Or maybe time isn't 24 hours. As for the flow of time, there should be almost no difference between here and the outside world. Release the hawk. According to where the gate appeared, that guardian beast should be within 2 kilometers ahead. Based on the first 2 experiences, there is a correlation between where the treasure map gate opens and the chest. After all, with such an obvious plant in front of you, you can't even think about not noticing it. Found it. 20 source beasts. No difference in level from last time. Still title source beasts. Jiang Li secretly smacked his lips. This kind of treasure map should only be used by a 9th order powerhouse. Or at worst, an 8th order one. Otherwise, if you encountered such a creature, you probably wouldn't be able to run away. Wait here. I'll be right there. When Ruyu disappeared in front of Zhongli, heading straight for the distant source beast, the corner of Zhongli's mouth that stood on the tree twitched. Only you can say the words go go go. Even the 8th rank would have to deal with these source beasts carefully when facing them. Or would it take 10 8th ranks? Source beast attributes became stronger the further back one went. Not to mention boss level source beasts, that each one could cause a stir in the outside world. If a title boss appears outside of a city, then a 9th ranked professional must be called. It's a good thing that places with title bosses are regulated. When Ruyu was fast and came back in 10 minutes, there was an extra case in his hand. After opening it, inside was an SSS grade longsword as well as 3 LV5 crystals and a berserker's skillbook. Not a bad haul. These will almost sell for over $100 million. Seeing the items inside, when Ruyu began to understand how Zhang Hongyu was so rich. Can you not have money every time you get these things? But money was now at his fingertips and he didn't love it as much as he used to. Of course, give him more. He doesn't care. Next, find a suitable exit and let's get out. The 2 eagles flew in both directions, searching for a place with the lowest number of source beasts. It was a bit of a waste for Wenryu, but what he wanted to see now was the outside world. Found it. Under Jiang Li's leadership, the 2 came to the edge, where there were only 5 source beasts. Triggered by the magic hand. Strength plus 28. Trigger mythical hand. Gain a large amount of source power. Trigger wonderful hands. Agility has reached its limit. Physique plus 28. What? When Ruyu glanced at her panel. What the hell? What does it mean that agility has reached its limit? When Ruyu was a bit confused. Looking at When Ruyu's expression, Zhongli glanced at the ground. This source beast wasn't as strong as the one inside, but she didn't ask. Anyway, in her opinion, When Ryu must have his reasons for everything he did is all. When Ryu didn't know what Zhongli was thinking, and he now wanted to know what the cap meant. He opened his panel. Name, When Ryu. Age, 18. Occupation, thief, ST. Thief. Potential, C grade, SSS grade. Level, 5th order elementary. Attributes, Strength, 2444. Body Mass, 2376. Agility, 2500. Intelligence, 1042. Gifted Skills, Saint, Lockpicking, Saint Wonderful Hands LV5, 23. 000/1. 000. Unique. Skills, Windblade LV2, X12. Thunderlance LV3, X1. Looking at her attributes, Wonryu fell into deep thought. Agility 2500 reached the cap? Are you messing with me? If that was the calculation, then wouldn't his physique and strength have reached the upper limit? As for intelligence, that one is not to be seen. Restrictions. Wonryu took out that transparent crystal secret key with a flash of light. Absorb him when you need to. So is now the time to do it? Don't you know it when you try it? It didn't matter even if it was wasted. With his strength he would surely be able to obtain it again in the future. He placed the crystals in his hands and imagined absorbing them. The crystals instantly turned into a stream of warmth and disappeared into his hands. And a boing sound came from his mind, as if something had shattered. A wave of warmth then spread all over his body, and it was as if there was an extra layer of something on his skin. And his attribute panel changed. One more entry. Unblocked, flesh body unlocked at the beginning of the first tier. Wonryu rubbed her chin. What the hell was the meaning of this? Did it mean that he couldn't absorb it because of physical limitations? I don't know if anyone else has said this. He raised his head and looked at the source beast on the ground, continuing to use his mythic hand. Triggered by the magic hand. Obtaining Heart X1. Triggered by the magic hand. Strength plus 19. Trigger the wonderful hands. Unfortunately, the rest didn't gain agility, and Wonryu wasn't sure if it was useful or not. Whatever. Trigger it first. Wait here for me. I'll go down and check it out. Wonryu jumped directly onto the ground. He raised his eyebrows. This recoil seemed to have become much smaller. Is it possible that flesh unlocking is making the body stronger? Don't you know it when you try it? He rushed towards the source beast. When the source beast saw him, it raised its own huge palm and slapped it down. Wonryu's body subconsciously twisted to avoid the attack. The corner of his mouth twitched. He really just wanted to test the strength of his body. How did he dodge it? Surely prudence has gone to the bone. However, after testing it a few times, he would dodge the attack whenever he faced it. LOL, people's reaction to danger is just innate. Wonryu sighed softly. She could only kill these source beasts first. 5 minutes later, all of the source beasts on the ground collapsed and died. He stood in place and took out his elemental eating dagger, and after thinking about it, he switched back to his poison hardening dagger, finally replaced it with a regular fruit knife. It didn't help that the first dagger was a bit strong in its effect, and the second one was poisoned, so it was safer to have a regular fruit knife. He flicked the dagger over his hand and there was no reaction. Turns out it was too little force. This time he used a little more force. The skin of his palm deformed slightly, and there was still no wound after the stroke. He deepened again and made another cut. Still no response. Under normal circumstances, he would have bled, yet now his skin was defensible against normal weapons. Thinking of this, he took out a level 30 weapon that he had previously acquired from a humanoid source beast and came at his palm still without a wound. Seeing this scene, Wonryu's heart rejoiced. Could it be that she was already invulnerable to swords and spears? Zhongli, shoot an arrow at my palm. Chapter 169, Open the lock? The body's lock can also be opened. Ha? Zhongli looked at Wonryu with a confused expression and asked uncertainly, did you just say that you want me to shoot your hand with an arrow? Wonryu nodded. That's right. Hurry up and do it so we can get out. The corner of Zhongli's mouth twitched. It was the first time she had heard such a request. Jade, are you suffering from some kind of shock? This is a very painful thing to get shot at. So why don't you just forget about it? You'll come when I tell you to. It's fine. Zhongli took a deep breath. You made this happen. Don't blame her for the pain. She picked up her longbow and hitched it, the bowstring drawn straight to full. Thinking about it, let's go half full. Whoosh. Hiss. The corner of Wonryu's mouth twitched. This was flesh unlocking? Lifting my hand to look at the extra bloody hole in my hand. You tell me this unlock is of no use. Zhongli covered his forehead. Now he knows it hurts? She had just said that it would hurt. So who knew what Wonryu meant? Only a green light emerged from Wonryu's palm, and the bloody hole that had just appeared instantly disappeared. Zhongli was already not surprised by this. Ahem. Let's get going. Wonryu arrived in front of the shield and put her hand on it, and a one-person high hole appeared. Zhongli jumped down from the tree, picked up the arrows and threw them into the quiver behind him, following Wonryu out of the cave. Soon the hole behind them disappeared. Jade, how did this one close so fast? Zhongli was a bit surprised. That hole had existed for a long time last time. It's just a little bit of control. It's not worth it. The corner of Zhongli's mouth twitched. Only you can say this. Wenryu looked at the several source beasts not far away and hurriedly used myriad hands, triggered by wonderful hands. Agility plus 21. Oh ho! The first one came with agility. Sure enough, that secret key is what is used to unlock the body restrictions. I just don't know if I'm going to need the secret key to unlock it next time. If that's the case, wouldn't that mean that Blue Star should also have people with attributes that need to be unlocked? But thought they should only need to unlock one attribute. Like him, they need to unlock 4. There shouldn't be any of the 3 attributes. Triggered by wonderful hands. Agility plus 21. Trigger wonderful hands. Strength reaches ceiling. Agility plus 14. Trigger mythic hand. Gain, Earth Armor LV4, X1. The corner of Wenryu's eye twitched. Power reaching the upper limit? Didn't he already use the secret key just now? Could it be that a secret key can only unlock one attribute? No wonder it says early stage, so that's what it means. He glanced at his attributes. Attribute, Strength, 2500. Physique, 2499. Agility, 2535. Intelligence, 1042. Physical fitness is about to hit its ceiling as well. That meant he still needed to absorb 2 more secret keys before he could do so. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g. Yes, it's me. Wenryu sighed deeply. Life is hard. What's wrong with Jade? Aren't we in here? Jianli looked around. I'm trying to figure out how to unlock the restrictions. Unlock the restrictions? Isn't it unlocked by using that ability you used to open the shield? Couldn't that one be unlocked? Come to think of it, if everything was unlocked, wouldn't that be invincible? Jianli said casually, then shook his head. How could it be possible? Being able to open the shield is already impressive. Wenryu froze. Yeah, if the lock-picking skill could even open the shield, how come it couldn't open the lock inside the body? He placed his hand on his chest and then closed his eyes. Under his breath, he kept repeating, unlock, unlock, unlock. The corner of Jianli's mouth twitched. Go back or talk to Sister Qian. Introduce a better psychiatrist. There seemed to be something abnormal about Wenryu today. Soon, Wenryu realized that his body was disappearing a little bit, and 2 keyholes that had condensed into substance appeared in front of him. In addition to that, there is an imaginary keyhole. He stared at one of the substantial keyholes, only to see that one turn slowly. Click! A wave of warmth then flowed through his body, and he felt his body change once more. This time, though, he wasn't going to try. It wasn't at all what he thought it would be. With a click, another keyhole opened and another warm stream appeared, this time larger than the previous 2. As for the last illusory keyhole, there was no response. Thought that one would be a lock for intelligence. He opened his eyes and looked at his hands. Have a skin like gelatin. It's a bit of a strange adjective, but it's true. He glanced at Jianli's hands, which were indeed not as white and delicate as his. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. What a strange flesh unlocking. What he didn't realize was that now was the real beginning of the flesh unlocking. Departure. We can only make the journey for 5 days, and we have to return in 5 days. The 2 set off quickly. Half an hour later, they left in the space of the mysterious treasure chest. A space-time passage appeared out of nowhere, and a man wearing a black mask walked out from it. Behind him were 4 men in animal masks. These 5 men were none other than the people of the Church of the Redeemer. Protector Ian. Someone has been here. Ian Protector waved his hand. It doesn't matter. We're just looking for a connection point. It doesn't matter if there's a mysterious treasure chest or not. It's just a mystery chest. The Church of Salvation is full of them. Protector Ian looked around and darted off in one direction, followed closely by the others. The passing source beasts were killed one by their group until they arrived in front of the shield. Begin. A mechanical electronic synthesized voice came from the black mask. The 4 believers nodded and took out a light blue crystal. As the source power was injected, the color of the 4 light blue crystals gradually deepened, and the 4 people's faces gradually turned white. When it turned dark blue, 4 pillars of light shot out from the 4 crystals and gathered together into a huge blue pillar of light that hit the shield, only to see the shield slowly melting as if it was corroded. The 4 kept moving the crystals in their hands, making the hole in front of them bigger, until the entire gap became 4 or 5 meters in length and width. The 4 stopped channeling their source power and instantly rushed over. Ian Protector also instantly crossed the hole. Just less than 2 seconds after they had passed, the gap was instantly back as it was. The 4 believers let out a light breath, their lifted hearts relaxing. Don't worry, these 4 crystals have been used many times. There is no danger. The corners of the 4 believers' mouths twitched, and if they hadn't seen someone get cut in 2 by the shield with their own eyes, they would have almost believed it. That's not dangerous? That's a good way to get killed at any time. Ian Protector ignored the 4, instead observing the immediate surroundings. I don't know where I've come to this time, so it looks like it's time to rush again. Protector Ian took out a parchment scroll and looked at the surrounding scene. searching for the corresponding location. Chapter 170, Don't worry. These two are just kids. However, his eyes had been checking out the eastern direction of the map and not looking at any other location. Apparently it wasn't the first time he'd been to this place. Soon, he located where they were. The distance isn't too far. Just over 2,000 kilometers. And it's expected to arrive in 2 or 3 days. Protector said in his heart. Sure enough, this skill would choose one of the nearest spatial connection points. His guess was right. The crowd sighed in relief. It was great that they finally didn't have to run wildly for tens of thousands of kilometers like last time. Although they were all high in rank, they each had different attributes. Those with high agility are still comfortable, while those with low agility are simply tired of looking at the mountain. The group reversed direction and raced towards the rear. Its direction was exactly the opposite of Wenryu. If Wenryu knew about this, she would definitely look at pity. Jade, this isn't the same place as the last time we were here. Looking at the huge lake in front of him, Zhongli was at a loss. This was another new place. Wouldn't it be the same next time? It can't be helped. After all, the Mystic Treasure Chest secret space is different every time it's opened yet. If only there was a skill that could fix coming to a location. Wenryu was also helpless. If the location is different every time, they're probably going to stay longer the next time. Otherwise it would be over before you could explore. Have you found the humans? Zhongli's eagle had been flying in the sky, searching for a path for them. This time she only used one Cthulhu, not two. Zhongli shook his head. No, even the path that I met last time I was here was nowhere to be seen. So I guess this must be a remote area. Wenryu had a look of pity on her face. Had she known that it would have been better to stay longer last time? This time it's better. You can't find any humans. Then keep walking. Maybe if we go far enough we'll be able to meet humans. As long as they can meet humans, they may or may not know some unknown secrets. 2 days later, they came across their first village. The village was small, with about 20 families. The two stood in a large tree in the middle of the woods, looking at the smoldering village not far away. There was a look of relief on his face. Finally, we've come across a village. But brother you, can we ask for news? The language of both sides is a big problem. What if we don't understand them? Wenryu rubbed her chin. This was indeed a question worth pondering. He looked at his attribute panel. The panels are there. The translation function should be there. Your hawk can hear voices, right? Zhongli shook his head. Only sight, no hearing. And can you see their attribute panel? Can't see. Wenryu frowned. It seemed that there was some difference from what she thought. He had thought that these people would be able to display panels like the source beasts, but it looked like he still had to go over there. Let's go. Go over there and see what's going on. The two walked out of the woods onto the path and made their way towards the village. The village people saw the two strangers with a wary look in their eyes. Who are you people? A dark-haired young man's eyes continuously scanned the two. The language the other party was speaking Wenryu couldn't understand, but he knew the meaning, and he knew that this should be the effect of the panel. Sure enough, the changes in the Blue Star world are definitely related to this place. Greetings, we are travelers from afar who have gotten lost here and would like to ask what this place is. The young man was just about to say something when he was stopped by an old man at the side. Both of you. By the looks of you, I don't think you're just travelers from afar. Wenryu blinked her eyes. Things seemed a little off from what he thought. I have come from the Far East. A long way indeed. The old man waved his hand at the crowd beside him. You should go about your business. I'll receive these two. Patriarch, the black-haired youth had a worried look on his face. Don't worry. I see that these two are still kids, so it should be different. In the old man's eyes, the two Wenryu were no threat. The dark-haired youth gave the two men a threatening look and turned to leave. In this world, the village chief or the patriarch, their words are authority to the people. Wenryu looked at the old man in front of her. He couldn't have known that they had come from the Blue Star. Sure enough, his guess wasn't wrong. You two shouldn't be from the east, but from another world. The old man asked with a gentle smile on his face. Wenryu's face remained unchanged. Old man, what is this other world you speak of? We are from the Eastern Kingdom. Oh, your clothes have been exposed. I remember there was also someone who passed by here 7 or 8 years ago, wearing the same clothes as you, but he was much older than you. So I think you should have come from the same place. The smile on the old man's face remained gentle, not angry at Wenryu's deception. Wenryu's heart was clear. It seemed that apart from them, there must have been someone else from Blue Star who came to this world as well. I just don't know if the other person went back or not. You have a good memory, old man. You still remember things from so long ago. The old man shook his head. It's not that I have a good memory, but that person basically passes by here every year, and after a long time also sits down for a meal and chat naturally knows. I haven't seen him since 3 years ago, though, so I guess he died on his adventure. The old man looked to the mountains to his right with a great deal of emotion. These mountains, on the surface, looked scenic, but in reality, they were extremely dangerous. When Ryu rubbed his chin, coming every year, was there someone with his, like John Lee, with such a high luck value? Even he could not guarantee that he would be able to obtain this scroll every year, unless the other side has the ability to open a channel at any time. Truth be told, we are indeed from another planet. Came here to inquire about what this place is. Since the other party knew, there was no need for Ryu to pretend to be lost. After all, people had seen this outfit before, so it was useless to say more. This is the Divine Grace Continent's God's abandoned land, where sinful people reside, and this is surrounded by mountains. You can't leave this place in this lifetime. The old man let out a deep sigh. Ryu secretly pondered. Both terms carried the word God, so it seemed that there should be capable people here as well. As to whether or not it's really God, that's unknown. In Ryu's opinion, the so-called gods should be powerful professionals. After all, when his attributes reach a certain level, he can also be called a god. Looking at the old man in front of her, Ryu released a peep over. Skills disabled. I chow. Chapter 171, This world is too dangerous. Let's run first. The old man looked at him with a smile. Young man, it's not good to casually pry into other people's privacy. You're far worse than that little guy. Cold sweat ran down Ryu's temples. To know that his attributes were as high as 8,500 plus. This old man actually had more than him. Isn't this a village of about 20 families? Ryu looked embarrassed. Oh, don't mind if you do. That is just curious. The old man patted Ryu's shoulder. Young man, there are times when people should keep a low profile. If I didn't have the strength, would I have let those people go? The corner of Ryu's mouth twitched as she looked at the other party's clothes covered in patches. You are indeed understated enough to be overstated. He glanced at the mythical hand, which was in an unavailable state at the moment. At least at this point, he didn't have to worry about the other side being hostile to him. Ryu casually put her hand on Zhang Li's shoulder, and Zhang Li's body stiffened and didn't move. Ahem. Old man, can I ask if there are any large cities around here? There is. Follow the direction you came from and keep heading that way. There is a city there named Sin City. I don't recommend you go there though. You're too weak. The corner of Ryu's mouth twitched. Was he still weak with over 8,500 total attributes? How do the people there compare to you? The old man mused. It's still almost a distance compared to me. It's still easy to exterminate that city if I do. For a moment Ryu didn't know whether to say that the old man was low-key or pretentious. But thinking about the opponent's attributes, exterminating a city shouldn't be a problem. It's just a matter of time spent. Ryu couldn't help but think that if she had a mega range skill, she should be able to exterminate a city as well. The old man glanced at the two of them. But I still advise you not to go to Sin City. You should know what kind of place it is by listening to the name of the city. When I say destroying a city, I'm only destroying most of the people, and I can't even guarantee to say that I'll be able to kill the other side of their city lord's house. Ryu was a bit surprised. Even he didn't dare to say that the person he killed. How powerful was the strength that was? Wouldn't the world be a dangerous place if you put it that way? Ryu's heart was budding with withdrawal. He had thought that his attributes could already do whatever he wanted, but he hadn't realized that it wasn't enough here. As a result, he couldn't help but begin to wonder if there was someone hiding on the blue planet. Old sir, since you know that we are from another planet, you should also know the purpose of our coming here. Zhang Li glanced at Ryu. Aren't we here to take a risk? What else can we do? She didn't open her mouth, though. Ryu definitely had his reasons for saying that. The old man stroked his beard with a smirk. Of course I know. That person before was just like you guys, but those things are not easy to find. See that big mountain? There are many cherished herbs inside the mountain, each of which is capable of boosting one's strength, but there are also powerful guardian source beasts inside. With your strength, you're not even close. Ryu's eyes lit up. There really was something good. He had an idea and took out weapons and crystals and treasure chest maps and other items from his storage space. You old man, look again. Are these items here? The old man casually picked up the SSS-ranked longsword and lightly flicked it with his finger. Ryu instantly widened her eyes and broke. No, this is an SSS-ranked weapon. And it just snapped? Enchanted weapons, the quality can only be described as average. I guess, the crystals are okay, and are considered good here. As for this chest, it has the shadow of space magic, and it's not bad either. But these things, they can't be considered good. The old man shook his head, obviously somewhat unable to look at these items. The corner of Ryu's mouth twitched. Grandpa, that one sword is worth tens of millions of dollars, okay? That is the weapon used by the 8th Order professionals. Although he had lost a sword, he had gained no news from the old man at all. Anyway, It was worth the trip. It's that Sin City. There's no way to get past it for now. One is that there is not enough time and the other is that the dangers are not known. One last question. My lord, what lies beyond this great mountain? Ryu had just glanced at the mountains in the distance, and he realized that this big mountain stretched on and on without being able to see its head at all, and it even seemed like there were mountains all around. Beyond the great mountains is a prosperous world, with many countries, strife, and racial wars. It is not a good place to be. Ryu nodded. War or not had nothing to do with him. He simply wanted to acquire some items. Thank you for clearing that up. We're going to continue on our way. There are 2 more days of free time, after which they will start returning. The old man nodded. Go, and remember to never enter the great mountains, at least not with your strength. Ryu waved her hand as she walked out the door. Got it, old master. The old man stood at the entrance to the village and watched the two leave. The dark-haired youth stepped out from the back with a grimace on his face. Patriarch, why do you tell them everything? Even if I don't tell them, they will eventually know about these things. So why not sell a favor? Have you forgotten about that man from 8 years ago? If I don't talk to him that much, do you think I'll still be able to increase my strength in this sinful land? Hearing the old man's words, the black-haired youth fell silent. Chen Yao, it's good to be cautious, but being too cautious that will only limit yourself. I know, matriarch. So are you going out? The old man shook his head. Let's see what happens again. Sin City's growing strength is not very good. At this time, Ryu's duo had already run into the forest. Brother Jade, from what that old man said, this place seems to be dangerous. Ryu touched her cold forehead. Can it not be dangerous? That person's attributes are high as hell. He was dying of fear. While talking to that old man, he had been paying attention to the mythic skill. As long as the skill was used at the first opportunity, he was guaranteed to escape immediately, without a second's delay. Otherwise he wouldn't have put his hand on Jian Li's shoulder. What's dangerous here isn't the source beasts, but these people. I don't know how they cultivate and how their strength is so strong. If he was skeptical before, then now he could be sure that there were definitely strong people above the blue star. I just don't know how strong it is. The world really isn't as simple as it seems. Come on, go home. Jiang Li looked at Ryu in surprise. Brother Yu, are you going back now? Not continuing? Go on my ass. That old man just now was stronger than me. Hell, I don't know what's going to be even stronger. Must go home. Chapter 172. The idea of oneself is a bit scary. In a mansion in Sin City, Protector Een, the sect master, has returned. Een Protector nodded and followed the attendant to the house in the backyard. A man whose face was shrouded in black smoke sat. See, sect master. Protector Een knelt on one knee with a respectful expression. How are things on that side? The man asked casually. Bishop, the church is developing quite well on that side, especially in the west, but the east is somewhat difficult to develop, and many of the people we recruited have lost contact. The man's eyes stared intently at Een Protector. With your strength you are strong enough to reign supreme there. Een Protector was silent for a moment. Although my strength is very strong, the strength of that country's hidden people. Do you still remember the person who made a big fuss back then? He was from that country. The black mist on the man's face instantly churned, thus showing that he was not in a calm mood at that moment. That guy, he's a real pain in the ass. If that country had a few people with that kind of power, it wouldn't be easy. The man felt a headache, but he was the one who was going to save the world. So how could he be brought down by such a small thing? That country. I'll give you 10 men on death row to bring there. Protector Een couldn't help but tremble as he thought of those people in the prison. I'm worried I won't be able to keep an eye on them. After all, there's a connection point to cross in the middle. Don't worry about that. It's just the people who unlocked the first layer. They haven't reached the second layer yet. As for keeping an eye on them, I'll have the God's envoy accompany you to send them there. Don't worry about that. Een Protector nodded. Then I have no problem with that. Remember, these people must be dropped into that country. I want to see what they are hiding. The man already had plans in his mind. Once China couldn't solve this problem, then he would solve China at the first opportunity. 2 days later, the two returned to their original location. Going back is far quicker than going. Sure, this is the place? It should be here. Jiang Li surveyed the surroundings. The arrow she had left behind was then found on the ground. Jade, it's just a step ahead of here. Ryu arrived and raised her hand to unlock the door silently in her mind. Buzz! A manhwa slowly appeared. It was true that the markers were still useful. It would have taken quite a while to find the door without the markers. Let's go back. The two of them stepped through the door, and what met their eyes were several source beasts. Ryu casually went down with several attacks, and the source beasts directly died. He didn't want to be here for a moment now. Ryu directly took out the map to open the space passage to the blue star and left this place in a hurry. Looking at the world outside, Wenryu lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. It's finally safe. Look at the map. Where are we? Zhongli took out his cell phone and glanced at it. The closest city we are to is Yangcheng. Only 120 kilometers away. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. The gate was really far off this time. Regarding the passageway for this mysterious treasure chest treasure map to come back, Wenryu had never been able to figure it out. Obviously, it went in from Fongjing, so it's reasonable to say that coming back should also be in the vicinity of Fongjing. However, each time it comes back the location is uncertain. At least these times. But the only thing that is certain is that the location of the return remains within China. Overall it was acceptable. If this channel is put abroad, it will be difficult to return to Fongjing. On the surface, everyone was working together to fight against the secret creatures, but really behind their backs, they were all thinking of screwing each other. If they show up abroad, there is a great likelihood that they will be targeted. Wenryu stretched. Let's go. Let's go home. The two of them traveled all the way to Sheep City and went straight to the teleportation hall. There were not many people lined up in the lobby at this time. I didn't think we'd come back just in time. It's New Year's tomorrow. In the original plan, the two were to return to Blue Star on the 4th and 5th of the year. Who can't plan fast enough for change? Yes, it's going to be the new year. Zhongli looked at the date above and sighed for a while. Time passes really fast. The next day, Wenryu rarely woke up early, and only got up from her bed after 9 or nearly 10 o'clock. The first thing you do is check your attributes. Name, Wenryu. Age, 18. Occupation, thief, SA. Thief. Potential, C grade, SSS grade. Level, 5th order elementary. Attributes, strength, 2765. Physique, 2678. Agility, 2965. Intelligence, 1098. Unblocked, flesh body unlocked late first tier. Gifted skills, Saint, lockpicking, Saint wonderful hands LV5, 25. 000/1. 000. Unique. Skills. The total attributes are up to 9,500 and are about to break 10,000. But seeing those 1098 numbers, Wenryu couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. This bastard is really a pitiful awe. He tried to open that last lock last night, and it turned out that he couldn't open that lock at all because it was illusory. At that time, he also realized that he wanted to open the lock to meet the conditions, which meant that he had to reach the limit value of 2,500. And as you can see from the text behind the unblocking, this is only the first layer, and there should be more to come. I wonder what the next limit is. Wenryu rubbed her chin and looked at her attributes. I wonder if I can see through that old man if I use my snooping skill now. At the thought, he shook his head in quick succession. It's horrible how one can think like that. Thinking about that year. At that time, when his attributes broke through 6,000, he thought that the time had come for him to do whatever he wanted. But as a result, the other world dealt him a heavy blow. Now his task was to live and go to that world when he unlocked the second layer of his flesh. For him, safety always has to come first. Blue Star I'm heavy-handed. Otherworld I'm cavalier. Quasi-correct. Jingle bell, Onum. Jingle bell, Onum. Wenryu picked up the cell phone next to the bed and glanced at it. Zhongli, what is it? Isn't it New Year's today? I'm going to go shopping for New Year's goods. Are you going? The only person Zhongli knew was this squad's teammate. Wenryu got out of bed and opened the refrigerator, which was empty. Yeah, go on then. Meet me at the entrance to the neighborhood in 10 minutes. Hanging up the phone, he casually shuffled around, put on his clothes and headed towards the entrance of the neighborhood. When he came to the door, Zhongli had just arrived as well. Let's take a cab. Ha, don't you have Zhang Mingyu's car? If Zhongli remembered correctly, the car was asked for back by him. Wenryu shrugged. I don't have a driver's license. In the city we have to be good law-abiding citizens. The corner of Zhongli's mouth twitched. Hands on cruelty, you actually want to be a law-abiding citizen. Simply outrageous. Chapter 173, someone reached 5,000 total attributes. Seems a bit reasonable. The two got into a cab and went to a nearby wholesale market. It's New Year's Eve and the market is still crowded. It looks like no one has prepared much in the way of ingredients. Looking at the crowd in the distance, the corner of Wenryu's eyes twitched. This was too much. Maybe. The two followed the flow of people and purchased the items they needed. Wenryu was already too lazy to haggle. As long as the price was similar, she would directly purchase it. An hour later, the two purchased enough food for 3 days and rushed out of it. Next time I'll say nothing about not coming here. I'm going to the supermarket. Wenryu looked at her soiled clothes with a helpless face. Zhongli nodded, agreeing with Wenryu's words. Wenryu looked towards a stall on the side of the road and walked over. Boss, how do you sell this plate? $5 for 2 and $10 for 3. So cheap. Boss, I want 6. A flower girl squatted down to the ground and handed the boss $20. The boss neatly loaded 6 and handed them to the other party. Come back next time, haha. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. Was the math that bad? How much do you want to buy, little brother? Wenryu took out $10 and handed it to the other party. And the boss picked up a plastic bag and put 3 in it. Here. Wait. I'll take 2 for $5. The boss glanced at Wenryu and put another 1 in, handing the bag to Wenryu with a look of pity. It's really hard to fool people nowadays. Zhongli stood back the entire time, waiting for Wenryu to get up before following. What did you buy those plates for? It's New Year's Eve, so I'm buying more dishes and paying tribute to my dad. The stuff he bought. Zhongli corner of the eye twitched. If I remember correctly, last time you said that your father's life and death is uncertain. Right at this moment, Wenryu raised her head to look at the distant sky as an energy fluctuation appeared out of nowhere. Zhongli followed his gaze and saw 3 silhouettes. Due to the distance, it was impossible to see the other person's clothing. She couldn't see it, but Wenryu could. Gold masks, black masks, strong blonde men. That black mask at a glance is the Een protector of the church. It seems like something is going to happen. Wenryu said calmly. Do we have to report the security service? I don't think it's necessary. I think they'll be able to. Soon. Boom. The blonde man in the sky fell from the sky and landed on the ground. And at that moment the 2 people in the sky disappeared into Wenryu's eyes. Boom. 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 Explosions continued to be heard in the distance. And a building suddenly collapsed. The collapsed building body smashed into another building. I'm going to go over there and see what's going on. So go back by yourself. Good. Zhongli had a clear perception of herself. Choosing to stay in this situation was dragging her feet. She went straight for a quick getaway with her stuff. Seeing her obediently leave, Wenryu nodded in satisfaction. Turning her head to look in the direction of the distant explosions, a footprint appeared on the ground under her foot, and Wenryu instantly disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it was already above a short 7-story building not far from the strong blonde man. This height is afraid to be 2.5 meters, isn't it? It's really strong. Looking at the skin tone and hair color, could it be someone from Eagle Sauce's side? White skin and blonde hair had to make Wenryu have that suspicion. Just shortly after his arrival, the town guardsmen arrived. There were 4 trucks and over 200 people in all. Surround quickly. Spread the boundaries. 10 formation masters, hands placed on the ground. A transparent boundary surrounded the place. The blonde man had a sardonic smile on his face. You guys are overthinking it if you want to trap me even with this kind of trashy boundary. The man casually swung his fist and the boundary shattered in response. And those 10 formation masters were instantly lifted out, spitting blood from their mouths. 9th order. It's the 9th rank, a formation master shouted. Although they were only 7th ranked, only 9th ranked professionals were able to break their boundaries with a single move. The others might not have noticed, but Wenryu did. This man speaks the very language of another world. Does it mean that people from that world can come here at will? No. He thought of the golden masked man he saw earlier, and the black masked Een protector. It should have been made by the 2 of them. Looks like the Church of Salvation has mastered the ability to travel to and from other worlds, which is a bit exciting. If he was lucky, he might be able to steal skills from his opponent as well. With that thought in mind, he cast the spying skill on the blonde man below. Name, Ticeman. Sex, male. Level, 9th order advanced. Occupation, warrior. Unblocked, flesh body unlocked at the beginning of the first tier. Attributes, strength, 2667. Physical fitness, 1087. Agility, 433. Intelligence, 789. Seeing this attribute, Wenryu's pupils suddenly shrunk. Early in the first tier of unblocking, 5,000 total attributes. It was important to realize that an SSS-ranked professional who had reached the 9th ranked primary was only 3,000 points of attributes, which of course didn't include the attributes he or she had provided through medicines, fruits, and so on. And the normal reach of the 9th rank advanced is just over 4,000 at most. Trying to get to 5,000, that's not going to take much time or money. Yet the otherworldly blonde brawny man in front of him had achieved it. I just don't know if the age shows up. He unleashed 2 more peeps and finally got the answer he was looking for. Age, 88. When you look at it that way, the attribute seems to make sense. However, it was clearly impossible for these town guards to kill this cis-man. The attributes were too low. Looks like it's time to strike out on your own. But before you strike, steal a wave. Triggered by the magic hand. Strength plus 30. Trigger mythic hand. Get, stored power fist max, permanent. Got lucky and actually got a permanent skill. Luckily, there were enough skill slots, or else you'd have to throw away a skill to do so. Stored power fist max, store up power for 1 second. Dealing 500 plus, 2. 5 power, damage to things within 10 meters of the fist. 10s, gee, that's a weak multiplier. I can't believe it's only 2. 5x. The 10-second cooldown, however, also made this skill very strong. If this was a sneak attack, it was estimated that he would be able to be killed in one move. It was a pity that this wasn't a magic type attack, or else the magic banning ability he had acquired earlier would definitely be able to inhibit his opponent. Not a big problem though. When Ryu pulled out her dagger and prepared for a sneak attack. Just then, a white-haired woman slowly descended from the sky and stood across from Ticeman. You withdraw successively. Yes, a group of town guards, with their corpses, instantly retreated. When Ryu looked at the woman below and was actually able to make the people of the Jinhua army so obedient, could it be Zero's people? Chapter 174, One's Own Grandchildren's Generation. Not worth getting angry about. Curious, he used his snooping ability on the white-haired woman. Name, Lin Yagu. Sex, female. Age, 76. Level, 9th order advanced. Profession, wind magician. Unblocked, flesh body unlocked at the beginning of the first tier. The corner of his mouth twitched as he looked at the other man's skin, which resembled that of a man in his 20s. You're telling me it's 76 years old? If your skin is so good, why do you have gray hair? But it had to be said that this woman was really powerful, actually unlocking the first layer of the physical body. It's true that this world isn't as simple as it seems. On the surface everyone said that the 9th rank was the highest level, yet even more powerful than the 9th rank advanced were those who were able to unlock the first layer of the physical body. And in order to unlock it, it was inevitable that one of the attributes exceeded 500 points, so it could be seen that this Lin Yagu's intelligence definitely exceeded 500 points. Lin Yagu glanced at the direction where when Ryu was and wondered in her heart, what was that snooping just now? She turned her head to the man in front of her. Big guy, this is not the place for you. You need to go back to your own world. Our two worlds don't interfere with each other. You crossed the line. Lin Yagu looked at the other party with a calm face. Little, I admit you're strong, but you're not even close to killing me. Sisman threw a punch, and a huge hole appeared behind Lin Yagu. You, how can you elementalize? Sisman looked at Lin Yagu with a shocked expression. This wasn't even a skill possessed by a flesh unlocking first rank. As I said, we are two worlds with different rules. It's true that I can't kill you, but the one who can is already on his way. Sisman looked at Lin Yagu with an ugly face. It seemed that it was a bit hard to go back alive. In that case, Ticeman instantly reversed direction and ran off into the distance. While running, he attacked the surroundings. Lin Yagu hurriedly blocked those attacks. When Ryu shook her head when she saw this, she had thought that this woman would be able to strike down against that one, but it turned out to be this? Sure enough. The difference in attributes is not big enough to really be able to do anything about the other side. He had just spied out Lin Yagu's attributes, and the total attributes were only 500 points more than the other party. However, the 500-point difference in attributes after reaching this level was completely compensated for by combat skills. Stifle. When Ryu's figure appeared, and an iron club smashed into Sisman's head, instantly plunging him into a 3-second long stun state. It already means he's dead. Tease the een leg. Feisman goes for a high kick. Although when Ryu was in the upper hand, her brows grew tighter and tighter. It stands to reason that one mulligan is enough to do 5,000 points of damage. Just damn it. Yet the other side did nothing but bleed a little. The same goes for the een kicks. The popping sounds are out. His pants are turning blood red. And this guy isn't dead? That doesn't make sense. I don't believe you won't die. When Ryu jumped up into the air and came behind Sisman, stabbing into his opponent's neck and pulling outward blood spurted out. Well, it's too dead to die this time. Just after landing on the ground, Lin Yagu floated over. You're When Ryu raised her eyebrows. You're old. You know me too? The corner of Lin Yagu's eye twitched. Don't think I didn't hear what you said. Forget it. It's not worth getting upset about your own grandchildren's generation. There are only a few slightly powerful people in Fongjing, and your information is still known. It's just that I didn't expect that you actually killed the unblocking layer 1 strength person. If she remembered correctly, it seemed that the strength of the one Ryu in front of her was only at the 4th rank advanced level. Killing someone over the 5th rank is unbelievable. It's just that my talent is rather peculiar. It's all luck. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. When Ryu waved her hand and turned toward the eastern suburbs, Lin Yagu looked at the distant When Ryu. What a funny kid. Whoosh. Lord Town Councilor. Lin Yagu waved her hand. You Zeros are too slow to react. Gong Yu lowered his head. Our Team Zero in Fongjing just happened to be assigned a mission and came back the first time it happened. No need to look like that. The damage is still within acceptable limits. But when did you guys receive the mission? At 10 o'clock this morning. It said that the Salvation Church had been spotted 200 kilometers out in the countryside, and we went to investigate. After saying that, Gong Yu also felt that something was wrong. It's just too much of a coincidence. They hadn't been out long before the city was attacked, which made the mission look like it was luring him away anyhow. Now that you know, I won't say anything. Remember to keep me on lockdown as far as this immediate area is concerned. Don't worry, Lord Town Councillor. To outsiders, China has only 12 town councillors, but exactly how much is known only to the top brass of China itself. Even Zero may not know all of it. By the way, there was a professional named Wen Ruyu who came just now. Wen Ruyu ran all the way back to the neighborhood and met Jiang Li pacing back and forth at the door. You're back. You're not hurt. What's the situation on that side? Jiang Li sized up Wen Ruyu and was relieved. There's nothing wrong with me, but a few buildings on that side are probably ruined. As for the visitor, it's someone from another world. Otherworldly? Jiang Li froze. Could it be that people from that world have a way to come here? Something like that, but by the looks of the man, he doesn't seem to be able to get back to that side on his own. He opened the passage himself if he could go back. Of course, it's also possible that he intended to run to the designated location in order to open the passage, only to be killed by himself. Of course, the most likely is that the Golden Mask and the Yin Protector too have a way to open the passageway. Who knows exactly? Then if that's the case, doesn't that mean we're always facing the possibility of being attacked? Wen Ruyu shook her head. No, I think they had to spend a lot of resources to open the passageway, otherwise they would have attacked over earlier. Of course, there's also the possibility that people come over every year, only those of them don't know about it. After all, that Lin Yage, but he knew that the other party was from a different world. It would be impossible to recognize the other side if they hadn't been fighting each other for a long time. Jiang Li had a worried look on his face. He had thought that the enemy was just a source beast, but he didn't expect to make an otherworldly world. How the world has suddenly turned strange. She couldn't help but glance at Wen Ruyu as if the root of all the problems came from him. What are you looking at me like that for? It's nothing. I was just thinking that our original life was to kill source beasts to level up and look for treasure chests along the way. But since searching for the mysterious treasure chest once, things have deviated from the set course. The corner of Wen Ruyu's mouth twitched. Blame me? Chapter 175 Alarm. Special Beast Tide. Don't I just see that it's a world out there and want to see it? What does it matter to him if these people come over? The sky is falling and there's a tall man to hold it up. It's got nothing to do with us anyway. Give me this stuff and go home and cook. The two entered the neighborhood and then separated to go home on their own. Kyoto Professionals General Union. The intruders in Fongjing, Kyoto, and Mordor have already been resolved, and it can be determined that the other party is someone from the other world. Chuanfu, Yang Chang, and Fengtian encountered a two-person attack, and Zero has already taken action. Manchi rubbed his bald head in confusion. How did this thing come over? Zero says it's external, but it's also external on the blue planet, and little is known about the otherworldly news. Elder Dragon, people from this other world can come over? He could see these otherworlders fighting through the surveillance video, and the strength was too much. Even if he's on, it's considered good to survive 5 minutes. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat at the thought. If Zero was targeting these people, it's probably been exterminated a long time ago. Lone Star leaned back in his chair and looked out the window. The news about the other world has always been in a state of blockade, and the only ones who know its information are the higher-ups. The people from the other world will come to Blue Star every once in a while. Only before it was a few years between visits. I don't know why the interval is so short this time. Could it be that they have found a new way? Lone Star was also very puzzled by this. As for Long Xing's words, Meng Qi was even more incomprehensible. What did he mean by coming when there was nothing wrong? Looking at the somewhat confused Meng Qi, Long Xing smiled. You joined late. The last time the people from the other world came over was 8 years ago. Manchi instantly thought of it. The one that lasted a month of chaos 8 years ago. It was a global chaos in which all civilians hid in underground fortifications for a month before coming out. And that included the professionals below the 8th rank. But this time it seems that the other party is coming at us. China. Alone. What exactly is it that makes them target us? At this, Lone Star was puzzled. You know that China is a country that has always kept a low profile. Lone Star couldn't help but think in his heart that the investigation committee didn't know how long it would take to break open. Lord God Emperor. As you can see, it's hard to penetrate the interior of China. Protectorine said helplessly as he looked at the two prisoners who had just been arrested in Kyoto. The divine messenger nodded. I'll talk to the sect leader. Let's play small on this side of China and set our sights on the other countries there. Yes. With a wave of the God Emperor's hand, a spatial passageway appeared to his left, and he flashed across into it. The passageway closes and the divine messenger leaves. Do you see what he can do? Pretty much. Why are you here? Yin Protector turned his head to look. and a person wearing a white mask stood beside him. I'm the Yang Protector. Of course I'm coming. Protector Yang glanced at Protector Een, then looked towards the location of the spatial passage just now. This God Emperor can open a spatial passage, but it still requires the mysterious treasure chest space as a connection point, indicating that the spatial barriers between these two worlds are thick. It can also be concluded that these individual God envoys aren't as strong as imagined. A divine messenger is originally just someone beside the sect leader, so it's normal for him not to be strong, but as long as he can open a spatial passage, he is powerful. That said, what exactly is the point of him establishing this church? The young protector had been in this church for so many years, and his annual mission was nothing more than wreaking havoc in the Eastern Hemisphere and strangling some quality professionals from time to time. Who knows? At 8 o'clock at night, when Ryu sat on the sofa and turned on the TV, the Spring Festival has begun. His entire body sank into the couch, relaxing like never before. A variety of candies and dried fruits were arranged on the coffee table. Half an hour passed, and when Ryu went from full of anticipation to lack of interest. It's still so ugly. Can't you guys create something new on your own? It's getting harder and harder to turn on the TV every New Year's Eve, and every year it's such a disappointment. He turned off the TV and walked out of the room, all the way outside the neighborhood. When Ryu had thought that there would be no one on the street, but it turned out that there were quite a few people on the street at all. It seems that this year's Spring Fling still hasn't raised any interest, all the way to the city center, which is even more lively. When Ryu casually found a chair and sat down, holding a bottle of drink bought from a convenience store. Maybe it really was the bad TV program that came out with an extraordinarily large family of 3. There's still some envy. Looking at those parents accompanying their children in front of him, he felt some envy in his heart. For as long as I can remember, it was his father who followed him, never having experienced what it meant to be a family of 3. Buzz woo, a sharp and piercing siren sounded. The crowd, which had just been having fun, was quite used to this, rushing towards the underground fortifications. It's not a bad time of year. Alright, half a year has passed since the last beast tide. This New Year's gift is not wanted at all. I wonder how long this one will take. Listening to the words of the people around her, when Ryu also reacted. Yeah, half a year has passed, and it's about time for a beast wave. Besides, the last beast tide wasn't really a beast tide. Little brother, don't stay there dry. Run, the beast tide is too uncertain. A man with a 5 or 6-year-old child shouted at Ryu. I'm a professional. You go first. Hearing Ryu say this, the man hurriedly ran towards the direction of the underground fortifications with the child. Woo woo woo. At that moment, however, the sound of the alarm suddenly changed. The voice grew more and more urgent. When Ryu's face changed, this voice, only red lights flashed on the surrounding buildings and a steel gate rose. From the first floor all doors and windows were closed. Whoosh! Countless Dao humanoid source beasts descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Sure enough, it's a special beast wave, instead of the normal wave of beasts in the outside world. Dad! The little girl's voice rang out from a distance. When Ryu turned his head to see that the man who had just called out to him had collapsed on the ground less than 10 meters away from the fortifications, while beside the girl a humanoid-type source beast had raised the longsword in its hand. Seek death. When Ryu instantly came to the little girl's side and kicked out. Boom! The source beast instantly smashed through the wall and died instantly. Dad! Wake up! Tears continued to stream down the corners of her eyes. When Ryu shook her head, the body on the ground was already in 2 halves. It couldn't survive. He grabbed the little girl and went to the door of the underground fortification. Your father is dead. Face the truth and live. The girl had some difficulty accepting this for a moment. When Ryu placed the girl inside and casually took a few cars from the side of the road and stacked them on top of each other to block the doorway. Whether she went in or not when Ryu didn't know. He only knew now that this beast tide was a bit troublesome. Chapter 176 Evacuation. Raise the wall. Looking at the source beasts that kept appearing, and a hole that had just been punched out by him not far away. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. When Ryu sighed. That's the bad thing about fighting in a city. You have to take into account the buildings in the city. After all, with his strength, if he was on fire, it was estimated that not many buildings would be able to withstand his attacks. It wasn't just the little girl's father who died. There were others. There were no less than 100 of them just where his eyes saw them. All of them were mistakenly injured by the source beasts that fell from the sky. And when Ryu had no way to save them even if she wanted to. Whoosh! A dozen or so source beasts instantly rushed over. When Ryu shook her head and pulled out her dagger and disappeared into thin air. When it reappeared, a dozen or so source beast heads flew up. Do you guys think I'm still the same person I was before? That I won't be able to cut your necks in this heavy armor? The only shame was that he hadn't gotten around to casting mythic hands yet, which was a bit of a waste. Jingle bell, on 'em. Brother Jade, where are you? The neighborhood is full of source beasts. John Lee, I'm in the center of the city now. Come and find me. Yes. Jingle bell, Onum. This time it was Jean Mingyu's call. Brother Yu, where are you now? Downtown. Wait for us. We'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, Wen Ruyu glanced around. It's still a pain in the ass. You guys might not make it through here. It wasn't that Wen Ruyu looked down on them, but there were level 50 to 70 source beasts all over the place, and it was simply impossible for them to come over. Eastern Suburbs Segregation Zone. The barrier is abandoned and the wall is raised. All town guards in the eastern suburbs, all of them will guard the wall. Zhao Mingyuan shouted into the loudspeaker. A group of town guards jumped off the barrier and attacked the source beasts outside the barrier as they ran. However, in the face of a source beast of such a level, the power of these guards alone would not be enough. Captain, source beasts have also appeared in the other 3 directions, and there are source beasts in the center of the city as well. This time it's a special beast tide, and I've just been informed from above that there are a total of 5 cities suffering from a special beast tide this time. According to satellites, there are other countries that have suffered from special beast waves as well. Hearing this, Zhao Mingyuan sighed in relief. As long as it wasn't directed at Feng Jing, it was fine. Got it. Hurry up and retreat with your team. Walking out of the command room, Zhao Mingyuan sighed in his heart as he looked at the quarantine belt not far away. It's really a return to the past. According to this number of beast tides, the quarantine zone will have to be retreated again. A year's work for nothing. The town guards of the 4 quarantine zones retreated, the zones not being built too strong to allow for better distance advancement. When they came to the barrier, the crowd ran up the wall. All heavy weapons unfold. And don't save me ammunition. Although the lethality of thermal weapons had become much weaker, the effect of some missiles was still very good, and it was still possible to deal with some low-level source beasts. As for the high-level source beasts, they were also able to restrict the opponent's traveling footsteps. Artillery fire is ultimately just a restriction. Eventually the pros will have to take the field. Downtown, Jade, Zhang Li dodged left and right, using his skills to clear the way for himself from time to time. As for killing a source beast, she hadn't thought about it yet. When Ruyu turned her head to look and raised an eyebrow. I can't believe I actually came over. It seems like the real-world experience has improved quite a bit. He had thought about going over to pick it up, but he didn't get a call for half a day. Brother Yu, I've come all the way here. All of them are source beasts, and they're of mixed levels. Mostly, level 50 mainly. Zhang Li gasped for air. Obviously this journey had exhausted her. This one is a special beast tide. He looked up into the sky. There were not a lot of cracks up there, basically covering the entire city. I really don't know how these cracks are positioned so accurately to be placed over the city. Sister Sin called me just now and asked where I was, so I said I'd come to see you. Zhan Mingyu called me too, and according to where they live, they should be together. The two had just finished speaking when Ruyu's phone rang. What's wrong? Jade, can you guys come find us for a bit? We're being chased by 2 level 80 gold bosses. Zhan Mingyu's foot stepped on the gas, and the speed dried up to 180 kilometers per hour. This speed, however, was too slow for a source beast. If it wasn't for Zhan Mingyu turning left and right, he would have been caught long ago. We'll be right there. Location sharing. Hanging up and finding their group. A real-time location message appeared. The distance is not that far. Just over 10 kilometers away. Come on, go get them. 5 minutes later, when Ruyu found Zhan Mingyu, if it wasn't for Zhan Mingyu's messy driving, the two would actually be able to meet in 3 minutes. Zhan Mingyu, I don't want to, but this dude behind me it doesn't agree. The car drifted and stopped around when Ruyu to the back. He still agreed with Zhan Mingyu's car skills, otherwise he wouldn't have. Ahem. Anyway, it's just a very good team member. Zhan Mingyu and the others got out of the car. Brother Jade, the entire Fongjing city is going to be overrun by source beasts, and the isolation walls outside have gone up. When Ruyu waved her hand, let's not talk about that first. Let me take care of these 2 source beasts. Triggered by wonderful hands. Agility plus 22. Triggered by the magic hand. Intelligence plus 15. Trigger. Worthy of being an intelligence-type source beast, the probability of needing intelligence was much higher than other source beasts. It was just that this value was smaller. Without the presence of outsiders, Ruyu's daggers could be said to be running towards the vitals. A random hit is 5,000 plus damage. Regarding this kind of damage value, Zhan Mingyu and the others had long since gotten used to it and weren't as surprised as they were before. Let's not watch and pack up these scattered source beasts. Although the beast tide is dangerous, it also represents opportunities. Maybe we can advance to the 5th rank primary today. Zhao Qian leaped forward and looked around at the source beasts. With a flash of light, a silver armor appeared on Zhao Qian's body, and a half-human tall shield appeared in her hand. Everyone get ready. Attack! Danger and opportunity go hand in hand, and they wouldn't have come out of their homes if they were afraid. As for security, with Wenryu in the room their safety could still be guaranteed. Not a big problem as long as you don't die. With them Wenryu could concentrate on using the myriad hands. Trigger wonderful hands to gain a medium amount of source power. Trigger the mythic hand to gain a large amount of source power. Triggered by the magic hand. Strength plus 28. Jingle bell, on 'em. Jingle bell, on 'em. Wenryu took out his cell phone with a speechless face. How could someone still call him? As soon as I saw it was an unknown caller, I just hung up without even thinking about it. Seconds later, however, the phone rang again, with the same call. Hey, I'm busy. No insurance, no house. It's me, Chu Hanshio. Wenryu was a little embarrassed. It seemed like she was going to save her phone number last time, but then she forgot about it. Ahem. Is something wrong? Chapter 177. I don't know if this counts as experience. Where are you now? Downtown. I'm bringing Lung Qingfeng and Zhengchen to you now. Snap. The phone was hung up straight away. Wenryu looked at her cell phone with a tangled face. Won't I be restricted again when you guys come? Originally, he had planned to wait for this wave to run out of myriad hands and directly go down with a wide-range skill to kill them all. After all, with his current intelligence attribute, a single magical attack could definitely kill a piece of source beasts. Now it's good that Chu Hanshio and the others have come over. He could only use normal attacks and assassin-type skills. Trouble. What's wrong, Jade? It's Zero. They should have sent someone. And by the way, there's the captain of our reserves bringing someone as well. I guess they want to take the opportunity to train a wave. It's really troublesome. So are you and Jiang Li leaving? Zhan Mingyu frowned. If Wenryu and Jiang Li were to leave, then they might not be able to fight. A large portion of this squad's damage could be contributed by these two. How can you fight with two remaining milks, a law, and a resistance to beatings? Wenryu shook her head. No, they'll either stay and move with us, or they'll move alone. After going to the other world, Wenryu no longer had much interest in Zero. If it weren't for the fact that they were targeting people, and if the key to the otherworldly entry was the mystery treasure chest treasure map, he doesn't even want to care. Yes, he's that realistic. The corner of Zhan Mingyu's mouth twitched. Was he so rigid now? But when you think about the damage he's done, it doesn't seem like much. There doesn't seem to be any for over 10,000 for a random skill. Not that he'd seen for a while anyway. Wenryu paid attention to the movements of the source beasts while using her myriad hands, and watched as her attributes soared. Her mood was quite pleasant. There is a probability of acquiring attributes, but it is more or less going up. It would be nice to not be so non-competitive. It's amazing that only 2 out of 10 mythic hands are attribute increases, and only 1 out of 10 when you're unlucky. You're afraid you're not kidding me. Instead, the most numerous are instead disposable skills. He now possessed more skills than he could count. If he threw out a skill in a second, he would be able to throw it for 3 hours without stopping. It's outrageous. Whoosh, whoosh. Several people from Chu Hanshio rushed here. Finally, we found you. From now on the 3 of us will join your squad and start cleaning up the neighborhood, Chu Hanshio said as he replaced his scythe. Zero wouldn't just come to you guys, would it? Wenryu glanced behind them and looked at her with a skeptical expression. Of course not. Zero supported 4 squads over this time. I came over just to bring you guys to sharpen your combat. Although these source beasts are a bit stronger in rank, there are many tall buildings here, so it's still simple to escape. If this were in the wild, the top wouldn't dare play this. Okay, let's go then. Wait, the command is going to be given to me. Chu Hanshio pulled Wenryu back. Wenryu glanced at the jade hands with snow-white, blown-out skin on her arms. Snap! Chu Hanshio retracted his palm with a whoosh, and a red mark appeared on the back of his hand. I'm not very used to someone grabbing my arm, and the fact that command can only be in my hands. After all, there's more of us, and you don't understand how we work together. The corner of Chu Hanshio's mouth twitched. If you don't give it, just don't give it. What are you doing hitting people? However, she still advised bitterly. This time it's facing a large-scale beasttide. I'm afraid you don't have the experience. Experience? With a smile on her lips, Wenryu instantly arrived in front of a 5 or 6 meter tall giant lizard. A kick out. Boom! The lizard instantly flew over 20 meters away and continued to roll. Jiang Li instantly added an arrow and shot the lizard. I wonder if this counts as experience. Lang Risheng and Jiang Chen were originally quite nervous about facing so many source beasts. At the sight of this scene, it directly froze in place. Are you sure this is humanly possible? No. Accurately, is this something a thief can do? That's a 5 meter tall giant lizard. Chu Hanshio's eyelids jumped wildly. If she didn't remember wrongly, a giant lizard this tall should weigh between 2 and 3 tons. You're a thief and you kicked it out that far. What is your strength? Ahem. Although it's true that being strong in combat doesn't mean strong in command, but considering that you have the majority of the team, then the command will be given to you. Mainly Chu Hancho was a little worried that the other party would not give her a kick. After all, the bastard had just punched her hand directly, so hell knows if he'd do anything else. Wonryu nodded with satisfaction when she saw her being so receptive. Get in shape then. You guys do the fighting. I'll protect you guys. The corners of Chu Hancho's mouth twitched. You're trying to say lie down and win, right? She took a deep breath and her eyes turned determined. Blessing, Armor of Light, Holy Flame, Guardian of Light, Mind Fire. 5 status skills were applied to several people. The skills previously performed by Zhan Mingyu and Wang Mingxing were replaced. Seeing this, Wonryu had a look of pity on her face. It was true that she couldn't stack, but I have to say, this damage, this defense, it's an explosion. You'd definitely be a good priest if you didn't stray from your studies. 3 of these skills are related to intelligence. Chu Hancho raised his eyebrows. Having 2% status skills is enough. After all, I am a combat priest. With Chu Hancho's status skill, they also had the power to fight against level 70 to 80 source beasts. It consisted of Ling Qingfeng and Zhao Qian as the front row, Zhang Chen as the assassin, and Zhongli and Lin Dai as the long-range attackers. Chu Hancho was supplementing the damage, while Wang Mingxing and Zhan Mingyu were of course responsible for healing. As for Wonryu himself, he was concentrating on using Myriad Hands. The attack won't be his turn for a while. After all, Myriad Hands had acquired no shortage of source power at all. After 5 minutes, Chu Hancho returned to the team and looked at the leisurely Wonryu. Couldn't help but say, "Aren't you going to do anything?" Wonryu raised her eyebrows. "If I do it, will they still get exercise?" When Chu Hancho heard these words, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the weapon in his hand, his bones whitening. It made so much sense that she was surprisingly speechless. Wonryu wasn't looking at him, but rather at the dagger in her hand. Dagger of Elemental Eaters, growth type, rank, none, quality, SSS+. Damage, 212 to 276. Bonus, 1. Eating Yuan, slaying a source beast devours some of its source power. Increasing damage, 155/300, plus 25. 2. Soul Eater, slaying a source beast stores soul power. 3000 of 3000. 3. Spirit Shield, consumes soul power to protect spirit space. Inlay, 1. Magic Breaking Crystal Stone LV5, ignore opponent's magic defense by 25%. 2. Flawless Double Penetration Crystal Max, physical penetration plus 50%, magic penetration plus 50%. Not bad for a growth weapon. The damage has been increased to over 200. Too bad. That damage won't do him any good at all. Chapter 178 Intensive? That's all the more reason to check it out. He was now able to strike a super strong attack even with his bare hands. When Ryu looked around for a moment, the source beasts in this neighborhood had pretty much gotten the best of him. It was time to change places. I'm going to start. Everyone prepare to advance. When Ryu instantly disappeared in place, symbolically using a few skills. Backstab. Minus 9,821. Pick the bones. Minus 8,921. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. He had deliberately chosen a non-weakness position. How was this damage still so high? Looking at the damage floating up in the distance, Chu Hancho froze out of his mind. This was 4th rank advanced damage? I don't think the damage was this high last time. Was it? Is it advanced? That was also just advancing to the 5th rank junior. So how could it be so much worse? 5 minutes later, only the corpses of the source beasts were left on this street. What are you waiting for? Get a grip. The crowd behind them rushed to follow. Turning down a street, he met several teams of professionals. And not only on this street, but on all the others. It's generally a 7th and 8th order team. These were the top combatants of each guild. After all, this was Fengjing, and the 7th and 8th orders were already high combatants. Looks like there's nothing left for us. When Ryu had a look of pity on her face, this neighborhood was almost cleared out. There were not many living source beasts left. It looks like they should have arrived early. What do we do now? When Ryu looked at Chu Hancho, the corner of Chu Hancho's mouth twitched. Aren't you the captain? Shouldn't this be something you consider? Coughing. When Ryu looked embarrassed. My experience is in combat. Chu Hancho rolled his eyes. After the alarm goes off, the city will usually evacuate its residents underground within 10 minutes. Combatants, on the other hand, arrive at the battlefield within 10 minutes. A total of 8 spacetime channels have been opened in the Fengjing City District, and from the current situation the source beasts in the city should be almost resolved. After all, the number of combatants is still high. If you want to keep fighting, you can stay here and wait for the next batch of source beasts to be dropped to fight them, or you can go outside the quarantine wall. But the density of source beasts there is not something that can be compared to the city. It wasn't that Chu Hanxiu was bluffing, but it was the truth. In this area of the city, it was just tens of thousands of source beasts at full count, but outside of the city, it was at least 100,000 or more. Especially with this particular beast tide, it was estimated that it could be in the range of 200,000 or even 300,000. This time, she had brought her team here just to train them in the city. However, things got a little off track from the original purpose, but the impact wasn't that great. When Ruyu rubbed her chin, intensive? If only mythic hands could be used at range, he muttered in a small voice. What did you say? I say go out into the field and see if you can get out and go help. If he can't get out, then he'll get out himself. Since we're going out, let's pick the closest place. That must still be the closest on the east side. The crowd got in their cars and drove all the way towards the eastern suburbs. Sister Qian, your brother should be in the eastern suburb. He won't stop us, right? When Ruyu's concern was not unreasonable. After all, they were ostensibly just a team composed of 4th-ranked senior. He shouldn't have time to care about us. Besides, isn't there Chu Hanxiu around? She's an official member of Zero. If she really wants to take us out, no one would dare to stop us. That's where Zero comes in. When Ruyu leaned against the passenger side, that's kinda useful. The crowd had just arrived at the location on the eastern outskirts of the city by car when they saw a steady stream of men in combat fatigues joining the defense of the wall. It's people from the other city's support that came through the teleportation array. Seeing these people, Chu Hanxiu was not surprised. Didn't it say that the teleportation array can only teleport 10 people at a time? Who told you that? Behind the teleportation hall, there is a large teleportation array that can teleport 1,000 people at a time. Just 10 teleportations would be enough to support a city, and 10 is only a minute. Chu Hanxiu looked at Wen Ruyu with a speechless face. This was all the most basic knowledge. As for air transportation, it was used to travel to areas without teleportation arrays, and it might not even be able to be used once a year. Under Chu Hanxiu's leadership, the crowd arrived at the bottom of the fence. Looking at the surface of the wall, which was wrapped in metal throughout, the crowd couldn't help but feel a sense of security. This wall had blocked many large beast tides. Without this wall, Fengjing would have been reduced to ruins. Chu Hanxiu took out his papers and showed them to the guards watching. The guards hurriedly made way for the crowd to ascend the walls. The walls were wide, almost 12 meters wide. There were more than just professionals on the walls. There were all sorts of weaponry. The crowd came to the wall and looked down, densely packed with source beasts. At this time, the source beast swarm had already attacked to a distance of less than 50 meters from the city wall. And in front of the wave of source beasts was a group of melee professions. The melee fighters were meleeing below, and the long range were supporting from above the walls. Are you guys going down? Boom boom boom. A volley of missiles shot out and bombarded the source beasts in the rear. However, the damage caused by the missiles was somewhat pathetic, and the kills were all low-level source beasts. It wasn't that there weren't any missiles against high-level source beasts, but they didn't dare to use them. When Ruyu glanced at them, you guys just stay on the wall. In your condition, it's too dangerous to go down there. The density of the source beasts below was clearly beyond Wen Ruyu's expectations. Zhan Mingyu and the others nodded. They were not stupid. This situation was not something they could get involved in. It would be better to throw a few skills at the wall and mix up some source power. They're not the hot-blooded type. Chu Hanxiu frowned. You don't mean you want to go down there by yourself, do you? You're a thief. Not really suited to fighting alone. Wen Ruyu glanced at Chu Hanxiu and then at the source beasts all over the place. If he didn't go, how sorry it would be for these source beasts. Right? Don't worry. I value my little life more than you do. Sneak. When Ruyu disappeared from sight, and the crowd felt a gust of wind blow by. It didn't take much thinking to realize that when Ruyu went down, Chu Hanxiu opened his mouth and looked at Zhan Mingyu and the others. Has Wen Ruyu always been like this? A few people looked at each other and finally placed their eyes on Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian's eyelids twitched. What should she say about this? It's only sometimes like that. Most of it still follows the team. Along the way, Zhao Qian had also been paying attention to the skills used by Wen Ruyu. After all, with this Chu Hanxiu, she didn't know exactly what things Wen Ruyu knew about the other party. At the moment, it seems that only the strength aspect is known to the other party. As for those various skills the other party is not aware of, they should be fine as long as they don't talk about it. Chu Hanxiu sighed lightly. This person's strength was indeed powerful, but this was also a real prick. Difficult to deal with. If only he was stronger than him. Unfortunately there are no ifs. Chapter 179, Danger is Opportunity. Wen Ruyu, who had left the group, ran towards the distance at full speed. Looking at the crowded tide of beasts below, Wen Ruyu secretly smacked her lips. This wave of source beasts was really powerful. Low-level source beasts only occupied a small portion. 50 or 60 levels were the most numerous, followed by about 70 level source beasts. This was not something that could be dealt with if Zhang Mingyu and the others came down. He turned his head to look over the city at the crack in space that had just stopped channeling, and from which the source beasts once again ran. It was worthy of being a special beast tide, so close to not having a source beast appear underneath. About 50 kilometers from the wall. This used to be the area where the quarantine strip land was located, and by now the strip had long since fallen to the ground, and by this point, the number of source beasts was gradually decreasing. When Ryu looked towards the direction of the forest, where there were still quite a few source beasts, looking around at the density, here it is. He jumped above a large tree and looked north and south first. The source beasts from these two directions had connected with the eastern region as one, thus showing how terrifying the number of this source beast tide was. When Ryu sat on the branch of a tree, get to work. Trigger mythical hand. Gain a large amount of source power. Triggered by the magic hand. Strength plus 28. Trigger wonderful hands. Gain, Fireball LV5, X1. The chances of the attributes appearing are a bit low, but you can't beat the volume. Half an hour later, a warm current was coursing through his body. Upgraded? When Ryu raised her eyebrows. Sure enough, there is danger, which means opportunity. If one were to go for a normal upgrade, it would take at least 2 to 3 months to go from a 5th order beginner to an intermediate. Look at that. It's just a little bit of an upgrade. Of course, this was also due to the accumulation of the previous period. Otherwise it could not be so fast. Looking at the nearby source beasts had been pretty much stolen by him. When Ryu didn't save either, throwing out hundreds of skills in 3 minutes. Minus 4,673. Minus 3,342. Minus 2,342. Although the number that popped up each time was relatively low. Who let this be an intelligence-based magic skill? It was good to have it this high. He then changed places and continued. The wave of beasts in the city has been contained to a certain extent, and the threat to the city has been lifted. Zhao Mingyuan put down the walkie-talkie and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. As long as the city is safe. As far as the outside world is concerned, there are few problems. Pattering sound. Great Captain. Zero's troops are here, and the Thunder Army has sent 4,000 man units in support. The visitor had a face of great joy. Although Zero was small in number, he was a very strong one, and it was much better for them to deal with the 80-plus level source beasts than for the town guards to deal with them on their own. After all, there weren't many 8th-ranked professionals in the entire town guard, let alone 9th-ranked ones. Hearing that the Thunder Army had sent someone over, Zhao Mingyuan had a relaxed look on his face. With the Thunder Army, it would be so much easier for them. It was important to realize that the Thunder Army was generally 8th-ranked professionals, with the worst being 7th-ranked existences. That's a lot more powerful than the town guard. Got it. Provide whatever the Thunder Army needs. Strive for 3 days to resolve this beast tide. We can't let it breach the isolation wall. Even with so many people on board, he remains pessimistic. 1 day is just too hard. Southeast, northwest, and everywhere were source beasts. Furthermore, jingle bell, on him. Seeing the incoming call on his cell phone, Zhao Mingyuan hurriedly picked up the phone. Sister Lin. At a location 200 kilometers away in the eastern suburbs, Lin Yaga nodded in satisfaction. That's a lot better than talking about that kid of your old man's. Mingyuan, as of now, this one is simply a beast tide. There's no artificial opening of passages. And these source beasts are all coming out of various secret realms. This was the third good news Zhao Mingyuan had heard today. As long as it's not man-made, there's nothing wrong with it. Just take care of the source beast. Sister Lin. Then you see, I will definitely make a move. But there are too many of these origin beasts. Even I don't have the means to take care of all of them in the first place. Not to mention, Lin Yaga floated in the air. Looking at the source beasts that were still pouring out, the corner of her mouth twitched. This is not $200,000 or $300,000. I guess it is going to run for $1 million. Not to mention the fact that the source beasts are still constantly pouring out of the secret realm. Even I'm only able to control an area. Lin Yaga's tone changed. But don't worry, I've already contacted the other cities. I believe that after having them come, they should be able to cut off some of the source beasts. As long as most of the source beasts were blocked here, then it wouldn't be much of a problem. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yaga looked at these source beasts with worry in her eyes. She was just a slightly more powerful professional, not a god. No amount of damage could stop the source beast. Strange. Just how many source beasts are there in this one secret realm? Lin Yaga casually waved her hand and a tornado with a diameter of 10 meters and a height of over 20 meters appeared. As the tornado moved, a source beast was swept up into the sky. Minus 4,783, minus 5,342, minus 3,898. A number kept bouncing around the tornado. At this Lin Yaga nodded in satisfaction. Then one tornado after another appeared. 5 tornadoes in total. moving constantly in this neighborhood. The strength is still lacking. At this moment, Wonryu had just released a bunch of skills to clear a large area. There was no knowledge of what was happening behind them. After all, they were hundreds of kilometers apart. He opened his attributes and fell into deep thought. Name, Wonryu. Age, 18. Occupation, thief, SA. Thief. Potential, C grade, SSS grade. Level, 5th order intermediate. Attributes, strength, 5000. Body mass, 4767. Agility, 4878. Intelligence, 1228. Unblocked, flesh body unlocked late first tier. Gifted skills, Saint, lockpicking. Saint Wonderful Hands LV5, 38. 000/1. 000. 000, unique. Skills, Windblade LV2, X187, Thunderlance LV3, X434. Saint Stifling Stick LV4, 467/10. 000. Saint Yensha LV3, 243/1000. Saint Teasing Legs LV1, 49 out of 100. Saint Inserting Eyes LV1, 2 out of 100. Sneak, Backstab LV4, 88 tenths. 000. Bone Pick LV3, 691/1000. Shadow Attack LV3, 27/1000. Sprint LV1, 77 out of 100. Sharp Mark LV1, 2 out of 100. Flaming Fire Max. Ice Sky Max. Lucky Favor LV3, Prying LV5. Forbidden Demon. Stored Fistal Max. All the individual skills and stuff. That's not to mention the old cast. Mythical. It's still early to upgrade. Just go with the flow. Chapter 180 Intelligence holds back progress. Of course that's not the point. The point is, his power had actually reached its limit again. It seems like it should be every 2500 points is the limit. Wonryu rubbed her hands together. Come on. Quickly let me unlock the door. I want to unblock it again. However, when he put his hands on his body and saw what was going on in his body, his entire body went numb. What I saw this time was different from before. In front is an imaginary lock as well as a fence. And at the back of the fence another fence appeared with a solidified lock hanging from it. He could only control the illusory locks in front of him. He couldn't reach the ones behind him. That's right. It's just out of reach. The corner of Wonryu's mouth twitched. He couldn't even unlock the door if he wanted to now. He looked to his own pitifully small intellect. It seems that this is what is meant by the so-called first layer. At that moment, he had a flash of light in his head. If he remembered correctly, it would be converted to other attributes after reaching the upper limit. That means, Wonryu's eyes were fiery as she looked at the source beasts below. Trigger Wonderful Hands. Strength reaches ceiling. Agility plus 22. The corner of Wonryu's mouth curled up. And it was true. Jia. Ahem. Go on and on. Trigger Wonderful Hands. Agility reaches upper limit. Physique plus 18. 10 minutes later, the physique was 10 points short of full value. Wonryu nodded in satisfaction. Even if he's a nonce, 10 times should always be physical. But why didn't any of the intellect show up? Whether it's an agility cap or a strength cap, the final increase is in body mass. This is outrageous. Doesn't he deserve intelligence? Finally the physique is full as well. Wonryu took a deep breath, and the next step was to pile on the intelligence. As for killing the source beast, he simply gave up for now. What else was more important than unlocking the first layer right now? Anyway, there are so many professionals. Not much more than one of him, not less. He changed the area and cast Mythic Hand again. However, the moment the attributes appeared, Wonryu's entire body froze. Trigger Wonderful Hands. Agility reaches ceiling. Intelligence plus 1. What? Plus 1? You're afraid you're not teasing me. Even if the target is just a gorilla, it's only right that he has intelligence. However, the fact that it is a fact gives him a little. You know the mythical hands has a minimum of 10 written on it. Wonryu sat on the tree, holding her arms, puzzled. Even a dozen points he could accept. But 1 point, how did that make him accept it? Does it mean that the number of points for this transformation is lower than normal? But it can't be that much lower. His eyes scanned the weak and found a patch of humanoid creatures. One use goes on and another attribute appears. Triggered by Wonderful Hands. Agility reaches ceiling. Intelligence plus 3. More, but not much more. Wonryu continued to look for a target. There was a patch of magic using source beasts there. Triggered by Wonderful Hands. Agility reaches ceiling. Intelligence plus 3. The corner of Wonryu's mouth twitched. So 6. Looking at the intelligence that had jumped 7 points, Wonryu was speechless. Going by his non-common attributes, 10 mythical hands down is usually a 1 to 3 attribute increase. Just count it twice. Once at 2 points. Wonryu did some silent calculations. About 3,000 times is enough. But, what about 2? 500 after that. And then 500 after that? Who knows how many times the back actually needs to be unlocked. Looks like it's best to target humans. That's 20 plus IQ points less at one time. At this point he couldn't help but think of Zero, when he would go on another mission. Preferably the kind where the target was thousands of people, as a way for him to fill his intellect to the brim. Looking at the source beasts on the ground, what else could he do? Deal with it first. If you waste it, you get it for nothing anyway. Wenryu was once again engaged in her work, outside the wall. At this point here in the eastern suburbs, it has advanced 10 kilometers outward. Zhao Mingwei stood with another burly man. Gu Wei, the strength of your thunder army is really enviable. What's there to envy? We do the most dangerous jobs, and if we weren't strong we would have died long ago. Besides, many of the professionals here are from the town guards. Aside from the necessary personnel, many professionals who had reached the 7th or 8th rank would end up going to the Thunder Army and the Border Guard. Sure, a very small percentage may also join Zero. It's still up to the individual as to whether or not they can stay. East, west, south, north, 4 directions. The battle lines are all steadily advancing outward. But anyway, we alone can at best protect the barrier, but it's hard to advance. A few people in the distance. Zhao Qian conferred. Should we go and help? Wang Mingxing looked at the source beasts below with anticipation in his eyes. With so many origin beasts, if they were able to kill a batch of them, they must be able to level up, right? Realize that they're about to advance just a little bit. Other than Lin Dai and Zhongli, who can we help? Zhao Qian shook her head. She couldn't do anything by going down there anyway. As for Zhan Mingyu and Wang Mingxing, the healing effect could still be somewhat useful, but not very useful. I wonder how Jade is doing. Don't worry, with that strength of his, even if he can't fight, he can still run. Chu Hanxiu, who was on the side, perked up her ears and listened to their words. Unfortunately, there was just too little information about Wenryu. Zhao Hong. It's not that I don't try hard, it's really that they don't say anything. Finally reached. Looking at the intelligence that had reached 2,500 points, Wenryu sighed in relief. He unlocked his intellect at the first opportunity. Unblocked, flesh body unlocked first level complete. And next, Wenryu didn't make a move to unlock it. If you unlock it, the intellect gets stuck once again. Hell, I don't know if the next one will be 2,500 or 5,000. So let's just leave it that way for now. When will you stack your intellect up to 5,000 before you say anything? But, when Ryu looked around, there shouldn't be any. Phew, a gust of wind struck. 5 huge tornadoes came from not far behind Wenryu. At this time, each of Linya Ge's tornadoes became 20 meters in diameter and up to 50 meters high. Holy crap! Wenryu hurriedly left the spot. The large tree he had just been standing on was soon swept up into the air. The corner of Wenryu's eye twitched. What the hell is this? A white-haired woman was seen slowly approaching from the rear. It's her? Yo, it's actually Wenryu. You're actually here. Lin Yago was surprised to see Wenryu. One must realize that this was the source beast's backyard, and he actually dared to go deeper into this place. It seemed that his strength was far from what it appeared to be. You're old. You're here too, haha. Lin Yage's eyes narrowed. You kid. Wait for this beast tide to end. Chapter 181, Your height? I may not be able to do it. Lin Yago has lived for more than 70 years and has never been so angry. Although she was indeed old, anyone with a normal emotional intelligence would call her a sister. Only this one Ryu, who had already mentioned the word old twice. Don't you know that for women, age is not to be mentioned? Well, not even the grandchildren. Son, what are you doing running so far away? I almost said what was on my mind, but Lin Yage's face was as normal as if nothing had been mentioned just now. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. Did you just want to call me son? Ahem. Seeing as you're an old man, I won't bother with you. Otherwise, one punch will break you into pancakes. I'm fine. I just came by for a little stroll. The corners of Lin Yage's mouth twitched. Goddamn slipping. Can you think of a plausible excuse for dressing me down? Lin Yago looked ahead at the several tornadoes, not having any extra time to pay attention to them at this time. The main thing now was to eliminate these source beasts first. Although those secret realms in the back had stopped now, who knew if the source beasts would appear again? Take your time skulking around then. I have to work. I'll advise you though, you're not even close to being as strong as you are now, so it's best to return to the city if you can. When you reach my height, it won't be too late for you to wander around again, Lin Yago said with an air of having been there before. In her opinion, Wenryu should be somewhat powerful, but it's just being able to kill over the top, or having some talent in a certain area, or having a single attribute on the wrong side of the spectrum. Since he dared to come out, it means he has the means to keep himself safe. so she didn't force Wenryu to return to the city. Looking at Lin Yage, who was a little bit far away, Wenryu rubbed her chin. Reach that height of yours? But I'll only go up, not down. And that's something I can't really do. He glanced around. The neighborhood had been cleared by Lin Yage. Looks like it's time for a change. He looked at Lin Yagwa again. Wind mages are good. They can actually float in the air all the time. How comfortable it is to rush. Not like he still needs to run himself. Alas, born to labor. Wenryu reversed her direction and walked towards the south side. It was good that the distance covered by Lin Yage's 5 tornadoes was only like 150 meters or so, and even though she used some of her skills from time to time, she couldn't help but have enough source beasts outside. Many source beasts were left behind in the distance. He only walked like 500 meters before he came to the dense concentration of source beasts once again. The wind system is still a bit short of meaning, but 150 meters range is about right. Of course it can't be ruled out. She didn't use her full strength. After all, just now Lin Yage was controlling 5 tornadoes while conversing with him easily. This kind of persistent skill can be a great test of one's control. That being said, Wenryu still had some doubts about the strength of a 9th order professional. Did it mean that the 9th rank just had a stronger attack and no powerful skills? He glanced in the distance, and Lin Yage had already walked away. Fiery fire. A large flame instantly ignited. Wenryu stood on a high spot and looked out. It doesn't seem like we can say that the 9th rank strength is weak. This is already a Lamax skill, and the caged area is only 100 by 100. So what should be done to improve the skill area? Does it rely on multiple releases? Wenryu shook his head. This was not something he was considering right now. Let's get the intelligence up first. However, after an hour had passed, intelligence had only increased by 1,000 points. He couldn't continue to ascend even if he wanted to. A man in red magical robes advanced from the south side, causing him to be unable to use his mythic hand at all. The source beasts in the distance were all taken out by him. The hundreds of flames that fell from the sky. No, it would be more accurate to say burning flaming rocks, or pyroclastics. Every shot that fell was able to take away the lives of a dozen or so source beasts. This is definitely a masterpiece. Master of the pit. Wenryu, who was hidden in a large tree, watched this scene with a helpless expression. Thinking for a moment, he released a peep at the man in the distance. The man glanced in Wenryu's direction and continued to use his magic on the source beast in front of him. Name, Zhang Yi. Age, 81. Level, 9th order advanced. Profession, explosive wizard. Unblocked, flesh body unlocked mid first level. Attributes, strength, 3766. Body mass, 1572. Agility, 882. Intelligence, 4788. Hiss, upwards of 10,000 total attributes? Wenryu was drooling with envy. Don't be surprised. It's that 4788 intelligence he envies. Normally, you can't see a single powerful person. And even the beast tide we encountered before. These people didn't show up. A special beast tide directly blew all these people out. He knew that there must be strong people in this world. He really wasn't wrong about laying low back then. It was thought that the strength of those town envoys guarding the Forbidden Land was estimated to be even more powerful than this. In that case, how many secret keys are stored by the state? Is it the same in other countries? I thought Blue Star was already safe, but I didn't realize it could be so dangerous. He glanced around and it was clear that it was no longer appropriate for him to stay here. Thus, he cast sprint and ran towards the city at a fast speed. 10 minutes later, Wenryu saw Zhang Mingyu and his group on the city wall. He swished and jumped up, revealing himself. Jade? You're back so soon? Zhang Mingyu was a bit surprised. It's only a few o'clock. The last time there was a normal beast tide, Wenryu stayed until almost the afternoon. That's out of character for him. Can you not come back? There are 2 powerful professionals clearing the source beasts on that side. He was now just a mediocre 5th rank intermediate professional with a total attribute of 1000. So how could he possibly know someone else's rank? Chu Hanqiu on the side probably guessed what kind of person it was, but she didn't say it. There are many things that need to be hidden down and not for other people to know. Gu Wei in the distance noticed Wenryu. The distance between the 2 sides was only like 40 or 50 meters. A distance where he could still probably hear what the other side was saying. He was more curious as to how he got back from the outside. Zhao Mingwei, that would be your sister's team. Who is that boy? Zhao Mingwei turned his head to look. It's Wenryu. A thief, but the strength is considered strong among his peers. The corner of Gu Wei's mouth twitched. Don't you know anything about your own sister's team people? Zhao Mingwei shrugged. Look at my work. Do I have time to pay attention to that? I don't even know what my sister's rank is right now. Chapter 182, Spied On? It doesn't matter anymore. Gu Wei looked at Chu Hanqiu. He might not know Wenryu, But this Chu Hanqiu was a big name to him. Organization Zero Supernova. Known as the Little Witch. People crazy. A powerful combat priest who was expected to become the next generation of guardians or town envoys. Thinking of this, he used a peep-like ability on Wenryu. Gu Wei froze. Unable to check? It was important to realize that his skill was much more powerful than snooping, and he was able to detect even if his attributes were 500 points higher than his own. As a 9th order junior, his attributes were already as high as 3,200 points, and the other party was actually higher than 3,700? Is this surely a member of the new professional squad? That's right, I remember. He's now working under Chu Hanqiu with another member of my sister. The corner of Gu Wei's mouth twitched. With this attribute value he was still working under Chu Hanqiu? If he remembered correctly, Chu Hanqiu's total attributes were only around 1,500, right? Gu Wei rubbed his chin. Do you think I can get this Wenryu over from under Chu Hanqiu? Zhao Mingwei looked at him suspiciously. Although Wenryu's strength was indeed somewhat strong, his occupation limited his development. It's not like the thief is being looked at by two of the strongest teams. He looked at Wenryu. Was there really something good about him? Zhao Mingwei's eyes rolled. It's a bit difficult. He's already a reserve member of Zero now, and the odds are that he'll be converted later. I'm going to go to the command room first. You wait here for me, haha. After Zhao Mingwei finished speaking, he immediately descended the city wall. Uncle Qian. A figure instantly came to his side. Second Prince. Zhao Mingwei took a deep breath. He was now too lazy to dwell on Uncle Qian's title. Uncle Qian. You still remember Wenryu, right? It's Zhao Qian's teammate. Uncle Qian recalled. Somewhat impressive. A very cautious to the point of being overly cautious a thief. I remember, don't you have a skill that can probe the opponent's attributes? Use it on him. No problem. 10 seconds later, Invincible Qian came back with an odd look on his face. I can't see. Skill disabled. Zhao Mingwei looked at Qianwuxi with a shocked expression. If I remember correctly, your total attributes are upwards of 6,000 points, right? The attributes are indeed so high, but they are invisible. My skill can look at professionals who are not higher than 300 points above their own attributes. Obviously, this Wenryu is beyond that. Qianwuxi glanced at the top of the city wall. This person was outrageous enough. What kind of opportunity made his attributes so high? Zhao Mingwei pondered for a moment. You said, can I set Zhao Qian up with him? The corners of Qianwuxi's mouth twitched. If he remembered correctly, that Wenryu didn't go easy on women at all. Are you sure this kind of person would have a childish affair? It was important to realize that many of his contemporaries had never married in their lives, and were stronger than one another. Ahem. I think it's better to stay out of this kind of thing. Zhao Mingyuan sighed softly. Alas. Okay. It's just that such a powerful professional as not his own brother-in-law is a bit of a waste of time. On the city wall, Wenryu couldn't help but frown. In just 10 minutes, she actually felt the prying sensation twice. Did someone use a snooping-like ability? And maybe, but who would be fine with focusing on the strength of a thief? It didn't matter anymore though. Who let his total attributes exceed 18,000 plus points already? Maybe it's possible to reach 20,000 points tomorrow and have access to the second level. Even the rank could reach the 5th rank advanced. Even if someone with more than 20,000 attribute points did exist, they shouldn't be interested in him. A thief. What's more, it's not like he didn't move in place. His attributes would definitely keep growing. Then again, they needed secret keys to unlock them. And all he had to do was have lock-picking skills. Brother Jade, what's on your mind? Zhang Mingyu reached out his hand and waved it in front of his eyes twice. Wenryu came back to her senses. What's wrong? We're just asking you when we're going to that side next. Looking at this, it's going to last at least 2 or 3 days, and when it's over, the vacation will be over. In fact, for them, every day is a vacation now, and the graduation requirements have been met anyway. As for the so-called cultural examination, it is just a formality. In today's day and age, a lot of things are changing. The influence of strength takes up 90%. Even for a family like Lin Dai's, with money you have to be strong at the same time, or you will be eaten without even a bone left. Wenryu rubbed her chin. I won't go there for the time being. If I want to go there, I'll at least wait until you guys reach the 7th rank. The 7th order is another ascension of the professional. Both skill strength and attributes will be a huge increase. As for him, of course, he is not subject to this restriction. There are just not enough keys. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Zhongli. The luck was a bit of a blowout. So it seems like I should visit some more treasure chests sometime. But treasure troves aren't that easy to find. Ha? How come? Wenryu waved her hand, her eyes slanting towards Chu Hanqiu. Zhang Mingyu instantly closed his mouth. Almost forgot there was someone next to me. The corner of Chu Hancho's mouth on the side twitched. How come you stop once you get to the key place? You are always on guard against me, aren't you? Come on, let's go for a stroll around town. In the direction of the southeast side, Wenryu had already seen the firelight, and it seemed that Zhang Yi had already rushed over. As for directly ahead, those tornadoes should have withdrawn. It was thought that these people were a hidden group of people, or else they wouldn't have been so careful to hide themselves. The crowd had no problem following, even if Chu Hancho had an opinion. It was useless. She knew that even if she said it herself the other person wouldn't listen. As for the two of them, Lang Rusheng and Jiang Chen, from coming to the city wall, silence, to be precise, began as he left the walls. In their opinion, Wenryu must have gone to the beasts in the distance. After all, there's no point in lying, and that's why the two were so silent. Obviously they all transferred a year ago. Obviously they were in the tournament together. Obviously they became Zero's reserves together. How did the gap get so big? They were known as geniuses in their own cities. Yet when compared to Wenryu, this genius simply did not live up to its name. Long Qingfeng, who had been silent for a long time, opened her mouth and asked in a low voice, Team Chu, just how strong is Wenryu? Chu Hancho glanced at her. Didn't you already know that during the last competition, she had her evil body on? Her attributes had been doubled so much, and she still couldn't beat it. But I feel as if he's powerful again. Jiang Chen, who was on the side, nodded with approval. Anyway, if it was him, he wouldn't dare to go below the city walls even if he was killed. 183. Temporary mission to underground fortifications. 2 o'clock in the morning. Knock knock knock. There was a sharp knock on the door. Wenryu! Wenryu! Wenryu woke up with a jolt and hurriedly jumped out of bed and came outside to open the door to her room. Outside the door was Chu Hancho. Team Chu, what's the rush? Wenryu looked at Chu Hancho with some confusion. He didn't go to bed until 12 o'clock, which is when he was in a daze. Fenjing's emergency order. All fourth order or higher professionals in the city who don't have assignments go to the various underground fortifications to take charge of guarding the evacuees. This time it was an expedited order. A mission that had to leave immediately. If it was just an ordinary mission, Chu Hancho wouldn't be in such a hurry. The emergence of an emergency mission is a strong indication that something is wrong with the underground fortifications. Wenryu turned around and went back to her room, changed her clothes, turned around and locked the door before walking up the elevator with Chu Hancho. Aren't underground fortifications for ordinary people? What's the danger there? There were quite a few occupiers on the ground, so it was impossible to let the source beasts enter the underground. He really couldn't think of any danger. It's the spies, opening up the space lanes. What? Wenryu looked at Chu Hancho with a shocked expression. Fengjing actually has spies. Chu Hancho looked helpless. You don't have to look at me like that. Some spies are originally Chinese. It's not something that can be stopped anymore. Since the world has changed, all countries have banned foreigners from all countries except in cases of necessity. That's why things like spies were cleaned up back in the beginning. But there are always the Chinese natives. The ones who hide as well as those who are willing to sell out the country for money. This one is a spy who has been hiding for a long time. When he came downstairs, he saw Lang Qingfeng and Zhao Qian and a few of them. Looks like this is calling everyone. This time Wenryu didn't ride in Zhang Minggu's car, but in Chu Hancho's car. That said, how did they open the space passage? You know that last time in Fengjing? That was opened by someone from the Salvation Church. It's a skill scroll for spatial passage, but this kind of scroll is usually used for escape use. Due to the 8 spatial cracks over Fengjing, the space in this vicinity became fragile, and the skill scrolls could be easily opened to the space where the source beasts were located. Of course there exists a chance of trying to open the space where the source beasts are located. Wenryu rubbed her chin with a puzzled expression. Aren't there any professionals down there to protect the residents? Hearing his words, Chu Hancho looked helpless. Just how many occupiers do you think there are in a city? All the occupiers below the 3rd rank are underground, but compared to that many people, it's nothing at all. On top of that there were commoner forces responsible for maintaining order, but they couldn't be placed in every area. That's a whole city. How many people does it really take to get full coverage? Chu Hancho continued. You have to realize that underground fortifications are a large area, and it's impossible to say that every area can be taken care of by someone. So what can we do if we go? Can't stay there forever yet, can we? He was planning to go to the field early in the morning. That won't be necessary. We only need to keep watch for 2 hours. No more than 3 at the most. The top contacted the other cities that didn't experience the beast wave, and they are gathering their men. One was to prevent spies from reappearing to open the spatial passage, and the other was so that they could stop the source beasts from wreaking havoc in case the passage did appear. The people came to the entrance of one of the designated underground fortifications and entered into it. Once inside, It was the kind of slope that makes it easy for wheelchair users to walk. It changes direction back and forth to about 15 meters below ground. And then they change to the elevator. There is only one button on the elevator. This was the first time when Ryu had come in here. How deep is it here? The fortifications were constructed 80 meters below ground. But this is only the top level, which is used as a linking passage between the various underground fortifications. The real underground fortifications were between 100 and 120 meters below ground, with 3 levels. When Ryu raised her eyebrows, it was really deep. Stick to a point. The elevator opened to a passageway coming out of an all-metal structure. Theoretically, the entire underground fortification can withstand earthquakes up to a magnitude of 8, which means that an attack from above ground would normally not affect the underground. But if something goes wrong internally, there's basically no chance of survival. That's why it's so urgent from above. The crowd turned left and right and came to an underground space of thousands of square feet. It's filled with people. However, when Ryu did not see any impatience from the faces of the crowd. Instead, she had become accustomed to it. After all, drills are conducted every year. As for why when Ryu was here for the first time, it was because he had never even participated in this kind of event before. And Toyoki encountered only a handful of incidents that required the activation of underground fortifications. Even if it's enabled, it's just an area. And for the first time in a decade, this mass activation. They had just arrived here when several ordinary men in combat uniforms came up. Report. I am Wenfeng, the captain of the 2nd Squad of the Security Bureau's 11th Brigade. Please instruct. Shu Hanchyo nodded. It's good that you guys are still coming as before. We're just cooperating. Yes. When Ryu scanned the surroundings, there were only 10 people in combat uniforms. Yet they were responsible for this area of about 1,000 square meters. Even if one person occupies a 4-flat spot, that's 250 people. It does make it somewhat difficult to take care of all areas. If something really goes wrong, it's impossible to react. Alright, let's spread out as well and stop the target as soon as we spot it. If necessary, killing is not out of the question. Of course, it would be best if we can capture them alive. But thought it should be difficult. It only takes 2 or 3 seconds from the time the scroll is taken out, to the time it is used. But at the time of discovery it was estimated that there was less than a second left. That's why a kill is the best option. When Ryu shook her head, what a simple mission. Half an hour later, when Ryu came to Chu Hanchyo's side, how many spatial passages have appeared? 2, those 2 areas have been dispersed, and the professionals have contained the source beasts in that area. Are there any high-level professionals? There is a 7th order professional sitting in each area. When Ryu was surprised, aren't you guys afraid that a level 80 or above source beast will appear? Afraid, of course. However, the 7th rank together with a few 6th ranks are also capable of killing 80 plus level source beasts. Unless the one coming is. Shu, stop it big sis. Is this flag something that can be set? When Ryu hurriedly stopped Shu Hanchyo, who was now horrible for someone to say this. The flags that Zhang Mingyu and the others had set were fresh in his mind. And he didn't want to do it again. All he wanted now was to spend the 2 hours in peace and hurry out of town. Yet things always come together. Chapter 184, as long as you react fast, embarrassment can't catch up with you. Level 92 elite source beasts have appeared in area number 012. Requesting support. Level 92 elite source beasts have appeared in area number 012. Requesting support. Bared sounds came out from the walkie-talkie named Wenfeng on that person. When Ryu looked at Chu Hanchyo with a speechless face, he knew it. Since they were all connected to the source beast space, how could there not be a higher grade source beast? So why don't we just go to that 012 area to begin with? Chu Hanchyo looked helpless. 3 squads have been arranged for that place. It should be enough, but who knows? You guys. When Wenfeng walked over, the area they are in is 014, which is very close to 012. It is because of this that they are stationed here and can be the first to support. You talk to him? We'll go over now. After Chu Hanchyo finished speaking, he led everyone towards the outside. Although she couldn't deal with level 90, she should be able to kill it by adding all her status skills to that 7th ranked professional. As for Zhao Qian, they were here to assist. But, Chu Hanchyo swept a glance at Ryu with his afterglow, then shook his head. It was true that he was strong, but this was a level 92 elite source beast, and it would take at least an 8th ranked professional to do so. He shouldn't be able to, right? Chu Hanchyo was made unconfident by Ryu. After all, up there, a level 80 plus source beast was like a toy in his hands. What if it's the same at level 90 plus? Chu Hanchyo was horrified by his own thoughts. If he could really do it, that Ryu's strength was simply terrifying. A 5th ranked professional exploded with 8th ranked strength. It's unthinkable. Even those long-established town guard envoys had never heard of any who were able to kill a source beast across the 3rd and 4th stages. Crossing one order could be called a genius. And crossing two orders could be called a genius not encountered in 100 years. Further up, only perverts deserve it. While Chu Hanxiu was rambling, they had already arrived at the numbered 012 area. At this moment, the professionals inside were in the process of retreating, and the walls were covered with scorch marks from the skill bombardment. This house is pretty sturdy. I'm surprised it didn't get blown up, Wen Ruyu said as she took out her dagger. The surface of the walls are made of a millimeter-thick forbidden magic metal that can block damage up to the 6th order. Chu Hanxiu couldn't help but think of the damage he had done, as if this thickness was of no use to him. Captain, support is here. That 7th order turned his head and saw Chu Hanxiu's clothes, and his face was delighted. But the joy froze on his face when he saw a few other people. Only one is a member of Organization 0. Which? Wen Ruyu, you can fix it? Chu Hanxiu looked at Wen Ruyu and asked. If you put me on full status, along with my natural skills, I should be able to fix it. After all, I'm only a 5th ranked professional, so I'm still a bit weak. It's one thing to have your strength known, it's another to show it yourself. As a human being, one must always be humble. The corner of Chu Hanxiu's mouth twitched. You better be telling the truth. But think about it, just because you can kill 80 plus levels doesn't mean you can kill 90 plus levels. When you think about it that way, it makes so much sense. However, her skills were not only given to Wen Ruyu, but also to that 7th ranked professional. Blessing, the 7th ranked professional felt the power in his body and was filled with excitement. Now, let alone a level 92 elite, he was able to kill even a bronze boss, worthy of being a member of 0. Even the support professions are so powerful. It was a pity that the combat profession hadn't come. Otherwise, where would this source beast be able to let him be so reckless? But it's the same with him now. Let me end your life. He carried a long sword in his hand and walked towards the source beast with an imposing presence. Today, whoosh, pust, boo. The 7th ranked professional froze in place. What the hell was that number just now? Over 20,000 damage. He stared blankly at Wen Ruyu standing on the source beast. This should still be a young man, right? He glanced blankly at the long knife in his hand. What was he about to do just now? Yes. Kill those low-level source beasts. The entire thought process took no more than a second as he continued onward, skipping over this high-level source beast to deal with those low-level source beasts. With quick enough reflexes, embarrassment can't catch up with him. Wen Ruyu looked towards the crowd not far away and touched her nose in embarrassment. This attribute is a little too outrageous. If it wasn't for the fact that he had stabbed the strongest part of this source beast's defense, it was estimated that the damage could have broken 30,000. Even so, the crowd was still stunned. Zhao Qian and the others had thought that they had adapted, but it turned out that they had still underestimated Wen Ruyu, whose good guy damage instantly skyrocketed from 10,000 to over 20,000. How is this acceptable? This is simply unacceptable. Okay. As for Leng Qingfeng and Zhang Chen who were on the side, they were already numb. In just less than 24 hours, what had they experienced? If they were given a new chance, they would definitely not set foot in Fengjing City for half a step. Isn't this destroying their hearts? 10k damage and a chase. It is not possible to come to the same height, but it is still possible to close some distance. But, more than 20,000 damage at the 5th rank. You tell them how to chase. Chu Hanxiu came back to his senses at this time. This Wen Ruyu's strength was simply terrifyingly strong. Would really like to pull him into the middle of 0 if I could. Unfortunately, the other guy apparently didn't like 0's job. Either or. A proper revision of the regulations? She intends to submit this report once things are over here. She was sure that the top would consider it carefully. Wen Ruyu looked at the looks on the faces of several people and knew that a few of them had suffered a blow. But he had tried so hard to avoid it. But what could he do with attributes that high? Ahem. Team Chu. What do we do next? We'll just head back to Area 014 next, and we can leave when backup arrives. Let's. Chu Hanxiu went over his head and saw the dumbfounded few people. She knew this situation very well. After all, when she first joined 0, she was pretty much in the same state. It was only that those people, at that time, were not as outrageous as Wen Ruyu. Back to God. You guys need to realize that there are some people out there who are not fit to be chased. The crowd looked at Wen Ruyu with complicated expressions. Zhao Qian and the others, as teammates, had the most complicated feelings. Wen Ruyu reaching today's strength also meant that soon they wouldn't be able to be teammates. The gap was too great. As soon as he took a look at Zhao Qian's several people's expressions, he knew what they were thinking. To really be a teammate based on strength, there would be none that could be his teammate. He, for one, had that confidence. When Ruyu came to Zhang Mingyu in front of several people and patted Zhang Mingyu's shoulder. Don't think so much. Strength is just one of the reference points for evaluating your teammates. At least in this aspect of driving, I haven't met anyone better than you. The corner of Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched. I really appreciate your comment, but he is a priest. Chapter 185. You're forcing me to use my best move? At 4:30 a.m. Their replacements arrived. It's a town guard that was transferred from another city. It could be said that all the professionals from every region of the country, except for the necessary manpower, were transferred to these 5 cities. Coming out of the underground fortification, Wenruyu felt relieved. Inside, Wenruyu felt an unprecedented depression. It was a large space, but the walls around him still caused him discomfort. Exhale. Wenruyu glanced at the time. Anything else? Today, his goal was to pile up his intelligence to 5,000 points, level up to 5th order advanced. I don't think so. You, don't suppose you still want to go outside, do you? Shu Hanqiu looked up at the sky. Those 8 spatial passages still existed, which meant that the wave of source beasts inside and outside the city had not yet ended. Yeah, the city doesn't really suit me. Wenruyu glanced at the sky. Although there were a lot of source beasts here, they were nowhere near as many as in the outside world. Okay, then you pay attention. My strength is still considered okay. After saying that, Wenruyu turned around and walked in the direction of the quarantine zone. Shu Hanqiu's eyelids jumped. Your strength is still okay? Wouldn't that make us trash? Through the battle just now, she thought that Wenruyu's total attributes were definitely not 1,000 points, but at least 3,000 points. Otherwise, with her status skills, plus his talent, how could he do that much damage? No, maybe 4,000. Shu Hanqiu shook his head, but he was only at the 5th rank. What in the world was it that could increase so much? Could it be some kind of spirit fruit? Wenruyu came all the way to the city wall, and without stopping too much, she directly jumped off the wall and continued to run towards the distance. On the city wall, Gu Wei and Zhao Mingyuan noticed Wenruyu. Wasn't that your sister's crew? It should be him. No wonder it's so strong, actually getting up so early. Gu Wei sighed with a face. Zhao Mingyuan was somewhat unable to bear to strike him, but he still had to say it. They should be involved in today's mission to protect the underground fortifications. Gu Wei touched his nose. Ahem. How strong do you think he is? Zhao Mingyuan couldn't help but think of Qianwuxi's words. In short, it's very strong. The further out Wenruyu went, the smaller the number of source beasts became. He couldn't help but wonder if it was going to end. From the current situation, there were less than 20,000 source beasts left on this eastern side, which was much less than yesterday. Were they all killed by those powerful professionals? As for that Lin Yage, Wenruyu did not see it. He jumped up into the tree and looked behind him. There were only a few scattered source beasts in the back. It's ending? But the space rift in the sky of the city is still there. It's only logical that it can't be. Wenruyu shook her head. Hell knows what this is all about. Better to work hard. Since there were too few source beasts, Wenruyu needed to change areas from time to time. After all, the area near the city was not one he wanted to go over. At 6 a.m., the ground trembled. The sound of a trumpet blared from the city walls. A wave of source beasts has appeared. Attention all departments. A wave of source beasts has appeared. Attention all departments. Wenruyu sat on the tree, feeling the vibrations of the ground. Here we go. Wenruyu hurriedly ran towards her back, looking at the source beast that came into view. Wenruyu's expression was delighted. His intelligence had reached 3,900 points. Another 1,100 would be enough. Wenruyu had just arrived at the location of the source beast tide when she saw a figure appear beside her. You're here again? It's Lin Yage. Ah, ha ha ha. I came over to see if there was anything I could do to help. Lin Yage knew that Wenruyu was very strong, but it was only very strong. Although he had killed the strongest person in the other world, that person could only be considered average. I admit that your single attack ability is strong, but it's still necessary to rely on group attacks to deal with source beasts. Only to see Lin Yage casually wave her hand. A huge magic formation rose behind her. Countless wind blades flew out from behind her. A blood-red number rose up from the source beast below. Wenruyu directly froze in place. That's a bit too broad a scope. All of the source beasts within a 200-meter-long fan-shaped area were dead. Just, how am I supposed to use the mythical hand if you killed the source beast? See, only a wide-range killing skill can deal with a wave of source beasts. Lin Yage raised an eyebrow. The last otherworldly one she was going to tackle. And then she let him get the jump on her. She had to teach Wenruyu a good lesson this time. Lin Yage's eyes narrowed. When it's over, I'm going to let you know what it means to be a strong person at the unbinding layer. As the existence of the bottom of the town envoys, it was still no problem to deal with an ordinary professional. Compared to speed, she didn't think she was much slower than a thief. Wenruyu subconsciously nodded. The range was indeed a bit large. but he also has a ranged attack. Only that ranged attack area isn't as good as this one. You're old. Sister, how did you do that? Lin Yage took a deep breath. Don't think I didn't hear the first two words. This is the third time. You're not at your level yet, so even if I tell you, it's useless. When Ruyu took a deep breath, it looked like she was going to have to use a desperate move. His eyes were sincere and a smile was on his face. Sister, I know you must be the best and would have told me right. Sister, you're so pretty you won't say no, right? Sis. Lin Yage looked at such a disgusting pampering, and goosebumps rose all over her body. Stop. I said. How can people be so disgusting? If you want to improve your attack range, you first have to reach the 9th rank advanced level, after which you will touch the limit of your attributes. Of course, in the future, some geniuses can touch the attribute limit at the beginning of the 9th rank. When Ruyu glanced at her attributes, so has anyone touched it in advance? Of course there is. Those people are just perverts, and they came across them at the 8th rank. Those kind of people can't compare. There may not be a pervert for decades. Speaking of which, Lin Yage shook her head. Don't even think about this kind. Those who can touch the limit of their attributes at the 8th rank are generally SSS class professions, and their families have to prepare a lot of resources for them to be able to reach it. Lin Yage casually raised 5 tornadoes and continuously attacked the surrounding source beasts. When Ruyu's heart was dripping blood as she watched. Speak properly. Why did you do it again? When the limit of an attribute is touched, that attribute will no longer be raised. To break the limit, you need a crystal called the secret key, and absorbing the crystal can break your own boundaries and reach the unblocked layer. And at this stage, the power of various skills can be artificially controlled. Even your purchase thief skills. Chapter 186, it's finally full. Who else is there? When Ruyu blinked her eyes, how did he not know? Isn't unblocking a physical body unlocking? Shouldn't it increase the strength of the body? He clearly felt that his physical strength had improved. Not too much, but it did improve. As for the rest, he didn't feel it. Lin Yage looked at him with a puzzled expression. How did you know? Ahem. You just said it yourself. Have you forgotten? When Ruyu looked at Lin Yage with a serious face, Lin Yage thought about it and shook her head. This is not important. The first layer of flesh body unlocking has a very limited increase in body strength. The main thing is to improve the control of source power. And this control allows the source to increase attack power, increase casting area or increase casting speed. However, the changes are limited, and only by unlocking higher levels will you be able to perform more powerful skills. When Ruyu rubbed her chin, no wonder the explosive fire mage's skill that she had seen that day was so strong. So this was the reason. But, what's the point of him boosting it? He didn't want the damage to be too high in the first place. Casting area. A backstab and a dagger-sized hole becomes a man's head-sized hole? For a moment, he didn't really know what it was good for. Seeing Wen Ruyu's tangled face, Lin Yage shook her head. Kid, you're still at a low level. It's still early for the ban to be lifted. Don't think so much. If I can, I'll let you feel it for free when this is over. When Ruyu's eyes lit up, feel the intensity of this skill? A kind smile appeared on Lin Yage's face. After all, you are also the best of the new generation of Fongjing, so I'll let you feel the spells under different editions. I don't know why, but this smile he looked and felt so fake, but he was thankful for it. After all, feeling it for himself could be a lot less of a detour. Thank you, sister. When Ruyu turned around and left straight away, the neighborhood's been killed off. There's no point in staying here anymore. Lin Yage is here, and that Zhang Yi should be here too. It looks like he's going to have to settle for the clinch. Lin Yage looked at the far away Wen Ruyu, and the smile at the corner of her mouth deepened. Boy, let me educate you when it's over so you know how much women value their age. She took out a piece of mirror and glanced at her face. There aren't any wrinkles either. Why does he keep calling you old? Is it because of your gray hair? Wen Ruyu didn't know yet that she was being held against her just for honoring the elderly. If they knew the words, they would have cried foul. It's a good thing he didn't call grandma. At 12 o'clock at noon, Wen Ruyu, who had finished eating, sat on a tree and looked at the locks that had been transformed into entities in her body. Only this lock is not the same as the previous one. There are actually 2 keyholes on top of one lock. That means 8 secret keys are needed to open the second level? TSK. It seems like it's not that easy to unblock it. But for him, clatter, click, one by one, the locks fell off and warmth continued to flow throughout the body. When Ruoyu felt that the strength of her flesh had risen quite a bit more, he felt that he should now maybe be able to resist one of Zhong Li's arrows. I guess. He looked at his attributes, which were 5,000 points in each category, and nodded in satisfaction. Just ask who else, at this stage, could have higher attributes than him. Just ask. Who else? When Ruyu glanced at the source beasts that were once again being propelled over in the distance, the number of people coming over for support was getting bigger and bigger. and it was clearly impossible for him to get comfortable with acquiring attributes. The cracks in the city had closed a day earlier than expected. When Ryu glanced around at the sparse source beasts, it was time to go back. What's to be gained is gained, and this wave has earned enough. Back at the city walls, when Ryu did not find Zhao Qian and the others, did it not come today? Shouldn't I? The source beasts below had been blocked by those supporting them, and they just stood behind those people and attacked. It's only right to be able to mix in some source power anyhow. He took out his cell phone and dialed Zhang Mingyu's number. Where are you? We're right there at the fence where the eastern and southern suburbs meet. The source beasts here are generally at level 50 or 60. We can just about beat them. Do you want to come? I'll be right there. 2 minutes later, when Ryu found them, it was still the same formation. Only this time Chu Hanxiu only thought of himself as a priest and didn't go up to fight. It looks like it's training them. Team Chu. Chu Hanxiu was jolted and looked with a speechless face at Ryu, who had suddenly appeared by his side. Can you not show up so abruptly next time? People scare people to death, don't you know? Who can stand it when it comes around without a word? This only shows that the foundation is not solid enough, and that you need to keep your eyes and ears open when fighting. Chu Hanxiu blankly glanced at him. She was listening all the time. You should make some noise. I have to say that your squad is pretty good, and while it's true that you don't have too much excellent talent, you have a lot more combat experience than your peers. Zhang Mingyu, who heard this from the front, let out a light sigh. Can combat experience not be abundant? Have you ever seen a team facing a 50+ level source beast at 4th level? This was able to become rich in experience when put on any team, provided that there was a strong teammate like Ryu. My squad, isn't that normal? Ryu shrugged her shoulders, looking like she was taking things for granted. What if she wants to hit someone so badly right now? But it seems like you can't beat it. Chu Hanxiu subconsciously touched his neck. Ryu came to the back and watched them fight, while in her mind she pondered whether or not she wanted to visit the other world, knowing that he was now at the 2nd level of perfection, with 20,000 points of attributes. That old man couldn't be higher than that, but there's still a chance the place won't be found if you go. After all, it's a different place every time you go. It would be nice to have access to a positioning skill. That's not true. Ryu remembered what that old man had said. There was a man who had been passing by there for 8 years. Jingle bell, on him. Jingle bell, on him. The ringing of the cell phone woke up the contemplative Ryu. Take out your cell phone and see that it's actually Zhang Hongyu? Uncle Zhang, why did you remember to call me? Okay, I'll come over now. Hanging up the phone he came to Chu Hanxiu's side. I'll leave my teammates to you. I still have things to do so I'll leave first. Whoosh. Ryu instantly disappeared in place, bringing up a gust of wind. Chu Hanxiu stared blankly at the disappearing Ryu. Was he being chased by a dog? That's not right. What kind of speed is that? What exactly are your attributes? After leaving her original spot, Ryu hurriedly cast sneak. Otherwise the crowd would definitely see a stump. Coming to the northern outskirts of the city, 200 kilometers away. It was still 100 kilometers away from the location of the beast tide. It can be quite remote. Ryu looked around and didn't see Zhang Hongyu's figure. This one isn't lying to me, kid, actually talking about me behind my back. Do you want to taste the flavor of Iron Fist? Chapter 187. I'm a wind magician. It makes sense to go to heaven, right? Zhang Hongyu stepped out of the grass in front of him. Seeing Zhang Hongyu, Ryu's face was delighted. You finally showed up again. What the hell have you been up to? Ryu was still curious about this. Ever since that time she left, Zhang Hongyu couldn't be contacted. Even the last time he came back, he was in a hurry. What else can I do? Of course I'm going to level up. This time when I came back. I'm only staying for a little while before I leave to give you something. Zhang Hongyu took out the item from his ring and handed it to Ryu. Looking at the transparent crystal in her hand, Ryu was silent. What does this one do? He'd better pretend he didn't know. It's actually the secret key? Or 6. How did he get so many? You can't use it now. You can use it when you feel you've reached your limit. Zhang Hongyu waved his hand. It looks as if it was easy for them to acquire this. But why did it take him so long to acquire one? When you say that, I seem to remember what the secret key does. Ryu organized her words and continued to ask. But they say it's hard to obtain. How did you get so much of it? It's still early in your strength. Let's talk about it when you reach the 9th rank. Ryu's thoughts turned, and she unleashed a peep at Zhang Hongyu. He was very curious about Zhang Hongyu's strength. Name, Zhang Hongyu. Level, 9th order intermediate. Occupation, thief. Unblocked, flesh body unlocked mid 1st level. Attributes, strength, 3198. Body mass, 1433. Agility, 4144. Intelligence, 2042. Hiss. How did he do it? 9th order intermediate? Mid flesh layer? How are you stronger than the town's ambassador? It's not possible that everyone around him is this strong, is it? He couldn't help but unleash his prying eyes on the others. Of the 6 people who followed him, 2 of them had unlocked the early stage of the first layer of flesh, and the others' attributes far exceeded those of ordinary professionals even if they hadn't. Wenryu was a bit confused. Where did he get so many people? And they were all thieves, no other professions. Could it be that the treasure hunter master squad was able to find items to enhance their attributes? A C-rank thief? Definitely not. Definitely not. His father was able to get him an SSS advancement token. There was no reason why Zhang Hongyu didn't have one. I guess the snooping skill couldn't see his hidden profession level. Uncle Zhang, do you know where there are items that provide attributes? Zhang Hongyu raised his eyebrows and actually called him Uncle Zhang. TSK, TSK, the boy is the same as ever, calling affectionately when asked for, and acting like a stranger when not asked for. Since you asked, I'll tell you, it's really time for you to prepare at your level, but you shouldn't have too high expectations. After all, it took us a lot of time to get those things. In the corners of the treasure chest, there may exist some attribute potions that will permanently increase attributes. In the area of the special treasure chest treasure map, there will exist some fruits that will also boost attributes. The lowest of these 2 can boost attributes by 50 points, and the highest can raise them by 500 points. Of course, this is what we met. It's up to you to find out exactly what kind of situation. As for the ones acquired in the other world, Zhang Hongyu did not say. In his opinion, it was still early for Wenryu to want to go to the other world in rank. He'll make a trip back when he's leveled up at some point. Zhang Hongyu couldn't help but glance at the distance. Wenryu, I'll leave first. Someone is coming over. Zhang Hongyu and his group hurriedly left their spot and disappeared from Wenryu's field of vision in an instant. Just then a figure appeared beside Wenryu. Did you just see anyone here? Lin Yagyu looked around. What man? Wenryu looked at her with a calm face. It was just that there was something strange in his mind as to why Zhang Hongyu was running so fast. Aren't we all Chinese? Is it necessary to avoid people so much? Never mind if I don't see it. Lin Yagyu looked towards the forest in the distance. She was definitely not wrong just now. It's definitely the pervert. The egg-bursting fiend. Don't let me catch you, or I'll have to clean you up. She turned her head to Wenryu. This source beast is almost over. Let's spar while we have nothing to do. Yeah. He was still curious as to how powerful unblocked professionals really were. The 2 made their way to a training facility. Both sides walked into the formation room with different minds. That said, why don't you go to the town guard's ring? It shouldn't cost anything there. Isn't this place close? Lin Yagyu said with a smile. She was going to bully a newcomer today. How could she be seen? The town guards that can have surveillance video. Bullying people to be seen is not good for her reputation. Then again, her existence wasn't fit to be known by most people. Wenryu bristled. With the speed of the 2 of them, Fongjing were not fast. Activating the formation, the 2 entered the battle space. Terrain grassland with an area of 1 square kilometer. As soon as the battle began, Wenryu felt helpless. Do you want to get so ed up? Standing in the air, Lin Yagyu covered her mouth and laughed lightly. I'm a wind mage. It's quite reasonable to fly in the air. Just treat me as an enemy you met on the spot. She was not afraid of a thief, even though she was on the ground. But then she wanted to see the other woman helpless. A huge magic formation appeared behind Lin Yagyu. Lin Yagyi's eyes narrowed. Let you call me old. Let's see how I can teach you a lesson. A wind blade instantly flew towards Wenryu. However, in Wenryu's eyes, these wind blades weren't that fast, and he easily dodged them. Lin Yagyu frowned. The situation is a bit wrong. Even the 8th rank can't possibly dodge so many wind blades. It's a total blocking skill. How did he do it? 5 tornadoes then appeared and began to circle around at Wenryu. Wind binding. However, in the face of this attack, Wenryu dodged it with ease. Lin Yagyu actually didn't know how to deal with Wenryu for a moment, and various skills kept attacking Wenryu. At this moment, she also sensed that something was wrong with Wenryu. Her attack, not to mention the 8th rank, even the 9th rank should be injured. Wenryu below, not to mention being injured. Even her clothes are not broken. This is unreasonable. Wenryu looked at Lin Yagyu in the sky with a helpless face. That's it? 9th order advanced. Flesh unlocked primary? This attack isn't very strong. Are you sure you don't want to come down? You can't hit me in the sky. A good mage is all about distance. How can I go down there? Since you're not going down, don't blame me. A long spear appeared in Wenryu's hand. Lin Yagyu froze. No kid. You're not trying to hit me with this thing, are you? I'm a 9th rank advanced wind system. Know what wind mages are good at? It's speed. You can't hit me. Chapter 188. You can even hit this? Whoosh. Pust. Oops. Shot crooked. Ahem. Lin Yagu spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the lance that ran through her stomach in shock. No, how can you throw it so fast? There was only a split second, and she didn't even have a chance to react. Another lance appeared in Wenruyu's hand. Lin Yagu hurriedly covered her palms with wind magic, everything on both sides. The two sections of the lance fell to the ground. As for the one in her stomach, she didn't have time to care. Wenruyu had already started aiming. She flew around in a hurry. The winds are flailing. The place where Wenruyu had stood before was as if it had been chopped by a messy knife. And Wenruyu had already disappeared from Lin Yagu's field of vision. It's sneaking. Lin Yagu didn't dare to stay at all, and could only fly around in the air, searching for Wenruyu's figure. Yet it simply cannot be found. Wenruyu held a long spear and kept approaching Lin Yagu. I was clearly aiming for the head. How come I shot the stomach? It seems like I still need to practice. It's true that 5,000 points of power speed is fast. In the future this move can be completely used as a surprise attack skill. Whoosh! Wenruyu's figure appeared. At the first moment she heard the sound, Lin Yagu hastily dodged. A wound was still cut by the lance. Lin Yagu turned her head to look at Wenruyu behind her. Her eyes filled with shock. Can you even hit this? And at that moment, something that terrified her happened. Only Wenruyu was seen holding a large lance in her arms. Wenruyu! No! Whoosh! 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 A lance flew into the sky, one faster than the other. You can't hide from this one, but you can't hide from the other one. 5,000 strength plus 5,000 agility. This kind of pure attribute crushing, plus that constant stream of lances. Lin Yagu couldn't hide so much even if she wanted to. The first dozen or so ducked, but the next 2 or 3 thrown together always had one hit. Wait! Put! Put! One lance in the heart, one in the thigh. Seeing this, Wenruyu's eyes lit up and the speed in her hands couldn't help but speed up a lot. Soon Lin Yagu was hit by several lances, and the whole process took only 3 seconds. Taking advantage of his illness allows Wenruyu to show her best. Boo! Lin Yagu fell from the sky to the ground, signaling the end of the battle. The scene disappears and the two return to the room. Lin Yagu subconsciously touched her stomach and looked at Wenruyu with eyes that were no longer shocked, but fearful. She was actually killed by a 5th-ranked professional? She, a town envoy, was actually killed by a 5th-ranked thief? A thief! That's a thief. Even if her strength was poor and her ranking was low, she was still a town guardian envoy. Okay? Lin Yagu really couldn't accept this result, but had to. Wenruyu looked at the dazed Lin Yagu and couldn't help but secretly say in her heart, shouldn't give a bad blow. He hasn't jumped straight up into the air yet. At that height, he would have been able to jump up there even without a javelin. You're old. Sister, are you okay? Lin Yagu revealed an awkward smile. I'm fine. You're very good. It looks like your strength is even better than I thought. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. There's still a lot of things waiting for me to handle outside. Isn't the Source Beast tide already coming to an end? Lin Yagu took out her cell phone. What? A level 98 title Source Beast? I'll come over now. The corner of Wenruyu's mouth twitched. Big sister, your cell phone is on a black screen. Who are you fooling? He shook his head helplessly and walked out of the room. It had to be said that this battle meant a lot to Wenruyu. At least he saw what his current shortcomings were, and there really was no better way to deal with a Source Beast flying in the sky. As for the strength of the professionals who unlocked the first floor, it didn't seem like it was that strong to him. It was a bit of a mess, though, under the skill bombardment, but he didn't take a single damage. That's the good thing about high agility. You can dodge away a lot of skills, unless it was one of those directional skills. This kind he really couldn't dodge. He stretched and walked out of the arena into the street. As Lin Yagu said, this disaster is over. The space rift in the sky closed. I guess it's about the same outside the city. Jingle bell, Onum. Brother Yu, I Wang Mengxing Ah. Where are you? Let's have a meal together. Sister Chu and the others are leaving. Send me the address. I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, Wenruyu looked at her cell phone with a puzzled expression. How long has it been since you called your sister? It's true that you shouldn't guess what's in a woman's mind. You can't guess at all. This is a piece of information submitted by Fengjing Town Guardian Lin Yagu. Take a look at it. Longxing handed down the document in his hand. I say, Elder Dragon, you're afraid you're not joking. A thief killed a 9th-ranked senior town envoy? Looking at the information in his hands, how could the Warrior Guild's general president, Nya Weiping, not believe that this was true? That's ridiculous. I don't believe it either. But Lin Yagu wouldn't go so far as to joke about it. This Wenruyu has participated in the National School League tournament and was really strong at that time. Lone Star was also a bit overwhelmed. Even if it's strong, it can't be this strong, but that's just the way it is. Unfortunately, there is no video. If there was a video, they'd have to take a good look at it. Longxing looked at the man in the corner and said with a smile, Lin Knight, What do you think? He's now your Zero's reserve. If you don't want him, we're going to steal him. Lin Knight shook his head. I don't think Lin Yago is so much of a joke. As for his strength, I've also heard from the people below. We're discussing this matter right now, and there's still no finalization on exactly how to go about it. This is true. It's just, if it's true, just how strong is this child? Even though Lin Yago is only ranked poorly, he is still a town guardian envoy. So this, isn't the record above a bit excessive? It's not excessive. It's not impossible if you're strong enough and agile enough. It's just, this rank. The other thing they can understand is that this level, the 5th rank killing the 9th rank, they couldn't explain it any further. Unless, do you guys think there's a possibility that he's in a state of unblocking now? The crowd subconsciously nodded, which was probably the most plausible explanation. Let's end this matter here. Wenryu will be handed over to Lin Knight. As for about him, you guys just know it in your hearts. Longxing directly put an end to this matter. Although he was curious about Wenryu's specific situation, everyone had their own secrets. How many of you here don't have opportunities? Just not as outrageous as Wenryu. Don't worry. How many times has this happened? We get it. Chapter 189, your 4th order is stronger than their 5th order. In a restaurant. Wenryu, are you really not going to join Zero? Chu Hanxiu couldn't help but ask. His strength and talent was simply too powerful. If he could join Zero, it would be an extremely strong fighting force. Wenryu rubbed her chin. Joining, of course she wanted to join. After all, Zero's enemies are humans. And intelligence acquisition is much simpler. But the freedom is just too bad. Forget it for now. I think reservists are fine. Of course, reservists can also take on the tasks of full members. Wenryu said meaningfully. His meaning was obvious enough. And if this wasn't understood, then he would have to question their intelligence. Chu Hanxiu froze. Can it still be like this? It doesn't seem to be a no-no. It looks like we have to go back and report up the chain of command. After eating, Wenryu and the others sent Chu Hanxiu and the 3 of them to the teleportation array hall. I will report your situation upwards, Chu Hanxiu said with a straight face. That was supposed to be her mission for this visit, to report about the battle of the 4 people including Wenryu. She just didn't expect Wenryu to give her a big one. Wenryu waved her hand carelessly. It's fine. Feel free to report back. He didn't care anymore now, or else he wouldn't have gone into a battle with Lin Yagu. I'm sure he's been turned in a long time ago. With his current state of flesh layer 2 unlocked, it wasn't much of a problem. I just don't know if it counts as the strongest person in this world, but with his knowledge of his own country, people like Lin Yagu Zhangyi have been put in the open, so you can imagine how powerful the hidden ones will be. Not to mention others, those people in the Forbidden Land alone were definitely stronger than Lin Yagu and the others. There must be someone more powerful than these 12 people in the Forbidden Land. Thinking about it that way, it seemed like his 2nd level strength wasn't enough. Chu Hanxiu nodded and walked into the hall. Leng Qingfeng glanced at Wenryu and shook her head as she followed Chu Hanxiu inside. This glance puzzled Wenryu. What does that shake of her head mean? Zhan Mingyu stroked his chin. Maybe it's because he sees that you're too handsome for her to match. Wenryu patted Zhan Mingyu's shoulder. I told you that teammates don't always look at strength, right? If you can talk, talk more. Zhao Qian looked at the two with a speechless face. Narcissism should also have a degree. Okay, say, what do we do next? It's already the 2nd day of the year, and the new year is sort of over. Lin Dai inquired. I was going to have a comfortable New Year's Eve. Who would have thought to make such a mess? The appearance of a special beast wave directly finished off the flavor of the year. Wenryu turned her head to look around. The doors of the various buildings had been opened, and everyone had moved from the underground to the ground. The beast wave didn't seem to have caused too much of a disaster to Fengjing, except for pushing the quarantine zone back a bit. In fact, there was still one thing he didn't understand, and that was why he didn't just push out when he clearly had such a strong battle force. Could it be that there were more powerful source beasts in the distance? It shouldn't be possible. If you guys don't want to rest, let's go to the wilderness. I think you guys should have leveled up to the 5th rank beginner. Although they were not involved in the beast wave in the middle, they were involved in the beginning and the end. Those source beasts were enough for them to upgrade. I'm already there. I'm here too. Jiangli raised his hand awkwardly. I'm still close, but another week should be about right. A special secret realm landed her 2 weeks of experience straight away. But this wave of beasts caught up quite a bit. Wenryu waved her hand carelessly. It's fine. Your 4th rank advanced fighting strength is about the same as their 5th rank. Hey, Jade, don't be so damaging to us. Lin Dai was a bit unhappy. What did it mean that a 4th order senior was about the same as their 5th order junior? Wenryu raised her eyebrows. Am I wrong? Lin Dai's head turned, not wanting to talk. Even if it's true, don't be so blunt. Okay, Jade, I heard something yesterday. Do you want to hear it? Zhang Mingyu glanced at Zhao Qian with a bad smile on his face. Zhao Qian had a puzzled look on her face. What is it? I accidentally heard Zhao Qian, her second brother, trying to set you and Zhao Qian up. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, Zhang Mingyu laughed her ass off. Her second brother was really funny, actually setting the two of them up. It's just too funny. Zhao Qian rolled her eyes. It seems that my second brother has been living too comfortably lately, so I'll have to make a trip back when he comes home. Wenryu didn't really care. After all, he was just too good, and there were bound to be more than enough people hitting on him. What I just didn't expect was for him to hit him in this way. Isn't your family only looking for people with the same potential? Who made you so strong and appropriately lowered your standards? Zhang Mingyu was silent. This didn't seem to be a lowering of standards. Potential is just a reference. Personal strength is pretty important sometimes. That's not right. I remember you guys have been telling the others that Jiangli is my girlfriend to come. Why does he still have this idea? Jiangli blinked her eyes. How is this still her business? She didn't really care though. The toolman was, well, used to being one. That'll just fool Lin Dai's dad, I guess. The others won't believe it. Hey, Zhang Mingyu, do you want to die? What do you mean just to fool my dad? Is my dad that stupid? How could Lin Dai not expect her dad to get laid as well? Just tell me your dad isn't like that when it comes to things that concern you. Lin Yan actually couldn't refute it for a moment. Alright, each of you go home and take care of things. We'll set out tomorrow. After the source beast tide breaks out, there will definitely be a lot of source beasts left outside. So let's hurry up. Zhao Qian interrupted the conversation between the several people. Saying more might say something again. By the way, remember to bring me tomorrow what you have prepared. The crowd froze. Zhang Mingyu hurriedly asked, didn't you say you weren't going to that side? It's not taking you there. It's not saying I won't go there. With the total attributes reaching 20,000, it's always time to check it out. I just don't know if I'll still be able to find that place. You're not going to bring Jiangli over again, are you? Zhang Mingyu glanced at Jiangli, a skeptical look at the two. There can't be any unspeakable secrets between them. Alright, don't look around. If you have the detection skill, and your agility attribute is high enough, it's not impossible to take you. But I have a drone, and a mountain motorcycle. Zhang Mingyu said with dissatisfaction. It's not just detection. Drone swarms understand. Sound of escaping laughter. Drones I admit. But forget about mountain bikes. That's not half as fast as I am. When Ruoyu realized that after his flesh body was unlocked, his terminal velocity was even faster. Not to mention mountain bikes, even helicopters may not be as fast as him. Chapter 190 Zhang Li's 5th order divine skill. Not enough speed and the danger there is just too great. Especially the old man he met last time made him realize that that world was not as simple as it seemed. Alright, just remember to take it. I'll get you some more goodies then, but pay for them. I knew Jade was the best. Don't worry, I'll definitely pay for the good stuff. After Wenryu saw Zhang Honyu's teammates, he was even more convinced that he must prepare a squad. He wasn't going to get an all-thieves team though, but a mixed team. Pure thieves are indeed fast enough, but the downside is also obvious, a severe lack of offensive power and control. The main thing was that he didn't know a few thieves either, and it wasn't normally difficult to get a team like that going again. It's a long way to go. 7 o'clock the next morning, the crowd geared up and made their way to the barrier. The wave of source beasts was over, but the walls were not down across the city. When will the barrier be put down? When the barrier is rebuilt in the distance? At this point, people were constantly ascending the walls and jumping outside. It was only that compared to before, the requirements for the level of a professional were even stricter here. Don't leave the city if your level is below the 5th rank. The remaining source beasts outside are between level 50 to 70. Don't leave the city if your level is below the 5th rank. The remaining source beasts outside are between level 50 to 70. A loudspeaker kept repeating the phrase. Quite a few people directly didn't even go up to the city wall and turned around to leave. Brother you, my rank. Zhang Li was a little worried. She was only at the 4th rank advanced level. It's fine. Most of the entire team is 5th rank. There shouldn't be any problems. The above shouted this simply because they were worried that people with too low a rank would suffer accidents. The inspection was more rigorous than expected. They ascended the walls and asked to show their profile cards straight away. Seeing that there was only 1/4 rank in the entire team, Zhang Li didn't make things difficult for them and directly released them. Jumping off the wall, the crowd headed straight for the far side. After a day of clearing yesterday, there were very few source beasts left in the nearby 10 kilometers. These source beasts will be cleared by the town guards themselves, and they're aiming for a position 40 kilometers away. There are more source beasts remaining there. This time, the defense line of Fongjing has retreated directly to a year ago, and at the beginning of the year the quarantine zone was more than 70 kilometers away from the wall. Some of them they have also been involved in. It's actually quite fast. It's estimated that it won't take more than a week to be able to clear it. In terms of the country, the speed of advancement of the barrier in Fongjing can already be ranked in the top 10, all the way to the 40-kilometer location. There were indeed quite a few level 50 to 60 source beasts remaining here. To them, this rank was a piece of cake for them now. It was important to realize that at the 4th rank, they could already deal with level 50 plus source beasts. It's not like you can't touch a 60 plus level. Not to mention now, begin. Wenryu watched them perform with her arms wrapped around her, and he quietly uses mythic hands himself. Triggered by the magic hand, strength plus 19. Trigger wonderful hands to gain a medium amount of source power. Trigger wonderful hands. Get iron sword x1. Looking at the attribute that was fine and jumped, Wenryu felt soothed. Combined with the rising source power, it was nothing short of exhilarating. If he was still a C rank potential, he would probably have been at the 8th rank by now. For the rest of the day, Wenryu's group stayed here and kept pushing outwards. It was safe to say that their one squad cleared a large area. The only shame is that the mystery treasure chest map isn't accessible. It seems that Zhongli's lucky attribute is still not powerful enough. At 5 o'clock in the evening the crowd departed for home. Jade, when are you leaving? Zhang Mingyu actually wanted to follow, but his strength really wasn't enough. Let's wait for Zhongli to upgrade in a couple days. There's no rush. Once Zhongli ascended to the 5th rank, he would be able to add another skill. Skills don't matter. The main thing is that with more attribute points, the ability to survive can be greatly strengthened. 4 days later, Zhongli leveled up to 5th order elementary and gained a new skill. 5th order what skill? Gained a passive skill Thunder God's Blessing. Lightning attribute attack damage increased by 20%. Paralysis chance plus 10%. Additional lightning attribute attack on normal weapons. Looking at his skills, Zhongli was a bit confused. There's something weird about this skill. Wait. Let me run through this. Not the front, just the back. That means you can use normal arrows with a lightning attribute attack, right? After that, the damage of lightning attribute attacks is increased by 20%, which is equivalent to a 20% increase in normal attack damage. In other words, the next attack has a 10% paralyzing effect. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. It's just not good enough to be a god technique. That's if you replace it with a crystal that increases the paralyzing effect and a paralyzing longbow. High burst, high control archer? That's outrageous. Truly worthy of Thor's blessing. There are people who believe it when they say you're Thor's bastard son. I told you I'm the most novice. How come my attack skill hasn't appeared yet? Zhang Mingyu looked at his skills with a helpless face. All of them were status skills and healing skills. Not a single attack skill. Even the skills you buy are support skills. Just be your priest in peace and let them do the damage. Wang Mingxing patted Zhang Mingyu's arm. It could be said that Zhongli was the existence with the strongest attack power in this squad besides Wenryu. Knowing that this passive skill is only level 1, I just don't know how much it will increase with each level up in the future. If every level increased by 20%, this passive would be unbeatable. Leveled up too, so let's go to the other world tomorrow. He had remembered those items that Zhang Hongyu had said increased his attributes, and he was going to explore that space after he went in this time. It's been 3 times. 3 times he just took the box. So it seems that the chest isn't the most precious thing. The most precious thing is the item that increases the attributes of that space. It was important to realize that the number of attribute increasing items purchased from the outside world was extremely rare, and it's expensive. Just that one potion that randomly increases 5 points of attributes costs $5 million, and a person can only use 5 of them, and this potion is not yet available to everyone. Doing that math, he lost at least $1 billion. Jade, see if you need anything else. Wenryu shook her head. A locator will do, as long as she can find her way back. As for the rest, it's not needed for a while. Clanking sound. Wenryu took out her cell phone. It looks like we can't go. Here comes the mission. Not knowing if there was really a mission, or if what he said worked, Chu Hanqiu asked him if there was a large mission he would participate in. Is it even necessary to ask? As long as the target is a human being, of course you have to participate a little. Chapter 191, a bearded man? A lightning wizard? After all, with his last finish, time had just passed not long ago, and there was no mention of bringing Zhongli along in another phone call, which also means that the mission is just him. It seems that his situation Chu Hanqiu was reported. Even that Lin Yagyu was reported. Wenryu stretched her back. Not much of a problem, just enough to harvest a wave. Moreover, the spacer had been able to use it for a long time, only that he hadn't been able to find a suitable target. I don't know if this one has. Nowadays, he couldn't look at general skills anymore. The only kind of useful skills he would look at. Brother you, should I join you? Zhongli, who was at the side, inquired. Wenryu shook her head. It shouldn't be necessary. You weren't mentioned in the call. If you haven't been called in a while, This mission shouldn't have anything to do with you. Back inside the barrier, Zhang Li's phone didn't ring either, which meant that this mission was indeed not a reserve mission. You guys just follow normal for the next 2 days. I'm going to go ahead. The rendezvous point for this one was at the western border in an hour's time, and he would have to hurry to get there to make it happen. Don't worry, we'll work on it. You can't keep up if you don't try hard enough. Half an hour later, when Ryu arrived at Shilin City, a border city to the west, the first time after arriving, he went to call Chu Hanqiu. Hey, I'm here. Just wait there for a moment and someone will be right there to pick you up. Less than 3 minutes after the phone hung up, a black SUV pulled up in front of him. The visitor was a burly man with a solidly muscled body and a beard. Excuse me, are you Ryu? Exactly. Get in the car. We're going to the town guard base. After getting into the car, the bearded man no longer said a word, and the atmosphere in the car was unusually dull. Ryu leaned back in the co-pilot's chair, and in her heart, she couldn't help but miss Zhang Mingyu. Let's just say he'll have to have Zhang Mingyu for the chauffeur job. How could the atmosphere be so dull with him around? Half an hour later, they arrived at the town guard base. After getting off the bus, Ryu saw Chu Hanqiu. He thought the woman wasn't coming. You're here. The mission takes place in the early hours of tonight. You'll be taken to meet your teammates for this one in a few minutes. They're all old members of Zero, Chu Hanqiu said as she led him towards the office building in the distance. The burly bearded man from earlier also followed them. It was a good thing this was a muscular bearded man. This would have been one of those chubby bearded men and he would have been more or less suspicious of the other man's intentions. Coming into a conference room on the 3rd floor of the office building, there were already 7 people sitting here, 5 men and 2 women. It seems that squads here are equipped with 10 people in a squad. Let me introduce. This one then is Ryu. I'm sure everyone has read his profile. The crowd nodded, only with skepticism in their eyes. The information they had read only said that Ryu was a 5th-ranked professional whose strength could explode into 7th-ranked strength. However, the worst strength of the professionals present were all at the 8th-rank beginner level. The burst damage could be straight out of the middle of the 9th rank. How can anyone without some means join the Zero? So they were puzzled that such a person had joined this mission, realizing that each of their quests was a frantic trial on the brink of death. A low-level professional was a ticking time bomb for them. Cough cough. Sister Chu, it's not that we're unwilling, but you know the situation of the mission. By letting such a professional in, do you think we won't die fast enough? A man playing with a dagger asked with some confusion. It's not like the top is trying to screw them over, Chu Hanqiu said meaningfully. Everyone rest assured. I have the most say in Ryu's strength. His strength is definitely enough to carry out this mission. By the way, here's a confidentiality agreement for everyone to sign. About this place of action any situation are not allowed to say out, or else wait to go to court. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. A non-disclosure agreement? Isn't this thing only signed for major missions? This time the mission. It is not very significant. Right. Just exterminate an offshore organization. Do not make it so serious. Although his mind thought so, his hand movements did not stop. By the look of their skillful movements, it was obvious that they hadn't signed for less. Of course, Ryu was required to sign it. Chu Hanqiu nodded with satisfaction. The ones sent over this time were all veteran members with clean backgrounds, not to mention that they were all from Wu Yu. Don't worry about the presence of spies in it. Sister Chu, things are done. Hurry up and sit down. I've recently learned new massage techniques, so you try it. A thin man hastily made way for Chu Hanqiu to sit down. Sister Chu, this is the cake I brought from my hometown. His family is a 100-year-old store. The flavor is quite good. A woman took out a paper bag and took out a beautifully packaged cupcake from it and put it in front of Chu Hanqiu. Sister Chu. Sister Chu. 7 people in one room were constantly courting Chu Hanqiu. The corner of Ryu's mouth twitched. Was Chu Hanqiu so popular in the team? He looked at his hand that had once busted Chu Hanqiu, whether he had hit a little too hard. Isn't that incredible? Ryu looked at the bearded man beside her with some surprise. He had expected the man to be one of the reticent types, but he hadn't expected to strike up a conversation. It does seem a bit unbelievable that, although priests are popular, they shouldn't be this popular. It wasn't like Ryu hadn't seen a priest before. Zhang Mingyu and Wang Mingxing were both priests, and he felt it was just average. That's how popular it is. There's a difference between a human-to-human battlefield and a human-to-source beast battlefield. Your battlefield has a negligible mortality rate, while in our battlefield a priest is the big daddy. He can pull you up when you're about to die, and having a priest mortality rate can be greatly reduced. Even the Thunder Army, an exclusive unit that faces the secret realm, likewise has special treatment for priests. Ryu nodded, a statement he still agreed with. Just, Chu Hanqiu welcome he still did not expect. After all, there is still a difference between a pure priest and a combat priest. but considering the effects of those skills of hers, when Ruyu released her mind again. Haven't you asked for advice yet? My name is Wu Yu, a rank 8 advanced thunder system magician. What? A question mark rose from his brain. Solid muscles? Over 5 feet 9 inches tall? Bearded? A lightning wizard? You tell me how these 4 things fit together. Puzzled, he reached out and shook the other man's hand. One Ruyu, a 5th ranked senior thief. Chapter 192, Full Power? Don't blame me if anything goes wrong. But no matter how much one Ruyu did not understand, the Wu Yu in front of him was a thunder mage. I heard from Chu Hancho that you beat her up pretty badly. One Ruyu's heart thumped. It's not going to be a boyfriend revenge trick. Don't be surprised. I know about you if they don't. I'm the captain of this mission. And a grand captain amongst Organization Zero. I still know the details about you. When Ruyu was relieved in her heart, as long as it wasn't a boyfriend revenge trick, then it was fine. He knew it in his heart. Sooner or later, one's strength will be exposed in front of the state apparatus. It's better to be exposed sooner rather than later. With his current strength, as long as it wasn't the kind of old ancestor who came out of the mountain, it wouldn't be a big problem. You can safely and boldly exert your full power out today. That confidentiality agreement is still very powerful in its effectiveness. When Ruyu had a face of hesitation. Full power or forget it. Wu Yu glanced at Wen Ruyu. What? Could it be that your full power is only that little? The corners of Wen Ruyu's mouth twitched. Your method of provocation is a little too pulled down. But that's what I eat. That's what you said, haha. Don't blame me if something goes wrong then. Wen Ruyu didn't care. It wasn't just full power. He was now casually at full strength. The big deal was to use another marking skill. Then have Chu Hancho put a layer of status on him. Then strike a weakness. And then a bludgeon. Hiss. With that math, he'd probably be able to do 60, 000 or 70, 000 damage. He glanced at Wu Yu. This is what you let happen. When the time came, the collapse of this squad's moral heart had nothing to do with him. Wu Yu frowned. Problems? What could possibly go wrong with full power? And you'd still be able to up the planet? At 11 o'clock at night, the crowd set out. They didn't drive, but traveled purely by foot. The members of Squad Zero, glancing at each other, began to accelerate violently. Chu Hancho rolled his eyes. Are you guys pitting Wen Ruyu or those few magicians? The scene that was thought of did not occur. The 5th ranked Wen Ruyu easily dealt with it. But instead, the 2 female magicians couldn't keep up with the speed. Hey. Almost okay. Even if we're at the 8th rank, we're still magicians. The 2 women were instantly disgruntled. Isn't this a test? It seems that Wen Ruyu's speed is quite alright. They inwardly wondered a little. Could it be that this person's agility attribute was that high? Did it really reach 2,000 total attributes? It was important to realize that the total attributes of the 8th rank were only just over 2,000 or so. This also included the increase in attributes brought about by various potions and spiritual fruits. This little guy of the 5th rank. It couldn't be that he had some heavenly opportunity. Thinking about this, the crowd couldn't help but feel a little envious. With over 2,000 attributes at 5th rank, wouldn't it be able to reach over 4,000 at the 9th rank? On the way, the crowd didn't make any more trouble. A full hour's drive to the border location. Trim up a bit and let's cross the border to continue our journey. Wu Yu said in a low voice. Yes. When Ruyu stood not far from the border and looked at the location of the border. This was his second visit to the border location. Unlike that time in the north. That time they were some distance away from the border. This time they were just a few dozen meters away. He could see a barrier of wire mesh standing there. Doesn't it look like it's going to help? Chu Hancho came to Wen Ruyu's side and asked. Wen Ruyu nodded. It really didn't seem to work in his opinion. It's just this 2-meter height. Just a casual flip over. For high-ranking professionals, any border barrier is useless. The border strip is far more symbolic than real. And this strip tells us that inside is our land and outside is someone else's land. Or the enemy's land. In our zero view, all outside the barrier is the enemy. The enemy is defined differently in the eyes of different people. Many people believe that only those who are hostile to China are enemies. Due to the nature of the Zero organization, the quarantine zone is the only criterion by which they judge the enemy. Step out of the quarantine and everyone you meet is the enemy. As long as the opponent has the will to strike, he can be killed. This viewpoint has been passed down from the very beginning of Zero's establishment. Many people think that Zero's notion is too radical, but being a member of Zero doesn't see it that way, because it's a lesson in blood. Wen Ruyu held his chin thoughtfully, a point of view he liked. And what if we encounter civilians? Chu Hancho's mouth was tinged with a smile. In our eyes, there are no civilians who appear in our eyes, only enemies. As for not showing up, you're really lucky. Wen Ruyu nodded, liking it more and more. It would actually be nice to join here if there were no restrictions on personal freedom. Pity. One of the reasons I let you participate in this mission is because of your strength, and the other is also to let you get a feel for what Zero's fighting style is. This time their target is in a small town on the border of a country. According to sources, the offshore organization is hiding in this small town, and there are nearly 30,000 civilians in the city. This kind of goal would be perfect for Winnie to participate in. Above wants to see if Wenryu is fit for Zero. It's not like some of the rules can't be changed if it fits. It is an unchanging truth that the strong can change the rules. Depart. This time the target is 300 kilometers away. Try to reach the destination within an hour. Zhang Zhe you carry Chen Ling. Feng Tian you carry Ling Shan. Full speed ahead. After the two magicians were carried on their backs, their speed immediately increased by a notch. These professionals are not primarily agile, but agility is generally not low at this level. The faster the speed was raised, the more alarmed the others were in their hearts. They didn't know the specifics of Wenryu's situation. He's a fifth order actually keeping up. You're afraid you're not an eighth order professional. Even if thieves were mainly agile, it wasn't this outrageous. By the looks of it, it's still easy. It's true that you can't doubt the vision from above, and none of the ones that you can send are good enough to be messed with. The last one to be sent was still their captain, Wu Yu, who was said to have been sent at the 6th rank at the time, and now it's been made first sergeant. It can't be that this is another Wu Yu. They were apprehensive. It would be a real blow if they were really like their captain. However, they would soon realize that Wenryu was different from their captain. The distance of 300 kilometers didn't take an hour at all, and it took 40 minutes to reach the location where the intended target was. Looking at the dark and small city in the distance, Wenryu's heart was unusually excited. Intelligence. I want intellect. Be quick to malign me. Old formation forward. Chu Hanqiu on status. Let's go. As for you Wenryu, you, judge for yourself. He did read the information about Wenryu, but his fighting style was different from the assassins, and he was not in a good position to make a command. After all, what thief fights by snapping someone's neck? He can only be allowed to judge for himself what he should do. Hopefully he will show the same strength as reported. Chapter 193, is this the guy in your report? Sneak all the way to the city, straight to the other side's lair. As the fire mage waved the staff in his hand, a meteor of flames fell from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Buildings collapsed and burned in the distance. Worthy of being an 8th order professional, this strength was just powerful. Wenryu stood back and watched the situation in front of her without taking action. Aren't you going? Facing Chu Hanqiu's question, Wenryu shrugged. People aren't even coming out. What am I going to do at the front? Toughing it out isn't what a thief should do. The corner of Chu Hanqiu's mouth twitched. On your fighting style and damage, there's a gross relationship with thieves. Boo! A figure rushed out from the ruins. Who is it? The figure that rushed out froze at the sight of their group. Chinese? Then his face changed. It's China's Zero. Why are they here? Wu Yu wasn't surprised by this. If a fire skill went down and was able to exterminate a person, then it wouldn't have been necessary to send them over. Do it! Leave no one behind. The players below rushed forward. Wu Yu stood at the back, his eyes constantly focused on the battlefield. Wenryu similarly stayed where she was, triggered by a magic hand. Intelligence plus 23. Trigger wonderful hands. Obtain, air brake chop LV3, X1. Triggered by the magic hand. Intelligence plus 18. Sure enough, it's still just a matter of aiming for the human being, and look how well that intelligence increases. Hey, 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 hey. Wenryu, aren't you going to do anything? Wu Yu came to Wenryu's side. He was there to observe Wenryu's battle power this time. How could he do this without getting his hands dirty? Right away. Just a few more to go. We'll do it when these guys are done. In fact, it was enough for him to just run out of myriad hands, and striking with his hands wouldn't provide him with source power. But he's going to have to show his strengths in order to get called more often in the future. With the last target resolved, Wenryu looked at Wu Yu. Do you really want me to give it my all? Anyway, what should have been reported had been reported, and the other party had read his entire profile, and was considered someone who knew his strength. There was no need to hide anything from him. Well, just give it your all. Nah, that's what you said. If anything happens it's not my business. After all, there is a lesson to be learned from the past. It's okay, you can come at ease. In Wu Yu's opinion look, what can go wrong? Anything happens, he'll be able to cover it. Wenryu shook her head and looked at Chu Hanqiu. Team Chu, put me on status. I want to turn on full power. Chu Hanqiu swallowed her saliva. How strong the full force was, she didn't even know. But it was certainly stronger than when she had watched it before. Blessing, armor of light, mind fire, holy flame. When Ruyu glanced at her attribute panel and the corner of her mouth grinned, instantly gaining an extra 1,500 points of attributes. Soothing, all 4 dimensions reached 6,500 points, so I hope you won't be too surprised in a moment. When Ruyu didn't even bother to use sneak, instantly disappeared in place. Wuyu's pupils shrunk so fast. When Ruyu reappeared, she had already arrived in front of a person, reached out and grabbed the other person's head, and instantly exploded with a forceful pinch, giving the Zero member who was fighting against him a look of disbelief. No, this is an 8th ranked professional. Why is it like a child in your hands? When Ruyu doesn't care what he thinks. Anyway, it's your big captain who let it happen. After resolving this one, when Ruyu once again came over the other one and kicked down. Rumble. The ground collapsed. A shockwave blew around, and a pit with a diameter of 5 meters and a depth of 1 meter appeared in place. As for the body in the big pit, it directly turned into 2 pieces. He then came behind another person and punched them. A large hole was instantly added to the enemy's abdomen. When Ruyu withdrew her fist, so she was already this powerful when she exerted her full strength? He felt horribly powerful now. In the distance, Wuyu and Shu Hanqiu stood frozen in place, looking at the somewhat berserk Wen Ruyu. Did you get your report wrong? Are you sure this strength is beyond the 3rd order? A one-handed grab for a headshot? Is this the power of a thief? Is this sure the total attributes are only 3,000? 1 foot down. A 1 meter deep hole? Just tell him it's got 3,000 points of power and he'll believe it. And look at that kick just now. Kicking a man right through 3 houses like a ball. Even if this house is a brick house, it is reinforced with cement Oklahoma. This is going to be outrageous. The corner of Chu Hanqiu's mouth twitched. How do I know this? The situation at that time was what I reported. This look showed that Wen Ruyu had definitely hidden her strength. Wuyu also reacted at this time? No wonder he kept asking if he really had to exert his full strength. Look at the members of Organization Zero who are standing still. The magnitude of the blow is not normal. First Captain, there are people coming from the rear, supposedly from this city, with all kinds of weapons in their hands. A silhouette appeared beside Wu Yu, an assassin of this squad, responsible for looking out from afar. It was within Wu Yu's expectations for this situation to occur. A small percentage of the inhabitants of this city are the underbelly of this organization, coming over normal with weapons. Leave this place too. Wen Ruyu, you go and take them away. And go take care of the people coming over. Whoosh! Wen Ruyu is back. The people in front of us are all taken care of. This organization is just too small. Just over 20 people. The corners of Wu Yu's mouth twitched. Hadn't it been 3 minutes in the past? A fight that was expected to be resolved in half an hour was over in 3 minutes with your boy. All dead? All dead. Wu Yu looked deeply at Wen Ruyu. You're awesome. Only to see that behind Wen Ruyu, 3 melee professionals walked back with their heads hanging down. As for the 2 female magicians, they looked at Wen Ruyu as if their eyes were bubbling with light. It's just as well that the 3 of you have returned. There are still remnants of forces on that side. Go and settle them. Yes, the 3 were battered, but the mission was more important. I'll go help too, Wen Ruyu hurriedly said. The remnants of the force should not be wasted. Wu Yu's cheeks twitched and his afterglow looked at the 3 people on the side. Are you afraid that the blow is not enough? Or let it go? You've done well enough this time. To be honest, Wu Yu really didn't want Wen Ruyu to make a move right now. Any more hands and he reckoned his players would need a psychiatrist's intervention. Ahem. I won't do it this time. Can I just watch from the sidelines? He didn't want to do it even if he was allowed to, and one performance was enough. Wouldn't it be good to let these players do the work while he used his wonderful hands on the sidelines? Wu Yu hesitated. Don't ever do it. Don't worry. Then you follow them. Just then, a voice came. Are you guys looking for death? How dare you make a move against my people? Chapter 194, I can't listen to this. 6 figures suddenly appeared above the roof of a house. The blonde man at the head of the group had a scar on his face and looked sinister. Wu Yu glanced at the other party. No wonder this organization was filled with 8th ranked professionals. So the 9th order is here. The blonde man narrowed his eyes at them. One of the members behind him whispered something in his ear. The blonde man snorted with a look of relief. Who did I think it was? But it turns out to be Organization Zero from China. Since you're here, don't leave. To actually send a bunch of 8th rankers? I want all of you to die. The crowd looked at each other. Where did they get the confidence to say such words? Which member of Organization Zero is not able to cross the ranks and challenge? I'll deal with the blonde. You 4 melee combatants deal with the other 4. And Chen-Ling, you 2 hold the remaining one. As for Wen Ruyu, he did not make any arrangements. It was true that he was strong. But this was the 9th rank, not the 8th rank. He hadn't dared to let Wenryu take this risk. In Wu Yu's opinion, Wenryu being able to cross the 3rd rank was already perverse. How could she cross the 4th rank? It should be known that from the 7th order, each order is a huge change, and the 9th order is even different in each realm's strength. Wenryu was also happy to relax. The battle between the two sides started, and with Chu Hancho's status skill boost, Wu Yu and the others fought exceptionally ferociously. However, the other side was no slouch either. You have status skills, don't we have them? You think too much of us in the offshore organization. For a moment, the battle was stalemated. Worthy of being the boss of an organization, the strength is just tough. But it was clear that the strength of his man wasn't working. Wenryu put her hands behind her back and stood in place looking at the distant battlefield. Triggered by the magic hand. Intelligence plus 28. Trigger wonderful hands. Get Shadow Fist Gloves X1. Trigger wonderful hands. Get Icy 1000 Miles LV4 X1. The more he fought, the more alarmed the blonde man became. It was amazing that an 8th ranked professional was able to fight his men for so long. And what a situation the 8th ranked senior professional opposite him was in. Only to see that at this moment, Wu Yu was covered in flashes of lightning, his fists covered in a layer of thunder and lightning, each punch going down with the opponent's body emitting an audible explosion. The blonde man's mouth twitched. What the kind of profession is this? Does melee have lightning? He knew about the Thunder Warrior, but people used weapons. How the hell did he use his fists? And what's with the wings behind you? Wenryu rubbed her chin. A melee lightning mage? This looks like it's a bit of a slam dunk. He used his snooping skill on Wu Yu. Other than intelligence, the other attributes are not very high. However, at this time, Wu Yu's speed far exceeded his agility. Let's just say that it's worthy of the Thunder system and comes with speed. After 5 minutes, it was obvious that the other party was showing fatigue. Even the professionals who were being pestered by Qinling's 2 mages were also somewhat unable to carry on. Retreat! The blonde man shouted and turned around with a slash. His members instantly backed up and turned around. There wasn't much they could do if a 9th order professional wanted to run. To say that they could definitely beat them face to face in a hard fight. But if the other person was bent on escaping, this wasn't really a good idea. Even if a 9th ranked professional came, they might not be able to catch a professional who was bent on escaping. Shall we leave them behind? Wu Yu froze. Stay? Is that possible? You can stay? Pretty much. Wenryu disappeared into thin air. Although the status skill had dissipated, with his 5,000 points of agility and the mass skill of sprint, catching up with them was too easy. Yensha. Insert eyes. Stifle stick. Teasing the een leg. Lime powder. The last one wasn't a skill, but he spilled a large bag of powdered lime, causing the remaining 2 to close their eyes. 3 minutes later, Wenryu was pulling a chain in her hand with 6 people hanging from it. Phew. Phew. All that was left on the scene besides the sound of the wind was the constant sound of footsteps in the distance. Looking at the 6 figures on the chains that were in a coma, Wu Yu also fell into silence. These 6 are 9th rank. The one leading them seems to be a 9th rank intermediate. Just bring it back. Wow. Not far behind them there was a clamor and a light struck. Let's take care of these people first. Yes. The bottom-level ordinary members of these offshore forces had suffered unprecedented attacks, and their opponents seemed like a group of madmen. These few melee professionals took out all their pent-up frustrations on these people. I surrender. I surrender. A couple of men in the back dropped to their knees and raised their hands. What the is he talking about? I'm not good at foreign languages. I can't understand. Then kill it. The words surrender and not kill did not appear in Zero's dictionary. 10 minutes later, the clothes on the floor had been drenched in blood, and the ground was nothing but corpses. The blood flowed down the ramp, downhill. The 4 were instantly in a much better mood, but after they came back and saw the iron chain in Wenryu's hands, their complexion once again changed. You're telling me this is a 5th order? You call a guy who tackles 6 9th rankers in 3 minutes a 5th ranker? Even if you get a 9th order person to come, you won't be able to do it. Okay. Not to mention them, even Wu Yu couldn't accept it. He was now more and more skeptical that Chu Hancha was not punking him. What the hell is the information provided? That information and the one Ryu in front of me are 2 people. Okay. Wu Yu stepped forward to check on the 6. One was blinded in both eyes. One's lower body had exploded. And one had a gaping hole in his head that didn't look like it was going to survive. All in all 6 men carried more or less wounds. Ha! Wu Yu found white unidentified powder on them. He dipped his finger in a bit and couldn't tell what it was, so he could only ask one Ryu. What are these white powders? In Wu Yu's opinion, perhaps this thing was the key to one Ryu's victory. Compared to one Ryu being strong in her own right, a victory by relying on external objects was more acceptable. Unfortunately, he was overthinking it. This lime powder. Ninth rank professionals are stronger than I thought, so I can only use this method to restrict the opponent for a bit, even if it's only for a second or two. It's enough. Ninth order? Powerful? Do you think it's appropriate for you to say that? Wu Yu didn't want to talk anymore. He felt as if he needed a psychiatrist to enlighten him as well. The other members clenched their fists and lowered their heads. Couldn't listen to it at all. Are we all from the same planet? Why is there such a big gap? Ahem. Kill these 6. Let's go back, Captain. So the rest of the people here. Remember our motto. Those who haven't stepped out of their rooms aren't considered enemies. The ones that came out of the room were dead on the floor. At 4 a.m. The crowd returned to the base. Chu Hanxiu, send Wenruyu to rest. The crowd was relieved to see the two leave. Captain, what point do you think there is for us to cultivate? We can't even compete with a 5th-ranked professional. And he's still less than a year into his awakening. Wait, less than a year? 5th degree? Mom, I'm going home. Chapter 195, why don't you say something? Breathlessly the corners of his mouth twitched. It's coming. It's coming. It's really coming. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Ahem. Don't think about it so much. It's normal for a pervert to appear every so often. Looking at the 5 people who looked depressed, Chen Ling's 2 mages were indifferent. After all, there were many differences between the 2 professions of melee and long range. Wenruyu was even more powerful, and her influence on the 2 of them was minimal. It can be devastating to melee combat. But Grand Captain, this is too outrageous. 6 9th-ranked professionals in 3 minutes. I wouldn't say anything if they were 6th-ranked professionals, but that's 9th-ranked. Even if it's a pervert, it can't be done. One sentence gave Wu Yu dry silence. Yeah, that's 6 9th-order professionals. There didn't seem to be any such person in his memory. Even if it did, it would be the crushing of a 7th-order advanced against a 9th order. If such a person is called a pervert, then what is Wenruyu? Is that super sick? Looking at the depressed crowd in front of him, Wu Yu shook his head. It seemed like a psychiatrist had to be found. Well, by the way, show yourself too. That was a beautiful image just now. Breathtakingly beautiful. By the way, talk to the top and give Wenruyu a new team. His own team had a total of 20 people, and half of them were directly wasted, and he didn't know when he would be able to slow down. The next day, a file appeared in Lin Knight's hands. As the final decision maker of this operation, he was still quite curious about this Wenruyu's situation. It's really as awesome as Lin Yagu said. Upon seeing the situation recounted above, Lin Knight fell silent. He picked up the phone and directly dialed Wu Yu's number. You're not kidding me? 1v6, all 9th rank? 3 minutes? Wu Yu thought for a moment, together with tying the person to the chain and bringing him back. It took a total of more than 6 minutes, right? Listening to the soundless cell phone, Wu Yu raised his eyebrows. It seemed like he wasn't the only one taking a hit, which made him comfortable. I know. Snap. Looking at the hung-up cell phone, Wu Yu's mood instantly became much more comfortable. Even the mood of being struck by Wenruyu was much happier. It's true. Transferring the pain is the best medicine. From the drawer, Lin Knight took out 2 more pieces of paper. One was Chu Hanxiu's, and the other was Lin Yaji's. The 3 pieces of paper were placed together, and Lin Knight pursed his lips. The time difference between the 3 sheets is less than a week, but it gives the impression of 3 people. Chu Hanxiu offered, and although he was strong, he was still able to stay within the range of acceptance. It's not like there aren't any 5th rankers doing that kind of damage. A few hundred of them are still around in the country. They are all geniuses with special talents, and with the help of their families, there is not much of a problem. Yes, such people can only be called geniuses, and with what Lin Yagu offered, the battle power was clearly exaggerated. It's obviously the same time period, but it's like 2 people. In Lin Yaji's case, Wenruyu was a pervert. Single-player abuse of flesh unlocks a tier of professionals. It's only the bottom of the barrel, but that's really the name of the town. As for this last piece of information provided by Wu Yu, it was simply outrageous. Phew, it seems like the team that Wu Yu brought there suffered quite a blow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered to change the squad. This Wenruyu's strength. Lin Knight frowned and thought, change squads. The point is no team can be this sick. Even the number 1 team might not be able to suppress Wenruyu. It would be a loss to Zero in case he gave another blow. In Zero's opinion, rank didn't matter. What mattered was your strength. As long as one was strong enough, there was no problem if the rank wasn't the 9th order. Wu Yu is an example. It's better to leave it to Wu Yu for the time being, but a teen woe is me. You're such a nice guy. On the other hand, Wenruyu was involved in this mission summarization meeting. The mission was completed successfully and turned out much better than expected, achieving a full kill. Hearing Wu Yu's words, the crowd couldn't help but place their gazes on Wenruyu. If it wasn't for him, they would have just taken care of most of the members, and the main ones would have definitely ended up running away. The corner of Wu Yu's mouth twitched. He seemed to have said the wrong thing again. Ahem. After this mission, everyone rests for a week. We'll gather for cultivation after a week. So watch your time. A week off? The crowd looked at Wu Yu with surprised faces. You should know that in the past, it was lucky to be able to rest for 3 days after completing a mission. But this time, he actually rested for a week. Does happiness come so quickly? Of course, you'll have to come with me to Kyoto for the first 2 days of this week's time, and then you'll be free after 2 days. That's okay. The crowd couldn't help but rejoice. What are we doing in Kyoto? Chen Ling asked with a curious expression. Take you to a few people that will help you anyway is all. Relying on the psychiatrists at the Jinwei military base alone is still not enough. Don't you see that these people still look at Wenryu from time to time? That's not a normal impact. After the meeting, Wenryu was leaving. Only this time the one who sent Wenryu was not Wu Yu, but Chu Hanqiu. Sitting in the car, Wenryu looked at Chu Hanqiu with a puzzled expression. Isn't Captain Wu Yu going to see me off? He, should be busy with something, Chu Hanqiu said with an odd expression. He's afraid he'll come to see you off, and his mind can't help but think about the scene of yesterday's battle. Alright, I was going to ask when the next time there's going to be this good kind of mission. I actually think this kind of mission would be perfect for me. Chu Hanqiu thought about it. Wasn't yesterday's mission a very normal mission? Why do you say that? Close, short, casual kills. The first one she could understand. This one was really close enough. But the other two she couldn't agree with. Isn't that because you're too much of a pervert? Without Wenryu, their final result of the battle would only be the annihilation of most of the other side's forces. And that's the heart of this mission. Because the intention to wipe out the entire offshore organization in its entirety was never even considered. If it was truly a total wipeout, it wouldn't have been this squad that made the move. It would have been the top 5 squads that made the move. Why don't you say something? Wenryu gave her a strange look. Drive without talking. Talk without driving. Is that so? Looks like I'll have to educate Zhan Mingyu when I get back. The corner of Chu Hanqiu's mouth twitched. As long as you're happy. Arriving at the teleportation array hall, Chu Hanqiu watched Wenryu enter into the teleportation array. Remember to contact me with assignments haha. With a flash of light, Wenryu disappeared into the teleportation array. Looking at the departing Wenryu, Chu Hanqiu's entire body relaxed. Finally, it's gone. Chapter 196, Oh Intelligence. You're such a cutie. The first thing Wenryu did when she returned to Fongjing was to go back home first. The first thing you do when you get home is take a shower. It took 10 minutes, a brief shower, and a bottle of happy water from the fridge to sit on the couch, taking stock of the haul this time around. Permanent skills he didn't get. As for the ability of spacing out, he didn't use it either. It's not that I don't want to, but I've forgotten. By the time he got back to his senses, the guys had already been dealt with. Next time, he must remember to use it. Anyway, you can use it once in 7 days, so it's good to not use it. He looked to his attributes. This was the first time that intelligence outweighed the others. Attributes: Strength, 5121. Physique, 5088. Agility, 5166. Intelligence, 5241. Even if only a little more goes out, that's still more. After all, this was the first time since his awakening that his intelligence ranked first. Soothing. Sure enough, finding the right way is more important than anything else. It can be argued that targeting people has a much higher chance of acquiring intelligence than any other attribute. The only downside is that you can't get source power by killing humans. Or else. Wenryu rubbed her chin, considering the idea that had just popped up. It didn't seem like it wouldn't work, but it's still early, so let's wait until it's time. With Zhao Qian's strength, they weren't worthy of this kind of mission. Well, but it's passable as bait. Either or. Barbecue stands near the neighborhood at night. What? Brother Jade, you don't play like that. Zhan Mingyu was like a cat that had exploded its fur. No matter what, he's also a priest with S-class potential. Okay, doesn't he want to lose face? Listen to me in detail. Do you see that you guys want to join Zero as well? What is the job of Zero? Isn't it to kill those foreign forces? Which is more important, the result or the process? Of course it's the result. What do you care about the process as long as the outcome is good? Wenryu persuaded bitterly. Just tell me if what I'm saying makes sense. And in the future when others ask, who exterminated this XXX force? Immediately think of your name. Doesn't it smell good? Zhan Mingyu looked on with a speechless face, constantly puaing his Wenryu. Brother, don't you think I can hear you? Do you think I'm stupid? But, it sounds like it's not so bad. That's true, but isn't it a bit too insulting to the word professional when you ask us to be that bait? Not to mention the fact that they're all S-rank potential professionals, but we all have a chance to become ninth order professionals. To have the word bait on this resume by then, how ugly. That's right. After Wenryu thought of this matter in the afternoon, she called them in the evening to ask the person out. And there you have the scene in front of you. It's just a bit of a slow process. After all, it's a bit hard to accept that it's a bait and switch, and there's no telling if someone will get killed. Every family has a way to save their lives, but there aren't that many of these. It's really gone when it's gone. It's okay, there's no rush on this one. Wait until you're at the 7th rank. Hopefully. I'm not even qualified to be a decoy now? The corner of Jean Mingyu's eyes twitched. Your words are a bit too hurtful. Ahem. It can't be helped. The opponents I encountered this time have average strength for me, but it's slightly more difficult for those 8th rank professionals. Of course, this is also relative. As a Zero's personnel, killing the same rank that is definitely something that can be done. I just can't do it as well as Wenryu. It's just a pervert. Hearing him say that, the crowd subconsciously nodded. Indeed, being a decoy is a bit difficult. Let's not talk about that for now. When are you planning to go over there, Jade? Just for a while. You don't have to look at me like that. If I say no, I don't bring it. He wasn't even sure how his attribute points were doing on that side, so how could he dare take them there? Time to move into March. Wenryu was one step away from being a 6th rank junior, and her attribute points had once again come to the limit position. As he thought, it was true that the limit was reached every 500 points. Wenryu sat on the big tree and looked at her attributes. Attributes: Strength, 7,500. Physical Fitness, 7,500. Agility, 7,500. Intelligence, 5,521. Intelligence, you are adorable. Intelligence had increased by about 280 points since the end of that mission until now, and half of those were still attribute points that had been forced to increase in the last few days. Looking at his attributes, he pondered, should I wait until I finish unlocking it and go to that side, or just go over there? But by the looks of it, there shouldn't be any quests coming up for a while. It wasn't that he hadn't called Chu Hancho in the past 2 days, but every time the other party said that there was no mission. Does she think she doesn't watch the news? Wenryu didn't understand what was going on either. It was so obvious that he wanted him to join before, but now how come the mission doesn't call for him? Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Let's just say he didn't want to expose his strength. It's so hard to mix up a mission now. Wenryu couldn't help but place her gaze on Zhao Qian's several people. In fact, it is not impossible to go outside the country by himself. With this strength of his, it may not really be possible for someone to suppress him. But it wasn't like those organizations were cuties, and he figured he wouldn't be able to exterminate more than a few before they avoided him. But it's different with bait. An S-rank potential professional is an attractive light out there. Endure the risk and these guys will step up. Either leaving it for their own use or exterminating it would be good for them. Jean Mingyu shivered. Why do I feel so cold? You're afraid you're not vain. Lin Dai glanced at his wrist that was about the same thickness as his own. You're the vain one. Your whole family is vain. Hearing the noise from this side, Wenryu shook her head. It's really energizing. Zhongli, prepare more supplies. We'll leave in the next 2 days. That's it for the properties. I don't know how long it will take to wait for that side to send out the quests. As for the luck of betting on attribute points by relying on daily source beasts, there was no telling how many days it would take. For a while, Wenryu was still weirdly missing the last beast tide. If he had done it a few more times, he could have piled up his attributes out of the sky. Good. Jade, is this a plan to go over there? Well, it's almost ready in time to go. Then don't forget what we prepared for you. By the way, Jade, do you know how to use such technological items? Jean Mingyu's eyes lit up as he spoke. Wenryu rubbed her chin. Not to mention, those things, the manual is understandable. But to say that the operation is more or less difficult. Still, give him time and there's no problem. He patted Jean Mingyu's shoulder. I can learn if I don't know how. I have plenty of time anyway. Of course, if you're not afraid to die, it's fine if you join me. Dead? Then it's better to forget about it. Jean Mingyu shook her head in a hurry. Better to wait for strength to go up. Chapter 197, don't worry. I'll arrange for a priest. 2 days later, the group arrived at a clearing outside the eastern suburbs. Jean Mingyu glanced around. Brother, you're going to that side here. Do you still need to choose a location? Originally, they were traveling straight ahead, and Wenryu had to let him go this way. Not sure what's different about this side either. Wenryu looked at the environment in front of her. I want to try to see if the passageway that opens from one place will be the same place, or perhaps the area to which it goes will be closer. And, of course, trying to corroborate one of his ideas. A mystery treasure chest treasure map opens in a place that isn't going to be reused. Wenryu took out the treasure map and opened the passage. You guys go back. We're going in. Wenryu waved her hand and walked straight in. Jiangli followed closely behind. The passageway closed when the two men were not long inside. Ugh, I also want to go. Zhan Mingyu sighed with a sigh. Let's brush up on those skills of yours more first, and brush up your level to the same level as Chu Hanqiu. Lin Dai rolled his eyes. The current Zhan Mingyu only had a high enough level of healing technique, and her other skills were too low. It's already being swiped. Blessing is already LV4. Armor of Light is also up to LV2. Zhan Mingyu didn't bother to spit it out. Was that because he didn't want to use it? That's no chance of using it at all. Jingle bell, Onum. Jingle bell, Onum. Zhao Qian took out her cell phone and was surprised to see the incoming call. What's wrong, Sister Sin? It's okay. It's Chu Hanqiu's call. Zhao Qian didn't expect her to call. Hey, Sister Chu. Zhao Qian. Is Wenryu with you? I can't get through to him on the phone. Zhao Qian glanced at the empty space in front of her. It's a bad time for you to call. I'm not with him. Are you looking for him for something? About him going to the other world. They wouldn't say anything to anyone. Well, there's a big mission this time. I want to ask him if he's going. Since we're not together, forget it. I'll hang up now. I'm going to contact someone else. The phone hung up. With regards to the mission that Chu Hanqiu was talking about, Zhao Qian wasn't very interested. After all, it wasn't like she could participate in it. Let's go. We have to work hard too, and try to reach the 5th rank intermediate by the time they return. Yes, in the office of Lin Knight in Kyoto. His crew doesn't know either. Chu Hanqiu shook his head. Wu Yu, who was on the side, looked at Lin Knight's computer screen and was speechless. In the picture, it was the scene where Wenryu and the others went to the wilderness together. You're telling me I don't know? Commander Lin, this Wenryu is probably still hiding something from us. Wu Yu said. Lin Knight shook his head. Everyone has their own little secrets. Aren't you the same? Since we can't contact him, let's find a town guard envoy whose physical body is unlocked to the mid-1st rank. You don't need to go on this mission, Wu Yu. Just have Chu Hanqiu follow. Originally, Lin Knight had planned to have Wu Yu and Wenryu join the team together for this operation. After all, the two had fought together. Since Wenryu couldn't come, then Wu Yu didn't have to go. We are, together, I'm a giveaway. Although Chu Hanqiu was also low-ranked, she was qualified as a support staff. Her skill was an important one for other professionals. Mr. Lin, then let's find one from the retired staff. That's what I meant. After all, the other town envoys have their own missions. 3 hours later, on the outskirts of Kyoto, a dozen professionals gathered here. Mr. Lin, what are we using this time? Use the scroll, and remember that crystal must be used by 4 people or you will die. This time the mission is still to find the secret key. Don't deal too much with the locals and avoid them if you can. Lin Knight uneasily instructed. After all, the town guard envoy that came this time was a bit unexpected. Don't worry, Kobayashi, don't you trust me? A gruff voice rang out. The person who spoke was only about 2 meters tall, with rock-like muscles and a bald head. The corner of Lin Knight's mouth twitched. Teacher Wu Cheng, can you not call me Little Lindsay? It sounds a bit strange. Wu Cheng waved his hand carelessly. It's just a name. It's just a code name. Let's go. Wu Yu and the others will come back this time and prepare for the examination. The corner of Wu Yu's mouth twitched. Got it, Master. The spatial channel opened and a group of 8 people entered into it. The world thought that Zero's externalization was talking about dealing with China outside the country, and unbeknownst to me, the other world is also outside of Zero so-called. When the passageway closed, the two of them, Lin Knight and Wu Yu, let out a sigh of relief in unison. Wu Yu, didn't I tell you to find a flesh body first layer intermediate? Why did you get your teacher here? Wu Yu had a bitter smile on his face. I just went to the nursing home and met teacher. Upon realizing that he had to send someone to the other world, he had to come over to do what? 0 of the retired personnel will enter the nursing home, so it can be said that half of the country's town guards are from here to go out. Even Lin Yagyu is from a nursing home. Dispatch out in order of ranking, back to front. When the strength is higher, it will revert back to the nursing home again and again. Lin Knight glanced at the burly Wu Yu and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll arrange for the priest when your teacher returns. The corner of Wu Yu's mouth twitched. I thank you. Hearing him say that, he couldn't help but reminisce about back in the day. Keep in mind that in the beginning, he was also a standard freshman. That is, until he met the walking Wu Cheng, which directly transformed him from a scrawny lightning-type long-distance magician to the melee lightning-type warrior he is today. Looking back on those years, it was an absolutely hellish experience. Meanwhile, Wenryu and Jiang Li were wandering around in the mysterious treasure chest space. Jade, what are you looking for? Jiang Li followed behind Wenryu with a puzzled expression. Not only had they found the treasure chest, they had also killed most of the source beasts here cleanly. However, Wenryu didn't stop and continued to keep searching. It could be a fruit. It could be a weed. In any case, it's something with attributes, so watch out for that too. Zhang Hongyu only told him that there was such a thing, and didn't go into specific details. Wenryu suddenly stopped, and Jiangli hastily braked. What's wrong? Wenryu turned her head to Jiangli. You go ahead and lead the way. With her luck value so high, she should be able to find it faster than him. Jiangli had a puzzled look on his face. What was the situation? Does it make a difference who's in front? She knew nothing about her luck value. 10 minutes later, Wenryu looked at the large tree in front of her with a complicated expression. If he remembered correctly, they'd passed this place twice before. I think. How did I not notice the fruit on the trunk behind me before? I think that's the thing you're talking about. It should be. Chapter 198, Jeans, Sneakers, Old Country, Purple Star Fruit. Effects, Strength Attribute plus 200. Each person can take up to 5 pills. There are only 4 fruits on the branch. Looking at the white spots on that purple skin, no wonder it's called a purple star. It's kinda similar. Unfortunately, it only increased by 200 points, which was of no use to him at all. Forget it. Go back and sell it to Zhao Qian and the others. Granted, he's not short of money right now, but there's always a sense of peace of mind for those who get something for nothing. Much less cherished. One for you on site. No matter what. The stuff was also discovered by Jiangli, and it was impossible to say without sharing one out. Not to mention the fact that it's going to depend on her luck later on. The two continued to sweep the place. But unfortunately, other than these 4 purple star fruits, they didn't find any other items that could increase their attributes. Instead, ore materials meant a lot. Wenryu didn't let it go either, and directly put it away in her backpack. The items that appear here are certainly not bad. The two came near the barrier. The time here is really quite different from the outside world. It's actually evening this time in. Looking at the sunset outside, Wenryu was speechless for a while. It's a good thing I was wearing a watch or I wouldn't have been able to keep track of the time. Wenryu put her hand on the barrier, and soon a gaping hole appeared. The first thing that came out was the installation of a signal locator. Wenryu took out a heavy tablet and a signal appeared on the interface. He didn't understand what the workings were, but as long as it worked, it worked. These locators are for you. Place them every 5 kilometers. Wenryu handed over hundreds of signalers to Zhongli. Brother Jade, I still have it here. Sister Qian gave it to me 2 days ago. How much was given? 500. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. Ruthless. He turned his head to look around, and sure enough, the place had changed again. But you can still see high mountains all around, so you should still be in that range. Zhongli, release the hawk and look for that old man we met there last time. This time he had to see what was going on with his opponent's strength. If that doesn't work, this world could be more dangerous than he thought. The 2 hawks flew in 2 separate directions. Trying to pinpoint there in such a large place is obviously a bit difficult. Half an hour later. Jade, the place is too big to find. There were only about 20 families in that village, and it was a very small village that could not really be found in such a large area. And did you see the river? This one is seen. There are 2 rivers. Which one do we go to? Go to any one of them. Stroke the river and walk around. You lead the way. This was the time to utilize Jiang Li's lucky attribute. The 2 men came to the river at a fast and furious pace. The 2 of them followed the course of the river, making their way downstream. There was only 1 hawk left in the sky, scoping out the surroundings. The source beasts that passed by all died at the hands of Wenryu. Contribute some intellectual attributes to him from time to time. Due to the need to keep scouting the situation, the 2 had traveled no more than 300 kilometers until dark. Brother Jade, there's a discovery. A city has appeared up ahead. The city? Wenryu froze. It couldn't be that old man talking about Sin City, right? That's a long way off. Are there some names on the gates? No. Wenryu secretly pondered. According to that old man, there should only be one city here. The odds are that this is the same Sin City. Sin. Wenryu's eyes lit up. So did he stand in front of the city gates and pick a fight? Then wouldn't the intelligence attribute points clatter into his account? But then Wenryu gave up on that idea. What was that old man's strength he didn't know yet? Knowing that he had said he couldn't destroy the city. If the old man can't be exterminated, that means he can't be exterminated. The fact that he couldn't exterminate it meant that he wasn't strong enough to be in danger. There is danger. Be cautious. There's nothing wrong with this cause and effect. So he decided to sneak over there and take a look around first. About how far away is it? Just about 20 kilometers downstream expected. 20 kilometers. That's pretty close. Stay here and don't move. I'll go check it out. Wenryu entered a sneaking state and disappeared from Jiang Li's view. Jiang Li looked around a bit, Every part of the dark forest revealed danger. She gulped. Big brother, do you want to consider that I'm a girl? Ah, is it appropriate to leave a girl in the dark in the middle of the forest at night? Wenryu didn't care about this. In his opinion, how could a professional be afraid of the dark is not? Without Jiangli, Wenryu was at full speed. 20 kilometers in a flash. A huge city appeared before his eyes. Coming to the bottom of the city wall, Wenryu took a look at it and it was quite high. Estimates are around 15 meters. A little something. Lending a slight force on the wall, Wenryu didn't even have to exert much force to get onto the wall. Above the walls, there were city defenders and patrolmen in decent numbers. Wenryu raised her eyebrows. What's with the vigilante patrols in Sin City? It wasn't what he thought it would be. In his opinion, shouldn't there be burning and looting everywhere you look? It's probably down there. Wenryu swept past the patrols and jumped into the city, landing on the roof of a house. It was just after nightfall at this time of day, and there weren't many people left on the streets. Instead, there was a clamor coming from a few places. Wenryu came here and looked through the window. It should be something like a tavern inside. He sat on the roof and looked inside the window. One looks as if he's having fun. What the hell is going on here? What a guy! Suddenly, a shout came from not far away. Wenryu stood up and was about to run. That's not true. He's in a sneaking state, and there's no cloaking device in the neighborhood. So what's he worried about? He turned his head to look, only to see two groups of people running wild. In front of them was a group of people dressed in black robes with pure black masks on their faces. In the rear were guards in standardized equipment. Both sides are fast. By the looks of it, it was at least 8 or 9 orders of strength. Wenryu secretly smacked her lips, not realizing that the guards here were of this level. Then wouldn't the strength of the city lord be higher? No wonder that old man said he couldn't be extinguished. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A silhouette jumped to the roof. Wenryu rubbed her eyes. What did he just see? Jeans. Sneakers. It's a ing hometown. Can't be this place and wear sneakers and jeans too. Wenryu's eyes rolled and she followed from the side. He'd like to see what kind of people these were from Blue Star. 3 waves of people, all together, ran towards the outside of the city. After leaving the city, it was obvious that the guards behind them couldn't catch up, and the difference in strength was still obvious. Wenryu hung back and kept chasing after the line of people in front of her. In the distant forest, Zhongli sat at the very top of a large tree, looking at Wenryu through the hawk with a speechless face. Brother, have you forgotten me? You're going in the opposite direction. Chapter 199, Why are you here? Wenryu hung back and scratched her head, always feeling like she had forgotten something. Never mind, let's just follow it. After running out almost 50 kilometers or so, the person wearing a black mask in front of him finally stopped. Phew, finally escaped. That was scary. That man's aura is so strong. Captain, what do we do next? Wenryu in the distance froze. How could it be her? Wu Chang looked in Wenryu's direction. Friend, are you up to something? Wenryu was shocked. This bastard couldn't really be able to see him. Chu Hanxiu, who was on the side, looked at Wenryu's direction suspiciously. And there was nothing. Could someone be hiding there? Break the hidden. Ever since that fight with Wenryu, she had immediately arranged a concealment-breaking skill for herself. More or less it is classified as PTSD. With the sweep of the break hidden skill, Wenryu's figure was revealed. Wenryu, why are you here? Chu Hanxiu looked at him in shock. You have to realize that this is not Fengjing, nor is it Blue Star. How did he get here? He wasn't overly surprised when his own form was revealed. It seemed that this Chu Hanxiu had learned skills later on. Ahem, it's nothing to hang out. The corner of Chu Hanxiu's mouth twitched. Hanging out? Who hangs out and runs off-world? Just you? Wenryu froze, then slapped her head. Oops, I forgot if you didn't tell me. I have another team member in. Jiangli, thank you. Still remember me. Wu Chang looked at Wenryu with interest. You're the Wenryu who got Wu Yu's squad to stay at the psychiatric clinic for 3 days. Ha! Wenryu is indeed me, but the psychiatric clinic should have nothing to do with me. How can anything be laid at my feet? Let me introduce. Wu Chang is the captain this time. A retired member of R0. The strength is very strong. Stronger than you. Wu Yu is stronger than you, as well as being Wu Yu's master. Wu Yu's master. Looking at those granite-like muscles, it was no wonder that Wu Yu's combat style was so peculiar. Curious, he cast a peek at Wu Chang. Wu Chang frowned. Kid, peeking at people is impolite behavior. Wenryu rubbed her nose. Simply just curious. I didn't expect your attributes to be so high that your skills actually failed. Wu Chang let out a laugh. After so many years of effort, how could it still be that low? Wenryu looked agreeable. Yes. Name, Wu Sung. Age, 197. Level, 9th order advanced. Occupation, lightning mage. Unblocked, flesh body unlocked at the middle of the second level. Attributes, strength, 7343. Physique, 4523. Agility, 3077. Intelligence, 7022. I have to say, this is really strong enough. Intelligence and strength broke through the second level. This intellect he adored. But, you're a lightning mage. What's the point of having such a high power? You're worthy of being Wu Yu's master. So, can I ask what you guys are doing here? He had guessed that the official must have been here before, and he didn't expect to meet him today. It's for a special item. Something that, in Blue Star, is only found in a few special places, and here in slightly larger quantities. It's usually found in larger cities. When Ryu nodded, he probably guessed what it was. Since you guys are on a mission, I'm going to go ahead. My crew is still over there. This kind of mission didn't interest him much. He had his own things to do. With that, he turned around and was about to leave. Wait, do you want to do the mission with us? When Ryu waved her hand, it's better to forget about it. I won't add to the chaos. I still have a teammate with very low strength there. When Ryu instantly disappeared in the same place. Wucheng rubbed his chin and looked at the disappearing When Ryu. He always felt as if something was wrong. Where? He glanced at his side. Did he just say that there was a very weak teammate? Yeah. Shu Hanqiu nodded his head, somewhat confused as to what it meant. That means they came in too? The crowd at the scene fell silent. That's 8 of them. That's 8 people. Yeah, they need at least 4 people to use to open the passage. And when Ryu and the others were actually only 2 people. Captain Wu Cheng, do you think they have some special skill that opened the passage? It might be possible. After all, in the earliest times those master treasure hunters were also able to open the passages. You know that very early on, the secret key was sold by them. It was also at that time that the country realized that there was such a thing as a secret key. It's true that the combat power of the profession of thieves is a little bit worse, but those rare and strange things can't be gotten. However, the strength of this thief was somewhat beyond imagination. Whatever, we didn't get much in this city. Let's go look elsewhere. How's the map coming along? Let's get it done and get going. 10 more minutes and it'll be painted. They mapped each entry to prepare for those who came in afterward. One Ryu, who had walked away, also reacted at this time. Did you just expose yourself to something? One Ryu frowned. It seemed like he only said one teammate. Not much of a problem. Though, there's nothing wrong with having special skills. I just didn't expect to meet a professional who had unlocked the second tier. Does this mean that the country still has unlocked tier 3 professionals? I don't think so. Though, after all, the man is over 197 years old. But it might as well be. After all, this is no longer considered the first group of professionals. The first batch really did have it too. I just don't know if other countries will have a higher level of presence. Back in the woods where Jiangli was, when Ryu looked around, where are the people? Where's Jiangli? It won't be eaten by the source beast, will it? It shouldn't. Jiangli, Jade, I'm here. On a large tree in the distance, Jiangli jumped down from above the tip of the tree. When Ryu looked up at the large tree, this should have a more than 30 meters. Why are you running so high? Jiangli said breathlessly. It can't be helped. This forest is too dark, and there's more or less moonlight up there. And she was afraid to build a fire to dispel the darkness. Just a moment ago, a level 80 plus source beast passed by from below, and she didn't dare to breathe a single breath. She was looking at one Ryu, who was chatting and getting high, through the Song Ying, and her emotions were all mixed up. So you're still afraid of the dark? I thought professionals weren't afraid of anything. Zhongli couldn't help but think of what Lin Dai and the others had said. That one Ryu couldn't find a girlfriend. Needless to say, there is a possibility that this statement is coming true. Jade, where are we going next? She didn't want to talk about it anymore. Just be a good tool person. Chapter 200 Skill Failure? Run. Let's wait here until morning. I'm going to make a trip to the city during the day and look for the old man afterward. When Ryu couldn't get enough of that old man. In fact, he had just intended to enter the tavern. I'm sure a lot of people will be hostile to him if he provokes them a little. Then wouldn't he be able to harvest a bunch of attribute points at once? There are always 5 or 6 of them, even if the luck is bad. But seeing Wu Sung that attribute data are running, he's a bit of a wimp. Although he didn't know what was in the city, the fact that it could make even a flesh body unlocked mid-second layer run away meant that the people inside must be very strong. Without seeing the other party's attributes, when Ryu wouldn't put herself in danger. Early the next morning, when Ryu arrived at the city gates, the gates, which were closed last night, are now open. Every now and then someone would get out of town with their gear on. Seeing one Ryu, who was wearing strange clothes at the door, the crowd paid no attention. This is Sin City. What kind of people aren't there? Wenryu stood in place, looking at the people who kept appearing, and fell into silence. What happened to the promised Sin City? How come Mythical didn't respond? You're not responding. How do I get it? Wenryu looked towards the city. It seemed that she had to go in. He touched his shirt, which was wearing the shadowy leather armor. It's not always useful, but it's more of a peace of mind to have. As he entered the city, smiles were on the faces of the people around him, and he would have believed it when he said this was the city of happiness. This was nothing like the Sin City he thought it would be. Guest, would you like to buy something? The bakery owner came out and inquired. When he saw Wenryu standing still, he thought he was the one who wanted to buy something. Wenryu touched her stomach, indeed a little hungry. How about trying the food here? 3 copper coins for a loaf of bread. Can you see if this works? Wenryu took out a coin made of pure copper, something that Zhang Mingyu had prepared for him in abundance. Even if you can't use copper coins, you should always be able to use gold and silver. The bakery owner got it in his hands and looked at Wenryu with a puzzled expression. There's no pattern on it whatsoever. Let's say it's not a copper coin, but it's still made of copper, and it's so pure. Where do you come from? This traveler from afar? I come from the Far East. The owner nodded and said nothing. Collecting the coins in his hand, he turned to leave. Wenryu looked at the other party's attributes and silently left. After walking away, Wenryu turned her head to look. A bakery owner who actually has the strength of the 9th rank. This is a bit outrageous. Along the way, he realized that most of the people here were at the 8th or 9th rank, and there was no shortage of people who had unlocked the first layer of their physical bodies. Wenryu secretly smacked her lips. The strength of the people here was a bit too strong. Wouldn't the world beyond that high mountain be more powerful? Just then, a man wearing a golden mask walked out of a mansion in front of him. Wenryu froze. Isn't this the same guy who showed up at Blue Star at the time? He hastily used his snooping skill. Name, Windsor. Age, 167. Sex, female. Level, 9th order advanced. Profession, space magician. Unblocked, flesh body unlocked at the beginning of the 2nd level. It didn't matter if the attributes were invisible. As long as you knew that the one you were dealing with was in the early 2nd tier, it was enough. Windsor turned her head to look at Wenryu when she sensed someone spying on her. A crowbar appeared in her line of sight, and she instantly fell into a dazed state. Wenryu was not at all soft when it came to her enemies. He didn't dare to push too hard for fear of killing someone at once. Reaching out, he gently crushed the joints of the limbs, resisted them on his shoulders and ran towards the outskirts of the city. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! God Emperor Sama has been captured. Lord God Emperor has been captured. Dang! 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 One copper bell was rung, and a group of patrols chased up Wenryu. Boom! A powerful fluctuation came from behind Wenryu. He turned his head to look, and a figure suddenly appeared behind him. His face shrouded in clouds, making it impossible to see the face. Skill failure. This attribute of his. Actually there is still see-through. How strong is your strength in the end? Triggered by a magic hand. Intelligence plus 30. Trigger mythic hand. Gain, Sub-Zero Chop LV4, KX1. Wasn't it this guy who came last time? It shouldn't be. Isn't this a space wizard? Wenryu was strangely fast, but the man at the back was not slow at all. Hopefully you'll be able to give me a good one. Wenryu released the spacer at Windsor on her shoulder. Successful use of space fetch. Acquired, Space Shuttle Max, skill. Perfect. He took Windsor off his shoulders and threw Windsor out with force. Under Wenryu's power, Windsor blasted at the mysterious man like a cannonball. Wenryu gave a middle finger to the mysterious man and directly used her sneaking skill to turn her direction and run towards the other side. He didn't dare to go directly to Jiangli, worrying that the other party would follow his scent to find them. If it weren't for the lack of distance, the skill would have been used on you. Use it once every 7 days. Use it on a ranked person, and it's spot on. But this time it was also earned. Gaining a space-based skill. The mysterious man looked at the flying divine messenger with a helpless face. One could only stop to catch up with Wenryu. No matter what, this was his divine messenger. And if he didn't care, he would surely die. Of course the most important thing was that it was a space wizard and he still had a use for it. The mysterious man. Windsor clamped in his hand. Scanned the room. Interesting. In just half a month, 3 waves of people have come. It looks like we need to get them caught up and started. Really anyone who wants to get a foot in the door here. If it weren't for the restrictions on, Windsor didn't take long to come to his senses. It turns out that Windsor didn't go into a daze, but actually fainted. Luckily, Wenryu's power didn't use too much, or else the person might have been directly lost. My lord, there's no need to say much. The other side is stronger than you. After this time as well, you head to that side of the world to help them quickly set up a big formation. Raise that world limit even higher so I can get over there. But, if those gods knew. The man snorted. What god? Just a human with great strength. Give me time and I'll be able to reach that realm as well. But these spatial connections. Windsor couldn't help but think of those individual spaces leading to the blue planet. The link between the two worlds. These have nothing to do with them. At least not in a way that they can do. Since it exists, it means it can be utilized. When the time comes to succeed, you'll all be the credit. The man lifted his hand to the looming symbol on the back of it. The godforsaken. It's still ridiculous. After so many years of preparation, it's time to reap the rewards. Chapter 201 Old Man. Don't be so angry. It's a good thing that my skill level is high enough. Otherwise I would have really lost him. But who is this man? Jade actually ran away in fear. This is the first time. Zhongli controlled a hawk hovering diagonally above the mysterious man. As for the other one that was supposed to follow Wenruyu, but fear of exposing his location made her cancel. Just then, the mysterious man raised his head and locked eyes with Zhongli. It was clear that you couldn't see each other's faces, but you could feel each other's gazes. Only the other raised his hand and extended his fingers. Cthulhu broke the connection instantly. Cold sweat ran down Zhongli's cheeks. That altitude was 300 to 400 meters high, and the other side actually found it. You have to know that the size of a hawk is only as big as 3 or 4 meters, and it is the size of a grain of rice at an altitude of 300 or 400 meters. That's how you find out? It's horrible. Brother Jade, when are you coming over? Zhongli was bitter inside. This place really wasn't a place where the 5th rank could come. If she was given another chance to choose again, she would never come. Wenruyu, you have to come even if you don't. The other direction. Wenruyu came to a large tree and looked at the almost invisible city in the distance, her heart sighing with relief. It shouldn't be coming after us. It was the first time Wenruyu felt dangerous, more so than that old man. No wonder that old man said he couldn't beat it. It would be weird if he could. If he didn't have the equipment shadow leather armor, he wouldn't have dared to operate like this. He couldn't help but look at the large mountains in the distance. If the people who were driven here are so dangerous, wouldn't the other side of the mountain be even more dangerous? Wenruyu shivered horribly. Take out the tablet and look at the cursor on it. I can't believe it came out this far. At this point he was more than 700 kilometers away from Zhongli. It seems he was so frightened by the man that he couldn't stop running when he did. An hour or so later. Zhongli, Zhongli, Zhongli. In the forest, Wenruyu kept whispering Zhongli's name. Above another large tree, Zhongli jumped down from above. Met another high-ranked source beast? Zhongli landed on the ground and wiped the sweat from his head, shaking his head. Didn't meet the source beast. It was that mysterious person who seemed to have discovered me through the eagle. She hadn't even dared to summon it since that hawk had disappeared. All you can do is hide in a tree and not make a sound, fearful that the other side would find her. After all, the distance was just too close. It would have been only about 30 kilometers from the city, and this mystery man chased out with less than 20 kilometers to go. For a professional of this level, this distance was no distance at all. Just take a look at Wenruyu and you'll know how fast it is when giving out its full power. Upon hearing about that mysterious person, Wenruyu couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. That man is indeed scary. If he hadn't utilized that Windsor to block the other party's footsteps, he would have been really afraid that the other party would catch up with him. Come on, let's get out of here and go find the old man. Good. The time after that, the two men traveled by day and rested at night. The number of signal emitters in his hand was dwindling. A week went by. They only have 50 signal transmitters left on hand. And that's with putting one in the back at intervals of about 20 kilometers. If it had been placed as it was at the beginning, it would have been gone a long time ago. At this moment, they appeared in the middle of a dense forest, and a path appeared. Jade, look at this road. Does it look like the road to that village? Wenruyu nodded. It does look quite similar. Looks like we found the right spot. For a full week, they kept circling and finally found the right spot. Follow the trail. An hour later, a village appeared in Wenruyu's eyes. It's that village. The two men ran over in a hurry. The old man sitting at the entrance of the village opened his eyes and looked at the two people running over with a surprised face. How did they get here? Wenruyu saw that the old man used the snooping skill at the first time. If it failed he turned and ran. Name, Fu Ming. Age, 387. Level, 9th order advanced. Profession, fire magician. Unblocked, flesh body unlocked at the 2nd level of perfection. Attributes, strength, 6672. Body mass, 5672. Agility, 5432. Intelligence, 7500. Hiss, 7500 intelligence. The total attributes were not as good as his, but he still had to be envious. Anyone who exceeds him in intelligence must be envied. You, snooping on me again. Looks like I'm going to have to educate you. What if you meet someone you can't mess with someday? Fu Ming stretched out his hand and a fist-sized fireball was generated in front of him. a heat wave swept over the two of them. Wenryu raised her eyebrows. Do you think I'm the same person I was before? Wenryu instantly disappeared in place. Fu Ming's pupils shrunk. How was this speed faster than him? When Wenryu reappeared, his hand was already on the old man's shoulder. The fireball instantly disappeared. It's Forbidden Demon Realm? It shouldn't be? How could Fu Ming think about it? He couldn't understand how someone so young as Ming Ming could possibly produce such a legendary ability as a domain. No, it's not a field. It's an ability. Don't be so fiery, old man. Why are you entertaining me with fireballs just after meeting? Fu Ming shook his head. I didn't expect your strength to have actually increased to this point. It's true that people in that world are all gifted. I just want to tell you not to snoop on others at will. You should know that there are a lot of capable people in the Divine Abandonment Land. Those people are not to be messed with. Not to be messed with? Sorry, just messed with one a while back. It's a lot scarier than you look. Old man, when you said that people in our world are gifted, you mean that the one who came before was powerful? You can't call someone an old man when you've met them. It's better to honor the old and love the young. It is indeed powerful. Any skill can be learned at once, and as if it has been practiced for years. Those guys are all still young. They can't compare. Old man, do you still have that skill? Can you show it to me? Well, there are a few more, but they're all normal skills, so wait. Fu Ming turned around and went back to the village, and soon came to the two with a book. Zhongli looked at the book with thoughtful eyes. Jade, this should be a skill book. Wenryu nodded. It should be, or else how could it be possible to learn it right away? Fireball spell, unleashes a fireball that deals 50, plus intelligence, damage. Threes, sure enough, it's a skill book. It can't be said to be like practicing for years after this is learned. Given Fu Ming's strength, the many years he was talking about must be that LV4 level, right? Even if it's worse, it should be LV3 level. Do you mean to say that the man learned it as if he had been practicing it for years? Well, it's almost the equivalent of practicing for 10 years. Chapter 202, you're really good at describing things. What are you doing here this time? Oh, I was going to go to Sin City, but now I'm going to go to the middle of the mountains. Fu Ming was startled. So much for Dashin. They actually want to go to Sin City? It's really a newborn calf. Well, the other party did seem to be stronger than him, but that's not enough to travel to Sin City. That city lord was someone who was several times more powerful than him. Fu Ming hastily shook his head. It's fine for you to go to Big Mountain, but forget about that Sin City. It's not an existence you can touch. That's right. I'm only going to go to the big mountains now. After all, Sin City has already been there, and it's really dangerous. Wenryu nodded with approval. That mysterious man, he's just too scary. You're right to go to Big Mountain. After all, Sin. What? You've been there. Fu Ming looked at Wenryu with a shocked expression. But come to think of it, there's no problem going, as long as there's no conflict. It seems that you didn't get into too much conflict with the other side, and as long as their city lord doesn't show up, you really don't have a problem with your strength. If you're saying that the one with the invisible face is the city lord, I've already met him. Fu Ming looked at Wenryu with wide eyes. You've met the lord of the city. How did you get out alive? It's supposed to be dead. How is this alive? He should know that regarding the appearance of the city lord, he had only heard about it and had never seen it at all. Anyone who has seen it is basically dead. Except for the one who banished the lord of the city to this place. Fu Ming looked at Wenryu with a complicated expression. Is it possible that everyone on that planet is this fierce? If he remembered correctly, the man from 8 years ago had also gone to Sin City. Even left from there with a calm face. Perhaps this is the only man to have made it out of the hands of the lord of the city alive. You. Very good. Promising. Wenryu remembered the business of coming here. From his storage belt, he took out the purple star fruit. I came here with the greatest purpose of finding this fruit. Do you know what kind of fruit can increase intelligence? I need it badly. If there was one, he hoped it would preferably be one of the kind that increased his intelligence by 2,000 points. It's a spirit fruit. This kind of thing is not easy to find. There are some in the big mountains, but the neighborhoods are guarded by high-level source beasts, and their numbers are scarce. If you search for this kind of thing, you may not be able to find one in a year. Fu Ming shook his head. It wasn't that easy to find. Wenryu had a lost look on her face. He had thought that this thing would be plentiful in this world, but he hadn't expected it to be so few. However, you can go beyond the great mountains. The world outside is full of source power, and the amount of this fruit is far greater than here. But it's just as dangerous out there, and the number of high-ranked powerhouses isn't small, even more than here. If you can, I would suggest that it would be best for you to walk within the boundaries of the Winelands Empire, where inclusiveness of all races is at its highest. I know, the Wanlan Empire? Looks like an opportunity to check it out. It would be better to enter from the outside if possible. Not knowing from which country you can cross the big mountains. Having learned what she needed to know, Wonryu also planned to leave. It's time to go back after almost 10 days here this time. Elderly man. This thing, you keep it for me. Wonryu took out a signaler and handed it to the other party. Well, a signaler. It's been a while since I've seen one of those. You've seen it? Well, collected 2 already. One was 8 years ago, the other a while back, and this is 3 for you. Wonryu frowned. It seemed that there were quite a lot of people who came here. I wonder if there are any zeros in the first 2. Can you describe to me the person who gave you the item? 8 years ago it was a young man, and a while ago it was a man with a cigarette in his mouth. Old man, don't you go too far. Is that a description? What could he possibly know other than his gender? Wonryu was speechless. She shouldn't have gotten her hopes up. I'm just a magician with little culture, not an artist. Besides, it's been so long. Even if I tell you what kind of clothes you're wearing, you might not be able to find them. Wonryu didn't want to talk, and after handing the things over to Fu Ming, the 2 of them left. Fu Ming stood at the entrance of the village and shook his head. There were really some sick people. It's sicker than anyone who's been here before. Chen Yao walked over from the distance. Village chief, why don't you show him that thing called a photo? They're all from the same planet, and who knows how their countries are related to each other. All 3 have a bond with me, and I don't want them to fight. Or your old man will. Go back. After a while, there will be more people here. The Tower of Heaven is about to appear. I don't know if it's a shadow or a substance this time. Wonryu led Zhongli all the way back towards the original path. Jade, are we going inside the big mountain? No go. We've been out too long this time. It's time to go back. It's not the most important. Most importantly, the rate of growth of his attributes was just too slow here. After he returned this time, he would ask Chu Hanqiu if he had a mission. And I don't know if they went back. Wonryu took out her tablet and glanced at the distance. It's more than 2,000 kilometers from the initial position. This distance, it's a bit far. At the current rate, it's just too slow. He turned his head to Zhongli. Do you want to go home today? Of course I want to. She'd long since given up on this fearful life. It's good to think. Stop first. As soon as the 2 stopped, Wonryu bent down slightly. Zhongli was in a daze and was carried on his shoulders. Hey, isn't this Lin Dai's exclusive move? Depart. Wonryu's speed directly exploded out. Zhongli looked at the scene around the rapid retreat. Big brother, you are going to take off? Ah, is it good? It didn't bother her at all. All she felt was the pressure of the air. But Wonryu didn't feel anything. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he felt the condition of the run-up. It turns out that there is this benefit to flesh unlocking. The wind didn't feel much at all. At full speed, 2,000 kilometers took Wonryu just over 3 hours. It was even faster than when he was doing the quest with Wu Yu and the others. If he wasn't worried that Zhongli wouldn't be able to withstand the wind pressure, his speed would have continued to increase. After arriving at her destination, Wonryu put Zhongli down. As his feet touched the ground, Zhongli directly sat paralyzed on the ground. Is that what it feels like to have your feet on the ground? It's just great. What's wrong with you? Wonryu looked at Zhongli with a puzzled expression. You don't have to walk the whole way, so what are you tired of? Chapter 203, You Softy. Zhongli sat on the ground, not wanting to say a word. After a moment's reprieve, she shook her head. It's just that the speed is a bit too fast for my body. Forgetting that her attributes aren't up yet. It's right to not be able to stand it. Wonryu didn't care about Jiang Li, who was sitting on the ground, but instead tried up the skill space shuttle that she had just acquired. He raised his hand. A spatial force came from his hand, only to see that space began to fluctuate in the location in front of Wonryu, and a spatial crack was slowly generated. And inside was the space of the mysterious treasure chest they had come to earlier. It's really this ability. I just don't know if it's able to open a space at any time. If it's able to open it anywhere, that would be awesome. Gone. Oh, here it comes. Zhongli struggled to stand up, his legs still a little soft, but it doesn't affect the action. After a few moments after entering inside, Wonryu tried this skill again. Looking at the newly appeared cracks, he fell into a deep thought. Sure enough, it was something that depended not only on use, but also on spatial perception. He opened the rift that still traveled to the other world, not the rift to the blue planet. Zhongli looked at the newly appeared crack and always felt that it was a bit different from Wonryu's before. She didn't ask more questions, though, after all, in Wonryu's case, nothing that happened would feel strange. Wonryu led Zhongli around this space, utilizing the spatial power carried by this skill for perception. Yet nothing could be perceived. The corner of Wonryu's mouth twitched. This didn't seem to be working. No, there must be something wrong with the way he's using it. Otherwise, How did Zhang Hongyu get so many secret keys? To say that he got a lot of mysterious treasure chests treasure map he did not believe. There must be something wrong with the way he's using it. This time he tried to gather the power of space, but not release the ability. This is still possible for unlocked pros. Just as Fu Ming, who could control fireballs in his hands instead of releasing them, were a way of applying skills. Half an hour later, when Ryu sensed special spatial fluctuations, he hastily released his ability, and a spatial rift appeared. Zhongli, go over and see if the cell phone has a signal. Zhongli gulped. Big brother, if I'm not mistaken, you're doing an experiment. Are you sure you want me to come over? So, Jade, is it safe? Don't worry, it's guaranteed to be safe. Looking at Wenryu's sincere eyes, Zhongli didn't know whether to believe it or not. After all, Wenryu's eyes were still so sincere when she lied. Zhongli fixed his mind and walked into the crack through the passageway, taking out his cell phone to check his cell phone at the first opportunity. There's still a real signal. She rushed back and informed Wenryu. Wenryu nodded. He really was a genius. I can't believe I thought of this way to adjudicate. That Windsor was presumably relying on her own spatial power to determine that it was accurate. Turning off the spatial rift, Wenryu took out the scroll. It's all that's left to do to open doors, and it's a waste not to use it. Now that you know the space shuttle can open doors, there's plenty of time to come over later. Open the space door. Go home. Sin City. In the midst of that largest mansion, Windsor sat on the bed with a confused look on her face. Where are my skills? What about her full level of space travel? Knock knock. Enter. The mysterious man walked in. Windsor hurriedly got out of bed and knelt on one knee. Greetings, my lord. Get up. Your body will recover for 2 more days before you head to the Blue Star to help them. Try to make the big formation as big as possible this time, and make sure to lift some of the restrictions on Blue Star. Windsor had a tangled look on her face. My lord, my skills are missing. The mystery man froze. What do you mean? It's this skill I only remember the name of, but how to use it I don't know. Windsor looked confused. It was the first time he had ever encountered such a thing. The mist on the mystic's face fluctuated as he tapped his fingers on the table. I see. Then I'll have the other god's envoy go, so you don't have to think about it much. As for that skill, I believe it will be back in a year. After saying that, he left the place and went straight to his compound in the backyard. Back in his room, the black mist on his face dispersed to reveal the face of a young man. Dark hair and black eyes. His eyes were faintly starry. Interesting. Another person who can loot skills has appeared. What exactly are the attributes of these people? It's actually possible to plunder spatial skills? From his storage equipment, he took out a crystal. The source power was infused with a faint glow. Soon a voice came out of it. Sith, what's the point of calling me for nothing? A man's voice came out of it. Your wife isn't with you, is she? Isn't that bull asterisk? If I was around I'd dare pick up your combs? Hurry up and talk. I have a mission here. I met a blue star with the same predatory powers as you. Of the blue star? How big? Male or female? Looks like he should be under 20. Male. Next time you meet him, ask him if his name is Wenryu. I'm warning you, Sith. If you dare to touch a single hair on his head, I'll directly have my wife bring people to trample your Sin City. The corner of the Sith's mouth twitched. Your wife? You softy. He wouldn't be your son. Would he? Wing Guanshan. Nonsense. If it's not my son it could still be your son. It's just that I didn't expect that he actually had the ability to plunder as well. That's not right. He plundered you? It shouldn't be. This skill has a limit. No, he just preyed on one of my men. When I found out, the first thing I thought of was you. As expected of your son, the skills are all the same as yours. Sith had a helpless look on his face. His skills had been plundered by Wen Guanshan back then. It led to him being beaten up by Wen Guanshan in various ways within a year. How are things going on your end? The church is very strong and has infiltrated the top echelons of various empires. It's more difficult to deal with. Just stay in the godforsaken land at ease and don't come out. The Sith pursed his lips. I know. Hanging up the communication, he looked outside. I didn't realize that kid was actually Wen Guanshan's son. In that case, shouldn't he call me an uncle? Then he shook his head with a headache. That child is just as cautious as Wen Guanshan, and is really a resourceful person. I don't know if I'll meet him next time, but if I do, I'll make sure to catch him. Yuri, come here for a second. Whoosh! A figure appeared in the room. My lord. Well, you go to the Blue Star instead of Windsor and connect the two worlds intercommunication array. You should know where to set it up. No. That's good. Make sure to make arrangements before the Tower of Heaven descends. Chapter 204, Zhongli Awakening Green Tea Attribute. In a restaurant in Toyokyo. Jade, slow down. You guys aren't carrying a bunch of food. From the moment the meal came up, Wenryu's hand movements didn't stop. Food is just bread and noodles. Try eating those for 10 days straight. Wenruyu rolled her eyes. What else is there to eat on that side but this? As for building a fire and cooking, where's the time for that? Ha! I thought you ordered a meal. But it's just bread and noodles. The corner of Wenruyu's mouth twitched. Could he be blamed for this? You'd better ask Zhongli about this. The stuff is prepared by her. The crowd turned their heads to Zhongli, who was also eating nonstop. Seeing that the two were really craving for more. Seeing the crowd looking at her, Zhongli blushed. I wasn't thinking about the convenience of bread and noodles. Zhang Mingyu had a puzzled look on her face. But the fixed meals are convenient, right? Doesn't that smell? In case it attracts source beasts. Zhang Mingyu looked to think of Wenruyu. With him there, what source beast could survive? Jade, what happened to you guys on this trip? Zhang Mingyu has been haunted by the fact that he can't go. But who made him poor? If he had the strength of Chu Hanxiu, he thought that he would be able to participate in it. Nothing much. It's just a matter of constantly running around the map, and I've just encountered some powerful enemies in between. To Wenruyu, the only thing that could make him interested was just that mysterious man. Just thinking about him made Wenruyu angry. If it wasn't for this mysterious man, his intelligence attribute would definitely be able to skyrocket by a wave. The flesh body second layer had run away, and the other party was at least a middle third layer. Otherwise, with Member Zero's strength, it was unlikely that he would have run away. I'd have to say I'm the most vocal about what happened. 2 days before it started, I was thrown into the forest twice. After spending more time with Zhang Mingyu and the others, Jiang Li's words slowly became more frequent. It still blushes sometimes, but it's much better compared to before. At least it's not as introverted. Zhao Qian, Lin Dai and the two of them looked at Wenruyu in unison. I can't believe you're such a Wenruyu that you throw a girl into the forest alone. I'm not done yet. One day or night. Wenruyu looked at Jiangli with a shocked expression. What the hell is with that condescending look on your face? Have you awakened your green tea attributes? Oi oi oi. That's too much. I've only been gone for a total of how long? Not even 2 hours, okay. Jiangli stopped talking and continued to eat his meal. Zhang Mingyu patted Wenruyu's shoulder. Jade, that's your fault. How can you leave a girl alone there? Yes, it's still dark. How awful. The corner of Wenruyu's mouth twitched. You guys don't know the situation, so you just talk nonsense. Jiangli stole a glance at Wenruyu and couldn't help but snicker. Let you throw me in the woods. The pit is really cool. Okay, I'm kidding. The first night he was spotting a gang. The second day he was being chased. Seeing that it was almost time, Jiangli hurriedly explained. She was just kidding too. It was just being thrown into the forest. It wasn't like it was a big deal. They didn't really care about that group of people. What they cared about was that someone was actually able to chase after Wenruyu. Brother Jade, you're actually being hunted down. You're so strong and you're actually being hunted down? In their opinion, with Wenruyu's strength, it wasn't too much of a stretch to walk sideways in Blue Star. Yet there was actually someone on that side who was able to chase down Wenruyu. That place is so dangerous. Zhang Li's words directly dispelled their desire to go to the other world. Even Wenruyu was able to be hunted down and killed. They mustn't just die in awe. Wenruyu touched her stomach. 8 points of fullness was fine. My strength is actually just that much higher than yours, and it's normal to be hunted down. That person's strength is stronger than anyone I've ever seen, and none of Zero's members can match it. After all, that so-called retiree was scared off. Zhang Mingyu was stupefied. What did he hear? Zeros can't match what kind of strength? With their eyes and status, Zero was already the most powerful person they knew of in terms of strength. And, of course, there are the town criers who are in the Forbidden Land. But those town envoys, they had only heard of them. They had never seen them. Ahem. Okay, don't think about it. You guys won't be able to touch these for a while, so what's the point of thinking so much? In Wenruyu's opinion, it was impossible for them to enter the other world for at least a year. If it wasn't for Jiang Li's talent and the fact that her probing was somewhat useful, he probably wouldn't have even brought it. And of course the most important thing is that lucky value, which is outrageous. Just then, 3 more purple fruits appeared in Wenruyu's hands. This thing, we saw it in the treasure chest space. You guys see if you want to buy it. 200 points of strength attributes only. If he really wanted to get it, it would have taken him a week, but it can take months for them to grow up. And for a priest like Zhang Mingyu, he might not even be able to grow 200 points of strength in a year. Spirit fruit? Zhao Qian asked uncertainly. That's right, it's the fruit of the spirit, one of which can increase the strength attribute by 200 points. Hiss. Zhang Mingyu looked at the purple fruit on the table with a shocked expression. It wasn't that they hadn't eaten spirit fruits before, but the most they had ever had was just an increase of 20 attribute points. This stuff is still available. Even for a family member like Zhao Qian, she had never eaten so high. Even her father may not have eaten it. Jade, You're not really going to sell it to us, are you? Wenryu nodded. That's right, but isn't it bad if you eat them yourself? 3 is 600 points. That's a lot of damage increase. Think about it, 2 professionals of the same level battling against each other. One with 600 extra attribute points. What a concept that was. It was simply terrifying. Wenryu shook her head. I want attribute points. Anytime I want them. How does that sound so uncomfortable? Even though I know it's probably true. In the end, with Wenryu's discounted sales, for one fruit, he only sold 500 million only. Looking at the balance of the bank card, Wenryu shook her head. I was so interested in making money, but now I'm not interested at all. To him now, it's just a string of numbers. That's right, brother Jade. We've advanced to the 5th rank intermediate level. We're fast enough, aren't we? Zhang Mingyu had a smug look on his face. Ha, doesn't that mean I'm still at the bottom? Zhongli had a bitter look on his face. It was hard to catch up and get pulled away again. Remember what I said. Even if you're a 5th order beginner, you'll still do more damage than their 6th order. Jade, you do talk, but next time don't talk. Chapter 205, Brother You, can your channel open the way home? The next day, Wenryu returned to her usual self. Once again, they headed out into the wilderness with Zhao Qian. Sitting in Zhang Mingyu's car, Wenryu leaned her entire body against the passenger backrest. They're pretty fast, advancing the barrier so quickly. When she came out just now, Wenryu realized that the Fongjing isolation zone had advanced a large portion. In fact, it is only the part that was lost before that was put back into the isolation zone. And this is still more than 10 kilometers less than before. Think about last year. It was 70 kilometers straight ahead, just half a year. So far this year, let alone advancing. We're lucky we haven't backed up. And the only factor that caused this was the last special beast wave. Wenryu shook her head. Compared to other cities, Fongjing's situation was considered good. A city the size of Mordor has only advanced 50 kilometers in the last year. Not to mention the northern and western borders. It's a good thing they didn't fall back. The land there is vast and sparsely populated. So even if we arrange for professionals to go there, it would still be a drop in the bucket. It's just hard in this day and age. Level up, then aim higher. Their goal was placed on the level 65 or so source beasts. Wenryu looked out the window. At this time, there were already quite a few professionals coming outside the quarantine zone. Looking at the levels, they were not very low. Everyone is still really busy. Arriving at their destination, the group began the day's hunt. Noon. Think of that gold-masked Windsor and that mystery man. Wenryu suddenly asked, how come I haven't heard anything about the Salvation Church lately? When I idly looked through my phone in the morning, there wasn't a single message on it. Zhang Mingyu thought for a moment and shook her head. I'm not sure. It's true that I haven't heard of them in a long time. I can't say I haven't heard anything. They've been pretty active in the west lately, just not very active in the east. Zhao Qian took out her cell phone and opened a software that was all in a foreign language. Pointing to one of the news, he said, this is yesterday's news. It says that they appeared in a small country and occupied a city. But there are only 100,000 people in total in this country. So I don't know what this country is up to. Ha! Isn't this organization pretty powerful? Why is it going against a small country of 100,000 people? Zhang Mingyu thought about it for half a day, but he could only think of one awesome to describe it. Wenryu didn't care if he was powerful or not, but rather wondered why a small country of 100,000 people actually still existed. Zhao Qian saw his doubts. This small country of 100,000 people had a population of 10 million before, and it's not easy to have 100,000 left over 200 years, but they'll probably be gone if they go through 2 more beast tides. There are countless countries that have disappeared over the years. Many countries have only 1 or 2 cities left, struggling to stay afloat. It's more of a fusion into one country. Of the original nearly 300 countries, fewer than 30 still truly exist as states. Wenryu nodded. So that was how it was. But what is this Salvation Church going to do? He was certain that man was definitely behind the Salvation Church. What did he have to do to get involved in Blue Star if he didn't stay on that side of the world? But whatever for. Just get him when the time comes. I'm sure the most valuable thing on him will be good. In the afternoon, Wenryu accompanied them as they hunted the source beasts, while condensing the ability of spatial shuttling in her hands to look for spatial connection points. He found out that this space travel ability doesn't work well, and you can only travel in the blue planet. Wenryu opened a dozen passages in a day, and all of the sides of the passages were blue stars, and none of them were mysterious treasure chest spaces. At this he couldn't help but wonder how on earth that woman was using it. Was it so hard to find the location? Zhang-san, you've got this right. Why else would I always get beat up? A spatial channel formed once again. Zhongli, go over and take a look. Okay, Here it comes. Zhongli finished releasing an arrow and walked straight in. It took less than 10 seconds to run back. It's still Blue Star. That side is full of beast tides. It's too dangerous. Dangerous? No. That's all source power. All attribute points. Any idea where? Zhongli pondered for a moment. I think it's cherry blossoms. I see so many cherry blossom texts. Wenryu's eyes lit up. Sakura? Doesn't that mean you can do whatever you want? As for why the place that opened was cherry blossoms, Wenryu wasn't sure what he could do. The place that opened was different every time. He just got his hands on this thing not 2 days ago, and he doesn't know how to do it yet. Don't kill the source beasts. Follow me over there. Maybe your source power will increase greatly today. Killing source beasts in the wild is only how much, which is not as enjoyable as a beast tide. We won't be found out. After all, we and Sakura can always be hostile. Lin Dai said with some concern. You know that the Sakura people are deadly once they find the Chinese, and of course the Chinese are the same. But in general, no one goes to the other side of the country either. Just don't talk. Jade, I have this. Zhan Mingyu took out 6 pure white masks from his storage ring. All the joys and sorrows. Wenryu had a puzzled look on her face. Why did you even get out a mask? It's not like I've seen those Salvation Church executives always carry this thing. So I've gotten a few to play with in case it's useful. And it doesn't take up much space anyway. Wenryu took a smiley mask and put it on her face. Not to mention it fits. He couldn't help but think of the black masks that Organization Zero wore in the other world. Not to mention, it's nice to get one of these. Then put it on. We'll go by our numerical code names when we get there. And from now on I'll be Zero when I wear the mask. The corner of Zhan Mingyu's mouth twitched. Aren't you afraid that the people from Organization Zero will find something to do with you? That makes me number 1. I'm number 2. I'm number 3. Then let's go. After everyone had entered the passageway, Wenryu followed closely behind. After everyone has walked through the passage, it disappears. The crowd arrived at the roof of a building, and looking out from the roof, they could already see that a source beast had invaded the city. Where are their guards? The source beasts just came in? Lin Dai was puzzled. That's normal. They only have a barrier without a wall. The barrier is still modeled after our countries. In the earliest days they didn't even have a barrier. They simply used a rejecting horse to intercept. Zhao Qian shrugged. Zhan Mingyu, who was on the side, took a look around and stroked his chin. I don't care what happens when the source beasts here come in. I care about one thing. Brother Jade, can your passageway open the way home? The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. This he really wasn't sure about. After all, there were so many previous passages that were both far and near. Of course, it wasn't as if he didn't gain something, which was that the more source power he used, the farther away he got. Chapter 206, say sorry before you do it. Ahem. Fengjing may not be able to return, but returning to the country can be done. The big deal is just going through the teleportation array. It's no big deal. Zhongli was already used to this. As for the others, they could only accept the reality. Wenryu ignored the expressions of the crowd and instead looked downwards. He had thought they would need to go into the wilderness, but he hadn't realized it would save him the trouble. Just this talking, the source beast had already run to their downstairs location, and it didn't look like it was of a very high level, and judging by the situation of the number of source beasts in the distance, this should be considered a large beast tide, and the predicted number should be around 100,000. Developed. Come on, let's go down. Coming to the ground, Wenryu checked the levels of several source beasts, which were generally between level 50 to 70. It seemed to be a wave of source beasts that were mainly middle-rank source beasts. Brother Jade, are we helping them with the source beast tide? Zhan Mingyu scratched his head. Why does it feel a little wrong? Wenryu rubbed her chin. It seemed right when she thought about it that way. But it's in a city, not even your own country's city, so it's normal to do whatever you want, right? We're all blue stars. Is it normal to do a favor? But there are inevitably some bumps and bruises in the city. Like for example, Wenryu casually waved her hand and a giant tornado appeared. And it wasn't just source beasts that were swept up into the air. There were also a variety of chair street lamps, and even a few Sakura occupiers mixed in with them. Got it. A few people nodded their heads in unison. Lin Dai cast his Sea of Fire skill at the first opportunity, and after her Sea of Fire met with Wenryu's tornado, it directly turned into a fire tornado, and the destructive power was once again elevated to another level, and several nearby buildings were also damaged to varying degrees. This time it's more understandable. In a nutshell, it's not your place. Just build it. You guys upgrade. I'll watch the rest. Good. The 5 of them set up a formation and walked towards the source beast in front of them. Wenryu stood behind her with a leisurely face. Trigger wonderful hands to gain a medium amount of source power. Trigger wonderful hands. Gain, Call of the Wild LV2, X1. Trigger wonderful hands. Physique reaches upper limit. Intelligence +2. Looking at the intelligence that popped up from time to time, Wonryu nodded with satisfaction. It still has to be a tidal wave of beasts. It's intellectually comfortable. Compared to the hard fighting of Zhao Qian's few people in front of him, he was much more laid back, even had the leisure to look around. 10 minutes later, a squad of professionals appeared before them. Who are you people and why are you wearing masks? Cherry Blossom language, there are 6 people in total, and the one who speaks at the head of the group is not a good person at first glance. Wonryu gesticulated wildly, her mouth The man froze. It's a mute. Cherry Blossom language, take off your masks. I suspect you are spies. Whoosh. Boom. Wonryu kicked down and the man flew straight up into the air. What the hell are you forcing me to do? You've become a mute and you're still yammering. You have to force me to do it, don't you? Boo. The man dropped to the ground, the intense pain preventing him from speaking. And at this time, Wonryu's eyes glowed. Trigger wonderful hands. Physique reaches upper limit. Intelligence +22. Trigger wonderful hands to gain a medium amount of source power. Trigger wonderful hands. Gain 1/LV3, X1. Yes. Please continue the hostility. Wonryu thought of a way to brush up her intelligence. After the last mythical hand was used up, 6 people turned into corpses and fell to the ground. Some things, when they run out, are useless. A tidal wave? What tidal wave? Even if there was no beast tide, he wasn't going to go back. Doesn't it smell good to brush your intellect here? Wonryu turned her head to look at Zhao Qian and the others. Facing the source beasts, they were now able to deal with them easily. After all, it was in the city, and the road was this wide, so there was not much of a problem in facing only 4 or 5 source beasts at a time. He came to a few people and casually killed a few source beasts. I'm going to go look around, so watch yourselves. Ha, brother Jade, you're just going to leave us behind like this? What if some 80+ level source beast appears? Not to mention level 80. Even level 70+ source beasts, they didn't dare to guarantee that they would be able to deal with them easily. You guys have to learn to grow. Can't you fight or can't you run? People, adversity is the only way to truly grow. The corner of Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched. Is this adversity? If you really encounter it, it's a death situation. Okay, get on the intercom if you need anything. Wonryu pointed to the earphones she was wearing on her ears and then left the place. A few people looked at each other, shaking their heads and sighing. What now? With Wonryu in the room, they could make their move with confidence and boldness, not having to worry about danger at all. If you can't beat it, just yelling is enough. But now without him there, they couldn't do it the way they had before. Why don't we just keep our distance? Well, Zhongli put out an eagle to see what we have to rear. Don't get surrounded. They could still dodge the source beasts in front of them, but there was nothing they could do about the source beasts behind them. Once you're surrounded, things can get messy. Compared to Zhao Qian and their coyness on this side, Wonryu could appear to be unbridled. Here, he didn't even use sneak. He just ran through the streets, and it's slow. Wonryu's eyes kept checking the situation of each street. The number of professionals is pitifully low. That's not right. There should be a lot of professionals by all rights. He came to a group of professionals. Seeing the mask on his face, these Sakura people froze. What are you? Kiriko Sakura, speak again. Chinese? Wonryu's eyes lit up as he finished speaking and the other party immediately became hostile towards him. That's too easy. Trigger mythical hand. Baka. Do it. You race. He is a civilized person who says sorry before he does anything. Wonryu casually disposed of the 5 occupiers and continued to look for her next target. You, race. An hour passed. Wonryu encountered 8 squads with more than 60 people and gained a total of more than 370 intelligence points. Just ask if you're comfortable and happy. However, he realized that there were really few such professionals. Does that mean this side isn't an important area? But there are civilians here, too. As he scanned the weak, people were more or less present inside each building, but just no one came to the rescue. It's still a strange country. Too bad he couldn't understand Sakura, or he could have inquired why. Chapter 207, Wonryu who let herself go. Slightly perverted. Coming to the roof of a building, Wonryu checked the situation around her. Zhao Qian's location where they were had the sparsest number of occupiers, and their combat power was weak. Most are 5th and 6th order professionals. It was reasonable to say that with a wave of source beasts of this quantity, how should more 7th ranked professionals be dispatched? Yet here it was the 5th order that was the main force. The damage output is not as good as Zhongli. On the other hand, in the area without source beasts, many professionals could be seen waiting in tight formation. It sure fits the way Sakura handled it. Rumble. A building near the perimeter collapsed. The source beast kept going deeper and deeper. Engage. Wenryu pressed the button on her headset. Can you guys hold on? Zhao Qian glanced around. There shouldn't be any problems. Well, you guys be careful then. I'm going to go a little farther away. Good. Zhao Qian shook her head helplessly. Even if she said there was a problem, what could she do? What's wrong with Jade? I guess it's gone far. Zhan Mingyu looked at the still approaching source beasts in front of him. What should we do then? Back up? Zhao Qian didn't answer, but instead looked at Zhonli. Are there source beasts in other places? We have it on the right side, not on the left or the rear. Then let's fight while retreating to the right rear. Don't get blocked. When you meet a professional, stay away and don't cause trouble for Wenryu. If they encountered a high-level professional, the only way for them was to stay away from it. They weren't as powerful as Wenryu. Zhongli weakly raised his hand. Actually, if we work together, a 6th-ranked professional can actually be killed. My strength is still fine. Zinged heart. On the other hand, Wenryu had already arrived in front of the Sakura Nation's professionals, and looking at the hundreds of high-level professionals, Wenryu was in an exceptionally comfortable mood. The people of the Sakura Kingdom were confused after seeing the masked Wenryu. What are you, in Sakura's language? I asked you a question, in Cherry Blossom. Bakanoro. That's what he heard. Damn you. How dare you scold me? Whoosh. Boom. The one who had cursed him was kicked straight into the wall behind him. Wasted my wonderful hands twice. Wenryu had a disgruntled look on her face. If he hadn't cursed, he could have kept the other guy alive for 2 more minutes. The scene was quiet. If they remembered correctly, Ichiro Matsumoto was an 8th-ranked professional, right? I can't believe I got a kick in the ass? Then what was the rank of the man in front of him wearing a white mask? The mask. Could it be that he's? It's the Salvation Church. Quickly request backup. Wenryu frowned. It was still really noisy. Trigger wonderful hands. Physique reaches upper limit. Intelligence plus 25. Trigger wonderful hands. Get, running thunder LV2, X1. Boo. After casting mythic hands twice on a person, just kicked them to death with 1 foot. Others did as they were told. Only when he had just finished off a dozen people. These people actually ran away. Hey, don't you want your home? The source beasts in the distance can be coming. Why are these people running away? Hey, you guys can't run. What am I going to do if you do? It was a good thing that these professionals were all on the same path, and it was easier for Wenryu to chase after them. Just like that, the people in front were running away, and Wenryu was chasing after them. Every now and then 2 or 3 bodies are left behind. Scatter and run. Why isn't help coming? What's going on up there? Those who survived instantly split into 3 directions to escape. Wenryu, who was standing at the intersection, glanced at it. It's still the front that has the most people. Mythical hands, kill. Mythical hollow, kill. Wonderful hands, kill. When this one streak was done, Wenryu turned around and went in the other direction to look for the remaining professionals. However, after turning several blocks, not a single professional was found. Wenryu scratched his head. Hey, where are you guys? Do you want to come out for a chat? He looked around. The buildings were denser here. This would be hard to spot if he hid. Just inside the building behind Wenryu, 3 7th-ranked professionals were hiding, secretly observing him through the cracks. What kind of person is this? And why is his strength so strong? Wearing a mask must be. Boom! A big hole broke through the wall. Wenryu walked in with a smile on her face. Ha! Found you guys. In their eyes, Wenryu's smile was so cruel. The 3 of them looked at Wenryu in horror. Their voices were already low enough when they spoke. How was he still able to hear them? You're going to do. Wenryu grabbed the other party by the neck. How dare you escape, causing me to search for so long. Pust. A tool has to have the awareness of a tool. Gollum. The 2 men saw their companions' dead eyes. At this point, they had completely forgotten that they were a professional, and their pants were dripping yellow liquid. Wenryu gave the 2 a disgusted look. That's all it takes to be a professional. It was the first time he had seen a professional who wet his pants. Half a minute later, Wenryu walked out of the room. The paper that wiped his hands was casually thrown to the floor. Should have asked Zhan Mingyu if he had any gloves that weren't stained with blood. He didn't want to be so violent, but the sight of Sakura Man's face made him a bit unable to control himself. Stop hiding. I see you. Are you coming out? If you don't come out, I'm going to demolish the building. Wenryu bent her knees down and pulled her fists back. A stream of source power coalesced in his fist, emitting a yellowish glow. Let's just see who's unlucky. Stored power punch. A large hole was instantly created in the first 2 floors of a building with a single punch. The building shook lightly. It's pretty sturdy. If it doesn't come out, I'm going to have to continue. This time he reversed direction and changed buildings. He had just begun to prepare his movements when 4 silhouettes jumped out of the building and hurriedly ran towards the distance. Calling you guys stupid is really stupid. Don't you know there's a cooldown? He went after it and solved it in 2 minutes. Just as he was planning to continue, a silhouette suddenly appeared at his side, and the katana in his hand instantly slashed down towards him. Wenryu extended 2 fingers and gently clamped them together. Who are you looking down on with such a thin blade? And you're actually just an 8th ranked professional. You're really looking down on people. Dangling. Wenryu's fingers exerted force and the tip of the knife broke. My S-rank katana. Boo. Wenryu blasted his fist on his opponent's stomach and went straight through. He slowly withdrew his fist and let the body fall to the ground. Not bad. Not bad. Contributing 30 points of intelligence. Perfect. Any more opponents? In the far corner, a few 8th rank professionals gulped. Haru Inoue is dead? An 8th rank samurai just died? Why don't we retreat? This man. Too powerful. Then the orders from above. Orders my ass. I'm fleeing to the stick country right now. You guys can listen to orders if you want. A figure appeared behind the 4. Hello, I found you. Chapter 208. This is definitely Wenryu. Report. This time the beast tide is occurring in Sakura Nation. Agri Nation. Gaul. And Eagle Jam. Lone Star nodded. It's their turn too. It's not fair that we, China, always suffer. It had been half a year, and China had experienced 2 beast tides. 1 large beast tide and 1 special beast tide. It still has a big impact on the country of China. On top of that, we also found a special group of people in Sakura's capital. They wore white masks on their faces, and judging by their figures, they shouldn't be Sakura people. But that mask doesn't seem to be someone from the Salvation Church either. We suspect that this is a new out-of-state organization, and we should either conduct a concern? Lone Star raised an eyebrow. Are they strong? The other members aren't strong, but the one with the smiling white mask is strong. Looking at the body movements, it should be a man. Bring the wiring through. I'll take a look. A minute later, satellite footage appeared on Lone Star's computer. From the image, a huge gash was torn open by the source beast to the northeast of Sakura's capital. Lone Star was not surprised by this situation. This is basically Sakura's routine. Civilian areas are not their watch. And by the way, the source beasts were used for the removal program. After all, the country is so small, and if there are more people, there is more consumption. Find the man's picture. Yes, soon. The picture of Wenryu was adjusted. With the level of technology in China, the satellite images could even make out the lines on the clothes. What was playing at the moment was the image of Wenryu punching through that samurai professional. The outbursts are strong. Power professionals. But that's not enough for you guys to report. Is there any other characteristics? He's not just strong, he's also fast, so it can be said that he's a dual attribute powerhouse. As for intelligence and physique, this cannot be estimated. Lone Star nodded. Half an hour has passed. Lone Star frowned, not knowing why. There was always a familiar feeling, but it's not like any team has traveled to Sakura on a mission recently. Even if you are on a mission, you will not be in conflict with the other sides. The point is, it's not so reckless to generate conflict. Could it really be a new offshore force? Where are his teammates? There aren't any here? That's what I was about to say. The visitor turned the screen to the other side. This is another group of non-Sakura Nation people we found. And the reason why we say they're teammates is because they're wearing the same masks. But as you can see from the video, their strength isn't high. The only one that is higher is this archer. And the strangest thing is that this squad actually has 2 priests. Lone Star didn't even need to hear the latter words. 6 men, a powerful professional, an archer, 2 priests, and a fire mage and a man in armor. Isn't that the team of Wenryu? Lone Star waved his hand. You guys just keep an eye on it for now. Yes. After waiting for the people to leave, he hurriedly picked up his cell phone and dialed Lin Knight's number. Have you guys seen Wenryu lately? Or posted any quests? Lin Knight was a bit puzzled. Shu Hanshio met him in the other world instead. What happened? Lone Star froze. Otherworldly? No. When was this? Just a while ago. Shu Hanshio just came back the day before yesterday, and I was planning to tell you about it today. What happened to Wenryu? There have been no missions looking for him lately either. Just come and see. When Lin Knight arrived at Dragon Star's office, he looked at the screen on the computer and fell into deep thought. What's with the cherry blossoms? Elder Long. What is this? Who am I going to ask if you ask me? Hell, I don't know how he got there. Should we send someone to meet them then? It shouldn't be necessary at the moment. Let's see how it goes and have the people in the nursing home make some preparations. Have the spatial professions open the spatial channel at any time and bring someone to meet them. Good. At this time, Wenryu didn't know that his every move had been watched. He's still looking for the Sakura Pro, but those professionals had all gone into hiding, simply because he had killed a dozen or so 8th-ranked professionals in the time he had been here. That alone was enough to scare off those professionals below the 7th rank. They didn't even dare to speak or move their breathing too much. Wonryu's ears twitched slightly. Has even the voice disappeared? That's quite prudent. Count them lucky that he had used up all of his previous locator skills. Otherwise finding them would have been a breeze. I should have known that it would be better to bring Jiangli along. With her scrying skills, I'm sure I'll be able to find it. After another 10 minutes, Wonryu really couldn't find anyone else, so she could only casually come above a tall building. One is hiding his form and letting those professionals out. The other is to stand tall and see if there are any professionals in other areas. Speaking of which, where are their ninth order professionals? Why don't we see any of them? From the beginning to the end, he hadn't seen a single ninth order professional, let alone someone who had reached the flesh unlocking level. But after Wonryu left, these professionals didn't dare to come out for fear that Wonryu was nearby. And not long after Wonryu left, the distant source beasts attacked. These professionals can't come out without it. Wonryu sat on the edge of the building and just watched the battle below. He planned to continue in a while. He opened his personal information. Name, Wonryu. Age, 18. Occupation, thief, SA. Thief. Potential, C grade, SSS grade. Level, 5th order advanced. Attributes, strength, 7,500. Physical fitness, 7,500. Agility, 7,500. Intelligence, 7,500. Unblocked, flesh body unlocking the second level of perfection. How much loneliness is invincible? How much emptiness is invincible? At this moment, his mood was simply awesome. Wonryu closed his eyes and 4 locks appeared in front of him. Click, click, click. However, at this time, Wonryu couldn't help but frown. Before his eyes, the 4th lock, which had clearly been solid, suddenly turned illusory. What the hell is going on here? Play me right. Is an imaginary lock not a lock? You must give me today. It still won't open. Wonryu completely gave up. Forget it, it's a lock for intelligence anyway. It's the same whether you open it or not. Wonryu guessed that perhaps this was a restriction. Buzz. Just as he had unlocked to the late 3rd layer of the flesh body, he sensed a strange energy fluctuation coming from the vicinity. Did the body evolve and develop any more abilities? He ran in the direction of the energy fluctuation. He wanted to see what it was. Soon he moved away from the city and came to the outskirts, where there were also quite a few source beasts, but they were much less compared to over there. A minute later, he was standing in a large tree looking at 5 figures in the distance. Golden Mask. Windsor? Didn't I strip her of her powers? Chapter 209. Don't you want your formation? Looking at the figure whose face wore a golden mask, it looked like a female anyways. He hastily looked at his permanent skills. They were indeed still there. Wonryu cast a peep at the golden masked man below. Name, Yuli. Age, 181. Sex, female. Level, 9th order advanced. Profession, space magician. Unblocked, flesh body unlocked at the middle of the 2nd level. Wonryu jumped her eyebrows. Turns out it wasn't Windsor. It was someone else. But are there that many space wizards? Yuli, who felt the prying eyes, hurriedly turned her head to look behind her, and Wonryu's figure appeared in her line of sight. White mask. She looked aside to the animal masked man. Zimmer, your arrangements? The Subrat was flabbergasted. What an arrangement. He looked in the direction Yuri had just looked and froze. It's not one of ours. Yuri nodded. You guys keep control. I'm going to see what's going on. Yes. Wonryu was in no hurry. At this time, myriad hands had not yet reacted. It was not the time to make a move. What are you? I am the peacekeeper of the blue planet, specifically here to deal with destabilizing outsiders like you. Yuli narrowed her eyes and scrutinized Wonryu. Wonryu suddenly felt a fluctuation of energy, and he instantly retreated. However, the mask on his face had shattered and fallen to the ground. Wonryu frowned. It shouldn't be. It was obvious that she had sensed it, but it was too late? Looking at the young face revealed, Yuri pulled out a piece of paper. Take a look at the paper. Take a look at Winnie. This maneuver of Yuli's gave Wonryu not being able to figure it out. Why are you even looking at the paper? The opponent had moved against him, but hadn't gotten hostile, and he couldn't use his mythical hand. It would be more or less a waste to kill it with his hands. As for the few people below, they didn't even look at him, concentrating on getting this formation below. Have you been to the other world? Wonryu had a surprised look on her face and shook her head back and forth. What other world? What nonsense are you talking about? Yuri understood. She's been alive for almost 200 years and can tell at a glance if she's not lying. She turned around and headed back to the formation. What do you mean? No more fighting? What am I supposed to do with this? Whoosh! Wonryu came directly in front of the several people. If you guys don't do it, I'll do it. Z-Mouse and the others' faces changed as they looked at Wonryu. Have you forgotten our mission? Go on. I'll kill anyone who tries to make a move on him. Through the mask, Yuri's icy eyes could be seen. A few Salvation Churchmen lowered their heads. Doubtful. Nothing but doubtful. But how can this be? No, how can you say that about them? If they want to do it, they can do it. It's everyone's responsibility to protect the formation, right? Could it be that you people from the Salvation Church are so gutless now? Z-Mouse and the others continued to keep their heads down, looking at the formation on the ground. Anyway, if the God Emperor says not to move, then you can't move. Compared to Wenryu, they were more afraid of the God Emperor. After realizing that no one was paying attention to him, Wenryu directly began to condense energy in his hands. I'll give you 3 counts. Now do it to me. The corner of Z-Rat's mouth twitched. Was there something wrong with this person? Not doing anything and forcing someone to do it. He quietly looked to the God Emperor. We retreat, Yuri said decisively. The formation is able to be set up at any time. But the man in front of him, Wenryu, was not to be messed with. The sub-mouse, despite his doubts, led the way and followed Yuri. What? Hello? You guys don't want the formation anymore? Wenryu looked at the energy condensed in her hands and then glanced at the formation on the ground. People are running away, and he's still beating the out of them. As for what this formation was for, it was none of his business. It's not like this is China. No way. This has to be figured out. This is not in keeping with the style of the Church of the Redeemer. Ha. Want to compete with me for speed? Dream on. Whoosh. Wenryu instantly disappeared from her spot, and when she reappeared she had already arrived beside Yuli. How fast can a wizard be? He reached out and grabbed Yuri in one hand, forcing her to a halt. The 4 Z-Rats turned around and were about to strike. Stop. All of you stand where you are. I'll banish anyone who makes a move. Yuri shouted. I'm Nima. Wenryu's face is ugly. Are you against me? He glanced at Z-Mouse's men. Do it. Your bosses have been captured by me. Why don't you guys resist? Are you still men? Are you still people of the Salvation Church? However, no matter what Wenryu said, the 4 Z-Mice stayed where they were as if they were good children. That's banishment. They're not stupid. Better to be killed than banished. Wenryu touched her face and glanced at Yuli again. Was he defeated by his own handsomeness? With that thought, he grabbed Yuri and disappeared in front of a few people. Looking at the disappearing Wenryu, an A-word sequence officer beside Z-Rat asked, Boss Z-Rat, do we not care? Pipe? How can you control it? He's able to control the God Envoy. What do you think the strength will be? Even if his strength isn't high, do you dare to make a move? In Z-Mouse's opinion, this man was either stronger than the God Emperor. Either that or God made it known to him. Otherwise, with the temper of the previous God Emperor, he would have already made his move. On the other side, Wenryu looked at Yuli in front of her. Take off the mask. Yuli was obedient and directly removed the golden mask, revealing the face inside. So obedient? What a situation. Wenryu was a little confused. Why don't you do it? Why don't you let them do it? Yuri shook her head. I can't tell you that. The corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. You know me? Yuri hesitated and nodded. Wenryu's eyes rolled as she took out her dagger and pressed it against her opponent's face. I'll ask you to answer. And if you can't answer to my satisfaction, I'll slash you across the face. And you don't want scars all over your face. The corner of Yuli's mouth twitched. Big brother, you're getting a little ahead of yourself. But thinking of Sith's words, he nodded obediently. Granted, the Sith won't let her talk about it, but something small should. It's okay. Say, why don't you make a move on me? The sect leader told us that you are so strong that striking out at you will surely lead to death. Wenryu looked at Yuli's eyes. The words seemed to be true, but how come it always felt like it wasn't the right answer? What's that formation you guys got for? The connection point between the two worlds, feeding in the source power of the other world to raise the height of this world's power limit. That's it? However, Wenryu also understood that there was indeed a restriction, or else how could he not unlock that last lock? Will there be any danger? This question Yuri hesitated. She didn't know whether to say it or not. Chapter 210, Work hard or I'll block your door. As soon as Wenryu took a look, she knew that this thing was definitely not something good. He put the dagger in the other man's face with force. Say, or next time, it will be a wound. The strength of the source beasts in the vicinity of the formation will rapidly increase, potentially causing a greater beast tide as well as formation of an artificial forbidden land. Yuri's voice was getting smaller as she spoke. No matter what, Wenryu was also a person from this world. Hearing this, she was probably going to die. Sith Lord, Yuri may have to be sacrificed. Wenryu raised her eyebrows, the corner of her mouth turning up. Now, listen to me. I want you to. Don't worry. I'll call them back now and close this formation. I know it's close to China, so can we go to a faraway place to place it? Like Eagle Jam's place. This formation will have others even if I am restless. Stop. When did I say uneasy? Ha? Yuri blinked as if it did not indeed say so. But isn't this close to your country? You must install them, and install more of them here. All of them. Yuri was puzzled. But we installed this formation to raise the limits of this world, after which our salvation church will descend into this world. However, what she didn't know was that Wenryu also needed to unlock the restrictions so that his strength could increase. After the elevation, he wasn't really afraid of them as the Church of Salvation. It's not certain who will invade who when the time comes. Wenryu changed her image from earlier and replaced her face with a kind smile. It's just descending. It's not a big problem. Blue Star is inclusive. Anyone can come. As long as you don't come to China, you can go wherever you want. This country just looks good to me. So take it if you like it. An Eagle Jam in the west. That place is sparsely populated would be good too. You guys can look at that too. No, that's not right for you. Aren't you afraid that you won't survive the descent? However, without waiting for her to say anything, Wenryu's face turned grim. If you don't get more, I'll go to the other world and block the city gates. I'll cut your face once you come out. Don't think I don't know that your abilities require finding a fixed location. Then he switched back to his kind smile. Work well. Wenryu turned around and darted towards the city. Standing still, Yuri froze out of her mind. Get some more? Blocking the door? Doing a good job? What kind of words are those? Soon, Yuri met up with Zimmer and the others. Lord God Emperor, are we going to leave here now? Z Mouse asked cautiously. Yuri shook her head. No go. Let's continue. And, get more here. The more the better. When he thought of Wenryu's gloomy look, he couldn't help but tremble. She doubted that Wenryu was really capable of such behavior as blocking the door. Who the hell is the villain? On the other side Wenryu found Zhang Mingyu. Give me another mask. It's not good to show your face. What if someone's videotaping? Zhang Mingyu once again took out a smiley face mask and handed it to him. Jade, where's your mask? The quality was so poor that it accidentally broke. Zhang Mingyu looked at the metallic mask in his hand and fell into deep thought. Even though it's just made of ordinary iron, it's still metal. Okay, so how could it break? What the hell did you do? Next time get a mask of forbidden metal. Brother Jade, forbidden magic metal is very expensive. The amount used for such a mask is estimated to be several $100,000. Wenryu raised her eyebrows. Is several $100,000 considered money to you? If you don't pay for it, it doesn't count. Why don't you reimburse me? Jade. Before he could finish, Wenryu disappeared into thin air. All that remained in place was a nearly vanishing stump. In the future, you can't talk about money with Brother Jade. Talking about money is a real run for him. Zhang Mingyu had a helpless face. That said, he's got billions in his hands, right? Lin Dai was a bit puzzled. It's so much money, how come it's still like this? Yeah, billions, and most of it came from us. See, this is Wenryu. Lone Star knocked on the table. I had guessed it, but the only way to really confirm it was to see that face. Those people should be from the Church of Salvation, right? How come that God's ambassador doesn't dare to do anything? It wasn't that Long Xing wished for him to make a move. At that time, when Wenryu appeared there at the formation, several of their hearts hung in the air. But what happened afterward left several people dumbfounded. It was unbelievable that the God Emperor didn't do anything. Could it be that Wenryu is stronger then? Lin Knight couldn't help but be happy himself in the middle of his sentence. That was a divine envoy. The worst of which was a flesh-unlocking second layer primer. How could Wenryu be better than them? Strength comparable to the 9th rank is already outrageous enough. If it is even more powerful than the person who used the secret key, is this reasonable? Send a squad of zeros over to see what the hell they're messing with. I'm worried that that formation will be something bad. Long Xing had a serious face. Wenryu could care less. But they couldn't. Good. Lin Knight hurriedly began to make arrangements. Long Xing pondered for a moment. Have all the people from the Church of Salvation withdrawn from the territory of China? The people from the B-word sequence and above have already disappeared, and the only ones left behind are the C-word and D-word ones, which aren't a big threat. Should we arrange for manpower to clear them out? Long Xing waved his hand. Don't worry about these people. Just have someone keep an eye on them, as long as no one gets killed. The threat level regarding the Church of Salvation can be downgraded. The internal threat is lowered from SS to A. The personnel should be reduced, and it's time for us to deal with other countries. At 8 o'clock in the night, Wenryu and her group arrived atop a tall building. They ate while the Sakura professionals and the source beasts were battling below. How come they have such a small number of professionals? What's enough to do with just this many? Zhang Mingyu served her meal and stood at the railing looking down. There were already fewer people, and it's normal to have fewer professionals, but that's too little. The battle line in this area looks like it's just over 100 people. Zhao Qian came to the railing and looked down. There were indeed fewer. She turned her head to Wenryu. Their professional wouldn't have gotten you killed. right? Wenryu said carelessly as she ate, settled some of them in passing. Who let them speak in a bad tone? Zhao Qian was speechless. Just say you want to kill even if you have a bad tone. How can it be good to know you're from China? Zhan Mingyu, who was on the side, looked at the hard-to-defend line below. Do you guys think this defense line of theirs will collapse if we attack a wave at night? Chapter 211, He's Alone Again. Wenryu pondered seriously for a moment, not to mention, your idea is very good. Let's go down in the wee hours of the morning. By the way, get another wave of attributes. As for the defense collapsing, wouldn't that be better? The crowd finished eating and waited on the roof of the building. Meanwhile, a squad of Zeros landed from the coastline of Sakura country. Speed up. We're only 400 kilometers from the target location. Master, an hour is enough for this distance. There's no need to be in such a hurry. The ones leading the team this time were none other than Wu Yu and Wu Chang. After all, there was a god emperor present, so how could you arrange for someone with a high rank? If it weren't for your low level, I could be there in 10 minutes for 400 kilometers. The corner of Wu Yu's mouth twitched. How long have you been practicing? How long have we been? Can this be compared? When they arrived at their destination, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Their target was none other than the formation Yuli and the others had placed. Looking at the formation in front of him that was constantly bubbling up with source power, Wu Yu had a puzzled look on his face. They just got one of these? It doesn't seem like much, does it? Wu Chang frowned. Feel it carefully, most of this is source power, but there is no shortage of some lightning elements. He turned his head to look at the several 8th-ranked professionals behind him. Have you felt your element? There is the element of fire. There is the element of water. Wu Sung nodded. Sure enough, it contains other elements. Just what are they for? Professionals unleash their skills by utilizing the source power in their bodies to convert it into elements for combat. But the blue planet is unique in that there are very few free elements in the outside world. Master, so do we destroy it or? Wu Chang shook his head. Forget it, let's ignore it for now. Since Wenryu didn't care about the other party, we don't care either. Let's go see Wenryu and the others first. And when it's over, let's ask him. According to the information given by Kyoto, Wu Chang and the others found the location where Wenryu and the others were. They searched for a spot to stop a full 5 kilometers away from them. Isn't this distance too far? Wu Chang needed binoculars to be able to see Wenryu and her group. Wu Chang shook his head. This disciple of his I don't know how that happened. Practicing all the muscles. Not like him at all. You release your killing aura towards Wenryu and the others and see. This I won't. It's okay to let him kill people. But releasing the killing aura. I haven't learned that one. Finished stuff. Give me extra practice when you get back. The corner of Wu Yu's eye twitched. No one taught me how I could. Wu Chang looked in Wenryu's direction. An icy aura emanating from his body. Wu Yu looked through the binoculars in Wenryu's direction, only to see that Wenryu had turned her head to look directly at them when Wu Chang released his killing aura. And at that moment, the ice-cold aura on Wu Chang's body instantly disappeared. See, even 5 kilometers away, he was able to feel the killing aura. I knew this kid wasn't simple. No, we must fight him when he comes back. Wu Chang was getting more and more interested in Wenryu at this point. A 5th-ranked professional was actually able to sense a murderous aura. This perception ability was still very strong. At least it was much more powerful than he. The apprentice. Wu Yu thought about it. 5 kilometers he really might not be able to feel the killing aura released by his master. It would be fine if it was a kilometer or two. Is that the difference? Jade, is there anything back there? Wenryu shook her head. Maybe I perceived it wrong. I suddenly felt a strong killing aura, but it disappeared in a flash. I'm such a good person. It shouldn't be directed at me. Wenryu frowned. Hey, why aren't you all talking? Zhan Mingyu thought for a moment and studied the wording. Jade, why don't you just be careful? Just in case it's someone from Sakura, right? Wenryu shook her head. Where I found them, not a single living soul was left behind. So how could they possibly know I was here? The corners of Zhan Mingyu's mouth twitched. It's worthy of you, brother Yu. If this were in ancient times, you'd be afraid to execute all 9 of your people. Wenryu glanced behind him once again. Had he just felt wrong? A moment of murderous intent wasn't directed at him, but it was there. Forget it, just don't come and don't care. Coming, then stay. It's 2 a.m. and the fight is still going on down there. Jade, do it? Wenryu looked up at the moon in the sky. Do it, this is just the right time. The crowd put on their masks and turned their heads towards the stairs. Zhan Mingyu turned back to Wenryu. Brother Yu, go. No, I'll jump straight down. Whoosh. Wenryu jumped straight down from the railing. Can't learn? Let's just take the stairs honestly. Just jumping off the roof of this 20-story building would cripple them if not kill them. They didn't have the strength of Wenryu. When they arrived downstairs, Wenryu was waiting for them at the same place. Jade, why don't you join us next time? Anyway, it's okay, I'm just trying out my strength. If he had dared to do so before, but today's increase in strength once again gave him the courage to do so. After testing, it was found that it was no problem to fall from 10,000 meters, not to mention a 20-story building. Right now the only thing he was missing was the flying skill. Looks like another skill slot scroll will have to be purchased. It's a shame this stuff is so unattainable. Skill slot scroll, which allows the professional to open an additional skill bar. The professional can then rely on this to learn one more skill again, and each professional can only use one in their lifetime. Wenryu glanced at the skills she had purchased, which he didn't want to give up. How about washing out a skill? Washing skills is also one of the easiest and most convenient ways, but he can't afford to give it up. The group bypassed the source beasts and ran in the direction of each other. When they were still 20 meters away from the defense line, Wenryu called a halt to the group. You'll interfere with the other side here, and as soon as they make a move to catch up with you, you'll retreat. After they go back, you guys will come back to harass the other side again. Remember that your purpose is to interfere, not to kill. You guys? There was no need to think about it. Wenryu must have wanted to act alone by herself. Their mission was to interfere. That Wenryu was bound to strike down. Pretty much what they thought. Wenryu directly strutted out of the street. Hey guys on defense, how are you? The corner of Zhao Qian's mouth twitched. Why? I always feel how he's a bit with this look. Zhan Mingyu nodded seriously. Indeed, this is something I would definitely do if someone did this in front of me. Wenryu in the distance turned her head to look at the few people and raised her middle finger. Chapter 212, Why aren't you hostile to me? What a waste. The Sakura occupiers in front of Wenryu froze when they heard the accent. Chinese, and so on. This mask, it's bad. The demons are coming. What to do? This place is full of source beasts. Wenryu scratched her head. Where is your hostility? He had more than 30 people in front of him, and only 7 or 8 of them were hostile. So this was no joke. What? You guys can't even generate hostility now? Whatever. Let's get these guys killed first. Triggered by wonderful hands. Gained brain flower X1. Looking at the white flower with blood items in her hand, the corner of Wenryu's mouth twitched. It's been so long since I've seen one of these that it's still a bit overwhelming to see it out in the cold. And the one who had his brains taken out fell straight to the ground. It's a shame to waste one of my chances for nothing. He reversed his aim. Trigger mythical hands. Strength plus 22. Trigger mythical hand. Gain a large amount of source power. Trigger wonderful hands. Gain wind gust LV3, X1. After casting myriad hands, Wenryu directly charged into the opposing camp and began to decimate the professionals that he had just finished stealing. Seeing that Wenryu was so unreasonable, some of them had murderous intent towards Wenryu. Come on, more. Zhao Qian and the others in the distance released skills from time to time to disrupt their rhythm. The mainstay relied on continued to be Lin Dai and Zhongli. Wenryu this side of the kill, Lin Dai Zhongli interference. Soon several ninth order professionals arrived at the scene and directly stabilized the position. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhao Qian took everyone away at the first opportunity. That's a ninth order one. They're not stupid yet, but Wenryu wouldn't leave. Under the scrying skill, after knowing that a few people were of the 9th rank, Wenryu's eyes were snowy. The spacer couldn't be used, but killing a few 9th order professionals was not bad. Sort of a small profit. The 4 professionals surrounded Wenryu. Chinese, you've gone too far. You'll stay here today. After killing so many of us, I'm going to cut you into pieces. Wenryu raised her eyebrows. She actually still speaks the Chinese language. She really loves to learn. Yes? Whoosh! Bang! Wenryu kicked the man who said he would cut him into pieces. Far away. Master, a few 9th rank professionals have appeared at Wenryu's place. Let's go over and help. Wu Sung glanced at him. Didn't you do a mission with him once? And you think just a few 9th ranks are his match? Wu Yu scratched his head. It seemed right. But what are they doing here? They can't just watch. Wu Chang looked into the distance. Instead of caring about Wenryu, why don't you care about those little guys? They've been discovered. After Zhao Qian's few people ran away the first time, they were quickly discovered. My chow! Someone's catching up. Zhan Mingyu turned around and saw 2 Sakura occupiers chasing after him from behind. Judging by the speed, the grade is not low at all. Zhao Qian pursed her lips. Depends on the situation. Really can't call Wenryu. She put herself in good shape the first time. Seeing this, Wang Mingxing and Zhan Mingyu also directly applied various statuses to Zhao Qian, pulling her attributes up again. Zhao Qian glanced at her attributes and shook her head. It's still not enough. I'll resist it for a bit. If I don't, Zhan Mingyu will call Wenryu. You can't die. You'll get a broken bone at most. Otherwise she wouldn't have dared to try. This new outfit of hers was not for show. Both sides made contact, and Zhao Qian raised her shield up to block her opponent's attack. However, she did fly out, spilling blood. The great difference is just too great. Even with the various statuses applied, and the new equipment, it still doesn't work. Ahem. The rank gap is too obvious. Jade, help! Hearing the shout from afar, Wenruyu helplessly abandoned the one remaining professional in front of her. You're lucky. I hope you're still here when I return. He instantly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of several people from Zhan Mingyu. Looking at Wenruyu, who had suddenly appeared in front of them, the hearts of the two Sakura professionals snapped. Chow chow. So they're a team. The two men locked eyes for a moment. Passerby, is it still on? Passerby B, get on the hammer. Don't you see they're all dead? Passerby, so what do we do? Passerby B, run. The two turned around and were about to run away. Boo! One man had his head cracked with an iron pipe by Wenruyu, while the other had his neck choked by Wenruyu. Trying to run in front of me? Why aren't you hostile to me? What a waste. Pust. Wenruyu shook her hand and dried the blood on it. You guys should withdraw successively. There are still a few high-level professionals in front of you that you can't deal with. A few people subconsciously nodded. This attack state of Wenruyu was the first time they had seen it. Jade is fierce. Zhan Mingyu barred his mouth. This state of Wenruyu in addition to his handsome image, it's a bit incongruous. Shouldn't it be that kind of muscular man who makes this kind of action? Lin Dai nodded in agreement. Indeed, this smile killing people is more or less perverted. Not far from the roof of a building. Master, it seems like we don't need to make a move. It's true that you don't need to make a move, but this Wenruyu is really ruthless when he lays his hands on you guys. Was he on the same mission with you guys before? Wu Yu recalled. That time the strike was decisive, but it wasn't this sick, was it? At that time, it was a bit more restrained than it might be now, probably because it was on zero mission. It would be great if it was a lightning magician. I'm going to hand over my life's experience to him. Wu Cheng's tone revealed pity. On the side, Wu Yu spoke in a grumbling tone. Master, didn't you say that I'm your closed disciple? Can't I open the door again then? You make such a good point. This time, Squad Zero had completely become a spectator. Upstairs, he quietly watched Wenruyu make a big kill. With Wenruyu's interference, the entire front collapsed faster than expected. He hadn't actually done anything. He had just killed a few dozen people. The others were scared out of their wits and all fled. And as the line collapsed, these source beasts kept running towards the cities in the line, releasing their skills every now and then, destroying the cities. 1 hour later, Wenruyu stood on the roof of a building, looking down at the source beasts rampaging below, her heart very calm. Through observation he realized that the city was divided into two parts. Part of it is where they came from, where the facilities are old and the environment is poorer. Presumably there's civilian area here. And the other part is the part in front of him, which has more amenities and a better environment. A rich neighborhood. Job holder. The professionals have been scared off. Wenruyu suddenly slapped her head. Yeah, the main thing almost forgot. So many source beasts and how can it be wasted? As soon as I saw the cherry blossom people, I went to my head. This problem. I can't change it even if I want to. Chapter 213, even if you're here, you should leave something behind. However, he didn't immediately join Zhao Qian and the others in killing the source beasts. It's getting late. Rest first. Early the next morning, it took a group of people to begin the hunt for the source beasts. High up in the distance, Woching scratched his bald head that no longer had hair. Is this Wenruyu so keen on fighting? After fighting all day yesterday, I screwed these Sakura people again in the wee hours of the morning. I got up this morning and it came back. It's never ending. He fights like he always does. It's a shame he can't be at zero all the time. If he could take him on some missions. Are you guys stupid? Why does this kind of person have to be tied to zero? I believe Lin Knight has long had plans. He's not stupid. In Wu Sung's opinion, some people are born with privileges. The rules only bind the majority. And for the minority, it's a vaporware. Everyone understands this sort of thing. They just don't bring it to the surface. Wenruyu led Zhao Qian and the others to advance all the way towards the rich area. While killing the source beasts, Wenruyu still didn't forget about those Sakura professionals. Unfortunately, there were simply too many source beasts, and the advancement speed was too slow. After lunch, come by yourselves this afternoon. I'm sure you should have no problem. Zhan Mingyu looked at Wenruyu with a shocked expression. Brother Jade, you don't still want to go after those professionals, do you? Big brother, you're too hard on yourself. If you keep this up, the city will probably be ruined. If it was known that the city was being made to look like this by one man, no one would probably believe it. Come what may. Stay for something. Demons? Sounds good too. Besides, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had only sent 9th-ranked professionals. and their flesh-unlocked professionals hadn't even appeared yet. He was more than a little upset until he forced these people out and showed them to him. If they could kill one or two, I'm sure the Sakura nation would be heartbroken. I don't know why, but there was a little excitement in his heart when he thought about it. It's a deal. I'll go first. Wonryu casually threw the lunchbox and disappeared onto the rooftop in an instant. Far away. Wu Yu, you lead the men to follow this squad. I'll go follow Wonryu and protect him a bit. Ha, what's he up to again? Wu Cheng narrowed his eyes and looked towards Sakura's defense line that had just been established not long ago in the distance. I guess I'm going to give someone a hard time again. This time Sakura might send someone with more strength. I have to keep an eye on Wonryu. Wu Yu nodded. Master, you go, leave this place to me. Wu Sung spread his lightning wings behind him and flew towards that side. The new defense of Sakurago. Captain, it should be fine this time, right? A dwarf asked with a worried face. The eight-bearded skinny sparrow on the side smiled and waved the long knife in his hand. Oh, the masked demon is only as good as you guys say. In Lord Kamida's eyes that's a dead man. Kamida-sama. The dwarf's eyes were filled with reverence. It was rumored that that was the man who had resisted 10 of China's 9th-ranked powerhouses all by himself in the middle of the ocean. With him around, that masked demon definitely died a horrible death. Hello there. Hearing this familiar language and voice, the smile on the dwarf's face stiffened and he slowly turned his head. A white mask of a smiling face appeared in his eyes. The devil. It's the devil. He's coming. Shorty took a deep breath. The white masked demon is coming. The professionals who were fighting the source beasts instantly looked over here. Upon seeing Wonryu, his body tightened. Why is this man here again? He's not going to let anyone live. Wonryu raised her eyebrows and glanced at the dwarf. So loud? You already have a way to die. He reached out and grabbed Shorty with one hand. Your voice is disturbing me, so you may pass away. Pust. Poof! The body fell to the ground, scaring the crowd. Yet there was still no one who dared to be hostile towards Wonryu. Only fear remained. I heard the masked demon is here. I'd like to see what it is. A man with a scarred face approached. Chinese, today I'm going to let you taste the 18 tortures. I think that when I was alone to block 10 Chinese 9th-ranked professionals, you weren't even born yet. Wonryu looked at the old man in front of her with an odd expression. Name, Nakao Kamida. Age, 211. Level, 9th Order Advanced. Occupation, Ghost Warrior. Unblocked, Flesh Body unlocked mid-1st level. Attributes, Strength, 4344. Body Mass, 2500. Agility, 4498. Intelligence, 1983. That's it? That's it? Are you kidding me? 200 or so years old. Almost considered the first batch of people to awaken. And you give me a mid-flesh body layer? You're still blocking 10 9th Order? I'm afraid the one who sent it isn't a true 9th Order. Men on status. A skill was added to Kamida. And in Wonryu's eyes, Kamida's attributes continued to rise. Yet in the end it was just a 50% increase in attributes and having to stack some other statuses. This isn't even the 3rd floor. Disappointed. Just so disappointed. When Wu Cheng in the distance saw the visitor, he frowned. This defeated man actually hasn't died yet. He was actually saved? It seems that the hand was still not heavy enough back then. I don't know if Wonryu can beat it. A long blade of lightning appeared in his hand, and the wings behind him crackled. As long as Wonryu couldn't resist, he would be the first to appear on the scene. Kid, although you're strong, this old guy's ability is very weird. Body vaporization. Wu Cheng stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes. Unbelievably. Pust. Only to see Wonryu resting one hand on Kamida's shoulder, while the other hand held a dagger and stabbed in from behind the other party. He hadn't even exerted any force. It was a simple jab. What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly? You blocked 10 9th Order? Kamida's lips trembled with disbelief. How come he can't use his powers? Where's voiding? Where's his vanity? Where's his style? You. Wonryu pulled the dagger out and slowly walked over to him, eyes teasingly looking at Kamito. What are you going to say? Why don't you use your skills? Is it because you don't want to use it? Wonryu toyed with the dagger. Kamita shivered with anger. Kamita's eyes lit up. It worked. Look at my style of onimushi. Behind him generated a black armored warrior, 3 meters tall holding a long sword. Snap. Wonryu casually a big sinus. The ghost warriors behind Kamada instantly disappeared. Just talk. What's the point of being so loud? What if you scare me? Kamada touched his cheek. Hiss. It hurts. He turned his head and looked at Wonryu with sharp eyes. You, annoy. Snap. Chapter 214, surrender when you say so? Wouldn't I lose face then? Pisses you off, does it? Snap. Talking loud, huh? Snap. You're good when you have a road scar, aren't you? Snap. You. Whatever. Pop. 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 18 positive and negative slaps in a row. Only Kamida's entire face was swollen. His entire body was blinded. All of his skills were in a gray state. He couldn't use them even if he wanted to. When Ryu shook off her hands, "It's true that the power is mutual. My hands are so tired. And are you stupid? Why don't you hide?" He kept beating Kamida here and there, and the faraway professional just dared to stand still, not daring to move at all. They were afraid that when Ryu would remember them. "Lord Kamida, sacrifice one of you for the good of all. If you can't fight enough, take your men and leave." Kamida froze. Yeah, why didn't he duck? Whoosh! He made a backward jump and escaped from when Ryu's attack range. "Look at me, Black Knight." Snap! Told you not to be too loud. Kamida runs. Snap! Kamida rolls. Snap! Kamida. Snap! 10 strokes in a row. Kamida raised his hands. "I surrender. Stop fighting." When Ryu had a bored look on her face, and her raised hands slowly lowered. Seeing this scene, Kamida breathed a sigh of relief. This little cutie. He actually believed that he surrendered. Snap! Surrender when you say so? Wouldn't I be disgraced then? The corner of Wu Cheng's mouth in the distance twitched. "You are even more ruthless than me." He recalled when Ryu's profile. Doesn't it say, gentle, modest, discreet, helpful or something? There's no record of these in front of me. When Ryu, that depends on who it's for. Just as when Ryu was about to continue insulting the other party, 3 more figures landed. Wu Cheng's face changed. 4. Pop. Pop. Snap. When Ryu stood still and slowly lowered her hand, the 3 people who had just appeared were instantly slapped to the ground. The right foot that Wu Cheng had stepped out with was once again retracted. Trigger wonderful hands. Get Cashews X2. The corners of when Ryu's mouth twitched. You were able to win with such a small chance? Triggered by the magic hand. Strength plus 23. The good thing is that it only happened once and was not a big problem. Baka. You're dead. 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 When Ryu ignored it and glanced at the time. It's already that time. Let's finish early and go back. When Ryu took out her dagger and disappeared in place. Pust. A line of blood appeared at the necks of the 4 men. 3 mid-flesh body unlocking layer 1 and 1 late flesh body unlocking layer 1 fell in a pool of blood. Is this what they're fighting for in this capital? When Ryu looked disappointed. He raised his hand and was just about to unleash a spell to kill everyone here. Feeling the gaze that had been there a moment ago. Letting go. Turn your head and look. It's him? Hiss. Luckily I didn't do anything too out of the ordinary. One look at the 4 corpses on the floor shouldn't be anything out of the ordinary. The strength was exposed anyway. It was fine to expose a little more. They couldn't guess it anyway. Even if you guessed it, you'd believe it. After all, he was only a mediocre 5th rank, 6th ranked professional. It's only 6 steps a year. It's just a sprinkle. He turned his head to these Sakura professionals. Or, settle it all. Say it and do it. 10 minutes later, hundreds of corpses lay on the ground, blood staining the concrete red. As for the source beasts, of course they are enjoying their lunch here. And when Ryu left the place after settling these professionals, from afar, Wu Cheng looked at the scene below and fell into deep thought. 4 flesh unlocked professionals were just killed by a 5th order professional? Along with a bunch of 7th and 8th ranked professionals? If someone had told her that there was a 5th ranked professional who could kill a flesh unlocked professional, he would have thought that person was joking. Yet such a joke was happening right in front of him. To be honest, killing a wind-type professional like Lin Yagu would only make him feel that when Ryu was indeed powerful. But the situation in front of us could no longer be described as awesome. Can't think of any other word but sick. Still protecting. This is still protecting my ass. I should have known better than to come. But where are the professionals here? As the capital of Sakura, there can't be only this much talent, right? He took out his cell phone and dialed Lone Star's number. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when Ryu stretched her back. It's almost time for us to go back. Ha? That's going back? It's not easy to encounter a beast tide. How can we kill more, isn't it? Go back. Upgrading isn't that bad for a while. Besides, will you guys still be able to upgrade to advanced even if you continue? Zhang Mingyu thought about it very carefully, and it seemed like he really couldn't. The further back you go, the more source power you need. Attributes they'd had enough of for a long time. But this source power isn't even close. When Ryu raised her hand and a spatial channel appeared. Jiangli, coming. 10 seconds later. Jade, no. Jiangli, no. 1 hour later. Jiangli, this time it is. Hearing these words, when Ryu breathed a sigh of relief, it was finally right. This source power has to be memorized or there's no telling when it will open up in the right place next time. If one were to materialize the passages that when Ryu had opened earlier, one would find that many of them circled the blue star 2 or 3 times. Even this one has come full circle. Passing through the gate, when Ryu hurriedly closed it. It was a place he'd picked out on purpose, and there wasn't a soul in the neighborhood. Meanwhile, Woo Sung returns from a phone call looking for Woo Yu. Where are you people? I'll see that when Ryu Yu is back, so I'll go explore that side. This city is odd. It's clearly the capital of Sakura, but there aren't many high-level professionals. On top of that, there aren't even many regular professionals, which is strange. Woo Yu's voice came through the phone. Well, I found this one too. Let's rendezvous first. After the group gathered together, they first searched for Ryu's group. However, half an hour had passed and still no Ryu was found. As for the Dragon Star side, also long after they had found Ryu, they weren't paying attention to this place. Did the group leave? I suppose so. After all, they've been here for 2 days as well. Alright, let's check a few nearby cities then. Woo Sung was skeptical about the appearance of this situation. Either Sakura Nation screwed up or their capital changed cities. But even if you replace the city, there shouldn't be only so many people. As for Ryu and the others, they returned to the confines of China at this time. Looking at the dense forested mountains in front of her, Ryu fell into deep thought. No, are you sure this is our return? Yeah, this is Kaiyun province. That's what the map shows anyway. Chapter 215, How can this be banditry? This is based on strength. Ryu took out her cell phone, and that was indeed what the map showed. Just, wow. Brother Jade, how did we get to the border? It's 500 kilometers from the nearest city, Zhang Mingyu said in a strange voice. The corner of Ryu's mouth twitched. How did he know he would run to the border? But it doesn't matter. It's only 500 kilometers, an hour or so at most. But, our attributes are very low. I'm afraid it'll take more than 2 hours. So much nonsense. Just leave when I tell you to. Ryu glanced at Zhang Mingyu. Didn't he want to lose face? Excessive large hills limited their movement speed. Coupled with the various high-grade source beasts that appeared from time to time, it was far slower than traveling elsewhere. It was not until 6 o'clock in the evening that they came into the city. Looking at the teleportation hall in front of them, Zhao Qian and the others sighed in relief. Finally coming over alive. Don't blame them for being like that. It was really because the difference between the source beasts in the colorful cloud province and the rest of the world was a bit big. Most of the source beasts here are poisoned. Have you ever seen a 1-meter-tall spider? What about a centipede over 10 meters long? What about swarms of half-meter-sized scorpions? Ryu's 2 males were fine, but the other 4 females weren't so good. At this time, the 4 women's faces were pale, obviously terrified. Ryu had a puzzled look on her face. It was hard for me to accept that Zhongli was afraid of the dark, and now you few professionals are telling me that I'm afraid of source beasts. Wang Mingxing was like a cat that had exploded, her pale face looking at Ryu. Is that a source beast? That's enlarged spiders, centipedes, scorpions, snakes, etc., etc. Do you know how scary that thing is? Ryu barred her mouth. Scary? Isn't that just a kick in the pants? Imagine an ant magnified 1,000 times standing in front of you. A mouthful of sharp teeth and 2 huge eyes staring at you. Wouldn't you be afraid? They didn't meet ants that were put 1,000 times. They met ants that were put 500 times. Thousands of them chased them, covered in white hair. Thinking of this, Wang Mingxing was jolted. Disgusting. So disgusting. Ryu pondered for a moment, but I'm not afraid of something that will die in one punch. The corner of Wang Mingxing's mouth twitched. Doesn't this guy have anything to be afraid of? Ahem. Stop it. Let's go back, Zhao Qian said in a hurry. If she let Wang Mingxing talk any longer, she should have a hard time again. The crowd passed through the teleportation array and returned to Fengjing. Ah, Toyokyo. I'm finally back. Wang Mingxing rushed out of the gate, yelling. Those who don't know think she's mentally ill. I'm not going to Colorado Cloud in this life. I'm the same. I won't go there even if I die. How do you guys say the professionals there can withstand those source beasts? Not strong but disgusting. A few women were talking as they walked towards the street. Look, just now you were scared to death, and now you're talking about it. Women, really are an incomprehensible creature. Brother Jade, just get used to it. That said, Jade, you've leveled up again this time, right? Well, a small boost of 1 level. Now 6th order beginner. The corner of Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched. Is this still a small upgrade of 1 level for you? That's the 6th rank. It's already considered to have stepped into the high end. No, even if it wasn't the 6th rank, Ryu was still a high-end combatant. I'm really a mouth breather myself. It's okay to ask what to ask. Get in the car and go back to the neighborhood. First thing, dinner. Sakura domestic. Yuri was still setting up the formation with the guys. Lord God Emperor. That should be enough. We've already set up 10. The Subrat was puzzled in his mind. Obviously, at the beginning, it was said that such a small place, only 3 formations would be placed. How did this become 10 all of a sudden? 10. That should be enough. Yuri's mind was filled with unease. Just in case that wasn't enough, would that one Ryu really go and block her? Even with the Sith in Sin City, they can't protect her all the time. It's definitely enough. With so many formations, it's estimated that all the source beasts here will turn into 90 level or higher source beasts within a year. TSK, the Sakura Kingdom is really miserable. The Sabrat couldn't help but laugh. Let's retreat then. Next location Wa. Eagle Sauce. She had almost forgotten that China had been categorized as a restricted area. In Sin City, a figure walked on the street and went straight to that biggest mansion. Boo! The gate was kicked open. Sith! Sith! Where are you people? Windsor ran out at the first sound of the shouts. Upon seeing the visitor, he hurriedly lowered his head in a flustered greeting. See Lord Wen Guanshan. Wen Guanshan waved his hand. Get up. You people here don't move to be respectful. I don't eat that. Where is Sith? Where is he? Can you be a little more gentle next time you come to my place? This is the 5th door you've kicked down. Sith came out of it with a helpless look on his face and waved his hand at Windsor. Seeing this, Windsor rushed out of the area. That only means your gait is of poor quality. How can someone as skinny as me be that powerful? Sith looked at Wen Guanshan. Skinny enough indeed, but strength had nothing to do with being skinny. What are you doing here with me when you're not with your wife? Of course I'm asking you if that person is my son Wen Ryu. The Sith pulled out a scroll. I drew this. See if it's right. Wen Guanshan took the scroll as soon as he could and opened it in a hurry. Looking at that familiar face, Wen Guanshan looked doting. Grown up. Seems to be living a good life. Since the last time he left Blue Star, Wen Guanshan never returned to Blue Star. But he wasn't worried. He believed that with Zhang Hongyu around, Wen Ryu couldn't starve. As for becoming an awakened or not, he didn't care. If he could, he instead hoped that Wen Ryu would not become an awakened. But it doesn't matter if it worked out. Isn't it fine now? Your son is a bandit like you, robbing people of their skills. How can this be banditry? This relies on strength. What kind of strength is this? Isn't it just banditry and robbery? Well, it's only for a year. Wen Guanshan looked at Sith with a wry face. It's a year for me, but it may not be a year for my son. The corner of the Sith's mouth twitched. Don't tell me it's 3 years and 5 years. A skill Windsor has never been able to use. The skill of space travel was not something that anyone had, and he only had these 2 magicians with this skill in his hands. Wen Guanshan shrugged. I don't know about that. Sith gave Wen Guanshan a headache look. If this is not a bandit, what is a bandit? Can't communicate with this person. Is that what you came here for? How's it going with your wife? Do you need my help?